The Ice Age has descended, leaving but a fraction of life surviving. Liu Kai, swayed by the venomous allure of a duplicitous woman, agrees to join an expedition in search of a new homeland. However, upon stepping through the gates of this so-called expedition, he is met not with adventure, but with the sharp blade of a butcher ready to slaughter two-legged sheep. In the moments preceding the apocalypse, Liu Kai not only acquires a mysterious ability to manipulate space, but also inherits a luxurious doomsday bunker meticulously crafted by the affluent. Chapter 1. Rebirth and the Mysterious Space. The meteorological station of Fenghai City reports that the coming week will experience sustained high temperatures, with a peak of 39.9 degrees Celsius. Citizens are advised to take precautions against the heat. The city remains under a red fire hazard alert for the upcoming week. Please exercise caution with outdoor fires. As Liu Kai reads these two new messages on his phone, he finally comes to accept a startling truth. He has been reborn. A mocking chuckle escapes him. Forecasts never exceed 40 degrees, how reasonable. Dressed in shorts and a tank top, he struggles to acclimate to the stifling heat. Even with the air conditioning set to a luxurious 16 degrees, perspiration beads on his forehead as he languidly reclines on the sofa, feeling as if he is about to melt away. His gaze drifts to the refrigerator, and with a subtle gesture of his right hand, an old popsicle that had been quietly resting inside materializes in his grasp. As he takes a bite, a refreshing chill courses through him, invigorating him from head to toe, prompting an involuntary shiver. Refreshing. This is the extraordinary power Liu Kai unexpectedly gains upon confirming his rebirth, the ability to control space. Outside the window, the sun hangs low over the mountains, relentlessly scorching the earth with its oppressive heat. It is now April 29th, 2043 at 7 p.m. In both his workplace and residential group chats, everyone is fervently lamenting the sweltering weather. Some even wish for a miracle, longing for snowfall in May in this southern city. Liu Kai scrolls through his phone, lost in thought. In just 7 days, your wishes will come true, for the entire world will be encased in ice. Yet this fleeting reverie is swiftly overshadowed by a surge of frenzied hatred. He can never forget. He cannot forget the innocent-looking Lin Xiaoro as she approached him, gently persuading him to join the expedition in search of a new home. Nor can he erase from memory the image of Lin Xiaoro nestled in the arms of a burly butcher, grinning maliciously, once he crossed the threshold into the so-called expedition. Most haunting of all is the bloodied steel knife wielded by that brutish butcher. Perhaps having slaughtered too many, the blade is slightly curved and the body somewhat rusted. The memory of the butcher's grip on his hair as the blade grazed his neck, the sound of tearing flesh and trachea, is etched into his mind. With a fierce expression, Liu Kai bites down hard on the popsicle. A bunch of scoundrels who relish human flesh. Is it? Just wait, I shall bring about your demise sooner or later. Filled with rage, he gestures dismissively, and the popsicle stick in his hand unexpectedly teleports 2 meters away. With a resounding bang, it embeds itself into the wall like a cannonball. Alongside the emergence of his spatial control ability, Liu Kai discovers that his physical prowess has also been greatly enhanced. Not only can he manipulate objects and achieve short-range teleportation, but he can also utilize this ability for storage. The rules of the storage space are remarkably straightforward: remote retrieval and the suspension of time. The inability to store living beings is exemplified by the little goldfish swimming upside down in the aquarium. It can only be transferred into the space after being struck lifeless. Observing this peculiar situation, Liu Kai silently grumbled. Bacteria and viruses are also alive, which seems rather illogical. Yet, such details are trivial. What truly matters is the vast capacity of the space. He could not precisely articulate its extent. Ever since discovering his spatial abilities, he had been voraciously consuming the air outside his residence. Even after forming a swirling vortex from the extracted air, more than half an hour had elapsed, and the storage space remained unfilled. Liu Kai, in exasperation, decided to expel all the air from the space, causing a wave of scorching evening wind to sweep through the neighborhood. At that moment, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed, Director Chun. Liu Kai hastily concealed his earlier grimace, as another memory surged forth. At this same juncture in his previous life, it was indeed this Director Chun who resided in the same complex, calling him to discuss fire prevention arrangements for the upcoming holiday. As anticipated, once the call connected, he was met with the somewhat irksome tone of bureaucratic formality. Xiao Lu, the higher-ups have scheduled us to head to Linhai Township for fire prevention work on May 1st. I have some personal matters to attend to, so I need you to drive there yourself and remember to sign in for me." Listening to the clattering of mahjong tiles in the background, he was tempted to retort, questioning if personal matters meant playing cards. However, he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. "Of course, Director Chun, but—" The tone on the other end conveyed a hint of impatience. "But what?" "Well, Director Chun, I've encountered a bit of situation recently. I was hoping to request an advance on a year's salary and bonus from the unit. What do you think?" "Ah, no wonder you so readily agreed to go out into the countryside alone. You're waiting for me here? Just a little help, please, Director. How could you possibly have an urgent matter when you're the only one being fed while the entire family remains unfed? Actually, it's about the bride price for my prospective partner. Being without parents, I have to rely on myself." Liu Kai was generally seen as honest and easy to manipulate. Moreover, a position in the Tobacco Bureau was highly coveted, offering no justifiable reason for an abrupt resignation. Not to mention, requesting an advance on salary and bonuses would not require Director Chen to dip into his personal finances. As a seasoned professional, he naturally found it easy to extend a favor to Liu Kai. "All right, he'll have finance transfer the money to you tomorrow morning. Just bring the reimbursement documents to me for a signature after the May Day holiday." "Thank you, Director. Wishing you prosperity every night." In high spirits, Liu Kai ended the call. He had initially planned to visit Linhai Township, and now he had successfully secured a substantial sum of money. His audacity in requesting funds was, of course, motivated by the impending global freeze anticipated in a week. As a profoundly insecure, solitary individual, his understanding of security revolved around stockpiling supplies. Frantically hoarding resources, he sought a safe and comfortable refuge to completely hide away. He was eager to witness just how long this cursed apocalypse could endure. Surely, the Earth could not revert to an ice age lasting tens of millions of years. Indeed, equipped with spatial abilities, he could engage in a grand scheme of zero-cost shopping that, in his mind, the concept of zero-cost shopping seemed most appropriate to execute on the day of the apocalypse itself. One merely needed to locate the largest local supermarket, outdoor goods mall, or farmer's market, and systematically empty their warehouses. However, it was prudent to remain discreet in the days leading up to this event. Should he act too early and attract the attention of law enforcement, the consequences would likely extend beyond mere imprisonment. He could very well find himself apprehended for dissection, subjected to scrutiny regarding spatial abilities. After enduring the struggles of the impending doom, coupled with the painful lesson of having been deceived to his demise, he learned a singular word: survival. The crux of the matter lay in certain skills that could not be acquired through zero-cost shopping. For instance, firearm proficiency, first aid techniques, and other wilderness survival skills. In his previous life, he had languished at home until he met his unfortunate end, barely managing to stave off starvation, let alone engage in the serious study of such knowledge. During these few days, he must invest in a crash course to learn as much as he could. After exploiting the benefits of his workplace, Liu Kai planned to take advantage of the online lending platforms next. Just as he prepared to download a plethora of dubious credit applications, an overwhelming wave of dizziness struck him without warning. In the haze of his consciousness, he seemed to perceive a dynamic holographic map unfolding before him. This map centered around the 10th floor of Building 3, rapidly expanding in his mind. As his awareness traversed the space, every structural layout came into view. Fire shafts, electrical conduits, ventilation shafts, sewage pipelines, and even the secure refuge floors. These spatial structures, typically invisible to the naked eye, were now rendered in vivid detail. This extraordinary experience arrived swiftly but dissipated just as quickly. The broader the map's coverage, the less precise the perception of spatial structures became. He barely managed to encompass this small community, with no remaining strength to extend further outwards. As the map faded, Liu Kai felt as though his brain had been struck by a hammer, an excruciating pain overwhelming him. Suddenly, he was engulfed in a whirlwind of darkness, prompting him to curl up on the sofa, clutching his head as cold sweat streamed down his forehead. After a considerable time, he finally sensed a slight alleviation in his mental turmoil, yet there was no time for respite. He struggled to rise and move to the window. Gazing towards the nearby villa district, his eyes sparkled with fervent excitement, for he was acutely aware that buried beneath that very direction lay an indomitable underground fortress. Chapter 2: The Luxurious Doomsday Fortress. Reflecting on the sensation of scanning the outside world, Liu Kai murmured to himself, "Is this a new ability? Temporarily setting aside his curiosity about this newfound power, he turned his thoughts towards the underground fortress. This underground stronghold lies at the very heart of the community. Beneath the grandest three-story imperial villa, Liu Kai resides in the prestigious Leisure Chu Garden, a renowned upscale residential area in Fenghai City. The classic circular layout features apartment buildings on the outer ring and villas on the inner circle, though situated in the suburbs. It has been incorporated into the plans for a new urban center, destined to flourish into a bustling metropolis in the near future. A young man with only a few years of work experience finds himself living in such an affluent neighborhood, a privilege made possible by his employer's discounted group purchase. Utilizing the savings left by his parents as a down payment, coupled with a 35-year mortgage, he managed to acquire a modest 60-square-meter apartment. The residents here are either affluent business people or corporate professionals, or they are government officials and unit leaders who have procured internal pricing. As the saying goes, in a small temple, the demons are many, in shallow waters, the turtles are abundant. With the onset of the apocalypse, a parade of bizarre individuals emerged, enacting absurdities that ordinary citizens would never dare to attempt. The homeowners maintain a tenuous acquaintance with one another, yet they know very little about the identity of the villa's owner. According to property management, the villa is extravagantly decorated, with a single bathtub valued at over $700,000. However, the villa's gates remain perpetually closed, devoid of residents and devoid of parked cars. Were it not for the cleaning service that visits monthly, residents might assume the property had never been sold. Speculation abounds regarding the villa's owner. Some claim he has entered, others say he has exited, some assert he has ascended, while others suggest he has descended. On one occasion, Liu Kai overheard fragments of conversation from a drunken former superior, hinting that the villa's owner was a high-ranking official from another province, a male aged 48. Subsequently, the matter came to light, yet the case was left unresolved. The disciplinary committee suspected he either fled abroad to reunite with his family, who had already exited the country, or, more likely, succumbed to his guilt through suicide. Thus, upon discovering this extraordinary fortress, Liu Kai shamelessly resolved, "I shall claim you." For during his recent scan, he had distinctly sensed a human skeleton within the fortress. The remains, tattered and decayed, were adorned in luxurious attire. The skull bore 2 puncture wounds at the temples, and beside the right hand lay a handgun. Grateful for the insights gleaned from sensational crime dramas, Liu Kai deduced from the skeletal information that this individual was male, having perished before reaching 50. If all went as expected, this skeleton was indeed the rightful owner of the villa. Beyond the skeletal remains, the entire structure of the underground fortress unfolded in his mind without reservation. Located 10 meters beneath the villa, the fortress is connected by a reinforced concrete pipe with a diameter of 2.5 meters, leading directly to the storage room on the first floor. The fortress itself boasts a hemispherical design, wider at the top and tapering towards the bottom. It comprises 4 levels, each 3 meters high, enveloped in robust reinforced concrete. The cement grade should be remarkably high, and in a rather mad twist, a layer of radiation-resistant lead has been incorporated. It appears that this opulent doomsday bunker is seemingly prepared for nuclear warfare. Based on the internal structure of the fortress and the arrangement of items, one can glean a rudimentary understanding of the functions of each level. The description is rather inadequate, merely sketched in haste. The topmost level, being the most spacious, is likely designated for cultivation or breeding, as it contains enclosures and is covered with soil, albeit without any livestock or crops at present. The suspected remains of the villa's original inhabitant lie on this level. The second level, slightly smaller in area, serves as a well-appointed living space, equipped with all the amenities for leisure. The third level, even more diminutive, acts as a storage area, brimming with supplies stacked all the way to the ceiling. Moreover, there is splendid news. Liu Kai can distinctly sense the presence of firearms within. This revelation sends a shiver through his body. It is hardly surprising, for in a gun-restricted nation, such items are exceedingly rare. In a world steeped in despair, possessing a firearm is an exceptionally potent talisman of protection. As the saying goes, while neighbors stockpile food, I stockpile arms. My neighbor serves as my granary. Any carbon-based life form, even the fabled zombies, cannot withstand the blast of a firearm. Beyond 7 paces, the gun is swift. Within 7 paces, it is both precise and rapid. The final, 4th level is the equipment layer, serving as the lifeblood of the entire Doomsday Fortress. It features sewage disposal, water collection, pumping, purification, and air filtration systems, along with a geothermal power generation setup. Additionally, the former owner had installed various networking devices, including private servers. A high-speed cable as thick as a half-arm extends along the corridor to the surface, directly connecting to the community's network base station. The entire Doomsday bunker remains connected to the internet and electricity, showcasing modern characteristics. The only incongruity is the heavy alloy door, which employs the most traditional mechanical combination lock, presumably to guard against potential electromagnetic shocks. Of course, the lock on the door is far from the inferior variety found on luggage. Upon examining the internal structure of the lock, Liu Kai is deeply impressed by its intricate design, which could easily be described as a work of art. With a 7-digit code yielding up to 10 million combinations, he has discerned the password 143-3223. Coupled with exceptional airtightness, this underground fortress is virtually impenetrable, unless situated at the epicenter of a nuclear explosion. Subjected to a magnitude 10 earthquake, or targeted by precision-guided subterranean missiles, it is more than capable of withstanding the majority of apocalyptic scenarios. In the eyes of the average person, the prospect of a zombie apocalypse, climate catastrophe, or even the more plausible nuclear war is often dismissed as a joke. However, there is also a significant cohort of believers in doomsday theories, many of whom are wealthy individuals willing to take action and prepare. For the affluent are often driven by the fear of mortality, frequently observed online investing substantial sums in the creation of doomsday shelters. He had never anticipated that within the community he had inhabited for so long, there existed a ready-made fortress. It was somewhat regrettable, however, that neither the villa nor the fortress housed even a single coin, let alone a safe brimming with RMB and gold bars. It was a stark contrast to what was depicted in television dramas. Liu Kai felt he could not afford to wait even a moment longer. He must see that fortress with his own eyes to find solace. Once he successfully claimed this place as his own, he would live a life of luxury that everyone dreams of in the bleak future of a global apocalypse. Taking several deep breaths to suppress his wildly beating heart, he made no effort to change his attire, merely retrieving a mask to tuck into his pocket. Grabbing his phone and house keys, he stepped outside clad in flip-flops, shorts, and a tank top. As he left the cool embrace of the air-conditioned room, a wave of scorching heat enveloped him, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead almost instantly. The sweltering climate was certainly unsettling, yet the impending doom of a frigid apocalypse was far more despairing. Reflecting on the impending cold snap expected in just a week, Liu Kai felt a sense of melancholy. Even in a southern coastal city like Fohai, temperatures would plummet to a staggering -60 degrees. Snow would swiftly engulf the second floor within 2 days, hardening into impenetrable ice under the frigid conditions. Roads, railways, airports, and docks would cease to exist. Medical services, law enforcement, and transportation would come to a complete standstill. The entire city would descend into utter paralysis. Chapter 3. Capitalizing on online loans, an on-site investigation. As his thoughts wandered, the elevator swiftly descended to the first floor. Liu Kai exhibited no discernible sense of urgency, leisurely meandering instead towards the imperial villa. The oppressive weather was indeed bothersome. Just a few steps left him drenched in sweat. While strolling, he lowered his gaze to fiddle with his smartphone. Vanity loan, download. Blood-sucking promissory note, download. Life installment, download. Unscrupulous credit, download. One must admit, the 7G network is remarkably efficient. In no time, he installed several online loan applications on his phone. Each app boasted fingerprint and facial recognition for one-click login, automatically retrieving credit records. In this fast-paced society, even the realm of online usury is caught in a relentless cycle of competition. Once identity verification is complete, credit limits are assessed and disbursement speeds are astonishingly rapid. These platforms operate indiscriminately, unperturbed by the prospect of unpaid debts. After all, lending you 100,000 at a whim and then spending a similar amount to break your leg seems quite reasonable, does it not? Dear Mr. Liu Kai, your application for a 120,000 yuan vanity loan has been approved. The platform's fee is 20,000 yuan, with a management fee of 10,000 yuan, and a client manager service fee of 10,000 yuan, leaving you with a net amount of 80,000 yuan, due within 3 months. Please ensure the full repayment of principal and interest, totaling 138,500 yuan, by July 29, 2043. Dear Mr. Liu Kai, your application for a 150,000 yuan blood-sucking promissory note has been approved. The identity he held as an employee of the Tobacco Bureau afforded Liu Kai considerable convenience. Before long, his phone chimed incessantly with notifications. These platforms were increasingly unscrupulous, embodying the adage that for every 10 loans, 9 result in 13 being repaid. Gazing at the 850,000 yuan that had suddenly appeared in his account, Liu Kai felt no sense of burden. Rather, a subtle thrill coursed through him. Why the lack of fear? Because he had no intention of repaying. The world was frozen in time. Only crucial network devices, fortified with military-grade protection, managed to escape the calamity. For instance, the foresight owner of Tingsuma had relocated his servers to the depths of the East China Sea years ago. Conversely, many less significant official servers and those belonging to small to medium-sized private enterprises were not so fortunate. The foremost characteristic of a server is its absolute need for uninterrupted power. A momentary blackout could result in irreparable damage to the database and loss of information, such as credit and loan records. This served as the foundation for his audacious endeavors. Even if the world were to return to normalcy one day, no one would ever know of the extensive online loans he had taken. His salary and bonuses, totaling just over 1,000,000 yuan, were set to arrive the following day, providing him with ample resources for numerous ventures. Having capitalized on the opportunities presented, Liu Kai finally ambled to the entrance of the imperial villa. Observing the sturdy iron gate, the surrounding wall, the security mesh, and the cameras, he had no intention of attempting a forced entry. He didn't even pause in his stride. Only when he stepped into a blind spot of the surveillance did he make a lateral leap into the dense greenery. Bending low beneath the dim glow of streetlights in the moonlight, he stealthily approached the corner of the villa, his muscles taut, body slightly trembling, and his heart racing uncontrollably. This was his first experience engaging in such clandestine activities, and he felt a blend of guilt, curiosity, and exhilaration. He remained completely oblivious to the bites of the venomous mosquitoes as he stealthily traversed the verdant landscape, eventually arriving at the back wall of the imperial villa. Leaning against the corner of the wall, he slowly closed his eyes to concentrate. In the next instant, his figure vanished into the darkness, only to reappear mere inches away within the courtyard. Liu Kai felt as if his very essence had been drained. His limbs lay limp and powerless against the ground, a mixture of cold and hot sweat streaming down his face as he gasped for breath. It took him a while to regain his composure. While manipulating a popsicle stick to teleport 2 meters was manageable, transporting his own hefty body, weighing 150 jin, across a mere half-meter felt like an arduous endeavor that nearly cost him his life. Once he regained his strength, he lifted his gaze towards the 3-story villa, perhaps for aesthetic reasons or due to confidence in the security of the courtyard wall and the barbed wire above. The villa's exterior was adorned with an abundance of glass, devoid of any protective bars. However, upon noticing the thick glass, Liu Kai was taken aback. Bulletproof glass. Curiosity piqued. He pushed open an unlocked window and climbed into a pitch-dark bedroom. Upon entering, he was once again astonished by the room's opulent decor. Even with the moonlight and street lamps filtering through, he could discern the distinctly classical Chinese style of the furnishings. While he was not well versed in the luxury of the materials used, he happened to recognize the bed within the room. Adorned with a horse logo, the Swedish bedding brand H. Stents, priced at 189 million yuan. It surpassed the cost of the home he had taken a 30-year loan to purchase. One could only say that a commoner could never comprehend the joys of the wealthy. Cursing the corrupt officials in his heart, he soon found himself grinning brightly. If the villa above was this extravagant, what kind of spectacle awaited him in the refuge below? Treading lightly, Liu Kai made his way to the storage room, carefully lifting a dust-covered section of flooring according to his scan location. This area was camouflaged with an assortment of items such as carpets, buckets, and mops. Once the flooring was replaced, the storage room would revert to its original disarray, concealing the secret passage leading underground. This passage lacked any mechanical devices, merely featuring an iron staircase. With his phone's flashlight clenched in his mouth, Liu Kai cautiously descended into the spacious tunnel, which measured 2.5 meters in diameter, and skillfully replaced the camouflaged flooring. The 10-meter-long passage was soon traversed, leading him to a narrow space encircled by cold concrete walls. Directly ahead of the staircase loomed a massive iron door that appeared sturdier than any civil defense structure. Activating the switch next to the staircase, bright lights illuminated the passage and the door. He pried open a protective panel on the door, revealing a rotating combination lock beneath, one that would deliver an electric shock for any incorrect input. 143-3223. Click. As the combination aligned, a crisp sound echoed, and the lock mechanism sprang open. A surge of joy filled Liu Kai as he hurriedly turned the rotating handle of the iron door, watching as the steel pillars securing the door gradually retracted within. The door swung inward, and the welcoming lights inside flickered to life. A chilling breeze rushed forth, causing an involuntary shiver to traverse his spine. Almost immediately, a medley of musty odors, dust, and a faint hint of decay wafted into the air. He had been forewarned and had donned a mask, yet the scene before him made his once calmed heart race uncontrollably once more. There lay a stark white skeleton not far from the entrance. Bathed in the bright, clear light, the bones glimmered with dreadful clarity, the hollow sockets where the eyes once resided fixedly staring towards the doorway. It was a haunting gaze, locking eyes with Liu Kai, who had just emerged. In his previous life, Liu Kai had languished at home, clinging to existence, though he had witnessed numerous freeze-dried corpses through the lens of a smartphone. He had never before encountered a skeleton face-to-face in such a manner. Despite his mental preparation, an electrifying chill coursed through him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He muttered incessantly to himself, "There are no ghosts, there are no ghosts," as he gradually summoned the courage to approach the stark white skeleton and began to scrutinize it intently. Chapter 4. Everything is here, profiting immensely. The skeletal remains were draped in tattered garments, with only a pair of shoes, an LV belt, and a striking emerald green mechanical watch remaining intact. Nestled between the ribs was a meticulously crafted genuine leather wallet, roughly the size of a palm. Adhering to the principle of out of sight, out of mind, I first stored the bones in my storage space before retrieving the wallet that had fallen to the ground. Extracting the identification card within, I found that both the name and photograph corresponded precisely with that of a high-ranking official who had mysteriously vanished 2 years prior. Liu Kai exhaled a long breath of relief. It was now officially confirmed that the master of the fortress was deceased. No longer did he regard items touched by the deceased with superstition. He eagerly picked up the handgun lying on the ground. The grip felt chilling and weighty in his hand. As a man from a gun-free nation, Liu Kai harbored an immense fascination for firearms. Now, holding the genuine article, he felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. This was a Swiss SGP-320 pistol, capable of accommodating 17 rounds of 9mm ammunition. Upon inspecting the magazine, he discovered only 3 rounds remained. Suppressing the urge to fire it on the spot, he temporarily placed the pistol into his storage space. Being a novice, he knew he must exercise caution. A misfire could prove disastrous. His gaze then fell upon the parched, cracked earth of the first level and the surrounding livestock pen. Since arriving, Liu Kai had been contemplating the renovation of this space. With his expansive storage capabilities, he found no need or inclination to cultivate vegetables or raise pigs. Why not indulge in ready-made convenience? Thus, he resolved to remove the soil and enclosures of the first level, transforming it into a gymnasium to ensure his physical fitness remained at an admirable level. The overhead lights, designed to simulate sunlight, were sufficiently bright without requiring electrical modifications. The supplies from the 3rd level were all stored away, converting it into a shooting range for honing his marksmanship. Without hesitation, he set to work. Taking advantage of the vast capacity of his storage space, he waved his arm dramatically, clearing the earth and makeshift livestock pens to reveal the waterproof layer laid beneath. In an instant, the first level was left immaculate. Outside the complex stood a defunct gym, its equipment and premises seized by the court, seemingly awaiting auction. Just 2 days before its closure, Liu Kai had invested thousands into a membership. Therefore, he resolved to exact revenge for that money lost. After tidying up the first level, he lifted a concealed section of flooring in the center, revealing a small iron door secured with a combination lock. Upon opening it, he entered the 2nd level living area, where the lights illuminated automatically. Before him lay a lavishly adorned expanse of over 300 square meters, 5 times the size of his own residence. The living room shone resplendently, dominated by a luxurious crystal chandelier that exuded opulence. Opposite the sumptuous leather sofa stood a television wall housing an impressive 110-inch Samsung micro-LED television, valued at $1 million. Identical to one owned by a celebrity. Flanking the television were 2 elegantly framed ancient scrolls, harmonizing beautifully with a pair of celadone vases positioned on the lower cabinet. Even if Liu Kai lacked understanding, he could surmise that the painting and the vase were likely genuine antiques. How astonishing it was that the individual collecting money appeared so feeble. True high-ranking officials indulged in the acquisition of valuable art and antiques. After surveying the living room, he proceeded to 2 equally opulent bedrooms, both furnished with luxurious H-Stens beds and each equipped with an electric massage pod. Next came 2 bathrooms, a bathing room, a smoking and tea room, a home theater, a kitchen, a dining room, and a storage room. Within, one could find an array of amenities: air conditioning, refrigerators, water heaters, bed linens, cookware, kitchenware, home appliances, a piano, a drum set, and gaming consoles. All essential items and facilities for enjoyment were thoroughly provided. Finally, there was a study, also serving as a surveillance room, that housed 2 computers and 10 monitors. Beyond mere entertainment and gaming, the previous owner of this fortress had engaged in even more sinister endeavors. A sophisticated hacking software was installed on the computer, user-friendly and designed for novices. It could easily breach simple firewalls and had already accessed the traffic, surveillance systems, and monitoring of the community and commercial establishments in Fohai City from the back end. As long as he wished, he could observe nearly every corner of the urban landscape. For instance, at that very moment, at the entrance of the community, the property manager's poodle was bullying a stray cat 3 kilometers away in the dimly lit cinema as a girl stepped out to use the restroom. Her boyfriend immediately embraced and passionately kissed her best friend 5 kilometers away. in a home resembling a hotel. A hidden pinhole camera was aimed directly at a large circular bed. The godlike perspective left Liu Kai exhilarated, thoroughly satisfying the human desire for voyeurism. Unfortunately, aside from the specialized cameras of the Skynet and traffic systems, other civilian surveillance devices would struggle to endure the low temperatures. The efficacy of this monitoring system would undoubtedly diminish in the face of an impending cold wave. What astonished Liu Kai even further was what lay beyond the curtains. Whether in the living room, bedroom, or kitchen, a climate simulation system was astonishingly installed outside every window. An integrated system of ultra-high-resolution displays, sound systems, sprinklers, and heating could synchronously mimic the external environment or be tailored to preference, simulating sunrises, sunsets, winds, and rain. He was so astounded that words eluded him. His mind was filled with the realization of how extravagantly the wealthy truly lived. Pulling open the storage room door and lifting the floorboards revealed a smaller third level, the storage layer. What greeted his eyes was a mountain of supplies: rice, flour, cooking oil, cleaning products, toiletries, condiments, bottled water, dehydrated vegetables, toilet paper, sanitary pads, and condoms. An advanced ventilation and drying system operated continuously, ensuring the longevity of the stored goods. In addition to the items arranged on the shelves, there were several large freezers filled with chicken, duck, fish, pork, dumplings, steaks, and frozen tofu. He walked through the dazzling array of foodstuffs to the miscellaneous area, where every conceivable living accessory was abundantly available. Faucets, shower heads, power strips, plugs, wrenches, hammers, saws, electrical testers, gas masks, fire extinguishers, chemical protective suits, oxygen tanks, tents, sleeping bags, kayaks. Liu Kai had become quite accustomed to it all as he entered the third zone, the medical supplies area. A specialized refrigerator was densely packed with an array of medications. From cold remedies, adhesive bandages, vitamins, calcium tablets, anti-inflammatory drugs, dental pain relief, antihistamines, to emergency contraceptives, to powerful antibiotics, HIV post-exposure prophylaxis, rabies immunoglobulin, controlled analgesics, adrenaline, and insulin. There were even antidotes for common venomous snakes. It appeared that the medications were all nearing their expiration date by about 6 months, but fortunately, Liu Kai had arrived in time. The storage space effectively halted the passage of time, resolving this dilemma. Next came the medical supplies: bandages, surgical gowns, scalpels, infusion tubes, and syringes. The most astonishing sight was in the corner, where portable X-ray machines, portable electrocardiograms, portable ultrasound machines, and defibrillators were stacked. Liu Kai felt overwhelmed. The previous supplies and commonly used medications were understandable, but what purpose did these scalpels, surgical gowns, and X-ray machines serve? Was it truly necessary to bring a doctor to a refuge? Astonished yet perplexed, he proceeded to the final weapons area. The so-called area comprised merely 3 2-meter-high metal weapon cabinets, standing solitary in the corner. As he opened them in succession, his eyes widened at the sight of the firearms within. The first cabinet was brimming with arrows and ammunition, over 300 aluminum arrows of Type 168, 300 boxes of 9mm handgun ammunition, amounting to 9,000 rounds, 20 boxes of 7.62mm sniper rifle rounds, 400 rounds, and a case of 18 4mm shotgun shells, 250 rounds. The second cabinet contained firearm maintenance items and accessories, cleaning cloths, maintenance oil, springs, silencers, scopes, grips, and stocks. Below, 3 domestically produced Kevlar bulletproof vests and helmets were haphazardly piled. The third cabinet held the true treasures: 2 Russian Viper S-400 crossbows equipped with scopes, 2 SIG P-320 handguns, 2 domestically made CS-LS-7 submachine guns, 1 domestically made CS-LR-4 sniper rifle, and 1 domestically made Type 09 shotgun. Chapter 5. The infuriating rich second-generation colleague and military drones. The array of military arms thrilled Liu Kai to no end, yet simultaneously sent shivers down his spine. The powerful always possessed channels to acquire forbidden goods, and he was fortunate that they had become so affordable for him. He promptly collected all the supplies and firearms from the third floor into his storage space, leaving the area empty and desolate. Fortunately, time within the storage space stood still, alleviating any concerns regarding the expiration of frozen or refrigerated items. As for the materials to transform into a shooting range, he intended to procure them from a local shooting club. The fourth floor offered little of interest, containing merely private network servers, water purifiers, small geothermal generators, air purifiers, underground water pumps, and sewage systems. In times of necessity, there was even a filtration system to recycle domestic water without the need for sewage disposal. Each of these items had an additional backup, demonstrating thorough consideration. Upon surveying the entire doomsday bunker, he identified 5 issues. Firstly, while the variety of supplies was extensive, the quantity of food was insufficient, likely enough to sustain one person for only 2 years. Secondly, aside from essential living items, there were only a few high-end cigars and foreign wines, with no snacks or beverages in the refrigerator, nor any games on the computer, and the home theater lacked films. Thirdly, there were no close combat weapons like daggers or machetes. Fourthly, the deceased original owner was of short stature, rendering the clothes and the wardrobe ill-fitting. Fifthly, typical of southern cities, there was a scarcity of heating equipment. Relying solely on air conditioning and electric heating wires would likely prove inadequate. Fresh fruits and vegetables posed no issue for him, given his storage space. After a thorough inspection of the underground bunker, confirming that nothing was overlooked, he meticulously noted these problems. He chose to change the bunker doors code to 204-0615, the date he received his first paycheck, a moment of great significance. He then returned to the first floor and skillfully climbed out the window. Taking a deep breath, he activated his teleportation once more. His body materialized outside the courtyard wall. Yet Liu Kai still felt as if his very essence had been drained, his limbs trembling as he leaned against the wall, gasping for air. However, this time, his recovery seemed slightly quicker than before. Wandering away from the greenery towards home, his mind was still occupied with preparations for the impending apocalypse. At that moment, a voice filled with surprise and hostility reached his ears. Liu Kai? Looking up, he beheld a somewhat portly young man approaching with a questioning expression. Clad in trendy designer attire, his skin was almost effeminately fair, topped with a pair of exaggerated headphones. "Where's Liu, the group leader? Why are you wandering around our villa area?" Liu Kai instinctively furrowed his brow, retorting, "None of your business." He had little desire to engage with this foolish colleague named Su Huan, coldly replying before turning to leave. A mocking voice trailed behind him. "One ought to have self-awareness. Even if you loiter here, it's merely to indulge in envy. You will never afford a house in this villa area." This remark ignited a surge of anger within Liu Kai, prompting him to halt and coldly glare at the sneering Su Huan. The notion of possessing hidden power often breeds a latent desire for vengeance. Recalling the handgun concealed within his storage space, Liu Kai contemplated whether to dispose of this loquacious object. The corpse could be seamlessly concealed within the storage, unnoticed by any soul. The chilling gaze from Liu Kai sent a shiver down Su Huan's spine, as if he were being scrutinized by something dreadfully ominous. "What are you staring at?" Su Huan stammered, startled. Given the loud report of the handgun, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications at this juncture. Furthermore, it appeared that after the cataclysm of his previous life, he had not encountered this fool again, likely having succumbed to the cold. Thus, Liu Kai quelled his murderous intent. Both Liu Kai and Su Huan were employees of the Tobacco Bureau in Fenghai City, having joined the organization in the same cohort. The distinction lay in Liu Kai's merit. Having qualified through his own examinations and showcasing superior work capabilities, now serving as a team leader. Conversely, Su Huan had been begrudgingly placed within the Bureau through substantial familial connections, leading a life of idleness, often regarded by superiors as a hopeless case. This fundamental disparity was the root of their mutual disdain. Yet, Liu Kai harbored a twinge of envy and jealousy towards Su Huan's privileged upbringing. Who would not wish to enjoy life at a young age, buoyed by a comfortable family background, rather than tirelessly competing in an unforgiving rat race? Su Huan's starting point might well be a destination Liu Kai could never hope to attain. However, circumstances had shifted. Liu Kai, now the proprietor of a fortified bunker, felt elated and found no inclination to engage further with Su Huan. Observing his silence, Su Huan mistakenly assumed Liu Kai was intimidated. He dismissed his earlier fright entirely, adopting an increasingly arrogant demeanor. Wishing team leader Liu a joyous Labor Day working overtime. "Tomorrow, I'll be lounging on the sandy beaches of the Maldives with my family. Unable to join you in your toil." Pausing, Liu Kai turned to Su Huan with a perplexed expression. Are you going to the Maldives tomorrow?" "Of course. Unlike someone like you, I don't need to slave away for meager overtime pay." Despite the derision, Liu Kai remained unperturbed, responding with a radiant smile. "Haha, splendid. The Maldives sound wonderful. May your family enjoy their time there. In a tropical nation like the Maldives, one would struggle to find even a single down jacket among 100 people." It was no wonder that in his previous life, he had not seen Su Huan's family again. They must have perished from the cold. Liu Kai's amusement stemmed not solely from the fact that this obnoxious, corpulent individual had indeed become a mere shadow of himself. He recalled how Su Huan had once boasted to their colleagues about acquiring a powerful military-grade quadcopter drone through connections. The quality of military equipment far surpassed that of civilian drones. Capable of withstanding winds of up to 7 Beaufort and equipped with a unique battery heating technology that allowed it to operate effectively in frigid temperatures. Su Huan claimed that this was intended as aerial photography equipment for his future Antarctic expedition. This uncharacteristic outburst of laughter left Su Huan bewildered. Could it be that this impoverished wretch has lost his mind from my taunts? Liu Kai felt no desire to waste time with one who was destined to perish. He regarded the bewildered Su Huan with a touch of pity and briskly made his way home. The underground bunker was connected to a surveillance system. Yet many civilian cameras struggled to survive the onslaught of the cold wave. Even if some cameras endured, numerous linked servers would inevitably fail in due course. In order to avert the descent into blindness, a reliable drone is indeed indispensable. Returning to the cool embrace of an air-conditioned room, I retrieve a chilled beverage from the refrigerator and indulge in its refreshing essence. After a brief respite, I step into the bathroom to take a rejuvenating cold shower. Washing away the weariness that clings to me, I make my way to the balcony, where I extract a twisted circular steel column from beneath a pile of clutter, a smile dancing on my lips. This is a small segment of train shock absorber steel that I procured from a scrap dealer. Initially, I intended to commission a blacksmith to forge a couple of durable kitchen knives, but procrastination has continually delayed those plans. Fortuitously, the underground fortress is in need of close combat weaponry, and repurposing this steel to craft a machete for self-defense seems quite excellent. Chapter 6, A Friendly Reminder. The revenge plan. On the morning of April 30th, Liu Kai exhibited an unusual vigor, starkly contrasting his previous despondency. Rising early, he completed his morning routine and descended to his car. Although he lacked the enthusiasm to return to work, the necessity of signing for his advanced salary and bonuses compelled him to make the trip to the finance office. As he approached the community entrance, he caught sight of the rotund Su Huan, who had taken a leave of absence. Driving his garishly yellow Porsche, he was seen escorting his parents and girlfriend, seemingly en route to the airport for a direct flight to the Maldives. As Su Huan's vehicle passed Liu Kai, he lowered the window, casting a disdainful glance at Liu Kai's modest sedan, leaving behind a triumphant smile as he drove away. Yet, Liu Kai wore a radiant smile of his own. Since you are departing, I shall not hesitate to seize the opportunity with the drone. As he drove through the park, Liu Kai observed a multitude of hurried office workers and students, alongside retirees taking advantage of the cool morning air to exercise. He also spotted toddlers, their round, curious eyes surveying the world around them, a quintessential scene of urban life. Regrettably, this idyllic tableau would soon be shattered. The harrowing image of a hellish ordeal, even for one who had endured it, was too painful to contemplate. Arriving swiftly at the tobacco bureau, he parked and took the stairs two at a time to the finance office on the second floor. Sister Wang, engrossed in her accounting tasks, had her 2-year-old son quietly drawing beside her. Upon noticing Liu Kai's arrival, she brightened with an innocent smile and called out, "Uncle Liu." Only then did Sister Wang snap back to reality, urging him to come in. "You're here quite early, little Liu, before working hours." "Indeed, Sister Wang. I am in urgent need of funds," he replied with a chuckle. Wang's expression shifted slightly as she pushed a stack of documents toward him, indicating he should sign. Just as Liu Kai focused on signing, Sister Wang could not contain herself any longer. "Little Liu, I heard from Director Chen that you were requesting an advance because your blind date requires a bride price?" With a hint of resignation, Liu Kai fabricated a response. "Yes, that is correct." Sister Wang lowered her voice, cautioning him. "I don't mean to pry, but I've heard some troubling things about Lin Xiaoro, the girl you're seeing. It seems she has a few questionable habits, allegedly juggling several suitors at once. Be wary, it's not easy for a young man like you to earn money." A rare warmth coursed through Liu Kai at her words. He was, of course, aware of Lin Xiaoro's dubious nature. Her innocent visage and slightly aloof demeanor had been beguiling. As a teacher at the municipal junior high, Liu Kai had once believed her to be a suitable candidate for marriage. Although he had heard rumors about her, he dismissed them as mere gossip. His initial trust in Lin Xiaoro had blinded him to the old adage, where there is smoke, there is fire. After the apocalypse had descended, Lin Xiaoro's inexplicable appearance in their neighborhood, claiming to reside at a friend's house, had thrilled Liu Kai as he contemplated the prospect of spending his days with a virtuous girl. Upon reflection, it becomes clear that the villa she resides in is not that of a close friend. The owners are distinctly a pair of twin brothers in their 40s, local contractors in Fonghai City. Often, those who appear most innocent on the surface engage in the most unexpected activities behind closed doors. The very thought of them together almost makes him regurgitate his previous meal. Regarding the well-meaning admonition from Sister Wang in finance, Liu Kai remains unperturbed, merely responding with a faint smile. "Rest assured, sister, I am well aware." He then gazes at the stack of documents to be signed and glances at Sister Wang's son. Pausing in contemplation, not in a hurry to leave, he pulls over a stool to sit. "By the way, Sister Wang, your husband is returning from out of town for the May Day holiday, right?" A gentle smile of happiness graces Sister Wang's slightly plump face. Yes. He will be back for about half a month during the holiday. Lowering his voice conspiratorially, Liu Kai remarks, yesterday, a classmate of mine conducting biological research in the United States called me. He mentioned that the virus from 24 years ago may resurge soon. I suggest you stock up on supplies at home. The virus from 24 years ago? Sister Wang gasps, quickly signaling him to lower his voice. Don't speak so recklessly. If someone hears you and accuses you of spreading rumors, it could lead to trouble. Liu Kai remains silent, intensely focused on her, observing the seriousness etched on his face. Sister Wang suddenly realizes something. Tell me the truth. You're not overextending your salary for a dowry, but rather to stockpile supplies, aren't you? Liu Kai is taken aback. He did not anticipate Sister Wang's astuteness. Without confirming or denying, he simply laughs it off. Well, it's better to be safe than sorry. Especially with children in your household. With that, he makes a swift exit from the finance office. Sister Wang watches his retreating figure, deep in thought. Then glances at her innocent son, as if resolving to take a decisive stance. Upon leaving the finance office, Liu Kai's expression gradually darkens. Sister Wang's earlier reminder rekindles memories of sorrow from his past. If Lin Xiaoro had merely toyed with his affections, retaliation would seem unnecessary. Alas, this malicious woman, in collusion with her butcher lover, has committed acts that incite universal outrage. Before taking Liu Kai's life, she had likely lured countless others to their demise. He has heard the tales of the butcher and the lamb, yet when such horrors occur in one's immediate vicinity, or even to oneself, it is an unbearable reality. Liu Kai would rather crash into a wall than partake in the flesh of another. He wonders if that slaughtering crew has other members. However, there is nothing more to deliberate. Both she and her butcher must perish. He does not desire a hasty execution of these scoundrels, but wishes to first let them savor the height of having resolved to endure within that fortress of doom. He deemed it unwise to let his modest 60-square-meter abode go to waste. He intentionally made it known to Lin Xiaoro that their home was stocked with ample supplies. When the time of scarcity arrived, she would undoubtedly come knocking, accompanied by others. At that moment, they would discover that the stacks of provisions within were nothing but empty boxes. And when the last box was removed, they would be greeted by a bomb. Surprise, motherfucker. Even if he could not procure a bomb in Fohai City, it posed no challenge for Liu Kai, a chemistry major. A mixture of sulfur, potassium nitrate, and charcoal, with a touch of sugar, would suffice. Chapter 7. Reconnaissance for Zero-Cost Acquisition. Liu Kai found himself bereft of time to linger in the office over tea. The hours were fleeting, and he needed to expedite his reconnaissance for the zero-cost acquisition. After hastily signing an outing form, he departed in a hurry. His first destination was the No. 3 tobacco warehouse under his unit. Inside the desolate bunker lay only a few cigars and foreign liquors, which were hardly worth a glance. As a rustic individual, Liu Kai preferred the simplicity of rolled cigarettes and fresh beer. He feigned an inspection of the tobacco leaf warehouse, meticulously planning his course of action for May 6th before taking his leave. Next, Liu Kai repeated his approach. He visited the vegetable market, sampling loose cigarettes and engaging in lengthy conversations with the vendors. It was only after their discussions that he realized the extent of his misunderstanding. The large cold storage facility was exclusively stocked with frozen meat, predominantly pork. The warehouse for fresh fruits and vegetables was, in fact, located 10 kilometers away at the suburban distribution center. With this newfound knowledge, he proceeded to the main warehouse of the RT-Mart supermarket in Fohai City. This vast facility spanned an impressive 60,000 square meters, reportedly housing nearly 200 million yuan worth of goods. Unfortunately, access was strictly prohibited to unauthorized personnel. Before he could behold the grandeur within, Liu Kai was promptly halted by a vigilant security guard. Ultimately, he made his way to the fruit and vegetable distribution center indicated by the market vendors, as well as a nearby craft beer brewery. Fortunately, both the distribution center and the brewery had far fewer restrictions. Disguised as a customer, Liu Kai swiftly completed his reconnaissance. Initially, he had contemplated including the storage center of Fohai City Miracle Pharmaceutical Trading Company, Limited in his reconnaissance. However, he ultimately dismissed this notion. The commonly used medications stored within were abundant enough to last many years. Under such circumstances, attempting to rob a pharmaceutical warehouse seemed exceedingly unwise, especially considering the presence of armed special police officers stationed nearby, who were on constant watch, ready to respond at a moment's notice. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, it was likely that the government had prioritized the preservation of these medical supplies, ensuring they would not languish unused in the warehouse. Upon returning to his vehicle, he opened his phone and marked the 5 locations on the map, beginning to plot his route. Though the distribution center was the farthest away, its operating hours were relatively unique. From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., they would gradually receive shipments of fruits and vegetables from surrounding towns, with many vendors arriving around 4 a.m. to stock up. The interim gap lasted only an hour. Thus, he designated this as his first stop, planning to empty the warehouse by 3:30 a.m. on May 6th. The second stop would be at the craft beer brewery, as early morning was when the security was most drowsy. The third stop was the main warehouse of the RT Mart supermarket in the city center, where deliveries from the warehouse would conclude shortly after 5 a.m. The fourth stop was the frozen meat warehouse at the vegetable market, followed by the tobacco company warehouse. With the plan meticulously laid out, the clock had now struck the sweltering hour of 3 p.m. Having signed the outing form, no one at the unit questioned his whereabouts. In his quest for reconnaissance, Liu Kai had not consumed a morsel of food all day. He carefully stashed his densely packed notebook in a secure compartment and casually purchased a boxed meal to satiate his hunger. Just then, a notification chimed, signaling the arrival of his salary advance. Gazing at the account balance of 1,024,500, he smiled contentedly, with the advantage of a zero-cost purchase. Although this sum was not substantial, it sufficed. Liu Kai felt that the afternoon would be even busier. He first ventured into the desolate wilderness, ensuring that no one was around before discarding the bones he had collected into the storage space the previous night onto an open area. Then, he unceremoniously released the soil, bricks, and ill-fitting garments, firmly burying them atop the bones. This act could be considered a final resting place for a once mighty leader of the provincial bureaucracy. Having completed this task, he hurried towards the city center. He soon arrived at a Ralph Lauren boutique. This brand could be deemed somewhat upscale, with items priced at an exorbitant $3,800 each. Typically, purchasing a single piece of clothing would require a hefty decision, yet now he could indulge in luxury. With a grand gesture, he procured 20 sets of autumn and winter attire, in addition to 5 sets of sleepwear. When it came time to purchase undergarments and socks, the sales assistant was taken aback. "I apologize, sir. How many undergarments and socks did you say?" "I didn't quite catch that," she inquired. 10 pounds of underwear and 20 pounds of socks. "What's the matter?" Liu Kai responded, as she scrutinized the young man before her, recalling his lavish card swipe for clothing, suppressing her inner curiosity and the urge to report him to a psychiatric facility. The sales assistant picked up the intercom to request stock from the warehouse. The warehouse staff were equally bewildered, needing several confirmations before they could believe that someone was indeed buying clothing by the pound. Liu Kai had no intention of engaging in a zero-cost purchase for clothing. The essence of such a scheme relied on timing and route planning, and each additional destination necessitated a recalibration of both route and time. On May 6th, the drop in temperature was swift. One misstep could lead to being trapped in a frigid landscape. Likewise, he was disinclined to shop online, uncertain of the reliability of the delivery services. Before long, the sales assistants emerged from the clothing store, enthusiastically helping him load his purchases into his vehicle. Remaining balance, 910,000. Next, he intended to visit an outdoor equipment store. The garments he had just acquired were merely lightweight attire, suitable only for wear within the bunker. What he truly required for the wintry wilderness was genuine cold-resistant clothing. He arrived at a well-known large-chain outdoor supply store. Under the proprietor's incredulous gaze, he declared his intention to purchase 10 complete cold-weather outfits rated for temperatures as low as -60 degrees. As the owner mentally berated the absurdity of the request, he made calls to other chain stores. It must be said, the southern cities truly suffered in this regard. After inquiring across the city, they could barely muster 5 suitable cold-weather outfits for Liu Kai, which included a long overcoat, fleece pants, rugged boots, gloves, a full-coverage thermal hat, snow goggles, and an electric vest. Each set was priced at 12,000, and he bought them all. Remaining balance, 850,000, with a Swift card payment. The store owner's internal complaints vanished instantly. The way he looked at Liu Kai was as if he were gazing at a wealthy benefactor. While awaiting the arrival of stock from other chain stores, the proprietor eagerly began to promote various outdoor goods to him. Tents, sleeping bags, hammocks, ice axes, trekking poles, climbing backpacks, and folding steel-framed tables and chairs. All these items are already present in the original supplies of the underground bunker, and Liu Kai would not purchase any additional gear. However, he did present 2 new requests to the proprietor. The first was to acquire knowledge in outdoor survival and first aid, ideally within a span of 5 days. Even if such rapid mastery was unattainable, he insisted that these skills be compiled into documents and videos to be sent to him. The proprietor readily agreed, promptly arranging a one-on-one personal instructor for Liu Kai, should he choose to join a club for group lessons. Mastering some basic survival and first aid skills would potentially take 2 weeks. In contrast, with a personal tutor, he could condense his learning into just 3 days by dedicating 4 hours each day, along with the added benefit of permanent consultation services. However, the reliability of such after-sales support was uncertain. Who could say if the instructor would still be alive by then? Nevertheless, the price of 30,000 yuan was reasonable, and he immediately called for the tutor to finalize the contract. Liu Kai's second request was for the proprietor to procure a local electric snowmobile within the next couple of days. This left the proprietor utterly perplexed. Who in their right mind would purchase a snowmobile in Fohai City, a place where snow was a rarity? Chapter 8. Shooting techniques inferior to canines. The snowmobile, a luxury item, was in short supply in several surrounding cities. Placing an order from northern cities would consume an inordinate amount of time, which was precisely why Liu Kai was willing to spend money. Had he known of a local snowmobile dealership, he would have seized the opportunity for a zero-cost acquisition, although the shop owner was at a loss. The personal trainer who had recently signed a contract with Liu Kai had a solution. A friend of his possessed a Taiga TS2 electric snowmobile, purchased in a moment of impulsiveness a year prior for 150,000 yuan, now gathering dust in a warehouse. After some communication, a quote soon arrived, 110,000 yuan, inclusive of repair tools, a replacement battery pack, 2 pairs of front skis, and a replacement track. This specialized vehicle did not require registration with the traffic authority. Merely signing a contract and transferring the purchase invoice sufficed. 2 hours later, 5 sets of winter gear arrived from other chain stores, accompanied by a trailer showcasing the impressive snowmobile. Liu Kai promptly settled the payment, leaving a balance of 710,000 yuan. He stowed the winter gear in his vehicle and drove the trailer to a secluded warehouse. The trailer driver, a man of few words, silently departed after unloading the snowmobile as per Liu Kai's instructions. Upon careful inspection of the surroundings, devoid of any onlookers or surveillance cameras, Liu Kai swiftly stored the purchased clothing, winter gear, and snowmobile into his storage space. He then nonchalantly set off towards his next destination, the industrial park. Navigating with precision, he arrived at an equipment factory. Without engaging in haggling, he approached the owner and spent 30,000 yuan to acquire 24 units of 20 kW industrial heaters, leaving him with a balance of 680,000 yuan. These heaters were intended for winter greenhouse cultivation of flowers and vegetables, boasting impressive heating efficiency. Moreover, even with all heaters operational, their total power remained within the capacity of the geothermal generator. The sole drawback was the noise generated by the heaters. Thus, Liu Kai devised a plan to position 2 heaters each on the first floor, gym, third floor, shooting range, and fourth floor, equipment level, reserving the remaining 18 units as backups, as long as the upper floors were kept warm. The second floor, living area, could maintain a comfortable temperature with the aid of air conditioning, without being subjected to the auditory torment of the heaters, an ideal arrangement. This inspiration stemmed from peculiar news stories of residents who relied on their neighbors' heating systems. Although the fortress was subterranean and naturally insulated, it could not perpetually retain warmth amidst frigid conditions. Additionally, the life support equipment on the 4th floor could not endure excessively low temperatures for prolonged periods. However, the silver lining was the low temperatures themselves. Under such conditions, the heaters could operate continuously for 24 hours without triggering overheating safeguards or even igniting. Departing the industrial area, Liu Kai's next destination was the live-fire shooting range. Much like the defunct gym, the shooting range was conveniently located near the residential community, eliminating the need for meticulous location scouting. With a sense of excitement, Liu Kai stepped into this nearby establishment, filled with curiosity, having never set foot there before. Even though yesterday, with an array of firearms before him, he did not dare to use them lightly, he now stood on the cusp of experiencing genuine live ammunition shooting. A robust instructor, brimming with familiarity, approached him and accompanied him throughout the introduction. Liu Kai was delighted to have someone to guide him and engaged in enthusiastic conversation with the coach. First, they discussed pricing. Casual enthusiasts typically opted for the 22 caliber bullets priced at 8 yuan each. Meanwhile, ardent military aficionados preferred the 9mm pistol rounds at 15 yuan, or even the 7.62mm rifle cartridges at 20 yuan. The range fee stood at 90 yuan per hour, a rather reasonable rate. Observing Liu Kai's unmistakable novice status, the instructor exhibited no wariness. During their casual banter, he divulged a crucial piece of information. The quantity of ammunition stored in the commercial shooting range's warehouse would not exceed the lifespan of the firearms used. Being a large shooting venue with an extensive array of weapons, it was estimated that around 100,000 rounds of various calibers remained in the back storage. The sheer magnitude of this number sent Liu Kai's heart racing, though he managed to maintain a facade of composure. Fortune awaits, he thought, as he sought merely self-defense rather than any intention of assaulting the county town. However, these bullets contained gunpowder, which could be repurposed for making explosives. No longer would he need to concoct homemade landmines with sulfur, nitro, and charcoal, mixed with a dash of sugar. After completing a series of registrations and security checks, the duo finally donned soundproof earmuffs and entered the spacious, open shooting room. Besides Liu Kai, two middle-aged men were thoroughly enjoying themselves, their movements indicating they were seasoned shooters. As a novice who had only engaged in theoretical discussions and never fired a weapon, Liu Kai reluctantly chose the less daunting .22 caliber under the strong recommendation of the muscular instructor, attempting his hand at the easiest 30-meter fixed target. Grasping the practice PMR-30 pistol, he recalled the shooting stances and techniques imparted by military bloggers, legs apart shoulder width, both hands raised with the firearm, instinctively holding his breath. Bang! A series of muffled explosions echoed as 5 rounds were discharged in under 2 seconds. Such a rapid rate of fire caught the attention of the two adjacent players, who exchanged glances, perhaps wondering if they had encountered a skilled shooter. As the pulley system drew the target paper closer from 30 meters away, Liu Kai and the other players scrutinized the results on the target. 4 shots missed the mark, with only one scoring a 7. The dismal performance flushed his cheeks with embarrassment. Even the middle-aged onlookers rolled their eyes, as if to say, "Is this your level? A dog could do better." The muscular instructor, displaying commendable professionalism, refrained from any mockery. With an encouraging smile, he approached Liu Kai, first acknowledging the strength of his arms before pointing out his shooting errors, such as the instinctive breath-holding, a rather egregious mistake, frequently made by beginners. Recognizing the gravity of these life-saving techniques, Liu Kai set aside his earlier humiliation and earnestly committed to learning. Thanks to the instructor's demeanor, he promptly decided to invest in a 200,000 yuan package, securing his status as a platinum member of the shooting range. Current balance, 480,000 yuan. Although those who come here to play are generally affluent, it is still quite rare for someone to invest a substantial sum of 200,000 at once. Consequently, this formidable coach naturally became Liu Kai's personal trainer, dedicating the following days to one-on-one instruction. He resolved to intensively train his shooting skills during this period. As a result, Liu Kai's itinerary for the subsequent days became utterly packed. On May 1st, tomorrow, as per his work schedule, he was to travel to Linhai Township to participate in fire prevention patrols. In truth, the work had become rather inconsequential. He had 2 compelling reasons for his visit to Linhai Township. Firstly, there resided a renowned blacksmith, and Liu Kai intended to commission him to forge 2 formidable machetes from railway spring steel. Secondly, Linhai Township hosted the largest livestock slaughtering and trading center in Fenghai City, where he planned to stock up on fresh beef, lamb, and pork. While the frozen meat in the supermarket's cold storage was certainly consumable, when it came to enjoyment and taste, fresh meat was undeniably superior. From May 2nd to May 5th, he would spend his mornings learning wilderness survival and first aid, and his afternoons engaged in fervent shooting practice. In the early hours of May 6th, he would initiate a zero-cost purchasing event, then retreat to his underground fortress to await the arrival of the cold front. Chapter 9. The Gentleman on the Beam. Military drones acquired emerging from the shooting range. The clock struck 6 in the evening. Working in a leisurely unit truly has its perks. Liu Kai had merely ventured out earlier to sign an exit form, spending the entire day meandering without anyone inquiring about his whereabouts. Suddenly, his phone pinged. Upon opening it, he discovered a post from his corpulent friend, Su Huan, who had specifically tagged him. Like a child, he lay on the warm, fluorescent beach of the Maldives, eyes closed as if transported to paradise. Liu Kai. The accompanying image displayed his rotund belly, with his left arm around his girlfriend and his right embracing a rather exotic-looking woman in a bikini. The backdrop showcased a sunset casting shimmering reflections across the sea, a sight of unparalleled beauty. In a previous life, this hefty fellow had maintained a low profile during his travels, refraining from posting on social media, let alone tagging himself. Surely, this was a result of the slight he experienced last night. Liu Kai chuckled coldly at the sight. Paradise, you say? In a few days, you shall freeze to death. You rascal. He exhibited no signs of agitation. Instead, he adeptly liked the post and responded with a starry-eyed emoji, expressing envy. For now, he would allow Su Fatty to bask in his moment of pride. When the cold wave arrived, he would come to realize who was the son and who the father. Setting aside his phone, Liu Kai started his vehicle, heading towards the final destination of the day. Upon entering the supermarket, he promptly retrieved a shopping cart. As he passed the aisles, he filled the cart with rice, flour, oil, seasonings, snacks, and mineral water. For large shopping carts were soon brimming to the top. Click. He captured a photograph of the laden cart with his phone. At checkout, the total expenditure amounted to 2,000 yuan. With the assistance of supermarket staff, he loaded all the bulky items into his car. Click, click. The second photograph showcased the trunk filled to capacity. The third captured the shopping receipt. Having completed his shopping, he returned to his residential complex, hauling 2 large bags into the elevator. It was the peak hour for commuters, and the elevator was quite crowded. Liu Kai made 7 or 8 trips back and forth before finally transporting all the supplies to his home. Even though the neighbors in the high-rise building were not particularly familiar with one another, they were generally aware of each other's floor numbers. Soon enough, many knew the young man residing on the 10th floor of Building 3 had brought home an abundance of food. Click, click. The fourth photograph displayed the various supplies cluttering the balcony of his living room. The fifth was of himself, drenched in sweat. Knock, knock. A sound echoed at the door. The high-security anti-theft door, pre-ordered for 20,000 yuan, had arrived. Intentionally, he posted a message in the community owners group. Apologies, dear neighbors, as I replace my door. There may be some noise, but it will take no more than an hour. I hope for your kind understanding. The renovation workers busily hammered away, replacing the old door with a visibly more imposing, camera-equipped high-security smart anti-theft door. Additionally, he discreetly installed a hidden surveillance camera on the balcony. The camera was wrapped in several layers of tin-foil insulation to prevent it from freezing upon installation. Click. The sixth photograph depicted the newly replaced anti-theft door. All tasks completed, he shared the moment on social media. During a person's May Day holiday, a sturdy new door was installed, and supplies were stockpiled, all in the pursuit of finding a female housemate to share a cozy life at home. Accompanying this narrative were 6 photographs that, to be candid, exuded a somewhat excessive charm. Nonetheless, the impact was undeniably effective. Just 2 minutes later, Lin Shero bestowed a like upon the post, though she left no comment. Meanwhile, the rotund Su Huan refrained from liking it but opted to comment with a mere heh. Liu Kai observed his phone with a satisfied nod. Not only did he share on social media, but he also made sure that the neighbors were well aware of his stockpiled provisions in the new door installation. All of this was intended to inform the butcher of his plentiful supplies as a form of baiting. With a grand sweep of his hand, he stowed away the abundant supplies that filled his balcony into a storage space, replacing them with a collection of pre-prepared empty cardboard boxes. A sinister smile crept across his face as he imagined the expressions of those who might go to great lengths to break in only to find nothing but empty boxes. After a refreshing shower that washed away his fatigue, the usually frugal Liu Kai indulged in preparing an extravagant feast. The glistening white rice was perfectly separated. The beef stew with potatoes simmered with aromatic sauce, the winter melon and pork rib soup floated with glistening oil, the stir-fried 3 vegetables dazzled with vibrant colors, and the sautéed crayfish appeared irresistibly red and inviting. He picked up his phone to capture the scene, framing the delectable dishes alongside the nightscape outside. Opening an AI composition software, he imported the photo and inputted the command, replaced the night view with a snowy daytime scene. In the blink of an eye, the AI excelled in its task. The night transformed into day, with snowflakes gently cascading down. Furthermore, the photo's tone was adjusted to a cool light, rendering it remarkably lifelike. After carefully saving this photo for future purposes, he began to relish his meal. The dishes, seemingly ordinary at present, would take on a different guise in due time. Following the sumptuous dinner, he adhered to his routine of descending to stroll amidst the stifling heat. This time, Liu Kai's destination was Su Huan's residence, a modest 2-story villa. These small villas were open-plan, lacking any obstructive exterior walls, with the entire family away on vacation and the housekeeper rarely enjoying a day off. The villa lay in complete darkness. Thanks to Su Huan's penchant for boasting about his advantageous layout, the design of his home was no longer a secret. Similarly, the location of the military-grade drone was also known. Treading carefully is the key to longevity. After avoiding surveillance, Liu Kai made his way to the first floor. Crouching beneath the securely locked bedroom window, he closed his eyes, held his breath, and focused his mind. Teleportation. Whoosh. Liu Kai had braced himself for the familiar aches. Yet he was pleasantly surprised to find that the discomfort had diminished significantly after teleportation. It seemed that frequent use of his abilities led to greater proficiency. Taking a deep breath to alleviate his body's fatigue, he nearly met his end with that very breath. An overwhelming, rancid odor penetrated his nostrils, surging through his nasal passages to his very core. Hastily, he pulled up his shirt to cover his mouth and nose. And that was when he beheld the disarray within Su Huan's bedroom. Clothes were strewn haphazardly, stinky socks, underwear, and even crumpled tissues littered the floor. Suppressing the nausea and the urge to voice his complaints, he lifted a section of the floor beneath the bedside table, as described by Su Huan. Below lay a pitch-black polypropylene box, measuring 1 square meter. Upon opening the lid, he was confronted with a folded white quadcopter drone. Its somewhat imposing design was markedly distinct from the more commonplace civilian drones. If the folded rotors were to be unfurled, their width would likely exceed 2 meters. Beneath the drone rested a remote control, along with a plethora of accessories and an instruction manual. Liu Kai, undeterred by the room's heavy odor, eagerly activated his phone's flashlight to inspect further. To his astonishment, this device was indeed military-grade. It featured extended endurance, a high-strength alloy frame, and resistance to extreme low temperatures as standard attributes. In addition to a basic camera, it boasted a high-definition thermal imaging camera and a phased-array radar. A small mechanical arm was affixed to the underside of the body. Most surprisingly, this drone was equipped with an experimental long-range microwave charging system. Provided there were no obstacles between the drone and the microwave transmitter, the effective charging distance could reach an impressive 150 meters. Initially, Liu Kai had been concerned about the noise generated during charging, as plugging it directly into the underground bunker would unambiguously signal the presence of occupants at the Emperor Villa. However, this concern was now alleviated. By simply positioning the microwave transmitter atop the Emperor Villa, the drone could safely charge from a distance at the nearest rooftop of the adjacent building. Chapter 10. An unexpected encounter with Lin Xiaoro. Isn't your father a deputy department head? After carefully stowing away the drone, the meticulous Liu Kai restored the floor to its original state. He retraced his steps back home, where he fondled the drone for a while, indulging in its allure, before finally satisfying his curiosity by turning on the computer. The dismal computer within the doomsday bunker was devoid of any content, without some form of intellectual sustenance. Even Liu Kai, accustomed to solitude, could not claim immunity from madness. He plugged 5 USB drives into the computer's various ports. Stealthily, he accessed a long-cherished cracked website. With a single click, he selected the most popular songs, films, and novels from the last 50 years. Download. Required storage, 3,589 terabytes. Internet speed, 120 gigabits s. Estimated time remaining, 5 hours. He had once heard the elders mention that 20 years ago, internet speeds were not only sluggish but also required a subscription fee known as a monthly rental. Liu Kai could not help but reflect, what a resilient bunch of seasoned veterans. Next on his download list were games. Sexy Beef Series, download. Electric Train Wolf, download. Tailgunning 3, download. Summer Rhapsody, download. With these delightful treasures, the days ahead would not be lonely. The following morning, Liu Kai leisurely drove for an hour, ultimately arriving at the Linhai Township government compound. He dutifully signed in for himself and Director Chen, engaging in light banter with the township staff. Then, asserting his intention to conduct an inspection, he brazenly departed from the government office. In truth, everyone understood that such inspections were merely an excuse for a leisurely stroll or an opportunity to find a shaded spot for a nap. Taking advantage of the relatively cool morning weather, Liu Kai first made his way to the market. Today was not a market day, so it was quite deserted. At the end of a narrow alley stood an inconspicuous blacksmith shop. Many had praised the remarkable forging skills of the blacksmith, Boss Lin. Liu Kai had seen the knives he crafted at a colleague's home. While they may not have been flawless, they could slice through a pig's femur without dulling, which was quite impressive. Retrieving a 10-pound piece of train spring steel from his storage space, Liu Kai was about to step into the blacksmith shop when he suddenly overheard a middle-aged man's voice filled with resignation emanating from within. Dad truly has no money left. Once the land rental payment arrives next month, I promise to send it to you immediately, all right? Immediately following, a familiar, cold female voice pierced through the air. Did you hide Mom's accident compensation? I absolutely oppose you spending that money to please that old lady. That money was left to me by Mom. The middle-aged man's voice trembled slightly. Daughter, you must speak with integrity. Your mother's compensation was exhausted when you bought the car. I don't care. You must find a way. Sigh. I've long advised you not to associate with those troublesome individuals. What use is it to say such things now? My illness cannot be delayed. The two brothers, Big Tiger and Second Tiger, are quite wealthy, aren't they? A cold, feminine voice expressed a hint of exasperation. Please keep your voice down. We are not yet on such intimate terms. Liu Kai overheard this exchange in its entirety. His eyebrows raised, and his expression shifted to one of perplexity. That cold voice undoubtedly belonged to Lin Xiaoro. However, her words insinuated that she might have contracted some unsavory ailment. The brothers, Big Tiger and Second Tiger, were local contractors involved in excavation work. In a past life, during a cold wave, Lin Xiaoro had claimed she was residing at a friend's home, when in fact, she was living with these two brothers. Liu Kai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoro had not agreed to his advances in his previous life. Otherwise, goodness. What's the big deal about a little blemish? With such odds, why worry? The conversation inside continued. Liu Kai quickly composed himself, feigning ignorance as he pushed the door open. Striding into the room, he shouted, "Is the boss here? I need to forge a blade." The sudden intrusion startled the father and daughter, leaving the three of them exchanging bewildered glances in a moment of silence. Standing before Liu Kai was a middle-aged man, not yet 50, with bronze skin and a muscular build. He was clad only in a leather apron typically worn for smithing. Beside him stood a fashionable woman, her long, fair legs exposed. While her exterior was pure and beautiful, her demeanor exuded an icy aloofness that stirred a sense of conquest in men. Before the blacksmith could respond, Liu Kai seized the moment, breaking the silence with feigned surprise as he addressed the woman. "Oh, what a coincidence, Teacher Lin. Are you here to forge a blade as well?" Lin Xiaorou's expression was complex, yet she refrained from explaining her presence. "Yes, indeed. What a coincidence, Liu Kai. What brings you here?" The middle-aged blacksmith, with an earnest demeanor and a beaming smile, inquired of Liu Kai. "So, are you and Xiaorou friends?" "Not exactly friends. I merely know Teacher Lin. And you are?" "Oh, knowing each other qualifies as friendship. I am Xiaorou's father." Upon hearing their exchange, Lin Xiaorou's face flushed crimson. A myriad of emotions intertwined in her mind. Liu Kai asserted that they were not friends. Who then had been taking her to the movies and occasionally gifting her after their blind date 6 months ago? Now, not only did he speak so nonchalantly, but he also referred to her as Teacher Lin. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within her, leaving her with a sense of loss. What was she losing? Perhaps it was money. Because she had not received any from her father, Lin Xiaorou was contemplating finding an excuse to ask Liu Kai and other admirers for financial assistance. Yet, what made her feel more uncomfortable was the revelation of her father's identity. Indeed, Liu Kai astutely grasped this opportunity to provoke discomfort. He pretended to be cautious. "May I ask, is your smithy a result of passion?" "Not at all. The Lin family has been in the blacksmithing trade for generations. Had Xiaorou been a boy, she would have inherited this craft as well." The blacksmith shook his head in regret, yet at that moment, Lin Xiaorou was fervently signaling to Liu Kai, a gesture that seemed to blend both threat and plea, imploring him to remain silent. Liu Kai feigned ignorance, muttering to himself, "So that is how it is. I believe I heard Teacher Lin mention that her father is a retired deputy-level civil servant. Perhaps I misheard." In truth, he had not erred. Lin Xiaorou often boasted of her family's background. This privileged status, coupled with her striking appearance and demeanor, had garnered her an array of admirers. The blacksmith cast a complex glance at Lin Xiaorou, fully aware of his daughter's true nature. He chuckled softly, self-deprecatingly remarking, "Hi, old Lin, have spent my entire life forging iron, not as a civil servant." Liu Kai felt somewhat relieved, though not entirely assuaged. The enmity between them was not something that could be resolved with mere mockery. It demanded bloodshed. Yet, now was not the opportune moment. He suppressed a cold laugh, dismissing Lin Xiaorou, who had flushed and exited the door. He placed the 10-pound spring steel on a nearby stone platform. "Boss Lin, your craftsmanship and reputation are renowned in these parts. I hope to trouble you to forge a couple of knives." It was evident that the boss had a deep passion for metallurgy. As he discussed matters of expertise, he noticeably set aside the earlier unpleasantness, intently focused on the piece of spring steel. "Xiaolu, what type of knives are you looking to forge?" Liu Kai shook his head slightly, retrieving his phone and lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Not kitchen knives, but rather machetes." With that, he presented his phone, which displayed images of the formidable blades wielded by their ancestors against the invaders. Chapter 11. Principally illegal. 6 tons of fresh meat. Boss Lin glanced at his phone and confidently lifted his water cup for a sip. "A cleaver weighs around 3 pounds with this steel. We can forge 3 of them." With his enhanced physical prowess, Liu Kai was unperturbed by the thought of wielding a 5-pound cleaver. "Let us make 2 that weigh 5 pounds each, and while we're at it, could you help me sharpen them?" Uffed. The tea in Boss Lin's mouth sprayed everywhere. He set down his cup, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Liu Kai from head to toe, even changing his address to, "Young man, sharpening this might not be entirely legal. Indeed, an unsharpened large cleaver would merely be considered a craft item. However, once it was sharpened, it would fall under the category of controlled weapons." Liu Kai cut to the chase. "Indeed, it is fundamentally illegal. How about you quote a price?" Boss Lin, a principled man who had spent his life forging iron, instinctively hesitated to grant Liu Kai's request. Yet, he suddenly recalled his daughter's embarrassing illness. Every family has its own burdens to bear. With a resigned sigh, he discreetly gestured to Liu Kai. 6. The labor cost for forging a kitchen knife here is approximately 350 yuan. Given the risk of illegal sharpening for 2 large cleavers, 6,000 yuan is indeed reasonable. Agreed. How long will it take? Come by tomorrow noon. Is it possible to have it ready by 6 p.m. today? The time is a bit. 8,000. All right. Exiting the blacksmith's shop at 9 in the morning, it was soon time for the livestock trading center to open. Just as Liu Kai was about to leave, a Mercedes CLA adorned with a Pikachu sticker slowly emerged from the alley. Lowering the window, Lin Xiao's expression was complex as she called out softly to Liu Kai, who was avoiding her gaze. "Hey, where are you headed?" Liu Kai's plan for revenge was not solely about killing. It also entailed striking at the heart. Thus, he concealed his emotions well. With an air of nonchalance, he replied, "I'm going to the slaughterhouse to buy some meat. What about you, Teacher Lin? Get in. I'll give you a ride." "No need. I drove here myself." Lin Xiao was taken aback by his refusal, momentarily at a loss for words. "You?" As her gaze drifted towards Liu Kai's modest car in the distance, a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. "Get in. I have something to discuss with you." Ultimately, Liu Kai got into the car, yet the atmosphere remained tense and silent. As they neared the slaughterhouse, he casually inquired, "Didn't you have something to say, Teacher Lin?" Upon hearing his question, Lin Xiao finally snapped back to reality. "Oh, yes." She struggled to steady her voice. "Did you overhear my conversation with my dad?" "I didn't catch anything. What were you discussing?" "It wouldn't be about you marrying me, would it?" Haha. Lin Xiao turned her head to scrutinize Liu Kai, and upon seeing his expression, which bore no signs of deceit, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Then, if I said I wanted to marry you, would you agree?" A cold laugh echoed in Liu Kai's heart. "Are you here looking for a scapegoat? With nothing but poverty, how could one dare to enter the realm of luxury? How could one, with empty sleeves, hope to win a fair maiden? Please, don't misunderstand me, Teacher Lin. I merely feel unworthy of you." A stream of nonsensical words flowed effortlessly from his lips, devoid of any psychological burden. Yet, such an excuse left Lin Xiao momentarily speechless. Initially, she had intended to seize the opportunity to request a betrothal gift, but this underachiever was not playing by the rules. He had claimed he would lower himself to be with her. Even if it were in jest, he should have appeared flattered, shouldn't he? She wished to articulate more. But they had already arrived at the slaughterhouse. Contrasting sharply with the desolate market outside, the slaughterhouse buzzed with activity. Liu Kai, brimming with impatience, flung open the door and strode directly toward a bald man in the distance, who was smoking a cigarette. This bald man was directing 2 trucks laden with live cattle and sheep, clearly a major dealer. Lin Xiao paused in surprise. She recognized this bald man as a distant cousin. What could Liu Kai want with him? She was still concocting excuses, preparing to swindle Liu Kai out of some money, and thus had no time to eavesdrop on their conversation. However, she soon realized that in a mere 2 minutes, the two had transitioned from strangers to being seemingly delighted in each other's company. The bald man even laughed heartily and offered Liu Kai a cigarette before summoning someone to fetch a contract. After signing, Liu Kai readily pulled out his phone to make the payment. After jotting down the delivery address on a piece of paper, the bald man beamed, raising his hand to bid Liu Kai farewell. When he noticed Lin Xiao in the nearby Mercedes, the bald man momentarily froze, then graciously nodded in acknowledgement of his niece. This revelation left Lin Xiao astounded. Her cousin, who was solely driven by profit and ran a substantial business, was now displaying such a sycophantic demeanor. It was likely that the order he received from Liu Kai was no less than 7 figures. 7 figures, millions? Her heart raced, and her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Desperate for money, she found herself unwilling to ponder the source of Liu Kai's wealth, nor did she wish to consider why he would need to purchase so much meat. The crux of the matter was, Liu Kai had money. In truth, Lin Xiao was entirely mistaken. Beef was priced at 35 yuan per jin, pork at 12 yuan per jin, and lamb at 28 yuan per jin. Buying 2 tons of each would only cost 300,000 yuan. Earlier, Liu Kai had falsely claimed to be merely a runner, stating that the real boss was an outsider testing the waters in Fenghai City. If the quality of the fresh meat proved satisfactory, he would place an order for at least 1,000 tons to be shipped out of town the following week. He hadn't thought much of it. This ruse was merely aimed at ensuring the bald man dared not substitute inferior meat for the quality he had promised. Yet, the bald man believed Liu Kai's words wholeheartedly and happily waived the local transportation fees for this transaction. According to Liu Kai's calculations, if consumed regularly, this meat would suffice for him for an entire 30 years, coupled with the frozen meat he was about to acquire at no cost. He could feasibly eat until his time came. Upon returning to the car and witnessing Lin Xiao's complex and hesitant expression, Liu Kai wore a knowing smile. He then decisively reclined the passenger seat and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing him fall into a deep slumber, Lin Xiao, regardless of the multitude of words she had bottled up, found herself unable to voice them. She could only simmer in frustration as she drove Liu Kai back to the market. As the vehicle came to a halt, Liu Kai abruptly opened his eyes like a clockwork mechanism, swiftly rising to disembark. He merely uttered a light-hearted, "Thank you, Teacher Lin." Lin Xiaoro was taken aback. Feeling a surge of frustration, "I still have things to discuss." Initially intending to follow Liu Kai's car to ascertain his destination, she ultimately decided to remain at home, considering that Liu Kai would return in the afternoon to collect a knife from her father. After all, the news of her illness had ceased to be a secret in certain circles. Rather than humbling herself to seek out those in society who would shun her, she believed that the money of a respectable individual like Liu Kai would be far easier to deceive. Chapter 12. I desire goods yet reluctantly pay. Unfortunately, Lin Xiaoro's calculations fell through. By the time the clock struck 6 in the evening, Liu Kai had yet to return. Instead, his bald uncle made a brief appearance, claiming he was sent to retrieve 2 hefty cleavers. He hurried in and out, preoccupied with delivering the cleavers to Liu Kai, neglecting his anxious niece. Meanwhile, Liu Kai had already returned to the city, with a remaining sum of 210,000 yuan after deducting the deposit for purchasing meat. He first procured several brand-new phones as backups and then acquired 2 high-end Zeiss handheld binoculars, which are rather costly and scarcely available. Liu Kai believed that sometimes rarity does not dictate value. Rather, it is the value that determines rarity. With the remaining funds, he indulged in a fervent spree of ordering gourmet-prepared foods. For everyone experiences moments of lethargy. Purchasing freshly made dishes from skilled chefs not only allowed him some respite but also provided a taste of the peaceful times past. Maintaining a cautious mindset, Liu Kai loaded a handgun with ammunition before heading to the secluded warehouse, as previously arranged with his uncle. Fortunately, the transaction went smoothly, resulting in the delivery of 6 tons of fresh meat and 2 sharpened cleavers, with the final payment settled without any debts lingering. In the ensuing days, Liu Kai led a fulfilling life. Mornings were spent learning wilderness survival and first aid techniques from a private instructor, covering everything from injections and infusions to splint applications. In the afternoons, he practiced shooting with the burly men at the shooting range, visibly improving his skills. Evenings were dedicated to receiving his ordered gourmet meals in batches, often not finding time to organize his doomsday fortress until midnight. He began by installing 6 heating units and transferring downloaded games, movies, and music to his new computer. Under the cloak of night, he ascended to the rooftop of the imperial villa, setting up the remote charging for drones and a signal transmission device. He then stealthily erected a slanted insulated shelter on the roof of the nearest building, allowing snow to slide off naturally, providing a resting place for the drones. With the impending heavy snowfall likely to cover the 2nd floor, Liu Kai ensured that all windows on both the 1st and 2nd floors of the villa were securely closed, preventing snow from entering or blocking the interiors. Fortunately, the bulletproof glass proved sufficiently robust. Lastly, he upgraded the ventilation system in the underground bunker, installing an odor-neutralizing device to prevent the aroma of cooking from wafting outside and attracting unwanted attention. It must be said, the services rendered for a price are indeed considerate. Over the past few days, his 2 instructors managed to procure 3 nearly rare books for him. The first, The Barefoot Doctor's Manual, claims that mere literacy suffices to practice medicine, emphasizing practical application over theory, addressing ailments ranging from headaches to cancer and heart disease. The second, The Friend of Military and Civil Dual-Use Talents. And the third, The Militia Training Manual. While quality service is commendable, after several days of close interaction, Liu Kai began to question his own inclinations, pondering why he was not paired with a beautiful female coach instead of constantly being surrounded by muscular men. Even on the afternoon of May 5th, after he squandered the 200,000 yuan he had recharged at the shooting range, the burly coach looked at him with tear-filled eyes and asked if he wanted to add more funds. Considering the meager balance of 200 yuan remaining in his account, he simply shook his head. That evening, a beautiful woman arrived. Lin Xiaoro could no longer contain herself and rushed to knock on Liu Kai's door. Unfortunately, she arrived at an inopportune moment. It was not that Liu Kai intentionally ignored her. He had already left to prevent any potential mishaps in his plan. He had arrived early at the first stop of his 0 yuan shopping spree, the suburban fruit and vegetable distribution center. He intended to spend the night in his car, turning off his phone and setting an alarm for 3 a.m. As the night fell into silence, a somewhat agitated Liu Kai forced himself to sleep for a few hours. Finally, the alarm rang at 3 a.m. He suddenly opened his eyes, excitement illuminating his face. I want the goods but do not wish to pay. Let the 0 yuan shopping commence. To avoid arousing suspicion, Liu Kai parked his car far away. Dressed in a black long-sleeve shirt and donning a hat, mask, and gloves, he stepped out of the vehicle. The temperature remained high in the dead of night, causing him to sweat profusely in his disguise. However, this complete covering was essential to leave no trace, and he tolerated the discomfort. In this season, Fenghai City produced an abundance of fruits, and Liu Kai was all smiles. What a fortunate time for this endeavor. The plan unfolded seamlessly. By 4 a.m., he had emptied the inventory of both the fruit and vegetable trading center and the fresh beer factory. The management at these locations was quite lax. Who would suspect that a thief might come to steal vegetables and alcohol in the dead of night? Moreover, the staff occasionally pilfered items for their own use. Consequently, Liu Kai carried away the computer mainframe connected to the security monitors in the security room, while the security guard remained blissfully asleep. The most challenging stop was the third location, the RT Mart supermarket warehouse. Cameras were everywhere in the warehouse, and the staff on duty were significantly more diligent than the guards at the previous two locations. Liu Kai, well prepared, donned a work uniform and stealthily maneuvered through a secluded corner to scale the wall. Instead of heading directly to the warehouse, he made his way to the adjacent office building. Entering a storage room on the first floor, he poured gasoline on mops and brooms and ignited them. In an instant, the fire alarm blared, and automatic sprinklers doused the area with water. However, water only exacerbated the flames of burning gasoline, and soon the entire first floor was engulfed in fire. Luckily, it was the dead of night, and only a few security guards were present in the monitoring room. Upon hearing the fire alarm, they disregarded any thoughts of salvaging property. After all, their lives were at stake, and they hurriedly escaped the office building, covering their noses. Calmly hidden in the corner, Liu Kai found the weak current machine room and forcefully broke open the door with an axe. He swiftly retrieved the CVR device, which stored the surveillance footage, and placed it into his storage space. Although the warehouse cameras remained powered, they could no longer record due to the chaos. The warehouse staff, alerted by the commotion from the office building, rushed outside to witness the spectacle. Thus, Liu Kai boldly commandeered an electric forklift and raced through the vast warehouse. Rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea, pots, bowls, and utensils, sheets and blankets. As he passed, the goods vanished in an instant, all absorbed into his storage space, concealing both merit and fame. The remaining frozen meat warehouse and tobacco company warehouse were left unburdened. Over 50 tons of frozen meat could never be consumed, let alone the 1,000 boxes of cigarettes. Even at the rate of 1 pack per day, he could indulge for over 13 centuries, each box containing 50 packs, and each pack comprising 10 cigarettes. Upon returning to the vicinity of his community, Liu Kai first plundered the confiscated gym, emptying it of all exercise equipment and acquiring an abundance of fresh protein powder and nitric oxide boosters. Following this, he adeptly teleported into the weak electrical room of the shooting range. He confiscated the surveillance storage devices and raided a nearby small warehouse, securing a vast quantity of target paper, ammunition, common consumables, and 3 PMR-30 handguns designated for practice shooting. The remaining larger caliber firearms were chained in the shooting room, which Liu Kai found unworthy of his attention, thus he refrained from further risking a venture. As he completed the final phase, the clock struck 6 in the morning. Liu Kai did not hasten to the bunker, but instead returned momentarily to his modest 60-square-meter abode. Next awaited him was the long-anticipated time for detonation. Chapter 13. Homemade Bomb. The arrival of the cold wave from the shooting range, he procured a staggering 60,000 rounds of ammunition, nearly 40,000 of which were 22 caliber bullets intended for use with the PMR-30 practice pistol. Each of these bullets contained 3 grams of nitrocellulose powder. Without hesitation, Liu Kai seized a pair of pliers and commenced disassembling the cartridges. After an hour of meticulous labor, he had successfully extracted nearly 5 pounds of nitrocellulose explosives from approximately 800 bullets. With utmost care, he poured the nitrocellulose into a stainless steel thermos. He then reluctantly disassembled the primers from 39mm cartridges, as the primer structure of the 22 bullets was too unique to dismantle. The mercuric fulminate was spread in a layer atop the nitrocellulose within the thermos. Using cotton and tape, he sealed the container, carefully inserting a steel nail into the mixture. Upon inverting the thermos, a homemade bomb was thus completed. All that remained was to suspend it upside down with a rope. When someone triggered the tripwire mechanism, the bomb would drop, the steel nail would strike the primer, igniting the explosives. Boom. To enhance the bomb's lethality, he wrapped a dense layer of small iron nails around the exterior of the thermos. The design was rather ingenious. While the bomb lacked strong airtightness, its explosion would not penetrate the floors or load-bearing walls above or below. It would merely wreak havoc on anyone who dared to enter his abode. Fortunately, he was aware that the neighbors upstairs and downstairs were not home during the cold wave, alleviating any moral burden. With great care, he hung the homemade bomb from the balcony's rooftop. He then fashioned a simple tripwire, connecting it to an empty box serving as bait. Should anyone dare to move the box, the trap would be triggered. A manic grin spread across Liu Kai's face, as it seemed his vengeance was nearing fruition. With the trap set, he quietly closed the door behind him and descended to the third-floor stairwell, where he placed a fire department hydraulic spreader beside the vent window. All was in place. Today marked the first day back to work after the May Day holiday. At 7:30 in the morning, Liu Kai was already present on the ground floor of the Imperial Villa. He did not rush to enter the underground bunker, but instead sat on the living room floor, gazing through the locked, expansive windows toward the distant sky. The sun rose above the horizon, dispelling the last remnants of the morning chill. Although the weather forecast predicted high temperatures for the day, reality would soon prove to be far more brutal. At this hour, most office workers were still at home preparing for the day. Only a handful of early risers hurriedly departed, and Liu Kai mourned for them. For their mortality rate would be exceedingly high. Indeed, the world's anomalies soon manifested. Countless clouds gathered ominously without warning, and within mere minutes, they cloaked the once brilliant blue sky completely. As the light dimmed, a frigid gust swept through. The sudden temperature drop sent chills through those outside, who instinctively looked skyward. Drip, drip. 2 droplets fell, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Passers-by curiously wiped their faces, puzzled. Is it raining? Indeed, the rain has commenced, and the weather forecast has proven to be utterly unreliable. It is prudent to return home to fetch an umbrella, without affording the crowd a moment to react. The scattered raindrops in the sky suddenly intensified. The sound of rain echoed, pitter-patter. Large droplets descended, stirring a symphony of rustling leaves. The parched ground and soil were instantaneously drenched, and the air was suffused with the earthy aroma of wet soil. As visibility diminished, the temperature correspondingly plummeted. This rain was unlike any typical spring shower. It bore no trace of thunder, which was exceedingly peculiar. People rushed homeward, braving the downpour with urgency. Moments later, the accumulated rainwater in the community coalesced into streams, flowing towards the drains. The underground garage, too, succumbed to the relentless torrent, ultimately transforming into a realm of frozen ice. This bizarre deluge unfolded simultaneously across the globe. Even Liu Kai, who had barely survived for half a year in a previous life, had never witnessed an official announcement elucidating the catastrophe's specific cause. The sudden rain bewildered those who had yet to venture outside. Judging by the rate at which the rainwater accumulated, it had already surpassed the extraordinary level of precipitation, exceeding 250 millimeters. While the cooling rain was indeed a blessing, it posed a dilemma for outdoor work. In numerous groups, people celebrated the conclusion of the sweltering weather, relieved to find an excuse to take a day off from work. However, their concerns were unwarranted, for this torrential downpour lasted a mere 15 minutes. Following this, what descended from the heavens was hail. The dull sound of raindrops outside transformed into the sharp clatter of ice striking the ground. Without any forewarning, the hailstones fell, each the size of an adult's fist, crashing down with force and scattering into shards. At this juncture, the roads outside descended into utter chaos. While vehicles could barely contend with the downpour, they were ill-equipped to withstand such ferocious hail. Shattered windows of driving cabins and sunroofs became commonplace. Stripped of the protection of glass, drivers found themselves in dire straits. The hail, the size of a sandbag, struck many on the head, causing numerous individuals to black out and lose control of their vehicles. What followed was an even more chaotic scene, with cars colliding like befall goes as expected. Following the hailstorm, a heavy snowfall will ensue. By noon at the latest, temperatures will plummet to a chilling -20 degrees. At that moment, a commercial aircraft will tragically crash, landing upon the small hill behind their neighborhood. In the days that follow, the temperature will continue to decline, ultimately settling at a frigid -62.5 degrees in Fenghai City. He silently sighed within, wishing to avert his gaze from the impending natural disaster. Tightening his clothing, he prepared to seek refuge in the bunker. At that instant, a diminutive figure outside the living room's floor-to-ceiling window caught his attention. Oh, Liu Kai raised an eyebrow. It was a small black puppy, darting through the hail, arriving at the window's edge. Lacking knowledge of dogs, he could not discern its gender, breed, or even whether it had been weaned. Yet, the sight of the trembling creature, cowering beneath the villa's eaves, evoked a sense of compassion. As the puppy shivered, its eyes, akin to black gemstones, gazed imploringly at Liu Kai indoors. How it had survived such a terrifying hailstorm remained a mystery, yet Liu Kai felt a flicker of sympathy. This fortuitous encounter inspired him to make an impulsive decision to adopt a dog. Sometimes, one prefers the companionship of a dog over that of a person. After all, a dog will always be a dog, while a person may not always embody humanity. He swiftly opened the window, bringing the sodden little creature inside. The puppy, aware that Liu Kai had saved its life, extended its soft pink tongue to affectionately lick his hand. Feeling a warm, tingling sensation, Liu Kai smiled knowingly. You are so dark. Henceforth, I shall call you Little Black. Woof. Chapter 14. The little black dog is actually a white one. Looting supplies, Liu Kai felt a twinge of embarrassment as he suddenly realized that the little black dog was, in fact, a white dog. Moments ago, he had swiftly transformed the first floor into a gym and the third floor into a shooting range, all while accompanied by the dog. After a grueling day of zero-cost shopping, Liu Kai was drenched in sweat and hurried into the bathroom. However, as he bathed the little dog, he was astonished to see its dark fur visibly lighten. Eventually, only a hint of pale yellowish-white fluff remained, with just a tuft of black fur on its ears. Even without any knowledge of dogs, Liu Kai could now discern the breed of the puppy. Its once pitch-black eyes, now illuminated by the ample light, revealed their true color, a soft blue. Coupled with its intelligent gaze, Liu Kai came to the realization that the little black dog was, in fact, a remarkably rare albino Siberian husky, and a male at that. Liu Kai's lips twitched in response. This creature was notorious for its destructive tendencies. Although a husky's appetite may not rival that of a Labrador, it could easily overpower an average adult woman, growing to weigh over 60 pounds in adulthood. Sitting on the sofa, he utilized a hairdryer to dry the puppy's damp fur while contemplating whether to preemptively part ways with the dog before it matured, to avoid the expense of feeding it. However, he soon dismissed the thought, as he recalled the ample dog food among the supplies he had acquired from the supermarket warehouse. Despite its milky white coat, he found the name Little Black to be quite formidable. Consider yourself lucky, Little Black. You shall guard my home from now on. He retrieved an oversized iron basin from the storage space, lined it with soft bedding, and deemed it a makeshift dog bed. Following online advice, he soaked the puppy food in warm water until it softened. Upon catching a whiff of the aroma, Little Black scampered over eagerly for a meal. After a night of wandering since 3 in the morning, Liu Kai, now washed and weary, could no longer resist the onslaught of fatigue. He entered the spacious master bedroom, closed the door, and collapsed onto the luxurious 7-figure bed. The temperature within the underground fortress cooled much more slowly than the outside world, remaining a pleasant 24 degrees Celsius. He adjusted the climate simulation system to rainy night mode, listened to the soothing white noise, and relished the sense of security the bunker provided. Liu Kai fell asleep without covering himself, adopting the most relaxed posture. He found himself dreaming, joyfully riding a snowmobile across the icy surface. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the ice cracked beneath him, plunging both him and the snowmobile into the frigid waters below. The cold was piercing. Liu Kai jolted awake, sitting up in bed, gasping for air. His breath formed a white mist, and he couldn't help but shiver. Once he regained his senses, he realized the reason for his chills. The temperature in the bunker had plummeted to 10 degrees Celsius. Dressed in thin pajamas and without a blanket, it was no wonder he had awakened chilled. Changing into his regular attire, he stepped out of the room and found Little Black sleeping soundly in his makeshift bed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that huskies were indeed quite resilient to the cold. Glancing around, Liu Kai finally understood the rapid cooling of the bunker, the air circulation system. Indeed, he had almost forgotten about this matter. Liu Kai slapped his forehead and swiftly activated the central air conditioning, setting it to a comfortable 22 degrees. He then proceeded to the first, third, and fourth floors to turn on the 20 kW heating units. He had no intention of shutting down the air circulation system, as that would necessitate activating the oxygen supply system in the bunker, a resource best reserved for emergencies. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was noon. From the storage space, he retrieved a ready-made braised beef dish accompanied by steaming rice, and sat down at the opulent mahogany dining table to savor his meal. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that his phone had been turned off since last night, leaving him unaware of any new messages. Indeed, as soon as he powered it on and connected to the network, a cacophony of notification alerts filled the air. One particular news headline caught his eye. Shocking. Our city's fruit and vegetable trading center has been robbed, the entire warehouse emptied in less than an hour. Could it be the work of extraterrestrials? Of course. This was Liu Kai's handiwork, yet he felt no trepidation. The news had been released at 7 a.m., prior to the onset of the disaster. By now, the police lines were likely inundated with calls. Who would have the time to investigate such matters? The subsequent news reports returned to a grim normality, harrowing accounts of devastation. The temperature had plummeted to minus 20 degrees. The G1011 highway was obstructed, and a series of catastrophic traffic accidents occurred on Welcome Avenue, with dozens of frozen corpses discovered in office buildings. Civilian aircraft had lost control and crashed. Liu Kai could hardly muster the energy to read on, having witnessed such tragedies far too often. Aside from the news, his phone was inundated with messages. In the work and homeowners groups, people initially celebrated the drop in temperature, relieved to have a respite from work. Yet, such sentiments faded within minutes. As hail began to fall and external chaos ensued, messages turned into expressions of fear, lamentation, and despair. Although the cold front had only descended hours earlier, officials had already released the latest satellite monitoring results, predicting that this chilling weather would envelop the globe for approximately another month. A month? Liu Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Reactions to this news varied widely. Some stubbornly believed that with the government's deployment of snowplows and manpower, life would soon return to normalcy. Meanwhile, others, with a keener sense that something was amiss. How could mere -20 degrees cause planes to plummet from the sky? This calamity seemed far more complex. These individuals began to grasp the significance of supplies. Currently, with temperatures hovering around -20 degrees and snow accumulation at a maximum of 30 centimeters, it was still feasible to venture outside, provided one dressed warmly. In his previous life, Liu Kai had belonged to this astute category of individuals. He distinctly remembered decisively abandoning the notion of braving the snow to go to work and donning the down jacket he had stashed away for years. Though he still shivered against the cold, he successfully navigated the chaotic streets to reach the nearest medium-sized supermarket. In times of disaster, it was indeed the strong and vigorous youth who held the advantage, leaving the elderly who typically crowded buses and scrambled for eggs far behind. In the midst of chaos and clamor, Liu Kai successfully seized 2 bags of rice, each weighing 50 pounds. There is a saying, I cannot lift 100 pounds of bricks, yet I can not only carry 100 pounds of gold bars but also run with them. Indeed, resources are akin to gold bars. Liu Kai, fueled by an unknown strength, sprinted home with 100 pounds of rice, promptly securing the door behind him. It was at this moment that those who had failed to acquire supplies began messaging in the group, offering to purchase at a premium. The 100 pounds of rice, coupled with half a bottle of unfinished vitamins and some leftover cured sausages from the new year, would sustain him relatively comfortably for the next 6 months. The news of the supermarket being utterly stripped of supplies had already spread far and wide. Humans are inherently prone to follow the crowd. Those initially reluctant to stockpile resources were now filled with panic and regret. It was only at this juncture that the municipal government issued a notice urging citizens not to engage in hoarding. This announcement, after being relayed through various levels of the district government, neighborhood offices, and resident committees, finally made its delayed entrance into the owners' groups of various communities. Chapter 15. Play and Heartbreak. Delayed hopes bring despair. Aside from group messages, there were several private notifications and missed calls on his phone. The first was a missed call from Director Chun, accompanied by several voice messages. Upon opening the first voice message, the sound of hail crashing was heard. His voice bore no trace of authority, only confusion and urgency. Xiao Lu, come pick me up at Wangyu farmhouse immediately. My car has. Oh no. Boom. Before he could finish, a violent explosion echoed through the message, leaving the nature of the incident unknown. At this point, Liu Kai couldn't help but chuckle. Director Chin's predicament mirrored that of his previous life. This middle-aged man, who readily shifted blame and took credit, while also exploiting his subordinates, evoked little sympathy from Liu Kai. Even though he had agreed to advance Liu Kai's salary and bonuses, his feelings remained unchanged. Yet, it appeared that Director Chun had a knack for survival, ultimately returning to Lishirt's Yuan community. Next were 5 missed calls and a message from the finance officer, Wang Ning. Xiao Lu, are you okay? I've been trying to reach you, but your phone is off. Liu Kai reassured her, don't worry, Wang Jie, I'm fine. To his surprise, her response was immediate. That's good to hear. Thank you. Liu Kai understood that Wang Jie was expressing gratitude for his alertness. She and her husband had likely stocked up on supplies in advance. However, being a woman and a mother, she might occasionally be prone to vulnerability. Adhering to the principle of helping others thoroughly, he added, one's heart is often hidden. Wealth should not be flaunted. Little Ling Dang is quite adorable. This hint that he had deduced her intention to request in advance for supplies revealed her intelligence. I know, you must be cautious living alone. Okay. Lastly, there were numerous missed calls and messages from Lin Xiaoro, totaling over 20. Her initiative in reaching out was a privilege Liu Kai had not experienced in his previous life. The earliest message was from last night. Liu Kai, are you home? I'm at your door. I have something to discuss with you. Following that were a series of anxious self-dialogues. Eventually, the last few messages addressed the crux of the matter. She claimed to be in need of money due to family issues and even played the emotional card, expressing a favorable impression of Liu Kai and her willingness to be his girlfriend. Suddenly, a thought struck Liu Kai, prompting him to stride into the monitoring room. He effortlessly adjusted the footage to the surveillance camera at the villa of Dehu and Erhu. Indeed, the recording revealed Lin Xiaoro, bundled in heavy clothing, entering the villa just 5 minutes prior. The die was cast. A cruel smirk crept across his lips as his fingers deftly tapped away, crafting and sending several messages in quick succession. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoro was in the bath, enveloped in warm water, yet her heart felt profoundly desolate. The African exchange student had hastily returned to his homeland without even a word of farewell. Could it be that, despite enduring the events of that fateful day, she left no trace in his heart? He was undeniably handsome and remarkably strong. If only he were not burdened by the HIV virus, he would be utterly perfect. In this era, AIDS can be completely cured, albeit at a steep price and necessitating early intervention. Lin Xiaoro understood that none of her admirers could afford such expenses. After all, which wealthy individual would willingly play the role of an admirer? With Liu Kai, the rare extravagant benefactor, appearing, she felt compelled to seize the opportunity. Yet, after mustering the courage to seek him out last night, she found him absent, his phone turned off. Were it not for the doctor's warning that delaying treatment would significantly decrease the chances of a complete cure, she would not have been in such a hurry. Left with no choice, she sought out the two brothers, De Hu and Er Hu, under the condition that she would, as affluent individuals and seasoned romantics. These brothers had long been vaccinated with the $1 million amyling multivalent vaccine. Crucially, they were also notorious within their circle for their penchant for cruel and unusual methods. The thought of the impending torment filled Lin Xiaoro with a profound sense of dread. Yet, in order to survive, she had to confront this fear head-on. Just then, a series of message alerts erupted from her phone. Turning off the shower, Lin Xiaoro casually picked up her device. "Xiaoro, what's wrong? Is everything okay at home? My phone broke last night. I just bought a new one. How much do you need? I still have 2 million here. Is that enough?" "Sorry, Xiaoro. I spent too much today. My bank card has a limit. Can I transfer it to you tomorrow?" All these messages were from Liu Kai. He no longer addressed her as Teacher Lin, but rather as Xiaoro, his words imbued with the tender warmth of an admirer. However, the contents of the messages caused her to widen her eyes in disbelief, her lips trembling in incredulity. Tears threatened to spill. "Why? Why did you not reply earlier? Why wait until I entered this den of danger before responding? Had Liu Kai sent his message just an hour earlier, no, merely 10 minutes sooner, she would have resolutely avoided stepping into this mansion. Hope is a beautiful thing, yet such delayed hope breeds despair. She was not one to easily concede defeat." In that moment, an immense courage erupted from within her. With unwavering determination, she swiftly typed a reply. "Liu Kai, please wait for me at home. I will come find you soon." Liu Kai sat cross-legged on a luxurious leather sofa. A small black dog nestled comfortably on his lap, soundly asleep. With a cigar in his left hand and a craft beer in his right, he indulged in a large platter of seeds and fruit, chuckling at the comedy playing on the television. Unfazed by the biting cold and snow, his life was undeniably comfortable. When his phone chimed with a new message, he glanced at it. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoro's intent to visit, he scoffed derisively. If a lamb could escape from the tiger's den, he would broadcast himself eating dung. "All right, Xiaoro, I will be waiting at home for you." After sending the message, Liu Kai projected the surveillance footage onto the living room television. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, the villa's front door was suddenly flung open, allowing the biting wind and snow to rush inside. A disheveled Lin Xiaoro appeared, wrapped in her thick outerwear, yet wearing only slippers on her feet. Battling against the elements, she dashed out of the villa's entrance, calling for help. But her cries were swallowed by the howling cold winds. Almost immediately, another imposing figure emerged from within the villa, her brother, Eru. The robust man moved with remarkable speed, delivering a swift kick that sent Lin Xiaoro sprawling to the ground. Approaching her, he seized her by the collar and began to strike her face with harsh blows, exclaiming, "You think you can play us for fools? Trying to escape, are you? Run, then." Seemingly reluctant to mar her beautiful visage, Eru ceased his assault. Grasping her by the nape of her neck as one might handle a small chick, he dragged her back into the villa. Liu Kai chuckled to himself. "I told you there was no escape. No need for a live broadcast now." Chapter 16. This woman is ruthless. Facing a graver future uncertain whether there were surveillance cameras within the villa of the two brothers, Liu Kai decided to investigate. After some maneuvering, he indeed discovered them. The image flickered onto the television screen, revealing a dimly lit room, seemingly converted from the villa's bedroom into a dark chamber. The sight of whips, shackles, racks, and swings filled Liu Kai, a formidable man, with an unsettling chill. Soon, the protagonist Lin Xiaoro was ushered into this sinister space by Eru, with Dahai following closely behind. A malicious grin plastered on his face as he began to disrobe. After shutting the door to the dark room, the two brothers did not rush into their intended actions. Instead, they roughly snatched the phone from Lin Xiaoro's grasp, unlocking it with her fingerprint to peruse her messages. As they delved into the contents, the expressions of the brothers soured. Dahai handed the phone to his brother, then seized Lin Xiaoro's hair, delivering a sharp slap to her face. "You treacherous whore. This backup male too, Liu Kai, Tobacco Bureau, handsome one, 8 meters tall, Six-pack abs is your lover. ISNT? Is it because he promised you 2 million that you decided to toy with us? After examining the chat history, Dahai stepped forward to halt his brother's brutish behavior. He then turned to Lin Xiaoro, whose face was drained of color. One must honor their commitments. You cannot renege on what was agreed upon. Let us pretend today never happened, provided you fulfill your promise. Your money will be intact. The brothers' laughter, tinged with despair, echoed throughout the dark chamber. Oblivious to Liu Kai's clandestine observation, they adjusted the camera to an optimal position, evidently preparing to document the impending events. The ensuing surveillance footage held no interest for Liu Kai, who, upon exiting the voyeuristic state, bowed his head in contemplation. It was the first time he learned that Lin Xiaoro had labeled him as backup male too. Reflecting on the situation, he pondered why. Knowing the treacherous nature of Dahai and Eru's abode, she had not deleted the chat history before attempting to flee. Was it a mere oversight? Or had she deliberately chosen not to erase it? Liu Kai inclined towards the latter hypothesis. Her decision to retain the messages seemed a calculated move to provoke the brothers, leveraging their competitive male instincts to incite their wrath. Should the brothers succumb to the urge to contact Liu Kai, Lin Xiaoro was confident he would rush to her rescue without hesitation. In a chaotic world where the police could not be relied upon, Liu Kai stood as her last glimmer of hope. His suspicions were not born from a desire to malign Lin Xiaoro. In a previous life, she had only sought refuge with the butcher after leaving Dahai and Eru's clutches. Following her departure, the two brothers vanished from all sight. The only plausible explanation being their demise, orchestrated quietly by Lin Xiaoro herself. Thus, this woman was indeed a formidable force. Putting the troubling thoughts aside, Liu Kai concluded the final minutes of a comedy, turned off the television, and cradled his dog, Xiaohei, back to its bed. He then descended to the first floor, immersing himself in an intense workout. After downing a nitrogen booster, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. With enhanced physical fitness, it took several hours of rigorous exercise before he began to feel a slight ache in his muscles. Subsequently, he descended to the third level to practice shooting. Due to spatial constraints, only a 20-meter fixed target could be set up on this floor. After several days of intensive training, his accuracy had significantly improved. Although hitting the bullseye remained a challenge during rapid fire, he at least managed to stay on target. Time during training always seemed to fly by. At 6 p.m., the alarm rang, signaling it was time for dinner. By this point, the ground temperature had plummeted to a chilling -40 degrees. The snow on the road had accumulated to at least 50 centimeters and continued to pile up at an alarming rate. In just a short span, news reports about the disaster proliferated, becoming almost bewildering. The most despairing forecast came from experts, predicting that the cold wave would extend from 1 month to 2. This incited relentless criticism from netizens. When will these so-called experts ever be reliable? Reflecting on his past experiences, Liu Kai let out a long sigh. The days ahead promised to be increasingly arduous. The infrastructure upon which humanity relied for survival would soon be ravaged by the impending cold wave. First, as the snow quickly buried structures up to the second floor and hardened into impenetrable ice in the frigid temperatures, all roads, railways, airports, and docks would cease to exist. Underground water pipes and those in residential buildings would crack and burst from the cold, forcing people to brave the low temperatures to gather ice and snow outdoors. The doomsday bunker relied on groundwater, and the freezing of water and sewage pipes was not expected to occur immediately. Additionally, having looted supermarket warehouses, Liu Kai had no shortage of water. However, those resisting the cold would soon face shortages of food and medicine. Subsequently, people either ventured out in small groups braving the bitter winds to gather supplies and seek hope, or remained huddled in their homes, trembling while awaiting rescue. It was at this time that public discontent toward the authorities would reach its zenith. Yet, the situation was far from easy for the officials. As far as Liu Kai was aware, the government had never abandoned its rescue efforts, nor had it given up on finding solutions to the crisis. Struck by such an unforeseen calamity, the military suffered significant losses, and officials were left with no words of comfort. Moreover, the specialized vehicles capable of withstanding extreme low temperatures were scantily equipped in northern forces. Military aircraft could endure such temperatures, yet their limited numbers rendered them incapable of providing nationwide assistance. More common military diesel and gasoline trucks, however, could only function down to -40 or 50 degrees, making engine ignition impossible. Following the transportation infrastructure, the next to be compromised would be the power generation and supply facilities. For years, nations had fervently developed clean energy and AI systems, and fortunately, Wagwa had led the world in this endeavor. By 2043, hydropower, nuclear power, solar energy, wind energy, geothermal, and tidal facilities were abundant, completely replacing the coal-fired generation that had constituted 70% of the energy output 2 decades prior. Once the world was enveloped in ice, hydropower and solar energy would be rendered entirely inoperative. Nuclear power plants, drained of fuel, would gradually extinguish. Fortunately, AI robots would autonomously take control, mitigating the risks of waste leakage. Ultimately, only geothermal power generation and submerged tidal power stations remain, steadfastly producing electricity under the operation of automated programs. However, the high-voltage transmission towers succumb to the ravages of low temperatures and accumulated snow, delivering a devastating blow. The AI program of the Power Corporation initiates certain salvaging measures. Firstly, it supplies power intermittently to residential areas and signal stations within the city through underground cables that have not yet been fully deployed. Secondly, it waives electricity charges for residents, a mandated requirement for ensuring public welfare. During this phase, even a couple of hours of electricity each day is a cause for gratitude. The signal quality within the city deteriorates to an abysmal state, regressing from the 7G era to the 3G era of 4 decades past. Survivors utilize this brief respite to warm themselves, melt ice, and prepare meals. Most crucially, they strive to heat their already frozen electronic devices, attempting to reboot and recharge them. After all, being confined to their homes, electronic devices are the sole means through which they can connect with the outside world. Chapter 17, engaging videos, feigning devotion, and a blend of fitness with weaponry practice left Liu Kai's stomach growling incessantly. He refused to indulge in the convenience of ready-made meals. No matter how fatigued he felt, he insisted on personally preparing a portion of his rations. After all, the stockpiled cooked food could not last for years, and the duration of this cold wave remained uncertain. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is effortless, yet reverting from luxury to simplicity poses a significant challenge. 2 tails of fresh pork tenderloin paired with egg and flour to create crispy meat strips, 3 tails of frozen beef for potato curry, a boiled baby bok choy, and a plate of steamed shrimp. To complete the feast, a frosty mug of fresh beer and a pot of white rice. What a delight! Having endured hunger, Liu Kai cherished every morsel, even refraining from wasting scraps. The dishes he prepared were nothing extraordinary, simple home-cooked meals, but given it was merely the first day of the cold wave and without power outages, most reasonable households still possess some food, unless one were an eccentric who ordered takeout daily, leaving their refrigerator stocked solely with beverages. A mouse would emerge in tears. While he relished the frying pork tenderloin, a notification chimed from his phone. It was a video from Lin Shiro's account. Upon opening it, Liu Kai was left agape, exclaiming in astonishment, "Goodness, this is sensational." The individual filming was clearly not Lin Shiro, as she was positioned with her back to the camera. What caught his eye were the 2 large tattooed characters behind her. Who had the audacity to ink such a thing? That one, 8-meter-tall handsome lad with 6-pack abs. The devoted admirer. As the footage progressed, the rhythmic voice of Eru, filled with an air of bravado akin to a rapper, resonated. With a resounding clap, a red palm print appeared over the characters. Who is stronger, your brother Eru or that devoted admirer? Is it brother Eru? Boo-hoo. The scene flipped, revealing Eru's smug, deeply lined face, brimming with pride. Little brat, I heard you were willing to give Lin Xiao 2 million, right? Now that she has changed, would you still be willing to part with your money? Haha. Liu Kai was truly impressed, regardless of past or present. He and Lin Xiao never established any relationship. Furthermore, he had never engaged in any sycophantic behavior, leaving the notion of affection utterly unfounded. Outside, the snow piled high, nearly submerging the first floor of the villa, while the 2 brothers busied themselves with their petty rivalry. On another note, had Liu Kai been oblivious to Lin Shiro's true nature, Eru's actions would undoubtedly serve as a safeguard against pitfalls. He was, in fact, a benefactor. Recognizing this, Liu Kai resolved to assist the brothers, liberating them from this frigid world. Resorting to brute force was the most primitive method. A more sophisticated approach lay in orchestrating events from the shadows. After all, Lin Shiro was destined to embrace darkness. Why not give her a little push? With a sinister grin, Liu Kai contemplated this scheme. He hastily abandoned his cooking, switched off the induction stove, and rushed to the surveillance room. He activated the cameras in the hidden room of the Era brothers' villa. On the monitor, the brothers exhaled contentedly, enjoying a smoke before stepping out, leaving Lin Xiao in a state of utter despair, trembling in the corner of the dimly lit room. A bruise lingered at the corner of her eye, and blood stained the edges of her lips, her vacant expression revealing a state of utter disarray. Liu Kai cleared his throat, endeavoring to discern the emotions that currently enveloped him. Only then did he grasp his phone and dial her number directly, in the image appearing on his screen. The phone discarded by Era began to ring, stirring a flicker of life in Lin Xiao's dazed demeanor. Yet, even so, she remained frozen for a considerable time before suddenly lunging toward the device in a frenzy. The call connected. Xiao, where are you? I've been waiting for you at home all afternoon. Are you all right? Who are those two scoundrels that bullied you? I swear I will make them pay. Liu Kai's voice was laced with urgency, anger, and even a hint of compassion. Such performance deserved an Oscar, yet Lin Xiao remained silent. Xiao, please speak. Don't leave me in suspense. Where are you? I will call the police and come find you immediately. Still, silence prevailed. I beg you, Xiao, say something. Don't do this to me. No matter what has transpired, I will never abandon you. Those final words elicited a response from Lin Xiao. However, her face bore not only a painful grimace, but also an air of disdain. It was a contempt directed toward Liu Kai. After all that has happened to me in your presence, you still grovel. Are you even a man? No wonder you end up as a lapdog. As a woman who was unaware of her own degradation, she harbored an inexplicable sense of pride, believing that aligning herself with a coward like Liu Kai offered no promise of a better future. In this moment, her feelings toward Liu Kai were profoundly complex. She felt gratitude for his offer of 2 million, though it never materialized, yet she also held disdain for his servility. More than anything, she felt hatred for the false hope he had bestowed upon her, a hope that quickly evaporated, plunging her into an abyss of despair. Had Liu Kai not mentioned the prospect of money, perhaps the torment she endured would have been significantly lessened. Lin Xiao's voice was hoarse. Have you ever heard the phrase, justice delayed is justice denied? Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, within his bunker, Liu Kai struggled to contain his emotions. He was acutely aware of Lin Xiao's demeanor, gripping his thigh tightly to suppress the urge to laugh. Even at a time like this, you're quoting English? What pretentiousness! He steadied himself, attempting to regain control over his nearly unhinged emotions. Xiao, please don't say such things. Where are you? Let me come and get you. All right. A bitter laugh echoed from the other side. Heh, Liu Kai, you really are insufferable. Why give me hope? Xiao, you enough, Liu Kai. I'm tired. I've decided to stay here and will no longer seek you out. Xiao, don't hang up. Let me say one last thing. No matter how you change, if you ever need anything, you can reach out to me anytime. Please take care of yourself. Good night. Beep, beep, beep. Aha. After hanging up the phone and disabling the surveillance, Liu Kai could no longer contain his impulse and erupted into laughter. Good night? It seems Lin Xiao will be sleepless tonight. The so-called act of killing one's spirit is merely a guise of feigned consolation. However, Liu Kai's primary objective is not to inflict psychological torment on Lin Xiao like a perverse individual, but rather to compel her to embrace darkness swiftly. He aims for her to eliminate the duo, Big Tiger and Second Tiger, and subsequently establish contact with the Butcher. Deep down, Liu Kai harbors an unyielding obsession to swiftly eliminate this twisted pair and minimize the number of individuals who might be devoured as mere sheep. Just a couple of days ago, Liu Kai had inquired with the security guard about information regarding the Butcher. Before the guard could fully articulate the Butcher's physical characteristics, his face lit up with sudden realization. The guard, being quite the gossip enthusiast, beamed at the sight of the entire pack of cigarettes Liu Kai had presented. He then divulged everything he knew. The Butcher's name is Liang Fuha, aged 40, a former surgeon at the city's First People's Hospital. It is said that he later committed a grave mistake. Fortunately, someone influential intervened to prevent his imprisonment, but he was expelled from the hospital. For the past 2 years, he has been idling at home, rarely seen by anyone. Yet, he leads a life of considerable affluence, the source of which remains a mystery. At that moment, upon hearing the name Liang Fuha from the guard, Liu Kai's heart jolted, for he recognized that name. Chapter 18, The Mundane Life at Home. 2 days without power. The first day was filled with numerous events. After finishing dinner, Liu Kai walked on the treadmill for half an hour, refraining from any other recreational activities. He then retreated to his bedroom, basking in the warm air, and succumbed to a deep slumber on his plush bed. His alarm was set for 7 a.m. Even with a super bunker at his disposal, Liu Kai had no desire to sleep until noon, as excessive lethargy could lead to a rapid decline in his physical well-being. He was acutely aware that neglecting his health could result in dire consequences, such as sudden death from hypertension, diabetes, or heart attacks. Thus, he had set a motivational alarm for 9 a.m. However, at 7:50 a.m., Liu Kai suddenly awoke with a start, realizing with dismay that he had overslept. He bolted upright in bed, scanning his surroundings. It took a moment for the realization to dawn on him. It was the apocalypse, and he didn't have to go to work. Cursed be his biological clock. Unfortunately, now that he was awake, he could not return to sleep. He could only yawn and mutter curses as he sluggishly got out of bed and dressed. Checking his phone, he noted that it still displayed a 7G signal, yet the barrage of group messages had ceased. Most likely, the extreme cold had caused the majority of people's phones to shut down for protection. Liu Kai prepared warm dog food for his pet, Xiaohei, and switched on the television to begin making breakfast. In the face of calamity, All programs had been suspended, leaving only the news. At 6 a.m. this morning, 5 transport planes loaded with 180 million yuan worth of cold-resistant supplies took off from Sanya Airport, destined for Rwanda for humanitarian assistance. Together against the snow disaster. The Russian Federation has sent aid materials to our country, which have now arrived at Harbin Airport. The United Nations convened an emergency online meeting with the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, alongside Germany, Japan, and India, forming an expert team to devise strategies. Preliminary statistics indicate that over 1 billion people in our country have been affected by the disaster, with fatalities still being assessed. Highland University is closely monitoring the mental health of international students and has dispatched peer companions to assist them through the harsh winter. The northern war zone is advancing southward with equipment and supplies, gradually commencing rescue operations. Citizens are urged to move towards urban areas and stay attuned to radio communications. We have every confidence in overcoming this natural disaster and call upon all citizens to be proactive, to help one another, and to engage in self-rescue. It is crucial to note that this catastrophe is global. There is no so-called land of bliss. Citizens are urged to enhance their discernment and remain vigilant against divisive online rhetoric, firmly resisting the sweet-talking tactics of foreign hostile forces. The host's voice resonated with conviction, exuding confidence in overcoming the disaster. Listening to the familiar official tone, Liu Kai could only shake his head in resignation. He switched to the local Fenghai City television station, where the municipal government was announcing various arrangements and deployments. Plans included establishing centralized survivor bases, lifting the environmental ban on fire, and permitting the use of coal and wood for heating in urban areas. Official rescue teams would distribute a small quantity of supplies to communities, to be collected with identification cards. Simultaneously, he called upon the able-bodied survivors to join the disaster relief team, assisting the municipal government in their self-rescue efforts. Naturally, as compensation, resources would be plentiful. A robust individual joining the relief team could amass substantial provisions during this period, enough to sustain a family for an extended duration. The government had unreservedly mobilized emergency supplies and rations to save lives. This decisive action echoed across the nation. Unfortunately, Liu Kai understood that such days would not last long. Amidst the apocalypse, there remained numerous individuals with exalted status and connections, akin to vermin that incessantly gnaw away, significantly accelerating the depletion of stored resources. Furthermore, against the wrath of nature, any human resistance was utterly futile. All attempts to salvage infrastructure and restore social order to its former state ended in failure. The government's sole successful endeavor was the establishment of survivor camps. Regrettably, these camps were located in the city center, the most densely populated area during times of peace. Liu Kai, residing in the suburban Lishu Garden community, found himself powerless and lacking the courage to venture forth in his previous life. However, now ensconced in a warm bunker, he no longer needed to join the throngs at the camp. A modest breakfast of 2 fried eggs, a bowl of noodles with fried bean sauce, and a glass of milk was served at the table. Just as Liu Kai was relishing his meal, a sudden click resonated throughout the bunker. The lights flickered momentarily before stabilizing. Yet, the television, which had been broadcasting news, was now engulfed in static. Even when tuned to the state broadcaster, the signal was abysmal, with sound intermittently cutting out. Liu Kai realized this was indicative of a power outage in Fenghai City. The earlier click was the bunker's automatic switch from external power to its geothermal generator. Checking his phone, he noticed an ominous red cross in the signal bar. This signified that numerous servers, which required constant power, were now compromised. Even if the world returned to peace, no one would ever discover that Liu Kai had borrowed so much from online lenders. With the power and internet cut off, group chats and networks fell into an eerie silence. Only when the AI of the power company implemented remedial measures and restored power in phases could this frigid land regain a semblance of vitality. Contentedly consuming the warm milk, he spent another half hour watching pre-downloaded programs. With nothing pressing to attend to, Liu Kai routinely descended to the first floor to engage in weight training. Unless extraordinary circumstances arose, he had no intention of leaving the bunker. Nevertheless, he had been preparing for the inevitable necessity of departure. In addition to weightlifting and marksmanship, he had added a new training regimen focused on spatial abilities. While his storage capacity seemed to have reached its limits, the pressing concern was enhancing his teleportation function and refining the recently discovered scanning capability. How could he broaden its range? How could he reduce the duration of debilitating side effects or even eliminate them altogether? After a day of rigorous training, Liu Kai lay in bed that night, reflecting on the sensations experienced upon utilizing his special abilities once more. Ultimately, I arrived at 2 inevitable conclusions. Firstly, regarding the scanning function, Exercise can indeed expand the range and diminish the duration of headaches. Yet the limitation of utilizing it no more than 3 times a day remains unaltered for the time being. Secondly, concerning the personal teleportation ability, exercise enhances the range and reduces the duration of weakness, but overexertion still leads to fatigue. Similarly, the control over item teleportation adheres to the same principles. The only solution is to practice diligently. There are no shortcuts to be found. Currently, amidst a complete power outage, not only is the internet disconnected, rendering me unable to access external information, but many surveillance cameras within the city have also lost their connection. Thus, for the next 2 days, Liu Kai remained within the bunker, methodically pursuing his training objectives. His physique became more robust than during his working days, with the elusive 7th and 8th abdominal muscles beginning to show themselves. Even his shooting skills were advancing at a visibly rapid pace. However, this tranquility was abruptly interrupted on the 4th day of the cold front at 8 a.m. It was not the sound of an alarm clock that roused Liu Kai, but rather the clicking noise of the bunker's automatic power switch. Power had been restored outside. Astonishing. Chapter 19. The White Cat and the Butcher. Once again missing the target of sleeping until 9 o'clock, Liu Kai lay in bed, consumed by impotent rage. However, he distinctly remembered adjusting the default power supply to the geothermal generator just a couple of days prior. Even if there was an external power source, he should not have heard the sound of the switch flipping again. Descending to the 4th floor equipment room in frustration, Liu Kai discovered that the manual power switch had malfunctioned due to years of neglect. The power supply had been taken over by a rudimentary computer, essentially just a circuit board, capable only of mindlessly executing commands, utilizing external power when available and relying on geothermal energy when it was not. Repairs were out of the question, and the cables extending from the villa were buried outside the bunker, impossible to sever. The only solution was to go to the villa and cut the power. Reluctantly, Liu Kai donned his cold weather gear, a mask, gloves, and face mask. Arriving at the 1st floor, he peered through the observation hole in the massive steel door, confirming that the passage was clear of anomalies. He then reset the disarranged combination lock from within, rotating the large disc to slowly retract the pins surrounding the steel door. As the heavy iron door swung open, a biting wind rushed into the bunker with fervor. Even with his full protective gear, Liu Kai couldn't help but shiver. The thermometer indicated an external temperature of -55.3 degrees Celsius. Though it hadn't reached the lowest temperatures yet, the iron stairs leading to the passage were already coated with a thin layer of frost. He unlatched the bolt and pushed aside the disguised flooring of the villa's storage room. Liu Kai found that the 1st floor of the villa had been completely engulfed by snow, blocking any semblance of light. Only the 2nd floor, which had yet to be fully submerged, allowed a faint beam of daylight to filter through, rendering the entire villa ominous. Locating the distribution box in the living room, he decisively cut the power. With a faint click resounding from the storage room, the power supply between the bunker and the villa was irrevocably severed. Just as Liu Kai prepared to return to the bunker, a sudden clatter echoed from the 2nd floor. It sounded as if some porcelain had fallen to the ground. Intruder? Liu Kai jumped, his heart racing. Instinctively, he darted into a corner, retrieving a bulletproof vest and helmet from the storage space. He then armed himself with the formidable 09 shotgun from the recesses of his supplies. Stepping out from the corner, he aimed it at the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Who was there? This weapon, renowned for its egalitarian lethality, could fell even a Tyrannosaurus Rex with a single shot, illustrating the extent of Liu Kai's heightened anxiety. Yet, the sound reverberated through the empty villa, met only with silence. After a prolonged standoff, the upper floor remained still. Gathering his courage, he cautiously ascended to the 2nd floor. In the dim light, he indeed discovered a shattered porcelain vase lying in pieces. Beside it lay a small, gray and white cat, its limbs stiff as if frozen in time, though it still breathed. The shallow breath suggested it was on the verge of demise. Confirming that the bulletproof glass windows on the 2nd floor were completely sealed, Liu Kai gradually exhaled in relief. It appears that no one has entered, and this cat has presumably squeezed through the narrow exhaust pipe. What to do? Having already adopted a dog, must one also take in a cat? Yet, upon witnessing the little feline shivering from the cold, Liu Kai's heart softened once more. He tucked the frostbitten cat into his winter coat and murmured, "I shall call you Little White from now on." Upon returning to the underground fortress, Liu Kai felt a fresh wave of awkwardness. For Little White is, in fact, a black tabby cat. Although its fur is entirely black, subtle stripes of varying shades can be discerned. It had only appeared white due to being coated in frost and ice. At this moment, Little White had regained consciousness, courteously meowing a few times at Liu Kai before greedily indulging in a sausage, completely ignoring the curious little black dog nearby. After a brief interval, the mobile phone in the upper right corner transformed to a 3G signal, and various notifications chimed in. Liu Kai's expression dimmed as he recalled the events of his previous life. Opening the community group chat, he found it in utter disarray. The chaos stemmed not only from a scarcity of supplies, but also from loss of life. The residents of the community were predominantly busy individuals. Thus, the responsibility of caring for children often fell upon the grandparents. When the cold wave struck, many residents had already ventured outside, leaving only the elderly and children at home. The already unbearable sub-zero temperatures, compounded by power outages, proved insurmountable for many vulnerable elderly individuals and newborns, who could not survive the desperate cold of the night. Some were found cradling the lifeless bodies of their grandchildren, despairingly pleading for medical assistance in the group chat. Others wept inconsolably beside the pallid remains of their grandfathers, beseeching their neighbors to assist in reaching out to their parents. Tragically, some elderly and children perished together, clinging to each other in a final embrace, hoping for a miracle, only to leave behind two corpses in a house unknown to the outside world. Moreover, numerous fortunate souls who managed to survive now faced severe colds. Messages flooded the group, with offers to part with their fortunes in exchange for a few cold medications. The myriad of life and death scenarios played out within this modest group chat, evoking profound sorrow. Many, having just warmed and restarted their phones, had intended to assess the external situation and the progress of rescue efforts, but were instead met with this heart-wrenching tableau. Some expressed empathy in tears, willing to lend a hand by adopting the orphaned children left without guardians. Others, upon seeing the trembling child beneath the blankets, resolved, by any means necessary, to ensure their own child's survival. Yet, the ensuing question emerged with stark urgency: how to handle the deceased. There was a unanimous agreement that the bodies could not remain in their homes. Not only would the bereaved residents struggle with acceptance, but the lingering neighbors would also feel deeply unsettled. With society at a standstill, transporting the deceased to a crematorium was impossible. Some placed their hopes in the property management staff, whose status remained uncertain. Others proposed that, as the snow continued to fall, it would be prudent to lay the bodies at the foot of the building, allowing the snow to naturally cover them, with the low temperatures providing preservation. It is not too late to wait for the end of the cold wave before exhuming and burying the remains. However, dissenting voices have emerged. Even in frigid conditions, a corpse will gradually decompose. Certain viruses and bacteria may infiltrate the ice layer as the body decays, potentially causing illness if one were to consume water derived from such ice. Some even believe that indiscriminately discarding a corpse could disrupt the feng shui of the neighborhood, leading to a significant decline in future fortunes. Various opinions have stirred a cacophony within the homeowners group. At that moment, a lengthy message illuminated the chat, capturing everyone's attention. Dear friends, please listen. Remains cannot be carelessly handled, as it may result in dire consequences. I am a physician, and if you trust me, I can facilitate the transport of the bodies to the underground basement of my villa. I assure you that I will take all necessary precautions to preserve and safeguard them until the cold wave passes, allowing for a proper burial. What do you all think? The speaker's group nickname, Villa District Building 47, Liangfua. Liu Kai narrowed his eyes. Indeed, it is you, the butcher. Chapter 20, The Simple Stench of Decay. Unparalleled indulgence at this very juncture in his previous life, Liangfua had posted a similar message in the group. Yet, he remained oblivious until his demise that the butcher was, in fact, the seemingly virtuous doctor. Liu Kai only remembered the visage, but not the name. Thus, when he heard the security guard refer to this individual as Liangfua a couple of days ago, he was utterly taken aback. After Liangfua voluntarily offered to oversee the corpse, the members of the group, for once, spoke in unison, extolling him as a commendable physician. Only Liu Kai was aware that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Liangfua had already grasped that the cold wave would not subside swiftly. In other words, he had begun to contemplate the notion of consuming human corpses. With this thought in mind, Liu Kai felt an urgent need to expedite his plans. Before Liangfua resorted to cannibalism or even lured the living to their doom, he must ensnare both him and Lin Xioro in one fell swoop. Consequently, while the others lauded Liangfua's noble intentions, Liu Kai shared 3 articles from marketing accounts within the group. The Prion virus, a divine fetter imposed upon humanity. Have you perused the poem The Lament of the Vegetable People? It serves as a poignant reflection of ancient calamities, chronicling the harrowing famine of 1928 across 8 provinces, where bones littered the land and cannibalism became a grim reality. As the 3 articles emerged, a palpable silence enveloped the group. Liu Kai had uttered nothing yet seemed to convey everything. He did not anticipate these articles to wield any significant influence. They were merely a clarion call. The homeowners, each harboring their own thoughts, had already seen some astute individuals conjecturing the possibility of cannibalism. However, such notions were still too far-fetched at present, and no one dared to voice them. As the saying goes, if you toss a stone into a pack of dogs, the one struck will yelp first. Only Liang Fua, feeling the sting of such insinuations, turned pale. Though he had some supplies at home, as Liu Kai had predicted, he was already seeking provisions for himself. Huddled in his villa, wrapped tightly in a blanket, he stared at his phone, overcome by an inexplicable sense of panic. Yet, he was indeed a perverse individual daring to contemplate corpses. Liang Fua quickly steadied his tumultuous emotions, his face hardening slightly as he began to type furiously. 3102 Liu Kai. If you have something to say, please be forthright rather than resorting to veiled insinuations. I am an upright individual, solely wishing to employ my knowledge with a physician's benevolence to alleviate everyone's concerns and eradicate the scourge of plagues and infectious diseases. 300 words omitted. Alas, it seems my good intentions are met with skepticism. If you do not trust me, then seek counsel elsewhere. Upon witnessing this, Liu Kai merely smirked disdainfully. A lengthy discourse? Clearly, he was flustered. The group member, 3102 Liu Kai, retracted 3 messages. Apologies, I mistakenly sent this to the wrong group. Regardless, the intended message had reached its audience, and Liu Kai was disinclined to engage in further verbal entanglements. However, this maneuver left the homeowners in shock. How could one utter such falsehoods without a hint of shame? The most discomfort of all was Liang Fua. After passionately delivering such a lengthy rebuttal, he was met with merely a retraction. He felt as though he had exerted a mighty punch only to strike empty air, stifled to the point of wanting to spew blood. Suddenly, a new message sprang forth in the group. The internet is not a lawless realm. Refrain from making unfounded claims or insinuations without evidence. Though I, Wang, am not a police officer, I possess a chivalrous heart that cannot bear injustice. Young people, take heed, lest calamity befalls you. The speaker's group nickname, Villa District Building 21, Wang Diqiang. Liu Kai raised an eyebrow. Wang Diqiang? The proprietor of the Hong romantic nightclub in Fohai City. In his 50s, it is rumored that he straddles both the lawful and the illicit, engaged not only in the drug trade but seemingly responsible for several lives lost. Yet, these remain mere rumors. Whether due to a lack of evidence or the influence of higher powers, Wang Diqiang has yet to face justice. How then could such a person speak up for Liang Fua out of righteousness? Liu Kai swiftly concluded. It could not be a matter of noble intent. The only possibility is a binding of interests. In other words, they are accomplices. Given this, Liu Kai felt no obligation to hold back. Moreover, having just been threatened, he could not let this affront go unchallenged. His reply was devoid of subtlety, straightforward in its scorn. You think you can be cryptic? I shall name names. Villa District Building 21. Wang Diqiang, you foolish wretch, what are you trying to accomplish? I have already stated that I sent my message to the wrong group and apologized. What more do you desire? Unleash whatever tricks you have. Let the performance begin. Liu Kai's audacity left everyone bewildered. The young man was indeed reckless, daring to confront a figure of the underworld. How many legs would suffice to escape his wrath? Wang Diqiang, confronted by Liu Kai's brazen words, felt a tempest of fury wash over him, his face alternating between crimson and pale. In his villa's living room, he began to smash objects in a frenzy. You little bastard, how dare you speak to me like that? Once the snow ceases, I will ensure your demise. Yet, in the owner's group, Wang Diqiang was careful to maintain his composure, lacking any overt rage. Heh, young man, do temper your anger. I merely offer counsel as one who has walked this path. If you choose to ignore me, there is little I can do. Be wary of never enjoying a proper meal in your life. Fortunately, the affluent homes in this area are equipped with fireplaces. The roaring flames kept the indoor temperature bearable, while the corner security camera remained operational. Liu Kai observed with clarity as Wang Diqiang, like a rabid dog, smashed items and even indulged in substance abuse. In such frigid conditions, this dog's life may be short-lived. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Kai shared a well-prepared fishing photo in the group. In the image, outside the window, the biting wind howled as snow fell. On the dining table inside, steaming white rice, beef stew with potatoes, winter melon and pork soup, and stir-fried vegetables were laid out. These are my 4 dishes for today. What about yours? Ah, but you, a person half buried in the grave, have no need to waste food. Today marks the 4th day. The majority of households have begun to establish consumption plans, rationing their meals bit by bit. Meanwhile, Wang Diqiang continues to indulge in social gatherings, reveling in excess. Although wealthy, the meager provisions at home could not sustain even a cockroach, leaving him dizzy from hunger. At that moment, he was shivering from the cold, momentarily alleviating his hunger through the euphoric effects of methamphetamine. Yet, spurred on by Liu Kai's provocations and the tantalizing food depicted in the photograph, his eyes glimmered with envy. He felt as though the food was within reach, licking the screen of his phone. Liang Fua also caught sight of this image, swallowing hard with envy as he glanced once more at Liu Kai's group nickname. 3rd building, 10th floor, apartment 2. Unbeknownst to him, This was precisely Liu Kai's ulterior motive. The apartment at 3rd building, 10th floor, apartment 2 had long since become vacant, reduced to mere empty shells, harboring only a bomb primed for detonation. This photograph appeared not only in the homeowners group but also in Liu Kai's social circle, visible solely to Lin Shiro. The next course of action was simply to wait for the fish to bite. Chapter 21. A fiery clash among homeowners and scandalous revelations. The photograph circulated within the group incited an uproar. How could he enjoy such a lavish feast amidst the frigid winter? What a hoard he must possess. The neighbors from Building 3, who had previously observed Liu Kai transporting items home, joined the fray. It was confirmed that Liu Kai had stockpiled an abundance of supplies before the arrival of the cold front. Many who had remained silent moments ago now emerged, eager to engage in the discussion. The majority were willing to purchase goods from Liu Kai at exorbitant prices, while a few resorted to moral coercion. Alas, no tactic proved effective. Liu Kai remained resolutely silent. Everyone continued to yearn for a return to their once civilized existence, refraining from crossing the final threshold of their moral convictions. Those present were still human, not beasts. With Liu Kai's silence, the crowd momentarily refrained from contemplating robbery. Remarkably, the direction of the conversation within the group began to shift once more. After all, their community was not just any ordinary neighborhood. It housed individuals of considerable wealth and status, including numerous leaders and white-collar professionals. This demographic often exhibited two notable traits: a propensity for self-righteousness and a desire to instruct others. Some could not tolerate Wang Deqiang's usual misdeeds and caustic remarks, boldly confronting him about his incessant meddling. Others criticized Liu Kai's unabashed rudeness, remarking on his lack of upbringing at such a young age. As the arguments escalated, a new wave of invective erupted. Ultimately, most had grown weary of the exchange, leaving only the unmasked Wang Deqiang and another leader engaged in a heated verbal duel. Director C, I have been quite accommodating to you in the past, yet you refuse to approve even a parcel of land. What nonsense is this? I have told you repeatedly, the land you desire serves other purposes and does not comply with regulations. Regulations, my foot. You consume my resources, drink from my cup, and yet you claim to adhere to the rules? Wang Deqiang, mind your words. Ah, Director C, why are you so flustered? Is it not the value of that seal in your possession that matters? Can it procure a meal for you now? Without that seal, what are you? A pauper. A pauper who cannot afford a villa. These words struck a nerve, igniting a frenzy among the apartment dwellers. What concern is it of yours if I cannot afford a villa? They rejoined the fray, launching a fervent assault on Wang Deqiang. Director C, no longer feigning composure, exclaimed, Yes, Wang Deqiang. You may be wealthy, but can you buy yourself a meal? Are you not also enduring hunger? What superiority do you possess? As the exchange escalated, Liang Fuhe grew anxious. The official announcement indicated power would only be restored for 2 hours. Yet the verbal clash had persisted for a full hour. Were the bodies of the frozen dead to remain unmoved? He merely interjected in the group, Everyone, please refrain from arguing. Our immediate concern is to address the bodies. Little did he expect that the irate Director C would turn his ire towards him, unleashing a barrage of unrestrained insults. Isn't this the doctor dismissed for trafficking in human organs? Previously, you fervently supported Vice Mayor He, who has now been promoted to the director of the provincial health department. Why have you not followed him to the provincial capital? Liang Fuhe panicked. Could such matters be openly discussed? I warn you, refrain from making baseless accusations, or I shall sue you for defamation. I admit I was dismissed by the hospital, but that was due to a medical mishap. A medical mishap? Then tell me, where has the missing escort girl from the homeland nightclub gone? Surely, you haven't harvested her kidneys, have you, Dr. Liang? You two scoundrels are in league with each other, disregarding human life. How detestable. As the instigator of this verbal altercation, Liu Kai was relishing the unfolding drama. However, upon hearing such explosive news, he couldn't help but exclaim, What the hell? The security guard mentioned that Liang Fuhe had evidently erred and was dismissed. It turned out that this error involved organ trafficking. Indeed, Wang Deqiang's sudden defense of Liang Fuhe against Liu Kai confirmed their collusion. Two perverse individuals engaged in the trade of human organs naturally lead one to consider the gruesome thought of cannibalism. This scandal is ripe for the taking. Yet, even the most sensational stories must eventually come to an end. As the verbal battle subsided, there remained a mere half hour until the official power outage was scheduled to commence. Only then did everyone recall the matter of handling the bodies. Once the power ceased, the elevators would fail, complicating the removal of the corpses. However, following the earlier uproar, Liang Fuhe's nefarious character had been exposed. No one was willing to stack the bodies in his basement any longer. In a time of urgency, efficiency surged. Within mere minutes, a consensus was reached to store the bodies in a third-floor shop outside the community. But who would move them? Everyone was merely vocalizing their sentiments. Aside from the deceased's family, who were unashamed, others regarded it as ill fortune. Ultimately, it fell upon the bereaved family and their neighbors to shoulder the burden. Yet they resolved privately that should any of those who merely engaged in idle chatter suffer a loss, they would remain indifferent observers, while the power was still on. Corpses were gradually transported out of the various buildings. The homeowners group fell silent once more. Meanwhile, Liu Kai's phone buzzed incessantly. The first message was from Wang Deqiang, requesting to add him as a WeChat friend. It was obvious he harbored ill intentions, prompting Liu Kai to reject and block him without hesitation. The second message took Liu Kai by surprise. This fellow hadn't frozen to death yet? It was a message from Su Huan, filled with profane vitriol, likely provoked by the photo Liu Kai had shared in the homeowners group. Su raged against Liu Kai's display of superiority, bemoaning the waste of resources. Liu Kai, unyielding, snapped 2 close-up pictures of delectable food and sent them back. Freeze to death, you foolish glutton. Oh, and by the way, that military drone of yours now belongs to me, haha. He then blocked and deleted the conversation before Su could respond. Meanwhile, Su Huan, stranded in a hotel by the shores of the Maldives, wore a face of despair. His parents and girlfriend had succumbed. He was merely clinging to life, sustained only by his excess weight. He had almost reached the point of being reunited with his great-grandmother, when suddenly Liu Kai's photo appeared in the group chat. His tragic fate undoubtedly evokes sympathy, yet it is the success of his adversary that proves most intolerable. The final vestiges of his strength were spent in futile curses, unable to provide him solace. Instead, upon witnessing Liu Kai's infuriatingly audacious reply, Su Huan felt his nearly frozen blood surge violently to his brain. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed onto the hotel floor, never to awaken again. Ding ding dong. Liu Kai's phone rang. The caller ID displayed Director Chen. A flicker of amusement danced in Liu Kai's eyes as he answered the call. The voice on the other end sounded somewhat feeble, as if it were starved. Xiao Lu, are you at home? Oh, Director Chen, indeed I am. What brings you to call? That's good. I need you to bring some food to my house immediately. Despite being weakened by hunger, Director Chen's characteristic authoritative tone remained intact, conveying an air of entitlement as if Liu Kai were obliged to fulfill his request. Currently, Liu Kai, having relished his small triumph, felt no obligation towards anyone. He calmly declined. I apologize, leader, but I have no provisions left at home. No provisions? Liu Kai, have you forgotten that I am also in the owners group? I saw the photos you posted. Oh, that picture was edited. Humph. Stung by Liu Kai's evasion, Director Chen's tone turned irritable. One must be considerate. I had originally intended to recommend you for the position of Section Chief this year. So you should strive to perform well, understood? Section Chief? In this collapsing order, what value does a title even hold? Chapter 22, The Unrelenting Calls. Lin Xiaoro's darkening heart. Originally, Liu Kai intended to toy with Director Chen. However, upon hearing the term Section Chief, he was abruptly reminded of a painful memory. The flames of his anger could no longer be contained. He bellowed at the top of his lungs. Damn you, Chen Fujian. How dare you mention the Section Chief? I have diligently served for so many years, mastering both business and policy. Haven't I bestowed upon you ample fine cigarettes, exquisite wines, and premium teas? Yet, after the old Section Chief retired last year, you swiftly allocated the position to your mistress? Hypocritical old fool. Always preaching party loyalty and enlightenment while secretly ruining the young women in the unit. I've heard that you, Deputy Director Chen, possess a peculiar talent. By merely sniffing a woman's lingerie, you can identify its owner, is that right? Why not rely on that unique skill to earn your keep instead of shamelessly seeking me out? Don't think I am unaware. You still have a mistress living at home. But do your wife and children know? Do you believe I want to expose your affair by circulating intimate photos in the group chat to bring you some shame? The temperature is dropping. May you find your own way to cope, you fool. This barrage of invective left Director Chen utterly bewildered. Before he could gather his wits to respond, Liu Kai hung up the phone, blocking both his number and WeChat. After taking several deep breaths, Liu Kai finally managed to dispel his indignation. The rejection he faced when he proposed the Section Chief position had long lingered in his mind. And today he found an opportunity for revenge. According to his memories from a past life, this man wouldn't last long, at most a month. Just as Liu Kai was about to embark on his weightlifting regimen for the day, his phone rang once more. Upon answering, he was met with Wang Ning's flustered voice. Liu Kai, have you lost your mind? What's wrong, Sister Wang? How can you even ask? Just a couple of days ago, you told me not to let anyone know there is food at home. Yet today, everyone knows you've hoarded supplies. Liu Kai was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the news would spread so swiftly. Nevertheless, he could only respond with a resigned smile. It's fine, Sister Wang. I have it under control. What do you mean you have it under control? Let me tell you, when people are desperate, They can do anything. There was a brief pause on the other end before her tone softened. Well, my husband and I have discussed it. Why don't you share some of your supplies with the neighbors? It would ease tensions, and then come to my house. We can look out for each other. Go to your house. ISNT that a bit inappropriate. What is inappropriate about it? Just between us, my husband's sister is also there. And she is single. Liu Kai found himself at a loss for words. Sister Wang was quite the warm-hearted individual, and it felt somewhat awkward to decline. Yet, he felt compelled to refuse. After repeatedly assuring her that he would remain safe, straightforward Sister Wang hesitated before finally hanging up the phone. As if on cue. Lin Xiao's call came in right after Sister Wang's. However, when Liu Kai saw the incoming call on the display, he did not answer immediately and instead retreated into the surveillance room. In the dimly lit chamber of the Big Tiger Brothers villa, Lin Xiao seemed to have endured further torment. Curled up in a corner. As Liu Kai had anticipated, it was indeed Eru calling her phone. Upon answering, Eru arrogantly exclaimed, "You must be Liu Kai? I hear you have a wealth of food." Beep, beep, beep. Liu Kai let out a cold laugh and hung up without hesitation, unwilling to engage with a person on the brink of death. In the surveillance footage, after Liu Kai terminated the call, Eru erupted in fury, leaping up in a fit of rage. "Damn it! How dare that little brat hang up on me?" He promptly redialed. Liu Kai continued to disconnect the calls. This cycle repeated over a dozen times, and Eru's anger reached a boiling point. Liu Kai, neither answering the calls nor blocking Lin Xiao's number, was clearly toying with him. In a fit of rage, he directed his frustration towards Lin Xiao in the corner, yanking her hair and lifting her off the ground. Slap, slap. Without uttering a word, he delivered several resounding slaps to her face. "You better get in touch with your paramour and have him bring food, or you'll regret it. Do you hear me?" At that moment, the look of terror on Lin Xiao's face faded, leaving only numbness and coldness. Blood stained the corners of her innocent visage, giving her an oddly enchanting allure. She stared coldly at Eru, remaining silent. Unnerved by her gaze, Eru mustered his courage and slapped her again. "What are you staring at, you filthy whore? Did you hear me?" Big Tiger, who had been watching from the shadows, stepped forward to rescue Lin Xiao from his brother's grasp, gently lifting her chin. He spoke softly, "My brother has a short temper. Please don't take it to heart. However, we genuinely require something from Liu Kai's family. Do you understand?" Liu Kai realized the brothers were playing a good cop-bad cop routine, attempting to manipulate her. However, Lin Xiao seemed unimpressed, her voice devoid of emotion. Understood. The brothers left the dark room, satisfied with their performance. After a considerable time, Liu Kai redialed Lin Xiao's number. Lost in her thoughts, she dazedly picked up the incessantly ringing phone. "What is it?" Hearing her indifferent voice, Liu Kai's tone was laden with guilt. "Xiao, I deleted that previous video. You must summon your courage. No matter what you become or what you endure, I will always care for you. Please don't be angry. I'm just an ordinary person, truly afraid to provoke Big Tiger and Eru openly. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Why aren't you speaking?" "Shiro, I was wrong. I will change. How about this? If you wish to take revenge on Big Tiger and Eru, I will secretly assist you. Can you come to my house?" Upon hearing this series of sincere words, a flicker of human expression returned to Lin Xiao's face. Unfortunately, it was one of disdain. She hung up the phone without a word, scoffing to herself. "Ha, cowardly loser. Just wait. I will bring you down with me." Liu Kai, watching the surveillance footage, couldn't help but roll his eyes at the unexpected tirade directed at him. "Let us see who ultimately meets their demise, you wretched woman." Lin Xiao surveyed the dimly lit room, memories of the torment and humiliation she had endured over the past few days flooding her mind, her gaze hardening with resolve. She dialed another number. "Dr. Liang, I have accepted your terms. I trust you will keep your word once this is accomplished." Liu Kai, seated before the monitoring computer, observed everything unfold. Terms? How intriguing. He was not surprised by Lin Xiao's apparent acquaintance with the butcher Liang Fuha. After all, this esteemed doctor had once belonged to the upper echelons of income earners. However, he had not anticipated that they would form such a connection so swiftly. It seemed that under the influence of various factors, Lin Xiao was on the fast track to darkness, preparing to eliminate the brothers Hu and Hu. Once she and Liang Fuha officially united, she could lead him into a trap of explosive consequence. A few minutes later, the official 2-hour power supply concluded, plunging the outside world into darkness once more. With the progress of avenging his grievances advancing significantly, Liu Kai felt quite pleased. Having restrained himself for several days, he decided to grant himself a day of leisure. Rather than engaging in weightlifting, he chose to hone a traditional skill passed down through generations. From his storage space, he retrieved a silicone doll, exquisite in appearance, standing at a height of 5 feet, equipped with heating functionality. Activate Sexy Beach 0. Chapter 23, Dark Transformation. Xiao, I await your return at home that evening. Liu Kai reclined on the plush sofa, a comedic film playing on the television. With his left hand, he caressed his dog, and with his right, he stroked his cat. A day of leisure during the holiday unfolded in blissful tranquility, culminating in a feast of skewered lamb marinated in cumin. Liu Kai found himself nearly entranced by this indulgent sensation. The following day, he finally fulfilled his wish, comfortably sleeping until 9 a.m. After tidying up his pigsty of a living space, he sat down for lunch when an unexpected series of beeps resonated from the surveillance room. This was the alert he had programmed for the monitoring connection. At last, the outside world was calling. For the past few days, the AI of the power company had been gathering electricity usage data across various districts, resulting in somewhat erratic power supply timings. Currently, the external temperature plummeted to a staggering -58 degrees. In his heart, Liu Kai silently prayed for the cameras at the homes of Big Tiger and Second Tiger to provide some assistance. Whether his prayers had any effect or the indoor temperature was slightly elevated, he successfully managed to connect to the darkroom's camera without incident. However, the scene that greeted him almost caused his eyes to bulge in astonishment. There lay Big Tiger and Second Tiger, stark naked on the floor, surrounded by a dark crimson pool that had evidently solidified in the frigid air. Had they succumbed to death? Lin Xiao bore the faint bruises from the previous day, swathed in a thick, oversized down jacket that obscured her graceful figure. Yet, her attire bore scattered crimson stains, traces of blood. With her left hand, clad in a thermal glove, she instinctively clutched a knife, similarly stained a dark red. It appeared that Big Tiger and Second Tiger had indeed been deceased for some time. As Lin Xiao's expression was remarkably calm, devoid of the panic one might expect after committing murder. At that moment, she paced the darkroom, her right hand occupied with her phone. Liu Kai quickly deduced that she was awaiting the activation of the base station. Sure enough, as the 3G signal icon materialized in the upper right corner of his phone, Lin Xiao halted her pacing. Without hesitation, she seized her phone and dialed. Her tone flat. They are dead. I have sent you the photos. All right, I will wait here for you. Liu Kai sensed that an intriguing plot was about to unfold. He neglected to wash his bowl, opting instead to retrieve a bottle of beverage from the storage space, settling in front of the monitor, captivated by the unfolding drama. A full 10 minutes passed. Lin Xiao, seated at the edge of the bed, glanced at her phone, abruptly rising to exit the darkroom. 3 minutes later, she returned, accompanied by a robust figure, equally bundled against the cold, snowflakes clinging to his frame. Upon seeing the lifeless bodies of Big Tiger and Second Tiger, the imposing figure pushed back his hood, revealing a face that radiated a foreboding aura. When Liu Kai recognized that face through the surveillance feed, his pupils dilated in shock. It was the butcher. Memories of despair surged forth, invoking a chilling psychological shadow. Even in the safety of his doomsday bunker, a primal fear coursed through him. He fought to regain composure, taking 2 deep breaths to suppress the unease swelling within him. With a grim expression, he continued to watch the monitor intently. Upon confirming the demise of the notorious duo, Big Tiger and Second Tiger, Yang Fuke suddenly erupted into a fit of manic laughter, a sound that grew increasingly loud, teetering on the brink of madness. The chilling undertone of his laughter did not instill fear in Lin Xiao. Rather, it elicited a hint of admiration in her expression. He contemptuously placed his right foot upon the unblinking visage of Second Tiger. You arrogant fool, weren't you quite the hotshot? And now, look at you dead, haha. That little lackey of yours had a worthless life. My act of ripping out his heart was for the sake of my leader. He should consider himself fortunate. Even you should feel honored. Heh, but alas, you should not have reported me and caused my dismissal, nor laid hands on my father. Today, your worthless lives shall pay for my father's life. Consider it a mercy for you 2 dogs. Spit. A thick glob of phlegm landed on Second Tiger's lifeless face. And only then did Liang Fuke withdraw his frenzied grin. He then produced a black sealed plastic box from his pocket and gazed expressionlessly at Lin Xiao. Put down the knife. I shall honor my fair trade. This is now yours. Clang. The sharp knife clattered to the ground as Lin Xiao looked on with eager anticipation. Her eyes fixed on Liang Fuke as he opened the black box. Inside lay a metallic syringe and a vial of an unknown substance. Hurry, inject me. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with urgency, barely containing her impatience. I must remind you once more. This substance has only undergone Phase 2 clinical trials and has not yet reached Phase 3. I cannot guarantee its efficacy with absolute certainty. I do not care. This is my last hope. Come on, Lin Xiao asserted, her tone resolute as she bared her pristine right arm. Liang Fuke said nothing further, swiftly assembling the syringe and vial before plunging it into her arm. At this point, Liu Kai finally grasped the entirety of the situation. Lin Xiao's original intention was to acquire funds for the treatment of HIV. Although current technology can cure HIV, It necessitates a prolonged treatment regimen and exorbitant costs. It was evident that Lin Xiaoro had secured ample funds from Big Tiger and Second Tiger. However, the outside world was frigid, and hospitals had long ceased operations. Having money was of no use. Then, inexplicably, she had allied herself with Yang Fuk. He had compelled her to eliminate Big Tiger and Second Tiger, offering her the mysterious drug as compensation. It appeared that the enigmatic substance was a potent HIV treatment yet to be officially released, lacking even the requisite Phase 3 clinical validation. But as Lin Xiaoro stated, she could not afford to ponder such matters. This was her final glimmer of hope. After receiving the injection, Lin Xiaoro felt no nostalgia and prepared to follow Liang Fuk out of the dim room. Liu Kai understood that this couple of flesh-eaters was about to reunite, much like in the previous life. Thus, he hastily retrieved his phone and sent the message he had long prepared. "Xiaoro, how have you been lately? I sent you several messages but received no reply. Are you hungry? I have plenty of supplies at home, enough for us to eat for 2 years. Will you come to my house? I promise to take good care of you. Desperately, I implore you to respond. I miss you immensely. Please do not disregard me." Upon sending the message, Lin Xiaoro, who was about to depart, cast a glance at her phone, momentarily halting her steps. With an impassive expression, she handed the device to Liang Fua, who, upon reading the message, fixed a piercing gaze upon her. "Once again, it is Liu Kai. What are your thoughts?" he inquired. "His household possesses an abundance of supplies. You initially intended to gather provisions. Let us commence with him." Gritting his teeth, Liang Fua managed to utter a reluctant affirmation. "Very well. If it were not for Liu Kai, those corpses ought to have remained within the confines of his villa's basement. Now, however, all had vanished. Even that Liu Kai, a veritable treasure trove of resources, had presented himself so conveniently. Liang Fua felt no inclination to be courteous. Furthermore, Lin Xiaoro served as an exquisite bait. Simultaneously, Liu Kai's lips curled into a cruel smile upon hearing the news. "We've taken the bait." He understood that, after enduring a protracted period of despair, Lin Xiaoro likely harbored considerable resentment towards him. Yet, he had not anticipated her ruthlessness. Ding! A notification chimed on his phone. Lin Xiaoro had sent another message. "Thank you, Liu Kai, for not rejecting me despite all that has transpired. I have come to a realization and will now come to your home to find you." "Splendid, Xiaoro. How did you escape from those 2 maniacs?" He pondered. "Never mind. We shall discuss it upon your arrival. I shall await you at home." Chapter 24. Unmasking the Lies. "I knew you were a loose woman." As the meticulously orchestrated moment of vengeance approached, Liu Kai's body trembled with anticipation. Upon entering the surveillance room, he connected to the back-end system, linking 3 cameras. The intelligent door camera purchased for a hefty sum of 20,000 yuan. The camera wrapped in thermal foil on the balcony, and the enormous specialized surveillance lens atop the 3 buildings. Under Liu Kai's command, the rooftop camera gradually adjusted its angle, ultimately focusing on the direction of the Dehuerhu villa. The snowflakes that had been drifting from the sky had ceased, yet the heavens remained shrouded in gloom, withholding any trace of sunlight. The snow accumulated on the ground reached the 2nd floor height, compacted into a solid mass resembling ice due to the frigid temperatures. At the Dehuerhu villa, the skylight on the slanted roof was lifted, revealing 2 figures bundled tightly against the cold. Their dark, thick clothing stood out starkly against the vast whiteness of the surroundings. At this moment, even the most inquisitive onlooker lacked the energy to pay heed to these 2 shadows. Originally, a wrought iron fence separated the villa area from the surrounding buildings, connected only by a small gate. However, the iron barrier was now submerged beneath a thick layer of ice, allowing Lin Xiaoro and Liang Fua to pass without obstruction. Battling the biting wind, they trudged forward, taking turns stepping into the deep snow, one following the other towards the 3 buildings. Compared to the previous day, the temperature had dropped even further, dipping below the threshold required for the elevator cables to remain pliable. Liu Kai surmised that even if power were restored, the duo would likely refrain from using the elevator. His predictions proved accurate. After squeezing through the stairwell window on the 3rd floor, Lin Xiaoro and her companion indeed opted to ascend without taking the lift. Climbing laboriously from floor to floor, the robust Liang Fua managed well, but Lin Xiaoro, who was unaccustomed to physical exertion, found the ordeal excruciating. Previously, her stay at the Dehuerhu villa had been merely uncomfortable. Now, the frigid wind pierced her clothing, chilling her to the bone. Her already stiff limbs struggled to ascend, consuming a significant amount of energy. The biting air that filled her lungs brought forth a sharp pain, intensifying her physical torment and darkening her mood. Having endured numerous harrowing swings between ecstasy and despair, Lin Xiaoro's psyche had gradually twisted, even to the point of becoming warped. Any gratitude she might have felt towards Liu Kai, who had accepted her despite her past, had long since evaporated, leaving only a deep-seated resentment. She directed all the suffering she had endured towards Liu Kai, coupled with the effects of the recently administered potent drug wreaking havoc within her. Her body felt more fragile than usual. After a grueling ascent to the 7th floor, Lin Xiaoro was left breathless and exhausted. Leaning against the wall as her chest heaved violently, her once pure and beautiful visage contorted with fury as she muttered under her breath, "You wretched loser. I will make you pay dearly." Hearing her words, Liang Fuhe furrowed his brow. He sensed the distortion and malevolence brewing within Lin Xiaoro, and a flicker of concern crossed his mind. Would this woman betray him when he least expected it? However, for the time being, this woman is still needed as bait. Otherwise, Liu Kai would certainly refuse to open the door. Thus, he refrained from saying much more, merely advising her to remain silent and conserve her strength. For they would soon arrive. At last, as Liu Kai grew weary of waiting, the camera on the door captured two figures emerging from the corner staircase. Instantly, his drowsiness dissipated, and he straightened his posture, fully alert. Before Lin Xiaoro could approach to knock, her phone rang, concealing the device within the warmth of her left sleeve. She answered, and Liu Kai's voice resonated forth. "Xiaoro, I see you, but who is the person beside you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoro naturally noticed the camera on the intelligent security door, her heart jolting with alarm. She fought to suppress the urge to turn and seek Liang Fuhe's counsel. Forcing herself to regain composure, she adjusted her tone to one of utmost gentleness. "Liu Kai, this is my cousin Lin Xiaohua. He rescued me from those two perverts." "Oh? Is that so? Well then, please open the door, Liu Kai. I'm feeling quite cold." "All right, Xiaoro, I'll be right there to unlock the door." The two outside exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with determination as they gripped tightly the wrench concealed within the ample sleeve of their attire. Yet, after a prolonged wait, there was no sound from within the house, let alone the door opening. Lin Xiaoro, clearly anxious, called out, "Liu Kai, are you coming? I'm freezing to death." Liu Kai remained comfortably ensconced in the monitoring room, leisurely sipping a large gulp of chilled beer. Only then did he speak, unhurried and nonchalantly, "You may leave now." "Teacher Lin, I shall not open the door." What? Lin Xiaoro could hardly believe her ears. "Liu Kai, what are you saying? Please open the door." Open the door? Why should I? I have everything I need at home. Why should I let you in to take advantage of my hospitality?" Lin Xiaoro's frustration peaked, her nose nearly crinkling in indignation. Yet, in order to lure Liu Kai into opening the door, she maintained that pitifully delicate demeanor. "Didn't you say you wanted me to be your girlfriend? I'm here. Liu Kai, will you open the door? I promise I won't take advantage of you. You can ask me to do anything." At this juncture, a faint blush even graced her cheeks, a challenge indeed in the frigid weather. Liu Kai was entirely unmoved by her act. At that moment, his heart brimmed with the exhilarating anticipation of impending revenge. He relished the thought of toying with Lin Xiaoro's emotions once more, allowing her to experience the tumult of life's ups and downs. Even if I were to seek a girlfriend, I would choose a woman of unblemished reputation. What confidence do you, a tarnished soul, possess to presume you could be my girlfriend? Lin Xiaoro's delicate form trembled, and she hurriedly stepped forward, pounding on the security door. With tearful eyes, she gazed at the camera, her face awash with grievance. How can you say such things about me? Your acting is commendable, but alas, I see through it all. Please open the door. Liu Kai, what do you know? I know much more than you can imagine. For instance, your weekend evening encounters with Vice Principal Gao Yi in the classroom in order to gain admission to the municipal high school. Or your interactions with that African exchange student from G University, and let us not forget your association with the cousin Dr. Liang, who stands behind you. Shall I continue? In truth, Liu Kai was unaware of the first two matters. He had merely heard whispers while pursuing Lin Xiaoro. At that time, he dismissed these rumors as mere gossip. But now it appears that they were largely true. Indeed, as Liu Kai uttered these words, Lin Xiaoro could no longer maintain her facade. With a look of astonishment, she turned to exchange a glance with Liang Fuhe behind her, both revealing a fierce determination on their faces. The phone clattered to the ground. Without hesitation, the wrench that had been concealed in the sleeve was brandished, and it was relentlessly brought down upon the security door. Chapter 25, battering down the door. Was there no one inside? You wretched fool, are you toying with me? My coming to find you is a boon from your past life. And yet you treat me thus? Why don't you just perish? You filthy insect, you worthless scum. How dare you hoard so many resources? Open the door and let me in. Lin Xiaoro, seemingly driven mad, pounded the door with fervor, while Liang Fuhe brandished a short crowbar, attempting to pry open the door through the narrow gap. Observing their futile performance, Liu Kai's disdainful voice emanated once more from the fallen phone. A mere door separated them. Outside lay the bitter hunger of winter, while within resided an abundance of food. I intend to make you feel this cruel despair. To be frank, I've seen through your fade from the very beginning. I have been plotting against you all along. Ha ha ha, do not waste your efforts. You foul harlot, this door cost me 20,000 yuan. Unless you possess a hydraulic spreader specifically for fire emergencies, you shall never enter. Provoked by Liu Kai's taunts to the brink of madness, Lin Shiro could only futilely wield a small wrench, cursing and striking at the security door. Meanwhile, Liang Fua, who had been knocking, paused momentarily upon hearing Liu Kai's words, a look of ecstatic joy spreading across his face. He quickly restrained the frenzied Lin Shiro, pressing his sinister visage against the camera. Picking up the fallen phone, a grotesque, cruel smile crept upon his lips. Liu Kai. I advise you to open the door willingly. I promise to leave you with a whole corpse. But should I break in? Wahahaha. Lin Xiao's earlier madness paled in comparison to the terrifying expression that now adorned Liang Fuha's face. He licked his lips as if he intended to devour Liu Kai alive. His deranged, manic demeanor starkly resembled that of the Joker from Batman. Liu Kai, recalling the horrific visions from his previous life just before death, felt an inexplicable shiver run down his spine. But having long prepared himself mentally, he resolved to confront his fears. Steeling his resolve, he fixed his gaze upon the distorted face in the surveillance feed, his countenance unyielding, his heart calm as still water. Come on, break the door if you dare. All right, just wait. Liang Fuha ended the call with a confident smile, turning to lead the bewildered Lin Shiro away. Observing this, Liu Kai remained unperturbed, for this was all part of his plan. Informing Lin Shiro of the plentiful resources in his home was a glimmer of hope. Not opening the door at the threshold was a plunge into despair. Next, it was time to arrange yet another flicker of hope for her. His earlier assertion that only a hydraulic spreader could breach the door was deliberately aimed at Liang Fuha. For Liu Kai had placed a hydraulic spreader, acquired at no cost, in the stairwell on the third floor. It was positioned conspicuously, ensuring Liang Fuha would surely notice it. Indeed, mere minutes later, two figures darted around the corner of the stairwell. Liang Fuha led the charge, clutching the hydraulic spreader triumphantly, while Lin Shiro wore a radiant smile tinged with madness, gazing adoringly at Liang Fuha, her eyes gleaming with a predatory glare directed at the security door of Liu Kai's home. Then, mimicking his actions, she extended her delicate pink tongue to moisten her lips. At this moment, it was not only they who wore smiles, but also Liu Kai. He decisively dialed Lin Xiao's number. The call connected. Liu Kai's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of desperation. Xiao, what on earth do you intend to do? I have seen what you are holding. Don't worry, Liu Kai. We merely wish to come in and reunite with you. It will be swift, she replied. Shiro, no. Teacher Lin. Goddess Lin. I was wrong. Can we talk it over slowly? You are not the villain here. I am. Please do not break down the door. Humph. Liu Kai, where were you all this while? It is too late to plead for mercy now. Even if you willingly open the door, we shall not let you off easily. He. Lin Shiro resolutely ended the call and blacklisted Liu Kai's number. She desired no further interruptions, wanting to wholeheartedly savor the fruits of their impending intrusion. Meanwhile, as the two engaged in their banter, Liang Fuha had already inserted the pointed jaws of the hydraulic expansion pliers into the small opening pried open by the crowbar. With rhythmic motions of his hands on the long handle, the hydraulic device began to operate the jaws. Although the movement was slow, it was nonetheless gradually widening. Bang! The terrifying force forcibly separated the tightly shut security door from its frame, producing a dull thud. Gradually, the lock was pried open with a loud crack. Both of their faces lit up with joy. Yet, the steel pins inserted into the frame still needed the hydraulic pliers for further extraction. However, a breach had been made, making the subsequent dismantling considerably easier. Just then, a crisp sound suddenly echoed from within the room. Crash! It seemed to be the sound of shattering glass. Upon hearing this commotion, Liang Fuha quickened his movements. Lin Shiro's ethereal voice emerged through the partially opened door. Liu Kai, darling, we are coming in. He. At that moment, Liu Kai sat on the bunker sofa, holding the remote for a drone. The military drone, which had been on standby in the slanted roof shed for days, had already taken flight and was now hovering outside his window. The howling wind masked the drone's noise. The earlier sound of breaking glass was indeed caused by the drone's mechanical arm throwing a stone to shatter the window. This act only further convinced the duo that Liu Kai was inside. Finally, several more loud bangs resounded as the steel pins of the security door were forcibly dislodged from the frame by the hydraulic pliers. Creak! The long unopened security door slowly swung open. Lin Xiao and Liang Fuha wore expressions of excitement and madness as they grasped their wrenches and advanced into the house. Little Kai, we are here. He. Their laughter, sharp as that of a demonic specter, echoed throughout the house, yet received no reply. The two cautiously kicked open each wooden door, remaining vigilant for any surprise attack from Liu Kai. However, after turning every room and rummaging through every wardrobe, they found no trace of a living soul. All of this was captured by the drone hovering in the distance. Liu Kai munched on potato chips, his gaze fixated on the images transmitted by the drone as he murmured, "Stop searching, quickly go and rummage for supplies, hurry." His soliloquy bore fruit. After scouring the house without finding anyone, he noticed the shattered window in the bedroom and the small door of the security bars ajar. The two exchanged a look of astonishment. Could he have jumped from the building or escaped to the neighbor's house using the bars? Liang Fua pondered for a moment before decisively making a choice. Even if he had fled, a single person could not carry away much. They could seek another opportunity to eliminate him later. This place was no longer safe. They needed to swiftly gather the supplies. Lin Xiaoro nodded in agreement. Yes. The supplies are on the balcony. Chapter 26, Revenge Fulfilled, shattering inner demons as they exited the bedroom and turned the corner. They swiftly discovered a multitude of neatly stacked cardboard boxes on the balcony behind the kitchen. The sight ignited a spark of excitement in both of their eyes. It appeared that Liu Kai had indeed hoarded a great deal of supplies. However, when Liang Fuha exerted effort to lift the topmost box, he was taken aback. The box was astonishingly light, almost causing him to strain his back. What? Filled with confusion, he hastily opened the box, only to find it utterly empty. A troubling thought immediately surfaced in both of their minds. Undeterred, they rapidly tore open box after box, empty, empty, still empty. How could this be? Lin Xiaoro's eyes glazed over as she muttered to herself, and even Liang Fuha, accustomed to the storms of life, wore a grim expression. The elation they felt moments ago when breaking through the security door now transformed into profound disappointment. Liu Kai, lurking in the shadows, observed the scene with great satisfaction. He felt an immense sense of gratification. Haha, there's still one more surprise. Enjoy. They tossed the boxes around with indignation. And soon only one box remained on the balcony. This particular box was heavy. Lin Xiaoro's eyes brightened. Although a single box could only hold a modest amount, it was certainly better than nothing. However, unbeknownst to her, as she gently shifted the box, a wire beneath it became dislodged from its fixed position. With the release of the wire, a thermos hidden in the ceiling behind them was freed from its constraints and began its descent in free fall. Just as Lin Xiaoro, filled with excitement, was about to open the box, a blinding light suddenly appeared before her, causing her to instinctively squint. The light emanated from behind her, casting her shadow against the balcony wall. In the next instant, a violent shockwave struck her back. Boom! Before she could react, the thunderous sound, accompanied by the shockwave, exploded in her ears. She didn't even have time to register the pain before darkness enveloped her, causing her to lose consciousness. Simultaneously, the survivors throughout the entire community were startled by the deafening explosion. Several buildings trembled violently, causing the accumulated snow and ice on the windows to plummet to the ground. In the houses closest to the blast, window glass shattered into countless pieces. The worst damage occurred at Liu Kai's residence. The entire balcony, along with its glass and protective railing, was obliterated, leaving a vast, charred void. The howling cold wind relentlessly poured into the house. To avoid the explosion's fallout, the drone had been stationed at a safe distance. The clearest footage came from the balcony's high frame rate camera, which, regrettably, was destroyed in the explosion. Nonetheless, it transmitted a segment of valuable footage, prompting Liu Kai to immediately open video editing software and scrutinize the frames. Liang Fuha was positioned behind Lin Xiaoro, and the bomb detonated almost at his heels. The footage revealed a flash of white light, followed by an intense fire that propelled iron nails from the outside. Several steel nails pierced through his thigh, abdomen, lung, and even his face. A violent shockwave severed his left calf, scattering blood and fragments of bone in every direction. The individual had been sentenced to death. Not even the highest authority could save him. Liu Kai resolved to permanently archive this harrowing video for repeated viewings. Miraculously, Lin Xiaoro did not perish immediately, shielded by Liang Fuha, who bore the brunt of the impact. The camera on the balcony had ceased functioning, and Liu Kai piloted the drone with reckless abandon toward the terrace. The first sight that met his eyes was Liang Fua's blood-soaked, mangled form. As the blood met the ground, it froze instantly, solidifying into ice and ceasing to flow. His disheveled face still bore an expression of shock and confusion, eyes wide open in death. Though Lin Xiaoro was still alive, her breaths were shallow and infrequent. The shockwave had torn through her thick clothing, and the frigid air quickly siphoned away her body heat. In her dazed state, she heard the drone's propellers, yet no matter how hard she tried, her weary eyes would not open. Even as the protruding nails pierced her abdomen, she seemed oblivious to the pain. She felt an overwhelming heat, an unbearable warmth. With the little strength she had left, she fumbled to remove her heavy layers of clothing. Yet, even stripped bare, the heat persisted. She continued to shed her garments until she was completely exposed. Her consciousness grew increasingly muddled, and her movements waned. Yet, her final thought echoed. It was so hot. Liu Kai understood that this disorientation stemmed from her rapidly dropping body temperature. It appeared that Lin Xiaoro's life hung by a thread. Ultimately, her lips and skin drained of color, her bare chest ceased to rise and fall. They would never comprehend how they had met their demise. Struggling to contain his emotions, trembling hands guided the drone back to its resting place atop Building 1. He could no longer hold back. Memories of Lin Xiaoro's words and their shared experiences flashed through his mind. There is no way out. We must seek new hope. Liu Kai, could you be a little braver, perhaps for my sake? I must join the expedition team and venture to a new homeland. Will you accompany me or not? You are such a coward. I am braver than you, a mere girl. Wonderful, Liu Kai, you finally understand. Arriving at the villas of the expedition team, he opened the skylight and descended into the basement. There, Lin Xiaoro wore a bizarrely bloodthirsty smile, gently leaning against Liang Fu's chest. Before he could utter a word of inquiry, a masked figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. A steel rod struck him violently on the back of the head, jolting Liu Kai awake from the pain. Before him stood Liang Fu, grinning maliciously, wielding a slightly rusted steel knife that inflicted excruciating pain as it grazed his neck. Even more terrifying was the realization that his limbs were bound to a large table. Any attempts to resist were futile. His consciousness began to fade. The last image that lingered in Liu Kai's mind was a large iron pot beside him, bubbling ominously with some substance that appeared to be half of a human arm. At this recollection, tears streamed down Liu Kai's face. Just as he rose from the chair in front of the computer, his legs suddenly gave way beneath him. With a thud, he fell to the ground, his trembling hands bracing against the floor as he knelt, silently weeping. Tears and snot streamed down his face, unchecked. Observing the commotion, Xiaohe and Xiaobai approached, unable to comprehend their owner's actions. Only those who have once encountered death can truly grasp the extravagant nature of existence. Gradually, Liu Kai's tumultuous emotions began to settle. The tormenting demons and nightmares that had plagued him for so long were utterly shattered. Releasing the pent-up anguish that had suffocated his chest, Liu Kai felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his entire being. Instinctively, with a mere thought, his entire form vanished without a trace. In an instant, he reappeared on the third floor of the Imperial Villa within the bunker. It was cold, so very cold. What on earth? Chapter 27. Enhancement of spatial abilities. Liu Kai found himself in a tragic predicament. Clad in his spring uniform from the bunker, he was now in a villa's third-floor bedroom, where the temperature plummeted to a chilling -60 degrees. Despite his commendable physical condition, the frigid air rendered him trembling uncontrollably. As his teeth clattered together like a mechanical contraption, and a layer of frost quickly enveloped his brows and hair. He had no time to ponder the reason behind such an extraordinary teleportation, for the immense distance had drained him of all his strength. Now, he sat on the floor, utterly exhausted, each movement of his fingers requiring monumental effort. In the end, Liu Kai succumbed to the cold. The story seemed to conclude here, but in truth, it did not. His survival instinct sharpened his mind to a startling clarity. With great difficulty, he closed his eyes, striving to banish the cold from his consciousness. Gradually, his contorted visage softened. With a swift motion, he activated his teleportation once more, reappearing in the warmth of the villa. However, at that moment, he was utterly depleted, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed onto the living room floor, descending into unconsciousness. Blood trickled from his nostrils, a vivid crimson. Liu Kai sensed a dampness in his hands, accompanied by an irritating itch. The pain in his head made him grit his teeth, involuntarily drawing a sharp breath. With great effort, he lifted his heavy eyelids to see Xiaohe and Xiaobai standing beside him, licking their paws, summoning the last vestiges of his strength. He crawled towards the sofa, panting heavily until his body began to feel somewhat better. He wiped away the congealed blood from his nose and glanced at his phone. He had been unconscious for about 20 minutes. Only then did he have the opportunity to reflect upon the bizarre events that had transpired. Was it a further enhancement of his physical capabilities, or an amplification of his spatial abilities? Once the discomfort subsided, he hurried to the gym on the first floor to assess his condition. To his disappointment, there was no improvement in his physical prowess. Instead, it was his spatial control abilities that had been augmented. The distance from the bunker's second floor to the villa's third floor was nearly 25 meters, although he felt utterly drained after a single teleport. This distance had astonishingly increased 24-fold from his previous limit of 2 meters. Next came the assessment of his storage space. Its capacity appeared unchanged, still boundless in appearance. However, the effective range of his scanning function had nearly doubled, and the duration of its accompanying headaches had significantly decreased. He could now even see abandoned vehicles buried beneath the snow outside the community. Yet, The most remarkable transformation lay in his ability to manipulate objects telekinetically, or rather, to teleport them directly. For instance, retrieving items into his storage space was also considered telekinesis. Previously, he could only collect relatively stationary objects with minimal exertion of energy or mental focus. Now, he was capable of seizing objects in motion. After repeatedly retrieving a glass that was falling, Liu Kai reached a conclusion. The energy expended seemed to correlate with the object's momentum, as well as the distance involved, momentum p mass m velocity v. In pursuit of further understanding, he embarked on a bold experiment. He successfully stored a bullet fired from a gun into his storage space. In that instant of triumph, his heart jolted violently. Bulletproof. Liu Kai suddenly felt as if he had been struck by a windfall, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Is it truly within the capabilities of a carbon-based life form to possess such a power of bulletproofing? If one were to allow their imagination to wander further, then if one can defend against bullets in this manner, could one not also shield against punches, daggers, arrows, or even the techniques of traditional Japanese swordsmanship? And what lies beyond that? Is it conceivable to defend against cannonballs or even missiles? Liu Kai did not dwell for long in these fanciful thoughts, for such an ability does not equate to invincibility. Firstly, one must concentrate their spirit around their body. Otherwise, they remain vulnerable to an unseen sniper's bullet from behind. Perhaps with increasing mastery over this ability, one might eventually achieve an instinctive form of protection. Secondly, the velocity of bullets is exceedingly swift, resulting in significant momentum that demands considerable energy to counteract. Liu Kai estimated that in close proximity, he could withstand a maximum of 50.22 caliber bullets. In terms of momentum, this translates to approximately 17 9mm bullets or 8.7 62mm bullets. Even the so-called egalitarian 18.4mm shotgun pellets could be fully absorbed, but only up to 4 rounds. However, these figures represent theoretical maximums. Should his stamina be severely depleted, the effectiveness would be greatly diminished. Moreover, reality does not permit him to expend all his energy solely on absorbing bullets, for this would render him utterly incapacitated, a mere fish at the mercy of the butcher. Although he, the ever-cautious Liu Kai, had no intention of leaving the bunker, acquiring such a life-preserving ability was indeed a fortuitous event. The solitary question that lingered was, why had he attained such enhancement? After much contemplation, he attributed the cause to a shift in his mental state. Setting a trap to eliminate Lin Xiaoro and the butcher had shattered the lingering nightmares that plagued him. Yet he suddenly recalled another adversary, one who had lurked in the basement of Liang Fuch's villa, striking him from behind with a blunt object. Initially unaware of this person's identity, he now immediately fixed upon a target, Wang Diqiang. This perverse individual, complicit with Liang Fuch in the trafficking of human organs, was likely the one. Though this was merely conjecture, verification was straightforward. Knowing that the individual resided in Villa 21, it was unlikely he would move in the near future. The bodies of those who had perished in the cold lay in a shop on the 3rd floor outside the community, necessitating only vigilant observation of the target's movements. Should he stealthily transport the corpses, confirmation would be nearly certain. The challenge lay in the fact that the majority of the surveillance cameras had malfunctioned, and they only operated for approximately 2 hours daily. Fortunately, the rooftop of Building 1 afforded a clear view of Villa 21. Thus, the drone was employed for this laborious task. The camera trained on Wang Diqiang's residence would operate continuously, programmed to capture and alert for any motion. After fine-tuning the drone's angle, Liu Kai glanced at the time. There remained half an hour of operational power for the day. Simultaneously, he noticed a commotion erupting within the community owner group. Upon opening message 99, he discovered that it was once again related to him. The discussions revolved entirely around the explosion at his home. The explosion was so intense that it was nearly impossible to remain unnoticed. Upon discerning the location of the blast, the group instinctively sought out Liu Kai, whose contact was marked as 3122. Those who still had the capacity to communicate were mostly individuals with supplies at home. Conversely, those devoid of provisions were cold and famished, finding even the slightest movement an arduous task, let alone engaging with their phones. Where there are people, there exists a community. Even within the confines of a homeowners group, the intricacies of this small social entity became evident. Some well-meaning members of the group tagged Liu Kai to inquire about his situation. Unfortunately, Liu Kai's phone was set to vibrate by habit, and after experiencing a brief unconsciousness and exploring his spatial abilities, he was unable to respond. Consequently, many reasonably assumed he had perished in the explosion. Chapter 28. The public outcry following the explosion and the elevator plunge amidst the concerns for Liu Kai. Fervent speculations arose regarding the cause of the explosion, natural gas, battery malfunction, and so forth. Some, disapproving of Liu Kai's prior outbursts against Wang Diqiang in the group chat, felt that such a man of low character deserved his fate. Others found it hypocritical that those who themselves exhibited a lack of decorum would criticize Liu Kai's conduct, highlighting the absurdity of their double standards. Consequently, the group erupted into yet another heated debate. One individual lamented, "With so many resources at home, surely Liu Kai hasn't lost everything?" This comment sparked some awareness among the group. A few survivors from the third building, who shared a residence with Liu Kai, discreetly wrapped themselves in coats and made their way towards his apartment via the stairs. Liu Kai, however, remained indifferent to their actions. Yet, a particular message caught his attention. 186 Chinfujian. Alas, young Liu, what a pity. Though he often idles away his time at work, lacking any real skills, he is still a living soul. Liu Kai was left bewildered, filled with questions. "Oh, Chun, the deputy director, why did you not voice your judgments while I was alive? Only now, after my demise, do you emerge to speak your mind? Are you afraid I might expose your photographs with your mistress in the group chat?" This remark drew the attention of many, particularly those who had previously criticized Liu Kai's character. They began tagging Chinfujian, urging him to elaborate on Liu Kai's alleged incompetence. It appeared that proving Liu Kai's lack of merit would somehow validate their earlier disparagement of him. Thus, Chinfujian launched into a tirade, recounting tales of Liu Kai taking credit for colleagues' achievements, sleeping during meetings, and even a genuine theft from the warehouse, before descending into baseless allegations of inappropriate conduct with female colleagues. Despite the presence of many colleagues from the Tobacco Bureau within the owners group, the reality of Liu Kai's death rendered Chinfujian's remarks seemingly harmless. After all, he was a deputy director, and it would be unwise to offend a living superior over a deceased individual. Following Chen's account, those who had previously condemned Liu Kai became even more animated, as if they had unearthed ample evidence to counter their opponents in the discussion. "I told you, my friends. What one does on a small scale reflects their larger character. A person who lacks passion for work and life cannot be a good person. Indeed, a young man with such a sharp tongue deserved his fate." In this small digital arena, they reveled in their perceived superiority. Perhaps it was the dreary chill of the world around them that made such G. The male corpse was gruesomely punctured with iron nails, his feet blown off, revealing stark white bones. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, his eyes wide open in death. In the frigid air, blood and marrow had crystallized into icy shards. The female corpse, while not as horrific, was also entirely naked. 2 iron nails pierced her hands, and crimson blood trickled from her nostrils, freezing mid-flow. "Silence is golden. Dead. Ugh. A dead person. They've been blown to pieces. Ugh." This fellow exclaimed as he retched, thoroughly repulsed by the ghastly scene. Even those viewing photographs on their phones felt their stomachs churn. The appearance of the deceased, with their disfigured visages, was indescribable, contrasting sharply with the individuals who had succumbed to the cold just days prior. Disgusting as it was, someone discerned an unsettling truth. These 2 individuals did not belong to the young man from room 3122. They appeared to be Dr. Liang. Indeed. Ugh. It is Dr. Liang. Ugh. I urged, "My friend, perhaps you should text instead. Your retching is making me nauseous." "Do text," I insisted. 362 Silence is golden. Let us not dwell on the deceased. Check if there is any food in the house, so we can distribute it among everyone. It's unbearably difficult. This suggestion resonated with all. Even those who typically remained silent chimed in, affirming, "Exactly. Ugh. There is nothing. Ugh. I've searched his entire home, and there are no supplies." This fellow persisted in sending voice messages, but his comments ignited suspicion among the group. "My friend, you're not trying to hoard the supplies for yourself and feigning ignorance, are you?" 362 Silence is golden. We are neighbors. Mutual assistance is paramount. Indeed, one must speak with integrity. Regardless of our past interactions, we are all in this together now. True, those residing in our community are not lacking in resources. You arrived first at the scene. We can compensate you for your efforts. In an instant, accusations rained down upon this individual. The unfounded skepticism enraged him to the point of silence. He then recorded a video starting from the pried open door of Liu Kai's home. The footage traversed the living room, bathroom, kitchen, each bedroom, and finally the ravaged balcony. He shared the video in the group, captioned, "Seeing is believing. Judge for yourselves if there are any supplies." Unfortunately, he was unaware of a crucial truth. Once suspicion arises, guilt is already presumed. At that moment, few believed his claims. 20 years ago, his video might have garnered trust, but now, the prowess of AI manipulation rendered even video calls suspect. Exactly, and even if there are no supplies in the house, who knows if you've secretly stashed them outside? If anything were hidden outside, his family would have moved it all back to the 6th floor long ago. Selfish and greedy, bah? What a disgrace. Silence is golden. I have already set out towards building number 3 and advise you to relinquish your belongings. Otherwise, well, the overwhelming tide of skepticism left my brother on the verge of tears as he gazed at his WeChat nickname, Silence is Golden. He truly wished to slap himself across the face. Everyone had been consumed by the frenzy over the vanished supplies. Completely forgetting one crucial detail, there was no corpse of Liu Kai in the frame. The very center of the discussion, Liu Kai was comfortably reclining on the sofa, watching television while glancing at group messages. Just then, the entire bunker trembled slightly. Following that, a muffled sound echoed. Boom. He was, after all, in a fortress 10 meters underground, and even he could hear the noise. The commotion was comparable to the previous explosion of explosives. As expected, the group chat erupted once more. Everyone had heard the sound and was inquiring about what had transpired, as if merely asking in the group could provide them with boundless reassurance. A person without any notes on their residence or name sent a voice message. Upon opening the message, a voice tinged with schadenfreude emerged. Some fool is going to Liu Kai's house to take a look. And he is foolish enough to take the elevator. I'm truly dying of laughter. Upon hearing this, everyone understood. The elevator had plummeted. The cables, brakes, safety locks, and anti-fall devices were all made of steel. Although the current temperature was not low enough to induce cold brittleness in the steel, it had significantly diminished the reliability of the mechanisms. Perhaps the violent explosion had also impacted the structure of the elevator shaft, and a combination of factors had led to the elevator's descent. Someone immediately responded, asking the previous speaker, "How do you know he is going to Liu Kai's house?" "Because I am going too. What is it to you?" The straightforward reply left everyone momentarily speechless. You are truly blunt, my friend. Chapter 29. Scandalous bed photos and a reputation ruined. It is well understood among the group that mere words hold little value. Preparations for winter attire were underway as they contemplated setting off to either Liu Kai's residence or the abode of Silence is Golden in hopes of fortuitous encounters. Unexpectedly, Qin Fujuan resurfaced at this inopportune moment. He directly tagged the individual who had reveled in the elevator mishap. Brother, do not emulate Xiao Lu's selfishness. Once you procure supplies, sharing is imperative. Otherwise, beware of facing the same retribution as Xiao Lu. Liu Kai felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He had anticipated that Qin Fujuan would have learned from his previous mistakes, yet here he was, once more stirring the pot. Clearly, yesterday's confrontation had left a profound impact. Liu Kai smirked. I had no intention of stooping to your level, but do not expect me to show any courtesy now. Just moments ago, he had contemplated using the explosion as a guise for his own demise, intending to lie low in the bunker and indulge in a leisurely existence. However, upon reflection, he questioned the purpose of such a charade. After all, no one was privy to his true whereabouts. Even if they discovered he was alive, what of it? He set down his beer and began tapping away on his phone. 3102 Liu Kai, 186 Qin Fujuan, who informed you that I had perished. Did your grandmother visit you in a dream? As this message disseminated through the group, a hush fell over the conversation. It was only then that everyone realized a crucial detail. Liu Kai's body had indeed been absent from the earlier scene. The individual who had initially mocked Qin Fujuan found himself momentarily speechless upon reading Liu Kai's message. He is alive? Clearly, the house that had exploded contained no supplies. They must have been relocated by Liu Kai long before. The atmosphere became thick with an eerie silence, which was soon shattered by a flurry of messages. Some were cordial, while others issued blunt threats. Yet, the underlying sentiment was singular. They demanded supplies. Liu Kai, however, chose to disregard the cacophony of voices clamoring for his attention. One must tackle matters one at a time, delivering slaps one by one. Qin Fujuan exhibited no sign of remorse for his previous backbiting, nor did he reveal any irritation from yesterday's scolding. My apologies, Xiao Lu. It appears you are not dead, as I mistakenly believed. But did your house not explode? The speed with which he turned against Liu Kai was reminiscent of flipping through a book, a necessary lesson for anyone in a leadership position. Unfazed, Liu Kai shot back without hesitation. Indeed, it did explode, but who told you I possess only one residence? Was it your grandmother in a dream? Qin Fujuan suppressed his rage, gnashing his teeth as he thought, you insolent brat, enjoy your arrogance while you can. Once I ascertain your location, your fate will be sealed. Were it not for the supplies in Liu Kai's possession, he would not have stooped to this level. Is it too much to ask, Xiao Lu? You move without notifying anyone of your new address. I wish to pay you a visit. Liu Kai could not help but roll his eyes. Is that truly a visit? I would be embarrassed to make it any clearer to you. What business is it of yours? Do not come. I find your presence distasteful. Every word was a jab, and even the most patient among them would reach their limit. It appeared that Liu Kai was no fool, deftly avoiding any bait. Enraged, Qin Fujuan cast aside his genteel facade and unleashed his fury in a tempestuous manner. Ah, Liu Kai, you ungrateful wretch. Were it not for my approval of your salary advance, would you have had the means to procure such an abundance of supplies? Liu Kai retorted without hesitation. Yet, have I not also kept your secret? Rest assured, Deputy Director Chen, I shall not divulge your affair. Not divulge? You have already broadcast the news in the group. Haven't you? Chen Fuju panicked, hastily defending himself. I warn you, Liu Kai, refrain from making baseless accusations. Slander carries legal repercussions. And what shall you do? Perhaps you ought to report me? Liu Kai scoffed. Oh, I shall certainly report you, and I now possess ample reason to suspect that the elevator's fall was your doing. Seeing him unyielding, Liu Kai wasted no time and sat down before his computer. He launched his hacking software and entered a phone number. Moments later, he silently accessed the internal storage of Chen Fuju's phone. What he discovered was shocking. The contents of the private album were indeed scandalous. Selecting 2 risky selfies and screenshots of conversations, Liu Kai promptly shared them in the group. Since you have chosen to speak so recklessly, I shall no longer keep your cohabitation with your mistress a secret. The images that flooded the group left Chen Fuju dumbfounded. How did Liu Kai obtain these photos from my phone? Not only did he share them in the neighborhood group, but he also simultaneously forwarded them to the large group of the Fenghai City Tobacco Bureau. This was a true spectacle of social demise and utter disgrace. Since earlier, the onlookers had ceased their bickering, captivated by the unfolding drama. Now, witnessing Liu Kai's explosive revelation, they could no longer contain their excitement and eagerly joined the discussion. Ah, the leader truly knows how to play. TSK, look at that pose. Given the current situation, this group would have been monitored by cyber police in the past. This mistress is quite remarkable. My 3 college girls combined cannot compare to her. Director Chen has an eye for talent. The young woman appears to be in her 20s, yet she possesses remarkable skills, clearly a seasoned veteran. How enchanting. I wonder if Director Chen, at his age, can endure such vigorous encounters? Why would he not? As long as one has the audacity, one can drive a C1 truck. Speaking of vitality, I have a delightful little dish, a stew of epimedium and goji berries with pigeon, drizzled with a few drops of sesame oil. Absolutely divine. The banter left Chen Fuju's face a tapestry of emotions. Yet, the subsequent 2 messages plunged him into despair. 186 Wang Meihua, you scoundrel Chen Fuju. While I am away on business, you dare to cavort with other women. 186 Chen Yuan, Daddy, is this true? Have you truly been unfaithful to mommy? And are you keeping a mistress younger than I? No, my dear wife, beloved daughter, allow me to explain. Those photos are altered. That person is not me. I swear to the Buddha. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Kai pressed on. Oh, if the person in the photos is not you, how do you explain the wedding photo of you and your wife on the nightstand? Moreover, as a member of the Dang, how could you possibly embrace Buddhism? Chen Fuju. You wretched fool. Once the cold wave subsides, I shall return and initiate divorce proceedings, leaving you with nothing. Chen Fuju, fearing the wrath of his wife, redirected his ire. Liu Kai, you ought to silence yourself. It is you who should cease your incessant chatter, imbecile. Should you continue, I shall ensure your home meets a similar fate. Do you believe me? Upon uttering these words, not only was Chen Fuju startled, but the others in the group fell into a profound silence. To this day, they remain perplexed as to how Liu Kai's home was destroyed. However, from the photographs, it was evident that the cause was far from the speculated natural gas or batteries. Rather, it resembled something more akin to explosives. Coupled with the fact that Liu Kai emerged unscathed while the body of Liang Fuhe was discovered within the house. All these elements intertwined, evoking a sense of foreboding that surged within their hearts. Chapter 30. Slap yourself. Prizes for the top 3 if one were to inquire who is most anxious at this moment, aside from the mortified Chen Fujuan, whose secrets have been laid bare. It would undoubtedly be the individual who had just vehemently condemned Liu Kai as deserving of his fate. From the initial reports of frozen victims to the grim discovery of Liang Fuhe's corpse, the crowd instinctively refrained from contacting the authorities. For deep down they understood that the world had irrevocably changed. Their once proud social connections and wealth were rendered meaningless. The constructs of order and morality had likewise disintegrated. In a moment of reckless bravado, they had provoked a young man, strong and tempestuous, armed with explosives. The tension was palpable, and under such oppressive circumstances, they naively hoped for a power outage. If the signal was lost, Liu Kai's retribution would not reach their group chat. If they were oblivious to the looming threat, it would be as if no threat existed at all. This was a classic case of ostrich thinking. Alas, Liu Kai was destined to shatter their false hopes. With deliberate slowness, he summoned the 9 individuals who had carelessly spoken out. He intentionally excluded Chen Fujuan, as he presumed the latter was preoccupied with the harrowing inquiries of his wife and daughter's demise. There was a time for levity and a time for gravity. For now, he would allow Chen a brief respite. Here is your assignment. Within 1 minute, Record a video of yourselves slapping your own faces 5 times. All the while uttering, "I spoke foolishly, I was wrong." The first 3 to submit their videos will receive 10 packets of compressed biscuits. However, should you fail to comply? Well, just as they were about to unleash a torrent of insults, the impending video request swallowed their words whole. Liu Kai, his face twisted in a sinister grin, methodically loaded a magazine filled with bullets into his handgun. The sound of the chamber clicking into place resonated ominously. He raised the gun, aiming directly at the camera. The dark muzzle pointed menacingly towards the lens, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Witnessing this scene, the 9 tagged individuals felt their faces drain of color once more. They harbored no doubt that Liu Kai's video had been digitally manipulated. For the laws of Huawei stipulate that images and videos altered by AI software, unless depicting animated scenarios, cannot conjure firearms or other prohibited items from thin air. This regulation is embedded within the very logic of AI, nearly impervious to breaches. As for circumventing the firewall with foreign illicit software, in an era of stringent information control, the difficulty and consequences of such an endeavor would rival those of procuring a real firearm. Regardless of whether Liu Kai possessed the explosives they speculated about, the firearm was undeniably authentic. It is essential to recognize that 99% of civilian anti-theft doors are not bulletproof. Even more alarmingly, in a bid to facilitate property management services, the majority of residents had appended their unit numbers to their group nicknames. This meant that while they were exposed, Liu Kai, whose current whereabouts were unknown, lurked in the shadows. Everyone was acutely aware of the stakes, yet the prospect of recording a video to humiliate themselves was tantamount to surrender. Even generating a fabricated video with AI software would still signify capitulation. Observing the silence that enveloped the group, it felt as if the entirety of the homeowners association had been rendered mute. Having scanned the community multiple times with his spatial abilities, Liu Kai understood that this neighborhood concealed many hidden talents. He was not the only one armed. Yet, what of it? Those with firearms would hardly risk their lives to defend the 9 careless speakers against Liu Kai. As silence enveloped the group, a voice message abruptly emerged, resonating with an aged timbre. The group nickname bore no indication of a name or room number. Young people should exercise restraint and humility. Moderation is key. And one must avoid arrogance. Liu Kai raised an eyebrow and reopened his hacking software. In no time, he infiltrated the individual's phone backend, discovering that the group nickname had been altered just before the message was sent. Without hesitation, he tagged the individual, Qian, residing in Building 18, Apartment 9, correct? Very well, old fool. Now the list of those recording videos has grown by 1, and that is you. You have 50 seconds left. You 10 should hurry up, for my patience is limited. Seeing Liu Kai effortlessly unravel his ruse, the elderly Qian fumed, his anger evident as he puffed his cheeks and glared. Before his retirement, he wielded considerable power and had grown accustomed to reprimanding others, often uttering the phrase, "Moderation is key." Yet, now he found himself being insulted by a mere child. In a fit of rage, he tagged another individual in the group and unleashed another tirade. "Director Zhao, this area falls under your jurisdiction. I, Qian, formally report Liu Kai for illegal possession of firearms. Will you take action?" Director Zhao remained silent. Whether out of ignorance or deliberate avoidance was unclear. It was Liu Kai who spoke up next. "With 40 seconds remaining, you all maintain your composure remarkably well. I wonder, however, if you can sustain that composure when I arrive at your doorstep with a firearm." To be candid, Liu Kai's demands were profoundly insulting. Nevertheless, he promised that the first 3 individuals to post videos would receive 10 bags of compressed biscuits as a reward. Even those who still possessed supplies at home were aware of the precariousness of the situation. The value of those 10 bags would only escalate with time. Many had already exhausted their resources. Once scorned leftovers, expired snacks, and even half-eaten chicken legs discarded in trash bins had now become highly coveted. Despite Liu Kai's dubious credibility, what if someone truly had an abundance of supplies and casually offered 10 bags of compressed biscuits? A few desperate individuals were eager to have shouted at Liu Kai earlier, believing it would have granted them a chance to be among the top 3. Yet, the group remained eerily quiet. No one wished to provoke the wrath of Liu Kai, the harbinger of misfortune. Some had even begun discreetly discussing the formation of a new owners group, excluding Liu Kai entirely. As the time dwindled, several tagged individuals began to waver. This exemplified the classic prisoner's dilemma. It is challenging for people to unite as one. There always exists someone seeking greater personal gain, transforming into the backstabber among allies. Thus, the first video was swiftly posted in the group. In it, a man in his 50s, with a receding hairline, was seen slapping himself while exclaiming, "I spoke too rashly. I was wrong." Unlike the gun video, this one was patently fake, undoubtedly AI generated. Yet, he remained unfazed. Ah, there are still perceptive individuals among us. Only 25 seconds remain. Where there is a leader, followers will inevitably emerge. After all, only 2 spots remain for the 10 bags of compressed biscuits. Shortly thereafter, 7 videos rushed into the homeowner group, all uniformly generated by AI. Just 5 seconds remain. The Lonely Wolf, 11189, the Undefined Fairy. Have you both resolutely decided not to show me, Liu Kai? Any courtesy? The nickname The Lonely Wolf belongs to the outspoken elder just mentioned. Liu Kai had assumed this old man to be quite obstinate, one who would rather perish than record a video. To his surprise, however, he actually did it. Moreover, he was remarkably candid. Having refrained from employing AI, 5 resounding slaps echoed against his aged visage. Once the video was shared, it was accompanied by a remark: the youth today lack martial virtue. Coercing me, a 69-year-old comrade. This time, I shall not hold it against you, but let it be a lesson for the future. The Mediterranean, the first to share a video, could no longer contain himself and directly addressed Liu Kai. I have apologized as per your request. Where are the 10 bags of compressed biscuits? What compressed biscuits? Did I utter such words? Chapter 31. The Undefined Fairy. I'm a Walmart shopping bag gazing at the Mediterranean while still having the audacity to ask him for cookies. Liu Kai let out a cold laugh. Did he appear to be a fool? Why would he reward someone who had insulted him? Utilizing hacking software, he swiftly deleted the names of the 3 individuals who had been the first to disseminate the video, erasing all traces of their reward of 10 bags of compressed cookies. This was not merely a retraction, it was a complete obliteration from everyone's devices, leaving no evidence behind. Furious, the Mediterranean suppressed his urge to curse, contemplating whether to scroll back through the messages to capture a screenshot and argue his case against Liu Kai in the group chat. However, to his disbelief, there was nothing to be found, only emptiness. At that moment, Liu Kai added insult to injury with a scornful remark: a few fools attempting to deceive me with AI-generated videos? You don't even deserve cookies. Go eat dirt. In that instant, even the dimmest of minds grasped that they had fallen victim to Liu Kai's cunning. Yet, they were too intimidated to voice their anger. This matter would have to be swallowed in silence. After all, what if he truly came knocking with a gun? To survive, it was better to be meek than to risk confrontation. The others seemed relatively compliant, save for the Mediterranean, who was indignant. After all, he was the first to share the video. How could this little brat abandon him? He promptly retracted his apology video from the group. But Liu Kai was not one to let him succeed so easily. The hacking software swiftly located the video, commandeering the seemingly lifeless account of the group leader. Using the leader's privileges, he set the video as a group announcement and tagged everyone. The Mediterranean was left in a state of shock intermingled with rage. As a corporate white-collar worker, he had rarely endured such an affront, except perhaps in the presence of his boss. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, an image of a dark, menacing gun barrel flashed through his mind. His lips twitched, and he quickly quelled his anger. I shall rise above this. I will not stoop to the level of this barbarian. Calm. At that moment, Liu Kai established his dominance within the group. His aim was not to conquer or to lead the remnants of humanity in a post-apocalyptic world. He simply found amusement in toying with people's emotions. Trampling upon those who had once looked down upon him was a form of sweet revenge. Returning to the matter at hand, Liu Kai thought it was hardly his fault. If these individuals had not been so brazen, they could have continued in peace. Next, he turned his attention to another target. Out of the 10 individuals, 9 had posted their apology videos, while 1 remained silent. The Undefined Fairy residing in apartment 4 on the 18th floor of Building 11. Glancing at the remaining power outage time, Liu Kai noted he had about 10 minutes, ample time. A smile crept across his face. It was time to investigate this fairy's background. After all, Liu Kai had been longing for something substantial. While the doll was appealing, it was ultimately inanimate. If she possessed beauty, perhaps leaving the bunker would not be out of the question. However, when Liu Kai employed the hacking software to access her phone, the anticipated smile abruptly froze on her face. Is this truly a celestial being? Surely, it cannot be a tank? No wonder she resists being labeled. If I cannot resort to such pejorative terms, the only phrase that Liu Kai could conjure was, the square lady. Gazing at that photograph, he found himself devoid of any appetite for meat, letting out a helpless sigh. Since such terms were off the table, perhaps he should just share the slap video. 11,189. The Unclassifiable Fairy. Stop playing dead. Weren't you quite merry when you insulted me earlier? Why the silence now? You have 10 seconds. If I don't see the video, I'll make you pay dearly. Upon being called out by Liu Kai, the little fairy on the 18th floor trembled in fear. Ultimately, she could not escape unscathed. Yet, this fear was swiftly supplanted by an inexplicable rage, her anger towards Liu Kai. Was I not merely speaking my mind? Why must you be so petty, you man? Can't you embody the chivalrous spirit of the West, You lecherous coward. Liu Kai stared at this message in disbelief, wiping his eyes. Did she dare confront him directly? Had brawling become her instinct, a primal response that transcended threats of death? The little fairy, fully armed, did not grant Liu Kai the opportunity to interject, continuing her tirade. Protecting females is a male-s instinct, something even animals understand. Why must we, as humans, be so petty? I'm a girl. I have been a princess my entire life. Even my biological father has never scolded me. What gives you the right to insult me? Setting facts aside, isn't it wrong for you to hoard so many resources without sharing? Liu Kai was infuriated, his anger reaching a boiling point. He promptly posted her unedited photo in the group chat. You fat cow think you've earned my respect, do you? Do you expect your hefty 250-pound frame to shield you from bullets? As the photo emerged, even those merely spectating could no longer contain themselves. Although hesitant to comment in the group, it did not hinder their amusement. Slandering the fat cow was not slander at all. Among these gleeful onlookers were numerous women, completely dismissing the classic adage of girls help girls. Liu Kai's remarks were not mere insults. They constituted severe humiliation and personal attacks. The once merely offended fairy now erupted in fury. A sharp and agitated voice message resonated in the group. Upon opening the message, the fairy's deep voice emerged. One could discern her weight solely from her tone. You wretched coward, how dare you call me fat? Do you not comprehend that women should not be defined? Huh. You vile creature, you truly deserve to perish. Hearing this frantic voice, Liu Kai chuckled. Even at death's door, she continues to fight? Not to be defined? You failed to mention that one cannot be recognized, observed, or described. You are not a woman. You are a manifestation of Cthulhu. Thankfully, you are somewhat more palatable than Cthulhu. At least you resemble a human. And who are you to define my gender as male? My gender is a Walmart shopping bag. This barrage of insults not only left the little fairy stunned, but also bewildered the others around her. When will the domestic version synchronize with that of Europe and America? Liu Kai initially anticipated further insults from the other party, yet unexpectedly, they altered their strategy and began to evoke sympathy. Help me, dear friends. I am a victim of sexual harassment. Who understands this? This man named Liu Kai has verbally harassed me. Is there no justice, no law? You may insult my character, but you cannot belittle my discernment. Even if there are no mirrors at home, surely you have some self-awareness? Regardless, you are indeed sexually harassing me. A girl would never trivialize her virtue. I am on the brink of despair, and I demand an apology from you at once. Originally, it was Liu Kai who sought her apology, yet now she has turned the tables, demanding an apology from him. Liu Kai, consumed by rage, felt a murderous intent rising within him. Innocence be damned. I shall engage you in a fair duel worthy of a warrior. He was inherently vengeful, especially armed with lethal intent. After all, having already taken 2 lives, what would it matter to claim 2 more? In a world where societal order has crumbled, and the strong prey upon the weak, who can hold him accountable for his murderous transgressions? Chapter 32. Eradicating harm for the people. Both Fei Yangyang and the boxer deserve to perish. As Liu Kai's murderous intent surged, a new message pinged in the group chat. The lovesick fool, Liu Kai. A man should be magnanimous, apologize to Huan, and this matter can be put to rest. Liu Kai recognized that Huan was the rather rotund woman from earlier. But who was this lovesick fool, appearing out of nowhere with such bravado? Lovesick fool, who the hell do you think you are? Since you inquired. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Liangshan, Huan's boyfriend. My previous identity is not something I wish to disclose, as I now desire a quiet and ordinary life, without escalating this situation. Therefore, I suggest you apologize. Otherwise, I, Yi Liangshan, am particularly fond of dealing with those who consider themselves formidable. Liu Kai couldn't help but feel incredulous. Here was this fellow acting like a city warrior, claiming a 3-year deadline for the return of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Upon investigating further, Liu Kai discovered that this lovesick fool was a recent addition to the group, brought in by Huan. The IP address traced back to the Lisher Tsiyuan community. However, from the photos on his phone, he appeared to be an ordinary wage slave. He was neither Yi Liangshan nor any sort of warrior, much less a community resident. He was likely just a hapless individual trapped by the cold wave, and most probably residing with the little fairy. Speaking of which, this guy truly seemed to have no standards. He appeared to fawn over any type of woman. Moreover, it was precisely such sycophants who artificially inflated the market value of relationships, disrupting the entire matrimonial economy. Even someone like Lin Xiao dared to demand a dowry of 500,000. It was utterly outrageous. With this thought, Liu Kai's anger intensified. Fei Yangyang deserves nothing short of a miserable fate. He abandoned any further trivialities and returned to the crux of the matter. 10 seconds have passed, and you still haven't sent the apology video. Do not blame me for being ruthless. The tank fairy attempted to utter something, only to be astonished to find that both her and the lovesick fool's phones had crashed as if they were infected by a virus. It was only at that moment that the instinct for combat faded. She suddenly recalled the dark muzzle of the gun. Her plump legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Despite the freezing cold, beads of sweat poured down her contorted face. With a thud, she collapsed onto the icy floor, causing the entire floor to tremble slightly. Hearing the commotion within the room, a tall, slender figure hurriedly rushed to open the door. Upon seeing the fairy sitting on the floor, his face filled with concern. Huan. What's wrong? Are you all right? Though he rushed over wanting to help, with his slight frame, how could he possibly support her 250-pound physique? Hearing the man's voice and feeling his pull, the pale-faced fairy finally snapped back to reality. Instantly, her expression twisted into a grimace, and she forcefully pushed him away, causing him to collide with the door, before burying her face in her hands and weeping. Get away, you wretched dog. Whoa. If I couldn't intimidate Liu Kai, what use are you? I was about to send the apology video. Whoa. It's all your fault for stopping me. All your fault. Just leave. Huan, I'm sorry. Liu Kai's principle was that one could speak ill of him behind his back, but must never do so to his face, nor should he ever discover it, as he was a man who valued his dignity. In pursuit of maintaining his facade, he resolved to eliminate the two unrepentant fairies and the sycophant. Naturally, he could not take matters into his own hands. After all, who could ascertain whether it was merely a cunning trap? To survive in a post-apocalyptic world, ruthlessness could only rank second. The foremost priority was survival itself. Enduring the after-effects, he activated his spatial abilities to scan the vicinity of the Imperial Villa, confirming that there were no anomalies. Only then did he don his thick winter gear and quietly open the door. He ascended through the bunker-esque passageway, emerging on the third floor of the villa. Peering outside through the window, the landscape remained a desolate expanse of ice and snow, accompanied by howling winds, with the sky shrouded in gloom. He retrieved the drone's remote control, guiding the drone to slowly descend from the rooftop of Building 1. The drone lowered its altitude, gliding over the ice as if aimlessly traversing the airspace above the Imperial Villa. Liu Kai extracted a pistol filled with ammunition from his storage space, concentrating to activate his spatial abilities. In an instant, the handgun vanished from his grasp, reappearing 10 meters above in midair. Unbeknownst to anyone, a pistol had materialized within the mechanical arm of the drone below. This was the most inconspicuous method he could conceive. Even if someone were to spot the drone, they would never suspect that its signal source originated from the Imperial Villa. Outside, the bitter cold enveloped him, and he yearned to conclude his task swiftly. The operator directed the drone towards Building 11. Liu Kai had scanned the entire community and had a fair understanding of which residences still harbored occupants. Thus, the drone's trajectory cleverly avoided the windows of those homes, maintaining a significant distance to evade detection from the drone's propellers. Moments later, the snow-white military drone hovered like a specter outside the living room of Apartment 9 on the 18th floor of Building 11. Being a military-grade drone, its mechanical arm was equipped with a shooting capability. Activating the shooting mode, the camera transmitted real-time footage to the remote control in Liu Kai's hand. At the center of the screen was a red reticle, reminiscent of a video game. Upon identifying two figures within the room, he decisively pressed the shooting button. Bang, bang, bang. For deafening gunshots shattered the silence, piercing the stillness of the community. Deliberately omitting a suppressor from the handgun, he intended to instill fear. Many residents discerned that the gunfire emanated from the direction of Building 11, their hearts racing with alarm. Could it be that Liu Kai was truly on a killing spree? Some scrambled to the windows, peering towards Building 11, yet found nothing amiss. In a flurry, individuals in the group hastily tagged the earlier mentioned fairy and the lovesick brother. However, regardless of how many tagged them, no response was forthcoming. In truth, there were those who had sensed an impending calamity and had been intently watching the area around Building 11. Yet, until the gunshots rang out, no one had witnessed anyone entering or exiting Apartment 11. Could it be that Liu Kai resided within Building 11? Or had they encountered a ghost? They could never fathom that the shots were not fired by a person, but by a drone. Though the lovesick admirer appeared frail, he exhibited remarkable agility. Thus, the first bullet was reserved for him, striking his head with fatal precision, leaving no hope for survival. As he lay there, blood splattering, Liu Kai revealed a twisted expression of satisfaction, relishing in the retribution. I shall not allow you to linger. Those who grovel deserve their fate. Following this, the hefty fairy was startled by the gunfire, instinctively cowering on the sofa, trembling in fear. It was evident that her trousers had become soaked, a pale yellow liquid pooling beneath her. Liu Kai was unrelenting, dispatching her with 3 rounds of 9mm ammunition, ensuring her demise was not in vain. Henceforth, the world was rid of yet another rustic pugilist. Liu Kai, there is no need for applause. It is our duty to eliminate threats to the public. With the mission accomplished, the drone ascended into the sky. Its propellers were drowned out by the howling wind. Vanishing into the clouds, it returned to its previous location, releasing its mechanical arm, and the handgun disappeared as it fell, re-entering its storage space. The drone then soared to a skyscraper's rooftop, burrowing into its insulated shelter to recharge remotely. Liu Kai maintained a stoic demeanor, concealing his achievements and retreating to the warmth of his bunker. Messages flooded the homeowners group chat, yet none dared to confront Liu Kai about the gunfire. Some curious onlookers had been vigilantly watching the area below Building 11 from the outset, oblivious to any intrusions. Just as anxiety mounted among the crowd, a flicker of lights heralded the simultaneous failure of the interior lighting and heating systems, followed closely by the disappearance of the remaining 3G signal. The time for today's blackout had arrived. Chapter 33. The unexpected devouring of precious metals and the enhancement of physical qualities. The abrupt cessation of the network plunged the outside world into a profound silence, yet the hearts of the populace remained anything but tranquil. In a mere span of 2 hours, 5 lives were extinguished, all connected to Liu Kai. Dr. Liang and an unidentified woman perished at Liu Kai's residence. One unfortunate soul, attempting to take the elevator to Liu Kai's abode, met a similar fate. 2 individuals, who had merely exchanged harsh words with Liu Kai in a group chat, also succumbed. Death by freezing may be attributed to natural calamity, but it was evident that this was a man-made disaster. An unsettling anxiety enveloped the hearts of all. Liu Kai had become an ill omen. To cross him was to court death. The most distressed of all was Qin Fujian, who had narrowly escaped the probing inquiries of his wife and daughter amid the power outage. The realization that he had provoked Liu Kai filled him with a sense of desolation. He couldn't help but lament, "Xie Biqing, what possessed you to provoke Li Yunlong?" Little did they know, De Hu and Heir who had also perished. The demise of the 2 brothers was somewhat catalyzed by Liu Kai's actions. As others trembled under the dual threat of the cold wave and the harbinger of doom, they cocooned themselves in their blankets. Meanwhile, the ominous Liu Kai hummed a cheerful tune while preparing the ingredients for the hot pot lunch. The bunker maintained a comfortable temperature of 22 degrees, with a simulated sunny climate outside, creating an exceptionally pleasant atmosphere. The aloof Xiaobai lounged beneath the sunlit window, lazily grooming its glossy black fur, while Xiaohei affectionately rubbed against Liu Kai's pant leg, only retreating to its doghouse after receiving a slice of luncheon meat. Gazing at the ingredients stored within, Liu Kai felt a tinge of regret. Seafood was the perfect fare for hot pot, yet the storage space could not accommodate live creatures. During his foray into the supermarket, he had only managed to procure frozen goods, frozen shrimp, frozen herring, and frozen ribbonfish. The vibrant live seafood from the market, such as king crabs, giant prawns, New Zealand black gold abalone, and tiger grouper, remained beyond his reach. Unbeknownst to Liu Kai, however, his abilities were on the verge of an enhancement. After organizing the hot pot ingredients and reflecting on the recent demise of the sycophant and the rural pugilist, a classic television scene flickered through Liu Kai's mind. After a skilled individual enacts justice, they often leave behind a note or inscribe a message on the wall. The killer is so-and-so. Naturally, he had no intention of leaving such a note post-murder, as his handwriting resembled the scrawl of a dog, far too embarrassing to share with others. Yet, a whimsical thought suddenly struck him: to practice calligraphy. With mealtime still at a distance, he resolved to forego weightlifting today in favor of honing his penmanship. To practice writing, one requires a fountain pen, and luckily, the supermarket raid had yielded a fine selection. Just as Liu Kai concentrated his mental energy on a beautiful fountain pen, preparing to retrieve it, an inexplicable tremor coursed through his thoughts. Or rather, an impulse. This sensation was peculiar, as if it were a ravenous craving for consumption. To devour the fountain pen? Liu Kai was taken aback by this notion. Yet, the instinctive desire could not be mistaken. His curiosity was piqued. He yearned to uncover what this phenomenon entailed. It is merely a pen, one that can be easily consumed. Driven by an impulsive urge, he commanded its devouring. However, after a while, he felt no particular sensation. The pen's appearance seemed unchanged. Yet, Liu Kai distinctly sensed that the insatiable craving had dissipated, as if the pen had lost its allure over him. Curiously, he retrieved the pen and scrutinized it closely. Other parts remained unaffected, but the once brilliant silver nib had transformed into a grayish-blue hue, pockmarked with minuscule indentations, as if a portion of it had been mysteriously extracted. Could this be? Upon witnessing this state, Liu Kai instantly deduced the implications. This pen, priced at 1,800 yuan, features a nib made of osmium iridium alloy. Yet now, it appeared that the nib had shed its iridium component, leaving only osmium behind. Given that osmium possesses a grayish-blue color, Liu Kai, a chemistry graduate, was 100% certain of his conclusion, even in the absence of a spectral element analyzer. During the initial zero-cost acquisition, he had not experienced such an overwhelming urge to consume. He speculated that at that time, his focus had not been deliberately directed towards objects containing iridium. Thus, only two lingering questions remained. Could his storage space devour elements beyond iridium? And what would be the effects after consuming these elements? Liu Kai's curiosity surged, prompting him to embark on an experiment. He concentrated his mind within the storage space, scanning through various items. Occasionally, a powerful urge to consume would arise. Yet most of the time, he remained entirely undisturbed. Ultimately, he pinpointed three elements that triggered the consuming impulse: iridium, platinum, and gold. Subsequently, Liu Kai thoroughly attuned himself to the capabilities of his body and storage space, though no significant changes were apparent. The sole explanation seemed to be that the three elements he had consumed were too few. Abandoning his writing practice, he redirected his gaze towards other items in the storage space that contained iridium, platinum, and gold. These three precious metals are commonly utilized in electronic components, such as mobile phones, gaming consoles, calculators, and children's light and sound toys that feature circuit boards. Retaining only a spare phone, he resolved to consume the rest of the useless items. With a mere thought, his consciousness enveloped the specific objects within the storage space. That familiar craving for consumption indeed resurfaced. Without hesitation, he reclined on the couch, transforming into a voracious eater. Although the applications of these three elements are extensive, their quantities are exceedingly low. In the blink of an eye, he swept them away like a tempest. He had consumed at least 400 gaming consoles, 500 nibs, 450 student calculators, and 600 children's light and sound toys, essentially the entirety of a supermarket stock. Yet, Liu Kai estimated that the total mass of the three metallic elements was merely around 1 kilogram. Perhaps having ingested a sufficient amount, he distinctly felt his physical strength augmenting. The simplest and most direct method to verify this enhancement of strength was to utilize a high pulley system. He hurriedly ascended to the gym on the first floor, eagerly taking a seat at the equipment to commence his testing. Upon his rebirth, Liu Kai discovered a slight enhancement in his physical prowess. Yesterday, he had exercised with a weight of 100 kilograms, performing a pull every second. Now, having consumed three types of metals, he experienced a second elevation. If he maintained the same frequency and exertion, the weight could be increased to 105 kilograms. Although he had confirmed the fact of his physical improvement, Liu Kai felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Before the apocalypse, these three metals were of considerable value. Iridium at 1,400 yuan per gram, platinum at 330 yuan per gram, and gold at 520 yuan per gram. The metals he had just consumed amounted to nearly 670,000 yuan in market value. Was this merely to enhance his high pull weight by a mere 5 kilograms? What a ripoff. However, Liu Kai soon recognized his cognitive error. No, the enhancement of his physical capabilities was likely a mere byproduct. The true benefit should be the augmentation of his spatial abilities. With this realization, his eyes lit up. He swiftly concentrated his energy to disperse his perception, instantly teleporting back to the realm of daily life from the gym on the first floor. Chapter 34. Enhancement of Spatial Abilities. A mind specifically prepared for Liu Kai. The teleportation distance is approximately 4 meters. A bead of perspiration trickles down his forehead. His legs feel slightly unsteady, but he only staggers for half a step before regaining his balance. A smile of delight involuntarily graces Liu Kai's face. After vanquishing his inner demons in the morning, his limit for teleportation has seen a significant augmentation. Yet, even with this enhancement, teleporting 4 meters has never felt so effortless. With a heart full of anticipation, he experiments with telekinesis, scanning 2 skills. He concludes that his spatial control abilities have indeed been fortified. Similarly, the maximum number of bullets his life-saving skill can intercept has also increased. However, he remains uncertain if there have been any changes to his storage space. As he mutters to himself, his gaze turns mischievously toward the small black dog nestled in its bed. The limitation that prevents his storage space from containing living creatures always leaves him feeling as if something is amiss. Now that his spatial abilities have been enhanced, he resolves to try once more. He immediately concentrates his energy and, in an attempt to draw the small black dog into his storage space, exerts force. This sudden action causes the dog to leap out of its bed, leaving its unfinished meal of luncheon meat forgotten on the floor. It appears as though it has encountered a formidable foe, crouching low and scanning its surroundings with alertness, emitting low growls. Yet, after a prolonged observation, it realizes that the only familiar beings in the room are Liu Kai and the cat, failing to detect any inexplicable threat. Gradually, it calms down and resumes gnawing on the fallen luncheon meat. This outcome leaves Liu Kai somewhat puzzled. He then extends his efforts toward the window side, where the white cat is grooming itself. Meow. With Liu Kai's exertion, A sharp cry erupts from the cat. The white cat springs into action, arching its back and bristling its black fur, similarly reacting as if it has encountered a dire enemy. Two unsuccessful attempts evoke a disappointed sigh from Liu Kai. Alas, it seems it is still unfeasible. Just as Liu Kai is lamenting over his failures, he suddenly discovers with astonishment that there is indeed a living creature within his storage space. What is this? Though minuscule in size, it is unmistakably alive, a flea. It must have come from either the small black dog or the white cat just moments ago. This tiny flea floats motionless in the storage space, as if time itself has come to a standstill. However, Liu Kai can distinctly sense its vitality. With utmost caution, he releases the flea from the storage space, and indeed, it springs to life. So that's how it is, Liu Kai realizes, swiftly crushing the flea. Prior to the arrival of the cold wave, he had pondered this question. Bacteria and viruses are technically living entities, yet they can be stored. It turns out that the storage space does not categorically reject living creatures. Rather, living beings possess an instinct to resist. The stronger the will of the creature, the more difficult it becomes to capture it, unless the creature fully cooperates. Bacteria and viruses, lacking awareness and willpower, are easily contained. Goldfish, cats, and dogs, though not particularly advanced animals, possess some instinct of self-preservation, naturally resisting Liu Kai's control. Perhaps it was the enhancement acquired from devouring precious metals that enabled him to unprecedentedly tackle the flea. This transformation prompted Liu Kai to indulge in a reverie. If he could consume a sufficient quantity of 3 specific metals, to what extraordinary level would his strength be amplified? Alternatively, what if he were to modify the purpose of seizing living beings? Rather than storing them in his spatial realm, could they instead serve solely as a means to restrict others' movements? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, even conjecturing the rationale behind the consumption of these 3 metals. They are, after all, the most chemically stable metals, which implies that their atomic spatial structure is exceptionally robust. It stands to reason that this stability is the very reason for their absorption, to fortify and enhance. Yet, in his excitement, Liu Kai seemed to overlook the rarity of these 3 metals. Absorbing 1 kilogram would only yield a 10-kilogram increase in strength, while capturing a mere flea. To ascend to the level of an invincible master, one would need a mine at home. Calming himself, Liu Kai recalled some distant memories. It seemed that there truly was a mine in Fohai City. A few years prior, he had ventured to Guangming Town, located 35 kilometers from the city center, to inspect tobacco cultivation. By chance, he encountered a friend from the Land Bureau, who was leading a geological team of a dozen individuals in drilling and sampling in the mountains. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Liu Kai learned that a substantial platinum group deposit had been discovered in Guangming Town. This deposit was said to contain an abundance of rhodium, palladium, platinum, and iridium. These precious metals require a grade of over 15 grams per ton to be economically viable for extraction. Remarkably, the average grade of this mine in Guangming Town is an astonishing 45 grams per ton, an unequivocal super-rich mine, even considering just iridium and platinum. The grade is nearly 28 grams per ton. However, a dense forest blankets the area above this deposit. The adage that lush waters and green mountains equate to mountains of gold and silver rings true. Due to environmental concerns, the geological team ceased exploration after their initial findings, and no mining ensued. Upon reflecting on this, Liu Kai's heart surged with fervor. This mine seemed to be reserved exclusively for him. Yet, even before the apocalypse arrives, mining is no straightforward endeavor. Initially, large machinery is required to extract the raw ore. Subsequently, refining the precious metals from the ore necessitates the meticulous cooperation of various industries. This refining step poses no challenge for Liu Kai. He merely needs to absorb the raw ore into his spatial realm, enabling him to precisely devour the specific elements without the need for refinement. Thus, the crucial question remains, how to extract the raw ore. The veins are buried beneath thick layers of permafrost. Given that the permafrost is interconnected as a whole, the spatial realm cannot selectively absorb a portion of it unless the permafrost is shattered into smaller fragments. Upon reflection, it seems that only an excavator equipped with a breaker hammer could accomplish this task. However, the current predicament is that such heavy machinery is also frozen beneath the layers of accumulated snow and ice. Even if one could break through nearly 10 meters of ice to retrieve the excavator, the frigid temperatures would freeze diesel, antifreeze, and even the hydraulic oil in the hydraulic jacks, rendering them utterly inoperable. Moreover, Liu Kai found himself ensnared in a paradox of thought. To venture beyond the confines of the bunker to mine resources was intended to enhance his physical prowess and spatial aptitude. Yet, the very purpose of strengthening these attributes was to ensure his survival in the face of a cataclysmic cold wave. If survival was the ultimate goal, why not simply remain within the bunker, idly awaiting fate? After a prolonged moment of deep contemplation, Liu Kai suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze with determination. In his previous life, he had merely existed for a fleeting 6 months. What lay beyond that was shrouded in uncertainty? Would further calamities unfold? Perhaps a cataclysmic earthquake? The bunker was only rated to withstand tremors of approximately magnitude 9, even in the absence of new disasters, assuming the cold wave were to conclude without incident. His spatial abilities would be his paramount asset in navigating the post-apocalyptic world and ascending to the pinnacle of existence. A modicum of risk was necessary. He must unearth sufficient precious metals to fortify and empower himself. Chapter 35. The zero-cost purchase. Once again, transforming into a night thief, the delectable morsel cannot escape. The mine must be exploited. However, one must also take into account the realities at hand. It is undeniable that, at present, the conditions for mining are not yet met. A colossal mine, boasting nearly 80 million tons of raw stone, with iridium and platinum content nearing 240 tons, remains temporarily unexploitable. Liu Kai gazed at the vastness with a sense of helplessness. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, since the grand mine is inaccessible. He might as well commence with smaller ventures, such as jewelry stores. In the urban area of Fohai City, there are still over 100 precious metal recycling workshops and jewelry shops. Within these establishments, the inventory of gold and platinum does not exceed a few kilograms, with most stores holding no more than 10 kilograms. To mitigate ineffective competition, typically there are only 3 or 4 jewelry stores in the same vicinity, resulting in a relatively dispersed distribution of these shops. With this in mind, Liu Kai resolved to temporarily set aside such considerations, planning to explore the urban area leisurely when the opportunity arises. He then shifted his focus to the Liu Kai community. This high-end neighborhood is home to many affluent residents. Having previously employed his spatial abilities to scan the area, he was aware that numerous households possessed various pieces of jewelry and gold bars. However, at that time, he had not grasped the significance of precious metals, rendering him indifferent to the prospect of theft. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, a lump of gold might hold less value than a bag of instant noodles. Yet, the current circumstances had shifted dramatically. Liu Kai conducted another scan, promptly identifying 18 villas and 47 apartment units. These residences contained platinum jewelry, gold adornments, and gold bars, yet conspicuously lacked inhabitants. They represented the perfect targets for theft. As the cold wave descended and social order disintegrated, all material possessions were engulfed in snow and extreme cold. In Liu Kai's view, these items were abandoned property. Whoever unearthed them first would claim them. His proficiency in the art of zero-cost acquisition was unparalleled, devoid of any psychological burden. Nonetheless, he was not a reckless individual. Prior to picking locks and slipping through doors, meticulous preparations were essential. Another day without lifting weights or indulging in leisure activities. Liu Kai reclined on the plush leather sofa, while a $1 million high-definition television played the old American series The Walking Dead. On the coffee table rested an induction cooker, bubbling with authentic Sichuan beef hot pot. A generous piece of tripe, enveloped in a spicy oil dip, was lifted and placed into his mouth, the searing heat prompting a wince of both pain and pleasure. Xiaohei and Xiaobai coexisted harmoniously, patiently eyeing the steaming pot. Liu Kai casually tossed a few hefty pork ribs from the clear broth pot into their bowls, watching the two little gluttons, eager yet hesitant to approach the steaming morsels, brought a smile to his face. After savoring the last piece of tender beef, he indulged in a couple of slices of watermelon to cleanse his palate. Raising a chilled beer, he downed it in one go, followed by a deep drag of his cigarette, feeling as if he were floating in bliss. Outside, the frigid temperatures posed a threat of frostbite, yet within the bunker, Liu Kai cultivated a sensation akin to a sweltering summer day. Following a satisfying meal, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Arrange the pots and pans before you. Retrieve several A4 sheets of paper from the storage space and lay them on the coffee table, assembling them into a larger canvas of pristine white. Drawing upon his memory, Liu Kai grasped a pen and sketched the layout of the community in his mind. Liu, a sprawling residential area, is designed in a circular formation. The outer ring consists of 15 45-story apartment buildings, while the middle circle features 8 17-story mid-rise structures. Nestled within are 65 villas of varying sizes, scattered throughout. At the center lies a picturesque lakeside garden, with the regal villas standing tall along the shore, akin to cranes among chickens. Upon completing the schematic of the community, Liu Kai proceeded to label the vacant houses containing gold, in order of quantity from most to least. The first was Villa Number 9, followed by Apartment 4 on the 6th floor of Building 17, and then Villa Number 16. In no time, all 18 villas and 47 apartments were meticulously annotated on the paper. Liu Kai gazed at the sheet, lost in contemplation. The first conclusion was the timing of his endeavor. The evening was undoubtedly the most suitable. After all, the temperature drops at night, making it unlikely for anyone to retrieve ice during those hours. Next came the route. His objective was to pilfer gold and platinum, but if he were to explore strictly according to the ranked quantities, the path would be convoluted. After much deliberation, Liu Kai finally devised a relatively rational route. As dusk descended, the already overcast sky cloaked the moonlight and starlight, enveloping the community in utter darkness, where one could not see their own hand before their face. Embodying the essence of steadiness, he prepared 3 handguns and 2 submachine guns, equipped with silencers and loaded with ammunition. Several spare magazines were also filled and stowed away. He donned a Kevlar bulletproof vest snugly against his body, followed by a fully charged electric heating vest and thermal suit. Finally, he secured a bulletproof helmet upon his head. Clad in such formidable gear, one might mistake him for a bank robber. He slowly opened the solid steel door of the bunker, a chill instantly enveloping him. Navigating through the corridor, he swiftly proceeded to the 3rd floor of the villas. To conserve energy, he refrained from employing his spatial abilities for scanning. Instead, he retrieved a remote control, launching a military drone into the sky. Activating its high-definition thermal imaging camera and phased array radar, he meticulously surveyed the entire community without leaving any blind spots. Only once he was certain of his surroundings did he slide open the window on the 3rd floor and, like a shadow, slipped into the howling darkness of the cold night. Even through the thick thermal mask, the biting air that filled his lungs was somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, the electric heating vest proved effective. Apart from a slight stiffness in his legs, his entire body remained warm. The drone was set to automatic alert mode, faithfully circling above. The remote control was tucked securely within his coat. Should anything unusual arise, it would vibrate to alert him. This marked Liu Kai's first venture beyond the villa since the onset of the Cold Wave. As a staunch materialist, he did not subscribe to the belief in ghosts or phantoms. Yet, the surrounding inky darkness could easily evoke a primal fear within one's heart, especially for Liu Kai, who had grown accustomed to the comforts of life within the bunker. An undeniable sense of unease began to creep in. Recalling the drones hovering in the sky brought a modicum of tranquility to Liu Kai's heart. He immediately navigated along the route etched in his memory, making his way towards the location of Villa 9. These 2-story villas were nearly submerged, leaving only a sloped roof and a small skylight protruding above the surface. The snow boots crunched against the hard, icy ground, while the biting cold wind caused him to sway precariously, despite the mere 100 meters separating him from Villa 9. It took Liu Kai a painstaking 3 minutes to reach his destination. The attic window of this villa was not locked, however. The gap had long been stuffed with snow and solid ice, rendering it utterly immovable, given the excruciatingly loud sound that breaking glass would produce. Liu Kai refrained from such an action. Instead, he pressed himself against the sloped roof of the villa, focusing intently, and executed a swift maneuver to slip inside. The tug of the frigid wind vanished, and the howling sound diminished almost instantaneously. Chapter 36, A Hoard of Gold Bars, National Secrets. With a flashlight in hand, Liu Kai illuminated his surroundings. The interior of the villa appeared utterly devoid of any signs of habitation. The decor was strikingly simplistic, furnished solely with the economical, utilitarian furnishings provided by the developer upon purchase. There was a conspicuous absence of the opulence one would expect from a villa. Most notably, a layer of dust blanketed the floor, suggesting that it had remained unoccupied for quite some time, likely since the onset of the cold front. Coupled with the gold bars hidden within the safe, it was clear that this was yet another lair for a corrupt official to stash illicit funds. Liu Kai sighed softly. Reflecting on the multitude of corrupt officials, there seemed to be no end to them, no matter how many were eliminated. He navigated the familiar staircase with ease, pulling open a door that revealed the entrance to the basement. The beam of his flashlight pierced the darkness, landing on a charcoal gray safe that stood half his height in a corner of the basement. Upon seeing it, a flicker of excitement ignited in Liu Kai's eyes as he hurried toward it. This was an imported, British-made Jibao intelligence safe, and it was even a customized edition. Originally priced at 150,000 yuan, the safe was embedded deep within reinforced concrete, making it an integral part of the villa and thus inaccessible for direct retrieval. However, this posed no challenge for Liu Kai. In a state of extreme cold, the electronic recognition system of the safe had long ceased to function, leaving behind only the most rudimentary mechanical locking mechanism. If he could bypass the complex keypad of a bunker door, this mere safe would present no difficulty at all. With a series of clicks, he rotated the knob several times before forcefully pressing down on the long handle. The lock clicked open. Eagerly, he swung the heavy door wide, directing his flashlight inside. An overwhelming glare of golden reflection nearly blinded him. Gold bars, so many gold bars. Liu Kai's heart raced uncontrollably. his greed evident beneath the mask that concealed his face. Although he had known of the gold bars from previous scans, witnessing their resplendent hue in person was a far more visceral and potent experience, suppressing the frantic beating of his heart. Liu Kai swiftly grasped one of the gold bars for inspection. It felt weighty in his hand, inscribed with construction bank gold. Gold, 500G, 099.99. Each bar weighed a staggering 500 grams, and just before the apocalypse, each would be valued at 260,000 yuan. Astonishingly, the safe was filled to the brim with 30 of these bars, totaling an impressive 15 kilograms. Without further ado, he swept his hand across the treasure and claimed every last bar. The insatiable desire and thrill surged within him once more. Devour. Liu Kai could vividly see the 30 gold bars within the storage space dissolve into shimmering light, vanishing. The sensation coursing through his limbs was both invigorating and refreshing, as if he had successfully opened the legendary Rin and Du meridians, prompting an involuntary urge to moan. This time, Liu Kai distinctly felt a remarkable enhancement in his physical capabilities, extending beyond mere strength. His cognitive clarity had also sharpened, while his auditory, olfactory, and visual perceptions, as well as his bodily reflexes, had all improved. Eager to test his newfound might, he swiftly retrieved a 40-centimeter adjustable wrench from his storage space. Gripping both ends firmly, he concentrated his energy and exerted force from his core. There was no sound. Instead, the wrench bent effortlessly, as if it were a rubber rod, forming a perfect 90-degree angle. A spark of brilliance ignited in Liu Kai's eyes. How extraordinary! He hadn't even exerted his full strength yet. To bend a wrench with such ease suggested that his physical prowess had indeed rivaled that of the bulliest strongmen. Had this been the pre-apocalyptic era, he could have easily branded himself as Wrenchman and streamed his exploits for profit. Liu Kai felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Astonished at the magnitude of his initial enhancement, he began to anticipate the rewards that lay ahead. Just as he was about to leave, however, his peripheral vision caught sight of something beneath the second shelf of the safe. There lay a manila envelope, bulging with documents. What piqued his interest was the bright red seal stamped upon it. When illuminated by his flashlight, the words "Top Secret" leaped into view, causing Liu Kai's eyelids to flutter with alarm. Could this be a state secret? Perhaps it was best to avoid further inquiry. Or should he take a peek? His curiosity and desire for discovery overpowered his rationality. After much internal conflict, Liu Kai ultimately resolved to take a glance. He retrieved the hefty envelope and untied the string. Inside, alongside a thick stack of documents, lay a circular metal disc coated in a matte black finish. After scrutinizing it for a while, he could not discern its purpose. Flipping through the documents, the title on the cover page became clear. Technical Report on the Surface 5-in-1 Special Coating for our nation's next-generation aerospace fighter. The signature below read Fenghai City Institute of Special Materials. Goodness. At this point, Liu Kai found himself lacking the courage to continue reading. With a snap, he closed the report, his thoughts and heart racing in tandem. This was rather exhilarating. Was the report genuine? If so, what was it doing here? Could the black coating on the metal disc be this 5-in-1 special paint? Forcing himself to shake off the tumultuous thoughts, Liu Kai took a deep breath and reopened the report, perusing it page by page. Although the sophisticated content eluded his understanding, he discerned a clue. The report appeared to be a photocopy. This revelation caused an odd expression to cross Liu Kai's face. A photocopy of a confidential document in a long-abandoned villa within a valuable safe, alongside gold bars worth 7.8 million. What on earth? Could it be that the owner of the villa is indeed a walking $500,000? The more I ponder this possibility, the more plausible it seems. As Liu Kai gazed at the report and the metal fragment in his hand, he felt an urgent need to obliterate them immediately. After all, the report was merely a copy. The original must surely be in the hands of the government. Although the duration of this cold wave apocalypse remains uncertain, Liu Kai firmly believed that it would eventually come to an end. Once the world returned to normalcy, such advanced technology would inevitably resurface. Therefore, regardless of whether the villa's owner is a spy, allowing the report and the metal piece to remain here undoubtedly poses a significant risk of information leakage. Just as he was about to take action, a sudden, urgent beeping alarm erupted from his pocket. Startled, Liu Kai hastily retrieved the drone's remote control. The screen flashed with a red exclamation mark, while below it, thermal imaging revealed two white figures steadily approaching Villa Number 9 through the snow. Chapter 37. The unexpected appearance of 500,000. Two figures approached Villa Number 9, one robust and the other frail, both ensconced in professional winter attire. Braving the biting cold, they were now merely 20 meters from the villa, just within the drone's alert perimeter. This distance marked the threshold for the drone's warning, while its monitoring capability enveloped the entire community. Liu Kai hastily accessed the recent surveillance footage, astonished to discover that these two individuals had emerged from outside the neighborhood. arriving on a snowmobile. Observing their winter gear, Liu Kai's expression darkened. Clearly, their identities were not ordinary. After all, how could typical survivors from Fenghai City possess such specialized winter clothing and snowmobiles? Could they be officials dispatched from afar to retrieve reports and materials? Yet, this possibility was fraught with too many gaps, leading him to swiftly dismiss it. Thus, only one scenario remained. The owner of the villa had returned. Time was of the essence for Liu Kai, presenting him with two choices: either wait for the newcomers to enter and then immediately teleport away from the villa, or conceal himself in a shadowy corner to assess the situation further. After a brief contemplation, he opted for the latter. As an upright and patriotic young man, he felt an obligation to eliminate any potential threats to his country. If these individuals were indeed spies, he could not allow them to abscond with classified documents. With a calm demeanor, he returned the report and metal sheets to their original position within the brown paper bag. However, the gold bars he had consumed were irretrievable, leaving him to navigate the situation as it unfolded. He securely locked the safe once more and was just about to retreat to the dark corner beside the basement stairs when he suddenly noticed the dust on the floor disturbed by his footprints. Clang! Just then, a sharp sound of shattering glass echoed from above. There was no time to waste. Liu Kai could not afford to ponder further. He had no opportunity to erase his tracks. Taking a leap of faith, he concentrated and instantly teleported to the shadowy corner by the staircase. He sidled behind a shelf cluttered with cardboard boxes, a maneuver that would leave no new footprints. He retrieved his silenced submachine gun from his storage space, chambered around, and concealed it within his warm winter attire to prevent malfunctions from the cold. Thanks to the gold bars he had recently consumed, his spatial abilities had been further enhanced. Liu Kai was now capable of scanning the entire villa for an extended period, monitoring the movements of the two individuals above without any blind spots. There was now both good news and bad news. The good news was that the frail figure was a woman, seemingly lacking any physical strength. The bad news was that the robust figure was a man, equipped with a Glock 17 handgun, a foreign weapon. This further corroborated Liu Kai's earlier assessment. They were not officials. Despite having taken lives in the shadows, having practiced shooting, and possessing spatial abilities, Liu Kai had never truly experienced combat. Even with a distinct advantage, facing such a situation in person inevitably stirred a hint of anxiety within him. He remained vigilant, closely observing the movements of the two figures. The man turned and entered the villa, illuminating the surroundings with his flashlight. Suddenly, he reached out and grasped the woman beside him, then pointed decisively to the ground. Liu Kai could only observe their actions through his scanner, unable to hear their conversation. However, the man's gestures indicated that he had discovered Liu Kai's footprints. Indeed, without hesitation, the man drew his pistol from his waist. Yet, what transpired next was rather intriguing. He affixed the flashlight to his gun, seized the woman, and positioned her in front of him as a shield. Cautiously, he held the firearm aloft, stepping towards the basement. Following the footprints, the woman, feeling panic, began to struggle. It wasn't until the man pressed the gun against her head that she ceased her movements. Liu Kai felt a surge of confusion. Were the two not allies? Before long, they had tracked the footprints to the entrance of the basement. Liu Kai had neglected to close the door earlier. Through the gaps in the shelves, the beam of their flashlight pierced the inky darkness of the basement. Fortunately, the man's focus was entirely captivated by the footprints on the ground. He noted that the prints led solely to the safe, without diverging in any other direction, and there were no signs of the safe being opened or tampered with. He sighed in relief and pushed the woman aside, yet he did not enter the basement. Instead, he frowned and muttered, "Strange, why are there only footprints leading in, none leading out?" The woman glanced around, seemingly fearful of the dark. She shrank back and trembled. "Dragon. Brother Long, let us hurry and grab the things. I'm scared." Liu Kai finally heard their voices clearly. He had to admit, the woman's voice was quite melodious, and her figure was appealing. He simply wondered about her appearance. The man, referred to as Brother Long, scoffed. "What are you afraid of? It's freezing. Is there really anyone else here?" Perhaps the woman's urgency had an effect, or perhaps his own words reassured him. Brother Long took the woman's hand and confidently stepped into the basement. He raised his gun and flashlight, casually surveying the area. Upon confirming the absence of any footprints, he fully relaxed. He roughly pushed the woman to the front of the safe, instructing, "Hurry up and open it. Let us grab what we need and leave." The woman dared not resist. As she unlocked the safe, she cautiously spoke. "Brother Long, you must keep your word. Don't just kick me aside. Rest assured, you are a talented youth. I will certainly take good care of you," he replied with a slightly lewd chuckle that echoed in the basement. The woman sighed inwardly, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in her eyes as if resigned to her fate. Moments later, the safe's combination lock clicked open. However, as the woman pulled the door ajar, she suddenly screamed, "Brother Long, something's wrong." Startled, Brother Long quickly covered her mouth, hissing, "Keep your voice down." Once he released her, the woman fearfully pointed at the safe. "The gold bars, they're gone." "What the hell? What use is a fool like you without the gold bars? What about the documents?" "The documents are still here." As the woman withdrew the brown paper bag, Longa snatched it away. After verifying the materials and the metal discs were intact, he visibly sighed in relief. It seemed that a master had paid a visit a few days prior. You should be grateful that the gold bars were lost rather than the documents. Otherwise, it would be impossible to deceive those in the land of the free. When Liu Kai entered the villa, he did not shatter the ice-encased windows, and the safe had only been emptied of gold bars, with the documents remaining untouched. It was based on these two observations that Longa concluded a theft had occurred a couple of days ago. However, the woman remained somewhat displeased. "But the gold bars you gave me," she huffed, "it's still your fault for being slow. If you had left the country a few days earlier, we wouldn't be facing so many issues now." At this juncture, his tone softened slightly. "Don't dwell on it. Once this job is completed, there will be as many gold bars as you desire." Although reluctant, the woman had no choice but to begrudgingly accept the reality of the stolen gold bars. With a resigned nod, she conceded, "All right." Unbeknownst to the two as they turned to leave, their conversation had been overheard in its entirety by Liu Kai. They were also unaware that a dark, menacing gun barrel was silently aimed at them from the shadows. Chapter 38. The Fall of a Talented Student. Indulging in flesh, Liu Kai was now utterly convinced that these two individuals were spies. There was nothing more to deliberate. Action was imperative. He raised his submachine gun. Aiming directly at the leading figure, Brother Long steadying his breath, he resolutely squeezed the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. A series of rapid sounds echoed, akin to the crumpling of an aluminum can. 3 9mm bullets sped toward Brother Long's chest, blood splattering forth. One bullet struck true, piercing his heart. Brother Long had no time to react. Darkness engulfed him as he collapsed to the ground. The woman behind him momentarily froze at the unexpected turn of events. However, before she could comprehend the situation, Liu Kai, prepared and swift as a phantom, appeared before her. Rat-a-tat. This time, 2 bullets found their mark, obliterating her target's head and completely eliminating any chance of him rising again. With a swift motion, he collected the brown paper bag and Brother Long's fallen Glock 17 into his storage space. This marked Liu Kai's first experience of taking a life, and a sense of panic gripped his heart. The visceral image of the close-range headshot was overwhelmingly intense. A mixture of red and white oozed from Brother Long's corpse, rapidly freezing upon contact with the ground. He felt an urge to vomit, but suppressed the turmoil within his stomach. There was still a woman to contend with. Everything had transpired too swiftly. It was not until Liu Kai materialized before her that the woman finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. The gruesome scene sent her nerves into a frenzy, and terror filled her eyes as her legs gave way, causing her to collapse onto the floor. Instinctively, she opened her mouth to scream. Smack! Liu Kai, quick-witted and agile, delivered a sharp slap, leaving her dazed. Pointing the gun at her, he commanded, "Silence." The woman gazed up at him, her wide, terrified eyes glistening with moisture. Struggling to suppress the urge to urinate, she endeavored to maintain her last shred of dignity. She longed to weep, but dared not do so. Her hands pressed tightly against her mouth, muffled sobs escaping in pitiful whimpers. Despite the cold mask obscuring the lower half of her face, the glimmer in her large, watery eyes revealed her striking beauty, coupled with her pitiable expression. It was quite the sight. As a normal man, Liu Kai had not indulged in such pleasures for over 2.5 years. A surge of warmth coursed through him, his breath quickening as he momentarily forgot the revulsion of murder. Lowering his firearm, he seized the woman by the nape of her neck, hastening her upstairs. Overwhelmed by an unknown dread, the woman could no longer remain silent. She struggled and cried out, "Let me go." "Who are you? What do you want?" Smack! I said be quiet. The first and second floors were encased in solid ice, the howling wind outside adding to the chilling atmosphere. Liu Kai was unperturbed by the prospect of her cries being heard. He simply wished to avoid the sound of screaming. He tossed her before the fireplace in the living room, yanking off her cold weather mask. A beautiful, tear-streaked doll-like face was revealed before him. Upon seeing her delicate, fair visage, Liu Kai felt the heat within him intensify. Yet, in pursuit of clarity, he patiently retrieved the brown paper bag from his storage space. Staring coldly at the woman, he asked, "I will ask, you will answer, do you understand?" The woman's face was filled with terror as she trembled and nodded. Name, age, major, and degree. He Weyer, 27 years old, master's in materials science. You are from the Special Materials Research Institute of Fohai City? Yes. Liu Kai raised the brown paper bag in his hand. This is a copy. Where is the original? The original was taken to Kyoto by my professor long ago. So, it means they have had this document for quite some time? Weyer, unaware of Liu Kai's intentions, could only answer truthfully, yes. Then this item is of no use. Liu Kai pulled out a lighter. Before He Weier's horrified gaze, he ignited the brown paper bag and tossed it into the nearby fireplace. Subsequently, as if performing a magic trick, he extracted a large quantity of A4 paper, mop sticks, and other flammable materials from his storage space. He Weier was left dumbfounded by his display, yet she dared not ask further questions. Liu Kai seemed oblivious to her shock, casually shoving the items into the burning fireplace while remarking, "Let us discuss the matter at hand." He Weier certainly knew what he meant by the matter at hand. She had initially wished to avoid revisiting that painful memory. However, seeing Liu Kai's right hand warily gripping a gun, she could only let out a resigned sigh and began to narrate the events in a low voice. She was strikingly beautiful and academically exceptional, with a promising future ahead. Introduced to a research group by her mentor, she smoothly transitioned into the Special Materials Research Institute of Fohai City after completing her master's degree. At a young age, she became involved in the development of special coatings for the latest generation of aerospace fighter jets and encountered a handsome, affluent partner, believing her life was perfect. However, under her wealthy boyfriend's indulgence, she gradually became accustomed to a lavish lifestyle. Once the habits of extravagance and vanity took root, they proved difficult to abandon. Later, her boyfriend mysteriously vanished, only for Long Gu to arrive at her doorstep with photographs of her and her boyfriend together. Long Gu did not attempt to extort her. He merely proposed purchasing certain information for a substantial sum. Initially, He Weier considered refusing, but the information Long Gu sought was trivial, even publicly available online. She longed for the days of her extravagant spending and relished the envious glances from her friends as she carried the latest LV handbag. Ultimately, she crafted a grandiose excuse for her moral decline. The photos were in Long Ji's possession, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. The allure of money was intoxicating. The generous reward from her first transaction left her dizzy with excitement. This was an amount one could not earn through a decade of honest work, now within her reach. Yet, this was not the conclusion, but merely the commencement. Subsequent requests from Long Gu for increasingly sensitive and pivotal information felt akin to a frog being boiled slowly in warm water. When He Weier finally came to her senses, she realized she could no longer turn back. Liu Kai remained expressionless. Such cases were far too common online. Those who sell secrets for money tread a path of degradation strikingly similar to that of He Weier. Individuals often seek a suitable excuse for their own moral decline. Take Liu Kai, for instance, who, after hearing the tale, became convinced that the frail woman before him was indeed a wretched spy. A sinister thought crossed his mind. Since she is doomed, why not extract her remaining value before her demise? He cast aside all reservations. With a rough motion, he lifted He Weier's delicate chin and smirked coldly. "Ah, high achievers are typically astute. You surely comprehend why I have yet to end your life, don't you?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of sorrow crossed He Weier's eyes, swiftly replaced by a resigned smile. As she deftly unfastened the buttons and zipper of her cold-weather attire, she whispered, "I understand." Retrieving a limited edition box from her storage space, she offered him a sly grin. He. Though reluctant, He Weier could only slowly close her eyes, awaiting the cruel whims of fate. The logs in the fireplace crackled and burned, while the two figures danced gracefully to the sound of the flames. This night would be one devoid of slumber. Chapter 39. Rumors of the enemy's approach. Liu Kai could not be classified as an experienced veteran, nor was he an innocent young man. He possessed a realistic assessment of his own capabilities. Perhaps due to the enhancement of his physical constitution, this time his endurance had doubled. The boastful claim he once made online about enduring a battle for 50 minutes had finally come to fruition, allowing him to say farewell to the traditional remedies. Dressed and ready, Liu Kai sat before the roaring fireplace, lighting a cigarette and exhaling plumes of smoke. Opposite him, He Weier was seated, draped in a warm coat, beneath which she wore only a thin layer of form-fitting clothing that accentuated her graceful figure. Observing the flush on her delicate, doll-like face, Liu Kai felt a subtle dryness in his throat. Noticing Liu Kai's indulgence in smoke, she retrieved a pack of mint-flavored cigarettes from her coat pocket. With her slender fingers, she delicately held the slender cigarette, gazing with interest at the man before her. He Weier was an exceedingly astute woman. With the confidential documents already incinerated, she realized that Liu Kai would never return the specialized metal plate coated with unique materials. She understood that her leverage for negotiating with the Americans was utterly lost. Equally, she recognized that, in the frigid conditions outside, without support, her chances of survival were virtually non-existent. Although Liu Kai was not conventionally handsome, he was still somewhat pleasing to the eye. More importantly, he possessed considerable strength. If she could align herself with such a formidable figure, at least for a prolonged period, she would not have to worry about her livelihood. At this juncture, she was willing to trade her body for security. Thus, when she caught Liu Kai's ardent gaze, she instinctively thrust out her rounded chest. As the smoke dissipated, Hiwaya was about to engage him with flirtation, but unexpectedly, Liu Kai spoke first. What was your original plan for reaching the Americans? Huh? Hiwaya was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the abruptness of the question. Yet, upon meeting Liu Kai's cold, scrutinizing gaze, she felt a jolt of alarm. She quickly straightened her posture and replied, Brother Long and I had planned to arrive at the port of Fohai City by noon tomorrow, where a group of Japanese operatives would assist us. We would then take a snowmobile across the frozen sea to reach Yonaguni Island, where the Americans have military transport planes stationed. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai raised an eyebrow. He was familiar with Yonaguni Island, the southwesternmost island of Japan, located to the east of Taiwan, approximately 400 kilometers from Fohai City. A meticulously crafted plan. I am curious what the Americans have offered you to compel you to so eagerly betray state secrets. Hiwaya's expression stiffened, a bead of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She hesitated, struggling to find her words. You mentioned that the Japanese have infiltrated the port of Fohai City? How do you maintain contact with them? There is a snowmobile outside the community equipped with a satellite phone. At this revelation, alarm bells rang in Liu Kai's mind. A sudden thought struck him. If you do not arrive at the port on time, will the Japanese come looking for you? I do not know. Regardless of how Hiwaya responded, Liu Kai had already arrived at a conclusion. Given the value of the information they possessed, it was highly likely that the Japanese would indeed come searching for them. His heart was enveloped in a tumult of conflicting emotions. The information was irrevocably lost. Even if the Japanese came, they would return empty-handed, unable to locate his hidden self in the bunker. Yet, he harbored no fondness for this mundane existence. As calamity descended, anxiety gripped everyone. These scoundrels dared to orchestrate schemes, brazenly infiltrating the borders. Such audacity was intolerable. Liu Kai found himself unable to relay the news to the authorities. But he possessed a sniper rifle. A bold idea ignited within him. How many were there? Hiwaya timidly shook her head. What use are you if you know nothing? Liu Kai sprang to his feet, retrieving a handgun from his storage. Perhaps these Japanese would arrive by noon tomorrow. His plan to steal gold was far from complete. There was no time to delay. He must eliminate the woman before him first. Seeing the dark expression on Liu Kai's face, an ominous premonition surged within Hiwaya. What are you going to do? Click. Liu Kai chose silence, chambering around and aiming the pistol directly at her head. No, please don't kill me. Don't kill me. Hiwaya's face drained of color and terror. She scrambled to Liu Kai's feet, weeping profusely. I beg you, handsome, please don't kill me. I will do anything you say. I can be your dog. No, I can be your star crossbow. Please don't do this. Her voice trembled. A warm stream surged between her legs, soaking the carpet before the fireplace. Looking down at Hiwaya, who clutched his ankle tightly, Liu Kai sneered. Do you think a single night of intimacy will spare you? I am no saint, but you are far worse, so you shall meet your end. Whoosh. He moved 2 meters away in an instant, fearing the blood spray would splatter on him. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. 3 bullets striking the beautiful woman who writhed on the ground. Her cries abruptly ceased. 2 bullets to the chest and 1 to the head. Even the great Hua Tuo would shake his head in disbelief. Blood flowed and congealed. The pleading expression on Hiwaya's face remained, but she could utter no more. In her final moments, she would never learn the name of the man with whom she had shared a night of passion. Liu Kai had never intended for Hiwaya to survive. Even if she was beautiful, he required merely a vessel for his desires. Yet, a fragment of justice and conscience lingered within him. Moreover, this woman was far from the weak and harmless persona she projected. If she could betray her country today, she could just as easily betray Liu Kai tomorrow. He dragged Long Ji's corpse from the basement and ignited the embers in the fireplace. Soon, the living room on the first floor was ablaze with roaring flames. Liu Kai did not linger for a moment, hastening to the next locations. He deliberately quickened his pace, transforming into a fervent scavenger. In a mere 2 hours, he had plundered the remaining 17 villas and 47 apartments, emptying them of platinum and gold. The remaining stock was scant, consisting of only a few gold bars, with more being jewelry such as necklaces and bracelets crafted from precious metals. However, Liu Kai gradually came to realize a harsh truth. The enhancing effects of these precious metals were swiftly diminishing. Despite having collected over 20 kilograms of precious metals, their strengthening impact on him was even inferior to the 15 kilograms of gold bars discovered within the 9 villas. It was akin to the development of resistance from the misuse of antibiotics. Nevertheless, Liu Kai's physique had already been enhanced to an extraordinary level. Just moments ago, he exerted all his strength and astonishingly tore apart a triple-layered iron wok bearing the Shuangli Ren brand. Liu Kai also observed that, Although the bolstering effects of the precious metals on his spatial abilities were waning, the decline resembled a memory curve, steadily decreasing but never entirely vanishing. This signified that victory could still be achieved through accumulation, such as by mining the rich deposits beneath the forest of Bright Town. Chapter 40. 5 Days. Raising electronic crickets by the time Liu Kai had scavenged all the precious metals, it was already 2 a.m. due to the limited flammable materials. The blaze at Villa 9 had not spread to the ice layer above. Furthermore, in the dead of night, it was unlikely that anyone would notice the fire. He located the dilapidated electric snowmobile that Long Gu and his companion had left outside the community. Indeed, it was equipped with a satellite phone that was currently charging. Aware of its tracking capabilities, Liu Kai decisively dispatched a drone to drop it into Villa 9. He had resolved to lure that group of Japanese intruders into a trap. After retrieving the snowmobile, which had been acquired without cost, he returned the drone to the rooftop of Building 1. Fortunately, the position of Villa 9 was aligned with Building 21, where Wang Daxiang resided, allowing for simultaneous surveillance. Once these tasks were completed, he made his way back to the warm and comfortable bunker. Despite nearly an hour of physical exertion, Liu Kai, enhanced by physical conditioning, felt invigorated, with no discomfort whatsoever. Unable to sleep, he decided to head to the gym on the first floor for a workout, continuing until dawn. To his astonishment, Liu Kai discovered that his physical abilities had improved yet again. It was as if the residual energy from the gold he had consumed had finally been fully harnessed. This was indeed good news. Beep, beep, beep. Just as he finished his shower and sat down for breakfast with Xiao He and Xiao Bai, the drone's remote control chimed. The drone was fully charged. According to He, their original plan was to head to the Fenghai City port at noon. However, the port was a straight-line distance of 20 kilometers from his community. Neither the drone's battery nor its signal could cover such a vast distance. Unless he personally traversed the ice-covered city to investigate, Liu Kai, being a seasoned survivor, swiftly dismissed that idea. After all, it was the Japanese who were eager to retrieve confidential intelligence. He decided to bide his time and wait for the right moment. Should he discover that the enemy was not numerous, he would eliminate them all. If they were in great numbers, he would feign ignorance. After all, the confidential report had already been incinerated. However, Liu Kai did not anticipate that he would wait a full 5 days. On May 17, 2043, the 11th day of the cold wave, the government rescue team, which had occasionally visited in the previous days, had completely ceased their efforts. Both Villa 9 and Wang Daxiang's Villa 21 remained eerily silent. This left Liu Kai perplexed. The Japanese, timid as they were, might have retreated due to the absence of their target. Yet, he surmised that Wang Daxiang was also among the members of the butcher-eating group from his past life. Why had there been no movement from him? Was it possible that he was hoarding supplies at home? Liu Kai had even dispatched a drone to survey the third-floor shops outside the community, where the frozen corpses of the unfortunate shop owners still lay. With a resigned sigh, Liu Kai pondered, could it be that he had misjudged him? Casting the thought aside, it was evident that the survivors had been quite lively during these past few days. Seizing upon the brief interlude of 2 hours of daily power outage, many ventured out to procure ice and melt snow. Liu Kai, too, took the opportunity to survey the current number of survivors, 394 individuals. The high-rise residential buildings within the Lishirtsu UN community, along with the villas, theoretically accommodate 310 households. Assuming an average of 2 individuals per household, this amounts to 620 residents. However, many had purchased properties as investments, and prior to the onslaught of the cold front, it was estimated that only around 4,000 individuals resided here. Thus, the scenario mirrored that of the previous life. Merely a tenth of the population had survived. Yet, even among this dwindling number, the complexity of their circumstances was astonishing. For instance, some, unable to endure the harsh conditions, resorted to slaughtering their golden retrievers for sustenance. The aroma of the cooked meat attracted others, leading to an outrageous scene of meat theft. Furthermore, the family's act of consuming dog meat was discovered by certain animal lovers, resulting in a barrage of criticism within the homeowners group. A plethora of peculiar remarks ensued. How could one eat such a beloved creature? Dogs are man's best friend. Part of our family. How could you bring yourself to do that? I would rather starve than eat a dog. However, these sentiments were met with sharper retorts. I am on the brink of starvation. I would eat anything, even a panda. The debate escalated into a fierce verbal clash that continued unabated until the power outage forced a cessation. In addition to the canine controversy, other curiosities emerged. Vegetarians joined the ranks of those condemning dog eaters. Some locals, inexplicably smug, criticized the influx of outsiders in Fenghai City, claiming it increased the burden on government relief efforts and exacerbated resource consumption, causing further suffering for the native residents. There were also self-important individuals demanding that others supply them with provisions, and those with authoritarian tendencies chastising everyone for a lack of unity. Even as hunger gnawed at their bellies, some boasted of their vast networks, claiming they could summon a truckload of supplies with a mere phone call. The homeowners group devolved into a cacophony of mutual accusations, with individuals exposing each other's dirty laundry, including instances of unpaid project fees, corruption, infidelity, and other sensational scandals. During this tumultuous period, Liu Kai refrained from watching television or playing games. He vigilantly monitored his phone, awaiting incoming calls, amused by the unfolding arguments. Even if someone could no longer tolerate the discord and exited the homeowners group, Liu Kai would exercise his authority to reinstate them. Akin to tending to electronic crickets, he could not allow them to escape. Nevertheless, human nature is not solely malevolent. In recent days, some clear-minded individuals began to unite, persistently urging collective collaboration in the search for resources. Yet, such calls met only with scorn and derision. For the Liu community, aptly named, is situated far from the city center. With temperatures plummeting to a chilling -60 degrees, even the warmest down jackets offered little solace. The mere act of retrieving ice from the entrance posed a risk of freezing to death, let alone the arduous trek to scour supermarkets in the city. Consequently, it was only natural that the homeowners group erupted into chaos once more. In recent days, Liu Kai has been awaiting the arrival of the Japanese and the moment when Wang Deqiang would begin to dispose of the bodies. However, he has also been contemplating another matter. The individuals still alive are predominantly of advanced age. It is these older individuals who tend to stockpile provisions at home, rather than relying on takeout for their daily sustenance. A common trait among this demographic is their affinity for precious items such as gold and jade. Thus, these households likely possess substantial quantities of gold and platinum. As Liu Kai calculated that their food supplies were nearing depletion, he perceived a golden opportunity for acquisition, exchanging resources for precious metals. Naturally, he could choose to wait, either for these individuals to succumb to starvation or for the authorities to issue shelter announcements that would entice them to leave. He could even resort to a more ruthless approach, forcibly seizing what he desired. Yet, he is merely unscrupulous, not a villain who indiscriminately slaughters the innocent. Even if he could take action against the nefarious gangsters, he could never bring himself to harm the innocent children, excluding the mischievous ones. Moreover, the thought of being the sole survivor in an entire community is rather unsettling. Chapter 41. Transforming the bunker. Becoming a wandering merchant, having established a plan for the exchange of precious metals, the next phase was implementation. However, Liu Kai encountered a new issue in recent days. After enhancing his physical capabilities, many of the gym's apparatuses were no longer effective for his workout needs, as they were merely standard equipment. To prevent users from overestimating their abilities and risking injury, the machines had a maximum weight limit. For instance, the treadmill's highest speed was only 16 kilometers per hour, allowing Liu Kai to run for an hour without feeling fatigued. Thus, he resolved to repurpose the gym on the first floor for different uses. After carefully evaluating his requirements, he pinpointed a specific objective. The first floor, being the most spacious and with greater distances on either side, was suitable for relocating the narrow shooting range from the third floor. As the saying goes, plans cannot always keep pace with changes. At this moment, Liu Kai found himself regretting the premature demise of Haywire. The vacant third floor could have been transformed into a pleasure-seeking confinement chamber, akin to the hidden rooms of the Dahu and Erhu households. Nevertheless, he swiftly dismissed this unsettling thought from his mind. Liu Kai firmly believed that the world would eventually return to its rightful path. He wished to maintain a normal state of mind in anticipation of a rejuvenated world, rather than becoming a depraved individual obsessed with confinement play. Each individual possesses their own boundaries. Not embodying a saint does not imply one must become a deviant. Ultimately, Liu Kai adhered to the mindset of continually enhancing his self-defense capabilities. He decided to convert the third floor into a facility conducive to physical training, a swimming pool. Different swimming strokes target various muscle groups, and the resistance of water is substantial. Even for Liu Kai in his current state, it would provide excellent exercise. He expressed gratitude for the relentless efforts of scientists, for the waterproof ceiling spray that had become a household staple was nothing short of miraculous. Most importantly, the supermarket's warehouse was well stocked. The shelter boasted a height of 3 meters per floor, and Liu Kai promptly welded 2-meter-thick steel plates to enclose the passage connecting the upper and lower levels. He thoroughly sprayed the ground and sides with the waterproof spray and commenced a 3-day water tightness test. To his relief, there were no signs of leakage. He then proceeded to install the backup circulating water purifier. Ultimately, he was reluctant to utilize the precious underground water or even bottled water. Instead, he ventured out in the dead of night to collect ice to melt, gradually raising the pool's water level to a height of 1 8 meters. Completion of the pool took several days. Although his body was not fatigued, his mind was weary, prompting Liu Kai to retire early for rest. The following day, he made a special effort to rise early. This was the day he anticipated that the food supplies of most individuals would be nearly depleted, marking the optimal time for trading. He rummaged through his storage space to find 2 large nylon storage boxes. One was filled with instant noodles, Snickers bars, and compressed biscuits, while the other contained sanitary pads, vacuum-sealed sleeping bags for cold weather, solid alcohol fuel, and various common medications. He retrieved the snowmobile brought by Haywire and Long Good, placing it in the first-floor gym. After conducting a thorough inspection to ensure everything was in order, he fully charged the battery pack, waiting for external power and internet connectivity by 9 a.m. Using hacking software, Liu Kai stealthily arranged for a false account to join the community owners group. The account needed to be registered under a real name, and Liu Kai randomly selected the identity of a 45-year-old man from Fenghai City to bind it. The account's nickname was simply 4 words, Wandering Merchant. When the power came back on, everyone was preoccupied with fetching ice, melting snow for water, and charging devices. There was simply no time to converse in the group. Thus, Liu Kai unceremoniously dropped a pre-written message into the chat. Dear survivor friends, I will be offering ample supplies of food, daily necessities, and medications for sale at the north gate of Lashik Garden from 10 to 10:30 a.m. You are welcome to make your purchases. Following this, there were 2 images. One depicted 2 boxes brimming with supplies, while the other was a meticulously prepared list of items with their prices. A Snickers bar priced at 5 grams of gold. Instant noodles at 5 grams of gold per bag, compressed biscuits at 10 grams of gold per pack, a pack of 10 long night sanitary napkins at 20 grams of gold. Solid alcohol fuel at 150 grams of gold per bag, vacuum-sealed thermal sleeping bags at 500 grams of gold each. A pack of 4 amoxicillin capsules at 1,000 grams of gold. Asthma inhalers, fast-acting heart rescue pills, emergency contraceptives, ibuprofen, and so on. The extensive list was both dazzling and envy-inducing. Naturally, in addition to gold, one could also purchase items with double the amount of platinum. Consequently, this message inevitably stirred up a tempest in the group. Who is this wandering merchant? Are they a resident of our community? I am only concerned with whether they truly possess such abundant supplies. Indeed, how could they have so many items? Did they stockpile before the severe cold hit? I suspect they might have located a supermarket or perhaps they own one, while some individuals were still preoccupied with other matters. The incessant notifications from their phones prompted them to take a glance. However, that one glance ensnared their attention completely. Food, medicine, thermal sleeping bags. Even some women who happened to be on their menstrual cycle were captivated. Sanitary napkins are not something one typically stocks in large quantities at home. Most people only buy a few packs as the time approaches. The significance of medications cannot be overstated. The sudden drop in temperature had already caused many to fall ill with severe colds. The non-prescription medications hoarded at home were not only limited in quantity but also of minimal efficacy. Once the initial frenzy subsided, everyone began to notice the outrageous prices. Gold? Platinum? Moreover, it was specifically stated, no paper currency or bank transfers accepted. The group chat erupted once more. What? A Snickers bar for 5 grams of gold or 10 grams of platinum? Why don't you just rob someone? Wandering merchant, a thermal sleeping bag for 500 grams. Is the outer shell made of gold or is the filling gold? Who besides a fool would have such a cache of precious metals at home? I believe this person is a fraud or just putting on a show. Wandering merchant, how dare you refuse paper currency? It is illegal to reject RMB. Do you believe I won't report you? Is it really true that a sanitary napkin costs 20 grams of gold? Liu Kai, well-versed in the art of exploitation, deliberately sets exorbitant prices for such products. After all, there are numerous affluent women in the neighborhood. Spending lavishly to discreetly support a young lover is one thing. But is it truly excessive to invest a bit more for comfort during one's menstrual period? Is it not all for the sake of ease? As I gaze at the messages flashing across the screen, nearly everyone laments the high costs of goods. Liu Kai, in response, shares a photo of dog food in the group chat. If the prices are too steep, fear not, for there are affordable options. A 20-kilogram bag of dog food costs merely 5 grams of gold. Would you care to partake? Xiaohei, you think you're so impressive, so high and mighty. Selling my food for profit? This remark undoubtedly carries an insult. Yet, one fellow could not resist. Fine, I'll trade 5 grams of gold for dog food. But you must not raise the price. Liu Kai? Chapter 42. Cunning and calculative. The incoming are not kind. The discussions within the group continued to ferment. At that moment, Liu Kai suddenly spotted 2 familiar usernames. Chen Fujian. Remain calm. Do not be deceived. None of us are aware of the true nature of this wandering merchant. I suspect he is deliberately luring us out to rob our gold. Wang Deqiang. That makes sense. Everyone understands the significance of food and medicine now. Who would willingly exchange them for gold? Would you? These two statements held a semblance of truth, as no one could fathom the rationale behind trading food for gold. Although it was mere conjecture, devoid of any tangible evidence, it nonetheless found resonance among the more timid individuals. Liu Kai, however, merely scoffed, dismissing their concerns. Faced with the threats of starvation and freezing, who would be overly cautious? Even if they suspected a trap, there were also those who sought to add Liu Kai as a friend, embellishing their requests with tales of woe. Some claimed their 90-year-old mothers were gravely ill and urgently needed medicine. Others lamented that their children had gone days without food, pleading for assistance for their helpless little ones. All of them, without exception, claimed to possess no gold and sought to barter with other items. Some even attempted to morally manipulate him, demanding that he distribute provisions for free. Liu Kai promptly blocked these individuals, for he was acutely aware of a harsh reality. In the face of a harsh winter, the elderly and infants were the first to perish. After surveying the entire community, he noted that the youngest residents were at least 10 years old, while the oldest did not exceed 65. Even if there were genuinely elderly individuals and infants in need of salvation, he would not extend his compassion lightly. As the clock struck 9:50, some individuals were already perched by their windows, intently gazing at the community's northern gate, nearly engulfed by the encroaching frost. They were eager to discern whether this wandering merchant was indeed real. Meanwhile, Liu Kai had donned a thick white winter suit and made his way to a corner of the neighborhood, out of sight. First, he found a spacious nook and disposed of the accumulated refuse from his time in the bunker. Then, he retrieved a pristine second-hand snowmobile from his storage. He secured 2 large boxes filled with supplies to the back of the snowmobile. Starting the engine, he left a long trail of snow and ice behind as he sped towards the northern gate of Leisure to UN community. At last, amidst the curious and skeptical gazes of onlookers, a keen-eyed observer spotted a small moving white dot in the distance, against the backdrop of the snowy expanse. It would have been difficult to discern unless one possessed particularly sharp vision. As the white dot drew nearer, more and more individuals became aware of its presence. When the snowmobile finally halted at the community entrance, everyone was taken aback by Liu Kai's appearance, collectively gasping in astonishment. To the ordinary observer, he resembled a wandering merchant who had arrived from afar, albeit with a rather intimidating demeanor. Clad in a bulletproof vest and helmet, his face was obscured by a thermal mask and windproof goggles. A 5-kilogram steel machete was secured to one side of the snowmobile, while he carried a Viper S-400 crossbow on his back, its quiver filled to the brim with arrows. Each of his thighs bore a holster, each cradling a sleek Obsidian P320 pistol. Even if acquaintances were to approach, they would remain oblivious to his true identity. In such a guise, had he not proclaimed himself a merchant, others might have hastily branded him a ruthless bandit. Liu Kai was acutely aware that once the news of his transaction circulated, there would undoubtedly be those with nefarious intentions eager to seize what was not theirs. Firearms were indeed present within the community. This attire served as a deterrent to those harboring ill will. Yet, should they prove obstinate and attempt to force his hand, he would not hesitate to unleash a torrent of violence. He dragged the 2 large crates from the back of the snowmobile, positioning them at the entrance of the community. Lifting the lids revealed an abundant array of supplies. With a swift motion, he extracted a collapsible camping flagpole, affixing his hand-painted banner to it before driving it firmly into the ground. The large white flag billowed and danced in the frigid wind, emblazoned with 4 bold crimson characters, Wandering Merchant. At that moment, several individuals, bundled in thick clothing, had already ventured onto the snow-covered ground, which reached up to the second floor. They concealed themselves in the shadows of building corners or behind frost-laden tree canopies, their eyes fixated on the 2 crates of goods, utterly captivated. Yet, the presence of Liu Kai's firearms and crossbow instilled a deep-seated fear in them. They lurked in the shadows, hesitant to be the first to advance. Silently, they wished for a sacrificial lamb to test the waters. If the merchant were indeed legitimate, they could still emerge later. However, given that everyone harbored such thoughts, who would dare to be the first to take the plunge? Liu Kai remained silent, seated on the snowmobile with his arms crossed. He had made it clear he would only linger until 10:30 before departing. After all, he was not the one on the verge of starvation. Others were in greater haste. Indeed, before long, a figure hidden in the shadows steeled themselves, gripping a black briefcase tightly as they dashed forth. The individual raised their left hand in a gesture of goodwill while clutching the briefcase in their right. They emerged from Building 1, sprinting rapidly towards Liu Kai. Instinctively scanning the newcomer, Liu Kai noted the absence of a firearm. The briefcase, though modest in size, contained several blocks resembling bricks. Gold bars? A significant client. However, As the distance between them narrowed and Liu Kai discerned the features of the approaching figure, a peculiar expression crossed his face. It was none other than Qin Fujian, the esteemed director. An oddity struck Liu Kai. Previously, during his scans of the community, he had not detected any gold bars at Qin Fujian's residence. Yet, he swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. Scanning could only ascertain the structure and shape of objects, not their materials. Liu Kai had deduced that the safe in Villa 9 contained gold bars due to the bank engravings upon them. His inference of gold and platinum within the community stemmed from the distinctive designs of jewelry. Should gold be fashioned into brick-like forms and embedded within walls or beneath flooring, or perhaps crafted into teapots or decorative items, the scan would fail to provide an accurate assessment. The weight of the gold bars bore down heavily, causing Qin Fujian to stagger as he ran. Yet, at that moment, the onlookers remained oblivious, their eyes cold and unyielding, completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, a breathless figure emerged from the direction of the villa area within the community. This individual cradled a tightly wrapped bundle in their arms. Upon a closer inspection, Liu Kai's expression darkened significantly. The person in question was indeed one of the ogres he had suspected, Wang Deqiang. The object in his grasp was not gold or platinum, but rather a small revolver, loaded with 6 rounds of ammunition, signaling ill intent. Liu Kai quickly pieced together the details. These two had initially urged everyone in the group to beware of deception, yet they were the first to flee. One of them carried several hefty gold bars, seemingly intent on purchasing all the supplies, while the other brandished a firearm, clearly aiming to forcibly seize all resources for themselves. Liu Kai had brought with him a substantial amount of supplies. Whether for personal use or for resale at a marked-up price, both of them stood to profit immensely. These two truly exemplified the basest of creatures. Chapter 43. Murder. Dare you deceive me with fake gold? The distinction between the two lies in their mindset and methods. Qin Fuv clearly believed that the merchant had remaining stock at home. Arriving with genuine gold and silver for trade, he evidently sought to establish a partnership for long-term business. In contrast, Wang Deqiang's approach was much simpler. Regardless of whether there was any stock left, he intended to conduct this transaction as a one-off deal, and without any investment at that. Indeed, as Qin Fuv sensed someone approaching from behind, he hastened his pace, quickly reaching a safe distance of 5 meters from Liu Kai. Without uttering a word, he opened his briefcase to reveal gleaming gold bars within, donning what he deemed a friendly smile. His tone was somewhat urgent. "Brother, I will take both of these boxes." The biting cold wind howled. To ensure Liu Kai could hear him clearly, he raised his voice. However, this declaration was evidently overheard by the rapidly approaching Wang Deqiang, who promptly shouted back, "Wait, I want to buy 2. Qin Fuv turned his head back, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. "Wang Deqiang, do you not understand the principle of first come, first served?" Wang Deqiang paid no heed, swiftly stepping beside Qin Fuv. He lifted the modest package he held and addressed the masked Liu Kai. "Brother, I also wish to purchase." Noticing the small size of Wang Deqiang's package, a flicker of disdain crossed Qin Fuv's face. Buy? Do you possess that much gold?" "None of your business," Wang Deqiang retorted. Liu Kai observed the two bickering, pondering briefly before nodding towards Wang Deqiang. "You go first." This gesture immediately darkened Qin Fuv's expression, his face resembling the bottom of a pot. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes, but upon noticing the handgun strapped to Liu Kai's thigh, he quickly concealed his emotions. Wang Deqiang, too, was taken aback. He had anticipated that Qin Fuv would make his purchase first, planning to rob him afterward, yet he was astonished that the merchant would allow him to choose first. A cold smile crept across his mind. Indeed, the road to paradise is often untraveled. If he could catch the merchant off guard and eliminate him, not only would he acquire 2 large boxes of supplies, but the weapons, a gun, a crossbow, and a snowmobile on his person would also become his. His face, marked with deep lines, radiated gratitude. "Brother, you possess great wisdom, leaving no opportunity for this scheming merchant to profit. I admire you." Qin Fuv was left speechless. "You bastard." Ignoring the irate Qin Fuv, Wang Deqiang took 2 steps forward. Noticing Liu Kai's lack of resistance to his approach, he retrieved his package and slowly unfurled the black cloth enveloping it, glancing at the 2 supply boxes. The scene bore a resemblance to the moment Jing Ku unfolded the map while plotting against Qin. "Brother, forgive me, I do not possess much gold, so I only require a few bags of compressed biscuits." This maneuver was evidently a psychological tactic. A normal merchant would likely focus on the supply boxes. At this moment, he only needed to catch them off guard, drawing the handgun from his package for a decisive strike. Liu Kai did not disappoint him. After a slight nod, he genuinely turned his gaze towards the box, appearing poised to retrieve the compressed biscuits. "Heaven help me." Wang Deqiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. His right hand swiftly lifted the black cloth, revealing a pitch-black revolver. However, in an instant, bang! The deafening sound of gunpowder exploded across the neighborhood, startling many hidden observers. Wang Deqiang was momentarily dazed. His right hand remained in the act of aiming, yet a small crimson hole had already appeared in his forehead. Liu Kai, unbeknownst to anyone, had drawn the pistol from his thigh. At that moment, smoke was slowly curling from the gun's muzzle. The bullet penetrated Wang Deqiang's skull but did not exit. The vacuum effect had thoroughly liquefied his brain matter. Consciousness faded. Thud, he fell straight back onto the hard icy ground. It was only then that Qin Fujian reacted. Mechanically, he twisted his neck to look at Liu Kai, his legs and the hands that held the gold brick box trembling uncontrollably. Liu Kai appeared unfazed, first retrieving the revolver from Wang Deqiang's hand. He then returned the handgun to its holster on his thigh, indicating he had no further intention to act. This gesture undoubtedly reassured the onlookers, who had all witnessed the revolver in Wang Deqiang's grip. Perhaps this wandering merchant had merely acted in self-defense. Yet, no one had anticipated his marksmanship and the swiftness of his draw. Liu Kai glanced at the frightened Qin Fujian and deliberately lowered his voice to inquire. "What would you like to purchase?" "Huh? Oh, don't be nervous. I am a legitimate businessman. As long as you don't act rashly." "Neither will I." Liu Kai was far from a legitimate businessman. He merely refrained from taking action against Qin Fujian to avoid alarming others. Hearing this, Qin Fujian relaxed considerably, taking a couple of deep breaths and smiled again. "Brother, here are 20 kilograms of 9,999 gold bricks. I want them all." After a pause, he cautiously looked at Liu Kai. "If convenient, I would like to hire you for security while I move everything back home." Liu Kai nodded nonchalantly. "That's acceptable. But I must first verify the gold's quality." Qin Fujian quickly placed the box of gold bricks on the ground. He was, in fact, taking a gamble, hoping that the wandering merchant would also wish to engage in long-term business. However, just as Liu Kai lowered his head to inspect the 3 large gold bricks inside, he made an unexpected move. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, kicking the black suitcase containing the gold bricks with his heavy snow boots, drawing his thigh pistol and pressing it directly against Qin Fujian's head. In a fierce tone, he shouted, "You son of a dog! How dare you try to fool me with fake gold bricks?" Fake gold bricks. Qin Fujian's eyes widened in disbelief. How could they possibly be fake? Even the bystanders hiding nearby were astonished. This person was incredibly bold, daring to use counterfeit gold to provoke someone armed. Qin Fujian regained his senses and immediately lamented, "Brother, it's a misunderstanding, truly. This gold brick is absolutely genuine." "Nonsense. The hardness and weight are both incorrect. It is evidently a counterfeit, with a gold content of no more than 10. At this, Qin Fujian was genuinely alarmed, even suspecting that this individual was deliberately attempting to drive down the price. With a gun pressed against his forehead and the specter of death looming, his speech became stammered. "But these pieces of gold have certification." "Certification? Huh. In the past, I could print 2 tons of certificates in a single day." Upon hearing this, Qin Fujian deflated like a punctured ball, collapsing onto the ground and cradling his head in anguish, murmuring, "Damn you, Go Fang Yuan. You truly deserve to die for deceiving me with fake gold." Go Fang Yuan. Liu Kai raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Go Fang Yuan was the owner of a construction company, having secured a contract for the construction of 6 new warehouses for the Tobacco Bureau in Fohai City, a project worth several hundred million. At the time, there were whispers questioning Go Fang Yuan's qualifications for the job. It was unclear how he had won the bid. Now, everything was becoming apparent, so this was the situation. Chapter 44. A wakeful exchange for dog food. Transaction completed. Qin Fujian, in a state of painful indecision, suddenly recalled something. He hastily rose to his feet and inquired with urgency, "Brother, surely this still contains at least 10 gold content, right? Could you perhaps offer a discount?" However, Liu Kai was entirely unimpressed by this plea. Rolling his eyes, he retorted, "I have no interest in this unrefined rubbish. Given your ignorance, just take your counterfeit and leave." The wind howled fiercely. Due to his overwhelming fright and Liu Kai's deliberate alteration of his tone, Qin Fujian failed to recognize Liu Kai's voice throughout the exchange. Liu Kai was well aware that the item was genuine gold. Nevertheless, he had no desire to sell it to someone as foolish as Qin Fujian. Yet he still coveted the precious metal. What was to be done? Naturally, one could wait for a night of darkness and gusty winds to continue the zero-cost acquisition strategy. Cackling with delight, upon hearing Liu Kai's decision not to take his life, Qin Fujian's eyes sparkled with the joy of survival. At that moment, he had fully convinced himself that the gold brick in his possession was indeed a forgery. Yet, he hesitated to part with it, as it still contained at least 10 gold content. Clumsily clutching the gold brick and his suitcase, he stumbled towards his residence in Building 1. With Qin Fujian paving the way, those concealed in the shadows began to stir with anticipation. Although his transaction had failed, The mere fact that he was not killed for attempting to trade counterfeit gold was enough to establish the roaming merchant's credibility. Time slipped away, and the appointed hour of 10:30 approached. At last, someone mustered the courage to step forward. In the eyes of eager onlookers, they successfully exchanged a 20-gram gold bracelet for 4 bars of Snickers. Where one led, others soon followed. An increasing number of individuals emerged, eager to trade their possessions for essential provisions. Among them was a distinctive customer, the gentleman who had previously expressed a desire to purchase dog food in the group chat. True to his word, he arrived punctually. In the bemused gaze of the crowd, he traded a 5-gram gold ring for a 20-kilogram bag of dog food. Liu Kai marveled at this man's keen understanding of the market and his ability to grasp the harsh realities of life. This individual was no fool. It was those who mocked him who were truly misguided. Both humans and dogs are omnivorous creatures. What dogs can eat, humans can typically consume as well. Moreover, dog food is rich in trace elements, minerals, salts, crude protein, crude fat, crude fiber, antioxidants, and more. Higher quality dog foods even incorporate meat chunks and oats. The sole drawback is the absence of vitamin C. As long as one can stomach the notion, exchanging 5 grams of gold for 20 kilograms of dog food is undeniably more advantageous than trading for a mere packet of instant noodles. Many years ago, there was an old television drama depicting a famine, during which local officials exchanged the refined rice intended for disaster relief for vast quantities of bran. Although this act was corrupt, it saved many lives that would have otherwise perished from starvation. Likewise, when a person humbles themselves to consume dog food, it reflects a similar principle, yet many remain oblivious to this truth, or perhaps they simply refuse to acknowledge it. After all, those residing in such a community are often considered the elite. Unsurprisingly, even in this precarious end-of-day scenario, some individuals were still unwilling to relinquish their comfortable lifestyles, as evidenced by the robust sales of sanitary napkins. Ultimately, a significant transaction occurred. An individual exchanged 3 200-gram gold bars for a thermal sleeping bag and 20 packets of instant noodles. Fortunately, this person resided in the first building closest to the entrance and hastily departed after the exchange. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to robbery. Others followed suit, swiftly leaving after their own transactions. The atmosphere throughout was rather somber, with only a few words exchanged during the trade. The number of individuals descending was minimal, and the entire exchange was completed in mere minutes. During this time, 2 individuals were seen concealing firearms, yet the sight of Wang Deqiang's unburied corpse was profoundly impactful. Consequently, no one dared to resort to violence. As everyone vanished from view, Liu Kai leisurely organized the remaining supplies in 2 boxes, dragging Wang Deqiang's body behind his motorcycle for disposal. He subsequently sent a message in the owner's group: "Pleasant cooperation. Let us meet again tomorrow at 10 a.m. This message sparked another wave of astonishment. Liu Kai's secure transaction undoubtedly bolstered his reputation. Many timid individuals had remained upstairs, too fearful to descend. And by the time the exchanges concluded, they still lacked the courage to venture down. Upon seeing the roaming merchant depart, a wave of regret surged within them. Who could say if he would return? Now, they need not worry. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., let us not miss each other." This was indeed splendid news. This also exemplifies a psychological principle. Intense emotions can propel indecisive individuals to make swift decisions. After the series of transactions, Liu Kai obtained merely 5 kilograms of gold and 3 kilograms of platinum, while the residents of Lishiquaiwan community remained exceedingly affluent. Even with fewer than 400 inhabitants left, their wealth in precious metals had not yet been fully exhausted. Moreover, having endured Qin Fujiu's machinations, Liu Kai suspected there might still be unaccounted gold bars or ingots concealed within walls or beneath floors. Setting aside his thoughts, he mounted his snowmobile and departed amidst numerous gazes. Stealing 2 gold ingots from Qin Fuji would be reserved for nighttime. Since he was already out, he wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. After ensuring he was not being followed around a corner, Liu Kai stored the 2 large nylon boxes filled with gold and platinum in his storage space, ravenously consuming the 8 kilograms of precious metals. After a thorough assessment, he confirmed that the enhancement effects were indeed diminishing as anticipated. The benefits of consuming 8 kilograms now paled in comparison to the previous 1 kilogram intake. Ultimately, he could only hope to prevail through volume. Therefore, his next plan was to visit a jewelry store. It is well known that jewelry stores typically occupy ground levels, likely buried beneath 6 to 7 meters of solid ice. Moreover, the passive security measures of these stores were exceptionally reliable. In the past, Liu Kai's exploration efficiency had been quite low. However, now, empowered by extraordinary abilities, even a direct teleportation of 6 or 7 meters is entirely feasible. Not to mention, he can also descend from the 3rd floor, as the security measures have become utterly ineffective. He vaguely recalls that along his usual route to work, there seems to be a rather sizable establishment of Huagua Gold. Consulting the offline map previously downloaded on his phone, he indeed locates the shop along the designated path. It is situated 2 kilometers away. Although the ground is cloaked in a layer of ice and the signal from the base station is markedly poor, the towering buildings remain, serving as a rough reference for his location. The choice of Huagua Gold is motivated not only by its proximity, but also by the brand's renowned practicality. Unlike other brands that often impose exorbitant processing fees and extravagant pricing for their jewelry, Huagua Gold tends to have a more substantial inventory of gold in each of its stores compared to its competitors. Chapter 45. The Trail of the Japanese Team. A wise man knows when to yield. The electric snowmobile glided silently, carrying Liu Kai like a white specter through the ruins of the city. He casually discarded Wang Deqiang's lifeless body in a secluded corner and continued his journey toward the gold shop. This marked his first venture into the frozen world. In his previous life, he had remained cooped up at home, even when the authorities issued calls for recruitment into shelters. However, due to the considerable distance from the city center, few were in a position to respond. As Liu Kai surveyed the vast expanse of white, he was suddenly reminded of an old film entitled The Day After Tomorrow. The scene before him bore an uncanny resemblance to that cinematic portrayal, eerily silent. Save for the howling wind, it was a quietude that was almost terrifying. The once bustling streets lay deserted, with only swirling ice shards dancing in the air. The desolation evoked a deceptive sense of purity and cleanliness, yet beneath the thick layer of ice lay the remains of countless lives, both human and animal. The frigid temperatures were so severe that even the most resilient cockroaches could not survive. As Liu Kai pondered these thoughts, the snowmobile maneuvered into a broad street flanked by towering buildings. He had arrived at the gold shop, activating his scanning abilities. He did not require detailed scans, but instead maximized his perceptive capabilities. In his mind's eye, a colossal spherical structure diagram materialized, illustrating a radius of 300 meters. Within this vicinity, over 200 survivors were concentrated in the surrounding buildings. Remarkably, the electric snowmobile operated so quietly that Liu Kai's presence went unnoticed. Upon reaching his destination, he found the interior of the gold shop teeming with an abundance of gold jewelry and bullion. However, there was unfortunate news. The frigid blast had been so abrupt that it had transformed rain into hail and then into heavy snow in the blink of an eye. The staff had fled in such haste that they had not locked the shop's doors, resulting in half of the 400 square meter establishment being submerged, with a significant quantity of gold jewelry entombed in ice. Rather than rush into the shop, Liu Kai gazed toward a distant skyscraper a few blocks away, sighing. That was the headquarters of the construction bank's Fenghai branch, which housed a vault. He had heard rumors about the impenetrable vault, said to contain 5 tons of gold bars. Alas, it was a treasure beyond his reach. In his previous life, he recalled that half a year after the cold wave struck, the authorities announced that on the very day the chill arrived, the armed police had braved the blizzard to transfer the gold. If even a Fenghai branch vault had been emptied, the legendary Federal Reserve Vault, rumored to store over 7,000 tons of gold, was certainly out of the question. Shaking off these unrealistic thoughts, it was time to act. He secured the snowmobile and followed the previously scanned route, entering the building through a third-floor shop. The path twisted and turned until he finally reached the tightly shut back door of the gold shop. With a swift motion, he teleported inside, heading directly for a small safe tucked away in a corner. As the safe was not affixed to the wall or floor, it was effortlessly stowed away in his storage space. Without the need for a key, he devoured the 6,200-gram gold bars within. Afterward, he discarded the now empty safe. An act of theft executed with shocking audacity. Even if Conan, Holmes, and D. Rengia were present, they could only scratch their heads in frustration. After consuming a gold bar, he nonchalantly swept away all the gold and platinum jewelry from the display case, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Liu Kai turned to the half-frozen jewelry cabinet and took out a spade to break the ice. However, after about 10 minutes of effort, even with his Herculean strength, he had only managed to clear half of the cabinet. Putting away the spade and pondering for a moment, he ultimately shook his head. Chipping away at the ice was far too time-consuming, and the jewelry preserved within weighed only a few pounds at most. With that amount of time, he could easily raid another gold store. After all, the ice-encased city was a vast treasure trove, waiting for Liu Kai to indulge in a lavish spree. As Liu Kai was preparing to leave the shop on the 3rd floor, his keen hearing detected a conversation emanating from the 4th floor. The building housing the gold store had shops from the 1st to the 3rd floor, with residential units beginning on the 4th. During his earlier scan, the 4th floor had been devoid of any occupants. If the noise were merely from survivors returning home, Liu Kai would have paid it no mind. However, The speaker's accent revealed a rather unrefined grasp of the Chinese language. There is an ancient saying in Huagua, those who recognize current affairs are the true heroes. Kong Sang's adherence to the agreement and his return from outside the province is sufficient proof of his loyalty to the Empire of Japan. Immediately following, a somewhat weathered middle-aged voice emerged. I, Kong Jun, am not a fickle person. A deal once struck will be fulfilled with utmost effort. Therefore, I hope Mr. Watanabe will also honor the agreement and ensure my safe passage out of the country. The conversation within continued, but Liu Kai's composure began to waver. With a flicker of thought, he initiated a detailed scan, his consciousness swiftly enveloping the area of the fourth-floor apartment. Inside, he observed 6 individuals, all clad in thick winter gear. A burly middle-aged man was on the floor, straining to drag 2 large boxes from beneath the bed. The boxes appeared to be quite substantial, roughly measuring 1.8 meters by 1.5 meters by 1.2 meters. This man was likely the one claiming to be Kong Jun. The other 5 individuals, slightly shorter in stature, included a woman with striking features and an attractive physique. However, all 5 were donned in bulletproof vests and helmets. The short, stout man by the door even wore a rudimentary hydraulic exoskeleton, carrying a 6-barreled M134 Gatling gun and 2 ammunition boxes capable of holding 2,000 rounds. The others wielded Type 20 assault rifles. All signs indicated they were Japanese, specifically members of the Japan Self-Defense Forces. A sense of alarm surged within Liu Kai. Could these individuals be the Japanese team that He Wire mentioned had come to assist? Was it possible that aside from He Wire and Long Gu, this Kong Jun was also a spy? He watched intently as Kong Jun laboriously moved the 2 boxes, twisting the combination lock to open the lids. Stepping back, he gestured to one of the Japanese men, saying, Mr. Watanabe, please proceed with the inspection. Liu Kai, exercising patience, continued to observe discreetly. Inside the 2 boxes were a collection of scattered, unidentified metal components, along with 2 full-body tight suits made of a latex-like material, without assembly. Their purpose remained a mystery. However, it appeared somewhat akin to armor. Upon hearing this, Watanabe approached directly, lifting the cold-resistant visor to scrutinize the contents of the 2 large boxes with great diligence. He meticulously examined each component inside, picking up one of the blueprints to study it intently for a while. A semblance of a smile finally grazed his otherwise expressionless face. He spoke, still in a strained tone of Chinese. Indeed, it is the latest X-01-powered exoskeleton developed by Huagua. Concealing the items in his home was indeed a bold strategy by Kong Sang. Kong Jun seemed somewhat pleased. The most dangerous places are often the safest. Since the goods are secure, let us hasten to leave this wretched place. It is not yet time to depart. I must trouble Kong Sang to wait a moment longer. Why? We have one more person to retrieve. One more? You mean He Wire? I did not expect Kong Sang to be acquainted with Miss He. Indeed, she is among the first group requiring assistance. We had originally agreed to meet 6 days ago, but she did not appear. Our superiors instructed us to remain on standby near the port, awaiting and assisting Kong Sang. Then why has there been a sudden change of plans to seek out He Wire? I apologize, Kong Sang. I am unaware of the reasons. It is entirely the arrangement of our superiors, and I kindly ask for your patience a little longer. Chapter 46. The port squad of Fohai City concealed in the shadows of the 3rd floor. Liu Kai had fully grasped the situation. Indeed, the individual known as Kong Jun was also a traitor, and a fervently loyal one at that. He was willing to risk freezing to death to return from another province to betray his country. As for the so-called X-01 power exoskeleton, Liu Kai was unaware of its nature. He understood that Huagua's exoskeleton technology had long been at the forefront globally, and the military had already equipped its forces. However, the exoskeletons used by the military were streamlined and resembled actual skeletal structures, bearing little resemblance to the items contained in those 2 boxes. It appeared to be yet another instance of groundbreaking technology. During their discussions, the group on the 4th floor finalized their plan. A woman named Chi Ziyu would drive, taking Kong Jun and the 2 exoskeleton boxes to the port of Fohai City to rendezvous with the 2 team members stationed there. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 from Watanabe would personally inspect the situation at the Lashik Garden community. Liu Kai had directly tossed the satellite phone into the burning No. 9 villa at the time, so the location signal had vanished near the community. No one voiced any objections. Together, they carried the 2 heavy boxes down the stairs. Liu Kai quickly expanded his scanning range and discovered a small snowmobile hidden in a secluded outdoor alley. Cloaked in a pristine white armored coating, it resembled a walking coffin. Its 4 oversized tires were intentionally deflated to increase surface area for enhanced traction. There was no time for contemplation. In a state of urgency, Liu Kai made a swift decision. He would accompany Kong Jun to the port of Fohai City. First, they would deal with this group. and then he would find a way to summon the remaining 4 from Watanabe. Taking advantage of the group's slow progress with the boxes, he quickened his pace and dashed into a shop just a wall away from the alley concealing the snowmobile. This disciplined group of Japanese individuals descended the stairs with the heavy boxes without making any noticeable noise. Under the cover of the wind, they placed the 2 boxes into the rear cargo compartment of the snowmobile. Liu Kai hid behind a column, observing everything through the frosted floor-to-ceiling window. Kong Jun and the woman boarded the vehicle in succession, while Watanabe stood by, quietly instructing Chizuyu to take Kong Jun to the port and return promptly for them. Once the instructions were given, the snowmobile's door closed, it powered up, and prepared to depart. The massive tires rolled, stirring up shards of ice as they sped towards the port of Fonghai City. However, unbeknownst to everyone, Liu Kai had instantaneously teleported into the rear cargo compartment just as the vehicle set off. The once crowded and bustling streets were now buried beneath ice, the roads completely unobstructed. Kong Jun and Chizuyu remained silent as the snowmobile roared through the biting cold, reaching the port of Fonghai City, located several kilometers away, in less than 20 minutes. Along the way, they passed frozen cargo ships, containers, and cranes. The port, already vast, now appeared to merge seamlessly with the completely frozen sea, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Soon, the snowmobile came to a halt before the office building at the port, where another vehicle awaited. Focusing intently, Liu Kai executed a short-range teleportation, silently disembarking ahead of the others. Kong Jun and Chizé Ruoxiang swiftly exited the vehicle, connecting the snowmobile to a silent gasoline generator for charging. However, they did not unload the 2 large boxes containing exoskeletons from the cargo hold, instead opting to enter the office building directly. The structure was encased in ice, with the 3rd floor now resembling a ground level, surrounded by expansive observation windows. Inside lay a spacious area cluttered with office desks and discarded computers. Liu Kai crouched in a visual blind spot to observe the interior, his brow furrowed upon witnessing the scene within. A roaring bonfire blazed inside, simmering a cauldron of broth. In one corner, 3 corpses lay lifeless, victims of gunfire. Beside the fire, a young man and woman were bound, both donned tattered, thin uniforms typical of port workers. Evidently trapped in this grim setting. With keen eyes, Liu Kai noticed they wore matching rings. The young man was restrained, his hands and feet bound. Yet, it was the plight of the young woman that ignited a surge of fury within Liu Kai. Her top had been undone, exposing her chest, while her trousers had been completely stripped away. Her face bore the marks of dirt and dried tears. Taking advantage of the warmth from the bonfire, 2 diminutive Japanese men stood naked, their cold weather gear and rifles discarded nearby, brazenly engaged in lascivious acts in broad daylight. It was unclear how long the young couple had endured this torment, their expressions numb. Yet Liu Kai could discern a flicker of hidden defiance and rage in their lifeless eyes. At that moment, Chizé Ruoxiang entered the room with Kong Jun. She lowered her mask, revealing her alluring visage. However, as a woman, Chizé Ruoxiang showed no signs of displeasure upon witnessing her companion's debauchery. Instead, she wore a broad smile, chattering animatedly. Liu Kai could not comprehend her words, yet he inferred through her gestures that she was perhaps jesting. Chizé Ruoxiang pointed at Kong Jun, seemingly instructing the 2 companions to keep an eye on him. The 2 naked Japanese men nodded in agreement, responding in kind with their own animated chatter. Subsequently, Chizé Ruoxiang picked up a spoon and bowl from the ground, ladling a serving of broth from the bonfire and handing it to Kong Jun, awkwardly stating in broken Chinese, Kong sang, "Please wait here. I will go assist Captain Watanabe and the others." "All right, go ahead." Kong Jun accepted the bowl, nonchalantly nodding as he sipped the soup, his gaze intrigued by the live spectacle before him. Witnessing all of this, Liu Kai clenched his fists tightly, his eyes icy with disdain. These barbaric individuals truly could not change their vile nature. Even though he had been intimate with Iwayer, he did not consider himself a virtuous man. Yet, he believed that Iwayer deserved her fate and willingly submitted to it, feeling no moral burden. However, the scene before him was profoundly unsettling. He could also perceive the disdain reflected in the eyes of Kong Jun and Chizé Ruoxiang, a contempt that dehumanized those before them. After Chizé Ruoxiang finished her explanation, she turned and stepped out, mounting another snowmobile. Liu Kai did not follow her. Instead, he remained composed, analyzing the scene within the room. He scanned the office building once more, ensuring no other threats lingered. Only then did he quietly holster his weapon and draw a large machete from his storage compartment. Although wielding a knife posed greater danger than a firearm, his anger compelled him to draw blood to quell the resentment in his heart. After all, striking the enemy with a blade is a time-honored tradition passed down by his forebears. As he watched the snowmobile recede into the distance, Liu Kai took a deep breath and assumed a combat stance. It was, after all, his first time using a knife against another, and he felt a flicker of apprehension. At that moment, the young man, bound and gagged, suddenly turned to Kong Jun, his face shifting slightly as he gathered the courage to speak in a hoarse voice. "Brother, do you know this group of Japanese devils?" Kong Jun furrowed his brow, casting an irritated look at the man, but remaining silent. The desperate young man, akin to one on the verge of drowning, clung to Kong Jun as his last hope. He strained against his bindings, attempting to inch closer to Kong Jun. Lowering his voice, with urgency lacing his tone, he implored, "Brother, you are Chinese, right? We are all compatriots. Could you possibly help us? I beg you." Chapter 47. The great blade aimed at the enemy's head clang. Upon hearing those words, Kong Jun was instantly engulfed in fury, hurling the empty bowl in his hand at the incessantly chattering man. "Why do you have so much to say? Who the hell considers you a dog, a compatriot? Stay quiet." The commotion startled the two naked Japanese men nearby, causing them to glance over in alarm. Kong Jun waved his hand, signaling that all was well. With a lewd grin, he added, "Please, continue." Witnessing this scene, the young man's face fell, hope evaporating in an instant as he came to terms with reality. His eyes bulged, bloodshot with rage as he shouted, "You traitor! You shall not!" Kong Jun reached out with his right hand, firmly gripping the young man's chin, and leaned in with a sinister smile. "Do you not comprehend the need to remain silent? You are but a lowly swine, trampled by society, while I am a highly educated technical elite. We are not kin. Soon, I shall embark on a journey to the land of freedom, America, to relish in its sweet, liberating air. Meanwhile, you will languish in despair amidst the icy desolation awaiting your demise. Do you understand? At present, my mood is amiable, and I have no desire to take a life. However, it would be wise for you to keep your mouth shut, lest I decide to change my mind." Fueled by youthful vigor, the young man, rather than silencing himself, became even more agitated. Straining to twist his face away from Kong Jun's grip, he spat, "Traitor! Beast! How much money and effort has the nation invested in your education, and this is how you repay it?" Upon hearing this, Kong Jun's anger dissipated, replaced by a mocking demeanor. The funds for my education were earned by my own toil, and my good grades were a result of my diligence. What does the nation have to do with it? Do not speak of nurturing. When I entered the research institute, those antiquated scholars suppressed my innovative projects, forcing me to start with menial tasks like serving tea, all in the name of paying my dues. Is that what you call nurturing? After enduring over a decade of hardship since my doctoral graduation, I have awaited this moment. If it weren't for this damn cold snap, I would have been enjoying life abroad long ago. The aspiring young man, eager to change the world, was doused with a cold reality, experiencing a despair akin to Kong Jun's current feelings. "Surely, you can understand me, can't you?" The young man was momentarily speechless, his mouth agape yet unable to retort. Just then, one of the Japanese men nearby suddenly tensed, trembling while gasping for breath. The other, noticing, grew impatient, babbling something that seemed to suggest he wanted to take his companion's place for a moment of relief. Whoosh! A sudden gust of cold wind swept through the previously warm room, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. At the most relaxed moment, two Japanese men found a figure in pure white appearing beside them. Swish! Swish! Before they could react, a 5-kilogram steel blade sliced through the air with a piercing sound, striking directly toward their necks. The searing blood gushed forth like a fountain, claiming 2 lives with a single stroke. Liu Kai's blade, fueled by rage, struck with such ferocity that it severed the enemy's spinal column. The head dangled precariously, held only by a stubborn layer of muscle and skin at the nape. This sudden and gruesome spectacle took everyone by surprise. The woman lying on the ground, her face devoid of color, bore witness to the entire scene, and a glimmer of joy seemed to ignite in her eyes. Liu Kai did not linger. Judging the distance, he focused once more, appearing instantaneously before the bewildered Kong Jun. The blood on his blade had yet to congeal, and it descended upon Kong Jun's crown with a chilling gust. The blade cleaved through the protective cap and the fragile scalp, striking the skull with a distinct, resonant crack. It was the skull that fractured, not the steel of the knife. Kong Jun's gaze was a blend of shock and confusion, but he was afforded no opportunity for inquiry. A violent jolt plunged him into darkness, and in that dizzying moment, his life reached its conclusion. It was only then that the young man regained his senses. Staring at the masked figure clad in a white winter coat, he stammered, You are." With a swift motion, Liu Kai severed the ropes binding the man's hands and feet. He turned to free the naked woman, tossing her 2 discarded winter coats. He then collected the rifles, spare magazines, bulletproof vests, and helmets scattered on the ground, striding toward the exit. As he passed by them, he cautioned, "This place is not safe. You two should gather your things and leave quickly. There is a gasoline generator and a snowmobile outside." He paused for a moment, retrieving a box of emergency contraceptives from his storage space and tossing it to the man. Regaining his freedom, the man disregarded the winter coat, struggling to rise with his weakened body, stumbling toward the woman. He embraced her, his eyes brimming with compassion and sorrow, tenderly tending to her wounds as tears streamed down his face. After a prolonged silence, he remembered he ought to express his gratitude to his savior. However, Liu Kai had already exited, gun in hand. The man hastily called after Liu Kai's retreating figure, "Brother, your kindness cannot be repaid with mere words. I shall surely repay you when the opportunity arises. By the way, my name is Su Qingfeng. What is yours?" Liu Kai waved his hand, leaving behind a simple exhortation to live well as he stepped out the door. Once beyond their line of sight, he retrieved Long Ji's snowmobile from his storage space. Just then, the chilling cries of the woman echoed from within. Liu Kai sighed. Although he had not inquired, it was evident the young couple, newlyweds, had encountered such misfortune. For them, enduring this calamity must be far more painful than succumbing to the cold in the wilderness. A flicker of compassion and empathy stirred within Liu Kai, prompting him to leave behind the contraceptives and the snowmobile. Nearby the campfire lay some canned goods left by the enemy, sparing him the need to provide food for the two. Liu Kai, though aware of the adage that kindness begets enmity, remained resolute in his actions. Yet he still relinquished the snowmobile left by Long Ge. It was not out of generosity, but rather because the vehicle was exceedingly dilapidated, aside from a non-functional horn. It emitted a cacophony of sounds from every corner, as if it had been salvaged from a flea market. Liu Kai had no knowledge of repairs and lacked the inclination to attempt any. After all, he possessed a slightly newer second-hand motorcycle, and now he had acquired an even better one. Climbing onto the four-wheeled snow vehicle, Liu Kai abruptly pulled down the hood, gasping for air, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The exertion of 2 consecutive 10-meter teleports, combined with the physical strain of wielding a blade, demanded acute concentration and caused fatigue to creep in, even for his enhanced physique, which he had managed to conceal until now. The energy expended in teleportation does not correlate linearly with distance. Rather, it increases exponentially. One 10-meter teleport consumes far more energy than 10 1-meter teleports. Pausing to catch his breath, he hastily retrieved 2 steaming meat buns from his storage space. After devouring them ravenously, he felt somewhat rejuvenated and set off with the snow vehicle. Chapter 48. The Unending Killings, the traitors cannot be eradicated. 3 minutes had elapsed since the departure of the Japanese woman, Chizuo Ryo. Liu Kai, driving the snowmobile at full throttle, raced towards the community situated 20 kilometers away. He stowed away 2 large boxes containing exoskeletons into the storage compartment. The complexity of such devices rendered this an inappropriate time for investigation. Upon glancing at the large machete nestled within the storage space, Liu Kai noticed it bore a slight dullness. He did not doubt the craftsmanship of Lin Xiaorou's father, as he had witnessed firsthand the sharpness of a kitchen knife used to cleave pig bones. It seemed that Kong Jun's head was simply too hard. Moreover, the storage compartment held 2 Type 20 rifles and 6 fully loaded spare magazines. These firearms exhibited commendable performance, though acquiring 5.56mm ammunition domestically proved to be a challenge. However, should Liu Kai also seize several weapons from Watanabe's squad, the collective ammunition would exceed 500 rounds. Not to mention the heavy firepower that Liu Kai covetously eyed, the M134 Gatling gun. He suddenly felt that amassing such an arsenal had far surpassed his initial intent of mere self-defense. Was heaven encouraging him to venture forth into the world? Shaking his head decisively, Liu Kai thought, if he could live contentedly at home, why venture out into the fray? Minutes later, Liu Kai arrived at the periphery of the community. His exceptional vision allowed him to spot another snowmobile parked in the small square beyond the community gate. Furthermore, 6 figures loomed beside the vehicle. Liu Kai furrowed his brow. Even with the arrival of Chizuo Ryo, the enemy squad comprised only 5 individuals. Who then was the additional person? Finding a corner, he exited the snowmobile and concealed it within the storage compartment. Liu Kai stealthily approached the 3rd-floor shop adjacent to the community gate, the very place where the corpse of the deceased owner had been found. The shop was separated from the residential area, but for someone with Liu Kai's ability to teleport, it posed no obstacle. He effortlessly traversed the thick wall into the stairwell of a residential building. Ascending to the 5th floor, he entered an unoccupied apartment. Crouching in the living room where he could observe the movements below in the square, the first thing that caught his eye were the footprints leading directly to the 9th villa within the community. Liu Kai realized that these enemy soldiers had already searched there, destined to find nothing. It was now 11:30 in the morning, and the community had long lost power. Thus, these 5 soldiers were unperturbed by the risk of their actions revealing their whereabouts. They stood brazenly in the open with their weapons drawn, encircling a man in his 50s, who knelt despairingly on the ground. Liu Kai recognized him as a familiar face, likely a resident of the community. Captain Watanabe was feigning goodwill, attempting to communicate with the man in his clumsy Chinese. After listening for a while, Liu Kai discerned the intentions of these soldiers. They were still incapable of shedding their barbaric instincts, resorting once again to arson, pillaging, and violence. The delay in reuniting with Wire and Long Gu had resulted in them lingering at the Fo Hai port for an additional 5 days, depleting their provisions to nearly nothing. They had fortuitously encountered this unfortunate man, who had overslept and ventured downstairs for ice, leading to his immediate capture. Watanabe demanded that the men lead them, scavenging the meager supplies of the remaining survivors. Upon successful completion of this task, he promised not only a 30% share but also a handgun for self-defense. Liu Kai, however, shook his head. A 30% share in a gun? Not a single punctuation mark of the enemy's words could be trusted. Yet, the middle-aged man clearly believed him. Or rather, under the threat of a gun to his head, he had no choice but to comply. His previous demeanor, reminiscent of a grieving soul, swiftly transformed into one of delight. He even began to suggest ideas for the invaders. Captain Watanabe, he proposed, searching house by house is too slow. I know which houses have occupants. Let us shout from downstairs to demand their belongings. If anyone dares to hide, you can personally teach them a lesson. Watanabe nodded in satisfaction. Patting the man on the shoulder, he smiled. Excellent, Mr. Gao. You are our friend, a good friend. The Emperor will remember your contributions. With that, he led the man to the vehicle in the snow and removed the loudspeaker. Hello, hello. The man took the microphone and tested it. The amplifier magnified his voice, broadcasting throughout the entire community. The thought of the impending supplies from the neighbors brought a smug smile to his face. His mind raced, quickly formulating a speech. Dear neighbors on the upper floors, standing beside me is my good friend from Japan, Mr. Watanabe. He and his team are facing a supply dilemma. And as representatives of a courteous nation, we should generously extend our assistance. Therefore, I propose that everyone immediately bring down any food and drink from your homes to lend a hand. We all know who has provisions, especially those who purchased items from the wandering merchants this morning. Let us be sensible. If I have to bring Mr. Watanabe out personally, it could lead to an unpleasant situation, wouldn't it? Observing the man, Liu Kai felt a deep disdain. He embodied the very essence of a petty tyrant. The fear that had once driven him to plead on his knees had now morphed into a brazen display of authority, reminiscent of a Japanese translator from an old film. Liu Kai lamented, the traitors are simply inexhaustible. The residents above also regarded the man's demeanor with contempt. Beyond their disdain, there was an overwhelming sense of dread. What if he truly brought people upstairs? They cursed his ancestors in their hearts. Meanwhile, the man who had purchased dog food with 5 grams of gold remained unperturbed, confident that this traitorous man would not dare to bring the Japanese to steal his dog food. At that moment, the man suddenly added, by the way, does anyone know which building Liu Kai lives in? I recall that his home seems to have a lot of supplies. Liu Kai was taken aback by the sudden shift of focus toward him. After maintaining a low profile for so many days, he was astounded that the scoundrel still had his sights set on him. An impulse to curse surged within him. He promptly retrieved an old sniper rifle from his storage space. With a fierce expression, he chambered around and quickly aimed the muzzle at the window, targeting the group of invaders who stood in the center of the small square. Approximately 50 meters away stood Liu Kai, clad in a bulletproof vest and helmet. He refrained from using a pistol or submachine gun, for at this distance, the CSLR-4 high-precision sniper rifle, valued at 200,000 yuan, rendered such weapons trivial. Furthermore, no matter how formidable a bulletproof vest might be, it is as fragile as paper when confronted with a sniper rifle. One recalls the instance of an inexperienced female journalist who struck an apple from 50 meters away with a single shot. Instead of targeting the traitorous man or Captain Watanabe, he first aimed at the stout, short man in the distance, who was on guard with a Gatling gun. The Gatling gun is a formidable weapon, and firing would inevitably reveal his position. If this man were not neutralized first, the opposing forces could unleash devastating firepower, leading to dire consequences. Chapter 49, Ruthless Assassination. Merciless destruction downstairs, the traitorous man continued to shout fervently. Meanwhile, Liu Kai had already aimed his sniper rifle at the left chest of the Gatling gunman. To enhance his accuracy, he had no intention of targeting the head. Under the effect of the empty chamber, a shot to the chest could undoubtedly prove instantly fatal. The cinematic trope of a protagonist staggering back to life after taking a bullet to the chest is merely nonsense. He steadied his aim, regulated his breathing, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The sudden, thunderous explosion of gunpowder startled everyone, causing them to tremble slightly. Watanabe and his comrades, seasoned veterans of many battles, instinctively crouched down at the sound of the gunfire, shouting an unintelligible phrase in Japanese. Their leg muscles tensed, ready to sprint for cover at a moment's notice. Liu Kai had no time to check on the fate of the Gatling gunman. His formidable physical prowess came into play as his hands moved swiftly to chamber another round. Aiming at another unsuspecting team member who hadn't yet reacted. Another shot rang out. Bang! As the man fell into a pool of blood. All the survivors who had been watching from the upper floors finally grasped the situation. Trembling, they took hesitant steps away from the windows to avoid becoming collateral damage. Fueled by adrenaline, Liu Kai chambered another round. However, the remaining 3 members of Watanabe's team had already hunched over and were sprinting wildly, rifles held high above their heads, firing frantically in the direction of the gunfire. Moving targets were Liu Kai's weakness. Even armed with a high-precision sniper rifle, he could not guarantee a hit. Therefore, this time, he aimed directly at the traitorous man who lay on the ground, paralyzed with fear. Bang! The third shot rang out, and the traitor collapsed lifelessly. Vivid red blood mixed with pale yellow urine, seeping across the icy surface, solidifying into a ghastly scene. Liu Kai quickly dropped to the floor, listening intently to the sounds of bullets striking the walls around him. With his attention sharply focused, he began to scan his surroundings, mentally covering a 2-meter radius. Any incoming bullets could be swiftly absorbed into his storage space, ensuring his safety. With this advantage, he felt no need to change his sniper position. Rising once more, he brazenly aimed his weapon. The sound of bullets striking the walls had ceased. It seemed the assailants had found cover. Hide. Liu Kai scoffed at the thought. Faced with the threat of a sniper, their first instinct would be to locate his position, rendering them hesitant to expose themselves or change their location recklessly. Liu Kai remained unperturbed, casually sitting down. To conserve energy, he refrained from activating his scanning ability and instead retrieved a drone remote from his storage space. On the rooftop of Building 1, the drone's rotors whirred to life, swiftly ascending into the sky, activating thermal imaging. The display on the remote transformed into a muted gray-white hue, hovering above to search for the heat signatures left by the fleeing individuals. Soon enough, the unfortunate team leader Watanabe was the first to be detected. Upon seeing the military drone circling overhead, Watanabe suddenly felt an urge to curse. What kind of formidable adversary had they provoked? A sniper rifle and now a drone too. Could it be that the forces from Huagua have arrived? However, that seems rather unlikely. Given the combat prowess of Huagua's military, his squad would have likely met their demise long ago. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Survival is of utmost importance. Even if detected by a drone, he dared not recklessly change his hiding spot. He was securely concealed behind a sturdy concrete pillar. Just as he pondered this, a sharp crack resounded behind him, as if a bullet had struck the pillar. The violent report of a sniper rifle reached his ears almost instantaneously. Upon hearing this commotion, Watanabe scoffed. Did he truly believe a mere sniper rifle could penetrate a 40-centimeter thick reinforced concrete column? Did he think he was wielding a Barrett? Liu Kai, however, understood that the average individual would indeed fail to achieve this feat, yet he was no ordinary person. He knew that his spatial abilities could not only deflect bullets, but also compress space to accelerate objects. When he had first been reborn, in a fit of rage, he had driven a popsicle stick into the wall. The principle was the same now. Although he could not instantaneously teleport a bullet over such a distance, he could still utilize the effect of spatial compression for acceleration. The muzzle velocity of a sniper bullet is around 800 meters per second, but through his ingenious manipulation, he accelerated the bullet to 1,600 meters per second at the moment it left the barrel, doubling its speed. The copper-jacketed steel core projectile violently struck the concrete wall, the immense impact force compressing it into a disc of iron. Simultaneously, it tore away a large chunk of concrete, even exposing the internal rebar. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous gunfire frayed the nerves of all present, with only a brief pause for magazine changes. Finally, after Liu Kai unhesitatingly fired 10 rounds, the wall was breached. The final bullet struck Watanabe unexpectedly, hitting him squarely in the back of the head, shattering his brain matter and exiting through his forehead. Thud. His body slumped to the ground, and outside, the anguished cries of the remaining 2 squad members echoed, incomprehensible to Liu Kai. Liu Kai continued to control the drone, soon locating another hapless individual. This man, hidden behind a granite panel, was evidently incensed by the death of his captain. With a crazed expression, he raised his weapon and began firing furiously at the drone. Despite Liu Kai's prompt descent, the drone was grazed by a stray bullet. Fortunately, equipped with robust protective plating and a reliable motor, the drone merely swayed before soaring safely into the sky. The granite panel offered virtually no protection. A single bullet shattered it to pieces, the remaining force striking the hapless man's thigh. He stumbled and fell, fully exposed in Liu Kai's line of sight, his cries piercing the air. A final shot silenced him abruptly. Soon, only the sole woman of the squad, Chizhe Ruoxiang, remained. The drone descended leisurely once more, quickly locating her. However, Zhe Ruoxiang, confronted by the drone, simply discarded her rifle and raised her hands in surrender. Having witnessed the bizarre death of her captain, she understood that her opponents were formidable. Resisting in this moment would lead only to her demise. It was wiser to submit voluntarily. After all, she had heard that Huaguo's forces treated captives with leniency. If only the counterpart were a man, perhaps I could entice him with seduction. Please stop, I surrender. A clear female voice called out a clumsy Chinese phrase. Zhe Ruoxiang deliberately lowered her mask to reveal her enchanting and beautiful visage. Esteemed soldiers of the Hua nation, I hope you will adhere to the Geneva Conventions and spare my life upon my surrender. Unfortunately, she miscalculated. Liu Kai was not a soldier. To be candid, Liu Kai yearned to bring honor to his country. Yet, this woman was no delicate princess but rather a ferocious beast ready to inflict harm at any moment. There are plenty of beautiful flowers in the world, and there is no need to covet the flesh of this barbaric woman. Bang! The bullet, devoid of mercy, penetrated Zhe Ruoxiang's chest along its predetermined path as if it were nothing. She felt a sudden chill in her chest, her body faltering as she staggered backward. Looking down at the crimson stain spreading across her chest, disbelief adorned her beautiful face. Even as her consciousness faded, her eyes remained wide open. Her last thought was one of relief, grateful that the power exoskeleton had been preserved. Alas, she would never know that even the power exoskeleton had not been saved. The woman fell straight onto the cold ice. Thus, the Japanese squad was annihilated. Chapter 50, The Contrasting Identity of Liu Kai upon hearing the cessation of gunfire outside. Several bold survivors summoned their courage and approached the window. Cautiously, they lifted the curtain to survey the situation below. They beheld Liu Kai, agile and swift, as he leaped from the 5th floor of Building 1, wielding a sniper rifle. His formidable physical prowess enabled him to descend nearly 10 meters unharmed, without the need for a roll to dissipate the impact. With remarkable speed, he dashed towards the corpses of the enemy soldiers on the ground, swiftly collecting the rifles and a Gatling gun that lay scattered, tossing them into a 4-wheeled snow vehicle. He then deftly bound the feet of 6 bodies with rope, securing them to the rear of the snow vehicle. A curious observer from an upper floor suddenly recognized this familiar figure. It dawned on him that this was the wandering merchant from the morning. His eyes lit up with excitement as he hastily flung open the window, joyfully calling out, "Is that you, wandering merchant?" Upon hearing this, Liu Kai looked up and waved back at the enthusiastic crowd. This shout was also heard by many other survivors within the building. Moments before, they had been trembling in fear, but now they rushed to the windows, astonished by the scene below. The enigmatic wandering merchant had single-handedly vanquished 5 armed foes. It was utterly astonishing. Yet, their primary concern was their own survival. Particularly for those who had purchased supplies earlier, the thought of surrendering their provisions to the treacherous men allied with the enemy would be tantamount to a death sentence. They had not anticipated that the wandering merchant would also provide after-sales support, ensuring the safety of their supplies. What a remarkable display of integrity! Liu Kai inadvertently garnered an influx of goodwill. Consequently, the cheers erupted. "It is the wandering merchant. He has come to save us. Well done, brother. This is how we should vanquish the Japanese invaders. Brother, I adore you. I want to bear your children. Do you sell guns? I wish to purchase that Gatling gun that shoots blue flames. Are you dreaming? Why not buy an atomic bomb instead? Will you return tomorrow? I also wish to buy supplies. Thank you, wandering merchant. Your after-sales service is exceptional." Many leaned out enthusiastically, greeting him, even spontaneously applauding. The once quiet community erupted in jubilant noise. With so many voices raised in celebration, Liu Kai found it cumbersome to respond to each one individually. He waved at the crowd and, in a raspy voice, proclaimed, "Tomorrow at 10 a.m., don't be late." He then climbed into the snow vehicle and departed, leaving behind a striking silhouette for the still cheering crowd. At that moment, Liu Kai felt a hint of amusement in the eyes of these survivors. His true identity was intriguingly ambiguous. He was a hoarder of supplies, unwilling to share, selfish and self-serving, a lowly thug, prone to crude language in the community chats, coercing others into submission, a violent maniac, ready to kill at the slightest provocation. Yet, his fabricated persona was even more nuanced, a heroic figure rescuing others from the depths of despair, bravely confronting the enemy, and enjoying an impeccable reputation as the wandering merchant. Inevitably, this stark contrast provided Liu Kai with an exceedingly entertaining experience, reminiscent of the adulation bestowed upon a revered figure who, amidst chaos, commands the respect of countless souls. The Lisher Tiyuan community is situated on the outskirts, not far from an undeveloped, low-lying hill. A snow vehicle swiftly transported 6 frozen corpses to a hillside, where they were unceremoniously discarded. Liu Kai contemplated that, if fortune favored him, perhaps some wolves or feral dogs, fortunate enough to have escaped the grip of death, would discover these bodies. Consuming these individuals could be seen as a form of recycling, a small contribution to nature. Their cold-weather gear and bulletproof vests had been rendered utterly useless by gunfire, while only 5 bulletproof helmets retained any semblance of value. Adhering to the principle of leaving nothing behind, he accepted them without hesitation. By now, it was already 2 p.m. Aside from the 2 meat buns consumed at the port, Liu Kai had yet to enjoy a proper meal. He returned to a familiar hidden corner, retrieving the second snow vehicle into his storage space. Only then did he stealthily navigate along the walls into the community, finally returning to the warm refuge of his bunker. As he stepped onto the living level, Xiaohe and Xiaobai joyfully approached, nuzzling his legs with their furry bodies and emitting affectionate sounds. Observing the 2 adorably grown companions, Liu Kai couldn't help but smile. Even after the brutality of taking several lives, his heart began to find tranquility in their presence. He lifted one in each arm and placed them on the sofa, reflecting on how wise a decision it was to have pets. They provided companionship without the treachery inherent in human relationships. Famished after a long day outdoors, Liu Kai resolved to indulge in some convenience by opting for prepared foods. From his storage space, he retrieved half a roasted duck, slicing it in 2 and tossing the pieces to the eagerly awaiting cat and dog. Following this, he served himself a generous bowl of still warm rice and a spicy hot pot dish, accompanied by refreshing beer. Sated in content, Liu Kai ascended to the expansive shooting range on the first floor to assess the day's acquisitions. First and foremost, he had secured 2 robust 4-wheeled snow vehicles. Fortunately, the shelter's 3-meter height accommodated the 2-meter-tall vehicles. After thoroughly inspecting them for any GPS tracking devices, he felt assured enough to release them and connect them to a power source for charging. Next, Liu Kai retrieved his sniper rifle and maintenance tools, meticulously cleaning and oiling the weapon. While effective, this equipment required considerable upkeep after use. As he tended to his rifle, he surveyed the array of light and heavy weaponry and armor stacked together. Including the arms and ammunition previously acquired, his firepower was now quite formidable. He possessed 2 Viper crossbows, 1 revolver, 3 P320 handguns, 2 submachine guns, 6 Japanese rifles, 1 shotgun, 1 sniper rifle, and 1 M134 Gatling gun. 300 brand-new crossbow bolts remained unopened. Following the acquisition of the Gatling gun, the assortment of usable ammunition approached 20,000 rounds. In addition, over 30,000 unusable 22 caliber rounds could be retained for their gunpowder to craft explosives. He also had 5 bulletproof vests and 9 helmets. Even if such a surplus of weaponry was unnecessary for the time being, Liu Kai had no intention of selling any of it. After all, the storage space was vast and boundless. It was prudent to keep it for emergencies. After cleaning the firearm, he finally revealed 2 large black boxes from the storage compartment. Within them lay 2 sets of the so-called X-01 power exoskeletons. Liu Kai was profoundly intrigued by this unprecedented object. What remarkable treasure could possibly compel Kong Jun to risk freezing to death by returning to Fohai City? Even the United States, which remains at the forefront of global technology, hastily dispatched its subordinate Japan to seize it, like a dog scenting a bone. During the earlier scan, Liu Kai had glimpsed the entire exoskeleton. Now, as he opened the boxes, the first sight that met his eyes was a full-body bodysuit. It resembled a professional swimsuit, yet it possessed an oddly peculiar texture. Alongside the bodysuit lay a 20-page manual written in Chinese. Sitting cross-legged, Liu Kai picked up the manual and began to read it attentively. However, as soon as he turned the first page, his entire focus was captivated by the words inscribed on it. After a lengthy moment, he set down the manual, his face a mask of astonishment. Gently caressing the black box, he murmured, "No wonder you all seek to seize it. The X-01 power exoskeleton, officially codenamed Giant Spirit, aside from its inability to fly and lack of laser cannons, it is essentially a replica of Iron Man's armor." Chapter 51, Super-Powered Exoskeleton, Military-Grade Reliability First. We encounter a suit that bears a striking resemblance to swimwear, officially named the Universal Body-Shaped Bulletproof Liquid Armor. However, Liu Kai prefers to refer to it simply as the bodysuit. This remarkable garment envelopes the limbs entirely, leaving only the face exposed through an opening. Crafted from specialized materials, it allows for one-way breathability and moisture permeability from the inside out, ensuring the wearer remains comfortable without feeling suffocated, while also keeping the body dry during occasional water exposure. In addition to these features, the suit boasts 2 primary functions. The first is its ability to become exceedingly loose 3 seconds after being electrified, facilitating the wearer's entry through the facial opening. It then gradually tightens to conform perfectly to the wearer's body, accommodating individuals of any gender and varying body types, provided their height falls between 1.5 to 2 meters, and they are neither excessively slender nor rotund. This aligns with the name Universal Body Shape. The second function is its bulletproof capability, capable of withstanding direct shots from rifles with projectiles up to 10 millimeters and handguns up to 7 millimeters without sustaining damage. However, it should be noted that while it prevents penetration, it does not mitigate the impact force of the bullets. Yet, this is merely the internal padding. The primary structure of the powered exoskeleton is even more formidable. The main framework is constructed from several robust titanium alloy segments, corresponding to the head, torso, and limbs. An electric assist system is dispersed throughout the limbs, while motion-sensing modules and a central processing chip are centralized behind the torso. Each sturdy structural element is adorned with circular ribs reminiscent of ribcage formations. These ribs can open and close, securely enveloping the torso, limbs, and head. Next is the outer armor, crafted from the latest aluminum-titanium alloy featuring coupled atomic structures, the same material used in the Chang'e Mercury probe launched 2 years prior. Lightweight yet durable, it offers resistance to impacts and temperature extremes. It is said that a mere thickness of 1 centimeter is sufficient to withstand direct fire from anti-material sniper rifles. This armor is firmly affixed to the adjustable ribs, forming a comprehensive suit of armor that encases the body from head to toe. The chest, arms, and sides of the head are each embellished with floodlights, while specialized foot plates can be added to minimize noise during movement. The complete armor set utilizes composite material connectors only at the joint areas, ensuring fluid motion. Both the internal structural framework and the external alloy armor are designed to expand and contract within a certain range, allowing adaptation to various heights and body shapes. The 5 armor plates on the head can be assembled into a striking helmet, reminiscent of the Master Chief from the Halo video game series. The facial armor can be detached, leaving behind a high-tech visor equipped with night vision and various functionalities. The entire exoskeleton is equipped with heating and cooling systems to ensure the occupant's comfort. When necessary, it can achieve airtight enclosure through the internal padding, supplemented by a compact emergency oxygen supply capable of withstanding pressures equivalent to 200 meters underwater. The final component constitutes the exoskeleton's most crucial system, the power supply system. It features a small plutonium-238 radioactive isotope generator. It has been crafted into a rectangular backpack, affixed to the rear of the exoskeleton. The exterior is enveloped in a thicker layer of alloy armor for protection. Its maximum output power reaches an astonishing 45 kilowatts, effortlessly propelling this formidable 150-pound skeleton and its internal components at high speeds. The isotope generator was activated upon leaving the factory. Regardless of use, it cannot be halted. The radioactive isotopes within ensure uninterrupted power generation for an impressive duration of 5 years. Though 5 years may seem brief, Liu Kai's storage space is an exception. Regardless of the isotope or its radioactive half-life, anything placed within this space enters a state of temporal stasis, even with daily usage of 4 hours. The generator's operational lifespan can be extended to a remarkable 30 years. Moreover, with 2 sets of armor, there are 2 generators, culminating in a staggering 60 years. Within the box, alongside the skeleton, bodysuit, and manual, lies a set of maintenance tools. This skeleton represents the latest in military engineering, boasting unparalleled strength and reliability, capable of adapting to various extreme environments. Theoretically, its optimal lifespan is also 5 years, while its speed, responsiveness, and power are nothing short of extraordinary. The grip strength of its fingers alone reaches a terrifying 700 kilograms, 14 times that of an average adult male. Even Liu Kai, having undergone physical enhancement, can only muster a grip of around 150 kilograms. However, every advantage carries its drawbacks. This remarkably impressive armor has 2 notable weaknesses: the exorbitant cost, with a price tag of 12 million yuan, and the cumbersome process of donning and doffing it, even with assistance. The time required to put on the bodysuit and complete the external armor is approximately 3 minutes. If done solo, it extends to 5 minutes. Nonetheless, this is inconsequential for Liu Kai, as he has discovered a significant loophole. By pre-assembling the exoskeleton and executing precise body teleportation, he can achieve rapid donning and doffing. He only needs 1 minute to don the bodysuit. After perusing the manual, Liu Kai's excitement was palpable. This armor can withstand direct fire from anti-material sniper rifles. The inner bodysuit is also bulletproof. As long as it is not subjected to precise strikes from heavy weaponry such as tanks or rockets, it is virtually invincible. His only concern is that these 2 exoskeletons are state property, yet parting with them is a daunting thought. What man could resist such a splendid weaponry? Ultimately, he resolved to appropriate one. If it could be pilfered by Kong Jun before the apocalypse, surely the authorities possess more than just these 2 prototypes? His apprehensions dissipated in an instant. With a beaming smile, Liu Kai retrieved the components and began assembling them according to the manual. 10 minutes later, The two full-coverage armored exoskeletons stood majestically on the ground. One was painted white, and Liu Kai decided to utilize this one first. The other, adorned in jungle camouflage, was stored away for later use. Impatiently shedding every article of clothing, Liu Kai was left clad only in a pair of square-cut undergarments. He swiftly connected the power to the bodysuit and nimbly slipped through the opening. The suit gradually constricted, enveloping every inch of his skin, instilling a profound sense of security. Taking a few deep breaths to quell the turbulence within, Liu Kai refrained from hastily teleporting into the white armor. Instead, he retrieved a Japanese Type 20 assault rifle, chambered around, and aimed at the armor. Bang! A 5.56mm bullet struck the exoskeleton's chest plate with pinpoint accuracy, sending sparks flying. Upon closer inspection, he found that the bullet had been flattened into a disc, while the chest plate had merely lost a hint of its white paint, no dent to be found. Liu Kai was astonished. Incredible! He had no intention of testing the bodysuit's ballistic capabilities. Although there was no imminent danger to his life, the pain was still considerable. Stowing the rifle away, he attentively gauged the spatial positioning of the exoskeleton. Focusing intently, he teleported. His entire body seamlessly integrated into the assembled exoskeleton, and the intelligent glasses before him illuminated with a soft glow. Almost immediately, an electronic synthesized voice resonated in his ears, initializing X01 power system. Activation successful. With the power system engaged, the rigid limbs unlocked. The motion-sensing apparatus responded with remarkable swiftness, beginning to move in tandem with Liu Kai's actions. After executing a haphazard sequence of unknown martial arts, Liu Kai discovered that, despite his enhanced reflexes, he could not perceive any delay in the exoskeleton's movements at full speed. Truly, a remarkable piece of technology. Chapter 52. Stealing gold bars, Shinfuju unleashes fury on the mistress. Following the instructions, Liu Kai diligently tested numerous functionalities, particularly the impressive smart glasses equipped with a miniature quantum computer. The features were extraordinarily robust: intelligent command recognition, lip reading, and even blast protection, vision zoom, night vision, thermal imaging, heating, and cooling effects. Most astonishingly, the exoskeleton's database housed an extensive compilation of various active firearms from around the globe. Whenever a weapon was aimed, it would detect and match the firearm model, subsequently providing shooting assistance through augmented reality displays. For instance, when Liu Kai wielded the CS-LR4 sniper rifle, the armor would automatically calculate the target's speed, wind velocity, humidity, distance, and other pertinent data. Based on the firearm specifications, it would project simulated trajectories and magnified images of the target. In essence, even a novice clad in this exoskeleton, armed with a sniper rifle, would stand little chance against 5 Japanese soldiers from Watanabe's squad, unlikely to survive beyond 3 seconds. The deeper he explored, the more he was astounded. For men, weapons are nothing short of toys, and Liu Kai was utterly enamored with this formidable exoskeleton. It was necessary to express gratitude towards the traitor, Kong Jun. High-tech experimental products undoubtedly incorporate tracking and authorization functions, preventing unrestricted access. However, when Kong Jun pilfered the device, he had indisputably compromised these features, allowing Liu Kai to unwittingly stumble upon a significant windfall. He resolved to don this exoskeleton whenever embarking on distant journeys, not only for warmth and ease, but also for unparalleled safety. The preservation of his life remained a steadfast principle. Nonetheless, the conspicuous appearance of the armor undeniably rendered his physique more imposing, especially with the prominent generator backpack affixed to his back. Liu Kai's mind began to churn with ideas. He retrieved a large gray duvet cover, needle and thread, and scissors from his storage space, promptly transforming into a tailor. Soon after, he produced a rudimentary, even ghastly, gray cloak. Its design resembled a full-body cover reminiscent of a weather doll, effectively concealing his entire form. A hood adorned his head, fashioned with a thermal mask and goggles. With his body and face shielded, only his hands remained exposed, which he wrapped in torn fabric. The entire ensemble, though unsightly, proved practical, exuding a rugged, untamed cowboy aesthetic. Having completed these preparations, Liu Kai reluctantly stored the exoskeleton armor away in his storage space. He planned to engage in mischief after nightfall, to stealthily infiltrate Shinfuju's residence and steal gold bars. It was now time for his daily, unwavering exercise regimen. Reaching the 3rd floor, he stripped down to his bare skin and plunged into the pool he had personally modified, sending up a great splash. The pool, spanning less than 300 square meters, had an outer circumference of about 60 meters. From 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., he swam relentlessly, completing approximately 200 laps around the perimeter. The total distance exceeded the Olympic 10-kilometer swimming marathon. The world record for swimming 10 kilometers in freestyle is 1 hour and 45 minutes. a pace Liu Kai matched closely. Yet he felt no discouragement, due to the fact that those professional athletes are meticulously crafted for swimming in terms of physique, swimwear, and technique. Liu Kai is merely an ordinary individual devoid of specialized skills or sharkskin-inspired swimsuits. His remarkable achievement, solely reliant on sheer strength, serves as a testament to the extraordinary capabilities of his body, which surpasses that of the average person. Despite his formidable prowess, the resistance of water is undeniably significant. Upon emerging from the pool, Liu Kai was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of soreness. Fortunately, his recovery speed was remarkably swift. As the ache subsided, every muscle and bone in his body felt exquisitely invigorated. An inexplicable surge of strength coursed through his limbs, as if he were brimming with inexhaustible energy. Standing before the mirror, admiring his well-defined musculature, Liu Kai felt a wave of nostalgia. Years of weightlifting had not sculpted a physique comparable to that of a bodybuilder. Now, with his newfound abilities, consuming precious metals had become a shortcut to the aspirations of many. As he indulged in self-admiration, a rumble from his stomach interrupted his reverie. What to eat tonight? As night descended, darkness enveloped the neighborhood. Liu Kai, ever steadfast, initiated a preliminary scan, his consciousness enveloping the 8th floor, room 6 of Building 1, where Chen Fuju resided. Compared to before, Chen Fuju had noticeably slimmed down. The living room was barren, with even the sofa having been burned in batches for warmth. At the door, an unextinguished bonfire crackled, its flames fueled by remnants of a mahogany dining chair. Chen Fuju and his mistress huddled together, wrapped in several layers of down blankets, shivering in bed. Liu Kai sighed, recalling his own past in a similar predicament. Exhaustion and hunger induced a state of drowsiness. Yet the biting cold rendered sleep elusive, leaving one in a torturous half-dream state throughout the night. Despite his reflections, Liu Kai felt no sympathy for the parasitic Chen Fuju. Moreover, he had pinpointed the location of the gold brick, embedded within the wall of the study. Had Chen Fuju not dislodged the gold brick earlier that morning, it might have gone undetected. Confirming the absence of further dangers, Liu Kai donned his thermal gear and stepped outside. His agile figure glided through the inky darkness of the night, swiftly ascending to the 8th floor of Building 1. Bypassing the closed door to instantly materialize within Chen Fuju's home. With unwavering focus, he made his way directly to the study. Suddenly, an unforeseen commotion erupted. From the bedroom came Chen Fuju's furious cries. The gold brick. My gold brick. Guofan Yuan, you are truly cursed. Liu Kai, startled, paused to listen intently. Shortly thereafter, a weak yet melodious female voice chimed in. Chen, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Chen Fuju groggily responded. What? I finally fell asleep. Why are you waking me? No. Chen, you were shouting about the gold brick. You frightened me. Gold brick? Oh right, the gold brick. Just go back to sleep. Chen, don't kick off the blanket. It's so cold. Relieved, Liu Kai realized that Chen Fuju had merely been speaking in his sleep. However, the commotion in the bedroom showed no signs of abating. Chen Fuju, increasingly agitated, unexpectedly lashed out, striking the woman's face with force. The sharp sound echoed. What? Sleeping? How dare you? Chen, brother Chen, why are you hitting me? The woman's voice trembled with a mix of hurt and confusion, which only served to further incite Chen's fury. He seized her hair, delivering several stinging slaps while shouting in a frenzied rage, Wretched woman, speak. Are you in cahoots with that scoundrel, Guofan Yuan? The woman struggled desperately, yet she remained ensnared in Chen's iron grip. The pain radiating from her scalp overwhelmed her, prompting her to weep. Please, brother Chen, stop hitting me. Please. How dare you? It was Guofan Yuan who offered you to me. You are in league with him, aren't you? Did you know all along that he gifted me a counterfeit gold brick? Speak. Is it true or not? No. Please listen to my explanation. Brother Chen, the gold brick is genuine. Slap. Slap. Chapter 53. Chen Fujuan's sudden demise. Strong alkali dissolves methamphetamine. The anguished cries of a woman and the sharp sound of a slap reverberated within the room, gradually subsiding after a prolonged struggle. Seemingly relieved after venting her emotions, Chen Fujuan unexpectedly fell into a deep slumber, snoring thunderously. It appeared that he had been profoundly affected, truly believing that the gold bricks were genuine. Liu Kai's lips curled into a cryptic smile. His reluctance to eliminate Chen Fujuan stemmed from a desire to relish the pleasure of deceiving him. At this moment, his heart brimmed with satisfaction, an eagerness to witness the tragic fate that awaited Chen Fujuan. Entering the study stealthily, Liu Kai discovered the hefty 20-kilogram gold brick resting in the cavity of the wall. Without hesitation, he gleefully stowed the gold brick into his storage space, feeling triumphant. After ensuring that no hidden objects lay beneath the other walls and floor, he prepared to depart contentedly. Just then, a commotion erupted from Chen Fujuan's bedroom once more. A glass shattered on the floor, scattering into countless fragments. Liu Kai pressed himself against the wall, focusing intently to scan the scene unfolding within. What he beheld left him astounded. Chen Fujian's right hand clutched his gushing neck, while his left flailed wildly, as if attempting to grasp something elusive. His eyes widened in terror, desperately trying to articulate words, yet, with his trachea severed, he could utter not a single sound. Beside him stood the mistress, her visage swollen from the earlier altercation, clutching a 20-centimeter fruit knife with both hands. Her expression frenzied, yet silent. She plunged the knife mercilessly into the thrashing Chen Fujian. The sickening sound of metal-piercing flesh echoed repeatedly, sending shivers down one's spine. Despite Chen Fujian's robust physique, the sudden severing of his carotid artery and trachea left him disoriented and powerless in the face of terror. In his final moments, he relinquished his grip on his neck, his hand, now resembling a ghastly specter, reaching out towards the mistress. Yet, she retaliated, thrusting the knife once more, pinning his hand firmly to the mattress. The scene bore an unsettling resemblance to a macabre portrayal of Jesus. Ultimately, Chen Fujian succumbed to despair, his eyes stubbornly refusing to close, fixated on the mistress's tranquil countenance. Remarkably, she remained unafraid, leaning closer, pressing her face against his. With a manic grin, she muttered to herself, "Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. It is your own fault for striking me. I had assured you the gold bricks were real. Guofanyuan did not deceive you. Why did you not believe me? I understand now. It was that wandering merchant who lied. He deserves to die. Rest easy, Brother Chun. I shall find a way to avenge you against the merchant. Once the cold front passes, I will personally escort your wife and daughter to reunite with you." With a chilling laugh, she extended her hand, forcibly closing Chen Fujian's eyes. Upon hearing her mournful words, Liu Kai felt a shiver run down his spine. He had not anticipated the cruelty that resided within this seemingly young and beautiful woman. Moreover, she astutely deduced that the roaming merchant was lying. Subsequently, the woman wrapped Chen Fujian's lifeless body in a bloodstained sheet. With great difficulty, she dragged the weighty corpse, exceeding 150 pounds, to the window. As if oblivious to the cold, she directly opened the security window, allowing the biting wind to rush into the room. Her frail frame suddenly unleashed an astonishing strength as she forcefully pushed the body out. Liu Kai's gaze was icy. Initially, he had no intention of troubling the unfortunate woman. However, she had foolishly chosen to act against the roaming merchant, and Liu Kai would not show her any mercy. Just as the woman discarded Chen Fujian's body, he appeared behind her like a specter, and with a sudden shove, propelled her forward. Startled by the unexpected force, the woman instinctively cried out, attempting to grasp the window frame. Yet, Liu Kai's strength was formidable. Not even a hefty iron ingot could withstand his might. Unsurprisingly, the woman followed her lover's corpse over the edge. Thud, thud. The resounding crashes of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed through the night, disturbing countless survivors in their slumber. The woman struck the ground head first, colliding with the unforgiving ice, and without a hint of pain, she departed this world. Rushing downstairs, Liu Kai confirmed that the woman was irreversibly dead. Only then did he feel at ease to leave, shrouded in anonymity. He did not hasten back to the bunker, but, with renewed vigor, made his way to Villa 21. This was the residence of the deceased Wang Deqiang, a man who had been a wealthy tycoon before the apocalypse. Perhaps there lay hidden treasures within. Quietly, he opened the skylight on the second floor to enter the house, but the sight that greeted him shocked him profoundly. There lay a dismembered corpse, so mutilated that its age and gender were indiscernible. Previously, during the scan of the survivors in the community, it was discovered that Wang Deqiang lived alone. To his astonishment, he had indeed lured an unfortunate soul to serve as sustenance. Liu Kai could now entirely ascertain that this individual was the same scoundrel who had met his end in the butcher's villa in a past life. With Wang Deqiang deceased, he saw no reason to pursue further inquiries. Instead, he searched the villa thoroughly. There were no safes, nor any gold. However, upon activating a detailed scan, he discovered a hidden compartment beneath the living room sofa on the first floor. Inside, 20 bricks were neatly stacked. Liu Kai's spirits soared. With excitement, he hastily pushed aside the sofa, lifted the carpet, and uncovered the compartment lid. Indeed, it contained 20 brick-like objects, meticulously wrapped in a layer of yellow transparent tape. This did not resemble gold bricks at all. Liu Kai skeptically picked up one of the bricks and weighed it in his hands. His expression quickly turned peculiar. The weight was certainly not that of gold. Could it be? He promptly retrieved a small knife to unwrap the packaging, revealing an entire block of crystal-clear substance. This item was hidden so discreetly. Coupled with Wang Deqiang's identity as the owner of the premier homeland nightclub in Fenghai City, the answer became glaringly evident. Liu Kai's lips twitched, exclaiming his misfortune. Without needing to taste it, he knew it was methamphetamine. After all, it could hardly be rock candy or alum, could it? In his previous life, he had heard that narcotics were in high demand during the apocalypse. They provided a means for many timid souls to escape the harshness of reality, becoming ensnared in delightful illusions. Some individuals would even prefer to purchase drugs over sustenance, believing that it was better to depart from this cruel world at the peak of sheer ecstasy than to merely survive in a frigid existence. However, Liu Kai was unwilling to profit from such nefarious dealings, for he firmly believed that the end would eventually pass. He directly proceeded to the scene to dispose of the narcotics. Resolutely, he retrieved a substantial bag of caustic soda, solid fuel, an iron pot, and bottled water from his storage space. He kindled a fire to boil water, creating a steaming solution of sodium hydroxide. He broke the methamphetamine into small pieces and cast them all into the pot to simmer. He remained vigilant until the solid fuel was completely consumed, the flames extinguished, before he felt assured enough to depart. Chapter 54, The Second Transaction. Rumors spread as the night faded and the sun ascended. All survivors within the community received a message from the power company this morning. The previously scheduled power restoration time from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. was adjusted to 2 intervals, from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. and from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. This alteration was deemed more reasonable, and everyone accepted it with enthusiasm. However, their concerns were directed towards another matter. Last night, many had heard the ominous sound of a body falling. As daylight broke, some could hardly contain their eagerness to peer out of their windows. The bodies of Qin Fujian and Xiao San were soon discovered by the onlookers. It was not until 9 a.m., when the power was restored, that some brave souls descended to retrieve ice. This prompted a few audacious individuals to approach and inspect the bodies. Before long, images surfaced in the group chat depicting Qin Fujian's body riddled with knife wounds, and Xiao San clutching a dagger in his hand. Enthusiastic discussions ensued, with speculation suggesting that Xiao San had murdered Qin Fujian before leaping to his own demise. Those residing on the upper floors provided corroborating evidence, having overheard the sounds of Qin Fujian violently assaulting Xiao San the previous night, establishing a motive for the alleged crime. Several survivors from Building 1, feeling disturbed by the sight, conspired to drag the bodies away. This incident did not evoke much of a stir, after all, in these precarious times when survival was uncertain. Each day was a blessing, and the fate of others was of little concern. The roaming merchant would soon arrive, and acquiring supplies was the priority. As the hour approached 10 a.m., many had donned several layers of clothing, braving the chill while huddled in corners, eagerly awaiting the merchant's arrival. Some even ventured upstairs or downstairs, readying their phones to capture the moment. As the clock struck 10, Liu Kai, clad in a powered exoskeleton and draped in a gray homemade cloak, finally emerged, driving the four-wheeled snow vehicle seized the previous day into view. Unlike the clandestine exchanges of yesterday, this time, over 60 individuals awaited him below. At the community's northern gate, Liu Kai disembarked and began unloading the supply crates one by one. Many had already noticed the merchant's transformation. He appeared taller and more robust, adorned in that peculiar cloak. Yet, when their eyes beheld the 6 substantial supply boxes, they were transfixed. Forgetting their earlier reservations, they abandoned their sheltered corners and congregated around him. Most astonishingly, they formed an orderly line, even prior to the onset of the cold wave. Queuing had not been a customary practice. Individuals typically jostled for position, eager to seize any opportunity. Perhaps Liu Kai's fierce demeanor from the previous day had instilled a sense of caution among them. To them, the roaming merchant embodied a fierce avenger of wrongdoing. Angering him by cutting in line could yield dire consequences. The atmosphere today was far from the somber silence of yesterday. The crowd greeted one another with lively enthusiasm. As Liu Kai nodded in acknowledgement, he methodically opened each of the 6 large boxes, revealing an array of supplies that instantly captivated everyone's attention. The survivors were astonished to discover that, in addition to various food items and survival necessities, one box was exclusively dedicated to luxurious tobacco and spirits. Oh, a box brimming with Huazi cigarettes and the rich aroma of liquor instantly ignited a commotion. Many individuals hastily retrieved their phones from the warmth of their pockets, directing their lenses toward the scene. "Friends, look at this. It's cigarettes and alcohol," some exclaimed. "Is this really necessary? With so much food around, why focus on cigarettes and liquor?" Those at the back craned their necks eagerly, exclaiming, "Cigarettes? Where are they? Let me have a whiff. I've been suffocating these past few days. Boss, please commence. I can hardly wait." Non-smokers found it absurd that one could think of smoking when on the brink of starvation. Yet, such an intense yearning could only be understood by fellow smokers. After days of mere survival, their mouths felt parched, and the thought of a single puff seemed a delightful prospect. The ritual of commerce must not be overlooked. Liu Kai persistently hoisted his banner emblazoned with the words "Wandering Merchant" into the ground, raising his hand to hush the crowd. "Everyone, quiet please. We shall adhere to our customary practice. Only gold and platinum will be accepted. Other items will be valued as they were yesterday. A pack of Huazi for 15 grams of gold, and a bottle of rich, aromatic liquor for 40 grams of gold. The crowd erupted in a murmur. This is quite expensive. A single pack of Huazi could buy 3 packs of instant noodles. However, they failed to consider that cigarettes and alcohol are not essentials. Before the apocalypse, a pack of Huazi could be exchanged for 20 packs of instant noodles. A price already generous. Liu Kai dared not set the prices too high. After all, survival was the primary concern, even for the most ardent smokers. Shall we begin, then? My dear brother, what would you like to purchase? The first young man eagerly pulled down his mask, excitement radiating from his face. It's me, the big shot. Today, I want to buy dog food. 10 bags. With limited stock, only one was available. Very well, just 1 bag. Will you be coming again tomorrow? Please bring more dog food. This individual seemed to have become addicted to this opportunity. Liu Kai thought of his little black dog and couldn't he help but roll his eyes. There's no stock left. Hearing this, the dog food enthusiast left disheartened, clutching his new bag of dog food. Today, as transactions proceeded smoothly, the precious metals presented were significantly more than yesterday. There were gold chains weighing 800 grams, ancestral bracelets of half a pound, and a large box of diamond-studded platinum bases from unknown origins. Someone even approached Liu Kai with a box of ancient silver ingots, inquiring if he would accept them. Unfortunately, Liu Kai regrettably informed him that his storage did not accommodate silver. The individual, disappointed, produced 2 gold bars instead. Indeed, Liu Kai's eyes sparkled. There were still many gold bars to be found in the community. Most were likely hidden within tightly secured spaces, which had eluded comprehensive scanning. The quantity of jewelry exchanged today could provide a rough estimate. It seemed that half of the community's reserves had been exhausted. In truth, everyone's thoughts were rather complex. Some individuals remained hesitant, contemplating the reliability of the itinerant merchant. Others naively believe that the cold snap will soon pass, deeming it unwise to exchange food for precious metals at this juncture. And then there are those who simply cannot part with their wealth. Liu Kai, however, remains unperturbed, allowing these individuals to endure a few more days of hunger. When the time comes, not only will gold and platinum be offered, but even maternal bonds may be exchanged. A single wave of transactions resulted in the liquidation of 4 large crates of supplies, including 5 sets of expensive compressed cold weather sleeping bags. With an ample stock of survival provisions secured, it was time to indulge. Thus, half a crate of cigarettes and alcohol was also sold. Videos depicting the orderly queues and bountiful exchanges circulated among friends and family via everyone's mobile devices. It is said that through just 10 individuals, one can connect with anyone in the world, even the president of a certain nation. Consequently, this news spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of Fenghai City and beyond within a mere 2 hours. However, the veracity of online information remains suspect. Even videos can be fabricated. Detractors presented a compelling argument. Which citizen of Huagua would so dutifully stand in line? What? You claim the itinerant merchant single-handedly took down 5 armed Japanese assailants? Absurd. Utterly implausible. Is he some sort of superhuman? Chapter 55. The Audacious Approach. Credit? The supporters were exceedingly curious about the identity of the wandering merchant. Some speculated he was a supermarket owner, while others suggested he might be a doomsday enthusiast hoarding supplies, a grassroots relief organization, or even an official entity. Numerous conjectures circulated fervently. Naturally, their primary concern revolved around the merchant's operational territory. Would he pass by their homes? Did he exclusively accept gold and platinum? Were his supplies sufficiently abundant? An abundance of questions lingered unanswered. Even when attempting to contact survivors from the Lishirtsu UN community, clarity remained elusive. Moreover, there were those with ulterior motives. Beyond mere supplies, that snowmobile was a prized possession. If one could seize that vehicle, they could venture out to gather their own supplies, eliminating the need for expenditure. However, upon witnessing the faint outline of gun barrels beneath the merchant's voluminous cloak in the video, many ordinary individuals swiftly abandoned their reckless thoughts. After all, one's life was of paramount importance. Only a few deranged souls still harbored grandiose plans to rob the wandering merchant. Human nature is intricate. Some aspired to purchase, others aimed to pilfer. Then there were those who sought an entirely different route, hoping to obtain goods without payment. At this moment, Liu Kai encountered such individuals. Over 60 people, orderly and swift, soon secured the urgently needed supplies. With lingering desire, they inquired if Liu Kai would continue trading the following day. He refrained from making a commitment, merely instructing them to await news in the group chat. Once everyone dispersed, Liu Kai was in the midst of loading the supply boxes onto his vehicle when suddenly, a throng emerged rapidly from Building 10. Leading the charge was a woman who, while sprinting towards him, shouted, Young brother, wait a moment, just a moment. Liu Kai raised an eyebrow, observing the crowd. Approximately 20 middle-aged and elderly individuals surged forward. Curiosity piqued. He pondered why these people had only now arrived. Were they hoping to negotiate a bargain as he was preparing to leave? Yet, when he instinctively scanned the crowd, he discerned the absence of gold or platinum. Liu Kai's expression darkened instantly. He secured the boxes and fixed his gaze on the gathering, his hands instinctively gripping his fully loaded handgun. Should these individuals attempt robbery, he would not hesitate to channel his inner Marco Polo for a dramatic showdown. However, to Liu Kai's astonishment, a woman, seemingly their leader, charged forward, her eyes gleaming with greed as she fixated on the two remaining large boxes. Her visage bore a hint of menace, reminiscent of a wicked mother-in-law from a television drama. Liu Kai's regard for her plummeted from 0 to negative figures. The woman. Sensing Liu Kai's displeasure, Hugh the last to speak was a man with a ruddy nose and a balding head, in addition to the biscuits and sleeping bags. We also require 10 bottles of strong liquor. For a moment, the northern entrance of the community buzzed with activity akin to a bustling market. Noticing Liu Kai standing motionless, the leading matron urged, "Stop dawdling, hurry up and gather the goods." Liu Kai, however, was curious about the intentions of this crowd and promptly made his offer. Each person shall provide 100 grams of gold or double the amount in platinum for the 10 bottles of liquor for 100 grams of gold. First, allow me to verify the quality. Upon hearing this, the matron's tone shifted to one of displeasure. In supermarkets, one typically takes the goods before making payment. Do you not understand the rules? Are you concerned we might default on our payment? Her words dripped with a sense of grievance, as if her character had been grievously insulted. That is the supermarket's rule, not mine. Payment must come first. Liu Kai's firm stance left the matron momentarily speechless. She quickly adopted a look of distress, pleading, "Little brother, let us negotiate. We truly do not possess any gold. How about we pay in cash instead?" Seemingly fearing Liu Kai's ire, she hastily added, "Rest assured, we won't let you suffer loss. We will offer you double the market price. How does 20 yuan per pack of compressed biscuits sound?" At this, Liu Kai felt a surge of indignation. How dare she make such an offer? In this day and age, what uses paper currency? This is a high-end community, after all. Even if they lived in apartments, these individuals must belong to at least a moderately prosperous family. Older residents would likely possess some gold or silver jewelry. Yet, they were all conspicuously bare, having clearly removed their adornments in advance. Their audacity in claiming to lack gold was simply an attempt to take advantage of him. Were they trying to deceive him as if he were some gullible fool? With a cold laugh, he retorted, "Oh, so you have nothing of value to offer? Then please take your leave." He resumed his efforts to load the box onto the snowmobile. However, the leading matron grew visibly anxious. She suddenly rushed forward, pressing down on the box to prevent him from moving it. "Wait." Liu Kai's gaze sharpened, and in a flash, he drew his handgun, placing it directly against the matron's forehead. "You are courting death." No one anticipated his sudden display of aggression. The leading matron, terrified, faltered and collapsed to her knees. Before Liu Kai could utter another word, the group of uncles and aunts following her mimicked her actions, dropping to their knees in unison. The air was instantly filled with cries of despair. "Little brother, have mercy and save us," they wailed. "Indeed, little brother, have pity on us elderly souls left behind. We are truly out of provisions. We genuinely possess no gold or platinum. Could you extend us a line of credit for some food?" "Yes. Please grant us a little credit. We will remember your kindness and repay you doubly once the cold snap has passed." Just moments ago, they had proposed to pay in cash, and now they were directly asking for credit. Liu Kai furrowed his brow and bellowed, "Enough." Yet, this resolute group was determined to persist in their unreasonable antics, showing no signs of relenting. The cacophony of voices soon attracted the attention of many survivors from the upper floors, who began recording the scene with their phones, pointing and commenting on the unfolding drama below. At that moment, a man residing on the 7th floor of Building 2 could no longer bear the scene. He opened his window and called out to Liu Kai, "Brother, these poor uncles and aunts are quite deserving of your compassion. Perhaps you could lend them a little?" Initially, Liu Kai was already vexed by the ambush of this unruly crowd, and now a self-righteous individual dared to interject. Enraged, Liu Kai did not hesitate to redirect his firearm and pull the trigger decisively. Bang! The sound echoed. The ballistic simulation feature of the exoskeleton activated, allowing Liu Kai to effortlessly shatter the man's living room window from a distance of 80 meters. Glass shards cascaded to the ground, and a frigid gust of wind rushed into the room, causing the man to lose his footing and collapse in shock. The temperature within the space plummeted, and the fear of nearly being shot rendered him trembling uncontrollably. The deafening gunshot successfully silenced the kneeling crowd before him. With a sardonic smile, Liu Kai addressed the group on the ground. How generous of the resident on the 7th floor of Building 2. Perhaps you should seek provisions from him instead? Chapter 56. Seizing the opportunity, driving away the wolves upon witnessing Liu Kai's audacity to draw his firearm. The group of uncles and aunties instantly lost their earlier boisterous bravado. Cowering beneath his piercing gaze, they dared not utter a word, exchanging furtive glances as if to inquire about their next course of action. A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere for a moment. At last, the leading auntie stood once more, her tone rife with discontent. Young man, we merely sought to discuss matters with you. Even if you are unwilling, is it truly necessary to brandish a gun? Liu Kai could scarcely contain his laughter and disbelief. Is this what you term a discussion? I have drawn my weapon. Do you contest that? As the barrel of the gun was once again aimed at her head, the auntie's previously summoned courage dissipated, and she instinctively retreated a couple of steps. However, sensing the expectant gazes of those behind her, she resolutely steeled herself and spoke again. Listen here, young man. I must impart a few words to you. Respect for the elderly and care for the young are esteemed virtues in our nation. You possess so much. What harm is there in sharing a little with us? Moreover, we have not explicitly demanded anything. We could arrange for credit and repay you later. Consider that we are all over 50 years of age. Think of your own parents, who are likely of our generation. To care for the elderly is to care for all elders. Saving a life is worth more than constructing a pagoda of 7 stories. The deities above are watching you. Furthermore, the law prohibits the refusal of renminbi. To insist on transactions in gold or platinum is simply excessive. Wouldn't you agree? The auntie unleashed a torrent of words, not allowing Liu Kai a moment to interject. Those kneeling seemed to find their backbone in her words, rallying together. They rose and clamored, voices overlapping in a cacophony. We truly have no gold or platinum left. We come to you in desperation. As compatriots, we do not deceive one another. We will repay you. Can you bear to see us starve? As they spoke, they inched closer to Liu Kai's position, their demeanor suggesting a readiness to seize whatever they could. Meanwhile, many survivors upstairs perked up their ears. Though this group of uncles and aunties often disturbed the peace with their public dancing, no one stepped forward to voice dissent. Everyone seemed to unite in a common front. Should Liu Kai relent, it would set a precedent, leading all to demand credit and take advantage. Liu Kai, infuriated yet amused, drew the pistol strapped to his left leg. Ah, splendid. You lot, half buried in the dirt, still possess such audacity. Does the plight of your starving households concern me? I am no savior or bodhisattva. Fair trade. If you wish to purchase, then do so. If not, be gone. Should you continue your moral coercion, I shall forsake all morals. Faced with such blatant reproach, the leading auntie felt her pride wounded. Yet, seeing Liu Kai genuinely enraged, dual weapons aimed at her, she could muster no more than a few murmured complaints. Noting that the crowd showed no intention of departing, Liu Kai took a decisive step forward. Are you not leaving? Do I need to invite you to do so? The crowd was driven back a step by Liu Kai's fierce demeanor, their hearts pounding and legs trembling as they gazed at the ominous muzzle of his weapon. You young man, you possess no decorum at all. I have misjudged you. Let us leave. Indeed, we shall depart. We would rather starve than give this unscrupulous merchant our business. Unscrupulous merchant? Bah! Such an abundance of goods could not have been acquired through legitimate means. Once the cold wave passes, I shall report you without fail. The crowd, having gained nothing here, murmured discontentedly as they dispersed under the leadership of the indignant matriarch. Liu Kai, unfazed by their curses, allowed a peculiar smile to play upon his lips. He chose not to resort to violence against these individuals, for he recognized this as a splendid opportunity to leverage the situation. With resolve, he extracted his phone and dispatched 2 messages in the owner's group. In light of your lack of contractual spirit, tomorrow morning will mark my final transaction within this community. All items will be priced at 5 times their original value. A friendly reminder, I only accept precious metals, regardless of their origin. Beneath his mask, a sinister grin adorned Liu Kai's face. Now, I do not believe you will refrain from relinquishing your entire stock. Having lost all patience, he intended to evoke another wave of intense emotional turmoil, aiming to exhaust the inventory in their possession in one fell swoop, before transitioning to other communities to continue his enterprise. He sought to acquire gold and platinum at rock-bottom prices before the official announcement of shelter provisions. Liu Kai departed, intent on searching a more distant gold shop for further plunder. Meanwhile, the Leisure to UN community was thrown into chaos. They had failed to realize that threatening others without leverage was the most foolish of actions. Initially, they had planned to let the situation play out, waiting for the roaming merchant to relent and allow them to take advantage. However, not only had their attempts at exploitation failed, but the prices for their purchases were also rising. Moreover, the merchant had explicitly stated that tomorrow would be the last opportunity for transactions. What would they do afterward? Should they retain their useless gold and platinum, or hastily exchange them for supplies tomorrow? This posed a dilemma for all. Indeed, it was a question with a clear answer. Should they opt to hold onto their gold, their fate would likely be starvation or freezing to death. After all, as the old adage goes, once this village is passed, the shop may no longer be there. Who could say if other merchants willing to part with supplies would emerge? A definitive answer began to form in the minds of the crowd. As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. Although the survivors accepted this harsh reality swiftly, they felt compelled to find someone to blame for this unforeseen calamity. Humans excel at displacing their ire upon others. Earlier, not a single individual had dared to voice accusations of moral coercion, all having harbored hopes of benefiting without cost. Now, however, they collectively attributed the blame for this predicament to the very people they had previously overlooked, absolving themselves of any responsibility in the matter. Thus, with a clear scapegoat identified, the next step was to rally against the perceived thieves. Some individuals quietly conspired in private, biding their time. As the sun descends and darkness envelopes the night, he ventures into the homes of middle-aged and elderly individuals to reclaim the losses he is destined to endure. In doing so, he seeks to avenge the disturbances caused by late-night square dancing. This indeed constitutes Liu Kai's second, more profound intention. Moral manipulators stand as the most malignant tumors in this world, and he would relish the opportunity to eradicate them all. Yet, in the interest of preserving his reputation as a respectable businessman, he encourages the survivors from other communities to willingly exchange their precious metals. By daylight, he refrains from committing murder in public view, for sometimes the act of taking a life does not necessitate the waste of a bullet. A mere few inciting words can unleash a frenzy of chaos. Chapter 57. Exploring bodily transformations. Wang Ning seeks assistance. Liu Kai has never been a workaholic, and especially not now, in the midst of an apocalypse where no one is overseeing his actions. By noon, he decided to return home to rest. After all, balancing work and leisure is the true path to well-being. From yesterday to today, his achievements have been nothing short of remarkable. Earlier, while pillaging a gold shop, he took the opportunity to visit a clothing store and acquired 10 sets of size 195 XXXXL garments. Naturally, these were not for his personal use, but to cloak his power exoskeleton. The loose-fitting attire, paired with a self-made gray cloak, effectively concealed the exoskeleton, making him appear merely robust without drawing undue attention. After indulging in a hot shower to wash away his fatigue, he began preparing a meal. Simultaneously, he reflected on his current state. Last night, he procured a staggering 20 kilograms of gold bricks from Chen Fujui's residence, and today's transactions yielded an additional 18 kilograms of gold and platinum. Following that, he raided a gold shop. However, the nearly 50 kilograms of precious metals were wholly consumed by his spatial abilities, resulting in minimal enhancement to his physical and spatial prowess. This could be attributed to the fact that his current limits are already quite elevated. According to Liu Kai's assessments, his spatial abilities, such as teleportation, object manipulation, bullet interception, and scanning, are now approximately 10 stronger than during his fierce battles against the enemies. The most significant transformation has occurred in his storage space, which now allows him to effortlessly contain the black cat, Xiaobai, while maintaining a state of temporal stasis. As for the husky, Xiaohong, whose size has expanded considerably, he is currently unable to accommodate. Nevertheless, he can induce a state of rigidity in Xiaohong, as if the creature is strenuously resisting the allure of the storage space. Liu Kai felt a sense of satisfaction. His previous theories about control skills had indeed proven valid. Yet, he still needed to find an opportunity to test the control effects on humans. In terms of physical capabilities, punching power, arm strength, fatigue resistance, reaction speed, running speed, impact resistance, and endurance, he has essentially shattered the world records set by pre-apocalyptic humanity. Perhaps he has also developed toxin resistance, but lacking any toxic mushrooms, he cannot verify this. In other words, his physical attributes have reached the pinnacle permissible by human biological structure, akin to the state of a certain Captain America post-serum injection. Although he suspects that physical enhancement has reached its limit, one peculiar observation remains: the storage space exhibits a greater thirst for the absorption of precious metals than ever before. Liu Kai murmured in confusion. Could there be further changes in spatial abilities? Yet, no matter how hard he pondered, he could not conjure an answer from thin air. To unravel this mystery, personal verification is essential. For now, the priority is to satiate his hunger. As a comedic film plays on the television, Liu Kai serves himself a meal, eating while watching. However, as he consumes his food, he notices something amiss. After devouring 5 bowls of rice and finishing 3 dishes along with the soup, his stomach still feels unsatisfied. This morning, in preparation for the transaction, he had only casually eaten 2 small buns, and after the deal, he had spent considerable time scavenging for supplies. Not only physical activities consume energy, but also teleportation and scanning depleted. Liu Kai's lips twitched as he realized the side effects of his newfound strength were manifesting. The greater the consumption, the larger the appetite. Under the curious gazes of Xiao He and Xiao Bai, Liu Kai retrieved a plethora of provisions from his storage space. He extravagantly displayed a roasted duck, a crispy pork belly, 5 braised chicken legs, 2 bowls of sesame paste, a 1-liter bottle of Sprite, and half a watermelon. Satisfied, he patted his belly, pleased with his feast. Thankfully, his stockpile could be described as abundant. Otherwise, what a normal person could stretch to last a year, he could devour in merely a month. In the afternoon, Liu Kai maintained his exercise routine, unwaveringly swimming for 2 hours. Upon returning to his living quarters, he intended to indulge in some gaming but noticed a new text message on his charging phone. It was from Wang Ning, Sister Wang from Finance Little Liu. I heard a roaming merchant has arrived in your community these past few days. Could you help me get in touch with this person? Upon reading the message, an odd expression crossed Liu Kai's face. He wondered what Wang Ning needed the roaming merchant for. Could it be that her household supplies had run out? He decided to call her back directly. Previously, when Wang Ning's family encountered difficulties and depleted their savings, they had not purchased a residence in Lishiziyuan. However, the community where they lived shared the same power supply zone as Lishiziyuan. The call connected smoothly. He cut straight to the chase, asking, Sister Wang, this is Liu Kai. What do you need the roaming merchant for? Has your food run out? Don't worry, little Liu, we still have plenty at home. And I haven't told anyone else. The thing is, as you know, our community is quite old, with many elderly and left-behind children, and their supplies are running low. Moreover, many are falling ill. Although we formed a self-rescue team and sent a few young adults out to search for supplies, the harvest has been meager. Now everyone is in despair, so I wanted to ask if the roaming merchant might come by. We are in need of food and medicine. Hearing this, Liu Kai furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for words. He was not opposed to engaging in commerce, yet his feelings toward Wang Ning were complex. Whether it was when she kindly pointed out Lin Xiao's issues while he was overextending his salary, or when she offered him a place to stay after he inadvertently revealed his ample supplies, or even her intention to introduce her husband's sister to him. These actions evidenced her kind-heartedness and warm nature. Moreover, she selflessly served as a community committee member. However, having experienced the degradation of human nature throughout his life, he held a strong skepticism toward the world. Soon, the authorities would establish a shelter in the city center, based on the Wanda Plaza building. Wang Ning's family had stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies, conveniently located near Wanda, allowing them to easily survive until the shelter was established and receive the best protection from the authorities. Yet now, why was she so eager to form a self-rescue team? To Liu Kai, this seemed nothing short of inviting trouble. The survivors from Lishiziyuan showcased a deeper truth, the complexities of human nature. One can even foresee the vitriol and potential violence that Wang Ning will face when she inevitably fails to meet the ever-expanding demands of these individuals. She is not alone, for she has a young son at home. To put it bluntly, Liu Kai believes this approach is somewhat naive. Xiaolu, are you listening? Liu Kai was jolted back to reality by this inquiry and quickly replied, I am, indeed. Well, I have heard that, in a month, an official shelter will be established at Wanda Plaza, so you need not endure such hardship. We just have to hold on a little longer. Is that true? Wang Ning's tone suddenly brightened with excitement. Although I am unaware of your source, I trust you. I will share this good news with everyone shortly. By the way, you haven't mentioned anything about the roaming merchants yet. She did not genuinely believe in the accuracy of Liu Kai's source. Rather, the news was too invigorating to ignore. Even if it were merely an ethereal hope, she preferred to voice it to uplift everyone's spirits. Chapter 58, Midnight Atrocities. Indulging in late-night snacks while enjoying a show upon hearing Wang Ning's unwavering stance, Liu Kai could not help but feel a sense of admiration. How resolute she is. He sighed inwardly. It is undeniable that even amidst the apocalypse, the brilliance of humanity continues to shine. Each individual possesses their own beliefs and principles, and Wang Ning's actions reflect her steadfast adherence to her convictions. He thought it best not to press her further. Nevertheless, he resolved to make one final effort. Adopting a tone of feigned concern, the wandering merchant did mention seeking assistance in promoting his business. But you know, Sister Wang, he is a merchant, driven by profit, only accepting gold and platinum. Moreover, he has tendencies towards violence. This morning, someone in our community suggested purchasing supplies with money and nearly lost their life at his hands. Liu Kai did not hesitate to imply his own violent tendencies, the meaning of which was unmistakable. He nearly articulated that their community was impoverished and unable to gather the gold the wandering merchant demanded. He feared that the elderly might resort to moral coercion or even pillaging supplies. In such a scenario, Liu Kai would undoubtedly act without hesitation to kill. Yet, how would he face Wang Ning if she intervened to stop him? To his surprise, Wang Ning remained remarkably confident. I have seen the video from this morning. Those individuals brought their misfortunes upon themselves and do not deserve our sympathy. We can collectively pool our gold to purchase supplies for those most in need, helping each other navigate through these dire times. With her words reaching this pivotal point, it would be too obvious for Liu Kai to refuse further. He could only sigh inwardly. I will contact the wandering merchant tomorrow morning and request that he prioritize trading with your community. Excellent. We are aware that the supplies in the wandering merchant's possession are highly sought after. There is no need for you to pressure him. Just do your best. Liu Kai initially intended to assure her that the wandering merchant would certainly come, but recalling Wang Ning's sharp intellect and exceptional reasoning skills, he promptly revised his statement. Very well, I shall do my utmost. After ending the call and returning to the first floor, he found the 4 snowmobiles parked at the shooting range, charging. Liu Kai swiftly retrieved black electrical tape from his storage space, his hands moving with remarkable speed. He covered the 2 rear windows of the snowmobiles as well as the 2 tail windows, ensuring that the contents of the cargo area were completely obscured from view. Satisfied, he nodded in approval. Night soon enveloped the world. Due to the absence of light, by merely 9 p.m., the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Liu Kai sat invigorated in the living room, where a sumptuous spread of barbecued skewers and beer adorned the coffee table. Most importantly, the television was broadcasting an exhilarating program. It featured footage captured by drones operating in night vision mode. Enraged survivors began to gather, intending to confront the instigator behind the rising prices of goods. Liu Kai had long been aware of these clandestine confrontations through his hacking software. The moral coercion faced during the morning's transaction had already stirred thoughts of violence within him. However, for various reasons, he refrained from immediate action, opting instead to sow discord. Now, he was on the brink of relishing the fruits of his manipulation. The first to suffer would be the leader of that group, a woman with a face of malice. The 5 survivors residing in Building 11 stealthily ventured out. Wrapped in thick clothing, they convened at the corner of the 10th floor, exchanging a few terse words before resolutely heading towards the 22nd floor, where the leading matriarch awaited. Their figures, seemingly concealed in the darkness, were nonetheless captured clearly by a drone peering through the stairwell windows. Inside, the matriarch and her 30-year-old son trembled in the living room, frozen by the cold. Before them flickered a meager fire. The duo dared not rest, haunted by the messages disseminated by the wandering merchant earlier that morning. In this moment, their hearts were consumed by regret and wrath, leaving only a palpable fear. The matriarch was no fool. She discerned the merchant's incitement for others to rob her. Yet, the more one fears, the more likely that fear materializes. Suddenly, the security door emitted a dull thud, and the steel bolt that secured it inexplicably retracted as though someone outside had turned a key. Instantly, terror gripped the pair. The robust man reacted swiftly, suppressing his fear to grasp a nearby mop handle, positioning himself protectively in front of his mother. A sharp crack echoed as the security door swung open. Before the man could comprehend the situation, the 5 survivors, wielding blinding flashlights, surged in. They swiftly tackled him to the ground, snatching the mop handle from his grasp. Despite his struggles, it was a futile effort. In a fit of rage, he shouted, "Who the hell are you? Let me go, or I want to hold back." One of the burly intruders, without hesitation, delivered a brutal kick to the man's temple. The man felt the world spin and, with a roll of his eyes, succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing her son being struck down, the matriarch erupted in a frenzied scream. "Ah, how dare you beasts harm my son? You will not escape retribution." However, before she could lunge towards her unconscious son, the same burly man delivered a mocking kick to her abdomen, sending her sprawling backward. Her features contorted in agony as she clutched her belly, writhing in pain, instinctively emitting muffled groans. Observing the matriarch curled up like a shrimp, the burly man chuckled. "Ha, this old hag can take a beating better than her son." Another intruder hastily interjected, "Enough of this, Xiaobin. Let us split up and search quickly. Take everything edible and drinkable, and all the gold and platinum." The group moved with remarkable efficiency, crashing into various rooms and ransacking them with reckless abandon. They paid no heed to whether the cupboards contained anything of value. They simply overturned everything. Pots and pans clattered to the ground. Locked cabinets were no obstacle. They were smashed open without hesitation. The group swept through the premises like a swarm of locusts, even dismantling the frozen electric water heater, prying it open with crowbars to inspect for any hidden treasures within. After some time, the matriarch's son remained unconscious, while she had managed to regain a modicum of composure, forcing herself to remain on the ground. Witnessing the chaos unfold in her home, as he futilely reached out in an attempt to grasp hold of these individuals, he wept bitterly, launching into a heartfelt accusation. "You beasts, you wretched creatures, may you meet an untimely demise, you robbers. Oh, my poor wife's fate." A certain intruder named Xiaobin, upon hearing these words, scoffed derisively. While rummaging through the belongings, he did not hesitate to mock. "Ah, you are hardly a paragon of virtue yourself, yet you dare to criticize us? Do not presume that we are unaware of your circumstances. Just because your daughter-in-law bore a daughter, you and your son have subjected her to relentless torment, nearly driving her to the brink of despair on the last occasion. What a splendid woman she is, yet your son has left her bruised and battered. To step into your home is indeed to court misfortune. The robbery that befell your household is but poetic justice. I have come to enact the will of heaven." The elderly woman resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, shrieking as she struggled to rise, lunging directly at Xiaobin. "You old hag, attempting to ambush me?" Xiaobin, incensed, seized a glass ashtray from the coffee table and struck the old woman forcefully upon the head. With a resounding crash, blood flowed freely as she stared wide-eyed, her body collapsing limply, motionless thereafter. Chapter 59, a night of madness, pillage, and murder. Although Xiaobin was arrogant and brutal, he was merely a thug at heart. Had he ever taken a life? He had only intended to frighten the old woman, never anticipating such a dire outcome. In that moment, his lips trembled in fear, rendering him speechless, while the ashtray in his hand wobbled precariously. Hearing the commotion, the others rummaging through the house hastily emerged. Upon seeing the old woman lying in a pool of blood, one of them frowned and reproached, "Xiaobin, how could you have killed her? This is inviting trouble." It must be said, Xiaobin possessed remarkable composure. At that moment, he regained his calmness, tightening his grip on the ashtray. His gaze revealed a newfound resolve as he surveyed the group. "Friends, is there still such a thing as law in this day and age? If we speak of law, we are committing burglary, and the nature of our actions is indeed heinous." The group exchanged glances, acutely aware, despite the chill that had settled over them, that societal order had crumbled. Yet, this was their first direct involvement in a murder, instilling a sense of conflict and fear within them. Before they could settle their inner turmoil, Xiaobin strode purposefully towards the unconscious man on the ground. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. One must eradicate the roots of the problem. "Forgive me, we are merely striving to survive." Bang, bang, clang. The tempered glass ashtray struck the old woman's son's head with a resounding crack, shattering upon impact. The other four were taken aback, their expressions now tinged with trepidation as they regarded Xiaobin. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. The five ceased their chatter, hastily scavenging the meager food and jewelry within the old woman's home. As per their agreement, they divided the spoils equally, save for the man clad in the thickest attire, who received the lion's share. Xiaobin and the others looked at him with envy, remarking, "Ren, you truly possess an ageless skill. After years of navigating the tumultuous seas of commerce, your lockpicking prowess remains unparalleled." The man merely waved his hand humbly. One must not forget their roots. Ancestral skill should never be forsaken, or else the ancestors will not bless me with prosperity. At this juncture, the group's mindset underwent a subtle transformation. They had forced themselves to accept the grim reality of murder and burglary. Yes, upon witnessing the demise of the leading matriarch, an overwhelming sense of exhilaration surged within me. At this very moment, the rampant pillaging elsewhere continued unabated. Gradually, Liu Kai discerned from the mouths of many that the peculiarities of humanity extended far beyond the matriarch's family. The daylight moral extortionists, it turned out, were each uniquely flawed. For instance, one individual, despite enjoying considerable wealth, resorted to pilfering packages. A survivor of the intrusion even stumbled upon a parcel stolen the previous month, and in a fit of rage, dealt a few hefty blows to the perpetrator. Some, too indolent to venture outside, disposed of their refuse in an unmonitored underground garage, creating a stench that permeated the air. These instances were but mild. More egregious acts included defaulting on debts, fraudulently claiming poverty subsidies, and engaging in illicit fundraising. Such a myriad of human behaviors was indeed overwhelming. It was evident that shamelessness and opportunism were the hallmarks of these individuals. Perhaps only they could conceive of employing such despicable tactics as moral extortion. Their incessant square dancing had already irritated the community, fostering hidden resentments over trivial matters. Now, they brazenly committed home invasions, not only to exact revenge on the merchants for inflated prices but also to settle personal scores. After a couple of hours, the drone's battery was nearing depletion, and Liu Kai reluctantly concluded his observations for the night. The entire neighborhood was abuzz with the cacophony of chaos and cries of theft echoing through the air. As dawn broke the following morning, the community returned to its previous state of eerie silence. Liu Kai rose on schedule, preparing the goods he intended to sell. Concurrently, he curiously activated his spatial abilities to scan the entirety of the neighborhood. The souls of the inhabitants were shrouded in darkness and malevolence, emotions that had been constrained during these peaceful times. Yet, on that fateful night, these shadows had been unleashed. It was as if the infamous scorched earth policy had resurfaced. The robbers seized whatever they could, leaving behind shattered remnants of what could not be taken. Some homes were even deliberately set ablaze, charred remnants littering the vicinity. Bodies, each with their own tragic end, lay unattended in the disheveled homes, exposed to the unrelenting elements filtering through broken windows. To Liu Kai's astonishment, over 50 residents had perished overnight. Not only had victims of theft succumbed, but many of the robbers had also met their demise, some in fierce retaliation from those they sought to rob. Others at the hands of their own accomplices due to disputes over spoils. One unexpected yet not entirely surprising development was the death of Manager Rin, who had forcibly entered the matriarch's home. He lay lifeless in the frigid stairwell of Building 4, a bullet wound in his chest. The gold he had hoped to divide had vanished without a trace. Liu Kai, hidden from view, shamelessly observed the raw essence of humanity laid bare. In his previous life, he had struggled like these individuals amidst the cold currents of existence. In this life, he felt akin to a deity, surveying the mortals below from a lofty perch. This stark contrast filled him with profound satisfaction. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Liu Kai arrived punctually at the northern gate of the community, driving his snow vehicle. As per the customary practice, he promptly planted his self-made banner into the ground upon disembarking, allowing it to flutter gracefully in the wind. However, he only retrieved 2 supply boxes from the rear of the snow vehicle. After placing the boxes down, he refrained from calling out for sales. Instead, he leaned against the snow vehicle, casually handling a shotgun. The matte black, sturdy barrel sent shivers through onlookers' hearts. Just as in the previous days, individuals had already gathered in the sheltered corners below, awaiting his arrival. Yet, upon witnessing the mere 2 boxes, panic engulfed them. Why were there so few supplies available for sale today? The rear of the snow vehicle was sealed with black electrical tape, leaving the crowd unable to discern whether additional supplies lay hidden within. Moreover, his blatant act of cleaning the shotgun signified a growing distrust in the survivors of the Lishakwaiwan community. A sense of despair loomed over everyone's thoughts, as they feared this might indeed be the last visit from the itinerant merchant. The most pressing concern was the limited supply of just 2 boxes. It was a first-come, first-served situation. Even if one possessed ample precious metals, a moment's delay could result in their goods being snatched away by others. Chapter 60. Teasing the appetite. All are hot commodities in a corner. The survivors, seeking refuge from the biting cold, have long abandoned all semblance of decorum. The current situation dictates that the swift shall seize, while the slow shall miss out. They rush towards the northern gate, clamoring for various supplies, their shouts piercing the silence. These individuals, once orderly in their queuing, now disregard the chill in their former civility. The first to arrive pays no heed, hastily producing fistfuls of gold bars and jewelry to offer Liu Kai, their words laced with urgency. I was here first. Sell to me. Those lagging behind echo their fervor. Me, and me. Sell to me first. Most of these individuals had participated in the looting the night prior. Yet now they display a desperate and disheveled demeanor, starkly contrasting their fierce countenance from the previous night. The cacophony unsettles Liu Kai, causing him to furrow his brow as he readies his shotgun with a decisive click. A cold huff escapes his lips, sending a shiver through the crowd, rendering them instantly mute. Fearful glances dart toward the shotgun. Even the most reluctant among them must comply and form a line. Seeing this, Liu Kai nods in satisfaction, pointing to the first person in line. You first. The chosen individual beams with delight, approaching with a sycophantic smile. Yet, as he opens his mouth to speak, his gaze falls upon the contents of the box, his eyes widening in astonishment. The first box contains the same instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and tablets as before. However, the second box reveals not only the exceedingly precious strategic commodity of sugar, but also 5 bags of rice, each weighing 10 kilograms. Swallowing his initial words, he quickly pivots. Brother, I wish to purchase the rice. Rice. The mere mention sends a glimmer of avarice into the eyes of those waiting behind him. They rise on their toes, craning their necks to glimpse inside the box. Upon seeing the rice, their calm is shattered. Indeed, it is rice. After 2 weeks of cold, many have gone days without savoring the warmth of freshly cooked rice. A 20-kilogram bag translates to 50 kilograms of cooked rice. If one consumes rice alone, a frugal individual could ration it to a mere kilogram per day. In essence, this bag of rice suffices for one's basic sustenance for 50 days. Those at the front are overwhelmed with joy, while those at the back seethe with indignation, cursing their parents for not bequeathing them an extra pair of legs. Yet, Liu Kai's voice abruptly snaps the diverse thoughts of the crowd back to reality. A bag of rice costs 2 kilograms of gold or 4 kilograms of platinum. The astonishment on the first person's face turns to disbelief as he stammers, how much? The gold bars and jewelry he brought amount to roughly 2 kilograms. He harbors serious doubts about whether Liu Kai is deliberately targeting him. However, Liu Kai offers no response, merely fixing him with a cold glare. If you wish to buy, do so quickly. If you cannot afford it, then step aside. The man hastily composes himself, frantically calculating. Today's prices for supplies are quintuple those of yesterday. 2 kilograms of gold could purchase 40 bags of compressed biscuits, sufficient for 40 days if one consumes a bag daily. Upon closer examination, it appears that rice indeed offers greater value, requiring only a bit more time to cook. Initially, I intended to purchase a few additional items as a precaution. But now I found myself unable to concern myself with such trivialities. With a firm resolve, I declared, I shall buy, and acquired a bag of rice. The transaction was swiftly completed. The individual hurriedly departed from the northern gate, clutching the rice. In the queue behind him, some onlookers cast envious glances at his retreating figure. Their intentions unclear. The next 4 individuals, 2, resolutely decided to invest in a bag of rice at a steep price. Liu Kai was not surprised. These individuals had reaped substantial rewards the previous night and had now laid bare their household stocks. However, those who followed began to express their frustration. Not only had the rice been snatched up, but each person also possessed considerable amounts of gold, with 2 crates of supplies being rapidly depleted. Indeed, when the 6th individual in line revealed 6 500-gram gold bars, he cleared the remaining biscuits and instant noodles from the shelves. Ha ha ha, I have secured it. I have secured it. His inner joy was unmistakable as he clutched his bounty, laughing heartily as he dashed homeward. At this moment, there were still over 40 individuals in line behind him. The crowd erupted in a buzz of excitement. Just days ago, many had hesitated, reluctant to commit. But today? Today was the final opportunity. Yet, the despair of having money but being unable to purchase anything loomed over everyone like a dark cloud. They longed to slap themselves in frustration. The last individual in line, in a fit of determination, abandoned the queue and quietly trailed after those who had just departed. Observing the regret etched on their faces, Liu Kai recognized that emotions had been successfully stirred. It was time to offer them a glimmer of hope. Calmly, he retrieved 2 large crates from the snow-laden vehicle. What a move that would leave the survivors astounded. Especially those who had just left the queue with intentions of seizing an opportunity. They stood frozen in disbelief. Brother, if you have more goods, reveal them sooner. This makes me seem rather foolish, one murmured, casting a lingering glance at the obscured trunk of the snow vehicle, contemplating what treasures might lie within. But would they dare to gamble? Having experienced that profound sense of despair moments ago, they hesitated. What if only 2 crates remained? They could not afford to wait. Action was imperative. As the crates were opened, the first revealed 5 neatly stacked bags of 10 kilograms of rice. The second crate contained not only biscuits and instant noodles, but also an impressive array of multivitamins and several bags of edible salt. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Vitamins to bolster immunity and salt to sustain energy, these provisions struck a chord deep within their hearts. The trading resumed. A few fortunate buyers, invigorated by their acquisitions, hastened homeward, eager to retrieve the gold they had hesitated to part with. The allure of these items was simply too great to resist. Regardless of whether they would be fortunate enough to rejoin the line, they had to take a chance. One survivor, having secured rice, chose not to leave immediately. Instead, he cautiously inquired, "Dear brother, would you be able to venture to the Beguine community for a transaction? My mother resides there, and she mentioned that many are willing to pay a handsome price for supplies." This utterance instantly illuminated the crowd awaiting in line. They too had relatives residing in various locations. Even if the roaming merchants ceased to visit the Lashik garden community in the future, they could still reach out to their family members. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted as everyone spoke fervently. "Are you heading to Hongda City?" They too have expressed a willingness to pay generously. "Young man, perhaps you could first visit the Silver Moon Garden. It's quite nearby." "Esteemed sir, would you be willing to travel to the city center? There are many in need there. We implore you to assist them." Liu Kai raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent in anticipation of his announcement. "I have my own arrangements. There is no need for your concern. Focus on your own matters." Upon hearing these words, the crowd was rendered speechless, forced to swallow their questions. Before long, the 2 boxes of supplies were completely sold out. Chapter 61. Exhausting Inventory. Intensifying desire this time, everyone had learned their lesson and remained within the ranks. After all, seizing others' belongings was a fool's errand, fraught with perilous repercussions, unless absolutely necessary. It was far wiser to purchase items honestly. Indeed, Liu Kai unexpectedly produced 2 large crates once more. The expressions of the crowd shifted, becoming intricately complex, an amalgamation of frustration at being deceived and relief at the prospect of acquiring supplies. At that moment, the first few individuals who had rushed home to retrieve their stock of gold returned, visibly relieved upon witnessing Liu Kai's 2 large crates. Their journey had not been in vain. They fancied they had deciphered the merchant's ruse. The vehicle was brimming with goods, deliberately tantalizing their appetites. Unfortunately, Liu Kai was not one to allow such complacency. After placing down the 2 crates, he astonishingly exclaimed, "Those wishing to buy should hurry. for there are only these 2 crates left. What? Those who had previously been brimming with confidence were rendered speechless. Only 2 crates remained? There was no chance they could secure one for themselves. What was the point of this charade? Yet, what if he was lying, and more supplies lay within the vehicle? Many found themselves ensnared in a web of indecision, ultimately opting to observe further. Soon, the 2 crates vanished from sight. Noticing the inquisitive gazes of the crowd, Liu Kai feigned frustration, smacking his forehead. Oh dear, my memory. I almost forgot. There is still 1 crate left. And now it's truly gone. The crowd murmured in disbelief. I trust you as far as I can throw you, you crafty old man. The final crate was sold out. The onlookers gazed eagerly at Liu Kai, yet he refrained from producing any more boxes, daunted by the awkwardness of the moment. No one dared to inquire, and the atmosphere grew tense for several seconds. Finally, someone could no longer endure the biting cold. They felt as though their legs might succumb to frostbite. The line dispersed, each returning to their respective homes. Liu Kai had awaited this precise moment. A sly grin crept across his face as he seized the opportunity, swiftly extracting 5 large crates with the astonishing strength of his exoskeleton. He called out to the retreating crowd, "There are still 5 crates left, first come, first served." His shout instantaneously halted everyone in their tracks. What in the world? Was he toying with them? Yet, they could not afford to dwell on their anger. They hastily maneuvered their nearly frozen legs to rush back. Throughout this entire unpredictable performance, Liu Kai's actions were not merely a jest, though there was an element of mischief. Instead, he was skillfully manipulating their emotions, constantly suggesting, "I still possess supplies, but they may vanish at any moment." Had he openly declared an abundance of goods, the urgency would have evaporated, allowing them time to calculate their strategies, perhaps reserving some gold for the end of the cold spell while methodically planning their purchases. Conversely, if he announced a scarcity of supplies, they would understand that by returning home for more gold, they would inevitably miss out on the opportunity. This could lead to a sense of complacency, resulting in apathy. This simplistic tactic proved remarkably effective. After such psychological maneuvering, the crowd was firmly ensnared, just as Liu Kai had anticipated. Many did not rush to line up upon seeing the 5 crates. Instead, he hurried home, preparing to take out the entire stock of gold he had previously hesitated to utilize. The subsequent transactions proceeded smoothly. In total, he sold no less than 20 boxes of supplies. Liu Kai was careful not to reveal his storage space. Thus the goods sold were strictly confined to the capacity of the snow vehicle. Since the vehicle could only accommodate 20 boxes, he sold precisely that number. Even though he did not completely extract every ounce of wealth from these individuals, he was compelled to relinquish some minor profits. Silently, he returned the empty boxes to the vehicle. Some survivors who had completed their transactions gazed at Liu Kai with unspoken words. Just as he was about to board the snow vehicle, 2 slightly younger men finally spoke up. "Brother, are you really not coming back? Everyone still has a bit of gold on hand." "Indeed, esteemed one, those who broke the rules were already dealt with yesterday. The remaining individuals are all law-abiding good people. Perhaps you could return tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Liu Kai felt a cold smirk arise within him. "The fate of your lives holds no importance to me." He refrained from voicing this sentiment, however, as he noticed someone filming with a phone, although there was no power or signal at present. This video would inevitably circulate among other survivors. It was essential to maintain his reputation. Thus, he feigned a sigh and said, "In business, mutual consent is paramount, and honesty must prevail. Your indifference yesterday left me rather disheartened. Let me take some time to consider." There was no need for contemplation. This was merely Liu Kai's excuse. The remnants of small gold earrings and transport beads in their possession were hardly worth a trip. It would be far more profitable to raid jewelry stores and exploit other neighborhoods. Having concluded his remarks, he did not afford them another chance to persuade him. Leaping onto the snow vehicle and departing with haste, this utterance undeniably provided the survivors of Lishirtsyuan with a glimmer of hope. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that, long before Liu Kai arrived at the northern gate of the community, the roaming merchant had quietly exited the owner's group. Today's transactions yielded bountiful rewards. Liu Kai had merely released a trifling 20 boxes of supplies. Yet he received an impressive total of 110 kilograms of gold and 48 kilograms of platinum. He could not help but marvel. Truly, this upscale community harbors such abundant reserves. The longing of his storage space for precious metals grew ever stronger. To avoid drawing suspicion, Liu Kai first drove the snow vehicle to a discreet alleyway where he had originally emerged, confirming that the area was deserted. He allowed the storage space to consume the metals entirely. The quantity was unprecedented, surpassing all previous accumulations. However, when Liu Kai closed his eyes to sense the changes within his body and then opened them, confusion filled his gaze. The effects were weaker than anticipated. A staggering 160 kilograms of gold and platinum had contributed to an enhancement of less than 5 in his spatial abilities and physical attributes. Yet, that insatiable desire intensified, almost to the point of driving him to madness. For instance, his storage space contained numerous items embedded with chips and circuit boards, all coated in gold. Previously, as long as Liu Kai did not focus on it, the desire to devour would not manifest. However, now, any precious metal within the storage space, whether intentional or not, possesses an overwhelming urge to be consumed. This left Liu Kai perplexed. Shouldn't the diminishing enhancement effect render him increasingly indifferent to precious metals? Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. He harbored a distinct premonition. If this desire were to escalate unchecked, he might subconsciously consume all the precious metals within his storage space. Other items would be manageable. But if the snowmobile or the powered exoskeleton were rendered inoperative, it would be a substantial loss. There could be even graver consequences. Should he fail to find sufficient precious metal sustenance, this insatiable craving would relentlessly torment him, gradually gnawing away at his sanity. It could ultimately distort his thoughts and character, transforming him into a brutal, mindless beast consumed solely by the primal instinct to feed. Contemplating this, Liu Kai couldn't help but shiver, a chill coursing down his spine. He understood that he could no longer procrastinate, nor could he recklessly consume precious metals, unless he could discover a means to completely master his desires. Chapter 62. Witnessing death without offering aid. Nighttime fishing, as the saying goes. Sharpening the knife does not delay the woodcutter. Liu Kai resolved not to venture outside that afternoon, opting instead to remain in the bunker to resolve his issues. Swiftly, he stowed away the snowmobile and hurried back to the bunker. Just as he entered the Emperor Villa, snowflakes began to descend from the overcast sky. After days of silence, this desolate world was graced by another snowfall. It was a mystery where such moisture had gathered. In Liu Kai's recollection, this snowfall was not particularly heavy, yet it was expected to linger for half a month. The ice layer covering the second floor would continue to thicken, which also meant that the attic on the third floor of the Emperor Villa would be encased in ice for about half its height. At that point, if Liu Kai wished to go outside, he would have only two options: either expose his whereabouts and, like the other residents of the villa, shovel away the ice that had buried the skylight, or maintain his secrecy, relying solely on teleportation for each entry and exit. Naturally, he would opt for the latter. Survival was paramount. Upon returning to the bunker, the time was still shy of 11 a.m. He had no intention of braving the snow to travel a great distance for trade with Wang Ning. He would go eventually, but he planned to delay that consideration for a while. The cold snap was exceedingly severe. It was nothing short of miraculous that the elderly residents of Wang Ning's community had survived this long. But that was where the miracles ended. By the time Liu Kai met his demise in his previous life, the cold spell had persisted for a full 7 months. And now it had only been a mere half-month. Liu Kai was acutely aware that, even with ample food, medicine, and winter gear, most of those frail elderly individuals would not endure beyond 7 months. His intent was merely to postpone their fate, hoping to outlast them for a few more days. The goal, of course, was to shift the blame of witnessing death without offering aid onto the roaming merchants, thereby alleviating the burden of care for the kind-hearted Wang Ning. This thought was undeniably cruel, even inhumane. Yet, the concepts of righteousness, virtue, and decorum were luxuries that could only be afforded in times of peace. The harsh reality confronting humanity was devoid of compassion. Liu Kai had never considered himself a good person. He merely sought to assist his friend in his own way. Moreover, the community where Wang Ning resided was situated in the city center. There were numerous other survivors in need of supplies in various locations. It was entirely reasonable for the roaming merchants to take their time reaching the city center. Wang Ning had likely prepared herself for such a reality long ago. After lunch, Liu Kai sighed, expressing his frustration. Since earlier, he had been concentrating intensely, attempting to control the insatiable desires of his subconscious. However, the more he tried, the stronger that craving became. Alarmed, he hastily discarded 2 sets of powered exoskeletons, 2 snowmobiles, and a snow bike into the shooting range on the first floor, fearful that a moment's lapse could lead him to squander these valuable items. Subsequently, Liu Kai experimented with various methods, even exhausting himself with 3 hours of swimming in a desperate attempt to relieve his urges. Sadly, nothing proved effective. As the clock struck 5 p.m., the outside world experienced a second power restoration. Defeated, Liu Kai emerged from the pool and retrieved his phone to send a message to Wang Ning. Sister Wang, I have already conferred with the wandering merchant, but he mentioned that he has been quite busy lately and may not visit your neighborhood for another 2 weeks. As Wang Ning powered on her device, her eyes dimmed upon reading this message. 2 weeks. Despite being mentally prepared, the length of this wait still struck her with trepidation. However, upon reflection, she acknowledged that the area of Fenghai City was indeed vast. The mere fact that someone could come to their modest community was already an unprecedented stroke of good fortune. Perhaps it was even the result of Liu Kai's considerable efforts. Alas, one could only wonder how many elderly souls might depart this world in the span of those 2 weeks. With a deep sigh, she reluctantly accepted this reality and swiftly composed a reply. Thank you, little Liu. I won't say much more. Once the cold wave passes, please indulge in my specialty. Garlic stewed sturgeon. You're welcome, Sister Wang. Take care. Sturgeon. Fish. As Liu Kai read Wang Ning's message, a sudden thought struck him, lifting his spirits, which had been dampened by an insatiable hunger. He had often heard that fishing brings tranquility. Perhaps the desires that tormented him were merely manifestations of his own restlessness. With no immediate solutions at hand, he resolved to try this uncharted activity. The supplies from the zero-cost supermarket lacked fishing gear. Fortunately, the previous occupant of the bunker seemed to have a fondness for fishing, as there was an impressive fishing set at his disposal. Liu Kai was not well versed in the art of fishing, so he improvised some bait using leftover rice, cornmeal, and chicken entrails. At last, the hour struck 7 in the evening. The sky outside had succumbed to complete darkness, devoid of even a glimmer of starlight. Clad in his winter attire, he exited the bunker villa and made his way towards the center of the community's scenic lake. The lake, though sizable, was merely a decorative feature, with a maximum depth of only 3 meters. The unfortunate news was that the cold wave had frozen the surface, creating an ice layer of a staggering 1.5 meters. The silver lining was that Liu Kai need not worry about breaking the ice. The former owner of the bunker had intended to cultivate crops on the ground floor, so there happened to be a manual spiral drill among the gardening tools. Fortuitously, his enhanced physique was remarkably robust, allowing him to penetrate the 1.5 meters of ice in just 5 minutes, leaving a 30-centimeter wide hole. Beneath the ice, the liquid water seemed to find an escape, gushing forth from the hole and saturating the parched ice surface. Thanks to his improved physical condition, Liu Kai did not need to activate his electric heating vest. Instead, after donning a rain-resistant cloak over his winter attire, he settled comfortably in front of the ice hole. He retrieved his fishing rod and affixed a small lump of bait, commencing his nocturnal fishing endeavor. In truth, he was genuinely curious, with the lake's surface frozen and aquatic plants unable to photosynthesize due to the lack of sunlight. Was there even a possibility of fish surviving in such an oxygen-deprived environment? Yet, he ultimately suppressed the impulse to scan the waters. For his purpose was not fishing at all, but rather to cultivate patience, quell his restlessness, and control his desires. Whether there were fish in the water or not mattered little. He simply needed to calm his mind and wait for fate to unfold. Amidst the howling cold wind and swirling snowflakes, Liu Kai slowly closed his eyes. He emptied his mind, ceasing to ponder the enigmatic spatial abilities he possessed. He endeavored to perceive himself as an ordinary individual devoid of any extraordinary powers, fully concentrating on the fishing rod in his grasp. It was evident that he was not well versed in the art of angling, for he had neglected to prepare any bait. He had remained seated from 7 p.m. until 3 a.m., diligently clearing the snow that obstructed the ice hole. Yet, despite his efforts, he had not caught a single fish, nor even a strand of aquatic vegetation. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair, maintaining a steadfast composure akin to a stone statue. Just then, a sudden tug on the fishing rod jolted him awake, and a surge of excitement coursed through him. He had hooked a fish. Chapter 63, Mastery of Desire. A new direction of reinforcement. It was as if a fish, long deprived of sustenance, had finally succumbed to hunger, perhaps also weakened by a lack of oxygen. The effort required was minimal. With a gentle tug, the unfortunate creature was extracted from the icy depths. Once cast onto the frozen surface, it thrashed violently for a brief moment. However, as the lake water rapidly froze upon its body, its movements gradually ceased. Liu Kai grinned silently, quickly stowing the defenseless fish into his storage space before taking a closer look at its features. Although he was no angler, he certainly knew how to appreciate fish, and recognized it as a black fish, or walleye. Its size was considerable, yet its weight was a mere 3 pounds, as it had become emaciated from starvation. To his astonishment, there were indeed living creatures in this artificial lake. After sitting for a full 8 hours, his perseverance had finally borne fruit. A wave of profound joy surged within Liu Kai, accompanied by an intense sense of satisfaction. At that moment, he comprehended why many individuals are drawn to fishing. It is, after all, a form of hunting. For a predator, the success of a hunt is undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Once experienced, this sensation can lead to an overwhelming obsession. Regrettably, Liu Kai, in this moment of triumph, overlooked the true purpose of fishing. Initially, he had cleared his mind and sat in meditation throughout the night, gradually suppressing the restlessness within him. Yet, the sudden emergence of joy ignited a fervor in his mind. The overwhelming desire to consume precious metals shattered his restraint. surging back to the forefront of his consciousness. Liu Kai's eyes turned a fierce crimson, his face contorted with insatiable longing. He felt a ravenous hunger, an intense craving to devour all the gold contained within the spare mobile chips in his storage space. The fruits of a night of meditation were now jeopardized by the mere catch of a black fish. With lingering rationality, Liu Kai felt a strong urge to curse his fortune, even wishing to slap himself. However, this was not the moment for self-recrimination. Resolutely, he steeled himself and concentrated his remaining focus. In an instant, he vanished from where he stood, leaving only the residual warmth of his thermal suit fluttering gently upon the ice. Liu Kai reappeared beneath the frigid surface of the lake. The cold was biting. He fought to hold his breath, the extreme temperature causing involuntary shivers to race through his body, goosebumps erupting across every inch of his skin. Regardless of the external chill, as long as the water remained unfrozen, it would not drop below 0 degrees. This was the very reason he dared to take the risk. The penetrating cold gradually restored much of his rationality, allowing him the clarity to calm his thoughts. At last, after being submerged in the icy water for an extended period, the fierce surge to consume began to wane. With a splash, he reappeared back on the icy surface. The biting wind caused the water on his body to freeze instantly, even encasing his legs in ice. Liu Kai was well prepared. He was not foolish enough to don his thermal gear piece by piece against the frigid gale. Instead, he retrieved 3 thick down blankets from his storage space, wrapping them around his body and head. With a swift motion, he secured his fishing gear and thermal attire atop the ice, and, clad only in a pair of slippers, he sprinted towards the Emperor Villa. Returning to the bunker, he ignited a fire in the fireplace and basked in its warmth for a while, finally feeling his numbed skin return to its normal state. Fortunately, his physical constitution was remarkably robust, and despite the harrowing ordeal, he had not caught a cold. Though he felt a twinge of annoyance at his earlier irrational emotion sparked by catching a fish, he also found a silver lining, confirming 2 significant insights. First, engaging in calming activities, or even self-imposed distractions, could indeed suppress inner impulses and desires. Second, as long as one could contain such abnormal cravings, they could gradually dissolve and assimilate, allowing a return to a state of normalcy. Even if emotions were to surge again, they would not manifest as reckless, beast-like negativity. In gratitude to the 3-pound black fish for providing inspiration, Liu Kai resolved to honor it by integrating it into his being. He had no intention of keeping the fish. Regardless of how emaciated it had become from hunger, he preferred to relish it sooner rather than later. Dressed and ready, he swiftly cleaned potatoes, asparagus, bean sprouts, and konjac as accompaniments. By 4 in the morning, chilled beer and steaming spicy grilled fish graced the table. After enduring the biting cold for a full 9 hours, indulging in such a feast was indeed a delightful affair. In the days that followed, Liu Kai remained diligently ensconced in the bunker, even converting the long idle tea and tobacco room into a calligraphy studio. He awoke each day with no pressure, enjoying leisurely films before spending afternoons practicing brush strokes that resembled a dog-ass chewing. After dinner, he would take a brief respite, swim until 8, and then venture out into the darkness for night fishing, returning to the bunker for a late-night snack before sleep. This cyclical and orderly routine continued for an entire week. Evidently, petting cats and dogs proved to be an unparalleled remedy for stress. Throughout this week, Little Black and Little White exhibited remarkable therapeutic abilities. Even when Liu Kai felt a stir of emotions, the simple act of stroking their soft fur quickly quelled his restlessness. By now, he had nearly mastered the reckless desires that had once consumed him. They only surfaced during deliberate release. In addition to these personal revelations, after attentively observing his physical changes, Liu Kai discovered another monumental piece of good news. The enhancement effects of consuming precious metals on spatial abilities and physical constitution seemed to be diminishing, but not entirely vanishing. Instead, they had shifted direction from the macro to the micro. For instance, in terms of storage space, he could now effortlessly accommodate the 15-pound Little Black. As for his scanning ability, while the distance remained unchanged and the physical exertion required was still the same, he could now discern far more intricate structures within the same range. If a bowl were crafted from gold, Liu Kai's previous scanning precision would have rendered it impossible to distinguish whether it was ceramic, stainless steel, or gold. Now, although he had not reached the level of atomic analysis, he could, based on certain physical characteristics, make an educated guess about the material. Similarly, he could skin the bodies of living organisms with greater finesse. He possesses the remarkable ability to accurately detect the concealed stagnation of blood, hidden injuries, pigmentation deposits, lesions, and tissue nodules nestled within capillaries. The most extraordinary aspect of his skill lies in his spatial awareness, enabling him to extract certain formed entities seemingly out of thin air. Liu Kai even harbors the belief that, should a tumor unexpectedly emerge within someone, himself included, He could, as long as the cancer cells have not metastasized, cure it without the aid of any external force. Lastly, in terms of physical attributes, while his brute strength has not increased, his control has become exceedingly refined. It is no exaggeration to state that he is capable of precisely commanding every muscle in his body. With a cigarette poised between his right index and middle fingers, and a bullet casing nestled between his middle and ring fingers, he can exert enough force to crush the casing while ensuring the cigarette remains entirely unblemished. Chapter 64. The Merchant of Roaming reemerges, under attack. While Liu Kai relishes in his good fortune, the survivors outside are left cursing their fate. The snow continues to fall from the heavens, and most disturbingly, the roaming merchant has seemingly vanished without a trace, no longer appearing anywhere. The video of Liu Kai's transactions within the community has circulated wildly to every location capable of receiving a signal, even garnering the attention of official channels. Many survivors, well aware of the merchant's rules, have diligently prepared their offerings for trade. Yet, he remains conspicuously absent. I have gold ready, and this is all I get? Numerous individuals attribute this absence to the heavy snowfall, while others speculate various theories. Perhaps the merchant has been ambushed or is intentionally withholding his presence to build suspense. Some survivors, in a unified narrative, suggest that news of the merchant's return has been deliberately suppressed to monopolize trading opportunities. In truth, the merchant is merely resting in his lair. Today, Liu Kai intends to make his return. His chosen target is the Indu Yunjing community, situated within the same power supply zone as Lishertu, a mere 3 kilometers away. This mid to high-end community is relatively affluent among survivors, following standard procedures. By 9 a.m., external power is restored. He discreetly infiltrates the Indu Yunjing residence group with his secondary WeChat account, sharing an updated list of goods and announcing that trading will commence at the south gate at 10 a.m. As a principled merchant, Liu Kai refrains from inflating any prices. The sudden announcement is akin to a colossal stone crashing into a tranquil lake, causing the residents group to erupt in excitement. The survivors within Indu Yunjing never anticipated that this coveted opportunity would fall into their laps. The news, impossible to contain, spreads like wildfire, announcing the merchant's return. Far away in the city center, Wang Ning, upon reading the news, is reminded of the recent fatalities and cannot help but sigh. Her unrealistic hopes are ultimately dashed. Adorned in his exoskeleton armor, draped in his signature loose robes and cloak, Liu Kai exercises caution. He refrains from departing immediately from the vicinity of Lishertu. Instead, he makes his way swiftly to a more secluded area, ensuring the surroundings are clear before retrieving his snow vehicle from beneath a partially frozen tree. Setting off through the snow toward Indu Yunjing. This prudence is a measure to shield his true location. Should anyone attempt to track him with binoculars, they would mistakenly infer that he resides in a remote countryside. At 10 a.m., the snow vehicle arrives punctually at the south gate of Indu Yunjing. Liu Kai decisively initiates a wide-ranging scan to ascertain whether any survivors possess items that could pose a threat to him, equipped with spatial abilities, an extraordinary exoskeleton, and a formidable arsenal. Had it been a typical person, they would have felt emboldened by their circumstances. However, Liu Kai, having faced death once, cherished his life dearly. Only after ensuring there was no imminent danger did he leisurely leap from the vehicle onto the snow-covered ground. He first planted the iconic flag into the ice, allowing it to flutter in the wind. This time, devoid of any tricks, he unloaded 20 boxes of supplies in one go. The unexpected snowfall had left everyone in a state of bewilderment. No one believed the cold spell would dissipate anytime soon. Moreover, uncertainty lingered over whether the wandering merchants would return the following day. In light of this, what purpose did hoarding gold serve? The most prudent course of action was to seize the opportunity and procure sufficient supplies in one fell swoop. Additionally, the grim fate of the moral extortionists from the Lishertu community was well known. Naturally, no one dared to entertain thoughts of free handouts. Of course, some people silently cursed the unscrupulous merchants. Yet, despite their grievances, they still needed to make purchases. By the time the news reached them, many had already crowded beneath the building closest to the entrance, seeking shelter from the wind. However, they remained vigilant, exchanging no words, each clutching their gold tightly. Fearful of theft, the snow on the ground had yet to solidify completely. Upon spotting figures emerging from the south gate, a throng of people hastily navigated through the soft snow, rushing towards the entrance. The entire scene unfolded harmoniously, primarily due to Liu Kai brazenly displaying his firearms, which served as a formidable deterrent. Everyone instinctively formed a queue, paying first before claiming their goods, and hurried home afterward. Regardless of how the world transformed, speculators would always emerge. A middle-aged survivor, while collecting his supplies, whispered discreetly, expressing a desire to work for Liu Kai as an exclusive sales agent for the Indu Yunjing community. as this individual spoke of price hikes, monopolies, and hunger marketing. Liu Kai felt immense disdain. Even if he entrusted you with the sale of supplies, could you truly manage it? Naturally, he found no inclination to respond. He merely waved his hand, dismissing the man to clear the way for those in line behind him. Liu Kai's purpose in selling supplies was to swiftly, ideally in one fell swoop, seize the precious metals from the survivors. His storage space was brimming with goods that could never be exhausted. Selling at a slightly lower price was inconsequential. Why bother seeking an agent for gradual sales? Furthermore, he intended to mine in Guangming town once he devised the appropriate strategy. Let others toil in the labor of selling if they so wished. Seeing Liu Kai remain unmoved, the man, despite feeling a surge of frustration, could only stomp his foot and leave in discontent. The enthusiasm of the crowd was palpable, and in the blink of an eye, 5 boxes of supplies had already been sold. As he sold goods, he simultaneously stuffed his bag with vast amounts of gold and platinum in his storage space. Just as anticipated, even as the storage continued to consume precious metals, he no longer felt that uncontrollable primal desire and impulse. It seemed that his recent days of self-reflection had borne fruit. Just as Liu Kai pondered this, an unsettling sensation crept over him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. A sudden and inexplicable sense of vigilance surged within, as if some unseen entity had fixed its gaze upon me. Warning. Laser targeting locked. Warning. Laser targeting locked. The exoskeleton armor instantly activated combat mode, emitting an unmistakable alert. A line of bold crimson letters flickered incessantly in my AR glasses. Liu Kai's complexion shifted, leaving no time for contemplation. His legs instinctively gathered strength. Propelled by the formidable enhancements of the exoskeleton, swiftly and oddly maneuvering towards the snowmobile parked to his right. Crack. The tremendous recoil shattered the solid ice beneath his feet, creating a network of fissures. Whoosh. Boom. In an instant, the ground where Liu Kai had just stood erupted in a spray of icy shards, followed by the distant but thunderous sound of an explosion echoing from behind. Everything transpired with bewildering rapidity. The survivors, previously queued to purchase goods, were momentarily stunned, only to awaken from their daze upon hearing the cacophony of gunfire. Faces drained of color, they trembled in terror, fleeing in disarray while screaming, "There has been a murder." Gunfire. The chaos erupted around the southern entrance of the community, a scene of utter pandemonium. Chapter 65, Counterattack against the disorganized militia under the bewildering assault. Liu Kai was engulfed in fury. Both his auditory senses and the external skeletal warning system confirmed one undeniable fact. The gunfire originated from an elevated position behind him. Liu Kai was well acquainted with the layout of the buildings in this area. The rear, elevated. This could only mean the rooftop of the Northern City Grand Hotel, situated 400 meters away. Utilizing the snowmobile to obscure all sight lines, he swiftly retrieved his sniper rifle from the storage compartment, chambering a round with practiced ease. The combat mode of his exoskeleton automatically activated, magnifying his field of vision and initiating a series of advanced functions such as target acquisition and aiming. Taking a deep breath, Liu Kai rose with a speed that surpassed normal human reflexes, pivoted, and steadied his weapon. Bang! Without the need for precise aiming, he squeezed the trigger. Liu Kai watched intently as the enhanced view on his AR display revealed the bullets soaring through the biting wind and swirling snow, following a flawless parabolic trajectory to strike the rooftop of the Northern City Grand Hotel with unerring accuracy. As the assailant finished ejecting the spent shell and chambered another round, Liu Kai's bullet found its mark, penetrating the man's forehead with deadly precision. Crimson blood erupted, stark against the white expanse of the world. As the man's eyes widened in disbelief, his body crumpling lifelessly to the ground, until his last breath. He could not fathom why he had been so unfortunate. Dodging incoming bullets was already absurd enough, but to be swiftly countered in such a manner? Surely, this was akin to cheating. Yet, he was afforded no opportunity to ponder further. With the enigmatic sniper eliminated, the prickling sensation on Liu Kai's back dissipated instantly. However, he remained vigilant. Liu Kai surmised that this attack had been premeditated. Someone must have anticipated his arrival at the southern gate of the Indu Yunjing community at 10 o'clock and had taken position for an ambush. Did this individual have accomplices? With this thought in mind, Liu Kai wasted no time in unleashing a full-scale scan. An inexplicable wave enveloped a radius of 500 meters around him. While the extensive range hindered precise scanning, it was sufficient for locating any potential threats. Aside from the panicked crowd at the community's southern gate, Liu Kai detected 3 armed individuals hidden around a corner, a mere 150 meters away. They bore no standardized weaponry. One even carried an RPG along with 3 rounds. They certainly appeared to be a ragtag group. However, such a display of firepower was somewhat exaggerated. Upon his initial scan of the Indu Yunjing community, there had been no signs of life in that vicinity, indicating their arrival was recent. This was indeed a coordinated ambush. The trio of gunmen remained concealed, only hastening to grasp their walkie-talkies upon hearing the gunfire from the southern gate, seemingly inquiring about the fate of the sniper taken out 700 meters away. Unfortunately, that sniper could provide no answers. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Kai engaged the power of his exoskeleton. Surging towards the corner where the three men lay in wait with terrifying speed, he dismissed the 15 boxes of supplies scattered on the ground, confident that the surviving individuals would not dare to risk their lives by attempting to steal from him. In a mere 150 meters, a typical individual might require around 20 seconds to traverse that distance. Yet, for Liu Kai, a mere 5 seconds suffices. As the trio of armed assailants awaited a response from the sniper, an ominous premonition surged within them. They exchanged glances, preparing to retreat, when suddenly, a fleeting shadow darted around the corner ahead. Before the startled men could raise their weapons in defense, Liu Kai lunged forward, striking first. Bang! Bang! With dual pistols in hand, he unleashed a cacophony of gunfire, the blinding flashes illuminating the chaos as 6 bullets found their mark with surgical precision, shattering the hands of his adversaries. Their anguished cries echoed in the air as they dropped their firearms. The threat was neutralized. With a sweeping motion of his right leg, Liu Kai generated a fierce gust of wind. A sickening crack reverberated as he shattered the legs of the man wielding an RPG launcher. The gruesome sight of his fractured bones protruding through thick winter trousers was laid bare to the frigid air, and the intense pain caused him to faint. Before the remaining 2 could react, Liu Kai swiftly holstered his pistol and brazenly produced a gleaming machete from thin air. Striding forward, he delivered a merciless strike. The second assailant, a man with blonde hair, met a grim fate as his head was severed, rolling away from his body. Liu Kai's methods were undeniably brutal. Yet this was his demeanor towards foes, particularly those who were evidently not part of the official forces. The last man appeared quite young, with a traditional Chinese character for love tattooed on his right cheek. For the sake of convenience, let us refer to him as Tattoo Man, never having witnessed such a scene. Tattoo Man stood frozen, momentarily oblivious to the agony of his bullet-riddled hands. His legs trembled uncontrollably as warmth surged from below, completely bereft of the strength to flee. He remained rooted in place, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the imposing figure before him, akin to a demonic reaper. Liu Kai approached slowly, each footfall resonating like a hammer upon Tattoo Man's heart. With a swift motion, the machete was pressed against his neck, eliciting a cold chuckle from Liu Kai. Yet before he could utter a word, Tattoo Man, in sheer fright, collapsed to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face as he fervently prostrated himself. Desperately, he pleaded for mercy. Please don't kill me. I was wrong. I didn't recognize your might. I beg for your forgiveness. Spare me. I am but a dog. Please don't take my life. Silence. The mere sound of Liu Kai's disdainful snort sent Tattoo Man trembling, pressing his forehead against the ground. Who are you? What audacity drives you to threaten me? W.E. Tattoo Man stammered, lifting his head. Speak. Why yes, big brother. He quavered as he raised his gaze. I truly made a mistake. I'm just a thug. It wasn't my intention to rob you, please. Spare me. Upon hearing such vacuous excuses, Liu Kai kicked Tattoo Man squarely in the chest. Enough of this nonsense. Get to the point. He harbored deep skepticism regarding the credibility of these men as mere thugs. Which genuine thug would carry an RPG rocket launcher? Moreover, to accurately strike a target 400 meters away amidst fierce winds using a sniper rifle? Yes, brother. I am merely a thug. All of this was the idea of those 2 fake foreign devils. Liu Kai furrowed his brow. What do you mean by fake foreign devils? The tattooed man pointed at the man slumped with the RPG. That's him. Along with the one perched on the roof of the hotel in the northern part of the city, both of them are the fake foreign devils. Oh, please, continue. The tattooed man hesitated, casting a fearful glance at the head of the yellow-haired man on the ground. Both the yellow-haired man and I are thugs from this area. Those 2 fake foreign devils approached us with their weapons. Chapter 66, Foreign Forces. The saboteurs squad the tattooed man, sensing that Liu Kai had no immediate intention to kill him, felt a slight sense of relief. He quickly divulged everything in a matter of 2 minutes. However, after learning the full story, Liu Kai's expression darkened. Damn it. Have I inadvertently aligned myself with traitors and the Japanese devils? In essence, the tattooed man, along with the yellow-haired individual, belonged to a group of 500 who had been seduced into betrayal. Yet, they were not scientists but rather genuine thugs. Those 2 pretentious foreigners were serving the Japanese, specifically targeting individuals like the tattooed man. They not only supplied firearms, ammunition, food, and winter gear, but also promised immigration after the cold spell, rewarding them with wealth that could be squandered for a lifetime. Such tactics, though crude, proved remarkably effective, quickly attracting a cohort of spirited youths. The tasks they were assigned were straightforward: to entice more defectors and form a saboteur squad. Essentially, they were to act as a disruptive force, creating chaos and hindrance. Their aim was not only to disturb the survivors' living conditions but also to obstruct various official rescue efforts. The name saboteur was aptly fitting. The earlier ambush on Liu Kai had been meticulously planned. After all, while the roaming merchants operated in the shadows, they undoubtedly enhanced the survivors' chances of survival, a fact that the Japanese could not tolerate. The tattooed man had also heard whispers that the Japanese tentacles had extended far and wide, with numerous saboteur squads already established in major coastal cities. In Fohai City alone, 5 such squads had taken shape, and the Japanese were relentlessly working to recruit more individuals. Liu Kai's brow furrowed tightly. If what the tattooed man claimed was true, the situation was dire. With saboteurs present in various coastal cities, this was beyond what he could tackle alone. The most prudent course of action was to alert the authorities as swiftly as possible. The tattooed man's face was etched with anxiety. Although obscured by his mask and glasses, he could palpably feel an invisible pressure bearing down on him. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he nervously opened his mouth to plead for mercy. Unfortunately, the swift strike of a large blade severed his throat before he could utter a word. Clutching his gushing neck, the tattooed man's gaze towards Liu Kai was filled with terror and rage. The light in his eyes faded as his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. Liu Kai had no intention of sparing the tattooed man, for he had witnessed Liu Kai retrieving the large blade from his storage space. Not to mention the confessions made moments earlier. Of course, one could not fully trust a single narrative. Fortunately, a fainted pretentious foreigner lay on the ground. The unconscious individual exhibited little will to resist. Liu Kai made a brief attempt and, remarkably, managed to effortlessly transport him into his storage space. With practiced ease, he retrieved an RPG rocket launcher along with 3 rockets. He then rummaged through the bodies and backpacks, discovering nearly 100 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition, as well as 3 antiquated rifles that seemed to belong to a bygone era. Having tidied up the aftermath, Liu Kai did not rush to the rooftop of the Grand Hotel in the northern part of the city. Instead, he strolled back to the southern entrance of the Indu Yunjin community. The survivors indeed lacked the audacity to pilfer his belongings. The 15 boxes of supplies remained intact. Although the survivors who had scattered in fear had not ventured far, many concealed themselves in relatively safe spots, observing the unfolding situation. Upon seeing Liu Kai unharmed, their expressions grew increasingly complex. Their thoughts were rife with contradiction. If the merchant were to be slain, they could easily rush in and seize the alluring supplies for free. However, upon further contemplation, it became clear that if the merchant truly met his demise, would those who shot at him willingly abandon such valuable resources? Ultimately, it seemed that these ordinary survivors would be left with nothing but empty hopes. Of course, in this world, there are no ifs. Liu Kai was disinterested in their musings. He approached the supply boxes and bellowed, "The trade continues." His resonant voice echoed through the air, snapping the crowd back to attention. One by one, they eagerly surged forward, reforming the long queue. Previously, they had only heard rumors of the merchant's formidable combat prowess, having single-handedly vanquished 5 adversaries. Initially skeptical, they now bore witness to his true capabilities. The admiration in their gazes toward Liu Kai deepened. As the transaction concluded, Liu Kai, adhering to standard pricing, acquired approximately 30 kilograms of precious metals in exchange for 20 boxes of supplies. He consumed them without reservation, feeling a gradual enhancement in his micro-level attributes. It appeared that his physical capabilities had indeed reached the limits permitted by his bodily structure. Yet, he wondered if his spatial abilities could still progress. Presently, should he exhaust himself completely, his maximum instantaneous teleportation distance would be a mere 40 meters. Such a level seemed somewhat unworthy of the extraordinary title associated with spatial abilities. Nevertheless, those considerations were for another time. He could only proceed step by step. Currently, many survivors were fervently tagging the merchant in their group chat, eagerly inquiring whether he would return the following day. However, the outcome was all too evident. After all, the economic conditions of the Indu Yunjin community homeowners were significantly inferior to those of the Lisher Tu Yuan. A meticulous scan revealed to Liu Kai that the 30 kilograms of precious metals constituted nearly the entirety of the homeowners' assets. With the goal of depleting their inventory achieved, Liu Kai decisively exited the group. Amidst the reluctant gazes of the survivors, he drove his snowmobile towards the Grand Hotel in the northern part of the city. Upon arriving at the hotel, Liu Kai conducted a scan and discovered that there were indeed several living individuals inside. Ignoring these non-threatening survivors, he swiftly ascended the staircase. Soon reaching the rooftop, pushing open the door to the terrace, the biting wind greeted him. The first sight to meet Liu Kai's eyes was a grotesque corpse. It appeared to be the false foreigner who had just been shot and killed. The impact of the bullet had gruesomely shattered part of the skull, with brain matter splattered and frozen into a macabre mixture of red and white ice. Yet, the corpse still clutched the sniper rifle that had been used in the earlier ambush against Liu Kai. Upon sighting the firearm, Liu Kai's eyes lit up with a glimmer of excitement. He swiftly approached, seizing the weapon from the lifeless hand of the corpse. To his astonishment, it was a rare artifact, the Chaitak M200 sniper rifle, which had once commanded a staggering price of $250,000 US. Its performance eclipsed that of the domestically produced CS-LR-4 sniper rifle he possessed. Regrettably, it had ceased production over 2 decades ago. The audacity to employ such a precious piece of artistry was truly remarkable. Liu Kai could not help but exclaim, "These Japanese scoundrels are indeed willing to invest heavily." Without reservation, he rummaged through the remains and discovered a lengthy silencer as well. However, what vexed Liu Kai was that the individual possessed merely 25 rounds of 10.36mm caliber ammunition, a rarity indeed. Such ammunition was exceedingly scarce nationwide, especially in Fohai City. Given its status as a collector's item, Liu Kai hesitated to utilize it and decisively decided to keep it as part of his private collection. Next, he would need to conduct a thorough interrogation of the unconscious foreigner. Chapter 67, The Cruelty of Severing 2 Eggs in the Stairwell Leading to the Top Floor. Liu Kai extracted fuel to kindle a roaring bonfire. With a mere thought, he ejected a man, unconscious, from his storage space. The man's legs were severely fractured, the broken bones having even pierced through the femoral artery. Upon exposure to the frigid air, the blood gushing from the wound instantly froze into a clump of red ice, momentarily halting the torrent of blood. However, the chilling air surged in through the injury, swiftly siphoning away the man's body heat. Even in his stupor, he trembled uncontrollably, his lips and complexion turning ashen. Liu Kai bound the man's hands behind him and positioned him beside the fire. A sharp slap resounded against the man's pallid face. The intense pain, coupled with the warmth emanating from the flames, gradually brought the man back to consciousness. Yet, when he opened his eyes, the first sight that met him was a towering figure clad in a cloak. More horrifying was the gleaming surgical knife held in this figure's hand, its blade poised threateningly against his eyeball. Any slightest movement or struggle would spell the end of his right eye. In a state of terror, the man's pupils dilated. Instinctively, he arched his back, attempting to resist with bound hands, but the ropes held him firmly. A sharp twist of his body tugged at the wound on his thigh, sending a piercing pain coursing through him, causing him to gasp in agony. Spare your struggles. Escape is not an option, Liu Kai mocked, twirling the surgical knife while appraising the man. Appearing to be under 40, the man exuded a robust masculinity, complemented by a meticulously trimmed beard, embodying the quintessential image of a distinguished gentleman. Had it not been for his current disheveled state, he could easily attract a throng of admirers with a mere wave of his hand. Suppressing the excruciating pain radiating from his leg, the man furrowed his brow, casting a wary and icy glare at Liu Kai. When he finally spoke, his deep, magnetic voice enunciated in flawless Mandarin, "Release me at once." Liu Kai felt a twinge of jealousy towards the man's handsome visage, yet he was irked by the commanding tone. The sharp knife slashed across the man's face, leaving a long, crimson gash. The pain elicited a blood-curdling scream from the man. "Humph. As a captive, mind your tone," Liu Kai retorted, delivering another slap to the man's face before retrieving his phone to activate the recording function. "Now, let us hear your plans for forming the destroyer's squad, shall we?" The man, taken aback by the inquiry, widened his eyes in disbelief. "Who are you? How do you know about the destroyer's squad?" "Wrong answer," Liu Kai snapped, his voice dripping with disdain. The man scoffed defiantly, turning his head away, refusing to respond further. "Oh, so you fancy yourself a tough guy, do you?" "I am most eager to test the resilience of your resolve," Liu Kai stated, discarding any gradual approach and opting for a more direct method. Knowing well how to threaten another man effectively, he clamped his left hand firmly over the middle-aged man's mouth while his right hand lowered the surgical knife with deliberate slowness. With a swift motion, he sliced through the fabric of the man's thermal pants. The man's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had grasped something crucial, and he began to struggle violently. However, his mouth was covered, leaving him only able to glare with wide eyes, emitting sounds of despair and helplessness. In the midst of his struggles, the scalpel had already sliced through his cotton trousers, thermal underwear, and ultimately, his last layer of undergarment. A gust of wind chilled his exposed skin, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Liu Kai brandished the scalpel, gesturing with it left and right, muttering to himself, "Which should I cut first?" The man's struggles intensified. "What? Have you come to a realization?" He nodded fervently, his eyes devoid of the earlier defiance. now filled with earnestness and sincerity. As soon as Liu Kai's left hand loosened, the man urgently interjected, "Brother, don't be impulsive. Let us talk this over. How about we negotiate? Speak." A knowing smile crept onto the man's face. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the captain of the 23rd Infiltration Unit of the Special Infiltration Team from Japan. You, my friend, are a remarkable talent, and I would like to invite you to join our ranks." Seeing Liu Kai remain unmoved, the man continued to entice him. "Once you join us, I assure you that your future will be boundless. After the cold wave subsides, you will be rewarded by the Prime Minister, living a life of wealth and honor." Yet, this was merely the standard script of coaxing. Liu Kai had already heard similar words from the tattooed man. He had hoped the man might divulge some useful information, but was met with nothing but this meaningless chatter. Liu Kai, though unscrupulous, was not easily swayed. It seemed no price in the world could tempt him. His face grew cold as he employed his spatial abilities to immobilize the man's thrashing body. With ruthless precision, he wielded the scalpel, severing a bloodied red olive, which arced gracefully before landing in the nearby bonfire, instantly charred to a crisp. The man's earlier confident demeanor vanished, replaced by a visage of twisted agony as he screamed in pain. Liu Kai nonchalantly retrieved a tissue to wipe the blood from the scalpel. In a tone devoid of warmth, he threatened, "I asked for your confession, not for you to prattle on about other matters. You have but one remaining testicle. Think carefully." The man's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat, his pallor deepening, as though he might collapse at any moment. After a prolonged pause, witnessing Liu Kai again preparing to direct the scalpel toward his groin, he panicked. Gathering his last reserves of strength, he pleaded in a hoarse, weak voice, "Wait. Just a moment, brother. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." He faced the camera of the phone, articulating each word with clarity, revealing that the Prime Minister of Japan had personally ordered their mission to China to monitor the situation of the destructive teams without reservation. Liu Kai listened intently, finding this to align closely with the tattooed man's account, suggesting its authenticity. Moreover, the man disclosed the locations of 5 other destructive teams in Fohai City. However, when Liu Kai inquired about other coastal cities, the man helplessly shook his head, admitting he only knew that there were accomplices in those cities, who were currently attempting to recruit traitors. However, the specific circumstances within those cities remained shrouded in uncertainty. Liu Kai was convinced the man was indeed oblivious, for the scalpel had cruelly inflicted over 180 wounds upon him, even severing his second testicle. Yet, until the moment of his demise from blood loss, he continued to wail for mercy, repeatedly uttering phrases such as, "I truly do not know. Please spare me. Grant me a swift end." Not only were the man's desperate confessions captured, but Liu Kai's exceedingly brutal methods were also meticulously recorded on the mobile device. He resolved to edit the footage and find a way to submit it to the authorities, should he happen upon these traitors and invaders during his outings. Liu Kai would undoubtedly take swift action against them. However, if fate did not present such an opportunity, he would not seek out trouble with these individuals. After all, he considered himself merely a legitimate businessman focused solely on profit. Chapter 68. Missile Attack. Quelling the rebellion requires merely coordinates after thoroughly pillaging a nearby gold shop. The clock struck noon. Having accomplished his grand objective of working merely half a day, Liu Kai decisively opted to return home and indulge in leisure. This rhythm was not solely dictated by the abundance of time, allowing him to leisurely scour precious metals. Another reason was the necessity of balancing physical exercise in the afternoon. His physical prowess had undergone substantial enhancement. However, without diligent practice to maintain peak condition, he would inevitably experience a gradual decline. Following a sumptuous lunch, Liu Kai embarked on an extensive cleaning of the living quarters within the bunker. Subsequently, he retreated to his study and powered on his computer. He imported the video of the interrogation of the enemy into his hacking software and began his meticulous operations. He eradicated any embedded equipment identification codes, location data, and camera parameters from the video. The video format was converted from MP4 to various other formats, a process repeated over a dozen times. He ensured that any potential information that could reveal Liu Kai's identity was thoroughly obliterated. Only after this meticulous processing did he transfer the refined video to his mobile phone. Yet, despite possessing hacking software, he refrained from immediately altering his IP address to send the video. The authorities were not to be underestimated, even in the face of apocalypse. Their ranks were filled with capable individuals. If he recklessly disseminated the video, it might lead back to him, regardless of whether the authorities maintained goodwill. Liu Kai was simply averse to exposure. Thus, it was not until the following morning that he transformed once more into a wandering merchant, venturing to a more distant neighborhood. In the hopeful gazes of the survivors, he executed an utterly mundane transaction. Only then did he produce his new mobile phone, connect to the internet, and accessed the 12399 National Security Reporting Platform. Anonymously, he dispatched the video captured the previous day. The functionality of the 12399 platform indicated that government operations were still in effect. Liu Kai believed that with his reporting video, the destructive squads would soon face consequences. However, he could hardly anticipate the rapid response from the authorities. 3 days later, Liu Kai arrived as usual at the Meiwahouding community in the southern part of Fohai City to trade supplies. At that moment, his phone abruptly received a message: Ministry of National Security urgent notice. Citizens of Fohai City, please evacuate the Chitian Tower within 5 minutes. This is not a drill. Please evacuate the Chitian Tower within 5 minutes. Liu Kai was taken aback. Chitian Tower? Wasn't that an office building near the Meiwahouding community? For a fleeting moment, he suspected it might be a scam text. However, upon reflection, in these times, what purpose would a scam serve? It was most likely genuine. In an instant, a realization struck him, and he gazed toward the distant Chitian Tower with an expression imbued with profound significance. To confirm his suspicions, he retreated rather than advancing. Heading toward Chitian Tower, he was not alone. The survivors in the vicinity had also received the same message. Soon, Liu Kai witnessed survivors streaming out from several buildings surrounding Chitian Tower. However, the notifications these survivors had received appeared to differ from his own. In an astonishingly orderly manner, a group rushed towards a primary school located to the west. Concealed in the shadows, Liu Kai decisively activated his scanning device, capturing every detail of the towering edifice and the school. His heart sank in disbelief as he beheld over 90 armed individuals congregated atop the skyscraper. Meanwhile, within the school, a multitude of armed police lay in wait, equipped with winter supplies to accommodate the continuously arriving survivors. He realized his suspicions were correct. Most likely, the almost 100 individuals on the top floor comprised a destructive squad from Fohai City, inexplicably gathered for some purpose. A frown creased Liu Kai's brow. Before any transaction, he typically communicated with the residents in these communities. Could it be that this destructive squad had convened here specifically to seek revenge against him? Yet, that seemed unlikely. He could not fathom himself being of such significance. The armed individuals were gathered in a room illuminated by a roaring bonfire, one person scribbling on a blackboard, seemingly orchestrating operations. The crowd below erupted in excited shouts, as if plotting a grand act of destruction. As Liu Kai pondered, the survivors in nearby buildings had already evacuated. Their escape route, along the walls, had gone unnoticed by the sentinels atop the skyscraper. Liu Kai, stroking his chin in curiosity, muttered to himself, "Is a special forces operation imminent?" However, an unforeseen situation arose. Warning. Longsword 15 cruise missile incoming. Target, the building ahead. You are within a 150-meter blast radius. Please take immediate evasive action. The exoskeleton armor emitted an urgent alert, red lights flashing before Liu Kai's eyes. A thunderous sound approached from the southeast, startling him into instinctively glancing skyward. There, a brilliant fireball trailed by an elongated, colorful streak appeared on the horizon. Liu Kai's pupils dilated in shock. It was indeed a missile. As the missile entered the urban area, it inexplicably descended, swiftly weaving between buildings and deftly avoiding obstacles. In the blink of an eye, it flew directly overhead, generating a fierce gust of cold wind that forcefully struck the rooftop. Boom. Just as Liu Kai scrambled into a safe corner, a violent explosion erupted. Even through the exoskeleton, he felt the tremors surge through him, causing his blood to race. The shockwave shattered the glass of surrounding structures, sending concrete debris and shards raining down upon the icy surface with a cacophony of sound. Despite having taken many lives, Liu Kai had never witnessed such an exhilarating scene. Even with the protection of his exoskeleton armor, he felt utterly vulnerable, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Taking a few deep breaths to quell his unease, he cautiously peeked towards the skyscraper. A dense cloud of smoke billowed forth, the remnants of the explosion mingling with the snow atop the building, cascading downwards. With the assistance of his exoskeleton, he pierced through the haze and glimpsed the devastation wrought upon the skyscraper. The top 3 floors had been obliterated, and the 100 or so individuals, along with the tons of steel and concrete, were reduced to mere ash. Liu Kai's pupils contracted in horror. This was his first encounter with the terrifying machinery of war, even though he had previously witnessed the destructive power of these weapons on the internet and television. Nothing could compare to the visceral experience of witnessing it firsthand. Indeed, while combating crime necessitates evidence, quelling rebellion requires merely a location. He had anticipated the deployment of special forces, yet the official response was a missile valued at 4 million yuan. This decisive action swiftly dispatched nearly 100 adversaries to their demise, with no soldiers or civilians suffering casualties in the process. This transaction proved to be immensely profitable. Amidst his astonishment, Liu Kai felt a rising alarm within. Previously buoyed by his heavy firepower, exoskeleton, and spatial abilities, he had grown somewhat complacent. For instance, he had previously brushed off an ambush by an M200 sniper rifle, believing that even a direct hit from the sniper would pose no threat from the Japanese forces. However, this missile undoubtedly struck him with the weight of reality. He sighed deeply and muttered to himself, "One must not be reckless." Chapter 69, Rumors Abound. The authorities arrive. The fate of the traitor, Liu Kai, has today been vividly illustrated. The mere launch of a cruise missile is beyond his capacity to withstand, let alone the other terrifying instruments of war. Throughout this prolonged period, Liu Kai has committed numerous transgressions against the law. However, the acts of zero-cost purchases and murder against the likes of the Little Fairy and the Sycophant were executed under his true identity. In contrast, the persona of a roaming merchant primarily engaged in price manipulation and the plundering of gold. Slaying the enemy and traitors was deemed a virtuous act. Thus, in the eyes of the formidable authorities, the roaming merchant is but a minor character who can be readily disposed of, provided he refrains from reckless actions that overtly jeopardize national interests. Given the current climate, it is unlikely the authorities will unduly harass him. Contemplating this intricate relationship, Liu Kai resolved to once again embody the principle of survival. Perhaps only after significantly enhancing his spatial abilities could he confront such entities head-on. Regardless of the authorities' stance towards him, the undeniable reality remains that armed police units are stationed at the nearby elementary school. Persisting in trading resources, plundering precious metals, beneath their vigilant gaze would be somewhat audacious. Thus, he prudently announced the cancellation of the transaction in the homeowners group of the Meiwa housing community. Initially, the group was abuzz with activity. Those quick to react had just captured footage of the missile strike, witnessing the towering building erupt in flames. Survivors were fervently discussing the official news and the violent explosion. However, upon seeing the roaming merchant's announcement of the cancellation, a wave of lamentation swept through the group. Liu Kai, undeterred by their desperate pleas, decisively piloted his snowmobile in the opposite direction. To the astonishment of all, the situation swiftly took a turn for the better. Before despair could envelop the survivors in the Meiwa housing community, a piece of uplifting news emerged. The armed police had detonated the ice layer above a nearby supermarket, creating an escape route. A steady stream of supplies was being transported by the soldiers. They then drove their patrol vehicles, broadcasting loudly for survivors from the surrounding blocks to come and collect provisions free of charge. This gesture profoundly moved the survivors. After a month of frigid despair, they finally felt a sense of care from the authorities. Gratitude flooded the group as members expressed their joy with messages of thanks and cheers. With this newfound perspective, however, came a wave of disdain aimed at the opportunistic roaming merchant, who, in the midst of their relief, was now viewed with increasing contempt. Many rejoiced at the cancellation of the transaction, for otherwise, their gold and jewels would have been looted. Some even resorted to thinly veiled ridicule in the group, implying that the roaming merchant was shamelessly profiting from their misfortunes, devoid of any moral integrity. They completely overlooked their earlier, desperate longing for Liu Kai's presence. Furthermore, rumors regarding the official commencement of large-scale rescue operations were rapidly circulating. Although the reason for the troops' unexpected presence near the Meiwa housing community remains unclear, it undoubtedly signifies a positive turn of events. A myriad of survivors once again found themselves engulfed in boundless hope. In stark contrast, Liu Kai's business faced substantial upheaval. With the official rescue efforts underway, the survivors' yearning for itinerant merchants diminished significantly. Liu Kai had yet to exit the group chat, observing the situation with a scornful smirk. He dismissed the notion of large-scale official rescue operations as mere fantasy. It was evident that the armed police forces, engaged in quelling disturbances, had only taken a moment to assist nearby survivors. They were not even stationed in Fohai City but had been dispatched from elsewhere. Once their mission was accomplished, they would depart. The true essence of large-scale rescue would manifest only with the establishment of survivor camps in the city center, and that was still far off. As for the impact on his business, Liu Kai remained indifferent. He had already resolved to bide his time, observing the unfolding circumstances before making any decisions. Moreover, he intended to let those harboring false hopes experience hunger for a while, forcing them to confront reality. When he, as a wandering merchant, re-emerged, they would be compelled to part with their resources in exchange for sustenance. Liu Kai had previously concealed himself well, confident that his presence had not been detected. He even scanned the stationed armed police before leaving, noting no unusual activity. However, just 2 blocks away, a group of about 10 individuals suddenly emerged. Clad in thick military overcoats and donning cold weather masks, their features were obscured. Yet, the insignia, ranks, and the 191 rifles they brandished unmistakably revealed their identity: One National Army. Although the soldiers did not raise their weapons, they collectively lifted their right arms, signaling him to halt, as if they had been lying in wait for his arrival. A fleeting grimace crossed Liu Kai's lips, his mind racing with a flurry of questions. Was this mere coincidence, or had he been under surveillance all along? In either scenario, the road offered no alternatives. He could either stop, turn back, or charge through violently. Yet, judging by the soldiers' demeanor, they seemed to harbor no immediate hostility. Having just witnessed the formidable power of missiles, Liu Kai understood that engaging in conflict with the authorities would be an act of utter folly. When the machinery of the state sought to reason with you, it was prudent to oblige. Should they resort to coercion, there would be no time for lamentation. With this thought, Liu Kai could only exhale a resigned sigh and firmly press the brake. He remained vigilant, ensuring that the 20 boxes of supplies in the vehicle and the crossbow and firearms slung across his body were securely stowed away in the storage compartment. He adopted the guise of a standard law-abiding citizen, leaving only a P320 handgun, loaded with 17 rounds, concealed beneath his cloak for easy access. The massive tires of the snow vehicle gradually slowed, finally coming to a halt approximately 5 meters before the soldiers. Exercising caution, Liu Kai opened the car door. Noticing the soldiers' tacit approval of his actions, he felt a measure of relief as he leapt from the snow vehicle. The instant he exited, he heightened his awareness, scanning the surroundings for any potential threats. It was only then that he noticed an 8-wheeled armored vehicle stationed around the corner, out of sight. On the rooftop ahead, 2 observers and a sniper lay in wait. To his left, in a shop, there lurked a towering figure. A burly man with a beard standing at an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches, adorned with a single stripe and 3 stars on his shoulder insignia. He appeared to be the leader of this contingent. Liu Kai lifted his gaze, aided by his exoskeleton, allowing him to clearly see the sniper and observer on the rooftop. He then turned his attention to the shop on his left. These 2 simple actions were sufficient to capture the attention of the soldiers blocking the way, their expressions revealing surprise. It was crucial to note that they were no ordinary troops. Not only had they detected the lurking sniper, but they had also uncovered the concealed captain poised to show off. This wandering merchant indeed possessed remarkable skills. Could he possibly be one of their own? The soldiers instinctively tightened their grips on their rifles, prepared to eliminate any threat should the adversary turn hostile. The bearded captain, realizing his cover was blown, was initially taken aback. However, he soon ceased to conceal himself, pushing open the glass door and confidently striding toward Liu Kai. Yet, the nonchalant swagger of his approach left Liu Kai momentarily speechless. Was this man truly a soldier? Chapter 70. My name is Jiu Haiba. Official mission. The man with the scruffy beard seemed to perceive Liu Kai's astonishment, as a smile curled at the corners of his mouth beneath the mask. As he walked, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his coat. Lowering his cold weather mask, he placed one between his lips and offered another to Liu Kai with a casual demeanor, saying, "It's quite chilly. Care for a smoke to warm up?" Noticing the man's familiar approach, Liu Kai narrowed his eyes. He surmised that the man intended to use the opportunity of smoking to compel him to remove his mask and reveal his identity. A clever strategy indeed. Furthermore, if he declined the cigarette, the man would likely resort to other means. After a brief mental deliberation, Liu Kai quickly regained his composure. There was no escaping this. So, he accepted the cigarette with a smile, responding, "Indeed, Chief, it is rather cold." Then, under the sharp gaze of the lieutenant, he pulled back his hooded cloak. At the moment he took the cigarette, he discreetly stored the facial armor of his exoskeleton into his spatial storage. Now, only a large pair of all-encompassing cold weather goggles remained on his face. Enhanced by his spatial abilities, his physical attributes, appearance, and demeanor underwent considerable transformation. He believed that with just half of his face, his mouth, exposed, even with AI assistance, his identity would remain undiscoverable. The lieutenant, noticing only half of Liu Kai's face, displayed a fleeting glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. However, before he could utter a word, Liu Kai promptly ignited his cigarette, then held the lighter up to the lieutenant, indicating for him to light his own. This action effectively stifled any comments the lieutenant had intended to make. Seizing the moment while the lieutenant was occupied with smoking, Liu Kai initiated the conversation. "In this biting cold, you still have to be out here on duty. You must have it tough. Just to clarify, Chief, I am a law-abiding citizen. If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave." The lieutenant appeared outwardly boisterous and somewhat naïve. Yet this was merely a fade. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he cast a casual glance at Liu Kai, responding, "No need to rush. Let's have a chat." "Very well. Would you like to discuss?" Liu Kai inquired. The lieutenant feigned a casual stroll, adjusting his gaze sideways. He peered into the open door of the vehicle, only to find it utterly devoid of occupants, causing his brows to arch in surprise. Returning his focus to Liu Kai's goggles, he exhibited a keen interest, exclaiming, "Oh, those goggles of yours are quite impressive. May I take a look?" As he spoke, he unexpectedly reached out to grab them. Liu Kai, caught off guard by the lieutenant's directness, swiftly stepped back to evade his grasp. Maintaining a facade of innocence, he smiled apologetically. I'm afraid that's not possible, Chief. My eyes are sensitive. The doctor advised me against exposure to cold winds, or I risk going blind. The lieutenant, unfazed by his failed attempt, retracted his hand with an air of nonchalance. After all, Liu Kai's excuse was difficult to counter. Even in apocalyptic times, the disciplined nature of the Hua nation's forces prevailed. It would be unreasonable to force a civilian to risk frostbite by removing their goggles, wouldn't it? However, from Liu Kai's instinctive retreat, the lieutenant had already concluded. The individual before him was no ordinary person. With a vigorous exhale of smoke, he cursed under his breath, "Look at your miserly demeanor. I have no desire for your possessions." Liu Kai remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and composed. The two stood in the biting wind, taking turns to inhale their cigarettes. An atmosphere of silence enveloped them for a moment. The captain observed that Liu Kai's face remained unflustered, steady as a mountain, revealing no signs of distress. He realized that his tactics of intimidation had lost their efficacy. Ultimately, he extinguished his cigarette on the ground and, shedding his nonchalant facade, stood upright and rendered a formal salute to Liu Kai. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yu Dalong," he stated, sizing Liu Kai up with a serious gaze before plunging directly into the matter at hand. "Are you the recently renowned roaming merchant?" Recognizing the intent behind the inquiry, Liu Kai did not deny the accusation but instead humbly smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "I am merely an insignificant figure, hardly someone of great renown. An anonymous individual who has dispatched a dozen armed Japanese soldiers, one even after a surprise attack. Tut-tut, such skill is hardly that of an unknown." Liu Kai keenly noticed that as Yu Dalong spoke, his heart rapidly raced several beats, a reaction mirrored by the 10 soldiers who had previously blocked their path. It seemed they were gripped by a sense of unease, even fear, regarding his extraordinary accomplishments. Observing this, Liu Kai felt a sense of relief. As long as there was apprehension towards him, the conversation could proceed amicably. "I merely seek to make a living, yet those accursed Japanese wish for my life, and I refuse to relinquish it." A smile crept onto Yu Dalong's face as he clapped a hand on Liu Kai's shoulder. "Brother, let us be honest. Are you a retired veteran from our country, or perhaps a foreign mercenary? Forgive my embarrassment, but neither is true." "Neither? Then how do you possess such skills? May I inquire, Chief Yu, what is your purpose in stopping me?" Noticing that Liu Kai had revealed no useful information, Yu Dalong decided to abandon the subtleties. He produced a slip of paper and read its contents aloud. "Chiyo Haiba, male, 45 years old, a local from Fohai City. Is this your false identity?" The name Chiyo Haiba was randomly linked to his registration as a roaming merchant at the time of signing up, along with a blank phone card. It seemed the authorities were indeed investigating him. Fortunately, the hacking software had proven effective, preventing them from tracing his real IP address back to the Lisher Tsuyuan community. Liu Kai sighed in relief, grinning playfully. "It's not a false identity. I am indeed Chiyo Haiba. Do you truly believe you look 45? I take good care of myself." "Nonsense. I now officially inquire on behalf of the military of Huagua regarding your name, age, place of origin, and identity. I am Chiyo Haiba. Damn you." After several rounds of verbal probing, Liu Kai had come to fully ascertain that Yu Dalong's true intentions were not merely to interrogate him, but rather to discuss another matter. Feeling reassured, he even took the initiative to ask, "Chief Yu, I am quite curious. How did you manage to locate me? My question remains unanswered. Yet you have turned the tables and inquired about me?" Witnessing Liu Kai's unyielding demeanor in the face of adversity left Yu Dalong in a state of resignation. The orders he received were not to conduct an investigation. Rather, it stemmed from a mere personal curiosity regarding the identity of the wandering merchant. "You have triumphed. In light of your valiant efforts in vanquishing numerous foes and providing critical intelligence, the higher-ups have chosen to place their trust in you, refraining from compelling you to disclose your identity. The officials at the upper echelons possess a profound understanding of the survivors. After all, the world is merciless, and individuals, in their quest for survival, may inevitably contravene the laws upheld in times of peace. It is entirely reasonable for survivors to fear retribution and hesitate to reveal their identities." Liu Kai hastily uttered a courteous remark. I am grateful for the leadership's understanding. Well then, let us address the matter at hand. You may proceed. The higher-ups deem you to be a person of integrity, hence they wish to summon you for certain tasks." "Summon?" Liu Kai was momentarily taken aback. His head shook vigorously as if it were a rattle. "I have no intentions of enlisting. Perhaps you should find someone else." Yu Dalong cast a sidelong glance at Liu Kai and scoffed. "Who said anything about enlisting you? Your imagination runs wild." Chapter 71. Am I wealthy? A transaction of 2 tons of gold. Upon hearing the news that enlistment was not required, Liu Kai exhaled a heartfelt sigh of relief. He patted his chest and remarked, "Thank goodness, no need to enlist." It was a jest, of course. Should he be urgently conscripted, he would have to bid farewell to the warm and comfortable sanctuary he had come to cherish. Moreover, he would be unable to amass precious metals, and the enhancement of his spatial abilities would come to a standstill. However, his demeanor appeared quite conspicuous in the eyes of Yu Dalong, a scion of a military family. What kind of awareness does this young man possess? Is the notion of serving one's country so terrifying? A dissatisfied huff escaped his lips. Liu Kai, upon hearing the disdainful sound, realized he had overstepped and quickly cleared his throat, forcing a smile. "Please, Director Yu, continue." To his surprise, Yu Dalong, with a stoic expression, suddenly uttered a chilling remark. "We are aware of your intent to hoard precious metals." What? Liu Kai was instantly struck with terror at this revelation. Could it be that the authorities were aware of his spatial abilities? His body tensed, instinctively preparing for a confrontation. Yet, witnessing Liu Kai's panicked reaction, Yu Dalong unexpectedly smiled, believing he had struck a nerve. Finally, he had gained an upper hand. "If I am correct, you were once quite affluent, were you not?" Liu Kai was momentarily taken aback by the statement. "What? Ah, do not be alarmed. The thoughts of the wealthy are primarily centered on the accumulation of wealth, and precious metals are directly tied to that wealth. Your substantial stockpiling of precious metals indicates your desire to consolidate your fortune once the economic downturn subsides. Am I right?" Realizing his secret was still safe, Liu Kai relaxed. He quickly seized the opportunity to flatter. "Indeed, Director Yu possesses remarkable insight. I am truly impressed." Yu Dalong, unfazed by the flattery, maintained a composed smile and confidently added, "That's merely the beginning. I can also deduce that you have a doomsday bunker or similar facility, stocked with a plethora of supplies. Am I correct?" This time, Liu Kai felt no anxiety, for it was evident that his counterpart was unaware of the exact location of his stronghold. He nodded in agreement. Yu Dalong, with an air of control, continued, "Young brother, your method of scouring precious metals by trading in small communities is far too inefficient. Would you not consider executing a larger operation?" "Oh, please enlighten me, Director." "We will provide a small icebreaker in the locations of various supermarkets, and we require you to retrieve these supplies and distribute them free of charge to the survivors in the southern district of Fenghai City." "What? Am I to be responsible for half a city? You overestimate my capabilities. But you are a renowned roving merchant, with a snow vehicle at your disposal. This should be a trivial task. Why the false modesty? Fine, even if I can manage it, what compensation shall I receive?" Yu Dalong did not keep him in suspense and directly revealed 4 astonishing words: 2 tons of gold. At the mention of this sum, Liu Kai's heart trembled violently. 2 tons of gold. That was an unfathomable amount. Even if he were to trade resources and plunder gold shops, managing to acquire 10 kilograms daily, it would still take a full 200 days to amass 2 tons. Moreover, other districts are not as affluent as Lishikwaiwan. In the future, the yield of precious metals from resource transactions will only diminish. Despite the allure of such conditions, Liu Kai managed to suppress his excitement, gradually adopting an expression that conveyed a sense of indifference mixed with regret. 2 tons, you say? At the previous market price, that amounts to a mere 900 million. As you are aware, for someone of my former wealth, a trifling sum of 900 million hardly holds value. Yu Dalong's tone carried a hint of envy. "I understand. You are indeed a wealthy individual, and naturally, 900 million is insignificant to you. Yet, this is a no-risk venture. The authorities not only provided maps indicating the locations of large and small supermarkets, but also supplied small icebreakers. It truly qualifies as a no-risk business." Liu Kai nodded in agreement, then curiously inquired, "Why doesn't the government personally collect and distribute the resources? Where have your people been all this time?" Yu Dalong offered a wry smile. "Our reach is limited. Everywhere requires assistance. Furthermore, I should inform you that we are preparing to establish a shelter, and we simply cannot spare personnel. So that was the case. But how long must I work to obtain 2 tons of gold? Once you accept the task, I can immediately disclose the location of the gold to you. You only need to work for 2 months until the shelter in Fenghai City is established." Upon hearing that the shelter would be set up in merely 2 months, in other words, by the 3rd month, Liu Kai was taken aback. In his previous life, he recalled that the shelter in Fenghai City was not completed until the 6th month of the cold wave. How could it be advanced by a full 3 months this time? Could it be the butterfly effect triggered by his report on the foreign forces supporting the saboteurs? Of course, such questions could not be answered through mere speculation. He dared not ask Yu Dalong. Thus, he cast the questions aside and continued to concentrate on the matter of the 2 tons of gold. "Oh, you trust me so much? What if I take the gold and neglect my duties? How would you respond?" Yu Dalong smirked. "Feel free to try. Although you are quite cautious, satellites have yet to detect your hideout. They have recorded your thermal signatures. Should you renege, do not dare to show your face in the daylight. Otherwise, the missiles will be unforgiving. Liu Kai gasped in shock. So these individuals were monitoring him via satellite. Thankfully, he had been prudent. The satellite's surveillance range was quite limited, which prevented the discovery of his bunker. In the midst of his relief, another question arose. By the way, Chief Yu, I am responsible for the Southern District. What about the Northern District? You need not worry about that. We have enlisted another expert. Let Benhai Avenue be the dividing line. You take the south, and he will handle the north. Another expert? Who is it? Yu Dalong shrugged nonchalantly. I do not know. Like you, he refuses to reveal his identity. If you are fortunate enough to encounter him, you may ask him yourself. Liu Kai rolled his eyes and ceased his entanglement. I shall take on this task. Exchanging 900 million for the lives of half the survivors of Fohai City is quite a bargain for your officials. Such words cannot be spoken for us. Lives are priceless and cannot be measured by cost-effectiveness. Indeed, my apologies for my ill-considered remarks, esteemed leader. May I now be informed of the location of the 2 tons of gold? Certainly. Yu Dalong extracted a document from his backpack and waved it before Liu Kai's eyes. The locations of the supply supermarket, the vault, and the general distribution of survivors are all contained within this. As for the small icebreaker, Yu Dalong gestured towards the distance. It has long been prepared for you. Liu Kai followed Yu Dalong's and beheld a large machine, measuring 2 meters on each side, nestled beside the distant skyscrapers. Below, it was equipped with metal guide wheels and hooks, capable of being towed away. Adjacent to the icebreaker stood a trailer-like cargo container, suitable for transporting supplies. In truth, Liu Kai had noticed this contraption earlier but had dismissed it as an inconsequential relic. Now, upon learning it was an icebreaker, he was taken aback. You dare to call this a small one? Chapter 72, A Deceptive Agreement. Salvaging gold. Yu Dalong departed with his team, leaving behind only a broken icebreaker. However, before his departure, he hastily signed a seemingly inconsequential conscription contract with Liu Kai, then quickly shoved a folder marked with locations into Liu Kai's hands. With his team, he leaped onto the armored vehicle and sped away like the wind. As Liu Kai watched the team's hurried retreat, he found himself perplexed, yet he did not dwell on it for long. His thoughts were more occupied with another concern. The watchful eyes in the sky would likely remain vigilant. Satellites, after all, are remarkable tools, albeit. As he muttered to himself, a playful smile crept across his lips. Although the satellite had recorded his thermal signature, altering the thermal characteristics was child's play for an exoskeleton. When the authorities eventually realized that the itinerant merchant's points of disappearance and reappearance were inconsistent, the scene would surely be entertaining. Furthermore, it served as a silent act of defiance against the surveillance. The only discomfort was the inability to utilize his spatial abilities without restraint. At the very least, he could not brazenly store a snowmobile in his dimensional space. After bidding farewell to the departing team, Liu Kai finally opened the folder given to him by Yu Dalong. Inside were a dozen laminated A4 sheets, each vividly printed with satellite imagery captured prior to the arrival of the cold front. Various locations of supply supermarkets and granaries were marked in different colors. It also indicated areas where infrared scans had detected concentrations of survivors. The final image pinpointed the location of 2 tons of gold. However, upon seeing the location of the gold, Liu Kai's expression contorted in disbelief. As if he had been duped, he lamented loudly, feeling utterly tricked. This was because the image was accompanied by a note explaining that, during the onset of the cold front, officials had urgently evacuated the vault of the construction bank headquarters in Fohai City. Due to numerous traffic accidents rendering land routes impassable, the gold was to be transported by sea. Unfortunately, one of the speedboats carrying 2 tons of gold accidentally struck newly formed floating ice reefs during the evacuation. Despite rescue efforts, the boat ultimately sank. The marked position on the map was a mere 3 kilometers northeast of Fohai City Port, submerged beneath 47 meters of ice and seawater. It dawned on Liu Kai. No wonder Yu Dalong insisted on signing the agreement. It was a push to force his hand. By entering into the contract, it implied that he had accepted the task of transporting the goods. If he were to refuse, the consequences could be dire. Yet, even before the cold front descended, for an ordinary person to salvage 2 tons of cargo from 47 meters underwater was no trivial endeavor. The authorities were certainly pushing the limits of reason. There seemed to be an underlying intention to test Liu Kai's capabilities. Very well. If that is how it is to be played, then he would not hold back. Liu Kai nearly ground his molars in frustration. Ultimately, he made a decision that contradicted his ancestral teachings, to proceed with the transaction and salvage the gold. Although the troublesome contract stipulated that Liu Kai was to distribute supplies to survivors free of charge, it contained a significant loophole. It only specified the distribution of items scavenged from the supermarkets, without mentioning the items that were not available within the supermarkets. For instance, in matters concerning pharmaceuticals, Liu Kai gritted his teeth in frustration, while Yu Dalong, riding away in an armored vehicle, exuded an air of unbridled joy. His earlier remark about this being a risk-free venture held true. For the authorities, it similarly represented a guaranteed profit without any investment. Having ascertained the location of the gold, Liu Kai resolved to commence the salvage operation without delay, intent on avoiding any complications that might arise with time. He seamlessly attached a small icebreaker and a cargo container to the rear of his snow vehicle, hastening towards the coordinates marked on his map. Fortunately, the snow vehicle was sufficiently charged, and after half an hour, using a professional Beidou positioning device, he arrived precisely at the designated coordinates. However, he did not rush to commence the icebreaking. Instead, he retrieved a camping sunshade from the storage compartment of the snow vehicle. He meticulously inserted 4 slender alloy poles into the surrounding ice, preparing to erect a shelter that would obscure satellite observation. Yet, the material draped over these metal poles was not mere canvas, it was a composite insulating fabric of aluminum foil. The rationale was straightforward. With a cold front descending and dense cloud cover obscuring light, Liu Kai was still detectable by satellite. This indicated that the satellites employed by the authorities utilized advanced electromagnetic imaging rather than traditional optical methods. Aluminum foil was its most formidable adversary. Given that the authorities sought to test his capabilities, it was only fitting that he respond with a surprise of his own. In truth, Liu Kai could have opted to forego the icebreaker altogether and simply teleport underwater. However, for the sake of theatrics, he deemed it essential to create a logical scenario involving an opening in the ice. Soon, he had constructed a rudimentary fabric shelter, completely sealing off this small area before maneuvering the icebreaker beneath it. Unlike conventional rolling drum icebreakers, this machine resembled a drilling rig used for water wells. Its sharp alloy drill bit could vertically bore a hole with a diameter of 1.5 meters and a depth of 10 meters. With caution, he scanned to ensure that no surveillance devices were installed within the icebreaker. Only after confirming this did Liu Kai feel at ease to activate the power. The machine emitted a low humming sound as it gradually warmed up, with the drill bit slowly beginning to rotate. As Liu Kai pulled the control lever, the drill bit descended, making contact with the ice surface and spinning furiously. Accompanied by a series of ear-piercing crunching sounds, ice shards were flung aside. Liu Kai stood in astonishment at the operational prowess of the icebreaker, which penetrated the 2-meter-thick ice layer in a mere 30 seconds. However, the downside was evident as the power drained rapidly. In just half a minute, 10 of the battery was consumed. According to the information engraved on the nameplate, a full charge required a substantial 5 hours. Yet, the authorities only provided power for a mere 2 hours each day. In other words, a 2-hour charge would suffice to break through 8 meters of ice, just enough to access a frozen supermarket. Nonetheless, Liu Kai's ambitions extended far beyond merely breaking into a supermarket. He initially intended to utilize the icebreaker to mine in Guangming town. However, it has become evident that even with the bunker generator, dedicating 5 hours a day to recharge it, the machine would yield only a meager amount of raw ore. He must devise alternative plans. The ice has already cracked, and there is an urgent need to recover the gold from the seabed. A distance of 47 meters is a trivial task for Liu Kai. He activates his perception to the fullest and employs his scanning ability. Indeed, he discovers a sunken speedboat with a shattered hull beneath the seabed. Buried in the sediment beside the boat lies a safe, nearly as tall as a person, filled to the brim with an abundance of gold bars. The density of gold is exceedingly high. 2 tons of gold, if consolidated, would occupy a cubic volume of merely 1.5 meters on each side. Confirming the authenticity of the gold, Liu Kai wastes no time. He promptly retrieves a lengthy cable, securing one end to the snowmobile while letting the other end dangle through the ice hole. Activating the sealing mode of his powered exoskeleton, he plunges into the frigid waters with a splash. The weighty exoskeleton propels him swiftly to the seabed. The searchlight pierces through the darkness, illuminating a clear view of the 10-meter expanse before him. However, Liu Kai has no inclination to admire the underwater scenery. With quick reflexes, he swiftly retrieves the safe from the sediment into his storage space, also capturing a substantial number of half-alive crabs, shrimp, and mussels for an evening feast. Subsequently, he grips the cable and propels himself back to the ice surface. The residual seawater on his armor freezes instantly upon contact with the cold air, cascading to the ground with a clatter as he shakes it off. Fortunately, the heating function proves reliable, and Liu Kai feels no chill throughout the ordeal. The 2 tons of gold are effortlessly and joyfully salvaged. Chapter 73. Reinforcement again. New abilities misaligned. The makeshift shelter crafted from tinfoil was dismantled, leaving behind only an ice hole that had not yet succumbed to freezing and an empty safe. Liu Kai reattached the icebreaker to the rear of the snow vehicle. Just as he was about to board and depart, a sudden thought struck him. A radiant smile illuminated his face as he raised his hand and waved towards the sky. For he knew that, at this moment, someone was undoubtedly watching him. Reality confirmed his suspicions. 300 kilometers northwest of Fohai City. Within the dim confines of a clandestine underground military base, the large screen in the command room displayed the very same empty safe. A middle-aged man with a square jaw and the rank of Major General gazed at the image, his brow furrowed in disbelief. He murmured, "How did he manage that?" After a moment of contemplation, he relinquished his thoughts, his expression softening. Interesting, indeed, a piece of good news. He then slightly turned his head. "Shaoqing, you are to depart immediately to supervise the reconstruction of the shelter in Fohai City, and in the meantime understood." A young woman, standing behind the Major General, nodded in acknowledgement before swiftly turning to leave. The snow vehicle, towing the icebreaker, soon returned near the Lishikwaiwan community. To avoid revealing the location of his hideout, Liu Kai refrained from parking directly. Instead, he continued driving towards the countryside west of Fohai City. Before long, a uniquely shaped circular building appeared ahead. This was the carefully selected destination, a 5-story circular parking structure. The lower 3 levels had been engulfed by ice, leaving only the upper 2 tiers accessible. This site was a mere 400 meters from the Lishikwaiwan community. From this day forth, this parking lot would serve as Liu Kai's rendezvous point upon returning to the city. Liu Kai resolved to stop here to evade satellite surveillance each time he returned to the bunker. The location of his subsequent appearances would depend solely on his whims. Free from the need for a fixed spot, embodying the essence of elusive presence, the snow vehicle did not slow down but rather crashed through the barriers, careening into the open circular driveway. Due to the building's obstruction, Liu Kai's positional signal simultaneously vanished from the satellite surveillance. Before the snow vehicle could come to a complete stop, he leaped from the vehicle, swiftly securing the snow vehicle and icebreaker. He then began to adjust his thermal signature. Though this operation sounded sophisticated, its principle was quite simple. Each part of the human body emits heat at varying levels, and the temperature ratios across different body parts fluctuate within a narrow range. Thus, by adjusting the heating function of his exoskeleton, he could manipulate his thermal signature. For instance, he could elevate the core temperature by 1 degree while decreasing the temperature of his left arm by 1 degree. A change in this ratio would render his thermal signature unrecognizable. Of course, there was a more straightforward method, directly removing the exoskeleton to reveal his true thermal signature. However, Liu Kai, known for his caution, would never choose this route. He swiftly set the temperature differentials of the exoskeleton and, concentrating his focus, instantly teleported to a 6-story residential building 20 meters away. He removed the gray cloak draped over him and boldly pushed open the door, striding into the vast expanse of snow. The satellite had indeed detected the reappearance of Liu Kai. However, the thermal signatures were starkly different from those of a wandering merchant, and his attire had also changed. Most importantly, the time taken for him to drive the snow vehicle into the circular parking lot and emerge from the residential building just 20 meters away was less than 3 seconds. Thus, any suspicion was naturally dispelled. After all, in the eyes of the authorities, no matter how formidable that wandering merchant might be, instant teleportation was simply implausible. Liu Kai, shrouded in secrecy, treaded carefully on the icy snow and swiftly returned to the bunker of the community. It was only then that he cautiously began to consume the 2 tons of gold, having never attempted to absorb such a massive quantity of precious metal at once. He felt a flutter of anxiety, even though he believed he had fully tamed his inner turmoil. Fortunately, the entire process unfolded unexpectedly smoothly, without any unforeseen incidents. He exhaled deeply, closing his eyes to sincerely attune to the changes within his body. After a moment, Liu Kai seemed to discover something, abruptly opening his eyes. He hastily retrieved the steel gun cabinet that he had previously placed on the 3rd floor of the bunker from his storage space. Gazing at the cabinet before him, he could hardly conceal his excitement. Taking a deep breath, he waved his right hand casually. What transpired next was astounding. The towering steel gun cabinet was silently sliced into 2 halves. The upper portion fell to the ground with a clatter, startling Xiao He and Xiao Bai into leaping high. Just as I thought, Liu Kai exclaimed joyfully, rushing forward to inspect the situation. The cut surface of the cabinet was as smooth as a mirror, devoid of any burrs, as if it had been crafted that way by nature. This phenomenon was a new effect of his spatial abilities after consuming the 2 tons of gold. In essence, it represented spatial displacement, and the resultant effect in 3-dimensional space could be aptly described as cutting. Liu Kai's eyes sparkled with elation. The emergence of the cutting effect indicated that he could now breach ice layers and even soil, given sufficient time. He could mine resources in Bright Town with his bare hands. However, amid the excitement, a pang of regret followed. That was indeed 2 tons of gold. Skills akin to teleportation, scanning, and bullet catching had not seen an increase in their maximum range. Even the newly manifested spatial displacement, cutting, had a maximum effective distance of merely 3 meters from himself. This illustrated that his spatial abilities and physical prowess were still enhancing in a more refined direction. Yet, there were benefits to this evolution. The physical consumption of various skills had diminished slightly, and there was a noticeable improvement in his ability to confine humans with wavering will. Even if he could not fully contain them, the effectiveness of his confinement had significantly advanced. Liu Kai had been troubled by satellite surveillance and the troublesome contract, but now, having reaped the benefits, much of his resentment dissipated. This 2 tons of gold felt nearly like a windfall, even if he undertook the task of transporting supplies. It would only take 2 months. Moreover, he could also engage in the illicit trade of pharmaceuticals and continue to extract precious metals from the hands of survivors. With this thought, Liu Kai's spirits soared. He resolved to forego his swimming exercise for the day. Instead, while dredging for gold, he had caught some fresh seafood, perfect for a sumptuous celebration. Without delay, he retrieved an abundance of ingredients and condiments from his storage space. Nothing surpasses the delight of fresh marinated seafood. He had 10 sizable live blue crabs, 36-inch-long live shrimp, a generous mound of fresh mussels, a large basket of frozen squid, another basket of frozen razor clams, and a whole crate of frozen scallops. After washing them thoroughly, he placed them into a large basin. He added chopped scallions, minced garlic, and diced cilantro, soy sauce, aged vinegar, and small chili peppers, sugar, monosodium glutamate, and sesame oil. He squeezed in some lemon juice and sprinkled a few spoonfuls of salt. He poured in half a pound of high-proof liquor and mineral water, then placed the basin into the refrigerator to marinate. Simultaneously, he chilled 5 pounds of fresh beer along with glass cups. As night fell, this would be Liu Kai's lavish feast for the evening, a quintessential gout-inducing banquet. Yet, this was merely for an ordinary individual. With his robust constitution, he had no fear of parasites, high purine levels, or elevated uric acid. He was utterly unfazed. Reflecting on the plight of the survivors outside, who were struggling to survive on meager rations, scraping by with nothing but melted ice for sustenance, he contrasted their hardships with his own abundant meal. Even his pets, Xiaohei and Xiaobai, dined better than those outside. A pang of conscience briefly struck Liu Kai. However, it was fleeting, for his conscience was scarce. A smile swiftly returned to his face. This time, he had emerged victorious. Chapter 74. Return to the Mountains. The incident on Subway Line 3 days have elapsed since the missile obliterated the Sky Tower, marking an entire month since the onset of the cold wave. Such an anniversary is not one for celebration. Rumors of large-scale official rescue operations have circulated widely for 3 days, yet the survivors have yet to witness the promised aid. Not only has the anticipated official assistance failed to materialize, but the wandering merchants have also vanished from sight. Consequently, the survivors' attitudes towards these merchants have shifted into 3 distinct factions. The realists, battered by hunger and cold, have abandoned their previous indignation towards Liu Kai's alleged plundering of precious metals. They now wail in various groups, disseminating messages and pleading for the return of the wandering merchants. They express their willingness to relinquish all their possessions in exchange for sustenance. The staunch faction has grown increasingly convinced that the wandering merchants are deliberately toying with their desperation. They believe the merchants are merely biding their time, waiting for the moment when everyone is on the brink of collapse, only to emerge as saviors and exploit the situation by inflating prices. In response to such behavior, the staunch faction resolutely declares that they would rather perish from starvation or leap from a height than accept a morsel from the wandering merchants. Lastly, there are the indifferent, who regard the wandering merchants as ordinary individuals, likely devoid of any surplus supplies to offer. They conclude that it is more prudent to focus on self-rescue or await official intervention than to place their hopes in these enigmatic figures. Not only are the survivors' sentiments complex, but the officials tasked with monitoring Liu Kai are also nearing madness, as they are utterly unable to locate him. Each time his signal vanishes from the multi-level garage, it reappears in a different location. The most frustrated among them is the female officer, Qin Luofei, dispatched by the general with a square jaw. Since her arrival in Fohai City, she has neglected the oversight of the shelter's construction, opting instead to remain vigilant near the garage with her binoculars. However, it seems that the wandering merchant possesses an uncanny ability to detect her presence in advance. He consistently drives into the garage from directions unbeknownst to her, only to then vanish without a trace, like a ghost with an elusive presence. Liu Kai not only observes the survivors' conversations, but is also aware of a woman persistently surveilling him from nearby. Nevertheless, He has maintained a low profile over the past 3 days, making no overt moves. Furthermore, the conscription contract has not compelled him to commence the transportation and distribution of supplies immediately. It has merely afforded him time for preliminary preparations. Thus, during these days, Liu Kai has utilized a snowplow to loot a large supermarket in the southern part of the city. This, of course, is merely for show, as he must conceal his spatial abilities and is compelled to use a trailer truck to transport substantial amounts of goods in batches. These items are temporarily stored on the 3rd floor of a warehouse near the supermarket. In addition, he has discreetly plundered the inventories of several private clinics, mobile phone stores, and outdoor equipment shops. Not only has he acquired a plethora of commonly used items, but he has also secured a considerable stock of valuable prescription medications, including the renowned trifecta of small clinic essentials, dexamethasone, amikacin, and ornitazole. Although these medications are often criticized by major hospitals for misuse and for being the originators of drug resistance, it must be said that their efficacy is indeed remarkable. In these dire times, survival takes precedence. Who still concerns themselves with matters of resistance? 3 days have passed. All preparations are complete, and he is ready to embark once more. He is now a person under comprehensive surveillance, including online monitoring. Therefore, to ensure prudence, Liu Kai refrained from infiltrating various community owner groups again. Instead, he rose early, leaving ample provisions for Xiaohong and Xiaobai before stealthily departing the bunker. He walked 3 kilometers to an old factory area in the south of the city. There, he retrieved the snowmobile and trailer, loading them with supplies from a 3-story warehouse. He set off towards the first settlement with a significant number of survivors. The snowmobile's heating system was effective, maintaining a temperature of 3 degrees above zero within the cabin. Liu Kai removed the mask of his exoskeleton armor, holding a cigarette in one hand, occasionally taking a puff. While driving, he indulged in a refreshing sip of beer. He had thoroughly broken every driving taboo of peacetime, embodying a veritable outlaw. However, such leisurely moments are fleeting. As he drove the snowmobile past the vicinity of the towering skyscraper, memories of its devastated upper floors sent a shiver down his spine. Suddenly, without warning, the ground trembled slightly. Crack. A crisp sound of ice fracturing followed. Despite the howling cold wind and the window's obstruction, the sound, though faint, was keenly detected by Liu Kai. An earthquake? He pondered aloud. He quickly straightened his posture, focusing his senses to scan the surroundings. He meticulously sensed the movements, particularly beneath the icy layers. If this were indeed a precursor to an earthquake, he needed to vacate the vicinity of the tall buildings promptly. However, upon sensing the situation beneath the ice layer ahead, his expression shifted subtly. Instinctively, he pressed the brakes hard to decelerate, pulling the steering wheel. He maneuvered the snowmobile into a nearby corner and parked it securely. Ahead, beneath the thick ice layer, lay a large hole approximately 12 meters in diameter. Below the opening was a spacious underground area. This substantial cavity had initially been supported by several steel frames and wooden boards. Due to the rapid onset of cold and precipitation, the entrance had remained uncovered, forming a thick layer of ice above. Most crucially, Liu Kai discerned the presence of living individuals below. They were a young couple, bundled in several layers of clothing, appearing quite bulky. The two were slowly dismantling the steel frames supporting the ice layer. As they hastened their efforts, it seemed as if the ice above was losing its support, cracking at a deliberately slow pace. The earlier cracking sound had originated from this very spot. Given the noise, the ice could collapse at any moment, creating a substantial pit. Liu Kai hurriedly exited the vehicle, positioning himself a short distance away, deciding it prudent to observe the situation further. Once outside, the sound of the ice fracturing became increasingly distinct. Watching the unfolding scene, he furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. The surrounding buildings stood closely packed, towering above him. Thus, this is the inevitable path he must traverse to reach the survivors' settlement. Should he turn back, it would entail several extra kilometers. Furthermore, the ice layer is remarkably sturdy. Even without the support of the underground steel frames and wooden planks, it would not collapse. Why, then, did the ice shatter when the two individuals dismantled the steel frames? Suddenly, Liu Kai recalled something and instinctively lifted his gaze towards the towering skyscrapers standing 2 blocks away. Indeed, it must have been the missile explosion. The violent shockwave shattered the internal structure of the ice layer, rendering it incapable of bearing its own weight. Originally supported by steel frames, their removal naturally led to a collapse. So that was the case. These two individuals were quite clever. As Liu Kai murmured to himself, he also recalled certain details regarding the origin of this large hole. He remembered it being reported in the news. This was the construction site of the unfinished Metro Line 3 in Fohai City, specifically the excavation site for Qingnan Station. It had been enclosed prior to the arrival of the cold front. It was said that the tunnel boring machine had already penetrated through and was preparing for the internal reinforcement of the tunnel. Could it be that the man and woman were workers trapped underground? Are there such young workers? Chapter 75. Has the bunker location been leaked? As Liu Kai contemplated, a series of thunderous cracks, several times more intense than before, echoed around him. The once smooth and mirror-like ice surface began to visibly sag, with the ground's deformation. Numerous jagged ice fragments and snow were hurled into the air. Once the deformation commenced, its speed only escalated. In the blink of an eye, the sound transformed from mere cracks to a violent cacophony. A multitude of ice blocks, succumbing to gravity, were torn apart and tumbled back into the gaping chasm below. The opening had collapsed. Liu Kai had been scanning his surroundings meticulously. Days prior, the military had launched missiles and had already organized the evacuation of nearby survivors. Consequently, there were no living souls in the towering buildings surrounding the collapse. Such a tremendous commotion failed to draw any onlookers. The man and woman responsible for the collapse had retreated far away before the ice layer gave way, remaining unscathed. Moreover, the ice blocks that fell into the abyss fortuitously formed a slope, allowing the two to ascend. However, the biting cold wind rushed in, causing them to huddle in a sheltered corner, trembling from the chill. After a brief moment of acclimatization to the frigid temperature, they summoned the courage to approach the opening. After what felt like an eternity, the pair finally supported each other, stumbling as they emerged from the chasm to the surface. Fortunately, the skies were shrouded in cloud cover, rendering the daylight not overly harsh. Having spent considerable time underground, they quickly adjusted to the brightness above. As they gazed up at the heavens, the woman seemed to discover an outlet for her emotions, suddenly letting out a piercing scream that soared into the sky. Whether it was sorrow or joy was uncertain. Following her cathartic outburst, her emotions remained heightened, and she collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. The warm tears that streamed from her eyes were swiftly transformed into icy crystals by the frigid wind, stinging her skin. In contrast, the man maintained a more composed demeanor. After cautiously surveying their surroundings, he promptly crouched down and wrapped his arms around the woman's shoulders, his expression filled with tenderness as he softly urged, "Xiaoya, please stop crying. Let's find a warm place quickly." Upon hearing his comforting words, the woman gradually ceased her sobbing, though she remained silent. Rising to her feet, she shivered once more as the cold wind enveloped her, instinctively leaning into the man's embrace. This affectionate gesture seemed to bring the man great joy, for a radiant smile illuminated his face. Due to the explosion caused by the missile, the surrounding glass had shattered. Supporting each other, they swiftly squeezed through the window of the nearest abandoned house. The man settled the woman onto a sofa and began rummaging through the remnants of the place in search of something to ignite a fire for warmth. By sheer coincidence, the dilapidated house in which they sought refuge was adjacent to the alley where Liu Kai was concealed. However, he remained hidden, disinterested in their plight. Harboring no desire to assist them, Liu Kai felt rather perturbed at that moment, for the collapse had rendered the opening above far larger than the excavation below, spanning the entire street. This meant that the road was now impassable, compelling him to detour several kilometers to reach his destination. A detour it shall be, after all. There is no urgency, Liu Kai sighed, preparing to reverse the snowmobile out of the alley and turn around to leave. He suddenly heard the conversation from the neighboring house with his keen sense of hearing once more. "Xiaoya, are you feeling better?" "Yes, I'm much better, thank you." "Brethren." The young girl's voice was clear and melodious, though tinged with a hint of weakness. Observing Xiaoya's frail state, Brethren felt a pang of sympathy. He retrieved a thick garment from within the house and draped it over her. "Once you warm up a bit, we shall set off. As long as we locate the underground fortress in Lishurtsu community, we shall never suffer from hunger or cold again." Upon hearing Brethren words, Liu Kai halted in his tracks, his eyes widening in shock. What did he say? The underground fortress in Lishurtsu community? How does he know about it? That bunker was his refuge during the apocalyptic cold wave, the very foundation of his survival. Now, there were others with designs upon it? How many people, besides these two, were aware of its existence? Countless questions flooded Liu Kai's mind, leaving him in disarray, and he momentarily forgot about the gathering point. He pressed himself against the wall, continuing to eavesdrop on their conversation with utmost caution. Upon hearing Brethren words, the girl Xiaoya revealed a rare smile, quickly rising from the sofa. "Yes, Brethren. We mustn't delay. Let us hurry down to the bunker and inform Teacher Chun and our classmates. We should all go to that underground fortress together." "What?" Brethren voice rose sharply, his chest heaving with disbelief as he stared at the adorable girl before him. "Xiaoya, you? Ugh, let us not return. Just you and I will search for the bunker, all right?" "No. Brethren, how can you say that? Teacher Chun and our classmates are still down there. We cannot abandon them." Silence. Brethren could no longer contain the fury brewing within him. He shouted sharply, causing the girl to recoil. Yet, upon seeing her pitiful expression, his heart softened once more. Xiaya, why are you still thinking about that old scoundrel Chen Bin? He deserves to die. Do you understand? No. Teacher Chen is a good person. I want to allow you to speak of him that way. Besides, he is your teacher too. Isn't he? Humph. Chen Bin is nothing but an old scoundrel. I must have been blind to choose him as my mentor. Xiaya, why are you defending Chen Bin? Didn't he force you, did he? Brother N's words seemed to touch upon a forbidden topic. In an instant, Xiaya screamed in a fit of despair. It's not like that. Please, stop saying such things. She then collapsed onto the sofa, clutching her head in agony as she murmured to herself, no. Teacher Chen is a good person. Xiaya is willing. Xiaya has always had a crush on Teacher Chen. Xiaya doesn't he want to leave him? Xiaya wants to be his obedient little puppy for life. Xiaya, what is happening to you? Please, wake up. Alas, Brotherin, would you take me back? Let us rescue Teacher Chen and our classmates. Absolutely not. Upon hearing this, Xiaya lifted her head, quickly retorting, but you heard about the underground fortress of Lishitu Yuan from Teacher Chen just a few days ago. It rightfully belongs to him. At this, Brotherin straightened his posture, his gaze darkening as he spoke in a low, somber tone. Nonsense. The fortress was designed by his ill-fated brother, Chen Jian, and the construction team was hired at exorbitant prices from abroad. This fortress has nothing to do with Chen Bin. He merely stumbled upon his brother's diary by chance. Noticing that Xiaoyu still wore a defiant expression, Brotherin had already lost his last shred of patience. I shall ask you one final time. Xiaoya, this exit was discovered by me, and it was I who quietly rescued you. Will you accompany me or not? Chapter 76, 7 Kills. Silencing all Brotherin's ultimatum bore no effect. Upon hearing his words, Xiaoya anxiously implored, please, Brotherin, don't leave. I beg you. Let us return and save Teacher Chen. The supplies stored at the shield tunneling machine were dwindling rapidly. If this continued, Teacher Chen and the students would face starvation. Shaking off Xiaoya's delicate hand that clutched at his clothing, Brotherin rolled his eyes. Don't even mention Chen Bin. Your classmates are no better. All complicit in his tyranny. I refuse to save them. But Teacher Chen promised that if I obediently listened, he would help me with my postgraduate application and provide a recommendation after graduation. At this infuriating revelation, Brotherin's expression contorted in disbelief. It dawned on him. Xiaoya was too deeply enmeshed, likely suffering from Stockholm Syndrome, due to Chen Bin's torment. Any attempt to rouse her from this delusion would be futile. In truth, aside from his slight sycophancy, Brotherin was a ruthless individual, possessing a clarity of thought. He had made a resolution to abandon Xiaoya. A sly smile crept across his lips as he gently inquired, Xiaoya, do you wish to save Teacher and your classmates? Yes, yes. Xiaoya nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. Very well, but I have a condition. I wonder if you can accept it? Just say it, Brotherin. As long as it means saving Teacher Chen, I'll agree to anything. Humph, you said it. Brotherin's gaze turned inscrutable as he appraised Xiaoya's graceful figure and youthful visage, a lewd grin spreading across his face. If you become my girlfriend, even if just for a day, I will go down and rescue them. How does that sound? Having eavesdropped from the window, Liu Kai finally felt at ease. He had pieced together the entire situation. Currently, few were privy to the secrets of the doomsday bunker. Xiaoya, Brotherin, Xiaoya's classmates, Teacher Chen, Chen Bin's deceased brother Chen Jian, and the construction team abroad. Thus, Liu Kai concluded that if he could ensure this group remained silent forever, the location of the underground fortress would be known solely to him. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. The conversation between the two provided him with a guilt-free justification. They were all scoundrels, so what impact would it have to quietly eliminate them? The dialogue within the room persisted. Upon hearing Brotherin's demand, Xiaoya's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the elder brother who had always cared for her harbored such intentions. Her body instinctively recoiled, filled with resistance as she looked at Brotherin. No, Brotherin. Xiaoya can only belong to Teacher Chen. I cannot be your girlfriend. Can you propose a different condition? Change. You were the one who said you would agree to anything. Now that you've made such a commitment, what difference does one more make? Haraha. With that, Brotherin laughed menacingly and lunged toward Xiaoya, who was sitting on the sofa. Brotherin, what are you doing? Help. Woe is me. Who will come to my rescue? Call out. Shout until your throat is raw. The laughter of Brotherin came to an abrupt halt. Liu Kai had appeared behind him without a trace, his right hand decisively severing his throat. The lifeless body fell limply to the ground. On the sofa, the disheveled Xiaoya was momentarily stunned. Yet, she quickly regained her senses, her wide eyes filled with terror. Ready to scream. Liu Kai's fist, encased in a hard exoskeleton, struck her left chest with lightning speed. Bang! The force of the blow surged through her chest, reaching her heart. In the violent impact, her heart shattered instantly, ceasing its rhythm. In her gradually dimming eyes, remnants of fear and disbelief lingered. Liu Kai had been holding back for too long, yet he remained resolute in his ruthless actions. Though Xiaoyu was young and beautiful, she had been trained into something utterly shameless. He held no interest in such beings. Having dispatched 2 individuals, Liu Kai chose methods that avoided bloodshed, ensuring the ground remained untainted. Silently, he stored their bodies in his spatial compartment, gazing out at the vast ice cave. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Don't blame me. Blame yourselves for knowing too much. Heh. Liu Kai refrained from recklessly stepping outside to expose his whereabouts, instead concentrating to scan the surroundings for a moment. He teleported through the ice and earth, stepping into the dim underground pit. Prior to his teleportation into the house, he had already taken precautions by entering the snow vehicle. Thus, from the satellite surveillance, it appeared he was still within the confines of the snow vehicle. Under the watchful eye of the satellite, he brazenly executed his murderous silence. How thrilling to contemplate. Treading upon the earth, Liu Kai swiftly advanced deeper into the shadowy cavern. He deliberately refrained from activating the spotlight on his exoskeleton armor, opting instead for night vision mode. With the assistance of his smart glasses, he effortlessly discovered the footprints left by Xiaoyu and brethren. Following the tracks in reverse, he navigated through numerous turns, hastening his pace for about 5 minutes. Suddenly, the intelligent glasses reported heat radiation signals detected 20 meters ahead. He had found them. Liu Kai's eyes brightened. He quickly initiated a scan, and the internal structure of the cave unfolded before him. There, ahead, was a massive shield machine, 12 meters in diameter, embedded in the hard earth. Though the machine had long ceased operation, the residual power was sufficient to illuminate a small light. Within the spacious interior lay 6 living individuals, 1 older and 5 younger. It appeared to be the teacher Chen and her students, as mentioned by Xiaoyu. However, the scene was utterly shattering to one's moral compass. All 5 young students were female, and at that moment, they were all in tattered clothing. They surrounded teacher Chen, who lay in a state of half-slumber, his hands resting naturally upon 2 of the students. Murmuring in a trance, he repeated, "Mine, mine, all of you are mine." This location was quite remote, and the sound of the ice collapsing had not reached these individuals to rouse them. For days on end, they had relied on the residual power of the tunnel boring machine for warmth. As for sustenance, the iron pot simmering with human flesh and the scattered human bones spoke volumes of the grim truth. Liu Kai quickly deduced the identities of these remains. Teacher Chen, 5 female students, and the escaped Xiaoyu and Seniorin. They were all draped in several ill-fitting orange-yellow work uniforms, barely sufficient for warmth. Thus, the answer was painfully apparent. These bones belonged to the workers who had also been trapped in the cavern. The over 50-year-old teacher, lacking any strength, had been trapped underground a month ago with 6 female students and 1 male student. How could they possibly have slain so many robust workers? It could only be a case of entrapment. And what a treacherous allure it was. Liu Kai found it difficult to contemplate further. The images grew increasingly repugnant. Perhaps it was best to eliminate them all and leave no trace. The frigid weather discouraged any of them from rising. So they remained oblivious to the absence of Xiaoyu and Seniorin, nor did they realize that the harbinger of death, Liu Kai, was upon them. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, perfectly suited for a stealthy approach. Liu Kai's focus sharpened, and like a phantom, he swiftly entered the interior of the tunnel boring machine. Clenching his fists, he struck with a series of rapid, almost imperceptible punches. Before the lethargic individuals could react, their hearts were shattered, and they perished on the spot. From that moment forth, Liu Kai was the sole bearer of knowledge regarding the existence of the underground fortress. Chapter 77, Another Doomsday Fortress. The young female officer, in a remarkable display of efficiency, Liu Kai discreetly eliminated 7 individuals without shedding a single drop of blood. He meticulously stored their lifeless bodies within his storage space, intending to dispose of them later in a more suitable location, particularly since the authorities were closely monitoring his activities. To his fortune, he encountered a significant event when the ice layer unexpectedly collapsed. It would be unreasonable for investigators not to conduct an inquiry. As long as they failed to uncover the bodies or any traces of blood, the identities of the deceased would remain a mystery, thus preventing any leads that could connect back to the underground fortress. Moreover, Liu Kai made 2 unexpected discoveries. The first revelation pertained to the reason behind the halt of the tunnel boring machine. Buried within the soil ahead lay the remnants of an abandoned manor. This structure appeared not to be an ancient tomb or residence, but rather a relic from the modern Republican era. A small section had been excavated, revealing its existence. From the student identification cards carried by Xiaoyu and senior brethren, it was evident that they were all from the archaeology department of Fenghai University. Presumably, the subway construction team had unearthed the ancient residence, prompting their mentor, Chen Bin, to bring his students for a field investigation. Liu Kai harbored no interest in archaeological excavations. His curiosity was piqued by a few large ceramic jars that had been uncovered. To his astonishment, they contained over 200 pounds of vintage gold bars. Although their purity was not exceptionally high, it was still a windfall. He accepted them with a beaming smile and a hint of embarrassment. The second unexpected discovery was a notebook found in Chun Bin's backpack, signed by Chun Jian, the late brother of Chun Bin, who was also the designer of the Doomsday Bunker. Liu Kai raised an eyebrow in surprise and promptly activated his exoskeleton's illumination, eager to peruse the contents of the notebook. However, upon opening it, he realized it was not merely a notebook, but rather a personal collection of honors. Inside were various scaled blueprints of buildings designed by Chun Jian, along with detailed descriptions of each structure. Notable mentions included the new provincial government building, a wealthy merchant's mountain retreat, the Fohai City Airport waiting hall, and the K-City SWAT training base. It was astonishing to discover that Chun Jian had been a figure of considerable stature in his lifetime. Nevertheless, it was evident that his character mirrored that of his brother, Chun Bin, as many of the blueprints contained therein were likely classified government documents or client confidentiality agreements. Such materials typically required signed agreements to ensure secrecy, prohibiting duplication and removal. Even as the designer, he should have been no exception. Yet, they had now been compiled into a private collection. For instance, the fortress located beneath the Li Yuan Imperial Villa was featured on the final page of the notebook, likely Chun Jian's magnum opus. Liu Kai quickly skimmed through the notebook, but his gaze abruptly fixed on page 45. A mere 4 kilometers from the northern suburbs of Fohai City, in Qingyan Township, there was yet another underground fortress. According to the blueprints, this fortress lay 10 meters underground, with the first level serving as a living and material storage area, while the second level was designated for equipment. Each floor spanned an impressive 280 square meters, constructed with high-grade concrete interspersed with radiation-shielding lead plates. Perhaps it is due to its completion 12 years ago, which predates the fortress of Li Yuan by 9 years, that this structure appears somewhat antiquated in various aspects. Although the blueprints do not document the personnel associated with this fortress, Liu Kai felt as though a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He recalled having disclosed certain information during his mission with the Long family, divided by the coastal avenue. Liu Kai was responsible for the supply of resources in the southern part of Fohai City, while another unidentified expert managed the northern sector. Contemplating this, Liu Kai's eyes narrowed slightly. Though it was merely a conjecture, he felt a considerable degree of certainty. In this world shrouded by cold waves, it was astonishing that someone could afford the luxury of aiding the survivors of half a city. This enigmatic figure was likely the master of the underground fortress in Qingyan Township. Liu Kai had no intention of engaging with this individual, but knowing their location was advantageous. The future is unpredictable. If a conflict were to arise, he would hold the initiative. Quickly tidying up the scene, Liu Kai gazed at the colossal shield tunneling machine, lost in thought. If sufficient diesel for power generation could be gathered and transported to Bright Town, once this behemoth was in motion, its mining efficiency would undoubtedly be remarkable. However, there was a caveat. The authorities would surely investigate. Should the shield machine vanish without a trace, it would lead to significant complications. More critically, the preparatory steps for operating such a large shield machine were exceedingly complex, requiring 1 operator and over 20 assistants. Liu Kai could not manage this alone. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation, abandoning this impractical fantasy and hastily retracing his steps through the cave, cautious and deliberate. He approached a suitable distance without rushing to teleport back to the snow vehicle. Instead, he resumed scanning the area for any signs of life. This scan, however, startled him profoundly. At that moment, a young woman, clad in thick cold-weather gear, gloves, and a face mask, stood before the snow vehicle, curiously peering inside while on tiptoe. Liu Kai felt a wave of relief wash over him. His vigilance had spared him from a potentially precarious situation. Had he suddenly appeared within the confines of the snow vehicle, it would have been difficult to explain. Moreover, he was reluctant to eliminate this young woman to silence her. The reason was simple. When it came to officials, it was best to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. The woman concealed a domestically produced QSC-193 handgun within her clothing, and a military officer's identification bearing a steel seal rested in her pocket. Through scanning, he could discern certain structural details from the identification, such as the embossed rank insignia indicating her military status, 1 stripe and 3 stars, making her a captain, much like Yu Dalong. This woman was indeed the same individual who had observed him from a distance with binoculars when he returned to the multi-story garage a few days prior. Liu Kai frowned slightly. He was unaware that this woman was Qin Luofei, dispatched by the Major General of the National Defense to investigate him. All he knew was that, based on her skeletal structure, she appeared to be of a similar age to him. likely around 25 or 26 years old. However, even graduates from military academies in their 30s are only conferred the rank of lieutenant. How remarkable it is that this young woman has attained such a level. She must be quite extraordinary. Since the other party has come to investigate him, Liu Kai resolved to meet her with honesty. With his determination set, he quickly focused his mind, utilizing his ability to teleport directly beneath the vehicle in the snow. He retrieved an adjustable wrench from his storage space. Feigning the act of repairing the car, Qin Luofei glanced around inside the vehicle but found no sign of anyone. Just as her confusion mounted, a vigilant male voice suddenly emerged from beneath the car. "Who are you?" To Liu Kai's surprise, Qin Luofei was startled by his voice but did not instinctively scream. Instead, she instinctively tensed her body and swiftly retreated 2 meters, her gaze sharply fixed on the source of the voice beneath the vehicle. There lay a burly man, half of his body exposed, gripping a wrench in his left hand and a handgun in his right, the dark muzzle aimed directly at her head. Although half of his face was obscured by windproof goggles, the vigilance and coldness in his eyes were unmistakable. Chapter 78. Remarkable Skills. Poor acting. As Liu Kai's gaze fell upon her, Qin Luofei felt as though she were being scrutinized by a ravenous wolf. The slightest provocation could lead to her untimely demise. Despite her outward composure, a subtle tremor coursed through her body, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Liu Kai was fully aware of her identity, but he understood that he must still feign the appropriate emotions. Any hint of complacency on his part might arouse suspicion. Noticing Qin Luofei lost in thought and unresponsive, he coldly inquired once more, "Who are you? Speak now, or I shall not be merciful." After regaining her composure, Qin Luofei's mind raced, swiftly conjuring a plausible response. She endeavored to soften her voice, rendering it delicate and feeble. With a sudden weakness in her legs, she collapsed onto the ground, adopting a tone of feigned terror as she pleaded, "Please, don't kill me. I am merely a survivor from the vicinity. I stumbled upon you out of curiosity while you were repairing your vehicle. I didn't mean to intrude. Please, spare my life." Her performance was somewhat convincing, as she immediately exhibited signs of incoherence. Liu Kai emerged from beneath the vehicle, scrutinizing her with a raised brow, before coldly retorting, "This is your last warning. Leave." With great effort, Qin Luofei pushed herself up from the ground, bending slightly in a gesture of apology, yet she had no intention of departing. Instead, she timidly continued, "Are you the renowned wandering merchant everyone has been talking about?" When Liu Kai continued to focus on his snow vehicle without responding, Qin Luofei suddenly broke down, sobbing as if recalling a painful memory. "Oh, sir, I know you must be the wandering merchant. Please, have mercy and save me. My family has perished from the cold, and we have run out of food. I beg you, take me with you." As she wept, she discreetly observed Liu Kai's reaction. To her surprise, he stood by the snow vehicle, a smile gracing his lips, silently watching her emotional display with apparent amusement. As her tears flowed, a sense of self-doubt and embarrassment washed over her. Was her performance not convincing enough? At last, Liu Kai broke his silence, a playful smile dancing upon his lips. "You wish for me to take you with me? Where to?" You agree, wandering merchant?" Qin Luofei revealed her excitement as she lowered her mask. "That is wonderful. Could you please take me to the city center? I've heard they are repairing a shelter there." She swallowed hard, her gaze greedily drifting toward the trailer laden with supplies behind the snow vehicle. Qin Luofei's features retained their exquisite beauty. If not for the traces of tears in her expression, she might have been mistaken for an aloof, regal woman. However, her skin was vibrant and resilient, betraying her claim of being a starving survivor. The avarice evident in her gaze towards the supplies was undeniably feigned. Seeing her lower the mask, Liu Kai's expression remained unchanged. He had already discerned her true appearance during the scan, and her actions undoubtedly carried an undertone of seduction. Thus, he extended his right hand, stating plainly, "No problem. But the fee is 1 pound of gold." Astonishment momentarily froze the radiant smile on Qin Luofei's face. With a pleading gaze, she looked up at Liu Kai and implored, "I currently lack gold, but rest assured, once I am financially secure, I shall repay you. Please, have mercy. Without money, your words are worthless. Leave," Liu Kai retorted, ceasing further engagement and turning abruptly to approach his vehicle. At that moment, Qin Luofei formed a preliminary judgment of this itinerant merchant: avaricious, cautious, perilous, and cold-blooded. How disappointing it was to realize that those in authority had such poor discernment, entrusting half of Fohai City to such a person. She silently berated the situation in her mind. An additional source of her indignation arose from the fact that when she had removed her mask moments ago, he had displayed no sign of being moved. Was it that this man had no appreciation for beauty? Or was it her own visage that failed to captivate? Though Liu Kai had his back to Qin Luofei, he keenly observed the shifts in her expression. Had she become distracted? It was during such moments of vulnerability that one was most prone to revealing flaws. A sly grin crept across his lips as he stealthily secured his handgun and retrieved a dagger from his storage space. With a sudden motion, the dagger was raised. Liu Kai pivoted without warning, unleashing a powerful thrust that propelled the blade toward Qin Luofei's chest with lightning speed. This unforeseen turn of events was entirely beyond her expectations. She had never anticipated that Liu Kai would launch a lethal strike in such a manner. It was far too swift. The dagger was upon her in the blink of an eye, its chilling gleam almost palpable against her skin. Should she hesitate for even a moment, the outcome would be her heart pierced through. Qin Luofei had no time for contemplation. Her gaze sharpened as she instantly calculated the trajectory of the dagger. Adrenaline surged through her veins. Drawing upon muscle memory, she swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal thrust. Unbeknownst to her, Liu Kai had intentionally subdued his attack, as she believed he was intent on a life-and-death struggle. Instinctively, she crossed her arms and ensnared Liu Kai's limb, exerting all her might in an attempt to bend his arm backward. Even if she could not deliver a fatal counterattack, she aimed to wrest the dagger from him. However, she had miscalculated. Liu Kai's arm was as unyielding as iron. Despite her exertion, she could not move it in the slightest. After all, he bore a multi-million-dollar powered exoskeleton, and his strength was formidable. Having exposed a vulnerability, Liu Kai realized his objective was achieved. He abruptly retracted his right hand, retreating 2 meters. The force of his movement sent Qin Luofei staggering several steps forward before she managed to regain her balance. Once steadied, she assumed a combat stance, her gaze fixed intently on Liu Kai. Yet, she found him wearing a mischievous smile, arms crossed, observing her with keen interest. In that moment, the truth dawned upon her. She had been played. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her chest heaving with astonishment. The finger pointing at Liu Kai trembled slightly. You? Liu Kai, feigning ignorance, responded with a chuckle. Not bad with the skills, but your acting leaves much to be desired. You are from the military, aren't you? The merciless taunt left Qin Luofei's heaving chest momentarily still. Her eyes instantly reddened, and large tears cascaded down, freezing upon contact. Crouching down and embracing herself, she tilted her head back defiantly. You bastard, boo-hoo. This time, she truly wept. Liu Kai rolled his eyes in silence, remarking, You're quite grown up. Why can't you handle this? Qin Luofei remained silent, her defiance evident as she continued to glare at Liu Kai. Don't look at me like that. If you're dissatisfied, shall we settle it with a fight? Finally, she replied, I have no intention of fighting you. No fight then? Who sent you? And what is your purpose? What does it matter to you? Speak if you wish. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Seeing Liu Kai turn away without a second thought, Qin Luofei panicked. She quickly stood up and shouted, Stop right there. You must not leave. Snap. Liu Kai turned back to find Qin Luofei had already drawn a handgun from her coat, chambered around, and aimed it at him. Chapter 79. Free distribution of supplies. Malicious incidents. Upon encountering the ominous handgun, Liu Kai exhibited neither fear nor trepidation, but rather a disdainful smirk. Ah, you fiery little girl. Has your leader never advised against brandishing a firearm at law-abiding citizens? With a swift motion that surpassed Qin Luofei's imagination, he lunged forward, snatching the QSC-193 handgun from her grasp and weighing it in his hand. TSK, who do you intend to frighten with an empty magazine? This gun is commendable. It shall now belong to me. Qin Luofei, initially resorting to bravado, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as her ruse of an empty magazine was unraveled. Panic washed over her as she stared at her now empty hands, her tear-streaked face contorted in frustration. How dare you? Hush. Liu Kai pressed the gun to his lips, signaling for silence. Want your sidearm back? Then answer my question. Though fury coursed through her veins, Qin Luofei recognized Liu Kai's superiority and refrained from recklessness. Instead, she bit her lip and spat out 3 words, You wish. Very well, farewell. With that, Liu Kai genuinely departed, leaping onto the snowmobile and revving the engine, leaving Qin Luofei in a state of shock amidst the swirling winds. After a prolonged moment, she regained her composure. Even amidst the chill of a post-apocalyptic world, losing one's sidearm was no trivial matter for a soldier. She knew she must seize an opportunity to reclaim it. The humiliation of being ruthlessly bested in her first encounter with a merchant only added to her frustration. Years of cultivated self-esteem and pride lay in tatters. As she watched the snowmobile disappear into the distance, she gritted her teeth. You scoundrel. We shall see. After stewing in indignation for some time, she finally recalled her mission. She hastily approached the dwelling where Xiaoya and senior brother and had previously lingered. After a thorough inspection, it was evident that the place had recently been occupied. Yet, curiously, it seemed as though its inhabitants had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace of their departure. Ultimately, she could only shake her head in resignation. Producing her communication device, she reported the events that transpired, along with her findings regarding the house. Subsequently, she made her way to the collapsed ice cave. Mustering her courage, she switched on her flashlight and cautiously descended into the depths. The collapse of the ice cave and the affairs of the female officer Qin Luofei were mere interludes for Liu Kai, who was now burdened with the responsibility of transporting supplies. As he navigated the detours towards the settlement, he reflected on his circumstances. He had once believed himself fortunate to have discovered a bunker, a sanctuary amidst the frigid apocalypse, only to find himself once again cast as a laborer for the authorities. Such is the nature of desire. It inevitably leads to vulnerability, all due to the necessity of consuming precious metals for the enhancement of his spatial abilities. The snowmobile soon arrived at its destination, a partially transformed urban village settlement. Liu Kai activated the vehicle's loudspeaker and began broadcasting through several blocks. Official rescue operations underway. Free distribution of supplies. Please proceed to the square to collect. Soon, a multitude of survivors heard the exhilarating news. After broadcasting the announcement twice, Liu Kai was the first to arrive at the open square, having just unhitched the trailer laden with various provisions and set it up within a mere 30 seconds. A throng of people emerged from the surrounding buildings. The square was instantly filled with the rustling of footsteps and the buzzing of whispers. Liu Kai was taken aback. According to the official distribution map, he knew this area was populous, yet he had not anticipated such a vast crowd. Hastily, he reduced the scanning precision to its lowest setting, expanding the range to its maximum. To his astonishment, he discovered that approximately 2,000 survivors were gathered within a 5-block radius. Frowning at the trailer, he realized that although the supplies were substantial, they were certainly insufficient to adequately distribute among 2,000 individuals. Fortunately, the snow vehicle was fully charged. Making several round trips over a few hours would suffice. It was not merely a matter of Liu Kai's sense of responsibility. Rather, he aimed to resolve the needs of a single area in one go. By visiting one location each day, he intended to leave enough supplies for the survivors to sustain themselves for 2 months. This strategy would enable him to traverse the southern parts of the city swiftly and efficiently scavenge for precious metals. The encroaching survivors were filled with joy. They had heard of the renowned itinerant merchants and were astonished to see one join the official rescue efforts, distributing supplies for free. Many began to reconsider their previous biases against him as a mere profiteer, their faces glowing with hopeful smiles. However, just as they were about to laud the merchant's selfless act of turning over a new leaf, an astonishing scene unfolded before them. Liu Kai, indifferent to the crowd, swiftly unloaded the supplies from the trailer onto the ground, even showcasing his remarkable strength by lifting the trailer itself. The provisions tumbled onto the icy surface as if discarded refuse, accompanied by the terse command, "Help yourselves," before he departed on the snow vehicle. After all, the authorities had only mentioned the distribution of supplies, without any stipulation for maintaining order at the scene. His task was complete once he delivered the goods. How the survivors chose to allocate them, whether in orderly queues or chaotic scrambles, was of no concern to him. As they watched the snow vehicle recede into the distance, the survivors were left bewildered, uncertain of what to make of the situation. Yet, one individual quickly regained his senses. Dashing towards the pile of supplies and seizing a 50-pound bag of rice, sprinting away with it. This action roused the dazed crowd, prompting them to rush toward the heap of provisions, clamoring excitedly and frantically grasping at the goods. "Ah, I got it. Hey, slow down, old Wong. Leave a bag for me. Let us show some decorum, shall we?" "What decorum? Slow hands lose out. Who the hell is pushing me? Can't you stop shoving? Which scoundrel just stepped on my foot? Don't you have any eyes?" The once famished survivors, now fueled by a surge of adrenaline, seemed to possess boundless energy. Everyone is fervently striving for the hope of survival. The scene has descended into utter chaos. A vast quantity of supplies has been snatched away in the blink of an eye. Those with frail constitutions can only watch helplessly as others return laden with provisions. Neighbors, who once exhibited kindness, have now become selfish and self-serving, clutching their acquired food tightly and hastening away, fearful of being robbed by others. Liu Kai's egregiously irresponsible actions have resulted in grave consequences: 2 stampedes, 12 instances of looting, and 8 brawls. A similar scene unfolds in the northern district of the city, all captured vividly by satellites overhead. In the underground command center, several young staff members seethe with anger, cursing these 2 individuals as scoundrels and scum. Only the expressionless face of a square-jawed major general remains unchanged. He had anticipated such occurrences and deliberately omitted the clause regarding the maintenance of order from the recruitment contract. If the conditions stipulated were too high or complex, it is likely that no one would step forward to take charge. Although lives have been lost as a result, many more have survived. It is devoid of morality, merely a forced choice born of desperation. Chapter 80. The profitable bug and the obstacle those who secured supplies were filled with joy, while those who missed out or were outpaced by others appeared utterly despondent. Yet, none anticipated the return of the wandering merchant. Nearly 15 minutes later, Liu Kai returned once more, hauling a fully laden cart of supplies to the deserted square. Observing the scattered corpses strewn across the ground, he bore no trace of emotion. A staunch believer in the principle of survival of the fittest, he felt not a flicker of remorse. With diligence, he activated the loudspeaker and carelessly discarded the supplies onto the ground before departing. The first wave of those who had failed to acquire supplies eagerly readied themselves, barking like hounds as they rushed out. In stark contrast, those who had secured the goods exhibited a myriad of conflicting emotions. While the provisions in their possession would sustain them for an extended period, they remained acutely aware of the peril of consumption leading to depletion. The prospect of obtaining more supplies on the next venture would undoubtedly enhance their chances of survival. However, the sight of the bodies littering the square severely dampened their courage. Should they fail, they would lose everything. Moreover, if the wandering merchant could return once, twice, who was to say he would not come a third or fourth time? The vast majority, when presented with a safety net, tend to opt for caution, a choice often reinforced by reality. Just as they grappled with their indecision, the supplies in the square were once again snatched up in a frenzy, and the number of corpses on the ice increased. Next, the survivors discerned a pattern. The wandering merchant returned every 15 minutes, each time leaving behind a substantial pile of supplies before departing. The third, fourth, until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when the merchant made his 8th appearance. This time, however, Liu Kai was not there to distribute supplies. He had come to sell them. Thus opting to remain. Leaning comfortably against the side, he casually smoked a cigarette, observing as the survivors eagerly divided the goods among themselves. Ultimately, the number of corpses in the square settled at 28, while nearly 2,000 individuals received enough provisions to last them a month. Yet, an inexplicable event transpired that left all survivors bewildered. Liu Kai opened the trunk of his snowmobile and swiftly unloaded 10 black polyethylene boxes. He then planted a large flag emblazoned with the words "Wandering Merchant" firmly into the ice. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he activated the loudspeaker and enthusiastically called out, "Goods for sale. Wazi, Matai, bamboo leaf green, new clothes, new shoes, down comforters, mobile phones, fuel, electric blankets, cephalosporins, bandages, vitamins galore. For today only, don't miss out as you pass by." This was Liu Kai's ingenious strategy to exploit the bug in the recruitment contract for profit. The officials had merely instructed him to distribute items found in the supermarket for free. Yet, those items were non-existent in the supermarket. They were all his private stock. In that moment, all survivors grasped the situation. They had thought the wandering merchant had changed his ways, only to discover he remained a cunning traitor. Indeed, a leopard cannot change its spots. Yet, the truth remained, they were genuinely eager to purchase his wares. Even if one's sustenance is assured, and items such as tobacco, alcohol, and tea are deemed non-essential, one cannot overlook the significance of warm clothing and even medications, truly invaluable commodities. In this abominable weather, who among us is not beset by headaches, fevers, or illness? Yet, they are acutely aware that the itinerant merchants accept only transactions in gold and platinum, luxuries not possessed by every household. Liu Kai, however, remained unperturbed. With valuable goods in hand, he had no fear of selling. Armed with a pistol at his side, no one dared to rob him. Most importantly, despite his exorbitant prices, the security of the transactions was assured. After a prolonged silence, trading commenced successfully. Many rummaged through their belongings, unearthing long-hidden jewelry. They hastened to the square with clear intentions to complete their transactions and swiftly departed under the fervent gazes of others. Moreover, numerous individuals banded together, pooling their gold to purchase a box of antibiotics, distributing the pills amongst themselves. This development was advantageous for Liu Kai, significantly enhancing the efficiency of collecting precious metals. The trading lasted less than half an hour. After a final call for sellers and seeing no one else approach, Liu Kai decided to close up shop and take his leave. Internally, he lamented the poverty of the people. A staggering 2,000 survivors across 5 city blocks had yielded merely 40 kilograms of gold and 15 kilograms of platinum. In stark contrast, the survivors of the Li Yuan community, numbering only around 400, had managed to acquire 110 kilograms of gold and 48 kilograms of platinum during a previous transaction. This area, by comparison, could only be described as destitute. Yet, Liu Kai remained patient. Even the smallest morsel holds value. However, he had lingered outdoors far too long, deviating from his grand aspirations of working half a day and resting the other. As he returned to the bunker, he took the opportunity to inspect the warehouse storing supermarket supplies. In total, 8 trips had transported the provisions required for 2,000 individuals, astonishingly depleting one-third of a large supermarket's inventory. Such consumption may appear exaggerated, yet upon reflection, it is quite reasonable. Though the supermarket's stock was abundant, it encompassed more than mere food items. There were pots, pans, toys, stationery, seasonings, detergents, frozen beverages, and even spoiled fruits and vegetables. The survivors had little need for these superfluities. What Liu Kai salvaged comprised primarily essentials: rice, flour, dried goods, cooking oil, sanitary napkins, frozen meat, instant noodles, and biscuits. The total quantity of these necessities fell short of even half the supermarket's supplies. Thus, it became evident that such a large supermarket could sustain nearly 6,000 survivors. Moreover, to avoid revealing his spatial capabilities, the provisions temporarily stored in the 3-tiered warehouse could not be relocated elsewhere. Hence, for the coming days, this location would remain the focal point. After adequately attending to the 5 smaller surrounding settlements, it would soon be time to visit the community where Wang Ning resided. Leaving the trailer in the warehouse, Liu Kai secured the entrance with an exaggerated iron lock before returning home in his snow vehicle. Before long, the multi-story parking garage came into view. As usual, I initiated a scan to observe the surroundings. However, Liu Kai suddenly froze, for the young female officer had ceased her pretense and furtive observations. Clad in a thick military coat, adorned with insignia at her collar, she unabashedly revealed her identity. Standing boldly in front of the garage, gazing at the snow vehicle racing across the icy expanse. As the snow vehicle approached slowly, Qin Luofei extended her right hand. Clad in thermal gloves, mimicking the pose of a traffic officer signaling for a halt. What scene is this unfolding? A roadblock? Liu Kai was perplexed, but did not reduce his speed, charging directly toward her figure. Upon witnessing this, Qin Luofei's eyes widened in disbelief, only to be replaced by a resolute expression. Clearly stirred by a competitive spirit, she stubbornly remained rooted in place, thinking defiantly, "I dare you to run me over." Chapter 81. Enraged and frustrated, Liu Kai was indeed hesitant to collide with her, yet he was equally unwilling to halt his vehicle. With a wicked sense of mischief, he suddenly swerved the steering wheel just moments before impact. The snow-covered vehicle executed a graceful drift, veering sharply to the right. Enormous tires stirred up a flurry of snowflakes and ice shards, dousing Qin Luofei in the process. As she stood there, her expression one of disbelief. The vehicle turned once more, plunging into a multi-story parking garage, vanishing from sight. "How could you do this?" Qin Luofei snapped back to reality, her voice tinged with indignation. She could hardly fathom that even after revealing her identity, Liu Kai continued to disregard her existence. To make matters worse, he had showered her with icy debris. Without a moment's hesitation, she abandoned her poised demeanor and hurriedly chased after the direction in which the snow vehicle had disappeared. However, Liu Kai had swiftly stowed the vehicle in his storage space, teleporting into an abandoned bus entombed beneath the ice. This bus had long since fallen into disrepair, its body riddled with the scars of hail from that fateful day, and it bore witness to the tragic remains of several souls who had perished within. Their despairing struggles were forever etched in the grim tableau. Liu Kai surveyed his surroundings, deeming this place to be ideal. He promptly released the bodies of Xia and the others from his storage space, arranging them to mimic the desperate contortions of the other passengers. Even when Earth eventually thawed, the recovery teams would mistakenly regard them as mere victims of circumstance. After ensuring everything was in order, Liu Kai nodded in satisfaction. He adjusted the thermal signals of his exoskeleton, but refrained from returning to the ice surface. The appearance of the female officer had sparked a troubling suspicion within him. It was likely that the authorities were eager to ascertain the location of his lair. Their urgency in enlisting him for resource transport was a pragmatic move born of necessity. Yet as long as his hideout remained undisclosed, he remained an unpredictable variable, one that the officials could never fully trust. At this very moment, it was plausible that multiple satellites hovered above, meticulously monitoring this area. Even if he altered his thermal signature, the peculiar coincidences of a roaming merchant disappearing only to have a stranger taking a brief respite, Liu Kai luxuriated in a warm shower, indulging in a moment of leisure. In stark contrast, Qin Luofei found herself in a dismal predicament. Standing outside the garage, she peered into the impenetrable darkness of the building. She couldn't shake the unsettling notion that some predatory beast lurked in the abyssal shadows. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Though a soldier, unafraid of war and bloodshed, she was still a girl, and it was perfectly natural to fear the dark and the unknown. After much inner turmoil, she compelled herself to muster the courage, illuminating her path with a flashlight as she cautiously ventured inside. However, after an exhaustive search of the garage, not a single trace was uncovered. The only evidence she discerned was the tire tracks of a snow vehicle, inexplicably ceasing before a sturdy wall, as if vanishing into thin air. This revelation sent a shiver down Qin Luofei's spine, conjuring a terrifying and absurd conclusion in her mind. Could that wandering merchant truly be a ghost? Just as this thought surfaced, she recalled her identity as a party member, envisioning the radiant hammer and sickle emblem that seemed capable of dispelling all malevolent spirits. A steadfast materialist, she refused to believe in the supernatural. Consoling herself with this affirmation, she felt a slight easing of her anxiety. Yet, as fate would have it, a gust of frigid wind surged in, chilling the nape of her neck. The courage she had so painstakingly gathered evaporated in an instant. A tremor coursed through her body, and her legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Overwhelmed by terror, she began to hallucinate, perceiving the darkness around her swiftly encroaching like a rising tide, threatening to engulf her entirely. Qin Luofei's complexion turned ashen. Without further contemplation, she summoned her strength and fled. A piercing scream echoed across the desolate ice. "Ah, there's a ghost!" Stumbling, she finally burst out of the garage and stood beneath the overcast sky. After several deep breaths, she barely managed to regain her composure and suppress her near panic. Casting a furtive glance around, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Thankfully, there were no other souls present. Otherwise, she would have suffered great embarrassment. Reflecting on her own discomposure, Qin Luofei felt a wave of grievance. Was it truly a fault to fear the dark? Almost immediately, her expression shifted from one of indignation to one of simmering anger. Clenching her fists, she muttered under her breath, "That detestable wandering merchant. I will catch you and unveil your true identity." Unbeknownst to Liu Kai, he had already garnered her resentment. In the following 3 days, he remained diligently immersed in his work, delivering the contents of the 3-story warehouse in the southern part of the city. The next morning at 9 o'clock, he arrived near the city center and once again infiltrated a supermarket with a fully loaded vehicle of supplies. He then headed towards the Qingshan community where Wang Ning resided. This route defied logic, as Qingshan community was not only centrally located but also situated along the coastal avenue of Fenghai City. According to the principles of proximity or population density, Qingshan community should have been deprioritized. Nevertheless, Liu Kai had long ago promised Wang Ning that he would visit in 2 weeks, which meant he had to fulfill that commitment in these upcoming days. While he felt indifferent about disappointing others, he bore a sense of guilt for letting Wang Ning down. As the snowmobile raced through the wintry landscape, Liu Kai suddenly noticed a myriad of tire tracks scattered across the icy surface ahead. The exoskeletal smart glasses promptly provided an explanation. These imprints were all left by large military electric trucks. Liu Kai raised an eyebrow, observing that the direction of the tracks led towards the Wanda shopping mall. It was likely that they were transporting supplies intended for the official establishment of a refuge. He halted the vehicle and swiftly ascended into a nearby skyscraper, making his way to the rooftop for a better view. Even with the assistance of the smart glasses, he could only vaguely discern some activity in the direction of the Wanda shopping mall. However, he had another method. Quietly, he retrieved a Zeiss telescope that had gathered dust within his storage space. Aligning it with the smart glasses, the distant scene finally emerged through the swirling snowflakes, coming into sharp focus before his eyes. Chapter 82. The refuge takes shape. Before me stood the expansive Wanda Mall, a sprawling 435 acres, now completely encased in iron sheeting. Numerous heavy-duty loaders and icebreakers were fervently clearing the remnants of ice from the surrounding area. Additionally, over 40 massive electric military trucks were traversing back and forth, tirelessly transporting construction materials. It appeared that not only was the interior of the mall undergoing transformation, but the open-air parking lot surrounding it was also being converted into a refuge, due to the frigid temperatures rendering concrete unusable. The renovation and expansion of the shelter were entirely executed through steel structure welding. Towering around the mall were 15 medium-sized wind turbines, each standing 20 meters high. Their blades spun vigorously in the biting wind, continuously supplying energy to equipment such as welding machines, cutting tools, and vehicle charging stations. Snow clung to the turbine blades, quickly crystallizing into ice. However, these advanced turbines seemed to possess a self-heating feature, causing the frost to melt and detach, cascading to the ground in a shower of ice shards. Scattered around the mall were several watchtowers, manned by soldiers clad in heavy winter gear, vigilantly patrolling the premises. Armored vehicles and heavy artillery, including rocket launchers, were prominently displayed as a show of force. Liu Kai could not help but marvel at the remarkable efficiency of the authorities. In just a matter of days, the construction of the refuge had progressed to such an extraordinary extent. Yet, it was evident, as Yu Dalong had remarked, that the manpower and equipment at the government's disposal were severely strained, given the technological and infrastructural capabilities prior to the onset of the Cold Wave. The shelter's renovation project could only be classified as minor. A delay of more than 2 weeks would be deemed unacceptable. However, under the current circumstances, Completing the project within 2 months with such limited resources would necessitate relentless overtime. Even the wealthiest of landlords could not sustain such an endeavor indefinitely. The need for shelters extended far beyond the confines of Fohai City. Had other survivors witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly berate the government for its inaction. Rather than pouring resources into the ostentatious construction of a refuge, why not focus on rescuing survivors? Yet, Liu Kai understood that the current lack of immediate rescue efforts was aimed at facilitating better assistance in the future. The harsh climate was unsuitable for human labor. Had survivors been gathered prematurely, not only would organizing their contributions to the construction be impossible, but sustaining a large population would also be a significant challenge. Ultimately, this was a painful compromise born of necessity. Liu Kai sighed, his emotions tangled. In his previous life, the refuge in Fohai City had been completed. Yet he could not reach it, nor did he receive any aid. For ordinary survivors without winter gear, even a distance of 1 kilometer felt insurmountable. To make matters worse, the Lishakwaiwan community was a daunting 15 kilometers from the refuge. After the large vehicles and machinery completed their tasks, they would promptly head to the next city to commence construction, leaving those in suburban and rural areas overlooked. In truth, Liu Kai had felt immense dissatisfaction and anger towards the authorities during that time. Yet, his current circumstances afforded him the energy to engage in empathy and reflection. If he were the one making the ultimate decisions, he would likely resort to this brutal yet most profitable method. Furthermore, the authorities are not entirely indifferent to the survival of other survivors. After all, they have recruited Liu Kai and another enigmatic expert to transport supplies. After gazing into the distance for a while, Liu Kai comprehended many things and silently put down the telescope before descending the stairs. The fate of humanity need not weigh upon his shoulders. If the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall enough to bear it. He only needed to focus on the tasks at hand. The snow-laden vehicle set forth once again. As they approached the Qingshan community, Liu Kai utilized a secondary account of the roaming merchant to add Wang Ning on WeChat, noting, Lishakwaiwan Liu Kai introduction. It was morning, the time for power supply. Wang Ning almost immediately accepted the friend request. However, before she could utter a word, Liu Kai's message had already been sent. Arriving at your community's west gate in 10 minutes, please organize able-bodied individuals to come down and assist with the supplies. He observed the WeChat chat interface with Wang Ning, which continued to display that the other party was typing. Yet after a long pause, only 3 words appeared. Thank you. No need. By the way, how many people remain in your community? 514. Seeing Wang Ning's precise figure, Liu Kai stroked his chin thoughtfully. Over 500 individuals. He would only need to make 3 round trips to complete the task. Understood. I will distribute food free of charge. Additionally, medical supplies and other items will be available for sale. Please prepare gold in advance for those in need. Wang Ning paused for a moment, silently replying with a simple acknowledgement. In truth, she had much she wished to express, even a desire to complain, not for herself, but because during the 2 weeks of delay caused by the roaming merchant, many more had perished in the community. Though aged, Qingshan community occupied a vast area. Originally housing 1,000 individuals 2 weeks prior, the count had now halved. Numerous corpses of the elderly and children lay piled in what used to be the parking lot. Survivors gazed from the windows at the mound of bodies, only able to feel an overwhelming sense of desolation and despair. Each time Wang Ning closed her eyes, the faces of the deceased appeared before her, mouths agape as if pleading for rescue, yet no sound reached her ears. Ultimately, the anguished souls continued to plummet into the abyss of darkness, vanishing from sight. However, the survivors here yearned to live, just as those in other places wished for the same. The roaming merchant was no deity. He could only visit each community in turn, limited by the demands of the situation. Moreover, the fact that the roaming merchant had been recruited by the authorities to distribute supplies free of charge had already spread. What more could she complain about? She could only issue a notification within the homeowners group, informing everyone that the roaming merchant was soon to arrive, thereby urging able-bodied survivors to descend in an orderly fashion to assist with the distribution of supplies. Even Wang Ning herself was unaware that this message would explode like a bomb on the tranquil surface of a lake. Instantly, the homeowners group erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Just days prior, the survivors of Qingshan community had taken note of the roaming merchant's recent distribution of supplies. However, upon analyzing the locations Liu Kai had visited, despair had set in. The southern district. The distance to the Qingshan community is so great. By the time he arrives to offer assistance, who knows how much time will have passed? Yet, astonishingly, he has traversed such vast expanses and reached them first. The joy of survival envelopes the heart. How could one not feel exhilarated? In that moment, the homeowners group was devoid of complaints, filled instead with gratitude. Gratitude for Wang Ning. They understood that she had been tirelessly attempting to contact the wandering merchants, and to their astonishment, she had indeed succeeded in this endeavor. As she gazed at the screen filled with words of praise, Wang Ning should have felt elated. Yet, inexplicably, as her smile lingered, a single tear slipped from the corner of her eye. She is a woman of faith, one who aspires to do good deeds. For so long, she had selflessly assisted others without seeking recompense, undeterred by hardship. Even when faced with the misunderstandings and grievances of survivors, she had not shed a tear. But now, she weeps. The pent-up emotions that had long been suppressed finally find release. Observing Wang Ning's trembling form, her husband wore an expression of deep concern, silently sitting beside her. He sighed without uttering a word. Their son, little Bell, hurriedly approached, using his tiny hands to dry her tears. Though curious, he still offered comfort to his mother with a sense of understanding. Chapter 83, A Paradise Beyond the World. When Liu Kai arrived at the western gate of the Qingshan community, he found a throng of individuals clad in various styles of down jackets, predominantly young, with several youthful faces, barely in their teens, yet resolute. A singular layer of down was evidently insufficient to fend off the chill. Despite donning multiple layers, they still trembled slightly, their cheeks flushed with cold. Leading the group were Wang Ning and her husband, Yin Yi. As the snowmobile approached, the crowd seemed to momentarily forget the biting cold, their faces alight with surprise. Sister Wang has not deceived us. The wandering merchant has indeed arrived. The crowd erupted in cheers. However, when Liu Kai actually disembarked, none dared to step forward, merely gazing at him with curiosity. Even though Liu Kai had deliberately crafted a commendable reputation as a wandering merchant, this was merely their first encounter, and uncertainty lingered regarding the veracity of the rumors. Moreover, Liu Kai's imposing figure, armed and robust, exuded an undeniable sense of intimidation. Thus, their eyes gravitated towards the leader, Wang Ning. Wang Ning was taken aback. As she approached to engage him in conversation, Liu Kai raised his hand to interrupt her, primarily to avoid revealing his true identity to this astute woman. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he directly detached the hitch from the trailer behind the vehicle, then deliberately lowered his voice, stating, "This is insufficient. You all should hurry and unload, and I will fetch more." The survivor's eyes sparkled with longing at the sight of the fully laden vehicle, yearning to tear open a bag of once-disdained compressed biscuits and indulge in a hearty bite. Today, Liu Kai had no intention of maintaining order. However, it mattered little. Even if he did not, Wang Ning would undoubtedly step up. As anticipated, upon witnessing the commotion among the neighbors, Wang Ning suppressed her excitement and clapped her hands to draw the crowd's attention. "Ladies and gentlemen," the restless crowd quieted down, clearly recognizing her authority. "You have all heard the wandering merchant's words. Let us first unload the goods from the vehicle and then distribute them house by house. Let us get moving." Upon hearing her instructions, the crowd glanced at Liu Kai, who had stepped aside, and then proceeded to take action with newfound confidence. They gathered around the trailer with smiles, swiftly unloading the items and piling them on the icy ground. In the midst of their busyness and joy, they did not forget the rules, refraining from peering inside the snowmobile. As Wang Ning and her husband passed by Liu Kai, they sincerely expressed their gratitude. Liu Kai maintained his aloof demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement. The supplies were quickly unloaded. Wang Ning, unable to conceal her joy, efficiently directed the proceedings. "Xiaochun, you and your group take this rice and oil to Old Hu's house and building aid, then you needn't return. Prepare a meal for him, as he hasn't eaten for 2 days. Li Gu, you have a cart. Please take a few people to building 19. Darling, call Yin Shu down to help, will you?" Her husband, Yin Yi, appeared somewhat reluctant at this suggestion. "Aren't I supposed to have my sister watch over Xiaolingyang? Rest assured, our son is quite sensible and won't wander off." Observing the bustling scene before him, Liu Kai found himself at a loss for words. Was Sister Wang truly considering leaving her child at home alone in her eagerness to expedite the delivery of supplies? Such audacity! Of course, it could also stem from a profound trust in her neighbors. Liu Kai chose not to voice his concerns, silently departing in his snow vehicle. After organizing the tasks for everyone, Wang Ning lifted her gaze towards the retreating snow vehicle, lost in thought, sensing an inexplicable familiarity with the roaming merchant. The Qingshan community was not far from the supermarket Liu Kai had excavated. With the assistance of storage space, his efficiency in transporting supplies surpassed that of dozens of survivors combined. Within an hour, he returned with 2 fully loaded vehicles. The young adult team busily traversed back and forth, while Wang Ning's family made several trips as well. Leaning against the snow vehicle, Liu Kai idly looked up at the 8th floor of the adjacent building, catching sight of Wang Ning's son, Xiaolingyang, quietly perched by the window, his large eyes curiously observing his parents as they moved items. Indeed, he was well-behaved and did not wander about. The supplies piled upon the icy surface rapidly diminished. Witnessing Wang Ning's exhaustion, perspiration glistening on her forehead. The crowd playfully insisted she take a break. In such cold weather, breaking a sweat could easily lead to a cold. As Liu Kai observed this harmonious scene, a sense of clarity washed over him. He felt a subtle shift in his perception of human nature. Perhaps it was the economic hardships faced by these individuals that endowed them with a certain simplicity, contrasting sharply with the affluent. Nonetheless, he remained unrepentant about his decision to delay his arrival for 2 weeks. Eventually, Wang Ning could no longer refuse the insistence of the others and stepped aside to rest. Upon turning, she noticed Liu Kai seemingly gazing at her. Feeling slightly awkward, she rubbed her hands together and chuckled. I hope I haven't embarrassed you. Seeing Liu Kai merely nod in response, she fell into a thoughtful silence before speaking again. I've heard that things outside are chaotic, with reports of people being killed over supplies. Is there any truth to that? It's unfortunate. Death from freezing or starvation can be attributed to natural disasters. Outcomes beyond our control. However, the loss of life due to conflict among people is a tragedy of our own making. Why can't everyone coexist harmoniously like we do in our community? As she spoke, her tone was imbued with a mixture of relief and pride. Even Liu Kai found himself nodding in silent agreement. Wang Ning had indeed managed her community exceptionally well. Before the onset of the cold wave, the Qingshan community had a population of fewer than 3,000, now reduced to just 500, yet it still housed many elderly and children. In comparison to other areas, such a high survival rate was nothing short of miraculous, almost akin to a paradise amidst the apocalypse. Ah, wait. Wang Ning suddenly recalled something. Addressing Liu Kai with a serious demeanor. Mr. Roaming Merchant, may I pose a question? Upon receiving his nod, she continued, what about Liu Kai from Lishitu Yuan community? The young man who recommended you add me on WeChat? How has he been faring recently? Wang Ning's concern was palpable. A colleague residing in Lishitu Yuan once mentioned that Liu Kai's home had previously experienced an explosion, followed by a confrontation with Director Chen in their group chat. However, since that incident, Liu Kai seemingly vanished from everyone's sight, even neglecting to descend for ice or water, were it not for maintaining contact through WeChat. Wang Ning would have suspected that Liu Kai had quietly passed away. She reasoned that since Liu Kai was able to connect with the roaming merchant on WeChat, the merchant must possess a fair understanding of his circumstances. She sought to ascertain whether Liu Kai truly lived as comfortably as he had claimed. To her surprise, Liu Kai was taken aback by her inquiry regarding his well-being. He was indeed thriving, well-fed, and full of life. Oh, that is reassuring. Are you two friends? She asked. One could say so, he replied ambiguously. With that vague response, Wang Ning refrained from probing further into his personal matters, content simply to know that Liu Kai was well. Chapter 84. Apologies, I am a merchant with the cargo successfully transferred from the icy expanse. The survivor team reconvened at the western gate. The time for private dealings had arrived. As Liu Kai rose to retrieve items from the snowmobile's trunk, he was interrupted by Wang Ning. Mr. Wandering Merchant, are you preparing to trade for something else? Please, do wait a moment, she said, summoning her husband, Yin-Yi. Amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, she retrieved a small black box from the green-topped trees that remained untouched by the frost. As she placed the box before Liu Kai and opened it, a dazzling golden light reflected from within, revealing a collection of intricately crafted gold jewelry. The sight of the resplendent gold elicited a mixture of pain and reluctance among the team members. However, they all understood the value of life over material wealth. At this moment, they could not afford to lament over external possessions. If they were to become wealthier, they would surely spend it all on necessities. Wang Ning then handed him a note. Inside the box, there are 30 kilograms of gold and 8 kilograms of platinum. The list outlines what we require. No cold weather gear, no tobacco or alcohol, and no fuel for phones. It comprises only various essential medications. Liu Kai was taken aback, realizing that this substantial collection of gold jewelry was indeed gathered from the survivors. He had not anticipated that Wang Ning's earlier words would hold such truth. They had truly pooled their resources to procure supplies and would distribute them as needed. Staring at the list, he glanced deeply at the others before silently opening the trunk of the snowmobile. Methodically, he retrieved the listed medications from the supply box, even adding a few extras on purpose. Finally, he presented 2 bulging plastic bags along with the list to Wang Ning, saying, "Please verify," for reasons she could not articulate. Wang Ning instinctively trusted the wandering merchant before her. Yet, this gold was not merely hers. Much of it had belonged to the deceased, generously donated before their passing. She could not afford to take this lightly and hurriedly crouched down with a few others to cross-reference the list. Upon completing the meticulous count, surprise illuminated her face. Wonderful! With these supplies, Uncle Hu and the others will be saved. Thank you, Mr. Wandering Merchant. Only after confirming the accuracy of the provisions did Liu Kai close the box filled with jewelry and lift it into his hand. Weighing it briefly, he found it indeed met Wang Ning's estimation of at least 38 kilograms. While everyone rejoiced, they were taken aback by Liu Kai's ease in lifting the 76-pound box with a single hand. Ignoring their astonished glances, he placed the box atop the snowmobile. With the task accomplished, he intended to bid farewell to Wang Ning and depart. Just then, a youthful wail echoed from a distance. Aunt Wang, something's wrong. Woo-woo. My grandfather. He is coughing up blood. A small girl, no more than 10 years old, stumbled towards them. Clad in an oversized down jacket that was clearly ill-fitting for her slight frame, tears streamed from her eyes like a broken line, frozen upon her anxious visage, as if she remained oblivious to the turmoil within. In that fleeting moment when Wang Ning turned to behold the little girl, an understanding dawned upon her, and her countenance shifted to one of distress. She hurried forward to embrace the child, striving to soften her voice. Oh, little Wei, do not cry. Speak slowly. What has happened to your grandfather? My grandfather was fine when he got out of bed, but just now, I don't know what happened. He suddenly coughed up blood. Ah, indeed. Has Dr. Huangfu been consulted? The little girl nodded vigorously. Grandpa Huangfu has seen him. But he said that my grandfather's condition has deteriorated too rapidly. Surgery is the only option. At this moment, those gathered around also drew near, their faces etched with concern, murmuring amongst themselves. Poor little Wei, what will she do if the old man passes away? Stage 2 throat cancer isn't the worst illness, yet with this cursed snow. Sigh. Yes, it seems to be fate. We should prepare for the old man as final arrangements. Hearing their words, the little girl wept more bitterly. Wang Ning held her tightly, her face darkening as she bellowed. Enough of this talk. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, her eyes brightened. She looked down at the girl in her arms and asked, Did Dr. Huangfu mention what is needed for the surgery? The girl halted her sobs and quickly retrieved a list from her pocket. Oh yes, Grandpa Huangfu asked me to find you and see if there is a way. Wang Ning took the list, her expression a mixture of complexity as she rose to her feet. Summoning her courage, she approached Liu Kai, who had been observing the unfolding events with a measure of understanding. However, upon seeing Wang Ning approach, he appeared somewhat puzzled. Are you hoping to procure medication from me? Common medications were one matter, but anesthesia for surgery was strictly regulated. In hospitals, it fell under their jurisdiction, while outside, it was the purview of narcotics officers. He genuinely had none. At that moment, Wang Ning stood before Liu Kai, fully aware that the survivors of Qinshan community could no longer muster a single coin. The harshness of reality compelled her to make one last plea. With a conflicted and bashful gaze directed at Liu Kai, she implored, Merchant, could you assist us? Having spoken, she seemed apprehensive of his potential refusal, for it was common knowledge that he was a businessman who would not rise without profit. Thus, she hastily added, Please do not refuse outright. We can offer something else in exchange. Though she spoke thus, she was at a loss as to what could serve as collateral. Liu Kai remained silent for a moment, observing Wang Ning, who felt her heart race with trepidation. Out of goodwill towards her, he refrained from an immediate refusal and silently took the list to examine it. The items listed included sterile sealed surgical gowns, medical gloves, surgical sheets, disposable surgical instruments, infusion tubes, 75 medical alcohol, glucose solution, adrenaline, anti-inflammatory drugs, hemostatics, portable electrocardiograms, portable X-ray machines, and defibrillators. The sheer volume of items on the list left Liu Kai momentarily stunned. The list contained nearly everything necessary for performing surgery, save for anesthetics. He couldn't help but ponder whether that Dr. Ouyang possessed such substances. What struck Liu Kai as even more peculiar was the fact that he already owned every item on the list when he first discovered the bunker. The third level of supplies had been stocked with these very things. At that time, he had quietly criticized the uselessness of these items, yet now, it appeared that someone truly required them. However, despite having them, Liu Kai was reluctant to part with them. To put it bluntly, these people no longer had gold to trade. Moreover, even if Dr. Ouyang were exceptionally skilled, capable of conducting surgery in such rudimentary conditions, a substantial amount of nutrition and medication would be required for the patient's recovery afterward. Was it truly worth expending so many resources on an elderly individual who had little time left to live? He was selfish, lacking the altruistic spirit that Wang Ning possessed. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately returned the list, shaking his head and solemnly stating, I apologize. I am a businessman. Chapter 85. News of the solo mining machine. Upon hearing Liu Kai's firm rejection, the expressions of those present darkened considerably. The little girl, Wei, whose face was filled with hope, could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. Wang Ning hurriedly crouched down to embrace her and offer comfort. However, to everyone's astonishment, just as Liu Kai turned to leave, the little girl broke free from Wang Ning's embrace and stumbled toward him, grasping his leg with a pitiful cry. Brother, please, I beg you, help us. If you save my grandpa, Wei Wei will repay you with hard work. Please, dear brother. Witnessing the girl's tragic plight, the onlookers felt a wave of sympathy wash over them. Wei Wei was a poor child, having lost her parents at an early age. If her grandpa were to leave this world too. Merchant of Wanderers, you possess great power. Surely you can help, right? One voice pleaded. Yes. Please lend us your assistance. Whatever you desire, we will do our utmost to procure it, even if it means sacrificing everything we have. The scene felt somewhat familiar, reminiscent of moral coercion, albeit not as severe. Yet, remarkably, Liu Kai did not react with anger. This was not solely due to the initial goodwill he had felt upon meeting these individuals, but also because they had witnessed the fate of the moral extortionists in the Lisher Ziyuan community. Despite this, they still dared to plead. More importantly, their entreaties were for another's sake, not for selfish gain, which stirred something within Liu Kai. However, it was insufficient to sway his decision. With a cold tone, he firmly declined, I can acquire those items, but I'm afraid you cannot afford them. This statement caused their faces to flush with embarrassment, leaving them at a loss for words. Indeed, the harsh reality of those 3 words, cannot afford, was undeniable and merciless. Wang Ning attempted to negotiate further, stepping forward to say, Merchant of Wanderers, we truly lack gold. If you could specify what you need, we will find a way to obtain it together. As soon as she spoke, regret washed over her. What could a merchant of Wanderers possibly lack? Even if he did, it was not something these unfortunate survivors could procure. As Liu Kai contemplated shutting down their persistent pleas by proclaiming he wanted the stars from the sky, an absurd notion suddenly struck him. I desire a mining machine, one which can be operated by a single individual. Can you obtain that? A heavy silence fell over the group as they exchanged glances. Such equipment was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. It was akin to asking for stars. Was there truly no room for negotiation? Just as Liu Kai prepared to dismiss the weeping little girl and depart, a slightly aged voice emerged from behind the crowd, declaring, We have it. We possess mining machinery. Liu Kai paused, his head lifting in disbelief as he sought to identify the source of this unexpected claim. The crowd turned to see an elderly man, his hair gray yet his spirit vibrant, striding confidently toward them. Suddenly, a wave of excitement erupted as people exclaimed, Dr. Huangfu is here. The little girl released Liu Kai's leg and rushed towards the elder, tears streaming down her face. Wah! Grandpa Huangfu. Is my grandfather going to die? Dr. Huangfu, too preoccupied to address the crowd, focused intently on Liu Kai. Young man, you mentioned that mining machinery could be exchanged for surgical supplies, correct? I have it. His voice was resolute, devoid of any hint of frivolity. Seeing this determination, Liu Kai felt a flicker of belief and warmth igniting within him. He had merely mentioned the mining machinery in passing. Could it truly be attainable here? The mines of Guangming Town. He quickly steadied his emotions and earnestly replied to Dr. Huangfu. Indeed, as long as you possess the mining machinery, I can provide you with the items by tomorrow. Tomorrow? So soon? The crowd gasped, instinctively glancing towards the dark, snow-covered trunk of the vehicle, as if to ascertain whether the supplies were concealed within. But now, it was Dr. Huangfu's turn to feel awkward. He cleared his throat and said, Actually, the mining machinery is not here. It is at my friend's warehouse. I have the key. Upon hearing this, the joy on Liu Kai's face faded, and his brows furrowed slightly. So, this old man merely intended to offer him a location to seek out the equipment. What good would a key do? Noticing Liu Kai's silence, the crowd held their breath. Wang Ning also grew anxious, fearing that Liu Kai might reject the offer. Just as she was about to intervene and promise to exchange more valuable items, Liu Kai spoke up suddenly. Are you certain that the mining machinery is of the drilling type, rather than open pit, and can be operated by a single person? Dr. Huangfu paused momentarily, then realized Liu Kai had softened his stance. His expression brightened as he replied, I am certain. The location is in Fenghai City. Very well. Provide me with the location. And as long as you speak the truth, at this time tomorrow, I shall personally deliver the surgical instruments to that site. After careful consideration, Liu Kai ultimately agreed. Firstly, he possessed spatial abilities. Even if he developed a tumor, as long as the cancer cells had not spread, he could heal himself. Therefore, though the X-ray machines were indeed valuable, they were somewhat superfluous to him. Secondly, Liu Kai truly had no other options. He had been searching for mining equipment for an extended period, even with his scanning ability. Finding a suitable machine in the vast expanse of Fenghai City was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. Upon hearing Liu Kai's unequivocal agreement, the crowd displayed genuine joy. Wang Ning quickly expressed her gratitude to Liu Kai, kneeling to embrace the tear-streaked face of Wei Wei. Did you hear that, Wei Wei? Your grandfather is safe. He is safe. Yet, amidst this joy, many felt a sense of unease. What if this wandering merchant took the goods and turned against them? They possessed no evidence to accuse him, nor any power to confront him. That would indeed render their efforts futile. However, like Liu Kai, they too found themselves at a loss for a more effective solution, opting instead to take a gamble. Dr. Huangfu stepped forward, retrieving a set of keys from his pocket and handing one to Liu Kai. My son is a mine owner, and that warehouse belongs to him. It is situated at the southwest corner of the intersection of Shieling Road and Bangshan Road. He seemed to fear Liu Kai's disbelief, hastily adding, a little over a month ago, I did indeed see more than a dozen medium-sized single-person mining machines inside. You are a businessman, am I correct? Liu Kai naturally discerned the underlying implication in his words. Even if the key proved unnecessary, he accepted it with an air of pretense. Looking at Dr. Huangfu earnestly, he assured, rest assured, I am a principled businessman. Chapter 86. The Otter 2040 medium-sized shield tunneling mining machine at the intersection of Shieling Road and Bangshan Road. Liu Kai drove his snow vehicle back, repeatedly murmuring a particular phrase. This was the location of the single-person mining machine mentioned by Dr. Huangfu. Coincidentally, this site was not far from the Lisher residential area. Furthermore, this intersection served as the boundary between urban and rural areas. Proceeding another 35 kilometers would lead to the mineral veins of Guangming Town. This contemplation sparked an audacious hypothesis in Liu Kai's mind. Dr. Huangfu had mentioned that his son was a mining magnate, seemingly quite affluent. The big bosses are always well informed. It is probable that upon hearing of the mineral discoveries in Guangming Town several years prior, Dr. Huangfu's son had already begun preparations. In addition to the necessary filial piety and connections to manage, the several mining machines stored in the warehouse must have been acquired in advance. Yet, it was unexpected that due to environmental concerns, the authorities ultimately prohibited mining operations. If this bold conjecture were true, then it stands to reason that the mining machines in the warehouse would be well suited to the geological characteristics of Guangming Town. The soil composition, moisture levels, and rock quantities vary from place to place, and while the machines are designed to handle most situations, each excels in specific areas. With this realization, Liu Kai felt a surge of excitement, reminiscent of the thrill he experienced upon discovering the bunker. There was no time to waste, even though it was nearing noon. He resolutely decided to continue working, and happily so. With a cheerful demeanor, he hummed a tune as he drove into the multi-story parking garage, disappearing from sight. Liu Kai found it strange that the female soldier had not been lurking around today. He wondered where she had gone. Minutes later, Liu Kai appeared at an inconspicuous location about a kilometer away, walking towards the warehouse. As he ventured further into the countryside, the surrounding buildings became increasingly sparse, eventually transforming into an endless expanse of ice, with the low-lying structures completely buried beneath the icy layer. Only the distant, snow-capped peaks were faintly visible. To avoid drawing attention, he moderated his pace to that of an ordinary survivor, discreetly altering his heat signal several times along the way. Thus, a journey that would typically take 5 minutes took Liu Kai a full hour. Finally, he spotted a towering concrete disc-shaped water tower before him. Relying on his memory of the city's layout, Liu Kai deduced that the warehouse was nearby. He activated his scanning device, allowing his perception to expand. The suburban ruins buried beneath the ice came into view. Naturally, Liu Kai also discovered the warehouse prepared by Dr. Huangfu's son. His eyes widened with surprise. There indeed were mining machines inside. Taking a deep breath of the frigid air, he forced down his racing heart and ensured the surroundings were clear before taking cover beneath the towering water tower. In the next moment, his figure vanished like a wraith, reappearing within the vast warehouse concealed beneath the ice. The warehouse sprawled over an expansive area, shrouded in darkness so profound that one could scarcely see their own hand. Liu Kai kept his scanner activated, absorbing the entirety of his surroundings without a flicker of fear towards the enveloping gloom, nor did he require a flashlight. The glass surrounding the warehouse had been shattered by hail, allowing snow and ice to cascade inside, encasing many items in a frigid grip. The silver lining, however, was that the corner housing a dozen mining machines remained unscathed, their surfaces draped in a thick layer of dust. Liu Kai, uninterested in the building materials and miscellaneous items scattered throughout the warehouse, eagerly approached the cluster of mining machines. With a sweep of his hand, he cleared away the dust cover, revealing the machinery beneath. Before him stood 14 cylindrical metal contraptions, each measuring 3 meters in diameter and 5.5 meters in length, dimensions akin to that of a common light truck. Their overall shape bore a striking resemblance to a diminutive tunnel boring machine. The front was adorned with a dense array of alloy conical drills, their sharpness silently proclaiming their prowess. Tugging at the manual hanging from one of the machines, Liu Kai activated his flashlight and began to read intently. A Water Otter 2040 medium-sized imitation tunnel boring mining machine? Although Dr. Huangfu was not entirely versed in machinery, he had not been mistaken in one regard. This contraption was operable by a single individual. It utilized diesel fuel to generate electricity, powering the drill head and hydraulic system. Equipped with a temperature control system, it ensured that the diesel and hydraulic components did not freeze even in the harshest of cold. As a product from 3 years prior, its operation was remarkably user-friendly. Unlike genuine tunnel boring machines that required the construction of concrete portals, installation of sliding tracks, and securing of bolts, this device could be deployed directly on barren land, effortlessly penetrating layers of ice. For the average person, the excavated ore and soil would necessitate the use of a conveyor belt to transport it from the borehole, a rather cumbersome process. Yet for Liu Kai, his storage space served as the most perfect conveyor. The sole drawback was its modest size, resulting in a slower mining pace of approximately 85 meters per day. Liu Kai felt no urgency. He had ample time to gradually refine his efforts once the official transport task was completed in 2 months. For now, a thorough inspection was in order. After all, these machines had been lying dormant for over 2 years, and any malfunctioning electronic component could render them inoperable. Though not particularly knowledgeable about machinery, Liu Kai possessed a knack for diagnosing mechanical failures. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and concentrated. Liu Kai focused his scan on the mining machine before him, inspecting its intricate internal components inch by inch, much like a CT scan. The first mining machine was swiftly analyzed, and Liu Kai's expression soured. Within this machine, 3 out of 8 hydraulic support rods had succumbed to damage, caused by the expansion of frozen hydraulic oil. The hydraulic rods were akin to the machine's legs, signifying that the first mining machine was rendered useless. Nevertheless, there remained 13 others, and he refused to entertain the notion of such a fortune. He pressed on. After a protracted examination lasting several minutes, Liu Kai completed the inspection of all 14 mining machines. Ultimately, only 5 were found to be in pristine condition. The remaining machines either suffered hydraulic failures or battery module issues. In any case, Liu Kai lacked the necessary tools for repairs. Even if he had them, he would not possess the expertise to fix them. Thus, he need not take those damaged machines as a parts repository. 5 machines are better than none. Liu Kai remained undeterred, systematically placing the recently inspected and functional mining machines into the storage space. In truth, considering their design lifespan, these machines are sufficient to extract several million tons of ore. They are more than adequate. The most challenging aspect of acquiring the mining machines has been accomplished. The next steps involve completing 3 straightforward preparatory tasks. Firstly, he must return to the bunker to defrost the mining machines before placing them back into storage, alleviating the hydraulic system's expansion load. Secondly, he needs to gather an ample supply of diesel and thaw it, for indeed, mining machines are notorious fuel guzzlers. Lastly, he must visit the Land Bureau in Fonghai City to obtain the geological survey maps of the platinum mine in Guangming Town. Chapter 87, The City Government Building. Securing the mining map, this journey yielded 5 mining machines, leaving Liu Kai feeling invigorated and elated, his smile stretching from ear to ear. His joy surpassed even that of recovering 2 tons of gold bars. The predicted ore content of the mine in Guangming Town was an astounding 80 million tons. Just considering the iridium and platinum, the refined yield would be at least 240 tons. Even if only half could be extracted, he would be thoroughly satisfied. Before departing, Liu Kai discovered a valuable find in another corner of the warehouse, an oil tank, roughly the size of a mining machine, containing 40 cubic meters of diesel, firmly welded to the floor with sturdy steel bars. Previously, he might have struggled to retrieve it, but now, armed with his newfound skill of cutting, he swiftly severed the 4 robust steel supports at the base and claimed the dark oil tank for himself. Having completed this task, Liu Kai instantly transported himself back beneath the water tower, once more assuring the area was secure before carefully retracing his steps. Upon reaching the vicinity of Lishitu Yuan community, he had no intention of entering. Instead, he pressed on toward the city center. After all, there was still ample time, and he had left sufficient provisions for Xiao He and Xiao Bai at home. With the essential mining equipment secured, it was prudent to locate the mining blueprints without delay. Soon, he arrived before an impressively luxurious building, a structure that occupied a vast expanse of land, surrounded by towering edifices that lent it a somewhat desolate air. This was the Fonghai City Government Building, completed 4 years ago. At that time, the government had relocated many important departments here for the convenience of the public. Naturally, the Land Bureau, as a key department, was also housed within this edifice. Liu Kai recalled that upon its completion, the opulence of the renovations had led to public mockery, particularly as the cost of the grand entrance alone had reached 10 million. Liu Kai had been among the online critics at that time. However, in retrospect, this lavishness proved advantageous, given its proximity to the community. As the cold wave descended, it was still before working hours for the government, and the temperature was plummeting rapidly. Consequently, many documents and materials within the government building had not been salvaged in time. Both the public and officials now prioritized survival above all else. There was little need to rescue the information of a mere prefecture-level city's government. Walking through the snow, Liu Kai strode confidently through the grand entrance of the government building. This time, he faced no opposition from the guards, who had previously scrutinized him with disapproval. The once opulent $10 million entrance now lay encased in ice beneath his feet, fulfilling the wishes of the populace from years past. He entered through the corridor windows that had never been shut, where the wind's howl diminished significantly. Inside, the building was dimly lit. Some ceiling panels dangled precariously, battered by the gusts. Scattered across the floor were disordered scraps of paper, lending an eerie atmosphere to the surroundings. This was the original 4th floor, while the Land Bureau occupied the entire 5th floor. As he ascended the staircase, Liu Kai's gaze fell upon a layout map hanging around the corner. Unfamiliar with this establishment and its various departments, he took a moment to scrutinize it intently. His eyes finally settled on a particular section, the Mineral Resources Department, room 515. Presumably, this was his destination, and he hastily proceeded in that direction. However, upon unlocking the door and stepping into Office 515, he was momentarily struck dumb. Goodness, so much clutter. He felt an urge to exclaim in frustration. In this 50-square-meter office, only 4 desks and their corresponding chairs were visible, yet Liu Kai found himself at a loss for space to maneuver. Towering file boxes filled every available surface, both on the desks and the floor. The file cabinets against the walls were equally stuffed to capacity, and even the nooks and crannies were crammed with rolled-up blueprints. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over Liu Kai. How on earth would he sift through all this? Just as he was resigned to his fate and prepared to begin his search, a sudden realization struck him, and he scolded himself for his momentary lapse in judgment. Did he not possess a spatial manipulation ability? While he might not discern the written content through mere scanning, he could certainly utilize his storage space. With this thought igniting a spark of inspiration, the office was suddenly engulfed in a whirlwind. Within mere seconds, every file box and cabinet was swept into the storage space as if consumed by a leviathan. Following this, the vast array of documents and blueprints, under Liu Kai's command, emerged from their confines, sprawling out within the storage space, revealing the information inscribed upon them. Although technology has advanced, the most rudimentary blueprints still hold a certain reliability. Liu Kai proceeded to scan each document, even uncovering blueprints dating back 50 years. Files, case dossiers, meeting minutes, and blueprints flashed before his eyes as he swiftly perused the extensive materials. He maintained a singular focus, discarding anything unrelated to the platinum mine in Guangming Town. As the contents of the storage space dwindled, his rapid reading suddenly came to a halt. His gaze landed upon a thick blue file box measuring 20 centimeters. Inside lay 3 reports, for large maps folded to A4 size, and a book. The first report bore the title Exploration Report on the Platinum Ore Reserves in Guangming Town, Xiling District, Fohai City. Liu Kai's eyes lit up with anticipation as he eagerly opened the report. Although the contents were filled with technical jargon, gamma values, and abundance ratios that eluded his understanding, he could grasp the final conclusion. An estimated original ore quantity of 80 million tons, with an average grade of 45 grams per ton, including 9 grams per ton of iridium and 19 grams per ton of platinum. Liu Kai's breath quickened. The mineral content he had previously heard about was merely hearsay from friends. Now he was confronted with irrefutable evidence. Next came the Geological Exploration Report and the Original Ore Inspection Report, which held little relevance. Finally, he examined the 4 large maps in the accompanying book, 1 drone aeromagnetic survey map, and 3 detailed maps in varying scales. The underground mineral veins are marked in various colors, indicating their trajectory, depth, and bifurcations. Meanwhile, the booklet, reminiscent of a textbook, meticulously records the precise coordinates of each turning point on the maps, totaling over 30,000 coordinate points. By simply inputting these precise coordinates into the mining machine's control computer, the machine can autonomously advance, continuously extracting the raw ore. The good news is that Liu Kai need not manually input each coordinate one by one. The exoskeleton smart glasses can scan and subsequently import the data into the computer, converting it into an electronic diagram using CAD software. Nevertheless, he still intends to take the original document as a backup. At long last, it is within his grasp. Liu Kai beams with satisfaction, lost in a blissful reverie. Suddenly a clang. A crisp sound of metal hitting the ground reverberates from outside the door, its buzzing resonance echoing through the stillness of the corridor. Chapter 88. Gunfight in the building. Liu Kai was startled by the sudden sound. It appeared to originate from the 5th floor. Could it be that someone had intruded? Without allowing himself to ponder too long, he quickly drew his pistol and pressed himself against the wall, instantly scanning the surroundings. However, when Liu Kai discerned the scene outside, his expression turned peculiar. It was none other than the young female captain who had previously stalked and obstructed him, positioned in room 503. At her feet lay an iron trophy, the source of the noise that had startled him. Yet, Qin Luofei paid no heed to the trophy and remained oblivious to Liu Kai's discovery, engrossed in searching for something. Room 503 served as the archives of the Ministry of Land and Resources. Liu Kai had been so absorbed in reviewing the documents that he hadn't noticed when she had arrived. The coincidence of her seeking something here was indeed uncanny. Adhering to his principle of discretion, Liu Kai intended to slip away quietly. However, Qin Luofei suddenly exclaimed, seemingly oblivious to his presence, causing Liu Kai to halt in his tracks. "Ah, so you're here. What of the ancient photograph from 70 years ago? I found it effortlessly." Liu Kai's curiosity was piqued. This female captain had been spying on him daily, yet she had not appeared in recent days. He wondered what had occupied her time lately. Deciding to stealthily approach room 503, he moved cautiously down the corridor. The metallic exoskeleton of his boots was equipped with sound-dampening pads to enhance grip and muffle noise, ensuring that Qin Luofei remained unaware of any disturbance. She was spreading a large map, measuring approximately 1 square meter, across the floor of the archive room. With a flashlight illuminating her face, she eagerly examined it while simultaneously scanning the map with a handheld device. Liu Kai quietly positioned himself at the doorway, peering inside. With the aid of his smart glasses, he was able to clearly read the title of the map, Structural Diagram of the Underwater Research Base at Fohai Lake. To his astonishment, there was an underwater research facility beneath Fohai Lake. Liu Kai was momentarily taken aback. This information was evidently classified. Not only he, but likely even the residents of Fohai City, were unaware of such a development. His curiosity had been satiated. And seeing Qin Luofei still engrossed in her study of the map, he lost interest and prepared to leave. Little did he know, fate had other plans. As an unexpected turn of events unfolded, bang, 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 the deafening sound of gunfire erupted from outside the government building. Both Liu Kai and Qin Luofei were startled. She, who had been intently studying the blueprint, suddenly looked up and listened intently for a moment. Her expression turned grave as she swiftly folded the map and tucked it into her coat, drawing a handgun from her waist. She dashed towards the corridor outside the archive room. Liu Kai, however, decided to assess the situation first. Before Qin Luofei had noticed him, he had already discreetly slipped into the adjacent room 502, which was still tightly shut. The ongoing gunfire suggested a mix of handguns and rifles, the sounds alternating in proximity and evidently drawing closer. It seemed that a rifle-wielding individual was pursuing someone armed with a handgun. The scanning visuals confirmed Liu Kai's suspicions. Upon the icy expanse, 6 masked men, muscular and desperate, fled in frantic haste, brandishing handguns. Behind them, a 10-member squad, armed with rifles, relentlessly pursued, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The bullets sliced through the frigid air, and among the fleeing figures, 2 were struck directly in the chest, their warm blood splattering as they collapsed to the ground. The remaining 4, armed with handguns, retaliated incessantly, yet their efforts were futile. The distance was too great, and their pace too swift, rendering their bullets mere whispers in the wind, failing to graze a single hair on their pursuers. Fortunately, the group reached the facade of the government building. The leader discharged 2 rounds, shattering the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows of an office, and urged his companions to rush into the engulfing darkness of the building. Without a moment to catch their breath, he quickly instructed the 2 individuals carrying hydraulic wrenches, "Hurry. Dawei, Akai, you 2 head downstairs to find firearms." "But boss," they hesitated. "Trust me, they won't dare to follow us in. Now go." The urgency in his voice brooked no argument, and the pair dashed downwards. The leader's voice was steady and deep, suggesting a seasoned individual, exuding a sense of inexplicable security. With the remaining brother, they swiftly retreated to a darker corner, arranging makeshift cover and aiming their weapons toward the relatively illuminated exterior. As anticipated, the pursuers slowed their advance, wary of potential ambushes once the target vanished into the shadows. Nevertheless, their pace remained brisk, soon closing in to within 50 meters of the building, weapons raised and vigilant. Meanwhile, Qin Luofei, observing from the 5th floor, registered a peculiar expression upon hearing the leader's voice. Before she could react, a gunshot rang out, fired by the leader within the building. The bullet soared through the biting wind and snow, striking one of the pursuers in the head. Even Liu Kai couldn't help but commend the sharpshooting. 50 meters was nearly the maximum effective range for most handguns, especially with the wind's unpredictable nature. Without the assistance of his exoskeleton smart glasses, he doubted he could achieve such accuracy. Alas, the unfortunate target wore a ballistic helmet, and the bullet did not strike head-on. Instead, It merely ignited a shower of sparks, deflected by the helmet and lost to sight. While Liu Kai marveled at the marksmanship, his expression darkened upon scanning the pursuers, who were well-equipped, wielding the familiar Japanese Howa Type 89 assault rifles. He cursed his bad luck. Why did he always encounter these adversaries, no matter where he went? Should he intervene? Who were these pursuers? At that moment, Qin Luofei, observing from her vantage point, recognized the assailants as Japanese. With a cold demeanor, she withdrew her walkie-talkie and urgently called out, Eagle Eye, requesting support. We are being pursued by Japanese operatives at the Fohai City government building. The response from the other end was swift. Received. The Snow Owl strike drone will arrive in 13 minutes. Please hold your position. 13 minutes. Qin Luofei clearly had more grievances to express, yet ultimately refrained from voicing them. She hastily stowed away her walkie-talkie and, with a slight bow, rushed towards the hiding place of the two individuals. As she ran, she softly called out, Is this Mr. G from the Mutual Aid Society? From the darkness emerged the surprised voice of the leader, Secretary Qin. Is that you? It is I, Qin Luofei. Mr. G. What brings you to the southern district of the city? Let us discuss this in detail later. This exchange was overheard clearly by Liu Kai, who was soon beset by a barrage of questions. What kind of organization is the Mutual Aid Society? In his previous life, he had heard of numerous similar self-help groups. Yet those were all internal to various neighborhoods. He had never encountered any renowned organization, nor had he ever heard of such a remarkably skilled marksman. Moreover, this individual seemed to have a rather significant connection to the authorities. Just as he was lost in thought, the group of Japanese pursuers, who had seemingly ceased fire, suddenly opened fire again. The gunfire was so relentless it resembled a barrage meant for suppression. There was no warning. Their intent was clearly to annihilate entirely. In an instant, the sound of bullets striking the walls of the city government building reverberated through the air. Windows shattered, glass splintered, filing cabinets collapsed, and computers lay in ruin. Smoke filled the air, and paper debris fluttered about. Chapter 89. Trapped in the building, despair. The Japanese firepower was formidable, and the gunfire had scarcely ceased. Liu Kai grew increasingly curious. This group, having withstood a missile strike, still showed no sign of retreat. They brazenly opened fire and pursued their targets within the borders of Huagua. It appeared that the individuals being hunted, namely Mr. G and his associates, possessed some unique significance. At that moment, Mr. G and his companions found themselves suppressed by the relentless barrage, unable to lift their heads as they huddled in a corner, awaiting an opportunity. Just then, the two individuals who had descended the stairs with a hydraulic clamp returned, panting heavily. Upon witnessing the flurry of bullets, they dared not charge in recklessly and instead hid around the stairwell corner, calling out to Mr. G's concealed position. Big brother, are you there? I am. Did you manage to get the items? Their voices bore a hint of dejection. No, big brother, those alloy gun cabinets are too sturdy. The clamp can't cut through. Mr. G's expression darkened, and a wave of despair welled up from within. With just these few individuals armed with handguns against a dozen rifle-wielding foes, even Captain America would falter. Beside him, Qin Luofei, though equally anxious, discerned something amiss upon observing Mr. G's demeanor. You traveled all the way to the southern city for the firearms and ammunition from the police armory? Mr. G readily confirmed. Indeed, we came seeking weapons. However, the firearms at the Fohai City Police Department have long been relocated. Relocated? Mr. G exclaimed, surprise mingling with despair. The hope of retaliating against the Japanese had been utterly extinguished. He then expressed his frustration as an ordinary citizen. How could I possibly be aware of such matters regarding the relocation of firearms? He cast a displeased glance at Qin Luofei. If it weren't for the delay in the promised remuneration, I wouldn't have ventured all the way to the southern city in search of weapons. Nor would I have been pursued so pitifully by these little devils. Oh, well? Qin Luofei's expression turned awkward. The firearms and ammunition you requested are classified as hazardous materials. They must be dispensed gradually. Yes, the first batch has been delivered. But the second batch's deadline has long since passed, has it not? Qin Luofei recognized the impropriety of the situation and hastily changed the subject. Mr. G. We can discuss this later. For now, it is crucial that we endure for another 13 minutes until the drone arrives for rescue. 13 minutes? With the speed of the Snow Owl drone, it shouldn't take that long. I'm unsure. 5 individuals with 5 handguns, holding out for 13 minutes? Secretary Qin, you are a military officer. Please arrange the defense. No, I am merely a secretary. Mr. G is the professional here. It should be left to him. As the two engaged in their debate, an unexpected silence enveloped the outside, the gunfire abruptly ceasing. In its stead, the Japanese assailants hurled several smoke grenades. The grenades twirled through the air before landing in front of the government building. With a resounding pop, They erupted into billowing white smoke, obscuring a vast expanse of visibility. The dense fog continuing to pour into the building. Upon witnessing this scene, Mr. G's expression shifted thus. It appears that the intention of this group of Japanese individuals is not to eliminate Mr. G, but rather to capture him alive. Qin Luofei's expression shifted. She was no naive girl and was acutely aware of the depravity of the Japanese. The thought of being taken alive sent shivers down her spine, conjuring dreadful consequences. They had considered fleeing to the rear of the government building. Yet the expanse of the icy terrain surrounding it would render them sitting ducks once they abandoned the shelter of the structure. The two swiftly conceived the most viable strategy for combat, utilizing the building's architecture for guerrilla tactics while awaiting the arrival of the drone. At this juncture, Mr. G, disregarding pleasantries, hastily summoned his companion and Dawei, who was concealed around the staircase corner, instructing Akai to retreat upstairs. They prepared to adopt a high ground position to defend the staircase. Liu Kai, who had been lurking in the shadows, observed with a sense of intrigue, eager to discern the true nature of Mr. G from the hints interspersed in their conversation. Liu Kai surmised that this individual was a mysterious expert commissioned by the authorities to oversee the northern sector of the city. Moreover, he was part of an organized group. Unlike Liu Kai, who operated as a lone wolf, the compensation for transporting supplies was likely intended to arm his subordinates with the necessary weaponry. Just as Mr. G and his companions ascended to the 5th floor and assumed their defensive postures at the staircase, the walkie-talkie in Qin Luofei's possession crackled to life once more. Eagle calling Tilapia. This is Tilapia. Go ahead, Eagle. The voice on the other end seemed to brim with indignation. The number 1 Snow Owl drone has been shot down. Number 2 has taken off and will arrive in 18 minutes. Please hold the fort. Mr. G had intended to mock Qin Luofei's code name. But upon hearing the disheartening news, his smile froze, his lips twitching in dismay. 18 minutes? By then, we'll be finished. Eagle, can you provide a more reliable estimate? Apologies. Tilapia, this is an unforeseen circumstance. Please ensure Mr. G's safety. After disconnecting the walkie-talkie, Qin Luofei spat vehemently. Am I supposed to use my head for protection? Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps crunching on shattered glass echoed from below. The Japanese were encroaching upon the government building without affording them a moment to lament. The atmosphere turned grave, and the grip on their firearms tightened. The reflections on the icy surface outside cast the shadow of an armed figure at the staircase corner. The Japanese were advancing. Combat was imminent. Yet, just as everyone braced themselves, the footsteps abruptly ceased. Even the shadow at the staircase corner fell still. Mr. G furrowed his brow. His battle instincts warned him that something was amiss. Sensing an imminent danger, he instinctively glanced back toward the window, only to witness what appeared to be a grenade hurtling toward them with alarming speed. With a resounding crash, it shattered the frost-laden glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. Mr. G's pupils constricted, his face contorting in horror as he shouted, "Flashbang! Withdraw!" Alas, it was too late. The shadows at the staircase corner surged forth, a cacophony of hurried footsteps reverberating in the air. The group of Japanese soldiers launched a charge. Bang! Accompanied by a deep, muffled explosion. Mr. G and his companions instinctively shut their eyes, yet they were still overwhelmed by a blinding flash, as if they were gazing directly at an electric welder, causing their eyes to ache painfully, tears streaming uncontrollably down their cheeks. Their ears were no less affected, ringing with a relentless hum, completely isolating them from the cacophony of the outside world. This was truly the end. This thought lingered in the minds of all. They had intended to engage in guerrilla tactics alongside the Japanese, only to find themselves facing a swift and overwhelming assault, bolstered by superior equipment. They were unaware of what awaited them upon awakening. Would it be a cold bullet? Or perhaps being bound and subjected to humiliation and torture by the Japanese? With temporary loss of sight and hearing, Qin Luofei resolutely refused to fall into the hands of the Japanese. Her face was etched with determination and sorrow as she decisively raised her pistol to her temple, a grim smile gracing her lips as she unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Yet, she suddenly felt as if the trigger were welded in place, refusing to budge. In the next moment, an unstoppable force surged forth, instantly wresting the pistol from her grasp. Chapter 90. Swift as cutting vegetables. Official mission. Since Qin Luofei reported the situation, the military had already utilized satellites to pinpoint this area. Launching missiles was no longer feasible and could easily lead to friendly fire. The only option was to dispatch the nearest drone, equipped with small grenades and sniper rifles. It was meant for rescue operations. However, the drone was suddenly struck down by a mysterious laser, just as despair gripped the command personnel within the base. A familiar heat source signal unexpectedly appeared on the satellite monitoring screen. As people's senses gradually returned, they caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting past like lightning. Soon after, A series of peculiar sounds reached their ears, hissing, cracking, and gasping. Mr. G was still uncertain about what had transpired, but Qin Luofei, with her agile mind, recognized the familiar aura when her pistol was snatched away. Struggling to open her eyes and focus, she managed to discern her surroundings. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as her expression shifted from despair to a quiet joy of surviving a calamity. Upon seeing the flashbang, Liu Kai realized that if he did not act swiftly, this group would face utter annihilation. He promptly adjusted the exoskeleton's heat source signal and, seizing the moment when everyone's vision was compromised, teleported out. He swiftly reclaimed Qin Luofei's pistol and then brandished a large machete, charging forth with reckless abandon. With each stroke, he cleaved through the Japanese assailants with ease, severing their cervical vertebrae as if they were mere vegetables. The building erupted in cries of anguish, and headless corpses tumbled down the staircase. In the blink of an eye, he had dispatched 9 out of 10 foes. Only one remained, the individual who had previously tossed the flashbang from outside the building. Liu Kai, indifferent to exposing his heat source signal, charged into the lingering smoke. Swiftly reaching the building's exterior, with a decisive swing, he severed the last assailant's hands and feet, transforming him into a grotesque abomination, like a child carrying a chick. He effortlessly grasped the creature by its collar and brought it back inside. As the effects of the flashbang began to dissipate, the onlookers, their eyes bloodshot and tear-streaked, exchanged glances at the dismembered bodies scattered on the staircase. Suddenly, footsteps echoed again from the stairwell. Mr. G's expression shifted, and without a moment to ponder, he raised his pistol to aim once more. However, Qin Luofei pressed his hand down and confidently reassured him, "Hold on, it's our own." Liu Kai stood before them, his attire and cloak splattered with blood, forming dark crimson splotches. In his left hand, he held what resembled a human form, while his right wielded the gleaming machete, exuding an aura of malevolence akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The 3 subordinates beside Mr. G instinctively took 2 steps back, their legs trembling in fear. Upon reaching the upper floor, Liu Kai casually discarded the unconscious abomination from his grasp. He surveyed the group and slowly remarked, "I am merely a merchant, not one of your own." At these words, a glimmer of insight flashed in Mr. G's eyes as he deduced Liu Kai's true identity. Qin Luofei promptly greeted, "Mr. Wandering Merchant, it's a pleasure to see you again. I appreciate your timely rescue." Upon noticing her dust-covered visage, streaked with tears and reddened eyes, Liu Kai couldn't help but chuckle. "You're welcome, Luofei." The embarrassing moniker caused Qin Luofei to flush with embarrassment. It dawned on her that Liu Kai must have been lurking in the shadows, otherwise, how would he know her code name? Reflecting on this, she realized she had never properly introduced herself to Liu Kai. Immediately, she stood at attention and saluted, declaring, "Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Qin Luofei, but you may call me Secretary Qin." Liu Kai casually nodded, showing little interest in inquiring about her military unit. Could you perhaps reveal your true name? It would be rather inconvenient to address you as Mr. Wandering Merchant all the time." Liu Kai then presented the false identity linked to his WeChat account. "I am Chiu Haiba." Qin Luofei rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Very well, Mr. Chiu. I thank you for your assistance, but could you return my handguns to me?" Realizing he might forget, she added, "2 of them." "What do you mean, your handguns? Those are clearly mine." "No, you seem to be a bit." At that moment, a masked burly man, who had been watching the exchange, sensed Qin Luofei's rising ire and hurriedly interjected, "Mr. Wandering Merchant Chiu, it's an honor. I never anticipated our meeting would unfold in this manner." Qin Luofei momentarily set aside her demand for her firearms and gestured towards the burly man, introducing him to Liu Kai. "This is Mr. G, the founder of the Survivor Mutual Assistance Association in Fohai City, responsible for the logistics in the Northern District. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. G. Your marksmanship is commendable. Were you perhaps a retired Special Forces operative?" "Haha, please don't flatter me, Mr. Chiu. In my youth, I spent a few years with a French Foreign Legion mercenary group. However, your feats surpass mine. You managed to dispatch those ruffians single-handedly without a weapon. You're too kind." "I merely succeeded by chance," Liu Kai casually inquired, but to his surprise, Mr. G openly shared his past without any hesitation, yet he kept his mask firmly in place. It seemed his previous service to foreign entities had rendered him reluctant to disclose his identity. Such candidness inadvertently radiated a trustworthy charisma. Witnessing their excessive mutual flattery made Qin Luofei's skin crawl. She had initially intended to reclaim her 2 meager handguns, but, recalling Liu Kai's timely intervention and the blueprints she had just discovered, her irritation dissipated. Her gaze suddenly fell upon the unconscious enemy on the ground, and she curiously asked, "Why were these foes pursuing Mr. G?" "I have no idea. I came here with my team to acquire weapons, only to be ambushed by them inexplicably along the way. They are nothing but rabid dogs attacking anyone in sight." Mr. G lamented, his tone laden with grievance. However, Liu Kai instinctively felt something was amiss. Having previously endured a missile strike, he recognized that such audacity in their pursuit was utterly unfounded. A fleeting expression of contemplation crossed Qin Luofei's face. Turning his head curiously, he looked at Liu Kai and asked, "Mr. Chiu, what brings you to this government building? Are you, like Mr. G, in search of firearms?" Liu Kai did not provide a direct answer, instead employing the art of rhetorical questioning. "And what, may I ask, is Secretary Qin doing here?" To Liu Kai's surprise, Qin Luofei did not conceal her intentions. She directly retrieved a blueprint from her bosom and handed it to Liu Kai, saying, "I have come to seek this blueprint. Additionally, I would like to entrust you with a task, with remuneration to be discussed." Liu Kai refrained from accepting the blueprint, a playful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Speaking of remuneration, I assisted you just moments ago. Do you not intend to offer any compensation? Truly, you are the epitome of a businessman. Always with money on your lips." Chapter 91. Hardship Compensation, a re-examination of daily life as Liu Kai opened his mouth to seek benefits. Qin Luofei could not help but voice her complaints. Mr. G, however, was quite perceptive. "Indeed, Mr. Chiu is correct. Compensation must be provided." Upon hearing that Mr. Chiu had a penchant for collecting gold, Mr. G seized the opportunity, stating that their mutual aid association possessed a considerable amount. "If it's convenient, let us exchange WeChat. I shall send someone to deliver it to Mr. Chiu later." Liu Kai's eyes brightened. This adept from the northern part of the city certainly understood the rules. His approval of him increased yet again. Unfortunately, the area they were in was currently without power, and his phone had no signal. Liu Kai casually picked up a scrap of paper and a pencil, inscribing the WeChat ID of the roaming merchant. Handing the note to Mr. G, he smiled. "I shall not be modest then. Of course, I have long wished to befriend Mr. Chiu but lacked the opportunity. I hope Mr. Chiu will look after me in the future. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Our mutual aid association has many members who can lend a helping hand." After a brief pause, Mr. G glanced towards the corpse of the Japanese man at the stairway corner. He then turned back to Liu Kai, saying, "Mr. Chiu, you were the one who dispatched these foes. Logically, their equipment should rightfully belong to you. However, Mr. G wishes to purchase this equipment?" Liu Kai inquired. "Indeed, I would appreciate it if Mr. Chiu could provide a price." After a moment of contemplation, Liu Kai replied, "I shall offer you a friendly price, the equivalent weight of gold for this equipment. As for the hardship compensation for my efforts, I leave it to your conscience to determine." Qin Luofei could not restrain herself from retorting. "A friendly price, you say? How shamelessly exorbitant." Yet, despite her jest, she did not impede the transaction. In today's world, even common folk wielding firearms were overlooked by the authorities. Mr. G did not perceive the price as unreasonable. In addition to firearms and ammunition, there were grenades and protective gear. Exchanging them for an equivalent weight in gold was indeed a fair deal. He chuckled heartily. "No problem at all. These items weigh approximately 200 kilograms, with your hardship compensation set at 100 kilograms of gold. How does that sound? 300 kilograms of gold." "If you say so," Liu Kai replied, somewhat surprised by this man's wealth. The two engaged in lively conversation, leaving Qin Luofei feeling neglected, and she huffed in annoyance. She activated her intercom to vent her frustration, calling Snow Sculpture, "Instruct that sluggish drone to return. No need for it to come." Received Luofei. Mr. G chuckled at the amusing codename and exchanged a knowing glance with Liu Kai. He then turned to Qin Luofei, "Secretary Qin, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. You may continue your discussion." Go on, she replied. "Once Mr. Chiu departs, let us arrange a location for tomorrow. I will send someone to deliver the gold to you." "Very well, Mr. G, travel safely," he replied. Mr. G and his companions thoroughly scavenged the firearms and equipment from the corpses of the Japanese men. Upon stepping outside, they hoisted the bodies of the two men slain earlier by the enemies and began their solemn march into the distance. Watching their retreating figures, Liu Kai recalled another blueprint of an underground fortress from Qin Jian's notebook. Following this encounter, his premonitions grew ever more intense. That bunker must undoubtedly be the lair of Mr. G. At present, it appears that Mr. G's demeanor is fairly normal, and there seems to be no reason for him to unjustly target others. Retracting his gaze, Liu Kai turned to Qin Luofei and smiled. "So, shall we discuss the mission first or interrogate the enemy? This wretched being cannot last much longer." Qin Luofei was preoccupied with assigning tasks to Liu Kai. It was only after this reminder that she recalled the grotesque figure lying on the ground. Its limbs had been severed, and the frigid air had sealed the wounds, preventing blood loss. However, as Liu Kai had stated, the chill had permeated its body, and its demise was imminent. She harbored a strong suspicion that this ambush against Mr. G was premeditated. Liu Kai, too, sought answers. He promptly crouched down and delivered a standard greeting, 2 resounding slaps to the unconscious figure's face. Yet, this time, the slapping proved ineffective. As he struck, he conducted a scan and discovered a capsule concealed within the individual's teeth. Most likely, it was a cyanide capsule intended for suicide in the event of mission failure. Without hesitation, he pried open the figure's mouth and forcibly extracted the tooth harboring the capsule. Blood gushed forth, causing Qin Luofei to wince in discomfort. Nevertheless, the grotesque figure remained unresponsive, appearing as if it were on the brink of death. Liu Kai, feeling helpless, reluctantly retrieved a syringe of adrenaline from his storage compartment. Damn it, such a waste to use it on this wretched creature. He violently tore open the figure's clothing and injected the entire contents of the syringe into its chest. The life-restoring properties of the needle were astonishing. Moments later, the grotesque figure suddenly opened its eyes wide and gasped for air. Upon realizing its surroundings, it immediately began to struggle, emitting a cacophony of incomprehensible sounds. However, with its limbs severed, it could only squirm helplessly and frantically like a maggot. Come on, Secretary Qin, it's your turn to interrogate. Me? I don't speak Japanese. Liu Kai's exoskeleton had translation and pronunciation functions, but the electronic voice was too conspicuous. He did not wish to expose the existence of his exoskeleton. Just as the two exchanged glances, the grotesque figure suddenly spoke in broken Chinese. Who on earth are you people? What have you done to me? Ah. So you filthy creature understand Chinese. Liu Kai grinned maliciously as he approached the figure lying on the ground. Hee. That makes things easier. You. What do you want to do? Come over. Ah. The chilling screams echoed throughout the vast building, persisting for several minutes before subsiding. The grotesque figure had been tormented into a state of utter disarray, its body marred with wounds, lifeless and cold. Inside the building, Liu Kai and Qin Luofei remained silent. The attack on Mr. G was indeed premeditated. The objective was straightforward, to prevent the survivors of Huan Nation from receiving assistance. The intent to capture him alive was merely to extract information regarding the Mutual Aid Society's base and personnel distribution, aiming to eradicate them all at once. This group of wretches not only targeted Mr. G, but also had their sights set on the city of Fohai. The rescue forces in various cities lay within the reach of their assassinations, including Liu Kai and even Wang Ning from Qingshan community. There are no fewer than 100 individuals lurking within the confines of Fohai City, all of whom have devised meticulous plans. For instance, they are aware of Liu Kai's formidable skills, prompting them to forego firearms in favor of employing portable anti-tank missiles. It is merely Liu Kai's unpredictable movements that have temporarily thwarted their attempts to strike. Endowed with extraordinary abilities, Liu Kai remains unperturbed even in the face of anti-tank missiles. Such matters, of course, do not require his direct intervention. He is resolute in delegating responsibility. Secretary Qin, this issue must be resolved promptly, or I cannot continue with deliveries. Understood, Qin Luofei replied, her voice somewhat hoarse from frustration. I will report this as soon as possible. This is utterly intolerable, and the nation will undoubtedly take action. Chapter 92, The Mysterious Weapon. The hope of Earth's thaw. The actions of the Japanese nation are indeed shameless. Ostensibly, they present a facade of amiability, collaborating with various countries in scientific endeavors to jointly address the global issue of ice encasement. Yet, behind the scenes, they are perpetually engaged in underhanded tactics. It is one thing to steal intelligence, it is another to brazenly resort to gunfire and murder. Such behavior is intolerable. In truth, the matter is not overly complex. We are already aware of several hideouts where the Japanese have taken refuge. Launching a few missiles would be a straightforward endeavor. Qin Luofei took a moment to compose herself. Shifting her gaze to Liu Kai, she once again extended the blueprint in her hand. Shall we discuss the mission? This time, Liu Kai did not decline. He accepted the blueprint and spread it upon the ground, feigning surprise upon seeing the title. Oh, there is a research base beneath Fohai Lake? His feigned bewilderment did not raise any suspicions in Qin Luofei. However, her voice was laden with palpable concern. Indeed, but regrettably, this base, constructed 70 years ago, has long since fallen into disrepair. You traveled such a distance to obtain the blueprint. Do you not possess a backup? Qin Luofei shook her head in resignation. The confidentiality level of the research base is exceedingly high. Backups exist solely within the internal computers of the base. Even we only learned of its existence after receiving orders from higher authorities. She then displayed a look of relief. Fortunately, the government personnel of 70 years ago were generally not very capable, and communication was quite inconvenient. The order to destroy the blueprints likely was not executed thoroughly. I am merely taking a chance. Your luck seems remarkably fortuitous. Yet, you show me such sensitive documents. What exactly is the mission? The mission is quite simple, to salvage an object. Liu Kai was genuinely taken aback. Isn't this something the military could handle? Why entrust it to an outsider like me? We have attempted numerous times, but we are indeed unable to accomplish it. Qin Luofei gestured towards the blueprint as she explained. You see, the deepest part of Fenghai Lake is 55 meters, with a 30-meter layer of concrete above it. Only beneath that lies the base at the bottom of the lake. Unfortunately, the compromised concrete has allowed lake water to flood in, resulting in a loss of pressure and damage to the base, along with the personnel inside. Her finger moved to the right side of the blueprint, pointing to a circular pipe with a diameter of 1.5 meters. This was originally the inlet for circulating water and is now the sole entryway to the underground base. The internal piping is a convoluted network, and the complex architectural structure necessitates referencing the blueprint to navigate. Gazing at the labyrinthine water system depicted on the blueprint, Liu Kai nodded in agreement, curiosity piqued. Now that the blueprint is in hand, why is it imperative that I be the one to undertake this? Because of the limits of human capability. Even with the blueprint and the route, the distance remains excessive. Additionally, transporting heavy objects demands tremendous physical exertion and oxygen. Thus, even if several divers each carry 3 oxygen tanks, it would not suffice for a round trip. The most critical issue is that the object to be salvaged weighs 13.5 tons. This is beyond human capability. Upon hearing this absurd explanation, Liu Kai felt completely at a loss. Instantly, he retorted with a hint of irritation. I am not a deity. I too require oxygen to breathe. Do you truly believe I possess the strength to lift a staggering 13.5 tons? After all, you single-handedly salvaged 2 tons of gold from a depth of 47 meters in merely 2 minutes. Liu Kai gazed at Qin Luofei's enigmatic smile, momentarily at a loss for words. This predicament was indeed difficult to elucidate. He had initially assumed the authorities would refrain from probing further. To his surprise, they did not pry, but rather used this as a basis to assign him a task. Simultaneously, Liu Kai recalled another matter, the X-01 exoskeleton he possessed. The authorities surely had additional stock. However, possessing the exoskeleton alone was insufficient. Without a spatial storage unit, he would struggle to retrieve even the 2 tons of gold. The current situation mirrored this. It seemed the authorities were genuinely at their wits' end. The machinery and submarines could not access the site, and they were reluctant to resort to explosives. A sense of guilt washed over Liu Kai, fearing the discovery of his acquisition of 2 X-01 exoskeletons. He instinctively defended himself. I managed to salvage 2 tons of gold using the winch from a snowmobile. Qin Luofei maintained her mysterious smile. Continue your fabrication. Your snowmobile, combined with the icebreaker, weighs no more than 2.5 tons. Considering the coefficient of friction between the ice and tires, do you truly believe it could lift 2 tons of gold? Newton's laws would not allow for such a feat. Observing Liu Kai's hesitation to speak further, Qin Luofei gestured for him to relax. We do not wish to delve into your secrets. We simply believe you possess a solution. This was the second time Liu Kai felt ensnared. The first being when he signed the agreement. He did not wish to attract undue attention and found it difficult to refuse the authorities' requests. Reluctantly, he replied, Fine. I will consider it. Noticing Liu Kai's demeanor, which clearly indicated a polite refusal, Qin Luofei's expression shifted dramatically before she seemed to reach a resolute decision. Mr. Chiu, I can divulge a piece of confidential information. What needs to be salvaged is a new type of ray weapon, which is now pivotal to the future of humanity. Weapons? Liu Kai was taken aback, quickly grasping the implications. The damage to the concrete at the facility's top was likely due to an accident during weapon testing. However, how could a weapon pertain to the future of humanity? Wasn't the priority to rescue survivors? No. Qin Luofei firmly denied, uttering a shocking statement. The pressing matter is not the rescue of survivors, but rather, the thawing of the earth. Liu Kai's eyes lit up at her words. Could it be? Indeed, it is as you surmised, Mr. Chiu. Thus, that weapon is of utmost importance. Qin Luofei had already crossed the line of confidentiality with her revelations. In that moment, she was also taking a gamble, betting that Liu Kai would lend his assistance in the face of existential peril for their race. She had wagered wisely. For upon hearing this, Liu Kai had already resolved to help. Despite the apocalyptic circumstances, he found himself living quite comfortably, even more so than during the era of normalcy. Yet, one could not allow the world to remain frozen in time indefinitely. In the past, he yearned for the apocalypse, perhaps due to his status as a mere laborer. Now, endowed with spatial abilities, should the world awaken once more, he would find himself quite affluent. Who would not wish to experience the life of the privileged? The thought of purchasing a yacht and embarking on a voyage with a bevy of beautiful models is tantalizing. Well, you have convinced me. However, Mr. Chiu, feel free to voice any requests. We can discuss them collaboratively. Observing the other party's seemingly reckless demeanor, a multitude of thoughts surged through Liu Kai's mind. If he were to identify his most coveted desire at this moment, it would undoubtedly be precious metals. Ever since he learned of the plan to thaw the earth, he realized that such aspirations were now futile. Nations around the globe have not relinquished hope and are actively preparing for the future. Consequently, the precious metals within the vaults will undoubtedly be securely preserved, awaiting the end of the cataclysm to serve as a stabilizing currency, thereby facilitating a swift restoration of the economic system. Liu Kai speculated that those powerful nations had already commenced their endeavors, fervently scavenging for gold, much like himself. The United States seeks to further entrench the dominance of the dollar, while other major powers aspire to liberate themselves from its constraints, and perhaps even advance beyond that. Chapter 93, The Lioness Demands. An extraordinary day. The 2 tons of gold previously bestowed by Yu Dalong upon Liu Kai were but trifles, and notably difficult to retrieve, which the authorities would not lament. However, should he seize this opportunity to make exorbitant demands, the state might reluctantly part with a significant amount of gold as recompense. Yet, one must ponder the eventuality of a world reset. Even if Liu Kai were credited for the salvage operation, he would likely face reckoning from the authorities for taking advantage of the chaos. Realizing this, he reluctantly relinquished the chance to exploit the situation. I have 2 conditions. If you acquiesce, I shall take action. Upon hearing this, Qin Luofei could not suppress her anxiety. Her hands clenched beneath her gloves until they turned pale. Speak, she urged. First, I require 800 tons of diesel. Liu Kai's request was nothing short of a bombshell, leaving Qin Luofei in disbelief. 800 tons? What on earth do you need so much diesel for? 800 tons of diesel equates to a volume of 953 cubic meters, necessitating a cubicle tank with 10-meter sides for storage. Prior to the cold wave, such a quantity of diesel was less valuable than 20 kilograms of gold. The crux of the matter was not the price. In this era, even heavy-duty trucks had transitioned to electric power, rendering diesel nearly obsolete for civilian use. There were only 2 sectors that would require it in abundance: military machinery and construction. Moreover, with the advent of the cold wave, oil wells had become frozen. Diesel, consumed sparingly, had transformed into an exceedingly precious strategic resource. Even if the authorities held reserves, considerable time would be needed to thaw it for operational use. Liu Kai's demand for diesel was, of course, to power mining machines, and the figure of 800 tons was the result of careful calculation. He had also considered the scarcity of civilian gas stations in this era. Relying solely on gradual accumulation would take an eternity. Without addressing Qin Luofei's question, Liu Kai proceeded to articulate his second condition. Second, I demand the cessation of satellite surveillance on me. If the first request merely entailed gnawing off a piece of meat from the authorities, the second was a perilous signal. The cessation of surveillance implied a withdrawal from control. What was his intention? A coup? Qin Luofei was rendered speechless by his audacity, while Liu Kai seemed far from finished, adding, of course, I have no means to ascertain whether the satellites have indeed halted their watch. You must actively convince me. Convince you? Why not ascend to the heavens? Qin Luofei internally scoffed at Liu Kai's demands. Nonetheless, as merely a captain, she lacked the authority to make such decisions. After a prolonged silence, she finally regarded Liu Kai with a complex expression. I apologize, Mr. Chiu, but I cannot provide you with an immediate response. This matter requires higher approval. I understand. Liu Kai waved dismissively. Contact me once you have reached a consensus. May I have a method to reach you? Liu Kai once again inscribed his WeChat number on a piece of paper and handed it to Qin Luofei, stating, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Upon receiving the note and lifting her gaze, she noticed Liu Kai had already descended to the 4th floor. Qin Luofei gazed at the severed body strewn across the ground, and then at the dark, foreboding corridor of the building, a shiver coursing through her. Hastily tucking away the blueprints, she called out, Why are you running so fast? Wait for me. Yet, as she dashed across the icy surface, Liu Kai's figure had vanished entirely. Frustration washed over her as she stamped her foot, exclaiming, My handgun. Meanwhile, Liu Kai had already utilized the abandoned vehicles beneath the ice as a means of escape, swiftly returning to the warm and comfortable subterranean fortress. He retrieved 5 mining machines and a large canister of frozen diesel from the storage area, placing them all in the first level of the shooting training area to thaw. Fortunately, the bunker had a ceiling height just over 3 meters, perfectly accommodating these items. However, the temperature of these objects was frigid. Upon leaving the storage space, they exuded a chilling aura, moisture continuously condensing upon them. Even the 2 heaters, tirelessly working to warm the air, struggled against the slowly decreasing temperature. Nevertheless, Liu Kai remained unperturbed, confident that leaving them overnight would suffice for them to thaw. After a long day of toil, he yearned for a moment of respite. He indulged in a soothing hot shower, then sank into the plush embrace of the cinema chair in his home theater. Before him lay an array of fruits, snacks, and beverages. With one hand petting his dog and the other stroking his cat, he leisurely began to watch a film. Thoughts drifted through Liu Kai's mind as he reflected on the day's events, which felt almost surreal. He had witnessed the rare glimmers of humanity amidst the apocalypse in the Qinshan community, procured the coveted mining machines from the warehouse in the western suburbs, and subsequently located the mining blueprint of Bright Town with unforeseen ease. Confronted by three factions, the officials, the Mutual Aid Society, and the enemy forces, he ultimately intervened to mediate. This led to an alliance with the Mutual Aid Society, yielding a substantial benefit of 300 kilograms of gold. There was even the potential for him to undertake another official mission, one that bore significance for the fate of all humanity. Liu Kai couldn't help but marvel at how much more exhilarating this was than merely gaming at home. A flicker of curiosity surfaced within him. He surmised that the officials would likely acquiesce to the two requests, especially considering Qin Luofei's assertion regarding the critical importance of the mysterious ray weapon at the underwater research base. However, how would the officials demonstrate that they had lifted their surveillance over him? 2 hours later, as the film concluded, the clock struck 6 in the evening, prompting Liu Kai to rise and prepare dinner. With the external power connected and his phone re-establishing its network connection, he was suddenly alerted by 2 notification chimes. Upon checking, he found 2 friend requests on WeChat. The first was from a man whose profile picture depicted the Eiffel Tower, with the nickname The Man at the Summit of the Tower and a note identifying him as Old G from the Mutual Aid Society. The second was from a woman, her avatar portraying a smoking Patrick Star, with the nickname Qin Wang rounding the pillar and a note stating Qin Luofei. Ah, these 2 are rather prompt, Liu Kai mused. And with a swift motion, he accepted both friend requests, as messages from them appeared almost simultaneously. Brother Chiu, the 300 kilograms of gold are ready. Please arrange a time and place, and I will send someone to deliver it tomorrow. Mr. Chiu, the higher-ups are currently deliberating on the 2 conditions you proposed, and I will inform you at the first opportunity once there is news. For now, I have not engaged with Qin Luofei. Liu Kai pondered for a moment before responding to Mr. G. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., let us meet at the Qinshan community on the south side of Bihai Avenue. The reply came swiftly. No problem. Speaking of the Qinshan community, Liu Kai intends to transact with Dr. Huangfu there tomorrow. Given that Dr. Huangfu has provided accurate information, he must also ensure that the medical equipment is in impeccable condition. He promptly re-examined the portable X-ray machine and the electrocardiogram machine within his storage space, confirming they were intact and operational. Only then did he feel at ease and begin to prepare a sumptuous dinner for the evening. Chapter 94. Farewell to Su Qifeng. Recruitment for the Mutual Aid Society. As the sun rose and set, the mining machines and diesel fuel on the first floor had long since thawed. Liu Kai stored them in his storage space and departed early. The supplies distributed to Qinshan community the previous day were sufficient for 2 months' sustenance. Thus, he set out lightly, without a trailer or additional provisions. At precisely 9 in the morning, Liu Kai arrived at the west gate of Qinshan community, only to be astonished by the gathering of numerous individuals. Among them was an all-terrain vehicle equipped with snow tires, its doors adorned with a hand-painted red and white shield logo, featuring the black letters HZ at its center. 4 individuals clad in professional cold-weather gear stood before the vehicle, their faces obscured by masks. Each had a holster strapped to their leg containing a handgun. At that moment, Wang Ning, accompanied by Dr. Huangfu and others, was also downstairs, engaged in amiable conversation with the group in cold-weather attire. Upon noticing the arrival of the snow vehicle, the crowd paused their discussions, instinctively parting to make way. Filled with curiosity, Liu Kai stepped out of the vehicle. Before he could utter a word, the man who had been speaking with Wang Ning earlier approached him, his eyes gleaming with delight. Mr. Chiu, it's a pleasure to see you again. The man's tone was laced with surprise, while a slightly shorter woman behind him appeared equally exhilarated. Liu Kai, somewhat perplexed, tilted his head and pondered for a while, struggling to recall where he had encountered these 2. You are. The man quickly lowered his mask, revealing a youthful face brimming with a cheerful expression. Memory flooded back into Liu Kai's mind, and he suddenly understood. Oh, you are Su Qifeng, if I am not mistaken. No wonder you seemed familiar. This individual was the man Liu Kai had rescued after trailing the Japanese soldiers to the port of Fohai City. Indeed, it's remarkable that Mr. Chiu remembers me. Su Qifeng's excitement intensified as he beckoned the woman beside him. This is my wife, he xiao. Last time you left in a hurry, and I didn't have the chance to express my gratitude properly. Today we must extend our heartfelt thanks to you, our great benefactor. Seeing the couple appearing as though they might kneel in gratitude, Liu Kai quickly intervened. Encountering those he had previously assisted brought him an unexpected joy, even though he was typically self-serving. Oh, why are you 2 being so courteous? There is truly no need for that. Living well is the greatest blessing of all. Unable to resist Liu Kai's insistence, the man reluctantly straightened up. Benefactor, Last night, I heard Mr. G mention the events at the government building. So my wife and I took the initiative to bring you some gold, Su Qifeng said, promptly calling over two other men who had been idly standing by. They opened the trunk of the all-terrain vehicle and worked together to move a large box. Unfortunately, the box was exceedingly heavy, and as they barely managed to extract it from the trunk, it thudded onto the icy ground. The box opened to reveal a dazzling reflection of gold. Unmistakably the 300 kilograms promised to Liu Kai by Mr. G the day before. Su Qifeng and his companions did not even glance at the gold. They simply awaited Liu Kai's decision with utmost respect. Liu Kai's eyes sparkled at the sight of gold. It was indeed his rightful possession, and there was no need for him to feign any false modesty. With ease, he lifted the heavy chest of gold as if it were merely a box of bottled water and placed it onto the snowmobile, his effortless grace causing the onlookers to blink in astonishment. Su Qifeng and his companions exchanged awkward glances, questioning whether they themselves had perhaps been too timid. Once the gold was secured, Liu Kai turned to Su Qifeng, smiling as he asked, "So, have you all joined the Mutual Aid Society to follow Mr. G?" "Yes," Su Qifeng replied. "We must express our gratitude for the snowmobile you provided. Otherwise, Xiao Xiao and I might not have even been able to leave the port. Please, just call me Mr. Chiu. The term benefactor feels rather uncomfortable," Liu Kai remarked. "Understood, Mr. Chiu," Su Qifeng responded, stealing a shy glance at the onlookers, particularly at Wang Ning. Mr. Chiu, there's something I would like to discuss with you." Having observed every movement of Su Qifeng and his companions, Liu Kai, even if not particularly astute, had gathered some insights. He waved his hand dismissively. "You wish to recruit individuals from the Qingshan community into the Mutual Aid Society, correct?" "Indeed. After all, the Qingshan community is under your jurisdiction as designated by the authorities, so you needn't worry. The authorities have only tasked me with delivering supplies to the Southern District, not with managing it. You are free to proceed as you wish." Liu Kai's words were sincere and devoid of any pretense. He had always acted alone and held no interest in establishing any power. His involvement in the Southern District was solely motivated by the allure of the 2 tons of gold. At that moment, he mentally lamented, wishing the Mutual Aid Society would swiftly recruit the entirety of Fenghai City, thereby relieving him of the burdensome task of supply delivery. Seeing Liu Kai's response, Su Qingfeng's earlier hesitation vanished, replaced by a look of delight. He quickly assured, "Thank you, Mr. Chiu. Rest assured, we will take good care of the survivors. And there will be numerous benefits as well." Liu Kai's curiosity was piqued. "Oh, what benefits?" "By joining the Mutual Aid Society, we provide winter clothing, survival skills training, information sharing, and the organized collection of supplies by able-bodied youth, which will then be distributed collectively. If any members encounter emergencies, the headquarters will offer full assistance and support." Su Qifeng elaborated enthusiastically. It was then that Liu Kai realized Mr. G, the founder of the Mutual Aid Society, was quite affluent and an avid adventurer with extensive survival experience. Following the onset of the cold wave, he had gathered fellow adventurers to establish the society. These individuals were similarly wealthy and well-equipped, having salvaged a significant amount of food and winter supplies during the early days of the cold wave. Furthermore, with proper management and positive growth, the society had expanded to a substantial scale. When Su Qifeng mentioned that Mr. G's hometown was in Qingyun Township, for kilometers north of the city, Liu Kai raised an eyebrow in surprise. Qingyun Township. The 2-story underground fortress from Chen Jian's notebook was located there. His suspicions were further confirmed. Su Qifeng soon completed his introduction, a flicker of hope crossing his face. "Mr. Chiu, given your remarkable abilities, why not consider joining the Mutual Aid Society? Together, we could extend our support to a greater number of individuals." Liu Kai was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that such a casual inquiry would lead to complications. Lacking the self-sacrificing spirit, he nonetheless recognized that Su Qifeng and Wang Ning were both individuals of ideals. Not wishing to dampen his enthusiasm, he diplomatically replied, "There are numerous matters awaiting my attention, and I may not have the opportunity to join you in the near future." The recruitment attempt fell short, and Su Qingfeng's expression betrayed a hint of disappointment. "I see. However, Mr. G has mentioned that the doors of the Mutual Aid Society are always open to you." After saying this, Su Qifeng turned to Wang Ning. "Sister Wang, as we agreed earlier, the winter clothing and survival training coach will soon arrive to assist you." Wang Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Thank you so much, Xiaosu." "Very well, we shall take our leave now. Mr. Chiu, we are heading back. Farewell." Liu Kai nodded. "Go ahead." Chapter 95. Reminders and changing conditions. After bidding farewell to Su Qifeng and his companions, Wang Ning and her group cast complex glances at Liu Kai. They whispered among themselves, discussing how the Mutual Aid Society had recruited numerous retired veterans and had also assisted many homeless children, treating ailments such as snow blindness, among other commendable deeds. In their eyes, had they possessed Liu Kai's capabilities, they would undoubtedly have joined the Mutual Aid Society without hesitation. His solitary self-sufficiency stood in stark contrast to the selflessness exhibited by Mr. G of the Mutual Aid Society, who sought to benefit the world. Each individual has their own aspirations. Liu Kai's unwillingness to join made it inappropriate for them to engage in moral coercion. Wang Ning shot a warning glare at the murmuring crowd, wary of inciting Liu Kai's ire. With hopeful anticipation, she approached him, saying, "Mr. Merchant, I only just learned that your surname is Chiao. Are you here today too?" Liu Kai nodded and turned to the meticulously bundled Dr. Huangfu behind Wang Ning. "Dr. Huangfu, the location you provided was precise. I am here to fulfill our agreement." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions brightened with delight, and they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. They had genuinely feared that Liu Kai might change his mind, which would have left them with no recourse. It now appeared that this merchant was indeed a principled and earnest individual. Liu Kai unloaded 3 large boxes from the snow vehicle. Lifting the lids revealed a layer of insulation, neatly arranged within were the items listed on their inventory: portable medical devices, pharmaceuticals, surgical instruments, and more. As Dr. Huangfu approached, Liu Kai retrieved the warehouse key and handed it over, saying, "Please verify the goods." Dr. Huangfu trembled slightly, suppressing his excitement as he took the key and began inspecting the items one by one. After carefully counting the medicines and instruments and confirming their accuracy, he proceeded to examine the 3 most crucial portable machines: the electrocardiogram, defibrillator, and X-ray machine. Liu Kai, being considerate, retrieved a power plug from the snow vehicle and ignited 2 campfires nearby to prevent the machinery from malfunctioning due to the cold. Dr. Huangfu wasted no time, crouching down to connect the power and test each device. Once he confirmed that all the machines were in perfect working order, he finally felt at ease. Rising to his feet, he gazed at Liu Kai with excitement, saying, "Brother Chiao, everything is in order. On behalf of Xiaowei, I extend my heartfelt gratitude." He prepared to bow in thanks. Liu Kai, not fond of such formalities, quickly supported Dr. Huangfu. "It is merely a fair transaction. There is no need for thanks." The onlookers also expressed their exhilaration, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Xiaowei's grandfather is saved. Heaven has bestowed its grace upon us." Seeing the equipment brought joy to Wang Ning, but it also prompted her thoughts to drift further. After all, they were now members of the Mutual Aid Society. Dr. Huangfu would be able to utilize these resources to aid even more survivors. Just as everyone was contemplating this, Liu Kai, who had been preparing to leave, suddenly halted and turned to Wang Ning. "Come with me. I have something to discuss with you privately." "Ah? What is it?" Although Wang Ning was perplexed, she stepped out of the crowd. Liu Kai paused for a moment before addressing Wang Ning's husband. "Yin Yi, you should come as well." The bewildered couple followed Liu Kai to the rear of the snow vehicle, seeking refuge from the prying eyes of the onlookers. Liu Kai got straight to the point. "I am uncertain whether Su Qingfeng has informed you, but Mr. G was attacked by Japanese assailants yesterday." Wang Ning's smile faded as she nodded solemnly. "He mentioned it, stating that you were the one who rescued Mr. G." "Indeed," Liu Kai confirmed, his tone grave. "Moreover, I captured a live enemy soldier yesterday and gleaned some crucial information after interrogation. Mr. G, and several others who have assisted the survivors are all on the assassination list of the enemy." He understood that Qin Luofei would certainly alert Mr. G. However, since no one had informed Wang Ning, he felt it was his duty to deliver this grim news. "What?" Wang Ning and Yin Yi's expressions shifted instantly, disbelief escaping their lips. They felt an immediate chill envelop the surroundings, as if a lurking predator lay in wait, poised to pounce at any moment. Liu Kai quickly motioned for them to lower their voices. "You need not worry excessively. The authorities are aware of the situation and will address it promptly. In the coming days, exercise caution and maintain a low profile." "We understand. Thank you, Mr. Chiao." "Think nothing of it, but there is one peculiar matter that requires attention." "Oh, what is it?" "I am frequently in the public eye, conducting business in various locations. Mr. G has also been quite conspicuous in establishing a mutual aid society. It is only natural that we draw attention. However, you typically remain within the confines of the Qinshan community, correct?" Wang Ning's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed. "Are you suggesting?" "I am merely offering a cautionary note," Liu Kai replied, observing the alarmed exchange between the couple. He sensed they had begun to piece together the implications. He had no desire to probe further. He had said what needed to be said. After dismissing their repeated expressions of gratitude, he departed in his vehicle. Upon leaving the Qingshan community, Liu Kai remained vigilant. He successfully completed his deliveries before 1 p.m. He meticulously scanned his surroundings, yet curiously, neither his scanners nor exoskeleton issued any alerts. What had happened to the promised anti-tank missile assassination? He had not seen a single shadow of the enemy. Perhaps those adversaries had sensed a shift in the winds and chosen to lie in wait. Having been out for half the day, Liu Kai's stomach grumbled with hunger. As he arrived back at the multi-story parking facility, he suddenly spotted a figure rapidly approaching across the ice. Adjusting his smart glasses for a clearer view, he realized the figure was a snowmobile, and atop it, clad in thick winter gear, was none other than Qin Luofei. A surge of excitement coursed through Liu Kai. Did the authorities accept his proposed terms? He immediately jumped out of his vehicle in anticipation. Yet, the snowmobile showed no signs of slowing down, charging directly towards him. Just as a collision seemed imminent, it suddenly executed a sharp turn, sending a flurry of ice shards hurtling toward Liu Kai. Upon witnessing this, Liu Kai rolled his eyes and muttered to himself, "This woman certainly holds a grudge." Reacting swiftly, he deftly sidestepped just in time to evade the oncoming hail of ice shards. Qin Luofei, with her long legs, elegantly alighted from the vehicle. Just as she intended to relish the sight of Liu Kai's disheveled state, she found him standing composedly to the side, not a trace of ice on him. With a piercing gaze, she shot him a resentful glance. "Oh, is that not Luofei the tilapia? What brings you here?" Qin Luofei clenched her silver teeth and managed to utter, "Do not call me tilapia. I need to speak with you." "Ah, dear tilapia, what is it? Are you treating me to a meal? I happen to be hungry as well," he quipped. "What a lovely thought. I'm quite famished too. Would you care for a punch instead?" Liu Kai scoffed. "You know you cannot best me." Qin Luofei was momentarily at a loss for words. Then she recalled that she hadn't come to engage in banter, so she decided to forego further idle chatter. "The conditions you proposed have been deliberated by the leaders, and some modifications have been made. We now seek your opinion." At this, Liu Kai's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Pray, do elaborate." Chapter 96. Temporary increase in weight. I am a traditional person. I can provide you with 800 tons of diesel, but it must be in the form of frozen diesel. Qin Luofei initially agreed to the simplest of the first conditions. Noticing Liu Kai nodding, she continued to speak. "As for the cancellation of satellite monitoring, that is fundamentally unfeasible, given that you are a person of interest. Nonetheless, everything is negotiable. If you can accomplish 2 tasks, we will consent to lift the surveillance. Furthermore, we shall provide you with several portable electromagnetic wave blockers to shield you from satellite detection." Upon hearing about the blockers, Liu Kai acknowledged that this was indeed a convincing method. Such devices are akin to the tinfoil cotton used in gold recovery, effortlessly evading the scrutiny of electromagnetic imaging satellites, rendering the monitored area a void of darkness, reminiscent of the Fisher generator in Red Alert games. As for optical imaging satellites, there is no need for concern. The ever-present clouds in the sky serve as an excellent barrier. Liu Kai's desire was merely to utilize his spatial abilities with greater convenience, not to entirely elude official oversight of his movements. In conclusion, testing the efficacy of the electromagnetic wave blockers is quite straightforward. When external power is supplied and the base station has a signal, activating the blockers should result in the inability to connect to the network, indicating success. With this thought, Liu Kai nodded in agreement. "What are the 2 tasks I need to complete?" "First, you must make a pledge not to commit treason." "Is that all?" "I can promise that right now." "What is the second task?" Qin Luofei's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "Before I disclose the second task, could you return my handguns?" "Both of them." Liu Kai was taken aback that she would tease him. Eager to learn the second task, he dismissed his concern for the 2 guns and promptly retrieved them from his coat. After receiving the handguns, Qin Luofei tenderly stroked them before continuing. "The second task is to accomplish another mission in addition to the recovery operation." Liu Kai was filled with confusion. "Wait, why are you adding more weight to the task?" "Rest assured, this task is quite simple. You are to go to the coastal number 3 drilling platform, located 50 kilometers from the coastline, to clear the frozen oil pipelines and install heating devices to restore the platform's crude oil production. Our team will assist you. This minor task should be effortless for you." Liu Kai immediately felt a sense of being deceived. Staring at the 2 guns in Qin Luofei's hands, he said, "I regret this. Give me back my guns." Qin Luofei smiled slyly, echoing Liu Kai's earlier words. "What do you mean, your guns?" "These are my guns." Fine. The officials are indeed cunning." Liu Kai gritted his teeth. For the authorities, the difficulty of clearing the oil pipelines is on par with retrieving that mysterious weapon. The coastal No. 3 platform is a newly constructed facility, and once it resumes operations, it will yield at least 25 million tons of crude oil annually. Meanwhile, Liu Kai's request was merely for 800 tons of diesel. Indeed, those capable of leadership are seldom at a loss. This venture, devoid of any initial investment, is designed solely to extract every ounce of utility from Liu Kai. The implications are evident. Noting Liu Kai's perplexed expression, Qin Luofei recognized the need to avoid pushing him further. A hasty split would ultimately result in mutual loss. Thus, she promptly disclosed the final decision made by their superiors. Aiming to alleviate the tension, Mr. Chiu, there is also good news. Once you fulfill your task, you shall no longer be responsible for the logistics in the Southern District. That will be entrusted to the Mutual Aid Association. Of course, should you wish to continue trading other goods, we shall not interfere. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai took a few deep breaths, still feeling somewhat aggrieved. He removed his exoskeleton mask, revealing half of his face obscured by glasses. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply, gradually regaining his composure. As he gazed at the overcast sky, a sardonic smile crept across his face, a slap on the back followed by a sweet date. Huh? Very well, I shall take on this task. After Liu Kai spoke, he noticed Qin Luofei's silence. Lowering his gaze, he shot her a glance, only to find her staring intently at the exposed half of his face. What are you thinking? He inquired. Oh, I didn't realize Mr. Chiu was so young, not at all resembling someone of 45. Let us return to business. How will you provide me with the 800 tons of diesel? When will the two tasks commence? Qin Luofei's face flushed slightly, perhaps embarrassed by her earlier moment of distraction. She quickly regained her composure and replied earnestly, tomorrow morning. We will deliver 32 oil tanks, each with a capacity of 30 m. Please designate a delivery location, Mr. Chiu. The underwater recovery task will take some time. We need to verify the discrepancies between the blueprints and the site. As for the dredging at platform number 3, if it suits you, we can commence by noon tomorrow. Liu Kai pondered for a moment before responding. Let the diesel tanks be stored in this garage. I will also be available tomorrow afternoon. By the way, when will I receive the electromagnetic wave shield? Given the overwhelming power of the state apparatus, I have my concerns. If I complete the task and am left with unpaid dues, my options may be limited. Noticing his anxious demeanor, Qin Luofei smiled knowingly. From behind the snowmobile, she retrieved a modest plastic box and handed it to him. Inside were 6 shielding devices, charged for 2 hours, with a 5-hour operational capacity, sufficient for your ventures outside. Liu Kai's eyes brightened as he accepted the box and opened it. Within the thick cotton material lay 6 metallic blocks resembling computer drives, meticulously arranged. He scrutinized the internal structure, ensuring there was no damage or tracking devices. This was indeed the confidence of the authorities to alleviate Liu Kai's concerns. They had preemptively delivered his compensation. At that moment, Qin Luofei's voice resonated again. Mr. Chiu, we have assured you that we will not monitor you again, and we shall not go back on our word. These shields serve merely as psychological reassurance. Liu Kai shook his head slowly, closing the box with deliberation. Trust in others is less reliable than trust in oneself. Suit yourself. However, Qin Luofei stopped Liu Kai, who was about to get into his car. I traveled all this way to deliver something to you. Won't you invite me to your home for a meal? Do you wish to visit my abode? Liu Kai replied with a bemused glance, Secretary Qin. I must confess that I am quite a traditional individual and do not easily bring unfamiliar women to my home. That said, I could reluctantly make an exception and visit yours. You think too highly of yourself. I'm leaving. See you tomorrow. As Liu Kai watched Qin Luofei's retreating figure, the lecherous grin on his face faded. Indeed, the authorities sought to manipulate his thoughts, but their intentions were swiftly dashed, even though they promised to cease satellite surveillance. They remained relentless in their attempts through other means. A wave of disdain washed over him. They believed a mere beauty trap could unveil my sanctuary? Not a chance. Chapter 97. Diesel arrives at the drilling platform as the clock struck 9 a.m. The Leisure to UN area was electrified. Liu Kai took out the electromagnetic shield and conducted a brief test, discovering that despite its diminutive size, its efficacy was astonishingly powerful, boasting a shielding radius of a full 50 meters. With a sense of reassurance, he ventured out and soon arrived at the multi-story parking garage. The officials were indeed punctual, having delivered a substantial number of diesel tanks, which were being unloaded into the garage. Leading the operation were Qin Luofei and an old acquaintance of Liu Kai's, the bearded Captain Yu Dalong. At that moment, the two stood outside, methodically directing the transport vehicles as they unloaded their cargo. Upon seeing Liu Kai emerge from the shadowy depths of the parking garage, Qin Luofei wore a composed expression, but extended her right hand towards the astonished Yu Dalong standing beside her. After a brief moment of surprise, Yu Dalong suppressed his astonishment and cast a deep glance at Liu Kai. He retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket, reluctantly handing them to Qin Luofei. Liu Kai, now standing before the two, felt a surge of curiosity at the scene unfolding before him. Secretary Qin, Captain Yu, what game are you two playing? He inquired. Qin Luofei hastily tucked the cigarettes and lighter into her pocket, a smile beaming on her face that she could not conceal. Well, I told him you would appear from the garage, but Captain Yu didn't believe me and insisted on a bet. If he lost, he would quit smoking. Liu Kai cast a sympathetic glance at the bearded Yu Dalong. Forcing a long-time smoker to quit was indeed rather harsh. Yu Dalong, acknowledging his defeat, still bore a hint of indignation and curiosity. With a sense of reluctance, he turned to Liu Kai and asked, "Young brother Chiu, I searched the garage thoroughly and found no entrance or exit. How did you manage that? Is there a secret passage?" "Oh, merely a trivial skill, nothing worth discussing," Liu Kai replied, unwilling to elaborate further. Yu Dalong, sensing his reluctance, refrained from pressing the matter but remarked, "Young brother Chiu is truly a master of concealment. It's no wonder you dared to undertake two challenging tasks. This afternoon's operation at the oil extraction platform should be a sure thing, I presume? While I cannot claim absolute certainty, it is prudent to assess the situation on site," Liu Kai responded. Hearing the formal exchanges, Qin Luofei stifled a laugh and interjected, "Captain Yu, why are you so shy? Just say what you mean. If you find it awkward, I'll assist you. Please refrain from speaking nonsense. I have nothing to say," Yu Dalong retorted, casting a glance at her. Qin Luofei rolled her eyes and turned to Liu Kai, stating, "For this afternoon's task, Captain Yu will also be participating." Liu Kai raised an eyebrow and instinctively offered a courteous remark. "Oh, then I hope to receive ample guidance from Captain Yu. Spare me. You'll be the one taking care of him," Qin Luofei quipped, causing Yu Dalong's face to flush. He seemed poised to respond, but, upon seeing her arching brows, wisely chose to remain silent. "Mr. Chiu, your task with Captain Yu does not overlap. You need to descend along the interior of the oil pipeline, predicting a drilling depth of approximately 30 meters beneath the seabed. To prevent the crude oil from freezing again, it is also necessary to install heating devices along the inner side of the pipeline beneath the seabed. Captain Yu led a team to pilot a small submarine, installing heating devices on the exterior of the pipeline that lay upon the seabed. Ultimately, they aimed to set up a tidal generator on the ocean floor." In just a few brief words, the task was conveyed. However, Liu Kai was left somewhat perplexed. "So, I will be inside the pipeline while Captain Yu is outside?" "Precisely," came the reply. "Then what do you mean by taking care of me? Besides, Captain Yu has the submarine. There shouldn't be any issues, right?" Unable to contain himself, Yu Dalong sighed and provided a more detailed explanation. "It's not as simple as it seems. You know the tides cause fluctuations in seawater. Currently, the ocean surface is frozen, which prevents the tidal energy from dissipating and instead creates turbulent whirlpools and undercurrents beneath the water. I am someone who values reputation, yet this task cannot afford any mistakes. Therefore, I earnestly request that you assist in looking after things after the mission when you come ashore. Should anything happen to me or my team, your help would be invaluable." Liu Kai understood the difficulties of the mission but was at a loss for words. "Do you really believe I will complete the task before Captain Yu? We're talking about a several-ton submarine. Even if something goes awry, I lack the capacity to provide assistance. Little Chiu possesses extraordinary skills. I have faith in you," Yu Dalong replied. "I hardly believe in myself. And as for the additional tasks, doesn't he that warrant extra compensation?" As they conversed, 5 transport vehicles busily came and went, and by midday, they had successfully delivered 32 massive oil storage tanks, neatly arranged in the multi-level garage. The transport vehicles, with other assignments, departed first, taking with them a small icebreaker, leaving behind a few individuals to guard the diesel and await Liu Kai's return for the handover. Yet, Liu Kai was acutely aware that, to put it nicely, they were guarding and waiting for a handover. To put it bluntly, should the mission fail, the authorities could swiftly reclaim the preemptively issued rewards. Liu Kai was self-assured and unconcerned with the officials' little tricks. At this moment, Yu Dalong had kindled a fire on the ice surface and was cooking a large pot of fragrant beef and potatoes, accompanied by rehydrated pre-packaged rice. The group simply made do with their lunch. After a satisfying meal and a brief respite, a thunderous roar of helicopter blades echoed from the horizon. Observing the swiftly approaching aircraft, Yu Dalong stood and declared, "It's time to depart." Descending gently was a small civilian transport helicopter, ample enough for the 3 of them. However, as they boarded and the pilot pulled the lift lever in preparation for takeoff, the helicopter suddenly tilted to the right, prompting the pilot to hurriedly correct the aircraft's posture. He then expressed mild confusion. To the right sat Liu Kai and Yu Dalong side by side. Yu Dalong sensed the aircraft's instability and, naturally, began to question the pilot's skill. Turning to Liu Kai, he inquired curiously, "I didn't expect you, little Chiu, to be quite heavy." Liu Kai chuckled awkwardly in response, inwardly acknowledging the precariousness of the situation. He weighed 150 pounds, and with the exoskeleton armor adding another 150 pounds. Such a weight was indeed enough to destabilize the helicopter. Fortunately, Long and the others remained unsuspecting. The helicopter finally ascended steadily, gliding towards the east. This marked Liu Kai's inaugural experience aboard a helicopter. Leaning against the window, He curiously observed the sprawling expanse of the icebound city beneath him, swiftly receding from view. Soon after, the architectural marvels vanished from sight. In the distance, a solitary black dot emerged on the frozen sea surface, the offshore drilling platform number 3. The rotor blades whirled, gently guiding the helicopter to a stable landing on the platform's helipad. At this moment, the platform buzzed with activity. Numerous personnel busily traversed the surface, while below, the frozen sea resonated with the relentless roar of machinery. A circular expanse of approximately 10 meters in diameter was cleaved from the ice. As cranes deftly lifted the fragmented floes aside, transport vehicles scurried along the shore, continually delivering the necessary pipeline heating apparatus. Additionally, 5 transport trucks were stationed below, each trailer bearing a compact, oval-shaped submarine. The front of the submarine showcased 2 folded alloy mechanical arms, rendering the entire vessel reminiscent of a legless giant crab. Chapter 98, Task Details. Descend into the abyss. Qin Luofei leapt from the aircraft, accompanied by Yu Dalong and the inquisitive Liu Kai, arriving at a spacious conference room. The temperature within was relatively normal, and 4 soldiers, all clad in military uniforms, were already seated. Their robust physiques exuded an extraordinary presence, unmistakably marking them as elite personnel. Upon Yu Dalong's entrance, they stood in unison to greet him and Qin Luofei. After their salutations, their curiosity turned towards Liu Kai, who was shrouded in mystery. Whispers filled the air. Look, I hear he is the one responsible for clearing the oil well. Can this itinerant merchant be reliable? That's a task that even drilling machinery struggles with. Who knows? Let us hope he proves capable. If something goes awry, we'll have to intervene. Another voice chimed in. I believe there is potential. I've heard he is formidable, having single-handedly dispatched numerous foes. Yu Dalong remained unfazed by their murmurs, casually guiding Liu Kai to an available seat. Meanwhile, Qin Luofei approached the front of the conference room and activated a projector, lightly clearing her throat to silence the chatter. Please, everyone, remain calm. You have all reviewed the basic task report, but there are certain details I must elucidate. As the room quieted, all eyes turned towards the projected images. Liu Kai, unfamiliar with task reports, quickly sat upright, awaiting Qin Luofei's explanation. To accommodate Liu Kai, Qin Luofei provided a detailed account. However, as time passed, Liu Kai's brow furrowed increasingly. It was one thing to leave Qin Luofei in charge of the operation from the platform, as the officials clearly had faith in her capabilities. The issue at hand, however, was that the task was far more complex than Liu Kai had anticipated. Firstly, the freezing point of crude oil hovers around 15 degrees Celsius above zero. Thus, even if the seawater beneath the ice remains liquid, it could easily solidify the crude oil within the pipeline into a solid mass. The pipeline, with a diameter of 1.2 meters, is spacious enough for an individual to enter with an oxygen tank. The good news is that the section of pipe extending from the platform to the seabed, which had solidified with crude oil, has already been cleared by the drilling machine. Currently, the upper half of the pipeline is unobstructed. Furthermore, the oil pipeline laid on the seabed, despite being frozen, does not require Liu Kai's intervention for clearance. Once Yu Dalong's team installs the heating apparatus, the internal crude oil will soon thaw. Nevertheless, 2 pressing challenges remain. The first involves the blowout preventer installed on the seabed, which is now immobilized by solidified crude oil. This blowout preventer features a 6-layer sealing latch structure that necessitates meticulous operation to clear each layer. The use of large drilling machines is prohibited. The second issue pertains to the pipeline buried beneath the blowout preventer at the seabed's base. Estimates indicate that the temperature only exceeds 15 degrees Celsius, approximately 30 meters below the seabed. Thus, the depth at which the pipeline is frozen extends at least 30 meters down. Given that platform number 3 is situated in a subtropical city like Fohai, the design initially did not account for frost prevention. Beneath the ocean floor, the pipelines have succumbed to deformation and bending due to temperature fluctuations. Although they have yet to reach a state of rupture, the direct drilling apparatus can no longer penetrate. Only Liu Kai, wielding a small drill, can manually clear the obstructions. For every 5 meters of ice broken, a heating layer must be meticulously installed before further progress can be made. The task is undeniably arduous. Moreover, this is merely the immediate challenge at hand. Qin Luofei has also highlighted the potential issues that may arise post-clearing. For instance, once the pipeline is cleared, the viscous crude oil beneath will surge forth rapidly, accompanied by a considerable amount of toxic, flammable gas. The physical properties of the crude oil, while liquid, resemble more of a sludge. In terms of both pressure per unit and viscosity, it poses a danger exponentially greater than that of seawater. A single misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Upon the completion of the clearing and heating layer installation, Liu Kai must first cease operation of the electric drill to avert igniting the flammable gases. He must then swiftly return via the hoisting rope. Finally, he must close the blowout preventer on the seabed to prevent a blowout, thus deeming the mission accomplished. After absorbing the intricate operational steps, Liu Kai felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. Even Yu Dalong and the other 4 soldiers regarded Liu Kai with expressions of sympathy. Merely listening to the briefing made it evident that the level of danger far surpassed that of piloting a submarine through treacherous currents. They had abandoned their earlier banter, hoping instead that this enigmatic expert would prove reliable. Noticing Liu Kai's silence, Qin Luofei at the front of the conference room wore a look of concern. Mr. Chiu, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask, and I will do my utmost to assist you. Liu Kai paused momentarily, exhaling a long breath of stale air, and ultimately shook his head. No questions. When do we commence? Qin Luofei raised her hand to glance at her wristwatch. It is currently the warmest part of the day. We must not delay. Everyone, please prepare. One by one. The group exited the conference room. Yu Dalong patted Liu Kai on the shoulder, offering no further words, and then led the other 4 soldiers up the ladder towards the sea surface. Liu Kai, however, followed the staff to the changing room. The staff intended to assist him in donning his protective diving suit, but were promptly dismissed by Liu Kai. That would be absurd. Allowing them to help would expose the existence of the exoskeleton. As the saying goes, one must complete the performance in its entirety. Liu Kai secured the oxygen tank on his back, stowed away the exoskeleton helmet, donned a sealed helmet instead, and exchanged the oversized garments concealing the exoskeleton for a protective suit, fastening a safety buckle around his waist. The once busy staff had now congregated outside the changing room, halting their activities. Upon seeing Liu Kai emerge, they quickly parted to create a path. Though no words were exchanged, they cast him complex glances, the atmosphere imbued with an inexplicable sense of somber heroism. Observing this, Liu Kai could not help but roll his eyes. He possessed spatial abilities. Ensuring his survival was not a concern. Yet, these individuals appeared to be bidding farewell to a death-defying soldier heading into battle, which felt rather ominous. Ignoring the crowd, Liu Kai ascended the steps to stand before the 1.2-meter diameter pipeline, lowering his gaze towards the abyssal darkness of the pipeline. It appeared as though a shortcut to another realm. Suddenly, a perilous profession came to his mind, the underwater salvage operator. It was said that these individuals descended into murky wells to retrieve drill bits. A successful recovery would yield a reward of 10,000, while failure would cost a hefty sum of 100,000. An inexplicable smile spread across his face. After all, he was no ordinary man now. Qin Luofei stepped forward, retrieving the robust safety cable suspended from the crane, and personally secured it to the buckle at Liu Kai's waist. She meticulously inspected it, ensuring there were no unforeseen mishaps. After glancing around cautiously, she leaned closer to Liu Kai and lowered her voice, saying, Mr. Chiu, you are not a soldier, so just do your best. If any unforeseen events arise, remember that preserving your life is paramount. Liu Kai remained unperturbed. He picked up the manual drilling machine connected to a lengthy cable at his feet and tested its functionality. Only then did he turn to Qin Luofei with a smile. Come now, have a little faith in me. No need for jest. I am addressing serious matters. Rest assured, I am well aware of what I am doing. Noticing that Qin Luofei seemed poised to say more, Liu Kai raised his hand to interrupt her. In a calm tone, he declared, Let us begin. Lower me down. Chapter 99. A breakthrough. The blowout preventer unclogged the motor of the crane overhead began to hum into life, lifting Liu Kai into the air before pausing momentarily. The motor then reversed, gently lowering him into the dark, narrow pipeline. The figure, laden with countless hopes, swiftly vanished from the sight of the onlookers. The safety rope gradually descended. Liu Kai observed as the light filtering through the pipe above shrank, ultimately condensing into a small circle of illumination. He was now entirely out of everyone's view. With a sigh of relief, Liu Kai removed his sealed helmet and donned a sturdier exoskeleton helmet from his storage space. Activating the smart glasses, he switched to night vision mode. The once impenetrable darkness of the pipeline transformed into a bright expanse, revealing every detail before him with crystalline clarity. He disconnected the air tube from his chest, allowing the oxygen from the canister behind him to be rapidly siphoned. Under the immense pressure, it condensed into liquid form, stored within the life support structure of the exoskeleton. A resonant clang echoed from above the wellhead, causing the safety rope to halt its descent. At this point, he had reached just above the seabed, standing atop the blowout preventer, which possessed a 6-layered structure. Each layer was surrounded by several crescent-shaped components, interlocked like teeth with not a single gap. Liu Kai activated his scanning perception, enveloping this confined space. The internal structure of the blowout preventer was laid bare before his eyes. Just as Qin Luofei had described, the intricate mechanical frameworks were now entirely sealed by the dark, solidified crude oil. Neither electric nor manual operations could facilitate its opening or closing. Moreover, deep scratches marred the surface, suggesting that officials had previously attempted to clear the obstruction but to no avail. Gazing at the small drill in his hand, Liu Kai shook his head in resignation. It was no wonder they had failed. The internal crevices were too narrow, and every corner was filled with debris. Such a drill was utterly useless in this scenario. Unless one could send in an ant to gnaw away at the blockage, there seemed little hope. However, for Liu Kai, this was merely child's play. With his meticulous spatial scanning perception and the newly acquired cutting abilities, he was an expert in tackling such perplexing dilemmas. His hand brushed against the sealed crescent structure as he closed his eyes to attune his senses. In an instant, with a mere thought, the solidified crude oil, which was firmly bonded to the mechanical structure, emitted a faint crackling sound. It was as if an invisible blade had precisely traced along the surface of the machinery, severing the connection. While not precisely at the atomic level, it was certainly refined to a degree akin to exquisite craftsmanship. Once the crude oil was cut away, it was no longer an integral part of the pipeline. The storage space effortlessly absorbed it, eliciting a surge of joy from Liu Kai. Indeed, there was no issue. With renewed vigor, he wielded his tool with decisive precision. In the blink of an eye, he had thoroughly cleared the first sealed door. The entire crescent structure suddenly shifted, loosening its grip. At this moment, Qin Luofei, stationed above, furrowed her brows and paced anxiously. Liu Kai had been at the blowout preventer for half a minute. Yet the drilling machine remained dormant, failing to consume any power. This indicated that the drill had not been initiated. Why was there no progress in breaking the ice? Had an unforeseen circumstance arisen? Just then, a staff member behind her exclaimed with joy, "It's connected. It's really connected." "What has connected?" Qin Luofei's expression soured. She was not pleased to be disturbed during such a tense wait. The staff member, undeterred by her reprimand, continued to beam, pointing at the display screen. "Secretary Qin, look. The sensor has detected that the first layer valve of the blowout preventer has regained control. It's connected." "What?" As she hurried to the screen, the information displayed left her agape. Not only had the drilling machine not started, but the first layer had been breached so swiftly. Someone in the crowd, still filled with anxiety, murmured uncertainly, "The first layer sealing device was cleaned previously. Now that it's connected, it must be sheer luck." At these words, the jubilant commotion around them fell into silence. Indeed, the first layer had been previously attended to. Perhaps Mr. Chiu had simply been fortunate, finding an opening. The crowd furrowed their brows, each sighing in resignation. It was evident that unblocking the valve was not a trivial task. Amidst the somber atmosphere, the exuberant staff member once again fixed his gaze on the screen, trembling as if witnessing something extraordinary. It has opened again." Qin Luofei, equally transfixed by the screen, gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? The sudden exclamation startled the crowd, who hurriedly surged through the small door into the control room. Upon witnessing that the second layer sealing valve had also been activated, their mouths dropped wide enough to swallow several eggs. Gradually, Qin Luofei regained her composure. Seeing everyone crammed into the narrow control room, her eyebrows shot up in irritation. "What are you all doing? Get back to your posts. If no one is there to assist with the pipeline unblocking, Mr. Chiu will be in peril." The crowd snapped back to reality at her rebuke, quickly spilling out, their faces betraying their uncontainable joy. They hadn't anticipated that this perilous task would unfold so smoothly under the mysterious Mr. Chiu's command. Subsequently, the control room was filled with a series of alert tones. The third, the fourth, each valve was swiftly regained control in succession. Finally, the sixth valve was cleared. The meticulous operations had taken a toll on Liu Kai, leaving him utterly fatigued. He felt his blood sugar plummeting. If he continued, he would risk hypoglycemia. After all, each valve possessed 17 crescent-shaped sealing teeth, totaling 102 across the 6 valves. Fortunately, the pipeline below remained obstructed by crude oil ice, rendering the activation of the blowout preventer inconsequential. Taking several deep breaths, he steadied himself. He retrieved 2 packages of cake from the storage space and indulged himself. Just then, the walkie-talkie at his waist crackled to life with the curious voice of Qin Luofei. "Mr. Chiu, may I ask why you've stopped?" Liu Kai, with his mouth full of bread, picked up the walkie-talkie and replied tersely, "I say, dear lady, even a donkey in a production team deserves a moment of respite." "Does it not?" "Oh, my apologies, Mr. Chiu. Please take your time." Qin Luofei responded with a sheepish scratch of her head, realizing Liu Kai's playful address. She muttered under her breath, "Pa, you are the one who is the dear lady." Possessing remarkable physical resilience, Liu Kai's ability to absorb and digest was equally formidable. Moments later, the cake he had consumed replenished his blood sugar sufficiently. He then stretched his arms and turned his gaze towards the black ice below. "It's your turn now." With a crackling sound akin to electric currents, the drilling machine roared to life. The sharp alloy drill bit spun wildly as Liu Kai pressed it directly against the black ice. With a rapid succession of sounds, black ice shards erupted in all directions, swiftly drawn upwards by the vacuum hose tethered beneath the drilling machine. Chapter 100. A sudden blowout. As the drilling progressed, every 5 meters of crude oil ice fragments extracted was met with the timely descent of 3 arc-shaped, pristine white strips. These strips were part of a modular heating device equipped with resistance wires. By assembling these 3 pieces, they formed a heater that snugly adhered to the inner wall of the pipeline, boasting a remarkably slim thickness of merely 5 centimeters. Due to the impossibility of drilling holes in the blowout preventer to connect electrical wires, the heating pipeline utilized an inductive power transfer system, akin to wireless mobile phone charging. The external charging apparatus had already been installed on the pipeline, allowing Liu Kai to simply affix the power receiving device to the inner wall of the conduit. The subsequent process proved rather mundane, devoid of any finesse. Wielding the drill became a matter of sheer labor. Despite the constraints of the drill's power, which limited the descent speed, the physical exertion required was far less taxing than employing spatial abilities, allowing Liu Kai to forego rest. In a mere 40 minutes, he had successfully drilled to a depth of 25 meters beneath the seabed and installed the heating apparatus. Liu Kai's scans revealed a significantly elevated temperature at a depth of 37 meters below the seabed, where the crude oil had reverted to a viscous liquid state. However, complications soon arose. The solidified crude oil above had been cleared, and the pressure was now insufficient to keep the liquid oil below at rest. Liu Kai could distinctly sense the black ice beneath him stirring ominously, poised for an explosive eruption at any moment. Time was of the essence, and rather than report back, he made a reckless decision to request the immediate transportation of the final 5 meters of heating pipe. With renewed vigor, he accelerated his efforts to slice through the last 7 meters of black ice. As his actions intensified, he felt the black ice beneath him begin to undulate significantly. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound echoed through the air. Simultaneously, Liu Kai experienced a tremendous force propelling him upward. Unperturbed, he waved his hand, and the last 2 meters of black ice, now completely detached from the pipeline wall, instantaneously vanished into his storage space. The liquid crude oil and natural gas below, having lost their final restraint, surged forth with unparalleled vigor. Without the slightest delay, the entire pipeline began to tremble. A thunderous roar erupted as the dark, viscous liquid surged forth, overwhelming in its might. Upon contact with Liu Kai, the restless crude oil vanished into the storage space. Unbeknownst to him, chaos had erupted on the platform. At the moment of the tremor, the control room above was suddenly illuminated by glaring red alarm lights, the shrill sirens reverberating throughout. The faces of those on the platform turned ashen, and even the personnel stationed on the surface gazed upward in horror. Not good. We have a blowout. A staff member shouted, prompting Qin Luofei to widen her eyes in shock and rush into the control room. Gazing at the alarming screens, her heart was filled with confusion and turmoil. Such a violent blowout could mean dire consequences for Mr. Chiu, however, at this moment. He was far too preoccupied with the thought of Liu Kai's survival to consider his fate, his mind racing with the dread of impending failure. Yet, despite the terror of the blowout, efforts must be made to salvage any remaining hope, for otherwise, many lives would be at stake. She no longer cared about maintaining the image of a lady. Regaining her composure, she swiftly shouted towards the door, "Everyone, prepare according to the emergency plan." However, as everyone rushed to salvage the platform, more than 10 seconds elapsed, yet the anticipated eruption of crude oil was still absent. The group remained poised but utterly bewildered. It was only then that Qin Luofei found the opportunity to reach for her walkie-talkie and urgently called Liu Kai. Meanwhile, Liu Kai's expression was far from pleasant. Beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. It felt akin to collecting flying bullets. The greater the momentum of an object, the more energy required to contain it. He acknowledged that he had underestimated the power of these forces. With no turning back, he concentrated on the task at hand, his muscles tensing as he swiftly assembled the final layer of the heating pipeline. Fortunately, the storage space was vast. Even after collecting a full 10 seconds worth of gushing crude oil, it was still far from reaching even 1% of capacity. Watching the installation of the pipeline complete, he finally exhaled in relief and promptly donned his sealed helmet, pressing the emergency lift button on his suit. Without the need for manual operation from the platform, the elevator motor suddenly activated amidst the astonished gazes of all present. It rapidly wound up the steel cable, pulling Liu Kai upward. At that moment, the personnel in the control room were also quick to act. Observing the cable reach its designated position, they realized Liu Kai's location was now above the blowout preventer and immediately pressed the bright red emergency shutdown button on the control panel. The blowout preventer, now cleared, operated smoothly. Each crescent-shaped sealing flap of the valves closed in an orderly manner, successfully preventing the surging crude oil from advancing even a fraction from the seabed. Hurry! Activate the heating device. Qin Luofei had already adjusted her state and promptly issued the command. The staff, seasoned veterans, needed no further instruction and remotely activated the heating sleeves that Liu Kai had just installed. As the temperature steadily rose, the crude oil, which had previously flowed sluggishly within the pipeline beneath the seabed, began to move more freely, eliminating any risk of freezing. Meanwhile, the natural gas carried by the crude oil was separated and transported to the platform above, igniting the flare. In an instant, a brilliant yellow flame burst forth. Everyone understood that the obstruction had been cleared. The thick black smoke from the combustion was swept away by the cold wind, twisting and dissipating into the distance. The searing heat enveloped them, dispelling the surrounding chill and banishing the despair that had previously gripped the platform workers. Not only the personnel on the platform, but even some survivors along the coastline witnessed the moment the flare was ignited, as if a glimmer of light, symbolizing the resurgence of civilization, had ignited amidst the darkness. The crane slowly ascended. As Liu Kai finally emerged from the pipeline, he found himself surrounded by a throng of people. Their expressions varied, but it was clear that they were filled with excitement and joy, with some even bearing traces of tears upon their faces. Suddenly, a resounding chorus of applause erupted around them. Amidst the jubilant cheers and whistles, Qin Luofei approached with a radiant smile gracing her face. Just as she had personally secured Liu Kai's safety harness at the outset, she now took it upon herself to unfasten it for him. As Liu Kai descended the staircase and arrived at the more expansive deck, removing his helmet and oxygen tank, Qin Luofei unexpectedly embraced him tightly. Despite him being splattered with crude oil, her voice trembled with emotion as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Her thanks extended beyond Liu Kai's successful completion of the task. It was also for his pivotal role in averting a blowout and saving those on the platform. The alarm system was infallible, and a blowout had indeed occurred. Leaving only one explanation, Liu Kai had intervened and succeeded in preventing it. Naturally, she refrained from probing further. Liu Kai, with a resigned smile, responded, "Let go. I'm all dirty." A quirky smile danced on Qin Luofei's lips as she released him and stepped back. The surrounding crowd, grasping the situation, quickly gathered around. "What are you all doing?" Before Liu Kai could finish his sentence, several burly men hoisted him into the air. "Hooray! This is fantastic. Long live." As he descended, the crowd caught him, and he soared once more like a roller coaster ride. Everyone tossed their belongings into the air, celebrating with exuberant cheers. Some, however, quietly grumbled, "Mr. Chiu is certainly heavy. He must weigh over 200 pounds. Chapter 101. The onslaught of the ferocious great white shark at this juncture. The most arduous segment of the oil platform's clearance work had been successfully accomplished. What remained was merely the awaited arrival of the DeLong team. Once the vertical platform pipelines were connected to the coastal oil transport lines and equipped with heating devices, and assuming the seabed tidal generator was set up, the task would be complete. At this moment, 5 crab submarines had already descended into the ocean. The hustle and bustle of the platform persisted, with helicopters continuously arriving, hastily unloading enormous crates before swiftly departing. After the exuberance of celebration waned, the workers, led by Liu Kai, rushed toward the crates. As the boxes were opened, Liu Kai's eyes widened in astonishment at the contents within. Goodness! They were filled with an array of light and heavy weaponry, firearms, ammunition, and individual rocket launchers. There were even 2 colossal air defense missile systems, designated for installation at the southeast and northwest corners of the platform. Qin Luofei, having organized the personnel, approached. Upon witnessing Liu Kai's astonished expression, her cheeks, reddened by the cold wind, blossomed into a gentle smile. "What, Mr. Chiu, are you surprised?" "Indeed, it is somewhat unexpected. But is it really necessary?" "Of course it is, for this is the first oil recovery platform in the nation, and indeed the world, heralding a future of sustainable development. Moreover, the foreign forces harbor ill intentions against us, as you are well aware." Liu Kai nodded in understanding. In this era, many civilian machines had transitioned to electric power, yet weaponry, which necessitated considerations of safety, still relied on traditional fossil fuels. For instance, an aircraft without fuel is merely a heap of scrap metal. Furthermore, everyday necessities such as clothing and plastics are also inextricably linked to petroleum. It seemed inevitable that a military presence would soon be stationed here. After a brief silence, Qin Luofei appeared to muster her courage, tentatively regarding Liu Kai as she inquired, "Mr. Chiu, the successful clearance of Coastal Number 3 demonstrates the feasibility of the resumption plan. Preparations are underway to restore oil extraction equipment in other locations. I wonder if you..." Liu Kai's eyelids flickered, and he inwardly scoffed. "Are you also addicted to milking the proverbial sheep?" Noticing his silence, Qin Luofei hastily added, "Rest assured, as I mentioned before, compensation is negotiable. I apologize, but I have a plethora of matters to attend to, and I'm not currently in one of anything. Liu Kai's statement was a blend of truth and pretext. The so-called plethora of matters was merely an excuse born from his laziness. The only task worthy of mention was mining in Guangming town. However, the assertion of not being in need was genuine. His supplies were ample, his shelter secure, yet he lacked precious metals. The dilemma was that the authorities could not provide him with an abundance. After a moment's pause, Liu Kai continued, moreover, are you not planning to utilize that weapon to thaw the earth? Once that is accomplished, all challenges will be effortlessly resolved. With a sigh, Qin Luofei gazed up at the overcast sky, her voice tinged with melancholy. Even now, we have yet to comprehend the reasons behind Earth's frigid state. Thawing is merely our direction of endeavor. We may very well fail. After all, distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. At present, resuming resource extraction is the more pragmatic course of action. Seemingly affected by her sentiment, Liu Kai also turned his gaze towards the heavens. He took a deep drag from a cigarette before uttering two words, "That's true." In his previous life, even until his demise, the authorities had not unraveled the mystery of Earth's icebound condition, let alone the thawing process. This time, however, circumstances seemed to be taking a different turn, leaving one to ponder what the future might hold. Noticing Liu Kai's demeanor, Qin Luofei sensed his reluctance to proceed. In her heart, she had already formulated alternative plans. Thus, she earnestly inquired, "Mr. Chiu, if you prefer not to participate, we will not insist. However, might you be willing to share, or rather, sell us your expertise in unblocking the conduits?" Liu Kai paused, a wry smile creeping onto his face. The actions he had just performed bore no semblance of skill. They were entirely reliant on his spatial abilities. There were only two paths to consider. One could possess such powers as he did, or one could undertake the Herculean task of dismantling and rebuilding the frozen conduits. The latter was a costly endeavor, and even before the cold wave, it had not been a simple feat in the current age, where resources, climate, and manpower were all unfavorable. It seemed almost insurmountable. Seeing the fervent gaze of Qin Luofei, he could only emit a resigned sigh. "I apologize, Secretary Qin. It is not that I hold my knowledge dear, but even if I were to share it, you would find it impossible to replicate." His earnest words elicited a sense of absurdity in the skeptical Qin Luofei. He was not lying. Yet, how could one ascertain the ability to learn without an explanation? As Qin Luofei opened her mouth to advocate further, a sudden rumble interrupted her. The entire drilling platform shook violently, followed by a dull thud from beneath the icy surface. Many workers stumbled, weapons and supplies slipping from their grasp and scattering across the ground. Caught off guard, Qin Luofei scarcely had the presence of mind to inquire about Liu Kai's techniques. She swiftly retrieved her walkie-talkie, exclaiming, "Captain Yu, what is happening?" Electromagnetic waves could not penetrate the seawater, hence each submarine was equipped with a communication cable to the surface. Logically, Yu Dalong should have heard her call and responded promptly. To everyone's astonishment, the walkie-talkie remained eerily silent, devoid of any sound. "Secretary Qin, come in." The sudden voice on the walkie-talkie was not that of Yu Dalong. "What is the matter?" "Bad news, Secretary Qin. The communication cable to the submarine has been severed." "What?" Qin Luofei's complexion paled as she turned to the workers near the ice hole below the platform. She saw one individual waving a cable that should have been connected to the submarine. At that moment, even Liu Kai's expression darkened. If Yu Dalong were to fail in his mission, all his previous efforts would be rendered futile. Without hesitation, he activated a full scan, sacrificing precision for a broader range, instantly enveloping an area of 150 meters. However, upon viewing the results, Liu Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. Beneath the icy surface lurked 7 massive sharks, relentlessly pursuing and attacking the crab submarine of Yu Dalong's team. Qin Luofei acted swiftly, rushing into the command room without a moment to spare to inform Liu Kai. Her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the sonar display. What on earth were those 7 shadows? Although she was perplexed, she knew it was imperative to assign tasks promptly. Grabbing the intercom, she commanded, "Rescue team, deploy immediately and take portable torpedoes." On the ice surface, a 10-member team swiftly donned their diving suits and strapped on oxygen tanks. They retrieved a 30-centimeter diameter tubular object from a nearby container, preparing to plunge into the water. Suddenly, an unforeseen disturbance erupted. The entire platform shook once more from another violent impact. Splash! At that moment, a torrent of water surged up from the previously cut ice hole below, creating a spectacular fountain. Chapter 102. Sharks and the Slaughter of Fish. Everyone stood in stunned silence. The splash of water was not a pristine white, but a deep crimson. As the water erupted, a thick scent of blood filled the air, causing the surrounding personnel to frown in dismay. The splash cascaded down, followed by a cacophony of sounds. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a multitude of mutilated fish carcasses. As the water fell, these bodies plummeted onto the ice surface, transforming it into a vivid tableau of red, littered with the remains of countless fish. At that moment, seawater surged forth from the ice hole once more. This time, it was not merely a wave but the emergence of a crab submarine, its sturdy glass canopy shattered by a gaping hole. The cockpit was inundated with frigid seawater, and one team member lay slumped in their seat, drenched in blood, seemingly caught between life and death. Quick! Rescue! Crane! Where are the medical personnel? They're coming! They're coming! Chaos erupted below as everyone sprang into action without needing orders. The onlookers on the platform were filled with horror at the scene before them. Qin Luofei, wide-eyed and breathless, leaned against the railing, murmuring, "What on earth is that?" "Secretary Qin, are we still going into the water?" came the inquiry from the rescue team over the intercom. This call jolted Qin Luofei back to reality, and a look of resolute determination crossed her face. In this dire situation, sending someone down could very well be a death sentence, yet there was no other choice left. The mission had reached a critical juncture where failure was unacceptable. Such is the harsh reality. Just as she raised the intercom to issue commands, a hand halted her from speaking. "Don't send anyone to their doom. Allow me to take a look," Liu Kai interjected. Qin Luofei turned in surprise, regarding Liu Kai earnestly. "Mr. Qiuyu," Liu Kai replied calmly, "I will assess the situation first. If necessary, then we can send others down." But Liu Kai had no time to engage in further debate. He swiftly descended the stairs, nimbly making his way down. He had already sensed through scanning that there were 7 great white sharks, each approximately 5 meters in length. Although great whites are carnivorous, they typically do not attack humans unprovoked. Yet, he could not comprehend the current circumstances. He only knew that without his intervention, the casualty numbers would likely be horrifying. That said, no matter how ferocious the great whites might be, they were merely carbon-based organisms. Their calcium teeth could never pierce the resilient titanium-aluminium alloy of the exoskeleton. As he pondered, Liu Kai deftly stepped onto the ice. The onlookers were momentarily puzzled by the intentions of the individual who had just cleared the pipeline. A member of the rescue team seemed to grasp his intent and was about to fetch a diving suit for Liu Kai when he suddenly surged forward, racing like lightning through the crowd toward the ice hole. He grabbed one end of the safety cable and tossed it into the water. Then, to the astonishment of all, he leapt into the turbulent sea with a resounding splash. Sealing mode activated. Emergency oxygen supply initiated. Thermal imaging mode engaged. As the electronic sound of the exoskeleton resonated, the scene before Liu Kai morphed into stark black and white. Before his eyes swam 15 massive sharks, wildly thrashing the waters. Despite their enormous size, they exhibited remarkable agility, relentlessly assaulting the remaining 4 submarines. Upon entering the water, Liu Kai narrowed the scanning range, enhancing the accuracy of his reconnaissance. He observed that even in the frigid temperatures, beads of virtual sweat dotted Yu Dalong's forehead. He also noted the sharks' bloodshot eyes, their jagged teeth smeared with remnants of marine life. They appeared as grotesque monstrosities, far more savage than ordinary great whites. Their bodies were riddled with wounds, crimson blood mingling with the sea, yet they seemed oblivious to their pain, fixated on attacking the submarines. The 4 individuals, deprived of communication, fought independently, each maneuvering their submarines to evade the sharks' relentless onslaught. These submarines were equipped with merely 2 mechanical arms and lacked weaponry. The glass domes of their vessels bore various cracks, resembling fragile shells on the verge of shattering. None of them were inclined to engage in combat. Their singular aim was to locate an ice hole and ascend to safety. Liu Kai swiftly grasped the situation. Relying on firearms was futile, given the substantial underwater resistance. Likewise, the absence of leverage in the water rendered brute strength ineffective, even with a formidable machete at hand. Thus, only one final strategy remained. Liu Kai concentrated intently, rapidly calculating the wandering path of one shark. Fixing his gaze, he timed his release of the tether, allowing himself to plummet towards the ocean floor under the weight of gravity. As anticipated, the shark swam alongside Liu Kai, yet it remained focused on the submarine ahead. Disregarding the small figure that had suddenly appeared, Liu Kai decisively retrieved 2 daggers from his storage space, and with lightning reflexes, plunged them into the shark's spine. The creature, indeed, seemed impervious to pain, not halting for a moment. Clutching the daggers tightly, Liu Kai was propelled forward by the shark's momentum. Ahead, a congregation of sharks loomed. Liu Kai gauged the moment perfectly. With a swift motion, he executed a cut. His newfound ability to displace spatial dimensions materialized at his command. Manifesting precisely at the brain of the shark beneath him, Liu Kai beheld the creature's brain, ensconced in bone, severed horizontally by an invisible blade. Instantly, it succumbed to death. With its brain fatally damaged, the shark relinquished its pursuit of the submarines. However, The spinal reflexes persisted, and it seemed to only then register its agony. Its colossal body thrashed violently, churning the waters into a frenzy. Liu Kai, unfazed by the shark's desperate thrashing, gathered his strength for a leap. Seizing the submarine that was now within arm's reach, using the submarine's momentum, he lunged towards another shark, much to the astonishment of the pilot. Fortunately, the dim underwater lighting and the submarine's constant movement rendered Liu Kai's actions a blur, leaving Yu Dalong and his companions only vaguely aware that Liu Kai had entered the fray, entirely oblivious to the precise execution of his maneuvers. Thus, Liu Kai continued to navigate through the chaos. Almost at the moment of encountering a shark, he unleashed his cutting power, swiftly claiming its life. In a mere 20 seconds, the last shark struggled before ceasing its movements. At this juncture, Liu Kai had also ascended onto a submarine. He rapped on the hatch and gestured upward, signaling the soldiers inside to control the submarine's ascent to bring him aboard. This act not only astonished Yu Dalong and his companions, but left everyone in the control room utterly dumbfounded. The 7 indistinguishable sonar shadows suddenly halted one after another, then gradually sank to the ocean floor. Ultimately, the remaining 4 submarines surfaced in an orderly fashion from the ice cave, being hoisted out by a crane for maintenance. Qin Luofei had long been waiting nearby. Upon seeing Liu Kai re-emerge with the submarine, she disregarded Yu Dalong and the others who had exited the hatch. Rushing forward with a worried expression, scrutinizing Liu Kai from head to toe. "Mr. Chiu, are you all right? Are you injured anywhere?" "I'm fine. If anything feels amiss, please inform the doctor immediately," Liu Kai replied, plopping down on a nearby crate, panting heavily. After a moment of recuperation, he helplessly reassured her, "Rest assured, I truly am unscathed." Chapter 103. I master internal skills. This seems reasonable at this moment. Yu Dalong, who had narrowly escaped death, approached with 3 other team members. Their eyes ablaze with intensity as they gazed at Liu Kai. Suddenly, they stood at attention, executing a precise and solemn military salute. "Little Chiu, I owe you a debt of gratitude that cannot be expressed in words. From today onward, I, old you, owe you a life." Liu Kai waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to elaborate further. It was then that Qin Luofei remembered the pressing matter at hand and promptly inquired of Yu Dalong what transpired below. The sonar only detected 7 dark shadows. They were 7 frenzied great white sharks, but little Chiu dealt with them. Great white sharks? Qin Luofei appeared to recall a certain horror film, her complexion paling momentarily. She then glanced at Liu Kai, her eyes imbued with a newfound, enigmatic significance. A human being, towering at 1.9 meters, had single-handedly dispatched 7 sharks, each measuring 5 meters in length? The situation was utterly preposterous, yet the reality stood unchallenged. Liu Kai, having utilized his spatial abilities in succession, felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, his vision blurring. Remembering his earlier observations, he hurriedly mustered his strength to add, "I suggest you retrieve those sharks for study. They seem rather abnormal. For some reason, they exhibit an excessive propensity for violence and slaughter. As sharks lack swim bladders, their buoyancy derives from their muscular propulsion. Upon death, they merely sink and do not float to the surface." Qin Luofei frowned at his words, but chose to trust Liu Kai. "Very well, I will arrange for their retrieval immediately." She was acutely aware that this matter exceeded her jurisdiction, so she rushed to organize the salvage operation and promptly reported to her superiors. After a while, Qin Luofei approached Yu Dalong, her expression tinged with guilt. "Captain Yu, the incident was sudden, but the mission remains incomplete. The higher-ups have stated that we must wait until the submarine is repaired." "I understand. Do not worry," Yu Dalong interrupted, fully grasping the significance of the mission. "By the way, how is Qin Yu's condition?" Qin Yu was the first submariner to surface and had already been taken away for urgent medical treatment. Qin Luofei sighed. "Little Qin is alive, but his left hand may not be salvageable." "Oh, I see." The mechanics swiftly assessed the state of the submarines. The one operated by Qin Yu was severely damaged, requiring no further elaboration. The remaining 4 submarines exhibited various degrees of electronic and mechanical damage. It was evident that those sharks had indeed been exceedingly ferocious, seemingly sacrificing their very flesh and blood to strike. In a state of helplessness, the mechanic resorted to a makeshift solution, dismantling one to repair another, barely managing to assemble 2 operational submarines. As the captain and the highest-ranking officer present, Yu Dalong bravely took the lead, selecting a relatively fit team member to descend into the sea once more. During the ensuing hours, everyone remained on high alert. The control room, disregarding the immense power consumption as sonar was activated in all directions, closely monitoring the surrounding waters. The individuals on the ice above bore serious expressions, ever ready for rescue and engagement. Fortunately, since the attack of the 7 sharks, no further dangers have arisen. Liu Kai has been idly passing his time, ensconced in the warm confines of the command room, engrossed in mobile games. During this period, the injured submarine pilot, Chinyu, was urgently evacuated. The military doctors on the platform provided only battlefield first aid. The actual amputation surgery needed to be conducted in a facility with better conditions. The 7 sharks were successfully salvaged and transported north by several helicopters. Even in death, their ferocious appearance, far exceeding that of an ordinary great white shark, left a profound impression on all who beheld them. After watching the helicopters depart, the onlookers' gazes inevitably turned to the composed Liu Kai, who had single-handedly vanquished such terrifying beasts. Was he even human? No wonder rumors circulated that he had single-handedly taken down numerous enemies. His reputation was indeed well-deserved, although no further peril had emerged. The significant reduction in the number of submarines caused the originally scheduled installation of the thermal pipeline, planned for completion by 5 p.m., to be delayed until a meager completion at 11:30 p.m. It was not until the visibly exhausted Yu Daolong surfaced that Liu Kai finally rose from his chair. Stretching languidly, he believed that since the task was completed, it was time for him to return home to rest, especially as his pets, Xiaohei and Xiaobai, were likely hungry. Just then, Qin Luofei, who had been absent for some time, unexpectedly appeared at the doorway, blocking Liu Kai's path. "Mr. Qiu, I would like to confirm a few matters with you, if convenient." As she spoke, she gestured to the other 2 staff members in the command room to leave. Liu Kai, feeling somewhat helpless, sat back down. Observing Qin Luofei's serious demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle. With that expression, even if I said it wasn't convenient, it wouldn't make a difference, would it? Ignoring Liu Kai's jest, Qin Luofei handed him a fax document. "Mr. Qiu, the experts have dissected the 7 sharks and found that their cause of death was extensive brain damage. Here is the report." The experts noted that there were no penetrating injuries to the sharks' heads, yet their brains appeared to be sliced cleanly in two. "How?" Qin Luofei paused, her serious expression betraying a hint of curiosity. How was that possible? Liu Kai had anticipated this question and devised a plausible answer. Hearing Qin Luofei's inquiry, he remained composed and began to spin an elaborate tale. "It's quite simple, really. I am a lay disciple of Wudong internal martial arts. You understand Siyuan Jane, right? The ability to strike from a distance?" Upon hearing this absurd response, Qin Luofei's expression was priceless. Internal martial arts? Striking from a distance? Why not say you were cultivating immortality? She became somewhat irritated. "Mr. Qiu, if you do not wish to share, we will not force you. There is no need." Liu Kai shrugged. "I assure you, I am not deceiving you." "Very well, let me demonstrate." Rising, he surveyed the room and gathered 3 decorative ceramic pieces from the table. Suddenly, he assumed a stance of concentration, his right hand poised like a palm. With a speed akin to lightning, his hand struck the ceramic ornament on the right. The formidable force of that blow was such that the nearest ceramic piece, situated in the center, remained utterly unscathed, not moving a fraction. However, the 3rd ceramic ornament suddenly emitted a sharp crack, shattering into 2 pieces and crashing to the ground in a cloud of debris, much to Qin Luofei's incredulous astonishment. Liu Kai feigned a posture of gathering energy, exhaling deeply, and then, adopting the demeanor of a master, remarked nonchalantly, "So, do you believe me now? Goodness, how did you achieve that? It's not as extraordinary as it seems." Internal energy, at its core, is merely the application of force, adhering to the laws of physics. One must trust in science. Qin Luofei gazed at Liu Kai with skepticism. Is that truly the case? Seeing is believing. This technique is also a method of clearing the spray mechanism, which is why I said you wouldn't be able to master it even if I explained. Chapter 104. The unknown virus and the ultrasonic thawing apparatus. Regardless of whether Qin Luofei believed it or not, the facts were laid bare before them. She suppressed her inner skepticism and said, "All right, prepare yourself. A plane will take you back shortly." Finally, he could return. "By the way, have you found out the reason behind the shark's madness?" Upon hearing Liu Kai's inquiry, Qin Luofei displayed a somewhat embarrassed expression. Considering his significant contributions today, she decided to reveal a morsel of information. "The cause has been identified, but this matter is classified, and I only grasped the surface details." Liu Kai was intrigued, eagerly adopting a posture of attentive listening. The intrigue of eavesdropping on classified information was too captivating. It is said that a certain unknown virus infiltrates the brain, causing the infected host to lose their sanity and exhibit heightened aggression. What? A zombie virus? Liu Kai's expression shifted dramatically, involuntarily uttering the absurd term zombie. Qin Luofei shot him a disapproving glance. "Calm your fears. This virus does not infect humans, nor is its mode of transmission through biting." Liu Kai finally exhaled in relief. "Oh, that's good. The bitter end of the world has been troublesome enough. I certainly do not wish to endure a bioweapon crisis." Qin Luofei continued to divulge the information she possessed. The assertion that it does not infect humans is somewhat misleading. It is more accurate to say that the vast majority of animals will not be affected, including primates. However, it proves to be quite effective against certain ferocious and large carnivorous creatures, such as lions, tigers, bears, sharks, and crocodiles. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai, who had just relaxed, suddenly recalled something. He hastily inquired, "What about cats and dogs? For example, tabby cats and huskies?" Qin Luofei looked at him with curiosity. "Why do you ask? Do you have pets at home?" "Yes." "Well, that's rather indulgent, isn't it? While others struggle to fill their bellies, you keep pets. Rest assured, cats and dogs are too small and are not suitable hosts for this virus. Just remember not to spread what I've told you. It could incite unnecessary panic." Upon hearing that cats and dogs are immune, Liu Kai felt reassured. He patted his chest and vowed, "Don't worry, my lips are sealed." There were still some finishing touches to be addressed at the oil platform, so Qin Luofei did not accompany him personally. Liu Kai boarded the helicopter alone, vanishing into the vastness of the night. The aircraft's speed far surpassed that of a snowmobile. Soon, he spotted a conspicuous bonfire on the distant ground. 5 soldiers were diligently guarding the diesel within the garage. Hearing the roar of the engine, they rushed out to stand ready for his arrival. They had already received the order to transfer the diesel and were well aware of Liu Kai's heroic rescue, their faces now adorned with solemn respect. As he disembarked from the helicopter, they stood in unison, rendering him a formal military salute. Liu Kai smiled and waved, indicating for them not to be so grave. And then he hastened toward the garage. His current concern revolves around the 800 tons of diesel he has labored all day to acquire. However, an unexpected scene catches his eye. A silent generator is continuously operating within the garage. The power it generates connects to 15 square plates, each measuring 1 meter per side, affixed to 15 fuel tanks. Liu Kai is bewildered by the purpose of these plates, momentarily at a loss. Just then, a sergeant who had been stationed outside approaches him to elucidate. "Mr. Chiu, these are the 2 additional items requested from above, a 150 kilowatt silent diesel generator and an ultrasonic thawing device." Sensing Liu Kai's potential misunderstanding, he hastily adds, "Rest assured, the diesel currently used by the generator is complimentary." "Oh, this is quite a valuable gift," Liu Kai responds, his eyes lighting up. Ultrasonic thawing is not a novel technology. It is typically employed for defrosting food, requiring water as a medium for vibration. However, the device before him, which requires no medium and can thaw directly through the plates, epitomizes advanced technology. It is surprising to see an official, known for their frugality, being so generous today, perhaps a nod to his outstanding performance. The sergeant continues. "This machine boasts high efficiency and low energy consumption. It not only thaws but also prevents freezing." Liu Kai nods in agreement. Having already observed through scanning that the 15 tanks with the thawing plates have nearly all transformed into liquid form, "Please convey my gratitude to the leadership." "I am quite fond of this," he replies. "Mr. Chiu, it is well deserved. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave." "Very well, travel safely." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Liu Kai watches as several soldiers board a helicopter and depart, turning his attention back to the uniquely designed thawing device. A smile of satisfaction spreads across his face. It must be said that this official gift has truly struck a chord with him. In this arduous, frigid post-apocalyptic world, aside from basic necessities, thawing and preventing freezing are of utmost importance. The high-tech apparatus for thawing diesel, while beneficial, is secondary to its superior application, affixing the plates directly within mining machinery. This not only accelerates the loosening of the frozen ground but also enhances extraction speed. Furthermore, it reduces the diesel consumption required for insulation and diminishes the likelihood of damage to the machinery due to low temperatures. With this thought, Liu Kai's spirits soar, and he finds the weariness from a day's toil dissipating significantly, ensuring the area is clear of onlookers. He gestures grandly to gather all the items that fill the garage floor into his possession. However, there remains one matter yet to be addressed, the substantial amount of crude oil that gushed forth during the pipe unclogging. The most prudent course of action for crude oil is, of course, to incinerate it. Yet, he dares not burn it recklessly nor dispose of it carelessly. It is not a fear of environmental pollution that holds him back, but rather the dread of raising suspicions with the authorities. After pondering for an extended period, he ultimately finds no viable solution. Given the ample storage space, he decides to retain it for the time being. Within the bunker, Liu Kai's storage space is filled with a staggering 800 tons of diesel. Considering the load-bearing capacity of the bunker, he prudently released only 10 oil drums on the first level. After a moment's contemplation, he switched to a mode of meticulous calculation. Instead of employing a silent motor, he connected the defrosting apparatus to the bunker's built-in power supply. The chip continued to operate silently on top of the oil drum. Given the availability of electrical energy, he aimed to conserve diesel wherever possible. At this pace, Liu Kai estimated that he could complete the defrosting of all 800 tons of diesel in no more than 20 hours. This meant he would soon be able to venture to Guangming town for mining. With this thought, a surge of fervent anticipation welled up within him. If he were to once again amass precious metals in large quantities, what wondrous and incredible transformations might his spatial abilities undergo? Mining is not a task that can be accomplished in a day. One must remain outside for at least a month. The only lingering question was when the authorities would commence the salvage operation at the Fohai Lake Research Base. Chapter 105, The Duality of Black and White. Gunfire and tiger roars. According to Liu Kai's estimation, the authorities must be quite anxious as well. It is possible that within the next few days, they will finish verifying the underwater research base and blueprints and be ready to commence their operations. Shaking off his ethereal thoughts, he descended to the second-level living area, preparing for a well-deserved rest. However, surprises in life lurk in every corner. Upon casting a glance at the living area, Liu Kai was rendered speechless. He felt his blood pressure surge dramatically. The previously immaculate second floor was now a scene of utter chaos. The bins in the living room and kitchen had been overturned, their contents of fruit peels and scraps strewn across the floor. The luxurious cushions from the exquisite sofa lay in tatters in the kitchen, their fine down filling scattered everywhere. The two priceless antique vases that once adorned the television cabinet had not escaped the malevolent grasp of destruction. The entire living area resembled a den of thieves. A sea of sharp ceramic shards and debris silently accused the perpetrator, the mischievous husky, Xiaohei. After a month of indulgent pampering, Xiaohei now resembled a plump piglet. He lay on the floor, gnawing contentedly on the television remote. Upon noticing Liu Kai's presence, he donned a guileless grin, wagging his thick tail and trotting over to affectionately rub against Liu Kai's legs. Liu Kai's lips twitched as he struggled to suppress his frustration. He was truly tempted to give this home-wrecking fool of a dog a good thrashing. Yet, upon seeing Xiaohei's sincere and innocent demeanor, much of his ire dissipated. With a swift motion, he gave Xiaohei a light pat on the head, albeit with a hint of irritation. Fortunately, he had closed the doors to the bedroom, study, and tea room before leaving. Otherwise, he could scarcely fathom the state of his home. Wait, Liu Kai suddenly realized that he had seemingly overlooked the black cat, Xiaobai. With a sense of foreboding, he hurried to the corner of the living room, and his heart rate surged anew. The litter, now coated in excrement, was scattered everywhere. Xiaobai lounged in the expensive massage chair, its genuine leather cover shredded by sharp claws, exposing the pristine white sponge filling beneath. Upon noticing Liu Kai's furious approach, the feline monarch could hardly be bothered to lift an eyelid, lazily meowing as a form of greeting. Liu Kai's expression twisted in anger as he grasped the scruff of the cat's neck and unceremoniously deposited it on the floor, sighing heavily at the ruined massage chair. Indeed, their names were aptly chosen. They epitomized the duality of the underworld. He took a deep breath, reminding himself that the items were merely borrowed, not purchased. After a moment of self-hypnosis, he finally quelled the impulse to stew these two miscreants. For he had discovered the perfect scapegoat to vent his frustrations upon, the 7 wretched great white sharks. If it weren't for their meddling, the mission would have been swiftly accomplished, and Xiaohei and Xiaobai would not have gone hungry, scouring the house for food. Thankfully, after a long, exhausting day, he need not concern himself with household chores. With a grand gesture, he summoned the chaos to vanish in an instant, including the now-defunct massage chair. After the surge of anger subsided, he found himself lost in thought, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. From his storage space, he retrieved 2 sets of winter clothing, one large and one small, specifically designed for pets. The reason why the little black and white fur balls rummaged through the trash was not solely due to hunger, but also because of their pent-up energy seeking an outlet. Considering that he would be away from Bright Town for an extended period to mine, it seemed prudent to bring them along. After all, both the husky and the tabby cat were species known for their resilience to cold. Coupled with the pet winter gear, they should be able to withstand temperatures as low as -60 degrees. If the cold proved unbearable, he could always return them to the storage space to preserve their lives. That settled, Liu Kai, exhausted from the mess he had just cleaned up, found himself lacking the motivation to cook. He prepared meals for the little black and white pets and indulged in a lavish feast of steaming ginger rabbit accompanied by fragrant hot rice. Midway through his meal, an idea suddenly struck him. He hastily took out his phone to compose a message, scheduling it to be sent at 9 o'clock the following morning. Once the external power was restored, the message was sent to Wang Ning under the guise of a roaming merchant, subtly divulging information regarding the virus that had incited the shark's rampage. It was not that he had deliberately dismissed Qin Luofei's warning. Rather, it was mainly because Wang Ning's residence was not far from the Fenghai City Zoo. He was uncertain whether the brown bears and tigers had survived the month. However, if they had and had been infected by the virus, it could lead to a grave situation. Furthermore, The authorities might not have the manpower to track down the ferocious beasts that might have escaped the zoo. Liu Kai did not anticipate that his concerns regarding the potential for wild beasts to inflict harm would soon materialize. He arose promptly at 9 the next morning, releasing the last 7 cans of diesel to connect to the ultrasonic thawing device. After preparing himself, he ventured out once more. This time, however, the logistics in the Southern District were managed by the Mutual Aid Association, alleviating him of further concerns. He directly opted for a moderately upscale residential complex in the south to scavenge for precious metals. With 2 boxes of cigarettes, alcohol, and medications in tow, he set forth for a new day of trading. To prevent a repeat of the previous night's home invasion incident, he deliberately brought along the little black and white pets, allowing them to acclimatize to the extreme cold in advance. At that moment, the cat and dog perched curiously by the car windows, gazing out at the vast expanse of white snow. The vehicle sped through the snowy terrain. As they rounded a corner, nearing their destination, Liu Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. 2 massive military trucks were parked in the broad street ahead. However, he quickly discerned the truth. These were not official vehicles, as the familiar shield logo with the letters HZ was emblazoned on the sides of the trucks. They belonged to the Mutual Aid Association, or rather, were provided by the authorities for the association's use. At that moment, he observed a dozen individuals clad in winter gear, busy unloading supplies from the trucks, transferring them onto several sleds, each escorted by 2 people heading in different directions. Liu Kai's expression shifted. He was surprised by the swift action of the Mutual Aid Association, which had only taken over the Southern District yesterday and had already mobilized such manpower and resources today. What astonished him even further were 2 aspects, one being the 2 military trucks, and the other that each member of the Mutual Aid Society was armed with a handgun. It seemed the authorities recognized the necessity of being less frugal. Otherwise, the Mutual Aid Society might truly be unable to sustain itself in the Southern District of the city. Recalling the day before yesterday, when Mr. G, the leader of the Mutual Aid Society, personally led a team into peril, solely for the firearms stored in the Municipal Police Department's arsenal, and now, with official support, they had transformed into a wealthy local warlord. Liu Kai couldn't help but chuckle and reflect on the unpredictability of life. Just as he was about to proceed, a sudden cacophony erupted from the distance. Bang, 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 roar. Liu Kai's expression shifted instantaneously. This was gunfire, and a tiger's roar. Chapter 106, The Fierce Tiger Strikes. A double kill. The members of the Mutual Aid Society, engaged in transporting goods, spotted the snowmobile from a distance. All were aware that the formidable merchant within, Mr. G, had once saved their leader's life. They intended to greet Liu Kai upon his passing. However, the sudden crack of gunfire and the roar of a tiger transformed their expressions into one of alarm. The source of the sounds was directed towards where 2 small teams were pushing sleds to deliver goods. Unbeknownst to the Mutual Aid Society, they were unaware of the violent events involving the great white shark that had transpired the previous night. Naturally, they were uncertain about the current situation. Yet the leader promptly dispatched individuals to investigate. Inside the snowmobile, the timid duo, Little Black and Little White, seemed to sense impending danger. The foolish dog, Little Black, curled up, trembling as it whined and burrowed into the cargo compartment, shivering in fear. Meanwhile, Little White arched its back, its fur bristling, emitting a series of mournful cries. A sense of foreboding washed over Liu Kai. Could it be that the virus had spread so rapidly, confirming his suspicions from the night before? Ordinarily, he would refrain from meddling in such affairs. Yet, an insatiable curiosity compelled him to investigate further. He resolutely steered the snowmobile, veering towards the source of the commotion, ahead of the other members. Strangely, after a few gunshots, the noise abruptly ceased, as did the tiger's roar. 2 possibilities arose. Either the gun had slain the tiger, or the tiger had claimed the life of its armed assailant. Liu Kai instinctively felt that the tiger had met its demise, for no carbon-based organism could withstand the might of firearms. However, reality delivered a shocking revelation. As the snowmobile navigated through an alleyway to the vicinity of the incident, Liu Kai's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered speechless by the sight before him. A nearby residential building had a shattered window on the 3rd floor, with its aluminum protective railing torn asunder. 2 massive, striped tigers were dragging a mangled human corpse from the window. Each tiger bore several bullet wounds across its legs. With bright yellow fur stained crimson, the blood congealed in the frigid air. Such injuries should have incapacitated them with pain. Yet, at that moment, the tiger's bloodshot eyes appeared ferociously intense, their jaws agape, allowing saliva to freeze upon their sharp teeth, seemingly oblivious to pain and cold. In the blink of an eye, they dragged out 6 corpses from the disheveled room. The bodies were tattered, marred with vicious claw marks. Yet it was still possible to discern that 4 belonged to members of the Mutual Aid Society, while the remaining 2 were young female survivors. The tigers seemed more interested in the corpses before them. They cast a fleeting glance at the snowmobile that had appeared nearby before returning to their gruesome feast. Liu Kai had come to a conclusion. Indeed, the two tigers had been infected by that mysterious virus. However, there remained a lingering doubt. The size of these tigers appeared to be extraordinarily large, surpassing even the largest tiger he remembered from the Fohai City Zoo. Before he could ponder further, the scene unfolded before him. At that moment, the remaining 5 armed members of the Mutual Aid Society arrived on the scene. As they rushed out of the alley, they were confronted by the horrifying sight of 2 blood-soaked, ferocious tigers feasting. The gruesome tableau drained the color from their faces, rendering their legs weak. They began to push and shove each other, hastily retreating back into the alley, leaving one individual to cautiously peek out. While observing the situation outside, he clutched a walkie-talkie to relay their findings. However, in their panic, the group overlooked a critical factor: scent. Despite their swift concealment, the 2 tigers had already caught wind of the living beings nearby. With their blood-red, savage eyes, they focused intently on the alley. The man who had ventured a glance was so frightened that he quickly withdrew his head, trembling as he reported back through the walkie-talkie. The others were in a dilemma, wondering whether to fire. Liu Kai rolled his eyes at their recklessness. These individuals, despite wielding firearms, were merely ordinary people, lacking any formal shooting training. Their average psychological resilience only added to their anxiety. If they were to face 2 pain-immune, frenzied tigers, they would surely be offering themselves as mere prey. With the mysterious virus now confirmed to be spreading, Liu Kai found little reason to linger. The tigers had ceased their feeding, baring their crimson fangs and exhaling thick white mist. They began to advance slowly toward the alley, one behind the other, growling softly. Observing the poised predators, Liu Kai remained unperturbed, feeling an exhilarating thrill surge within him. Previously, such encounters were not only perilous but also akin to a prolonged imprisonment. Merely watching hunting videos from abroad had stirred a yearning within him. Now, an opportunity had finally presented itself. Consequently, he opted not to use a firearm. Instead, he retrieved a Viper crossbow, deftly winding the mechanism to prepare an arrow. As the 5 members of the Mutual Aid Society wrestled with their indecision, Liu Kai decisively opened the sunroof of the snowmobile, extending his upper body out. The external apparatus activated, and the exoskeleton's smart glasses swiftly calculated the trajectory of the arrow, displaying it before Liu Kai's eyes. Before the scent from the vehicle could waft into the tiger's nostrils, he resolutely pulled the trigger of the crossbow. Whoosh! The top bowstring snapped free, propelling the aluminum arrow with increasing speed as it sliced through the air toward the tiger. Unlike bullets, arrows do not achieve supersonic speeds. The 2 tigers reacted with astonishing swiftness. Upon hearing the sound of the bowstring slicing through the air, they alertly turned their gaze toward the snowmobile. Unfortunately, despite their vigilance, their bodies could not adjust in time. The first tiger could only watch helplessly as a bright white object loomed larger before its eyes. Crack! The arrow embedded itself in its neck, instantly shattering its relatively frail cervical vertebrae with tremendous force. After piercing through its neck, the arrow continued its trajectory, accurately striking the left eye socket of the second tiger behind it. Blood splattered. The arrow's speed and precise placement rendered the tigers incapable of emitting even a single cry before they lost consciousness. "Hop success," Liu Kai exclaimed, a look of delight illuminating his face. His exclamation startled the 5 trembling individuals in the adjacent alley, causing them to shudder in fear. Then, several individuals were astonished to see Liu Kai swiftly open the car door and rush towards the tigers. They were unaware that both tigers had simultaneously succumbed to their fate. This action left them speechless in disbelief. Could it be that Mr. Chiu intended to engage in hand-to-hand combat? However, when they mustered the courage to peek out again, they were met with the sight of the once formidable tigers lying in a pool of blood. Though their bodies occasionally twitched, they could no longer rise. Dead. One person, uncertain, glanced at his companion. If memory serves, did Mr. Chiu not only shoot a single arrow? Indeed, it was just one arrow. I saw it clearly. Goodness. A single arrow to fell 2 tigers? This. Chapter 107. A tragedy of humanity. As Liu Kai gazed upon the 2 magnificent tiger corpses, their fur gleaming like polished brass, he could not help but feel a sense of pride. In ancient times, Wusong vanquished a tiger on Jing'an Ridge. Today, I have brought down 2 with a single arrow, he mused, his audacity blinding him to the extraordinary circumstances surrounding the encounter. While contemplating whether to fashion a tiger skin skirt akin to Sun Wukong or perhaps create a tiger skin seat, 5 shivering members of the Mutual Aid Society approached him, their eyes filled with deep reverence. "Greetings, Mr. Chiu. Thank you for saving us," they exclaimed in unison. "Mr. Chiu, your reputation is indeed well-deserved. To slay 2 tigers with a single arrow is truly impressive." Liu Kai waved dismissively. "Enough with the flattery. Go and tend to your fallen comrades." The group nodded vigorously and made their way toward the 6 rather tragic corpses not far off. At that moment, Liu Kai cast a serious glance at the bodies. However, upon closer inspection, something felt amiss. "Wait," he called out, halting the individuals who were preparing to collect the bodies. They turned back in confusion. Liu Kai furrowed his brow and walked past them, striding directly to examine the corpses. The 6 individuals were tattered and bore the marks of the tiger's ferocity. Yet there was something distinctly peculiar. The clothing of the 4 members of the Mutual Aid Society was clearly shredded by the tiger's teeth, while the garments of the 2 female corpses appeared to have been damaged prior to the attack. Liu Kai, not one to be easily deceived, quickly formulated a hypothesis that seemed all too plausible. Indeed, upon silently activating his scanning device, he made several unsettling discoveries within the 2 bodies. At this juncture, his suspicions were all but confirmed. However, Liu Kai chose to remain silent, stepping aside to signal the others to continue their task of collecting the bodies. The 4 deceased could not represent the entirety of the Mutual Aid Society, and Liu Kai had never claimed to be a paragon of virtue. Such occurrences were not uncommon in a post-apocalyptic world. Far worse deeds had transpired. Just as Liu Kai was preparing to address the tiger corpses, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice of astonishment. The members of the Mutual Aid Society began to whisper among themselves. "Look at the clothing on these 2 bodies. Something seems off. Indeed, it resembles something that has been torn apart by human hands. Could it be that Ahai and his companions were involved?" "Sure. Don't speak carelessly. Mr. Chiu is still here." Though their voices were hushed, Liu Kai heard every word as it resonated clearly in his ears. Clearly, these individuals were unaware of the implications of their observations. Just as their murmurs subsided, a rumble echoed from the sky. Liu Kai paused his actions and looked upward to see a helicopter approaching swiftly. He was taken aback. The response from the shelter was remarkably prompt. It dawned on him that the Mutual Aid Society must have reported the tiger attacks to the shelter. The street was sufficiently wide, allowing the helicopter to land near the snow-covered vehicle. Liu Kai was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the person disembarking from the aircraft, Qin Luofei. Behind her, an elderly gentleman with a briefcase descended, accompanied by 2 armed personnel clad in bulletproof vests. Qin Luofei led the elder to the tiger's carcass. Expressing her surprise at Liu Kai's presence, "I didn't expect to find you here." "Indeed, Secretary Qin, you seem quite unoccupied as well. Aren't there numerous matters to attend to at the platform? What brings you to view a tiger?" Just as Qin Luofei was about to respond, the elderly man, silent until now, approached the tiger's remains and squatted down. He opened his briefcase, revealing an array of meticulously arranged knives. Selecting one without hesitation to begin the dissection of the furry head, Liu Kai's brow furrowed. After all, the tiger was his trophy. How could this old man exhibit such a lack of decorum? Noticing Liu Kai's discontent, Qin Luofei hurriedly interjected, "This is Mr. Zhu Chaoman, a virus expert from Kyoto. Specifically here to investigate that incident. Please don't think too much of it. He simply has that temperament." Liu Kai discreetly retracted his exoskeleton mask, lifting his hood to reveal half his face. He feigned a disdainful expression and remarked sarcastically, "Ah, so you hail from Kyoto. Indeed, one is superior. No wonder you look down upon a simple folk." Upon hearing this, the elder frowned and lifted his gaze, impatiently stating, "I do not wish to be disturbed while I work. Where are the guards?" The 2 armed guards behind Qin Luofei exchanged glances, troubled and wanting to curse under their breath. Being locals, they were well aware of Liu Kai's formidable prowess and having witnessed his significant contribution the previous night. They dared not ask him to leave. However, their orders were clear. They were to protect the esteemed expert at all costs. Caught in a dilemma, they turned their eyes towards Qin Luofei, as Mr. Zhu, despite his importance, was not their superior and had no authority to command them directly. Qin Luofei's lips twitched, and she found herself in a predicament as well. Seeing the guards hesitate, Liu Kai felt a surge of pride. What did it matter who had arrived? Even if they were dragons, they had to be tamed. Expert Zhu, at your age, why meddle with another quarry? The elder's brow furrowed even more tightly as he scrutinized Liu Kai, incredulously asking, "Quarry? Did you slay it?" Qin Luofei was also taken aback. Having assumed Liu Kai had adhered to his principle of conservation, having already retrieved the aluminum arrow from the second tiger's corpse, both she and the elder noticed the bullet wounds on the tiger's body, along with the group of 5 armed members from the Mutual Aid Society, naturally assuming they were responsible for the tiger's demise. Before Liu Kai could respond, a young man from the group of collectors stood up, passing his firearm to a companion before approaching. He voluntarily clarified, "Sir, both tigers were indeed shot dead by Mr. Chiu with a single arrow. He saved us." Upon hearing this, Zhu Chaomin's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing he had indeed encroached upon another's possession. He finally ceased his actions. Rising to face Liu Kai, "Are you the young Chiu who cleared the oil platform last night?" Liu Kai nodded nonchalantly. The arrogant expression on the old man's face instantly vanished, replaced by a warm smile. Ah, why didn't you say so earlier? Secretary Qin, you should have introduced him. Qin Luofei opened her mouth in innocent surprise, but quickly closed it again. Reflecting on the moment, she realized she hadn't referred to Liu Kai as Mr. Chiu. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She turned to the young man from the Mutual Aid Society and inquired, "Did you just say that, Mr. Chiu shot both tigers with a single arrow?" "Indeed, a double kill with one arrow. How is that possible?" Not only was Qin Luofei astonished, but the two seasoned guards behind her were equally taken aback. It was then that they noticed the large, dark crossbow concealed beneath Liu Kai's flowing robe. The arrows in the quiver were still stained with fresh crimson blood. Although the revelation was shocking, once Qin Luofei meticulously examined the wounds on the tiger carcasses, she had to concede that, in terms of the shape of the wounds and the angles of entry and exit, they indeed conformed perfectly to the characteristics of a double kill with a single arrow. Chapter 108. Mutant Virus, Human Interference? The Viper S-400 crossbow, coupled with aluminum arrow No. 168, theoretically possesses the potential to achieve a double kill if the angle is just right. While Qin Luofei was still in shock, an aged voice resonated through the air. Liu Kai glanced at Zhu Zhaoman with mild surprise. "I did not expect you to know so much." "Naturally," Zhu replied, his voice dripping with self-importance. "Back in my day, when I was a soldier, you weren't even born yet." It seemed that narcissism was one of his flaws, as he wore an expression reminiscent of a triumphant military parade, capable of inciting irritation with just a few words. Liu Kai felt exasperated. "You old man." Noticing Liu Kai's chest heaving with agitation, Qin Luofei quickly intervened. "Mr. Chiu, Zhu is a seasoned veteran who has seen countless battles. 20 years ago, when W Province was reclaimed, he served as a frontline medic, saving many comrades before later transferring to the Academy of Sciences to focus on virus research." Upon hearing this introduction, Liu Kai's ire dissipated significantly. He could not help but feel a modicum of respect for such a selfless predecessor. Furthermore, considering that Zhu was a virus expert who, despite his age, braved the bitter cold to investigate a mysterious virus, Liu Kai's temper had vanished entirely. He thought to himself that even if the man had an eccentric personality, it was something he could endure. Resolving not to dwell on the matter of the tiger carcass any longer, he sighed and offered an apology. "I see now. My apologies. Mr. Zhu, I was a bit too harsh earlier. Feel free to use the two tigers as you wish." Seeing Liu Kai relent, and recognizing him as the formidable individual who had cleared the oil well the previous day, Zhu Zhaoman recalled his earlier dismissive demeanor and felt a twinge of embarrassment. He waved his hand dismissively. "I should be the one apologizing. I was overly eager in my virus research. Please don't take it to heart, Mr. Chiu." Just like that, the atmosphere shifted from tense to harmonious. The two armed guards, who were the most at ease in the situation, were relieved not to have offended either party. Zhu Zhaoman, with decisive efficiency, swiftly opened the tiger's skull. He retrieved a peculiar instrument resembling a thermometer and plunged it into the brain matter. Squatting silently on the ground, he anxiously focused on the screen connected to the other end of the device, noticing that the old man was too absorbed to pay them any mind. Qin Luofei seized Liu Kai's arm and whispered, "The analysis will take a while. Let us keep our distance so we don't disturb Mr. Zhu." The young man from the Mutual Aid Group, aware of the need to avoid any complications, chose not to linger and continued to tend to the remains of his companions. Qin Luofei's pretense of not wanting to disturb was merely a ruse. Her true intent was to learn from Liu Kai. After pulling him aside and glancing around, she wrapped her arm around his and, in a deliberately affected tone, said softly, "Mr. Chiu, may I ask a favor? Could you teach me your inner skills and impeccable shooting technique?" Liu Kai felt a strange sensation in his arm. To be honest, it was quite enticing. However, the coyness in her voice sent shivers down his spine. He quickly withdrew his arm. "Could you speak normally?" "Of course, I can teach you." "Really? That's wonderful. Shall we find a place and set a time to practice?" "There is no need for excessive elaboration. Simply remember a vital mantra, and you shall undoubtedly become an expert." "A mantra? Is it the legendary secret to inner strength?" Liu Kai chuckled softly, revealing that the 8 words were, "Diligent practice leads to mastery." Qin Luofei's expression of delight froze, her countenance darkening. "Are you jesting with me?" "You were the one to jest first," she retorted, irritation seeping through. Liu Kai merely smiled in silence, but upon glancing upward, he was reminded of the 2 female corpses that remained unaddressed. After a moment of contemplation, he gently patted Qin Luofei on the shoulder, seemingly still miffed. She snapped back. "What are you doing? I suggest you take a look at those 2 bodies. They must be the survivors killed by a tiger. What is there to?" "Huh." Initially impatient, Qin Luofei scrutinized closely, her keen insight revealing the underlying truth. Swiftly suppressing her annoyance, she hastened forward. At that moment, The mutual aid members had just wrapped the 4 fallen companions' bodies and were preparing to transport them back to headquarters when they noticed Qin Luofei examining the other 2 corpses up close. A pang of anxiety gripped their hearts. If even they could discern the truth, it was certain that Secretary Qin would not be deceived. They were innocent of the act. Yet the deceased 4 bore the greatest suspicion. Would this implicate the Mutual Aid Society? Liu Kai found himself internally lamenting the state of the world, where numerous individuals engaged in heinous deeds without consequence. Had the tiger not appeared, those 4 would have committed their vile acts undetected. Yet, fate had dealt them a cruel hand. Not only had they been slain by a tiger, but their misdeeds were now laid bare for all to see, tarnishing everyone's reputation. At the very least, the authorities would intervene symbolically. Indeed, as Qin Luofei scrutinized further, her expression grew increasingly grim. Perhaps due to a profound empathy stemming from their shared femininity. She produced her phone and began snapping photos of the 2 corpses. Without heeding the objections of the others, she assertively unwrapped the 4 bodies from their makeshift coverings, picking up the torn rags that had belonged to the deceased. With remarkable audacity, she seized the instruments of the crime and captured several more photographs. Afterward, she stowed her phone away. Disregarding Zhu Xiaomin's evident impetus, Zhu Xiaomin raised his head and was taken aback to see Liu Kai had also approached. It appeared he was deliberating whether or not to speak. However, he soon made a decision and whispered, "Brother Chiu, since you are here, I shall not hold back any longer. As you might recall, Xiaoqin shared with you yesterday that the frenzy in animals is indeed caused by a virus, correct? Just now, through a scan of brain tissue damage and a rudimentary sequencing of the viral DNA, I discovered that the virus is undergoing continuous mutations, seemingly indicating signs of human interference, though the intent behind this intervention remains unclear." Qin Luofei was stunned. She had not anticipated that this virus could potentially be of human origin. Liu Kai was equally astonished, for his approach was not motivated by a desire to uncover secrets. Rather, he merely wished to inquire whether Zhu Xiaomin still required the tiger's corpse. If not, he intended to repurpose it for a tiger skin chair. Chapter 109, The Bounty Mission. Eating tiger meat, Liu Kai was taken aback by Zhu Xiaomin's candid revelation of such confidential information. As for any human intervention, even if someone intentionally engineered the virus, he found it of little concern. After all, as the saying goes, when the sky falls, there is a tall official to bear the brunt. It wouldn't trigger a biochemical crisis among humans, so what was there to fear? Noticing Liu Kai's puzzled expression, Zhu Xiaomin continued his explanation. "Little Chiu, the reason I share this with you is that I seek your assistance." "Oh, I wonder how I could be of help?" Liu Kai inquired. "As I mentioned earlier, the virus is continuously evolving, which necessitates new samples from the wild for our research." Liu Kai was quite surprised. If that is the case, wouldn't it be easier to send someone out to hunt the rampaging beasts? No. I not only need to study the biological structure of the virus, but also its pathological manifestations. To be blunt, I require living samples. The more lively, the better. The soldiers wielding guns may not exercise caution. Even with tranquilizer darts or electric shock guns, there is a risk of damaging the nervous system. You possess exceptional skills. Little Chioso. Liu Kai understood and rolled his eyes. It seemed Zhu was expecting him to capture the frenzied beast alive. "Zhu, you overestimate my abilities. This virus infects only large ferocious beasts. Do you really think I can capture them?" "I believe you can. I believe I cannot. I'll buy them by the pound. Perhaps you might want to reconsider your options." "HM? How much per pound?" Zhu Xiaomin wore a knowing smile and slowly raised 3 fingers. "I've heard tales of wandering merchants. I won't let you suffer a loss. 30 grams of gold for a pound." Fearing Liu Kai might have second thoughts, he quickly added, "This is not a mandatory task. You may consider it a bounty mission. Once captured, you can contact Secretary Qin to collect your reward." Liu Kai pondered for a moment. Since it was a bounty mission, it made things simpler. Even if it was a gamble, earning some extra cash was worthwhile. For instance, these 2 tigers weighed around 300 pounds each. They could fetch him 18 kilograms of gold. He nodded in agreement. "I accept this task. By the way, do these 2 tigers count towards the payment?" Upon hearing this shameless change of heart, Qin Luofei scoffed. "You truly are blinded by greed." Zhu Xiaomin chuckled heartily. "Just now, Little Chiu himself stated that these 2 tigers were gifted to me, and if they are dead, they hold no value." Liu Kai replied reluctantly, "Fine. What about the tiger carcasses? Little Chiu can handle that himself. By the way, the virus spreads through food, although it won't infect humans for now. It's best to avoid eating tiger meat, as wild animals harbor numerous parasites." "Thank you for the reminder, Chiu. I have no intention of consuming it. I merely wish to preserve the tiger skin." Qin Luofei interjected softly, "That's illegal. Since when do you care? Enough bickering, little Qin. Now, little Chiu, we shall take our leave." As a gesture of courtesy, Liu Kai accompanied them to the helicopter. Just as they were about to board, His peripheral vision caught a fleeting white shadow emerging from the snowmobile. It was that foolish husky. At this moment, it had completely shed the trembling demeanor it displayed earlier upon hearing the whistle. It swiftly dashed towards the carcasses of the two tigers, as if it had discovered a delectable feast and opened its mouth wide to devour them. Liu Kai was taken aback, realizing that earlier Zhu Xiaomin had mentioned that the virus could be transmitted through food. Even though Qin Luofei had remarked that dogs were not significant hosts for the virus due to their size, the virus was mutating. Who could say whether the mutated strain would now infect dogs? Xiaohei, come back here. He abandoned the thought of sending them off to the helicopter and was about to chase after the husky when another unexpected occurrence transpired. The black cat in the snowmobile could no longer contain its restlessness and jumped down, nimbly pouncing towards the tiger carcass. Liu Kai was at his wit's end. Xiaobai, you two, come back. At that moment, Qin Luofei, Zhu Xiaomin, and the two soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, their minds filled with questions. The white dog was named Xiaohei, and the black cat was called Xiaobai? What peculiar names! However, they quickly came to a realization: the transmission through food. Despite Liu Kai's rapid speed, covering several meters in just a few strides, he managed to grab hold of Xiaohei with one arm and lift Xiaobai with the other. Yet, both had already devoured a chunk of the tiger's brain. With blood smeared at the corners of their furry mouths, they looked at Liu Kai with confusion. Xiaohei seemed to sense his displeasure, gazing up with wise eyes and extending its tongue to lick, only to be shunned away. With a focused scan, Liu Kai swiftly pinpointed the tiger brain within their stomachs. With a mere thought, he silently transferred what they had just swallowed into his storage space. Zhu Xiaomin, who was also approaching the helicopter, furrowed his brows upon noticing the blood on the pets' mouths. Qin Luofei witnessed this scene as well, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Zhu, what's going on here? Zhu Xiaomin shook his head, turning his gaze to Liu Kai. Brother Qiu, you didn't let these two pets go hungry today, did you? No, they've eaten quite well today. Then that strange, the brain is the area with the highest concentration of the virus. Could it also have the effect of attracting other animals to feed? Zhu Xiaomin pondered for a while without reaching a conclusion, deciding to return to the laboratory for further investigation. Brother Qiu, may I propose something? Could you let me take these two pets with me? Liu Kai was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a request. However, having lived in solitude in the bunker, the companionship of these two pets had been a comfort for quite some time. He hesitated, reluctant to part with them. Zhu Xiaomin, fully aware of Liu Kai's attachment, had no intention of forcibly taking them away. He has his own considerations. Brother Qiu, please do not misunderstand. As I mentioned earlier, the virus is mutating. You spend every moment with your pets. What if, in the stillness of night, the virus manifests? Liu Kai grasped the implication of the words, and after a moment of reflection, he arrived at a decision. Very well, should they indeed be affected by the virus, I will promptly bring them to you for research. That is acceptable. Brother Qiu, please be vigilant. After all, huskies are medium to large-sized dogs, and sudden aggression could be troublesome. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Zhu. I will exercise caution. As he watched the plane carrying Zhu Xiaomin and the others ascend into the sky, Liu Kai turned his gaze to the cat and dog nestled in his arms, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes. He found himself musing aloud. If you two were to contract the virus, would you really bite me? The cat, as ever, displayed its haughty demeanor, grooming its paw and completely ignoring him. The husky, Xiaohei, heard the words but did not comprehend them. It continued to regard Liu Kai with its wise blue eyes, seemingly seeking an opportunity to lick him affectionately. Well, let us take it one step at a time. Chapter 110, The Addict Seeks His Goods Whether Out of Guilt or Not. The members of the Mutual Aid Society took it upon themselves to handle and remove the two young female corpses. The surroundings were deserted, marred only by pools of blood. Liu Kai shoved the cats and dogs back into the snow vehicle and cast his gaze upon the lifeless bodies of the two tigers. Initially, he had intended to skin the tigers for their pelts as decoration. However, after witnessing the recent events, he resolved to keep these little creatures far from the virus. While tiger skins were no longer suitable for display within his home, the corpses still held potential utility. They might well attract other frenzied beasts. And should he capture them alive, each pound could fetch an astronomical price of 30 grams of gold. With this thought in mind, Liu Kai activated the electromagnetic wave shield at his waist and, with a sweeping gesture, stored the two tiger corpses into space. The authorities had not managed to suppress the news, nor could they contain it. The incident involving the tigers injuring people spread rapidly throughout Fohai City over the past 2 days. Many survivors expressed their panic, albeit not overwhelmingly so. After all, they were unaware of the viral situation and assumed it was merely an isolated incident. Moreover, even if other ferocious beasts were to emerge, it was the residents of the lower floors who would bear the brunt of the danger. What concern was it to those of us residing in higher elevations? In addition to the sensational reports of the Tiger's attacks, Liu Kai's moniker as the Wandering Merchant mysteriously re-emerged in the public's consciousness. For instance, within a residential group in the southern part of the city, a fervent discussion erupted. Have you heard? The Wandering Merchant has been removed from the official list. What happened? Please elaborate. Previously, he was absorbed into the official ranks, distributing supplies for free, but after only a few days, the authorities handed the distribution task over to someone else. I heard it was assigned to a group called the Mutual Aid Society in the northern part of the city. One can only imagine. My friends, he must have embezzled the supplies, which is why he was dismissed. Hold on, we cannot make such claims without evidence. What do you mean no evidence? When he was distributing supplies, a stampede occurred, resulting in the deaths of over 20 people. That is indisputable proof. The Mutual Aid Society, on the other hand, not only distributes goods but also teaches survival skills for free. Agreed. Compared to the Mutual Aid Society, the Wandering Merchant is nothing but a profiteer. Even after being dismissed, he still shamelessly peddles his wares. It's laughable. Don't be so quick to laugh. He sells tobacco, alcohol, and pharmaceuticals. Don't you wish to purchase any? Surely. You cannot be suggesting I can't afford it? Those goods are of dubious origin. Even if I were to perish from illness, I would refuse to buy his medicine. Do you believe me or not? Hey, let us not dwell on the Wandering Merchant. I heard from friends living by the sea that the drilling platform seems to have resumed operations. Indeed, it has resumed. I have photographs. The flames have not ceased day or night. Wonderful. Does this not signify that the harsh winter is nearing its end? You must be dreaming. Liu Kai was somewhat aware of these discussions, for the residents of the Lishu community were similarly engaged in dialogue. The authorities, out of a sense of protective caution, had refrained from disclosing the information regarding his unblocking of the oil wells. Little did they anticipate. The reward for no longer delivering goods has surprisingly become a punishment of expulsion in the eyes of ordinary survivors. He felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Critics disregard the truth, fixating instead on their perceived facts. Naturally, these rumors held no sway over him. Business must go on. Moreover, he adhered strictly to his principles, visiting each community only once, resolutely refusing to return a second time. Therefore, regardless of the bravado displayed by some in the group, he remained steadfast in his refusal to purchase. Yet, when he finally encountered the roaming merchant's grand banner, he could not help but rush downstairs, eager to procure some medicine for future needs. He dared not show even a hint of disdain on his face. After all, his life was at stake. Observing the duplicity of those around him, Liu Kai found it quite amusing. Little did he know that he was about to hear something even more intriguing. In the morning, Liu Kai ventured to the northern part of the city, selecting a relatively affluent neighborhood for his transactions. The proceedings were going smoothly, with survivors queuing up to make their purchases. That was until the last person in line, a man who appeared exceedingly emaciated, perhaps in his 30s. Yet so thin that he seemed little more than skin and bones, his sunken eyes betraying signs of malnutrition. He looked as though he could be swept away by a gust of wind. Each step he took accompanied by an involuntary shiver. He promptly purchased a pack of cigarettes, eagerly braving the cold to unwrap and light one, inhaling deeply, his body trembling in sheer pleasure. As Liu Kai began to gather his belongings to leave, he noticed the neighbors dispersing. Just then, the man extinguished his cigarette and stealthily approached, whispering, "Sir? Roaming merchant, sir? Do you still wish to buy something? Hee. May I inquire if you have rock candy?" Upon hearing this, Liu Kai's eyes gleamed with interest, prompting him to halt his movements and scrutinize the man closely. Just moments prior, Liu Kai had speculated that the man's frail appearance suggested he might be a drug addict. Rock candy? How absurd. Liu Kai felt quite innocent, thinking, "Am I a mere drug dealer?" With a scowl, he retorted, "No, get lost." However, contrary to expectation, the man showed no sign of fear in response to the reprimand. Instead, he continued to smile ingratiatingly. "Please do not be angry, sir. I understand the rules. While I may not excel at hard labor or acquire goods, I can pay with gold." Liu Kai was taken aback, his face a mask of confusion. What is hard labor and goods? Although the terms eluded him, he sensed an unusual undertone. His insatiable curiosity was piqued by the man's cryptic remarks. Under normal circumstances, he would not have bothered to inquire further, but given the implication of illicit substances, he found himself compelled to engage. A plan formed in his mind, and a smile played on his lips. You truly understand the rules. Come. Let us discuss this further in my vehicle." The man's face lit up with delight as he eagerly replied, "Of course, sir." However, as the man enthusiastically climbed into the snow-covered vehicle, the dark muzzle of a gun was suddenly pressed against his temple. The man had never encountered such a scenario before. Nearly losing control of himself, instinctively, he felt the urge to cry out, but the last remnants of his rationality cautioned him against it. Making a sound would spell his doom. Trembling all over, he fixated on the ominous, dark muzzle of the gun. When he finally spoke, his words came out in a stammer. Sir, what do you mean? I only wanted to buy some ice. Ah, I am aware that you wish to procure ice. Now tell me, who informed you that I have any? The man was on the verge of tears. No, sir. Do you even have any in stock? With a sharp click, Liu Kai, irritated by the man's audacity to speak further, decisively cocked the hammer of his pistol. In a cold tone, he retorted, enough with the trivialities. Tell me, who told you I have ice? What is a laborer? And what is the cargo? Please, I will explain. Chapter 111. The mysterious bandits. Under the menacing gaze of Liu Kai's firearm, a man faced a grave threat. Fully aware of the adage that honesty brings leniency, he suppressed his urge to relieve himself and, trembling with fear, answered the questions truthfully. It turned out that a band of enigmatic bandits had emerged in the vicinity over the past few days. These brigands were armed and bore the demeanor of ruthless criminals, appearing and vanishing like phantoms and executing their actions with remarkable swiftness. They did not rob the survivors of their money or provisions, rather, they displayed a peculiar preference for human lives. They frequently prowled around dusk, around 7 p.m., seizing the opportunity to invade the homes of those who had unwittingly marked themselves as targets while the survivors ventured downstairs for ice. They brutally abducted defenseless women and children. In a mere 3 days, they had reportedly taken more than a dozen victims. Many survivors remained oblivious to this alarming situation, compounded by the irregular power supply in various city districts, which prevented widespread panic. The man was privy to this information due to his presence in a rather peculiar group known as gentlemen's tea tasting. In essence, it was a gathering of addicts. A few days prior, a mysterious individual had abruptly joined the chat. The ordinary members were perplexed, and even the group leader and administrators were left in bewilderment, having seen no invitation records, nor did anyone recognize this newcomer. Given the illicit nature of their activities, entry into the group necessitated stringent vetting, including interviews to ensure that all members were trustworthy and to prevent infiltration by undercover law enforcement. Just as they contemplated questioning the newcomer, he spoke first. He immediately got to the point, offering the gentleman various high-quality illicit goods. He presented 3 methods for acquiring these items. First, through the purchase of gold. Second, by working in a factory for 3 days in exchange for 5 grams of ice. And third, by providing information about women and children, essentially trading human lives for drugs. The group erupted in excitement. The prolonged cold snap had left them utterly destitute, with no resources left. The mere thought of obtaining drugs sent them into a frenzy. Akin to ravenous wolves in the night, their eyes gleaming with desire. The mysterious individual promised high-standard products, and even if the quality was questionable, those in dire need would not be particular. Of course, some individuals remained cautious, harboring a skeptical attitude. However, in the following days, numerous group members claimed to have secured quality goods, and even the method of labor, which seemed dubious at first, had been verified by some. It was not a scam akin to the infamous scams of the northern regions, it was genuine work, although the specifics of the tasks performed were not disclosed. This revelation undoubtedly dispelled the doubts of many. The dangers of drug addiction are well known. Once the craving strikes, a person can transform into a monstrous being, forsaking family and friends and exhausting their fortunes in pursuit of fleeting pleasure. Those lacking gold and unwilling to work naturally turn their schemes towards exploiting their neighbors for human lives. The man before me is relatively affluent, having long prepared an ample supply of gold. However, the schedule of the enigmatic figure is exceedingly congested, and despite making an appointment, no one has yet arrived to conduct the transaction. Observing the exuberance of his group friends, the man finds himself increasingly restless, feeling as though a multitude of ants is crawling upon his skin. Today, upon hearing that a wandering merchant has come to their vicinity for trade, he foolishly suspects that Liu Kai might be an accomplice of this mysterious individual. The reasoning is rather straightforward. Firstly, the manner in which Liu Kai joins the groups is rather dubious. He consistently infiltrates various owner groups through hacking software, without any invitation or prior notice. Such tactics bear a striking resemblance to those employed by drug dealers. Secondly, Liu Kai exclusively accepts transactions in gold and platinum, mirroring the preferences of the enigmatic figure. These two coincidences render skepticism nearly impossible. The man, unable to contain himself any longer, mustered the courage to inquire whether Liu Kai had any goods. Unfortunately for him, he encountered the virtuous Liu Kai, who apprehended him on the spot. After hearing the man's account, Liu Kai was taken aback. He had never anticipated that someone would emulate his elusive modus operandi. This inevitably led to a cascade of questions. How could the Mutual Aid Society remain oblivious to such a significant crime as kidnapping? Were those thugs truly so well concealed? Yet, he quickly dismissed this fleeting doubt. In his previous life, Liu Kai had survived for over half a year without catching even a whisper of this matter. given that only a few days had passed now. It was understandable that the Mutual Aid Society remained unaware. However, it mattered not, for he was now informed. Liu Kai harbored a resolute stance against narcotics, determined to eradicate them. Fortuitously, he had the WeChat contact of Qin Luofei, a convenient channel connected to the authorities. During the man's confession, Liu Kai had recorded the entire conversation. He intended to share it with Qin Luofei, effectively relaying the information to the higher echelons. After grasping the sequence of events, Liu Kai regarded the trembling man with interest. The man felt a tightening sensation, his composure wavering once more as he stammered, brother, what do you intend to do? Please don't kill me. I haven't done anything wrong. Ah, no need to be anxious, Liu Kai reassured him, gently patting the man's shoulder. Although this individual was a drug addict, he had not threatened his neighbors, thus his crimes did not warrant death. Given your frail appearance, remember that drugs are detrimental. Seize this opportunity to quit. Yes, I will listen to you, brother. I promise to quit. The man, desperate for his life, uttered empty promises. Liu Kai, however, was not convinced, having detected that the man was concealing a considerable amount of gold. A sly smile crept across his face. You mentioned you had a great deal of gold, correct? Come, buy some rice, perhaps some biscuits, and stay at home to detox. The man's expression fell, his words becoming hesitant. He was unwilling to purchase such trivial food. Rock sugar was his true desire. Just as he contemplated an excuse to refuse, he noticed Liu Kai leisurely toying with a handgun, exuding an intimidating aura that suggested dire consequences should he refuse to comply. All right, brother. I will buy. I will. Indeed. It is as it should be, payment exchange for goods. Now, hand me your phone. The man, trembling, retrieved several gold bars from his bosom and handed over his phone. Liu Kai utilized the man's device to add the roaming merchant as a WeChat contact. Shortly thereafter, he located the so-called gentleman's tea group and forwarded the mysterious individual's WeChat ID to himself. In a flash, he decisively assisted the man in exiting the group. Wait, brother. You. The man's expression shifted to one of panic as he attempted to snatch back his phone. However, Liu Kai shot him a fierce glare, causing him to shrink back into the corner, rendered speechless. Moments later, the man wore an expression akin to one who had just lost their mother. Clutching 2 bags of rice, he was unceremoniously ejected from the vehicle, watching the departing snow-covered car with a heart full of despair. Chapter 112. The Black Cat Rides the White Dog, RPG. Damn it, why is the 3G signal so slow? As Liu Kai watched the interrogation video on his phone endlessly buffering, he couldn't help but curse the network signal. Fortunately, the information was gradually sent without major issues, including the WeChat card of the mysterious individual dealing in ice meth, all forwarded to Qin Luofei. Unexpectedly, she also had a signal and replied almost instantaneously upon viewing the video. What video did you send? Why is it several hundred megabytes? And whose WeChat card is this? It's significant news. You'll understand once you watch it. By the way, when does the salvage operation at Fohai Lake Research Base commence? I have other matters to attend to. Don't rush. The underwater robot is currently verifying the blueprints. It should be happening in the next couple of days. Huh? Since you have an underwater robot, why bother looking for blueprints? Isn't it obvious? The robot can only see the channel structure and cannot assess the internal volume and specifications of the reinforced concrete. There are numerous factors to analyze, which I doubt you would comprehend. All right. I don't understand. By the way, have those Japanese assassins targeting us been dealt with? Well, we've only taken out a few known hideouts. There are still some secret locations yet to be discovered. Reading this message, several lines of frustration formed on Liu Kai's forehead. Come on, can you be more reliable? Those people want to kill me. You're speaking from a place of comfort. That group of Japanese operatives is an elite force, not some petty amateurs, with strong counter-surveillance awareness. Stop pushing. I'm short on personnel and am struggling myself. Please, Qin. Put in some effort. My life is in your hands. Understood. After a rambling exchange, Liu Kai couldn't help but sigh. In this day and age, even the authorities face hardships. Not only are they short-staffed, but they also have to manage an overwhelming array of issues. He wondered how Qin Luofei would react to the video, as it posed yet another troublesome situation. Setting down his phone, Liu Kai turned his gaze to the curled-up cat and dog in the passenger seat. As he stroked their fur, a flicker of worry crossed his eyes. Since that day when they consumed a bit of the brain of the mad tiger, they had inexplicably developed a fever. Now they lay curled up, seemingly too lethargic to move. Even their previously beloved mealtime no longer excited them. He had attempted to administer fever-reducing medication for pets, but to no avail. Their bodies remained as hot as a furnace, and their temperature had now soared to a frightening 42 degrees Celsius. Liu Kai was uncertain whether they had contracted that mysterious virus or merely a common cold. However, if it were a common cold, such a persistent high fever for 3 consecutive days would surely prove fatal, even for a Tibetan mastiff. These two little creatures, aside from being slightly lethargic and having elevated temperatures, did not exhibit signs of a dying state. Liu Kai had scanned them and found their hearts beating steadily and strongly. Given their currently abnormal condition, it was highly likely that they had contracted that mysterious virus. Moreover, unlike the variations discovered within sharks, these mutations have progressed to the point of infecting smaller creatures. The transmissibility is alarmingly potent. Even when Liu Kai decisively employed his spatial abilities to extract the tiger's brain from the bellies of the two, he still succumbed to the infection. It remains uncertain what they will ultimately become. Will they perish under extreme heat, or transform into feral beasts, forsaking all familiarity? Or perhaps nothing will occur at all. Liu Kai sighed once more. Everything is shrouded in ambiguity. He can only observe further. Should the situation deteriorate to its direst point, he would surrender them to Zhou Chaomin for research. The snowmobile sped along the return route. Snowflakes began to drift from the heavens once again, and the streets ahead were cloaked in a gray haze, rendering visibility exceedingly poor. Liu Kai employed a thermometer to measure the foreheads of Xiao He and Xiao Bai once more. Their temperatures had inexplicably risen to 43 degrees. His brow furrowed in concern. If this fever persists, it could prove unbearable. Resolutely, he decided to initiate physical cooling. He turned off the air conditioning and lowered the passenger window of the snowmobile. A piercing wind, laden with snowflakes, rushed into the cabin. In an instant, the interior was engulfed in a flurry of snow, and the temperature plummeted. Clothing, objects within the vehicle, and even the fur of Xiao He and Xiao Bai soon accumulated a layer of frosty ice. Liu Kai could hardly fathom what transpired next. Just moments after the window was opened, a chilling wail of a cat pierced the air. Meow. The black cat, which had been dozing atop the husky, had awakened unbeknownst to him. Now, it stood with bristled fur and arched back, its gaze fixated through the windshield, staring intently into the swirling snowstorm ahead, as if some monstrous threat lay in wait. Simultaneously, the husky beneath the cat stirred awake, nimbly flipping onto the passenger seat. The black cat, agile as ever, maintained its firm grip on the husky's back. This sudden turn of events left Liu Kai utterly bewildered. Before he could comprehend the situation, a shocking scene unfolded before him. The black cat, Xiao Bai, emitted a brief meow. In that instant, the husky, Xiao He, seemed to have its intellect unlocked by the frigid air. As if it understood the cat's call, its lithe body tensed, muscles coiling, and with a powerful leap, it propelled itself out of the wide-open window of the snowmobile, carrying the cat along. What the heck? Liu Kai was startled, slamming on the brakes, instinctively activating his spatial abilities to draw them into his storage space. However, he was met with a formidable resistance. The attempt was thwarted. The cat and dog dashed ahead, effortlessly outpacing the slowing snowmobile, their figures vanishing into the tempestuous snow. Liu Kai was left in a state of utter disbelief. It was inconceivable. Having consumed a substantial amount of precious metals, his spatial abilities had vastly improved. His storage space could easily ensnare adults with weaker willpower. Yet, he was unable to capture a mere cat and dog. Failing in his first attempt, he promptly opened his scanning function. Simultaneously, he pressed down on the accelerator, preparing to chase after them. As Liu Kai's perceptive abilities rapidly expanded in all directions, he suddenly sensed a metallic object hurtling towards him at an alarming speed across the snowy terrain. Upon discerning the form of this iron projectile, Liu Kai's expression darkened, an RPG warhead. Indeed, the exoskeleton's smart glasses activated thermal imaging mode, sharply detecting a faint glow amidst the swirling snow. The light intensified swiftly, transforming in an instant into a brilliant fireball. Damn it! Liu Kai cursed vehemently, momentarily disregarding the pursuit of his quarry. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, he activated the electromagnetic shield and teleported out of the vehicle, swiftly storing the snowmobile in his spatial inventory. With powerful strides, he darted towards the roadside. In the blink of an eye, the RPG warhead streaked past him, piercing the icy ground behind. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated from the rear, yet Liu Kai remained unfazed. His countenance darkening as he scanned ahead, pinpointing the source of the attack, the Japanese. Chapter 113, A Roundabout Ambush. Little Black's double kill. There were 4 Japanese soldiers in total. Shielded by the blizzard and low visibility, they brazenly stood in the street, preparing to launch their attack. While Liu Kai complained to Qin Luofei, he was, in truth, not afraid of a surprise assault from the Japanese. This was due to the confession of the enemy soldier captured at the government building, who had revealed that they would use anti-tank missiles for their ambush. Consequently, he had relaxed his vigilance. Ordinary firearms were hardly a concern. The anti-tank missile required electronic locking before firing, making it impossible to evade the exoskeleton's early warning system. However, now, perhaps due to the officials' recent dismantling of several enemy strongholds, the original anti-tank missile plan had been replaced with a far more rudimentary RPG. This device relied solely on mechanical targeting and lacked any high-tech tracking systems. It was no wonder no alerts had been received earlier, though it was low-tech. If the RPG struck the snow vehicle and caused the battery to explode, even with Liu Kai clad in his exoskeleton, he would not emerge unscathed. As his thoughts raced, the flames from the explosion behind him had yet to dissipate. Regaining his composure, Liu Kai clenched his jaw, his fury igniting within him. Damn it, you all shall perish. Drawing forth his ancestral machete, he resolutely charged toward the 4 Japanese soldiers hidden in the thick fog. Yet, once again, he was taken aback by the scene before him, his anger transforming into an expression of bewilderment. For, unexpectedly, Little Black and Little White had suddenly appeared. Initially, Little Black had been carrying Little White as they dashed away from the snow vehicle. Moreover, Liu Kai's brief delay of 2 seconds from the ambush had allowed them to sprint far ahead, evading the scanning range. Liu Kai had intended to deal with the Japanese soldiers before searching for them, but he had not anticipated that Little Black, carrying Little White, had taken a wide detour. Like a specter, silently materializing behind the 4 Japanese soldiers, he could still faintly see Little White composed and unperturbed, while Little Black crouched low, poised to pounce, exuding a fierce demeanor entirely unlike its usual silly self. Goodness, have you two become extraordinary? At that moment, one of the soldiers wielding a thermal imaging scope appeared as if he had seen a ghost. Through the swirling snow and fog, he witnessed Liu Kai's ethereal movement. Then, with a wave of his hand, the snow vehicle, larger than an ordinary SUV, vanished into thin air. This bizarre spectacle caused his mind to momentarily freeze. Following this, Liu Kai conjured a large machete out of nowhere and charged toward their position. The soldier quickly regained his composure, signaling the other 3 to ready their weapons for an attack. He hastily stepped back, reaching for his radio to report as he approached the brink of death. A multitude of questions swirled in his mind. Why did the seemingly small dog possess such an extraordinary biting force? What was the reason for the black cat perched upon its back? Could it be the fabled black cat that claims lives? The soldier longed to utter something, yet the opportunity had slipped away. The walkie-talkie fell to the icy ground with a sharp crack. In a flash, the dog lunged without a moment's hesitation, its powerful hind legs propelling it toward another soldier. The remaining 3, alerted by the sound of the radio hitting the ground, instinctively turned back. One of them caught a glimpse of the dog's fearsome visage, and without thinking, tightened his grip and pulled the trigger of his rifle. The deafening sound of gunfire reverberated through the air. Unfortunately, it was too late. The dog had clamped its jaws around his neck, eliciting an involuntary cry of pain as he collapsed, his face contorted in agony. The rifle merely fired aimlessly into the sky, accomplishing nothing. The other 2, though horrified by the scene, quickly analyzed their options driven by the instinct to survive. With a shared resolve, they raised their rifles, prepared to shoot the enigmatic white dog, indifferent to the potential harm to their comrade. Upon witnessing this, Liu Kai's eyes glinted with a cold light. He could no longer afford to leave any survivors. In an instant he vanished, covering the final distance of 10 meters in a flash, gripping his large knife and finding the perfect angle to deliver a powerful horizontal strike. The sound of snapping bones echoed sharply, 2 heads severed from their bodies and took flight. Warm blood gushed forth from the severed necks, shooting skyward, only to be transformed into crimson icicles by the biting wind, crashing to the ground in a shower of fragments. This entire sequence unfolded in mere seconds, and the 4 soldiers lay lifeless. The dog that had slain 2 of them now turned its attention to Liu Kai, immediately shedding its savage demeanor, and approached him affectionately, nuzzling against his pant leg. Meanwhile, the white cat remained unperturbed, calmly licking its paws, not sparing Liu Kai a glance. Witnessing this, Liu Kai felt a profound relief wash over him. The foolish dog was still the same foolish dog, and the proud cat had retained its haughty disposition. Neither had succumbed to the virus that could rob them of their reason. Moreover, both had returned to their normal body temperatures and displayed no signs of lethargy. This left Liu Kai in a state of astonishment. The image of the dog carrying the cat was still vivid in his mind, prompting a flurry of thoughts. Just moments ago, even he had not anticipated the RPG attack, yet the white cat had instantly alerted them with its warning. The black dog seemed to grasp the cat's tactics, responding with remarkable coordination. Without Liu Kai's command, it had decisively opted for a flanking maneuver, initiating an assault as if the feline strategist was directing its canine comrade into battle. There was yet another marvel. Despite its slightly larger size, the black dog was still merely an underage pup, not even 4 months old. Such strength in its bite seemed improbable for one so young. Now, the facts are laid bare before us. Indeed, it can be deadly. In summary, Liu Kai felt that their intelligence had notably increased, and their physical prowess had grown stronger. Curiosity stirred within him. Could this be an unintended effect of that mysterious virus? After pondering for a while, he found no answers. Should he entrust this matter to Zhu Chaomin for further investigation? Yet, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, Liu Kai decisively dismissed it. Regardless, it is ultimately a positive development. Although their transformation may not rival the enigma of spatial abilities, it is indeed remarkable. If he were to send them for research, they might end up being dissected. He then cast his gaze upon the numerous corpses of the enemy scattered about. In just a month, these creatures had caused such turmoil in Fohai City, even attempting targeted assassinations against him on 2 occasions. The sensation of being on the defensive frustrated Liu Kai immensely. He had originally intended to spare one alive to interrogate about their hideout, hoping to eradicate this nest of vermin in one fell swoop. However, in the heat of the moment, he had eliminated them all, leaving him without any leads. Just as he was lamenting his hasty actions, his peripheral vision caught sight of a foolish dog, leaping and snapping at the falling snowflakes. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Scent. Chapter 114. A return to familiar grounds, only to find the enemy's lair? Liu Kai felt a deep sense of satisfaction with the transformation of Little Black. Dogs inherently possess a remarkable sense of smell, and it seemed that Little Black's physique had been further enhanced. With this thought in mind, Liu Kai hastily tore a strip from a Japanese soldier's tattered uniform and called over the exuberantly playful Little Black. As he gently patted the dog's head, he brought the rag close to its nose. Little Black, come, sniff the scent and discern its origin. Although the dog could not comprehend human speech, it appeared to grasp Liu Kai's intent. It eagerly flared its nostrils and diligently inhaled the aroma. Suddenly, it sprang up and scampered towards the corpse of a nearby enemy soldier. To Liu Kai's astonished gaze, it sank its teeth into the severed index finger of the corpse. Returning to Liu Kai, it obediently sat before him, dropping the finger from its mouth and grinning widely, tongue lolling out, as if seeking praise. Liu Kai, exasperated, rubbed his forehead in disbelief. This foolish dog had partially understood his command, yet not entirely. No, Little Black, I asked you to find a route. Do you understand? Where did they come from? This time, Liu Kai gesticulated animatedly while speaking. Little Black tilted its head, as if contemplating, and then seemed to comprehend once more. Dashing off again. This time, it returned with an ear. Liu Kai's lips twitched, and he patiently attempted to clarify his request yet again. However, the dog continued to present him with a collection of body parts, fingers, clothing, shoes, and even a piece of bitter tea. The Japanese soldier's body had been thoroughly ravaged by Little Black, leaving it in a state of utter disarray. At last, the onlooker, the black cat Xiaobai, could no longer contain itself. It leaped onto Little Black's back, striking the foolish dog on the head with its paws. Clap, clap, meow, with Xiaobai's cryptic cry. Little Black momentarily froze, then seemed to have an epiphany, barking twice with newfound clarity. Ecstatically, it circled Liu Kai twice before galloping eastward with Xiaobai perched upon its back. Not looking back, Liu Kai watched in astonishment, increasingly convinced of his earlier hypothesis. Indeed, both the cat and dog had experienced enhancements. Yet, this enhancement was peculiar. The dog, which was supposed to possess a higher intellect, had gained physical prowess, while the generally less intelligent cat seemed to have sharpened its mind instead. Furthermore, it appeared that a strange bond had formed between them, akin to a shared understanding. How irrational, how absurd. Liu Kai swiftly gathered the scattered firearms and ammunition, shaking his head in disbelief as he pursued the direction in which Little Black had dashed. In this frigid weather, the husky, as a sled dog, naturally possessed advantages. Coupled with its enhanced constitution, it ran with vigor, showing no signs of fatigue. As Little Black navigated through winding alleys and narrow passages, Liu Kai abandoned the idea of continuing by vehicle, opting instead to follow closely behind the spirited dog. However, as he ran, an unsettling familiarity began to wash over him. This route seemed oddly reminiscent, as if he were drawing nearer to a certain place. Indeed, Little Black ultimately halted beside a broad street. Liu Kai gazed in astonishment, realizing that he had indeed arrived at this location, near the towering skyscraper. Before him lay the enormous pit created by the collapse of Line 3 of the subway. Although Little Black did not appear particularly intelligent, he possessed a modicum of caution. He refrained from venturing into the pitch-black abyss, instead opting to sit at the entrance. Panting heavily, Liu Kai, somewhat taken aback, whispered, "Little Black, are you sure this is the place?" Little Black, unable to comprehend, nudged Liu Kai insistently with his head, urging him to descend. The passage below was rather intricate and extended far into the distance. Liu Kai's scans revealed only a more chaotic array of footprints than before, with no sign of living souls. After contemplating for a moment, he crouched down. "Little Black, Little White, it's quite perilous below. I must place you in a safe location ahead of time. Do not resist." Although they could not understand, they sensed their master's emotions. Thus, when Liu Kai attempted to draw them into his storage space, they instinctively resisted for a moment before relinquishing their resistance and vanishing instantly. Despite Little Black's impressive display in battle moments ago, that was predicated upon a surprise attack and a limited number of adversaries. Now, the number of potential foes below was unknown, as was the nature of their weaponry. He resolved to proceed with minimal encumbrance. Resolutely, he initiated the broadest possible scan and cautiously ventured into the dark cavern, once again treading upon familiar ground. Liu Kai could not help but marvel at the cunning of these foes. After the authorities had investigated and found no anomalies, they had lost interest and lacked the energy to monitor this area further. He had not anticipated that this group would engage in such subterfuge. Progressing along the tunnel, aided by his exoskeletal smart glasses, he effortlessly discerned the direction of the footprints on the ground. Even without Little Black's olfactory assistance, he chose the most correct path, not near the shield tunneling machine where Chun Bin and his companions had once lingered, but deeper within the tunnel. In just a few minutes, having turned 3 corners, shadows of living beings emerged within the scanned vicinity. In a tunnel 180 meters ahead, 6 armed guards stood sentinel, wielding the Finghe Type 20 firearms. Liu Kai's spirits surged with excitement. This was indeed the correct location. However, he halted his advance, for in thermal imaging mode, he easily detected 5 horizontal infrared beams ahead. These beams emanated from 5 inconspicuous devices embedded in the walls of the tunnel, arranged meticulously from top to bottom, sealing the entrance tightly. Of course, the infrared rays were non-lethal. Their true purpose was to serve as an intrusion alert. Witnessing this scene, Liu Kai felt even more exhilarated. Such meticulous precautions indicated a high probability of a stronghold. For an ordinary person, traversing without triggering the detection devices while evading the infrared beams would be nearly impossible. Yet for Liu Kai, it was merely a matter of teleporting half a meter. He effortlessly evaded the first layer of detection. However, he truly did not anticipate that within the subsequent tunnel, which stretched over 180 meters, there were indeed 3 additional layers. As he stealthily infiltrated further, a wealth of internal scenes unfolded before his eyes. Liu Kai felt an increasing sense of dread as he observed the scene before him. The number of individuals and the array of equipment exceeded his expectations. Not only was there a silent generator providing power, but also illumination, heating, and exhaust fans. Additionally, there were pots, pans, sleeping bags, tents, firearms, ammunition, and provisions. The personnel displayed a clear division of labor. In addition to the armed guards, some individuals were wielding shovels, diligently digging. It appeared they aimed to expand the tunnel to accommodate more equipment. At a location resembling a command post, a substantial map was prominently displayed. The temperature in that area was likely quite warm, as a muscular man of average height was seated there, bare-chested. A white cloth headband adorned his brow, featuring a striking red circular emblem at its center. This robust figure was positioned in front of a massive radio-like communication device, his lips moving incessantly, though the content of his speech remained a mystery. Presumably, this individual served as the direct commander of the operation, overseeing both the guards and the engineers. Altogether, the spacious tunnel housed nearly 50 individuals, each participating in various tasks. Chapter 115. Clever strategies and poisonous assaults. This group of adversaries not only executed their early warning systems with remarkable diligence, but their defensive measures were equally robust. Within the labyrinthine twists of the tunnels, makeshift shelters constructed from bulletproof steel plates were stacked in abundance. Numerous corners were filled with ammunition boxes, towering to half a man's height, brimming with an assortment of bullets, grenades, and shells. Venturing deeper into the tunnels, apart from the infrared warning devices that Liu Kai had successfully navigated, several key support structures concealed remote-controlled explosives beneath the ground. These devices served as effective means to either collapse the tunnel and eliminate intruders or to block escape routes, thereby buying precious time for a retreat. Moreover, as the subway tunnels traversed the city, many sections lay directly beneath residential buildings. An explosion causing ground subsidence would inevitably result in numerous casualties, thus serving as a contingency plan for the enemy. They could silently seize any survivors above as hostages, even if their lair was exposed. The forces of Huagua would hesitate to act recklessly. Should the authorities opt to evacuate the survivors above, it would inadvertently signal to the enemies within the tunnel that their position had been compromised. Indeed, as Qin Luofei had suggested, these individuals were not mere brigands but rather elite operatives, fully cognizant of their surroundings. Liu Kai harbored some doubts. He had initially presumed that the group abducting women and children, enticing addicts into labor, and distributing narcotics were the same foes he now faced. However, it appeared that this assumption was rather incongruous. The interior was exclusively occupied by robust male soldiers. There were no women, children, or even a stray dog in sight. Setting aside this conundrum, it would be prudent to notify the authorities to devise a strategy. Yet, as Liu Kai had previously contemplated, He was exceedingly vexed by these brutes, his heart heavy with frustration. Now, a splendid opportunity to personally resolve the issue lay before him. He was inclined to take the risk, especially with the alluring arsenal and ammunition boxes within. Liu Kai chose to halt his advance, pausing to devise a plan. He was indifferent to the fates of the survivors above. However, trading Huagua lives for those of the enemy seemed decidedly unwise. What he sought was a flawless slaughter with zero casualties on his side. It was imperative to conceive a method that would not only prevent the explosives from damaging the tunnel, but also ensnare the entire group of adversaries. Disarming the bombs was out of the question, as it would trigger the alarm system. If the enemy caught wind of any disturbance and fled, it would pose significant complications. Bombs, remote-controlled bombs. Remote-controlled. A spark of inspiration ignited within Liu Kai, an electromagnetic wave jammer. Each jammer had an effective range of 50 meters, and he possessed 6 of them. Despite the considerable distance between the bomb placements within the tunnel, they all lay along the entrance route Liu Kai occupied. Merely 3 jammers would suffice to achieve comprehensive coverage. Determined, Liu Kai wasted no time and swiftly set his plan into motion. He retraced his steps to exit the cave. Given the considerable depth of the subway tunnel, an instantaneous teleportation to the surface would be excessively draining. Following the path etched in his memory, he soon arrived directly above the command center of the cave. The cleverly disguised signal antenna was effortlessly discovered, extending from the colossal communication apparatus down to the ground. With the electromagnetic wave shield positioned, a countdown of 5 minutes commenced. Swiftly, he returned to the underground chamber, moving silently like an agile cheetah. Soon, 3 electromagnetic wave shields were sequentially placed within the vicinity of the explosive device. Activate the shield. The enemies within the tunnel remained utterly oblivious, completely unaware that their escape route had been irrevocably sealed. After accomplishing this task, Liu Kai exhaled deeply. He had no intention of recklessly charging in. The sheer number of adversaries inside posed a significant challenge, as they formed a vigilant watch, supporting one another. Although the exoskeleton provided bulletproof protection, the enemy's weaponry was formidable, including heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, grenades, and devastating armaments such as mortars and RPGs. This array of weaponry could potentially lead to a tunnel collapse and posed a lethal threat to the exoskeleton. Utilizing spatial abilities for individual teleportation assaults would be exceedingly taxing and yield less than ideal results. However, Liu Kai had a strategy in mind. The most effective approach to assault a sealed tunnel was undoubtedly through a gas attack. While he lacked gas grenades, he did possess crude oil. A few days prior, during the clearing of an oil drilling platform, an unexpected blowout had resulted in a substantial accumulation of liquid crude oil within his storage space, all at temperatures exceeding 30 degrees Celsius, above their flash points. He had been troubled by how to manage this surplus, yet now he realized its potential use. The complex composition of crude oil, when ignited, would consume the oxygen within the tunnel, producing toxic gases such as carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, and dinitrogen trioxide. A significant influx of these lethal gases would render even exhaust fans ineffective. As seconds ticked away, Liu Kai's heart raced, and he swiftly retrieved several large camping tarps from his storage. He promptly sealed the entrance to the outside world with them. Finally, with just 30 seconds remaining on the shield's countdown, he abruptly halted his actions and let out a sinister chuckle. Now you shall experience firsthand the cruel methods you once employed. He extracted a camping alcohol torch and ignited it. In the next instant, a copious amount of thick, dark liquid crude oil spilled onto the ground, spreading rapidly under the force of gravity across an expansive area. Seizing the moment before the oil could congeal in the low temperatures, Liu Kai deftly ignited one edge of the crude oil. A brilliant yellow flame erupted instantaneously, causing the temperature within the tunnel to rise significantly. Accompanying this was a dense plume of black smoke, activating the sealing mode and emergency oxygen supply. The exoskeleton automatically sealed itself upon detecting the presence of toxic gases and a decrease in oxygen levels. Liu Kai continued his actions, retreating while releasing more crude oil into the increasingly fierce flames. The heat from the fire softened the viscous oil, making it even easier to ignite. In but a fleeting moment, the entire tunnel was engulfed in thick black smoke. The billowing toxic fumes surged rapidly to the sides, driven by the forces of thermal convection. However, the path leading to the collapsed pit in the street was obscured by Liu Kai, who had covered it with tarpaulin. The vast majority of toxic smoke could not penetrate, forcing the desperate souls to surge towards the deeper layer of the enemy. Beep, beep, beep. The preset countdown softly echoed, signaling the activation of the jammer on the ice surface. Indeed, Liu Kai observed through his scan that the bare-chested strongman's expression changed dramatically. In an instant, he leaped to his feet, shouting frantically at the people outside. It appeared that communication had indeed been severed. Meanwhile, Two guards stationed on the periphery sensed something amiss. In the dim light, a peculiar movement seemed to stir within the darkness ahead. Cautiously, the two men activated the tactical flashlights on their rifles and directed them into the shadows. The unforgettable scene that unfolded before them left them rooted to the spot in sheer terror. The dense, inky smoke engulfed the entire expanse of the underground tunnel, within which seemed to lurk countless formless malevolent spirits and beasts, surging, rolling, and overlapping with an overwhelming force. Chapter 116. Overwhelming one-sided massacre. The psychological resilience of this group was indeed formidable. Even upon witnessing such a horrifying scene, their minds briefly blanked before swiftly regaining composure. They erupted into frantic shouts, activating the nearby alarm switch. In a rapid retreat, they plunged deeper into the tunnel, hastily donning their gas masks. In an instant, the entire tunnel reverberated with alarm bells, the red lights flashing incessantly. The advance of the noxious smoke was alarmingly swift, far exceeding the speed at which a human could run. Despite the warning, many within remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. The muscular commander, oblivious to the communication breakdown, assumed an enemy incursion was underway. He quickly seized his weapon, crouching behind cover, ready for combat. Suddenly, two figures burst into the tunnel entrance, donned in gas masks. Shouting in a frantic tongue, "Gas! Gas!" The mere utterance of the word gas sent a wave of panic across the faces of all present. Yet, before they could react, the surging black smoke enveloped them. In a heartbeat, the already dim lighting was completely obscured, casting the entire tunnel into utter darkness. Some soldiers, quick on their feet, managed to secure their gas masks just in time, momentarily evading disaster. However, the sudden drop in oxygen levels left them gasping for breath, their heads spinning in a haze of suffocation. Even more unfortunate were those who failed to don their masks promptly. In their panic, they instinctively inhaled the foul smoke, which caused a painful tightness in their chests and a stinging in their nostrils. They collapsed to the ground, clutching their throats, convulsing as they foamed at the mouth. Though they did not succumb immediately, their capacity for action was severely compromised. The muscular commander demonstrated his expected leadership, steadfast in his belief that this was indeed an enemy assault, not merely a result of a pipeline mishap. They had meticulously inspected the entire tunnel. It was inconceivable for such a volume of toxic smoke to materialize spontaneously. With little time to ponder the cause of their exposure, survival took precedence. He quickly organized the remaining 20 or so operatives, instructing them to retreat and disperse behind various cover points. Machine gunners positioned themselves at the front for fire support, while two others, armed with cumbersome thermal imaging anti-material sniper rifles, took shelter further back, poised for a lethal strike. 5 more carried RPG rocket launchers, and one held the remote control, prepared to collapse the tunnel if the situation became dire, facilitating an escape through an alternate route. Regrettably, he was unaware that the remote explosives were rendered entirely inoperative. Liu Kai, observing the tactical distribution keenly, did not hesitate. As he witnessed soldiers collapsing, he seized the moment to act. Standing amidst the thick, swirling smoke, he approached the final straight stretch of corridor, perfectly positioned for a shot. Although the advancing black smoke was momentarily hindered by a massive exhaust fan, its temperature remained alarmingly high. The two individuals wielding thermal imaging sniper rifles could only perceive a screen filled with blinding white, devoid of any human figures. Similarly, the exoskeleton's thermal imaging proved utterly ineffective. However, with the scanners fully operational, Liu Kai relied not on his eyes. The time for slaughter had arrived. In their hasty retreat, the enemy had left behind 2 half-height ammunition boxes. With a swift gesture, Liu Kai extracted several flashbangs from within, a wicked grin curling at the corners of his mouth. The enemy soldiers were intensely focused, poised for combat. Yet, they remained unseen. Suddenly, from the thick smoke, 2 spinning iron projectiles darted forth. All the enemy soldiers were taken aback, their pupils dilating in shock. They recognized those iron projectiles, flashbangs. In the next instant, a blinding white light engulfed their vision, accompanied by a thunderous explosion that left everyone dizzy and disoriented. These seasoned warriors, however, quickly regained their composure. The machine gunners, with clarity of mind, understood that in such a scenario, the only recourse was to unleash a barrage of firepower. They unleashed a dense hail of bullets to obstruct the enemy's advance, buying precious moments for their comrades to recover their sight and hearing. Without hesitation, they squeezed the triggers. The sharp staccato of gunfire echoed throughout the tunnel, a storm of bullets soaring into the smoke. Liu Kai sprang into action. Taking advantage of the exoskeleton's formidable ballistic protection, he charged forward, unperturbed by the small-caliber bullets. Sparks erupted around him as bullets struck his frame, yet he leapt from the smoke with extraordinary speed. The exoskeleton's intelligent visor restored imaging capabilities, activating targeting assistance. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the concentrated hail of bullets, conjuring two handguns into his grasp. Bang, bang, bang. Each bullet found its mark, deftly bypassing the protection of body armor and helmets, striking directly into the faces of the enemy, resulting in instant fatalities. Although the flashbangs had rendered the enemy soldiers mostly deaf, the sound of gunfire was still too pronounced. These experienced soldiers quickly discerned that the shots were not fired by their comrades and began to fire blindly toward Liu Kai's position. Thud, thud. The muted sounds of projectiles slicing through the air reached him. Initially intent on enduring the bullets, Liu Kai swiftly abandoned that notion, realizing the sounds signified incoming grenades. With focused intent, he instantaneously shifted to another direction. The next moment, two violent explosions erupted at his original location. Liu Kai, taken aback, marveled once more at the elite nature of this foe. He hadn't anticipated that even in blind firing, the enemy's sense of direction could remain so precise. Suddenly, the exoskeleton emitted a warning alert. Caution, anti-material sniper rifles detected in use. It was the two snipers, having distanced themselves from the effects of the flashbangs, now aiming at Liu Kai's current position. With no other choice, Liu Kai dashed to the nearest cover and crouched down. Indeed, while the exoskeleton armor could continuously defend against anti-material sniper rounds, the joints remained relatively vulnerable. Having witnessed the tactical prowess of this enemy, he was acutely aware of the need for caution. Yet, fear was a sentiment he did not entertain. Once more, employing the same tactic, he produced two flashbangs and hurled them forth. Several enemy soldiers, who had just begun to regain a semblance of vision, beheld the incoming projectiles and felt an instinctual urge to curse their fate. Regrettably, they possessed no means to counter this assault. The flashbangs were not something one could simply evade. Closing one's eyes and plugging one's ears proved futile. They could only instinctively hunch down behind their cover, hoping that the repercussions of this encounter would be less severe. However, they were not entirely passive. Two of the quicker responders had already squeezed their triggers, launching RPGs towards the location where Liu Kai was concealed. As the swiftly approaching RPG warheads were detected, the two flashbangs erupted once again. Liu Kai decisively emerged from behind his cover, pivoted, and raised his pistol, firing two precise shots. The bullets struck the fuses with unerring accuracy, detonating the RPG warheads midair. A multitude of fiery fragments scattered rapidly, landing squarely upon several enemy soldiers. The tunnel was instantly filled with a cacophony of anguished cries, as the one-sided massacre continued unabated. Chapter 117. Thoroughly cleansed, official aftermath. Liu Kai brandished two handguns, unleashing a dazzling display of fire. Each lethal bullet traced an elegant trajectory, piercing the flesh of its targets. This time, the two distant snipers were the first to fall victim. Their vision, once a blinding white, swiftly transformed into a crimson haze, only to be engulfed by utter darkness as consciousness faded into oblivion. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, Liu Kai employed a strategy of overwhelming assault. Each adversary received no less than 4 bullets as he moved through the tunnel with the agility of a sleek leopard, dispatching the remaining foes with the swiftness of harvesting chives. Despite the limited capacity of his handgun magazines, the gunfire never ceased. Liu Kai chose not to utilize spare magazines. Instead, he intuitively discovered a novel application of his spatial abilities, rapidly reloading from his storage space. Empty magazines were swiftly stored away, and under his meticulous control, bullets automatically and promptly filled the chambers. To the outside world, this entire process consumed almost no time, allowing him to sustain an uninterrupted barrage. Simultaneously, Liu Kai recalled the Gatling gun he had previously seized. This machine gun utilized a fully disintegrating ammunition belt, with each shot fired. The metallic chain would automatically separate into 2 segments, mingling with the ejected casings. Typically, in the heat of battle, troops did not concern themselves with reclaiming the ammo belts, much as they disregarded spent shells. However, Liu Kai was not supported by a formidable logistical system like the official forces. If he were to employ the Gatling gun, he could efficiently retrieve the ammo belts using his storage space, seamlessly reconnecting them with bullets for continual use. The conflict soon approached its conclusion. The 20 or so remaining combatants who still possessed the capacity to resist were nearly annihilated. Only a bare-chested, muscular man remained. As he recognized the futility of his situation and prepared to take his own life, Liu Kai teleported behind him, delivering a swift strike to his neck, rendering him unconscious. For the sake of thoroughness, Liu Kai then approached the earliest victims of poisoning, ensuring their demise with a single shot to each. With this meticulous task complete, his gaze shifted to the abundance of firearms and ammunition strewn across the ground. Not to one by one, the remote-controlled bombs were secured in the storage space. Fortunately, these explosives were composed of TNT, a substance known for its remarkable chemical stability. Even after enduring intense heat, they remained inert. However, the 3 electromagnetic wave jammers were far less fortunate. Even if they managed to function, they were in a state of desperate decline, ruthlessly abandoned by Liu Kai. Similarly discarded were the camping tarps used to obscure the entrance from smoke, now rendered completely blackened and devoid of any value for recycling. As he departed from the pit, Liu Kai's loose garments, designed to shield his exoskeleton, had long been reduced to ashes. The exoskeleton itself was heavily tainted with copious amounts of black smoke residue. Reluctant to part with the exoskeleton, Liu Kai sought refuge in an empty house, where he kindled a fire and placed a pot to melt ice into water. Several basins of scalding water cascaded over him, swiftly restoring the once-dull armor to a radiant shine. Alas, the house bore the brunt of this endeavor. With the floors littered with dark impurities, and the sofa and walls were no exceptions. Once clad in a fresh set of loose robes, Liu Kai retrieved the snowmobile and placed the enormous communication device in the trunk. He also extracted the unconscious muscle-bound enemy soldier, binding his limbs before covering him with an insulating blanket to prevent hypothermia, and unceremoniously stuffed him into the snowmobile. Liu Kai drove at a breakneck pace, securing the last electromagnetic wave jammer on the icy surface before locating an area currently supplied with electricity. Upon seeing his phone connect to the base station signal, he dialed Qin Luofei's number. The call was swiftly answered, revealing a voice tinged with fatigue. "Mr. Chiu, is there something you need?" "Secretary Qin, did you watch the video I sent you this morning?" Liu Kai inquired. Upon hearing his question, Qin Luofei let out a wry chuckle. "Ah, yes, I have seen it. Mr. Chiu, you truly cannot sit idle, creating yet another significant dilemma for us. I am genuinely at my wit's end. Do not fret just yet. I have something else to share with you." Sensing that Liu Kai's inquiries were rarely trivial, Qin Luofei's heart raced with anxiety. Could it be yet another troublesome affair? Unfortunately, her intuition proved correct. "This morning, I encountered a surprise attack from the enemy." "What? Are you all right, Mr. Chiu?" Upon learning of Liu Kai's ambush, Qin Luofei could not suppress her shock, momentarily forgetting her fatigue. After all, if anything were to happen to Liu Kai, what would become of the salvage operation? "I am unharmed, and I traced the source of the attack to eliminate their stronghold. I now possess a captured communication device, and have taken an enemy commander alive." That's good. Wait, you eliminated their stronghold? Did you do it alone? Please refrain from such dramatic reactions. The real question is, what shall we do with the communication device and the enemy commander? Oh right, where are you now? At the south entrance of Fenghai Walking Street. All right, Mr. Chiu. I will dispatch someone immediately for the handover. Qin Luofei's emotions were conflicted, unsure whether to feel joy or distress. The unexpected resolution of a major issue brought her relief. Yet the growing number of complications weighed heavily on her mind. Shelters, oil wells, heinous crimes, mysterious viruses, abductions, drug trafficking, and banditry. Each incident, a tangled web of chaos, leaves one at a loss as to how to marshal resources. Little did I expect that Liu Kai would embroil her in yet another significant affair. A wry smile crept upon my lips. Mr. Chiu truly cannot remain idle. A talent such as yours would be squandered outside the military. Perhaps I should petition the higher-ups for a special enlistment. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai rolled his eyes dramatically. This time, my efforts in eradicating the invaders were purely voluntary. I did not accept any remuneration. Yet you dare to suggest I join the ranks as free labor? Quite the audacious calculation you have there. One cannot dismiss such sentiments, I replied. Contributing to the nation is a civic duty for every citizen. Besides, I happen to know many beautiful and single military flowers. Are you truly willing to forfeit such an opportunity? Do you think I believe you? Humph, stingy fellow. If you choose not to join, so be it. Chapter 118. The firepower of a squad. The salvage mission concluded. The official response was swift. Within 10 minutes, a helicopter descended at the southern entrance of the pedestrian street. A young lieutenant and 2 soldiers arrived for the handover. Although they concealed their intentions well, Liu Kai sensed a certain complexity in their gazes, an ineffable depth that lingered unspoken. The lieutenant approached with courteous formality, offering a respectful salute. Rather than hastily exchanging communication devices and the unconscious enemy combatant, he inquired politely about the location of the enemy's lair. This question rendered Liu Kai momentarily silent, as he harbored 2 concerns. Firstly, within the tunnel lay remnants of crude oil that had yet to be ignited, now congealed into ice and fused with the earth, making it nearly impossible for him to reclaim them into his storage space. Secondly, the tunnel was devoid of anything but the enemy's corpses. He had left behind not a single useful item, including a considerable cache of firearms and ammunition. The authorities would undoubtedly seek to verify the scene. and he was uncertain what complications might arise from this. However, these thoughts were fleeting. He candidly disclosed the location of the collapsed entrance of Metro Line 3 adjacent to the skyscraper, as there remained one enemy combatant alive. Even if he chose to remain silent, the authorities would eventually uncover this information. The reason he spared this individual was due to their relatively high rank. If he could extract valuable intelligence, it might provide an opportunity to decisively address the rampant activities of the enemy in Fohai City and potentially other coastal cities. In comparison, even if the authorities labeled him with a more enigmatic suspicion, it would still be worthwhile. Before long, the helicopter departed with the cumbersome communication equipment and the captured enemy. With a smile gracing his face, Liu Kai climbed into the snow vehicle and resumed his meticulous inventory of the vast spoils within his storage space. Earlier, he had only taken a cursory glance, but now he found himself increasingly elated. A substantial quantity of 7.62mm fully disintegrating ammunition belts, 12 packages of 800-gram TNT remote-controlled explosives, 6 RPG launchers, including 35 rounds, 2 Russian-made V94 anti-material sniper rifles, 35 Type 20 rifles equipped with grenade launchers, 3 American 48 Malawian Quatches light machine guns, and 12 German SFB-9 pistols. Furthermore, there were 42 sets of body armor and ballistic helmets, all in remarkably intact condition despite a little dirt. Additionally, a vast assortment of ammunition and throwable weapons awaited. As his consciousness scanned through the storage space, precise numerical conclusions swiftly emerged. 85 Mk3A2 grenades, 40 M84 flashbangs, 150 rifle grenades, and nearly 60,000 rounds of various calibers combined. Clutching enough equipment to outfit an entire army squad with surplus, Liu Kai's heart raced uncontrollably. Still, the sentiment remained, although the weapons he originally possessed were sufficient. Akin to stockpiled provisions, who would ever complain about having too much? Amidst his excitement, Liu Kai could not help but feel a tinge of regret. He was thrilled to possess over 30,000 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition, complete with corresponding belts. These rounds were not only compatible with the domestically produced CSLR-4 sniper rifle, but also with the American 48 Malawian Quatches machine gun. It can also be utilized with the formidable M134 Gatling gun, serving as a versatile solution in various contexts. Regrettably, amidst the abundance of ammunition, there exists not a single round of 10.36 caliber. This implies that the exquisite M200 sniper rifle must remain merely a work of art. After a considerable while, Liu Kai managed to temper his excitement, releasing Xiao He and Xiao Bai from the storage space. While the outside world had elapsed for an extensive period, for them, it was but a fleeting moment. Liu Kai finally found time to scrutinize their condition. Their body temperature remained slightly elevated, yet it was gradually returning to normal levels. Their fur felt notably more resilient than before, and the muscles beneath their skin appeared more robust. Fortunately, their personalities had not altered. The husky remained its endearingly foolish self, while the black cat retained its aloof and proud demeanor. Liu Kai marveled at the peculiarities of this virus, which exhibited different effects on various sized creatures. A sense of worry crept into his mind. The virus was continuously mutating. Initially effective only on larger organisms, it had, within a mere 2 days, adapted to influence smaller cats and dogs. Would a biochemical crisis truly emerge in the future? At this moment, Liu Kai was unaware that shortly, the mutated virus would indeed infect humans and primates, yet it would not result in the legendary zombies. The bizarre manifestations of the illness evoked both amusement and an overwhelming sense of desolation and terror. He could not foresee the future and was too weary to contemplate it. At least in his previous life, he had never encountered such a virus. Now, he turned his attention to the corpses of the 2 tigers in the storage space. Xiao He and Xiao Bai had undergone their transformation after consuming the tiger's brain. What would transpire if they were to consume it again? There were only 2 possible outcomes. Either they would continue to evolve and strengthen, or the virus had already taken root and proliferated within them, rendering any further intake of the virus ineffectual. Regardless, an experiment was necessary to ascertain the truth. With this thought, Liu Kai cut 2 small pieces of tiger brain from the storage space and placed them in a bowl before Xiao He and Xiao Bai. The moment the tiger brain appeared, they seemed to have caught a whiff of an exquisite delicacy. Their human-like expressions of desire instantly fixated on the bowl. However, this time, they did not succumb to instinct and pounce upon the tiger brain. Instead, they simultaneously looked up at Liu Kai, as if seeking his approval. Upon receiving a nod of consent from Liu Kai, they each swallowed a piece. One could almost discern a look of satisfaction and lingering desire on their furry faces. The efficacy of the virus would require further observation. Liu Kai did not harbor any illusions of obtaining immediate answers as he drove the snowmobile back. This observation lasted throughout the night. It was not until the following morning that Liu Kai finally confirmed the effects of the virus. The allure of infected flesh still remained for animals. However, for enhanced creatures like Xiao He and Xiao Bai, further strengthening was no longer possible. His second hypothesis had proven correct. Today, Liu Kai still intended to venture out for some trading. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of impatience. Several days prior, he had been fervently eager to embark on his mining venture, yet he hesitated to take the plunge. Uncertain of the official's reliability, he remained in limbo. Perhaps the heavens had overheard his grievances. Just as he was packing his belongings in preparation for departure, the phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID displaying Lophius, Liu Kai's heart leaped with joy. "Mr. Chiu, are you available at the moment?" Although the voice on the other end appeared calm, Liu Kai's mind was exceptionally alert. He sensed an inexplicable undertone in the conversation. "My availability largely hinges on the purpose of your call." "Haha, Mr. Chiu, you possess quite the sense of humor. The analysis of the Fonghai Lake underwater research base has been completed. If you are free, we can commence the salvage operation at noon today." Upon hearing this, Liu Kai's eyes brightened instantly. In a sense, he was more eager to salvage than the officials themselves. For him, this was merely a trivial matter of managing storage space. He promptly replied, "No problem. Please send me the exact location, and I shall head over right away." Chapter 119. Fonghai Lake. Identity-exposed Fonghai Lake is situated 25 kilometers northwest of the city, in the picturesque town of Meishan, spanning an area of 13 square kilometers. The lake stretches over 7 kilometers from southwest to northeast. Its waters flow through the expansive Fengxiu River into the ocean, located 30 kilometers away. With a mere 8-meter elevation difference between the lake surface and sea level, the numerous islands within the lake were once adorned with lush vegetation. But that was before the arrival of the cold current. Now, not only have the once thriving islands fallen silent, but even the lake's surface is encased in a thick layer of ice. The location sent by Qin Luofei points to the center of Fonghai Lake. On an island known as Tianxiao once stood a covert institution, a water quality monitoring station. Liu Kai has just learned that this small facility served as a FAA for an underwater research base, connected by a nearly 100-meter vertical passage to the underground facility, which, unfortunately, has now collapsed. Following the coordinates, Liu Kai traversed the northern area of the city. The road leading to Meishan town has been buried beneath a blanket of ice, eliminating the need for convoluted detours. He simply needed to advance along the relatively flat ice surface. By 10 o'clock in the morning, Liu Kai had arrived at Fonghai Lake. This time, to prevent unforeseen circumstances, he had brought along Xiao He and Xiao Bai to witness the world beyond. Due to an unprecedented downpour that preceded the cold current, the ice surface of Fonghai Lake is now at least 15 meters higher than its previous water level. Coupled with the original depth of 55 meters and a 30-meter concrete layer, the research base at the lake's bottom now lies nearly 100 meters beneath the ice surface. Only the highest point of Tianxiao Island remains vaguely visible, yet the water quality monitoring station, which once served as a cover, has been thoroughly buried. At present, Fonghai Lake is bustling with activity, reminiscent of the previously lively offshore drilling platforms. Several trucks and 2 helicopters are stationed near the island, while dozens of armed soldiers stand guard, indicating the significance of this operation. The ice surface has been cut to create a circular opening approximately 10 meters in diameter. As freshwater freezes more readily than seawater, the ice here exceeds the thickness near coastal number 3, measuring a solid 8 meters. Above the ice hole, a crane is set up, continuously lifting bodies from the depths below. These corpses, both male and female, are predominantly clad in white lab coats, their skin pallid and bodies swollen to the point of obscuring their original features. Liu Kai realizes that these individuals must be the research personnel who perished in the underwater base due to an accident. According to Qin Luofei, after the experimental mishap, a cold current fortuitously struck, preventing immediate rescue efforts. It is only now that efforts are being made to recover their remains. A sense of melancholy washes over him. It is a tragic loss to see such cultivated talents succumb to fate. The soldiers on guard recognize Liu Kai's snowmobile. Upon his approach, they merely conducted a cursory scan with an explosive detection device before granting him passage. At long last, Liu Kai encounters a familiar face, Qin Luofei. Clad in a military coat that conceals her graceful figure, she is engaged in discussion and coordination with several technician-like individuals, suggesting that she is indeed the commander of this operation, which comes as a surprise to Liu Kai. Coastal number 3 is understandable under her command, though significant, as there are numerous drilling platforms nationwide. Yet, this operation pertains to a global resolution. Why is it still led by a mere captain? It is not that the rank of captain is insignificant, but it rather seems that the authorities are not placing much emphasis on the matter. However, a sense of calm soon enveloped her. After all, even someone like him, an extraneous personnel, has been summoned to carry out a mission. Upon the arrival of Liu Kai, Qin Luofei closed her folder and handed it to the technician, nodding as she instructed, "That will be all. You may proceed with your tasks." A trace of an inexplicable smile adorned her face. Mr. Chiu, please hold on for a moment. There are still preparations to be completed." Liu Kai nodded in acknowledgement. Yet the peculiar smile on Qin Luofei's face struck him as somewhat unsettling. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "What brings you joy? Have you encountered something pleasant?" "Indeed. There is something quite delightful," she replied, glancing around to ensure they were unobserved, then stepped closer to Liu Kai. Her bright, captivating eyes bore into him, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Suddenly lowering her voice, she asked, "Mr. Chiu, or should I address you as Mr. Liu?" Qin Luofei's unexpected words caused Liu Kai's pupils to constrict sharply. His heart momentarily halted before racing violently, a surge of anxiety flooding his mind. Does she know? Does she alone know? Or has the official realm become aware as well? Have the actions I undertook before the cold wave been exposed? And what of my spatial abilities? If the truth has indeed been uncovered, there will be consequences. As these thoughts raced through his mind, his muscles tensed in preparation for a potential confrontation. His principle was to avoid conflict with the authorities unless absolutely necessary, for he would not prevail. Yet, should the situation demand it, he would not hesitate to act. However, the current circumstances remained ambiguous, and the official stance was uncertain. He compelled himself to remain calm, opting to observe the unfolding events. From an outward perspective, Liu Kai stood motionless, yet he was already drenched in cold sweat. These fleeting thoughts vanished, and he instinctively maintained a composed facade. His voice turned icy as he replied, "What is Secretary Qin insinuating?" "I, Chiu, am unable to comprehend." Despite his effort, the momentary panic he experienced had not escaped Qin Luofei's notice, as the enigmatic smile lingered on her face. She retrieved a piece of paper from her pocket and began reading aloud its contents. Liu Kai, born December 2018, native of Tianfu, orphaned. Leader of the Technical Second Group at the Tobacco Bureau in Fenghai City, residing in the Lisher Tsiyuan community in the northwest of the city. I had realized you were even half a year younger than I, little brother Liu. Nor did I discern that your first venture as a roaming merchant involved exploiting the wallets of your neighbors. TSK, quite the cunning businessman. Upon hearing Qin Luofei's words, Liu Kai's expression darkened. He had consistently endeavored to conceal his identity, even going so far as to dispose of cigarette butts containing DNA information. To his astonishment, despite his meticulousness, the authorities had still managed to uncover his information. However, a sigh of relief escaped him quietly, for it seemed, from Qin Luofei's tone, that the authorities were unaware of his extensive online borrowing prior to the cold wave, his plundering of supermarket warehouses, produce centers, and tobacco depots. They were also oblivious to his residence in the doomsday bunker beneath the Imperial Villa, and even less aware of his spatial abilities. As for the shooting of the tank ferry and the sycophant, there was utterly no evidence pointing towards him. Given this, the exposure of his identity became a less daunting prospect. After all, the very purpose of concealing his identity was to obscure the unsavory deeds he had committed. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Liu Kai posed the most critical inquiry. "How did you uncover this? And who else is aware?" This question essentially acknowledged his identity. Qin Luofei had suffered several setbacks at Liu Kai's hands, even having her weapons confiscated twice. Now, she had finally managed to regain a semblance of control, feeling significantly more at ease. Without further ado, she confessed candidly. "Do you recall that occasion at the city government building? I showed you the map of the underwater research base. When you returned the map to me, I noticed a strand of hair on it. So, rest assured, not many are privy to this matter. My lips are sealed." Chapter 120, Second-Class Merit. Preparatory work. A few brief sentences left Liu Kai's lips twitching, his heart brimming with exasperation. It turned out that DNA sequencing had been conducted using hair samples. Shedding hair is a perfectly normal metabolic process. However, DNA analysis necessitates hair follicles. He had not anticipated the remarkable coincidence that befell him that day at the municipal government. Shedding hair was one thing, but how fortuitous it was to lose a strand complete with a follicle. As the saying goes, when misfortune strikes, even drinking cold water can lead to discomfort. He found himself regretting his meddlesome intervention that day. Yet, suddenly, a realization dawned upon Liu Kai, and his expression darkened as he fixed an accusatory glare at Qin Luofei. "Ah, how delightful, Secretary Qin. I risked myself to save your life. And you are intent on investigating me." Qin Luofei felt a twinge of embarrassment. With a sheepish smile, she jovially patted Liu Kai's drooping right arm. "Oh, dear little Liu, please do not be angry. It was a directive from above to conduct this investigation. I am merely a subordinate carrying out orders, without any decision-making power. Do not call me little brother. I am truly astounded by you all. The actions you undertake are the very definition of little brother behavior. All right, Comrade Liu. There is no need for such ire. Clarifying your identity is indeed a beneficial endeavor. Noticing Liu Kai's continued skepticism, Qin Luofei casually beckoned to someone behind her. A soldier promptly approached, carrying a sleek black briefcase. After handing over the case, he discreetly retreated. As the briefcase opened, its contents came into Liu Kai's view: a small red box, a crimson certificate, and a military green device resembling a tablet. With a cheerful grin, Qin Luofei retrieved the red box, lifted its lid, and presented it to Liu Kai. Inside lay a medal, its base adorned with intermingling gold and silver, prominently featuring a vivid red 5-pointed star. Above it, a gold and red ribbon was embellished with another silver star. The inscription second-class merit shone brightly, almost blindingly. Is this for me? Of course, it is for you. Are you not pleased? Truth be told, Liu Kai felt anything but elated. The incredulity on his face faded, replaced by a scrutinizing expression filled with doubt. To be succinct, the tasks he had undertaken, such as clearing oil wells and the impending salvage operation, warranted at least a second-class merit, perhaps even the higher distinction. However, the award was not the crux of the matter. The paramount issue was his identity. What does this signify? If memory serves me correctly, only military personnel are awarded medals for their achievements, while citizens receive mere commendations, correct? Qin Luofei appeared to have anticipated his inquiry. With unwavering confidence, she lifted the crimson certificate from the briefcase, a letter of appointment. This is not a forced conscription. Rather, it intends to appoint you as a special consultant, hence the legitimacy of awarding you this medal. Liu Kai fell silent at her words. Observing his reticence, Qin Luofei continued, gently guiding him. Do not harbor concerns. This consultant status carries only benefits and no restrictions. Moreover, with this medal, your identity will be classified as confidential, granting you rights to priority asylum, life assurance, high-level exemptions, preferential treatment for family descendants, and priority resettlement in the post-apocalyptic world, among others. Most importantly, Qin Luofei finally picked up the heavy, dark green tablet, the right to intermediate information access. This device is directly linked to satellites, allowing you to access the official database at any time and review classified information both domestically and internationally. Liu Kai listened silently, offering no response. Concepts such as life assurance and priority resettlement held more symbolic significance than practical utility. As for the right to information, it seemed there were no secrets he needed to uncover, nor could he discern the official's intentions. Only the high-level exemption seemed somewhat beneficial. For instance, if he were to commit murder or rob a warehouse, should the matter come to light, he might be able to evade repercussions. Yet, one must consider the historical precedent. Several centuries ago, the founding emperor Zhu Yuanzhang bestowed upon his loyal nobles a certificate of exemption from death, which ultimately became a mere token, with no one truly spared due to its existence. In essence, it was merely a statement from the authorities. Qin Luofei's assertion that there were no restrictions was little more than an illusion. One cannot escape the obligations that come with receiving favors. Should the authorities later request his assistance, declining would necessitate careful consideration. Liu Kai found himself in profound inner turmoil, acutely aware of his current predicament. It was advisable not to refuse the demands set forth by the authorities, just as it was prudent to accept the rewards they offered. A clear refusal would equate to slapping them in the face, an exceedingly perilous act of self-sabotage. Liu Kai felt as though he was being thoroughly maneuvered, yet he found himself without recourse. Reluctantly, he accepted the box, letting out a silent sigh. Very well, please extend my gratitude to the leadership for their generosity. Qin Luofei beamed, her eyes sparkling. I will certainly convey Comrade Xiao Lu's thanks. Liu Kai placed the box containing the medal back into the snow vehicle. Under Qin Luofei's guidance, he arrived at the makeshift command tent. As preparations for underwater operations were still underway, this was an opportune moment to clarify the situation. Soon, a middle-aged expert in his 40s entered the tent. After exchanging a few polite words, he laid out a newly drafted comprehensive map of the underwater base on the table, explaining it to Liu Kai. According to the findings from the underwater robots, a large hole had been created in the 30-meter-thick concrete above the base by a ray weapon. However, this was soon followed by the collapse of supporting structures, and the initial breach had been filled with silt. The entirety of the underground base had been inundated by lake water, which astonished Liu Kai once more. Currently, the sole entry point was a pipe at the lake's bottom, leading directly into the research facility. Originally designed for water intake, the pipe structure had been adapted to consider numerous factors, such as water pressure and intrusion prevention. Thus, it was not a straight descent, but featured many bends and branches, from the pipe to the storage chamber, and then to the compartment housing the ray weapons. The optimal route had been meticulously planned to avoid areas prone to further collapse. All sealed doors and security gates in between have been cut and dismantled, rendering the entire route of over 320 meters unobstructed. The pipes vary in width, with the widest measuring only 2 meters and the narrowest one, 5 meters. The ray weapon is cylindrical in shape, with a diameter of 1.4 meters and a length of 3 meters. Dimensions that barely allow for its awkward dragging within the pipes. However, due to its substantial weight of 13.5 tons, the curvature of the pipes, and their limited dimensions, it is impossible to install high-capacity lifting machinery or to utilize pulleys for external dragging. Furthermore, this ray weapon is a prototype, the only one of its kind in the world, and the authorities are hesitant to dismantle it recklessly for transport. At present, the focus is solely on retrieving the bodies of internal personnel, storage equipment, and critical documents. Divers are presently installing small electric motors and cables within the pipes to assist with the retrieval. At this juncture, a technician handed Liu Kai a peculiar object the size of a large cola bottle. This is an underwater inflatable balloon, which, when inflated to a diameter of 1.5 meters, can be reused multiple times. It provides buoyancy and serves as an auxiliary tool for transporting the weapon within the pipes. Liu Kai's mission is to transport the weapon to the entrance of the underwater cave, where it will subsequently be lifted by a crane from the ice surface. Chapter 121. Once more, the pioneer of awkward conversations, the expert elaborated extensively on the situation before inquiring if Liu Kai had any further questions. Liu Kai pondered briefly and feigned curiosity, asking the expert if there were any contingency plans in case of a salvage failure. The expert hesitated, seemingly uncertain about whether to divulge such information. Qin Luofei, sensing the awkwardness, interjected with a rather exasperating response. Yes, there was a backup plan. It involved disassembling the equipment and extracting the components, which would then be reassembled according to the salvage documentation. However, many parts would inevitably sustain water damage, resulting in significant delays to the entire Earth unsealing project. Liu Kai rolled his eyes at this revelation and waved his hand dismissively, indicating he had no further concerns. Observing his reaction, Qin Luofei discreetly signaled for the expert to exit. After a moment's hesitation, she suddenly added, "By the way, someone else will be accompanying you into the water shortly." At the mention of this, Liu Kai, who had been engrossed in studying the map, abruptly lifted his head. "Secretary Qin, have you forgotten our agreement? We clearly decided I would go alone." His brow furrowed. He shot a displeased glance at Qin Luofei. The official request seemed to harbor ulterior motives, akin to the ambitions of Sima Zhao, merely seeking to observe his salvage techniques and glean insights. Yet, he felt somewhat relieved that the authorities were merely interested in learning and had not ventured into the realm of supernatural considerations. Nevertheless, if someone else were to accompany him, complications would arise. It was hardly feasible to brazenly utilize storage space, was it? Noting Liu Kai's displeasure, Qin Luofei hurriedly clarified, "Please don't misunderstand. The individual joining you is a staff member from the underground research base who fortuitously avoided the recent incident due to being on leave. He is well acquainted with the conditions below and will merely serve as a guide." This excuse, however, seemed insufficient to convince Liu Kai. He pointed indifferently at the blueprints on the table, making his stance clear. Did he really require their guidance? The blueprints were inanimate and lacked adaptability. Having someone familiar with the situation accompany him was undoubtedly beneficial, especially given the gravity of the matter. Despite Qin Luofei's logical and emotionally resonant arguments, Liu Kai remained resolute. His answer was succinct, "Absolutely not." Seeing that she was about to speak further, Liu Kai's already grim expression darkened even more. With an unfriendly tone, he remarked, "Humph, I understand now. You're worried I'll cause trouble if I go alone, aren't you? Huh. Since you don't trust me, why bother awarding me a medal?" With that, he donned an indignant demeanor and took a step toward the tent's exit. Qin Luofei, alarmed by his reaction, quickly intervened. Though she too found the situation perplexing, it was ultimately beyond her authority to decide. She positioned herself at the entrance of the tent, her voice tinged with earnestness and a hint of pleading. "Liu Kai, you are truly misunderstanding the situation. I believe you would not act recklessly, but this is a decision from above, and I have no choice in the matter." Liu Kai feigned an intention to leave, yet he was merely posturing. Having already received his compensation, the authorities would never allow him to depart at will. He was merely attempting to negotiate. However, upon witnessing Qin Luofei's sincere and appealing demeanor, he realized she was not being disingenuous. This matter seems to stem from the aforementioned instructions, and it is an impromptu addition. Such a lack of integrity in conduct is indeed quite disheartening. With a sigh of resignation, he mused that one indeed becomes beholden to others. Having recently accepted a medal, albeit one that was rather forcefully bestowed upon him, he found himself in a position where certain refusals would be inappropriate. This is how one becomes tamed. Liu Kai resolved that he was still too weak to provoke the colossal machinery of the state. Historically, the populace has never dared to contend with authority. If he could not confront it, he could at least evade it. Henceforth, he would strive to remain out of the official spotlight. If they could not reach him, they could hardly compel him to act against his conscience. With this thought, any lingering guilt he had about his impending theft of state resources had entirely evaporated. As for bringing others along, so be it. When the time came, he would simply devise an excuse to send them away. Should someone prove obstinate and refuse to leave, he would not shy away from employing force. After all, even a dog has its limits. Ultimately, you are merely a captain, a mere errand runner. I shall not make things difficult for you. Upon hearing Liu Kai's words, Qin Luofei realized he had acquiesced. Her expression brightened as she approached him. Appearing as though she wished to embrace him, her eyes reflecting profound gratitude mingled with a touch of emotion. Thank you so much, Liu Kai. I truly appreciate your understanding. Liu Kai stepped back to evade her embrace. Let us dispense with the formalities. I am willing to assist, but I have two conditions. Please, do go on. First, none of those accompanying me may carry any recording devices. Second, all underwater robotic cameras must be removed to prevent any filming. Without hesitation, Qin Luofei nodded, promptly placing her hand upon her chest in assurance. Rest assured, this is a trivial matter within my authority. Seemingly anxious that Liu Kai might retract his agreement, she quickly took up the walkie-talkie and called out, Brother Song, could you please come in? Soon, a man entered by lifting the tent flap. A steady, magnetic voice resonated. Secretary Qin, you summoned me? Qin Luofei nodded and promptly introduced Liu Kai. Mr. Chiu, this is Mr. Song Yumming, who will accompany you underwater shortly. Liu Kai shifted his gaze from the map and assessed the newcomer. The man was a well-proportioned, middle-aged individual, standing just under 6 feet tall. He appeared to belong to the affluent class, someone who prioritized health and fitness. Although he exuded an air of refinement, his features were rather ordinary. The kind that would blend into a crowd without a trace. Hello. Liu Kai did not invest much thought into the man, merely offering a brief greeting before returning to his examination of the map. The atmosphere grew awkwardly tense. Qin Luofei sensed Liu Kai's lingering displeasure and sought to lighten the mood. Mr. Song Yumming is also an expert at the research base, highly knowledgeable in marine biology. The man, undeterred by Liu Kai's demeanor, simply smiled politely and replied, Secretary Qin, you flatter me. Seeing that Liu Kai showed no intention of engaging in the conversation, Qin Luofei could only continue to lighten the atmosphere. It was heard that Mr. Song had taken leave 2 days prior to the incident at the base, which could be considered fortunate, allowing him to evade this calamity. However, upon hearing this, Song Yumming's expression darkened. Alas, so many colleagues have departed, yet I remain. He chuckled softly, perhaps Secretary Qin is unaware of the reason for my leave? It is due to the passing of my father a month and a half ago. Liu Kai remained engrossed in studying the map, yet the exchange between the two reached his ears. Although the death of one's father is indeed a sorrowful matter, to smile in such a context seems rather impolite. Nevertheless, he found himself wanting to laugh. For it was evident that Qin Luofei was struggling to find topics to enliven the atmosphere, only to inadvertently create a more awkward situation. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Qin Luofei's face turned crimson with embarrassment. She murmured, I apologize, Mr. Song, I was unaware. It's quite all right. With that, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The only sound within the command tent was the rustling of the map being flipped through repeatedly. Chapter 122, Descent and Doubt. Time flowed slowly. After examining the map, Liu Kai ignored Qin Luofei and Song Yumming, opting instead to take out his phone and play games while lounging comfortably. It was not until noon that the awkward atmosphere in the command room was finally shattered. The staff brought in lunch and informed them that the preparations for the underwater mission were nearing completion. After a brief rest post-lunch, they would be ready to descend. Given the limited conditions, the meal consisted of merely simple pre-prepared dishes. Liu Kai, however, showed no disdain and eagerly dug into his meal. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Luofei engaged in conversation, steering the dialogue towards other topics. It was not that she was particularly loquacious. Rather, she aimed to foster familiarity between Liu Kai and Song Yumming, ensuring that there would be no complications once they were submerged. Through their casual chatter, Liu Kai discovered that Song Yumming had previously descended. He had participated in clearing the barriers, unblocking the pipes, and recovering the bodies of the base staff. Naturally, he was well acquainted with the location of the mysterious ray weapon, which justified the official decision to have him lead the way. However, this information held little significance for Liu Kai. After lunch, they took a brief respite before the staff escorted him to the changing room. Due to the vertical distance between the research base and the water surface exceeding 80 meters, surpassing the pressure depth that an ordinary human could withstand, he needed to change into a specialized pressure-resistant diving suit. Liu Kai, however, had no intention of donning such gear. He dismissed the staff member who attempted to assist him, instead symbolically strapping on an oxygen tank and donning a sealed helmet before stepping out of the changing room. This minimalist appearance starkly contrasted with Song Yuming, who was fully outfitted in protective gear. Nevertheless, neither Qin Luofei nor the other staff members, including the soldiers, voiced any objections. They had witnessed Liu Kai's fearless confrontation with a great white shark on the drilling platform. According to De Long's recollection, the crab submarine had descended to about 70 meters. It was entirely reasonable for such a formidable individual to operate normally at this depth without protective clothing. Given the complexity of the underwater base's entry route, wired communication was no longer feasible. Thus, Liu Kai was spared the encumbrance of being tethered by cumbersome communication cables. Instead, he was equipped with an underwater sonic communication device within his sealed helmet, suitable for short-range exchanges with Song Yuming. Additionally, a sonar beacon was provided for emergencies. With all preparations complete, the last group of divers emerged from the water, reporting that the underwater crane and cables had been installed. Qin Luofei personally led Liu Kai and Song Yuming to the entrance of the massive ice cave. Gazing into the tranquil yet shadowy waters below, she felt a profound sense of fear rising from within. Suppressing her trepidation with a swallow, she fixed her intense gaze upon Liu Kai and Song Yuming. "We will be of no further assistance from here on. It rests upon you now." At this moment, a crowd gathered around them. Many among the onlookers were unaware of what they were about to retrieve, yet they understood that such a grand undertaking must hold significant importance. Hence, their glances toward the two men conveyed a shared sense of anticipation. This task posed little challenge for Liu Kai. He harbored no inner turmoil. His sole desire was to swiftly conclude the matter and return home to rest. Grasping the cable dangling from the nearby crane, he effortlessly sidestepped into the ice cavern. He slid rapidly through the 8-meter-thick ice layer, plunging with a splash into the frigid lake water, vanishing from sight. Observing Liu Kai's decisiveness, Song Yuming wore a look of astonishment, accompanied by a barely perceptible hint of panic, which he quickly masked. With a courteous nod towards Qin Luofei, he remarked, "Secretary Qin, I shall also descend." "All right, Brother Song, do take care." The thick ice layer obscured the sunlight. Liu Kai hastened down the cable, gradually enveloped by an endless darkness. The headlamp of his sealed helmet activated automatically, illuminating only a few meters ahead, barely adequate. The night vision and thermal imaging modes of his exoskeleton smart glasses proved ineffective underwater. Yet, Liu Kai found no need for such devices. He concentrated intently on scanning his surroundings, absorbing the entirety of the desolate underwater realm. The ice hole's position coincided perfectly with the entry tunnel, eliminating the need for a deliberate search. His scanning was aimed at detecting any bionic robots disguised as fish. Despite Qin Luofei's boisterous assurances, trusting oneself was ultimately more prudent. As he continued his scan, Song Yuming arrived at the bottom, following the cable. Liu Kai soon heard his voice. "Young brother Chio is quite the impatient one. Let us proceed. I will guide you in." The underwater sonic communication device suffered considerable interference, with sounds punctuated by static and electrical noise. Noticing Liu Kai's ongoing observations, Song Yuming remained unfazed and added, "The conditions inside are complex. Some details are not conveyed clearly in the schematics, such as areas prone to collapse." By this time, Liu Kai had completed a scan of a 150-meter radius, confirming that Qin Luofei had upheld her promise to remove all robots. He then nodded slightly and remarked, "I kindly ask you to lead the way, Mr. Song. No need for thanks. Follow me." Two robust men, each standing at 1.8 meters, the 1.5-meter diameter of the tunnel entrance, proved rather awkward. Clad in heavy pressure-resistant suits, exoskeletons, bending over was uncomfortable, and floating in a prone position was even less so. Fortunately, the horizontal tunnel spanned only a few meters before descending at an incline. The two men crawled into the tunnel, quickly locating the pre-installed crane at the tilted entrance. Grasping the cable, they slowly glided deeper. Not long after, the tunnel began to branch. Song Yuming, familiar with the route, led the way in accordance with Liu Kai's recollections. "Young brother Chio, this is the first collapse-prone point. The internal rebar remains intact, but we must be cautious of potential falling concrete blocks. This is the second. Although the structural damage is not severe, the external environment consists of a massive bedrock, resulting in a relatively thin pipe wall, which is not marked on the map. Commit this to memory." And here is the third. As they proceeded, the branching paths were relentless. The underwater environment was exceedingly quiet, with only the sound of their slightly hurried and labored breaths breaking the silence. As Song Yuming meticulously guided the way, he provided comprehensive details regarding the state of the pipelines. Liu Kai responded affirmatively throughout the journey, while simultaneously maintaining an active scan, attentively sensing the internal structures of these areas. The conditions of the prone-to-collapse points were almost entirely as Song Yuming had described. However, at a certain moment, Liu Kai's brow furrowed in sudden concern. As they passed a bend in the pipeline, he distinctly sensed something amiss. The robust steel reinforcement within the pipeline had nearly completely fractured, with only a slender remnant struggling to support the weighty concrete above. Yet, from the exterior, the damage to the pipe wall appeared relatively minor, hence it was not marked on the map. This exemplified a classic case of minor symptoms concealing significant hazards. Liu Kai's unease stemmed from the fact that some of the other susceptible areas had also gone unmarked on the map, yet Song Yuming had accurately pointed them out. It was solely this location that he had failed to mention. Casting a glance at the figure leading ahead, Liu Kai swiftly suppressed his doubts and lingering suspicions. After all, this was an operation of paramount importance to humanity's fate, and Song Yuming was an official. It seemed unlikely that he would deliberately engage in such negligence. It must have been an oversight. Chapter 123, The Acquisition of a Mysterious Weapon and an Unexpected Turn of Events. The two individuals moved swiftly through the passageway, traversing numerous severed iron barriers until they reached the conclusion of a lengthy pipeline. They found themselves in a vast circular chamber, its diameter no less than several meters. According to Song Yuming, this space had once served as a water storage facility, and now they needed to ascend using a cable. Before the calamity befell the underwater base, there had been a high-pressure airtight chamber above, designed to maintain the water level at a safe height through extreme pressure. However, this chamber had lost all significance, as its door had been dismantled. After climbing approximately 10 meters on the cable, Liu Kai finally set foot in this unfamiliar base. The light penetrated the lake water, illuminating a 2-meter radius around him. Yet, upon witnessing the interior's grim state, an inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped him. The once spacious corridor was now overtaken by the lake's waters. Even though the bodies had been removed, a plethora of debris floated aimlessly: clothing, shoes, identification tags, miscellaneous items, scraps of paper, sealed test tubes. These objects bobbed in the water, rising and sinking, carried by the currents without purpose. The entire research base bore an eerie resemblance to a space station. A few lost, nameless fish emerged from the shadows, only to slowly retreat back into the darkness. It was at this moment that Liu Kai's scanner revealed the exaggerated gash at the top of the base for the first time. His mind conjured images of the horrific scene that must have unfolded. This great hole was the direct cause of the annihilation of the underground facility. Surrounding concrete lay shattered, the entrance shrouded in darkness. Inside, a dense web of rebar punctuated the chaos, with each fractured rod suspended from a mass of solidified steel. It appeared that something had instantaneously melted the metal, which then solidified upon rapid cooling. Judging by the breakpoints of the rebar, the initial diameter of the penetrated hole was approximately 1 meter. Subsequently, an overwhelming influx of soil and lake water surged in due to the sudden loss of pressure, tearing the narrow opening into a gaping chasm of several meters. The deluge continued until the entire base was submerged, with a significant portion filled with the collapsing marshland. Fortunately, the personnel had not forgotten their mission. Fearless in the face of death, they had swiftly relocated the ray weapon, thereby sparing it from being entombed beneath a mountain of silt. The collapse of the main entrance had ceased. However, the shattered areas resembled a fallen domino effect, impacting other structures within the base, leading to gradual fissures and even further collapses. Liu Kai could scarcely fathom the scene within the base at that time and the despair experienced by those who had worked there. Yet, simultaneously, his curiosity intensified. After all, this was a solid 30 meters of concrete, not to mention several meters of silt atop it. The mysterious ray weapon had proven astonishingly potent, piercing through such formidable barriers. Liu Kai recalled the elusive 7th-generation aerospace fighter that the Bureau had been so secretive about, rumored to be equipped with a weapon of devastating power. Could it be that this base was researching that very technology? As he pondered these thoughts, Song Yuming had already begun to advance further. "Brother Chiu, that object is just ahead. We must hurry," Liu Kai urged, quickly following suit. The two navigated through twists and turns until they finally arrived at a spacious chamber, presumably the base's warehouse. Indeed, Song Yuming advanced ahead, illuminating the peculiar object resting silently in the center of the warehouse with the light from his helmet. Before them stood a cylindrical object, glimmering with a metallic sheen, entirely encased in a robust alloy. Every seam was flawlessly sealed, rendering it remarkably smooth, devoid of any features characteristic of a ray weapon. To the untrained eye, it could easily be mistaken for a solid block of iron. With a firm slap on the cylindrical shell, Song Yuming produced a deep, resonant echo. Brother Chiu, this apparatus is our target. Now it's your turn to demonstrate your skills. Liu Kai stepped forward, scrutinizing the enigmatic machine with a mix of awe and contemplation. The official interest in this object was palpable. Could it truly hold the key to ending the global freeze? The ambition to modify a ray weapon and potentially mass-produce something capable of thawing the world seemed a monumental task ahead. He pondered whether the authorities had ever devised a plan to transport this formidable behemoth weighing several tons. Liu Kai snapped out of his reverie, cautiously initiating a scan to examine the machine's interior. The intricate circuitry within was both delicate and sophisticated. Fortunately, its excellent sealing ensured that all critical components were shielded from moisture damage. After thoroughly inspecting the machine, Liu Kai confirmed there were no abnormalities and was poised to secure it in his storage space. However, he was aware of the presence of a bottleneck. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Song Yuming, whose face was illuminated by the bright searchlight filtering through his helmet. Mr. Song, I trust Secretary Qin has informed you that I prefer to operate independently. Upon hearing this, Song Yuming raised his head, a peculiar emotion flickering in his eyes. Brother Chiu, enough, Mr. Song. Regardless of the task assigned to you, I have made my position clear. Your responsibility was merely to guide. Now that the mission is complete, you may take your leave. Liu Kai expected Song Yuming to respond further, yet to his surprise, he fell silent for a moment before breaking into a sincere smile, not the kind of polite, disingenuous grin, but one that radiated genuine warmth. Very well. I shall not intrude upon you any longer. One must act within one's capabilities. After all, there are contingency plans to consider. Despite the static buzzing from the communication device, Liu Kai was confident he discerned the sincerity in Song Yuming's tone, mirrored by his resolute demeanor. After uttering these words, Song Yuming made no further indication and decisively turned to depart. The scan confirmed that Song Yuming had indeed left, making his way back towards the water storage chamber. Moving with purpose, Liu Kai found himself somewhat astonished. He had prepared for a more forceful approach, yet the other party had chosen to withdraw so promptly. Nonetheless, he dismissed any further thoughts regarding Song Yuming's decision. Now, he remains the sole occupant, free from any lingering concerns. The 13.5-ton machine stands as an immovable mountain to others. Yet, to Liu Kai, securing it within his storage space is as effortless as eating or drinking. With a mere wave of his hand, the machine vanishes instantaneously. A vacuum emerges in the warehouse, causing the surrounding lake waters to surge violently in an attempt to fill the void. This creates a tumultuous whirlpool, disturbing the settled silt and rendering the water murky. To avoid arousing suspicion from a hasty salvage operation, Liu Kai meanders around the base for about 20 minutes before embarking on his return journey. He pulls the cable through the water storage chamber and the pipelines. Ahead lies a point of potential collapse, overlooked by Song Yuming, signaling that he is halfway through his return. Just at that moment, however, Liu Kai senses a sudden, intense vibration emanating from behind him. Boom. Chapter 124. A desperate escape. A thunderous roar suddenly pierced Liu Kai's ears, accompanied by an intense shockwave surging swiftly from the water behind him. Two words flashed in his mind. Explosion. The shockwave not only stirred the seawater into a frenzy, but also reverberated within the narrow passage, amplifying its force. The tremendous power destabilized his stance, shaking the already precarious areas of the corridor. With a resounding crash, the sound of heavy stones falling echoed from behind. It was the unmistakable noise of concrete collapsing. In that instant, Liu Kai recalled that he was approaching the most perilous location within the pipeline. Even if he managed to navigate past this treacherous spot, for additional zones of potential collapse loomed ahead. Should a collapse occur here, even with the ability to teleport at his disposal, he would likely be trapped beneath the weighty layers of concrete. His expression shifted dramatically. This was the first time since his rebirth that he felt the proximity of death so acutely. No longer concerned about the cause of the explosion, he realized that the current situation was ill-suited for utilizing the buoyancy balloon he carried. After all, the balloon's diameter was nearly equivalent to that of the pipe. If it were pierced by falling concrete, the consequences would be dire. Liu Kai reacted decisively, seizing the nearby cable and yanking it with all his might. The strength of his exoskeleton propelled him forward a substantial distance. At that moment, an even more intense cacophony of crashing sounds erupted. Engaged in scanning, he knew instinctively that the treacherous area he had just navigated had indeed collapsed. There was no time for gratitude or reflection. The passage ahead was beginning to crumble as well. He exerted his strength once more, pulling vigorously on the cable, propelling himself forward like a frog leaping, swiftly dodging the increasingly dense falling concrete blocks. During this frantic escape, he encountered a section of the pipeline that had completely collapsed and blocked the way. Fortunately, the distance was not great. He activated his 5-meter teleportation ability and successfully evaded the obstruction. At last, Liu Kai spotted the exit of the passage. Escaping the tunnel would mean absolute safety. With his potential fully unleashed, he quickened his pace further. Meanwhile, the crowd above the ice had descended into chaos. Qin Luofei, who had been standing in front of Liu Kai's snowmobile, feeding small black and white dogs with bits of sausage, was abruptly interrupted by the tremors emanating from the ice. Turning around, she spotted staff members rushing towards her, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Secretary Qin, we have a serious situation. What is it? Qin Luofei hastily discarded the sausages and approached the team. Grabbing the tablet from one of the staff, she gasped in shock, as if confronted by a malevolent specter. What about Mr. Chiu and Mr. Song? What has happened to them? We don't know yet, but Secretary Qin, we have no means to contact them. Struggling to maintain her composure, Qin Luofei immediately issued commands. Deploy the emergency rescue team to dive into the water. Should we send them inside the tunnel to investigate? Qin Luofei decisively waved her hand. No, it's too dangerous inside. Use the sonar equipment to investigate the situation at the entrance. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The tablet in Qin Luofei's hand suddenly blared an alarm. A message flashed wildly across the screen. Warning, the sonar equipment has detected an unidentified large object approaching from underwater. A pulsating red triangular exclamation mark indicated the location of this enormous entity, precisely in the direction of Fohai Lake flowing toward the sea. Something was inexplicably swimming upstream against the current beneath the ice. It had already entered the lake and, coincidentally, was heading straight toward the entrance of the underground base. Qin Luofei momentarily lost her composure, murmuring, 25 meters in length. What on earth could this be? Her reflexes were quick, and in the blink of an eye, she regained her focus and promptly retrieved her walkie-talkie. She was about to instruct the emergency rescue team not to enter the water, but to send the combat team down with torpedoes. Suddenly, meow. What woof. At that moment, Xiaobai and Xiaohong inexplicably began to bark and meow furiously. They had been eagerly licking a piece of ham that had fallen onto the ice. But as the massive object entered the lake, it seemed to sense some imminent threat. Qin Luofei was startled by their cries. However, as she turned around, she witnessed an unforgettable scene. The agile black cat and the husky suddenly leapt onto the snowmobile's driver's seat. Without hesitation, the black cat pressed its entire weight onto the accelerator pedal, while the husky assumed a human-like posture, firmly gripping the steering wheel with its front paws. Squeak, zoom. The snowmobile roared to life, its enormous tires grinding against the icy surface, sending shards of ice flying. In an instant, it shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, executing a graceful drift as it sped away in the opposite direction of the mysterious underwater giant. The staff stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed, glancing incredulously at Qin Luofei. Secretary Qin, I can't believe my eyes. That cat and dog are driving? Qin Luofei found herself equally perplexed. Watching the retreating snowmobile, a sudden realization struck her. She didn't understand why Xiaobai and Xiaohong were so astute, but she knew that animals possess an instinctual fear of their natural enemies. Initially, she had harbored serious doubts about the explosion at the research base being an act of sabotage, although she was still uncertain if Liu Kai was involved. Thus, she subconsciously assumed that the colossal object underwater might be a submarine from the enemy nation or another country. Yet now, she recalled the ferocious great white shark that had appeared during the dredging of platform number 3. Given Xiaobai and Xiaohong's reactions, it was unlikely to be a submarine. It was far more probable that it was an underwater carnivorous creature infected by the virus. Qin Luofei was taken aback by her own thought. What kind of animal could possibly be 25 meters long? A whale? She quickly raised her tablet to scrutinize the sonar detection image, and finally, she discerned a clue. It seemed to be tentacles? An octopus. Qin Luofei was somewhat taken aback. However, regardless of the accuracy of her conjecture, her earlier apprehensions had dissipated. After all, submarines are adept at carrying weaponry, whereas a marine creature, no matter how ferociously it may behave upon viral infection, would hardly be capable of detonating a torpedo. Would it? This time, she seized the intercom with renewed confidence. Combat team, activate plan number 3. Equip yourselves with tranquilizer guns and enter the water, utilizing dioxin-infused projectile heads. Dioxin, a potent toxic substance, ranks among the most perilous chemicals in existence. Its toxicity is a staggering 130 times that of cyanide and a staggering 900 times that of arsenic. While such a substance poses significant environmental risks upon leakage, alternatives have become scarce. According to the experiments conducted by virology expert Zhu Jimin, animals infected with the virus exhibit significantly enhanced resistance to sedation. Even the most colossal and ferocious creatures prove difficult to incapacitate, even when administered substantial doses of tranquilizers. Thus, when confronting large aquatic animals, the use of poison is not only more economical than torpedoes but also far more effective. Moreover, it would conveniently allow for the preservation of the creature's body, enabling Zhu Xiaomin to conduct thorough research. Chapter 125, The Great Octopus and the Death of Song Yuming. Qin Luofei was unconcerned about why marine creatures had ventured into this locale. Her only priority was to ensure the successful completion of the salvage mission, which necessitated the elimination of this unidentified beast. As she issued her command, Liu Kai finally extricated himself from the troublesome pipeline and descended to the lakebed. However, he was met with a peculiar sight. Despite having departed the research base over 20 minutes prior, Song Yuming had not surfaced. This individual was stealthily concealing himself 50 meters from the cave entrance, submerged in the inky depths. Without the extensive coverage of the scanning equipment, he would have remained undetected. Yet, Liu Kai's confusion did not end there. Not far ahead, partially buried in the silt, lay a square metallic box. A mere metal box might seem unremarkable, but Liu Kai distinctly noted that it bore an embossed logo of a dolphin. This was undoubtedly Song Yuming's possession. Moments ago, Song Yuming had led the way, and this box had been tethered to him. Liu Kai, following closely behind, had naturally stumbled upon this object. The most pressing question remained. This metallic box did not appear to be an accidental loss. Rather, it seemed deliberately interred in the mud. What could this mean? Liu Kai found himself at a loss. He took a couple of steps forward to unearth it. After a cursory examination, he could not discern its purpose. So he temporarily stowed it in his storage space for later scrutiny. Unbeknownst to him, upon the box's inclusion in his storage, sonar devices at the lakebed detected a massive object rapidly approaching. Seemingly taken aback, its speed significantly reduced. Nonetheless, it had just entered the limits of the scanning range. Sensing the sudden intrusion of a colossal creature, Liu Kai's body tensed, and he gazed into the dim depths, astonished to behold a gigantic octopus. Simultaneously, he sensed chaos erupting on the ice surface. Numerous soldiers donned diving suits, tethered by ropes, armed with tranquilizer guns, preparing to plunge into the water. It seemed that the enhancement of their physical capabilities had also sharpened their intellect. In an instant, Liu Kai, through a multitude of seemingly trivial details, surmised several possibilities, all pointing to Song Yuming. Qin Luofei had mentioned that this individual studied marine animals, and Liu Kai was aware that many aquatic creatures could be lured by specific sound waves. Could the box adorned with a dolphin logo, buried in the mud, be the very device that attracted this massive octopus? If this was indeed the handiwork of Song Yuming, many enigmas would fall into place. For instance, when Liu Kai had dismissed him, he had turned away without a trace of reluctance. Additionally, Song Yuming had submerged several times today, making him a prime suspect in the recent explosion. Furthermore, after emerging from the water, he had chosen to remain hidden in the shadows rather than surface. The subtleties of his expressions and the inadvertent revelations of emotion further fueled suspicion. The hypothetical scenarios were numerous. Yet, if the conjecture held any truth, what could this individual's motives be? Contemplating this, Liu Kai's expression grew cold. Regardless of the man's intentions, capturing him was paramount. There existed no secret that could withstand the scrutiny of even the most rigorous interrogation. Liu Kai hastily extracted a small metallic box embossed with a dolphin logo from his storage space. His intention was twofold. Firstly, to ascertain the box's purpose and confirm whether it could indeed attract the distant octopus. Secondly, because Song Yuming was concealed amidst the aquatic vegetation not far from the colossal creature. Should the octopus lose its allure, it could inadvertently endanger Song Yuming's life. Indeed, as the small box emerged into the water, the previously sluggish octopus froze momentarily. It then began thrashing its 8 robust tentacles wildly, propelling itself with remarkable agility and speed. The turbulent current surged as it rapidly accelerated toward Liu Kai. This confirmed his suspicions. Realizing the box's efficacy, Liu Kai unsheathed his large machete without hesitation. He attuned himself to the octopus's position, bracing for combat. Clad in exoskeleton armor and wielding spatial abilities, he felt no fear, despite the octopus's immense size. Rather, he sensed a thrill of excitement. However, to Liu Kai's astonishment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the octopus lunged forth, it did not forget its instinct to hunt. One of its enormous suction cup tentacles seemed to receive a distinct command, swiftly extending towards Song Yuming, who was hiding amidst the nearby aquatic plants. Quick, precise, and ruthless. At that moment, Liu Kai instinctively exclaimed, "What the hell?" He could even faintly hear a cacophony of noise beneath the tumult, which was also an exclamation of shock from Song Yuming. Regrettably, those words became his last testament. Captured by the colossal tentacle, he was instantly drawn into the octopus's maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. In his final moments, Song Yuming remained perplexed by one question. How could an octopus, which detects prey through chemical and tactile signals, locate him when he was clad in a fully sealed protective suit that emitted no chemical scent. How could this creature swiftly and accurately discern his position? Had it evolved a thermal sensing system due to genetic mutation? His bewilderment would remain unanswered, dissipating like the bubbles released from a ruptured oxygen tank. Liu Kai was genuinely stunned. He had not anticipated that the octopus could sense Song Yumming's whereabouts. While this was indeed suspicious, Song Yumming had foolishly sealed his own fate. Could he not have hidden further away or closer? Had he concealed himself a bit nearer, Liu Kai might have had a chance to rescue him. Yet, he had chosen to hide 50 meters away. If Liu Kai were to teleport that distance, he would be left utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, none of this mattered now. The paramount concern was that the octopus was hurtling toward him, leaving him scant time to react. Earlier, when he had drawn his machete to protect Song Yumming, the situation had shifted dramatically with the latter's demise, rendering any further combat unnecessary. As he contemplated stowing the box and seeking refuge, the exoskeleton could obscure his thermal signature and evade the octopus's detection. Once the octopus lost its target, it would likely depart. But at that moment, from the massive ice cavern above, 7 or 8 soldiers armed with tranquilizer guns leaped into the fray. Liu Kai was astounded to discover that the iron box in his hand seemed to have lost its allure. The enormous octopus had inexplicably altered its course, charging directly towards the group of warriors. Liu Kai's expression darkened. Was the octopus so enamored with its prey that it had also succumbed to the mysterious virus? Moreover, this group was truly a band of inept allies. Having not even entered the water, were they now merely serving themselves up as bait? After a brief contemplation, Liu Kai resolved to intervene. The rationale was straightforward. His scans revealed that the octopus's skin was exceedingly thick, rendering the tranquilizer ineffective. Should the battle falter, it was likely that he would have to resort to employing lethal weapons such as fish explosives or deep-sea bombs. At that juncture, the fragile ice layer of merely 7 or 8 meters would not withstand such upheaval. The snowmobile, along with Xiao He and Xiao Bai, remained precariously above. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the snowmobile was parked at a considerable distance, beyond the reach of Liu Kai's senses. He had no inkling that the cunning cat and the foolish dog, whom he had been so concerned about, had long abandoned their master and fled in the snowmobile. Chapter 126, a fierce battle at the bottom of the lake as the colossal octopus loomed ominously close. Liu Kai dared not linger for even a moment. Seizing the nearby cable, he exerted all his strength and propelled himself upwards with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he reached the group of soldiers poised beneath the water's surface. The sudden appearance of Liu Kai startled them all, especially upon noticing the imposing machete he wielded, seemingly conjured from thin air, which lent him an air of formidable authority. Liu Kai had no time to instruct them to retreat or even utter a word, for the gigantic octopus was now less than 10 meters away. The shallow water allowed for a modicum of light, enhanced by the spotlight of his sealed helmet, revealing the creature's rough, textured skin. Without hesitation, Liu Kai swung the cable, using it as leverage to arc toward the massive shadow. With a ripple of waves, he and the beast clashed in an instant. The giant octopus writhed violently, thrashing its limbs and transforming the underwater realm into chaos. Undercurrents relentlessly battered the soldiers, making it difficult for them to maintain their footing or discern the unfolding events. Yet, witnessing another's desperate struggle was not the nature of a soldier. Fortunately, the octopus's robust tentacles flailed wildly, providing the soldiers with a fleeting opportunity. They raised their tranquilizer guns, their focus razor-sharp, and soon seized a moment to fire at the vividly visible tentacle that swept past them, unleashing a barrage of dioxin-tipped projectiles. However, while aspirations soared high, reality proved merciless. The resistance of the water was immense, compounded by the octopus's thick skin coated in slippery mucus. Many of the accurately aimed toxin projectiles failed to have any effect, bouncing off ineffectually without even piercing the surface. They fell like scattered leaves to the lake's bed, leaving the soldiers in stunned disbelief. One soldier reacted swiftly, reporting the situation above. Upon learning that the toxin rounds failed to reach their target, Qin Luofei's expression darkened. Fortunately, the soldier provided further updates. Liu Kai had not only evaded the explosion at the underground base unscathed, but had also arrived just in time to engage in combat with the octopus. At this, Qin Luofei's demeanor relaxed considerably, for she was acutely aware of Liu Kai's formidable prowess, having once single-handedly slain 7 ferocious great white sharks. Realizing that others in the water could prove more of a hindrance than help, she deliberated briefly before decisively issuing a retreat command. However, this time, Liu Kai's battle was far from effortless. In fact, it could be described as being toyed with by the octopus. His entire body was ensnared by the thick tentacles. Although his exoskeleton was sufficiently resilient to withstand damage, he had clearly underestimated the octopus's sheer strength. Even with all his might, coupled with the power of his exoskeleton, He could not extricate himself from the tentacle's grasp. The tentacle suction cups, each the size of a human head, pressed firmly against the sealed helmet. Suddenly, with a surge of force, it yanked the helmet off entirely. The oxygen tank strapped to his back was crushed in the process, releasing a torrent of bubbles into the water. The exoskeleton helmet was suddenly submerged in the frigid waters of the lake. Upon detecting the water, it swiftly activated its sealing and emergency oxygen supply modes, thereby preventing Liu Kai from choking. Nevertheless, he found himself ensnared, his steel knife rendered utterly ineffective. The relentless assault ignited a fierce anger within him. Without further consideration for the explosion's impact on the ice layer, he took a deep breath, calming his mind and focusing his energy. With a rush of turbulent water, he instantaneously teleported above the colossal octopus, freeing himself from the grasp of its immense tentacles. He promptly retrieved a grenade from his storage space, forcefully pulled the pin, and hurled it towards the creature's soft head. Almost immediately, he teleported a short distance below the octopus. Boom! At that moment, a violent flash of fire erupted in the water. The Mk3A2 grenade was not a fragmentation grenade. Its lethality stemmed entirely from the explosive force. Given that water's compressibility is significantly lower than that of air, the shockwave generated by this underwater explosion was extraordinarily intense. Even the ice surface was affected, emitting a series of cracking sounds akin to a laser gun. Although Liu Kai had managed to distance himself, he still felt the internal tumult caused by the shockwave. As for the octopus, its fate was far worse. Its soft head was blasted open, revealing the writhing flesh within. Yet, astonishingly, the creature exhibited no signs of pain, continuing to thrash its tentacles in a frenzy, attempting to seize Liu Kai once more. Simultaneously, glands beneath it secreted a copious amount of toxic ink, mingling with its blood and darkening the previously illuminated shallow waters. Unfortunately, this tactic proved futile against Liu Kai, whose scanning capabilities were fully operational. His body responded swiftly, deftly maneuvering through the twisting tentacles. Utilizing the scan positions, he raised his large machete and struck down with force. Slicing through the turbulent waters, the blade plunged into one of the tentacles. The octopus possesses 9 brains. One main brain resides in its head while the other 8 are distributed among its tentacles. Given the creature's massive size, Liu Kai had a clear target in mind: to capture the king by first subduing one of the subbrains nestled within a tentacle, with sheer strength yielding miraculous results. His strike pierced the octopus's thick skin, instantly crushing the subbrain within that tentacle. He fervently activated his storage space to absorb the second tentacle. Although he could not encompass the giant octopus within the storage, he could create a temporary confinement effect. Indeed, the ensnared second tentacle abruptly halted. As if obstructed by an invisible wall, Liu Kai decisively withdrew his machete and swiftly lunged toward the immobilized tentacle's subbrain. Concurrently, his spatial ability manifested within the nearby third tentacle. In a mere second, he incapacitated 3 independently controlled subbrains. The giant octopus's movements instantaneously became sluggish and clumsy. Its threat level significantly diminished. Liu Kai was acutely aware of the adage to seize the moment. He continued to grasp the octopus's soft, dangling tentacles, propelling himself swiftly towards the other limbs. In the heat of battle, time always seemed fleeting. Liu Kai forcibly activated his spatial abilities, fervently consuming the energy within him. In but a brief moment, all 8 of the octopus's auxiliary brains were rendered into disarray. The colossal, suction cup-laden tentacles subsequently lost their control. Although the grenade had detonated at the creature's head, it fortuitously spared the most critical central brain. Now, the octopus lay entirely incapacitated, clinging to the last vestiges of life. It could no longer maintain its state of suspension, and its massive form helplessly descended towards the depths of the dark, murky lake. A wicked smile crept upon Liu Kai's lips. From the very beginning, he had no intention of slaying the octopus. As the virus expert Zhu Chaoman had remarked, a living specimen was essential. Even though this giant octopus had been rendered immobile and lost a significant portion of its research value, one could hardly declare it devoid of life. After all, this represented a substantial financial opportunity. Chapter 127. Keep going, Bruce. You can do it. Liu Kai stood atop the octopus's head, which was marred by a gaping hole, and slowly sank to the lake's bottom. He gazed into the enormous vertical slit eyes of the octopus, which were scanning left and right, indicating that the creature's consciousness remained alert. Though all of its tentacles had succumbed to paralysis, the bulbous main body twisted and writhed, attempting a final struggle, but alas, all efforts proved futile. The colossal form descended steadily to the lake bed, stirring up a cloud of sediment. Liu Kai leaped from the octopus's head and seized a stout steel cable nearby, deftly wrapping it around the narrowest part between the octopus's brain and its tentacles. He then retrieved an emergency beacon to signal for help. Meanwhile, those on the ice above felt the heart-wrenching battle beneath the surface had come to an end. Qin Luofei, observing through the sonar, was struck with astonishment, murmuring to herself in disbelief. It was all happening so swiftly. Her reverie was abruptly interrupted by the sound of the signal emitted from Liu Kai's device, snapping her back to reality. Taking a deep breath, she dashed from the command tent towards the ice hole. Surrounding the hole, a throng of onlookers had gathered, and the crane operators were busy retrieving the cable. As segments of the cable were pulled from the water's depths, the crowd's anticipation tightened like a vice. Suddenly, a cacophony of splashing erupted, prompting everyone to lean in closer to the ice hole. The surface of the water bulged dramatically, sending waves crashing outward against the ice. In the next instant, the bulge was ruptured, revealing a massive, pale pink mass. The crane hoisted the enormous chunk from the ice hole, gradually unveiling its entirety. What emerged was a fearsome behemoth, its colossal form casting a shadow that dimmed the already faint daylight. Water and blood cascaded from the octopus's body like rain, freezing mid-air into glistening, pale red ice beads that pelted the ice surface with a sharp crackle. It was immense, far beyond what anyone had anticipated. This thought echoed instinctively in the minds of the crowd, and being so close to the ice hole, they were unable to fully comprehend the octopus's vastness. Collectively, they held their breath and instinctively took a few steps back, yearning for a clearer view of the monstrous creature. Look, its eyes are still moving. It's not dead. A voice cried out suddenly, tightening the hearts of the onlookers. They turned their gazes toward the octopus's still moving vertical slit eyes. Upon this realization, a wave of instinct urged them to retreat further. The surrounding soldiers raised their rifles, ready to unleash a barrage at a moment's notice upon Qin Luofei's command. Stop! Do not fire! At that moment, a thunderous voice rang out. The crowd, taken aback, turned towards the source of the sound and beheld Liu Kai tightly grasping the long, drooping tentacle of an octopus. As the crane ascended, he was pulled from the water's depths. Liu Kai nonchalantly released the tentacle and stepped onto the icy surface. Grinning at Qin Luofei, Secretary Qin, have your men lower their weapons. We wouldn't want my prize to meet an untimely end. Qin Luofei appeared visibly shaken, her speech faltering. Liu, Mr. Chiu, the prize. I mean, may I inquire if this octopus is alive? Of course it is alive, albeit incapacitated. So there is no need for concern. A collective sigh of relief swept through the onlookers. Stop dawdling. Quickly send it to expert Jiu. And remember my payment, 30 grams of gold per pound. Mind you, Liu Kai's demeanor was one of casual entitlement, devoid of any semblance of shame. Qin Luofei's lips twitched. Mr. Chiu, an incapacitated creature is little different from a corpse. It doesn't meet the standards of expert Jiu's research. What does it matter if it's incapacitated? It's alive for now. Hurry and transport it. We mustn't let it freeze. Noticing the octopus's skin beginning to ice over, Qin Luofei understood that further delays could indeed lead to its demise. She promptly instructed the nearby staff to build a fire for warmth beside the giant octopus and ordered the immediate release of a large military transport truck. After clearing the cargo, she activated the insulation feature of the cargo hold, urging them to expedite the removal of the creature. Several staff members sprang into action. Mr. Chiu, has there been an explosion below? Yes, but rest assured, I've already retrieved that item. It's right next to the hole. What? Really? Qin Luofei's eyes brightened with hope. Moments ago, when the explosion was detected, she had lost all optimism. The already precarious tunnel had rapidly collapsed, burying everything. In such dire circumstances, only a miracle could retrieve the 13.5-ton weapon. The contingency plan of dismantling and transporting the weapon in stages had become utterly futile. The weight of failure in such a crucial mission had led her to brace for reprimands from superiors, even the possibility of a military tribunal. The sole silver lining had been the octopus's demise at Liu Kai's hands, sparing many soldiers' lives. Yet, unexpectedly, she was now confronted with such monumental news. Her gaze towards Liu Kai became multifaceted, filled with surprise and a hint of guilt, recalling her earlier suspicions of his involvement in sabotage. The thought now filled her with shame. Why are you staring at me? Quickly send someone down to secure a rope and retrieve it. Oh, right. I was just so elated that I lost my train of thought. Without needing further prompting from Qin Luofei, those around them had also heard Liu Kai's words. With expressions of delight, they swiftly moved to untie the ropes binding the giant octopus. Several divers donned their suits and dove into the water to recover the creature. Meanwhile, Liu Kai surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, raising an eyebrow, he inquired, Secretary Qin, where have you taken my snowmobile? Qin Luofei's expression of surprise faltered momentarily. After a brief silence, she seemed to ponder how to articulate her thoughts. Goodness, you haven't confiscated my snowmobile, have you? That is my personal property. No, please do not be agitated. I fear you may not believe me. Qin Luofei mustered her courage to confess the astonishing incident that had just transpired. Actually, when the giant octopus appeared earlier, Your cat and dog drove off in your vehicle. As she uttered these words, she braced herself for an onslaught of mockery from Liu Kai. However, to Qin Luofei's surprise, Liu Kai merely blinked in astonishment upon hearing that the cat and dog had taken the car. He then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Those two cowards didn't even wait for me. When they return, I shall punish them by forbidding them from dinner." "What? You believe what I said?" "Of course I do," Liu Kai replied. He was well aware of the exceptional intelligence of Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Driving a car was certainly within their capabilities. Furthermore, Qin Luofei had no reason to deceive him. Chapter 128, Doubt and Truth. The heroic sacrifice of the snowmobile. Although Liu Kai was disinclined to dwell on the cowardly behavior of those two who had abandoned him, it was imperative that they locate the snowmobile. "Secretary Qin, may I borrow your drone to trace their whereabouts?" "Of course, I will arrange that immediately." Her request was quite reasonable, and Qin Luofei nodded in agreement without hesitation. However, just as she finalized the drone arrangements, another thought struck her. She turned to Liu Kai and inquired, "By the way, where is Mr. Song Yuming? Is he still underwater guarding the weapons?" If Song Yuming were aware from beyond, he would surely express his gratitude to Qin Luofei's ancestors. "Finally, you remember me." Liu Kai sighed softly at her words. "I was just about to discuss that matter with you. Let us head to the command tent for a more detailed conversation." Seeing Liu Kai's expression, Qin Luofei furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Upon entering the command tent, Liu Kai wasted no time. He retrieved a palm-sized metallic box from his pocket. Before he could utter a word, Qin Luofei's eyes widened as she spotted the dolphin logo on the box. "Isn't this Mr. Song's possession? You've seen it before?" "Yes, Mr. Song was carrying it this morning. I even inquired about its significance." Liu Kai, intrigued, asked, "And what did he say?" He didn't elaborate. He merely mentioned that it was a keepsake from his late father. "Ah, a keepsake. To be candid, this keepsake has attracted the giant octopus." "What?" Qin Luofei, who had been puzzled moments ago, abruptly sat upright in her chair. "Are you certain, Liu Kai? Moreover, how did Mr. Song's item end up in your possession? Where is he?" Liu Kai comprehended her questioning demeanor and bore no anger. He shrugged his shoulders. "I cannot be entirely certain. But you could summon an expert to examine the box. I suspect it emits specific sound waves that attract marine creatures. As for Song Yuming, he is deceased. Killed by the giant octopus. Dead. Dead? How can that be?" Qin Luofei was momentarily lost in disbelief, her mind racing. She quickly regained her composure. "Have someone take this metallic box to an expert for analysis." Subsequently, Liu Kai recounted his underwater ordeal, albeit with some omissions. He detailed how, upon entering the underwater base, Song Yuming had concealed the most critical vulnerability of the pipeline, as well as how he had chosen to retreat without surfacing, instead hiding amidst the underwater vegetation. In Liu Kai's narrative, Song Yuming was riddled with inconsistencies and doubts. As a non-participant who needed to make sound judgments, Qin Luofei was naturally cautious and skeptical. She maintained a sense of ambivalence throughout. Additionally, she suddenly recalled Liu Kai's attitude. He had consistently opposed Song Yuming's descent into the water, or rather, he had been averse to others probing into the secrets of his deep-sea salvage. A chilling thought crept into Qin Luofei's mind. Could it be that Song Yuming did not leave beforehand? Instead, they became entangled in a relentless struggle, ultimately leading to Liu Kai silencing them. After all, beneath the water, it was just the two of them, and no one could ascertain the exact events that transpired. However, how can one explain the explosion and the matter of the giant octopus? Liu Kai soon divulged everything he could without reservation. Having spoken, he fell silent, reclining in his chair with legs crossed, allowing Qin Luofei to ponder in her own turmoil. With mere fragments of conversation, the truth remained elusive, and Qin Luofei awaited further evidence. After a prolonged silence enveloped the command tent, a young staff member hurriedly burst in, clutching a folder. "Secretary Qin, the salvage operation has been completed." Qin Luofei's eyes brightened. "Oh? How's the machine? Any damage?" "It has been scanned thoroughly. There is no damage, and it remains in the same condition as when we discovered it." "Excellent." Qin Luofei exhaled deeply, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the composed Liu Kai before she averted her eyes. She turned her attention back to the folder in the staff member's hand. "Is there anything else?" "There are two more matters. The expert's analysis has been finalized." The staff member glanced at Liu Kai, unsure whether to proceed. Seeing Qin Luofei nod affirmatively, he continued. "Firstly, the metal box. The experts confirmed it indeed emits sound waves to attract marine life, and it was developed by Professor Song Yuming's team." At this revelation, a jolt of unease coursed through Qin Luofei. She had already begun to believe Liu Kai's account. The staff member extracted a sheet from the folder and handed it to her. "This is the shockwave profile we detected from the explosion. The experts, analyzing the waveform, believe it was likely caused by the explosion of a high-pressure gas storage device. Qin Luofei's expression grew grave as she waved her hand. I understand. You may leave now at this moment. Her faith in Liu Kai's narrative was solidified. Professor Song Yuming had previously mentioned that the underwater base indeed housed a high-pressure gas storage device, developed by another team. Although he was unfamiliar with the specific technology, he acknowledged its considerable danger. When the advanced team and the exploratory robot descended, they had indeed located this device, which the experts had inspected. Despite being filled with high-pressure gas, as long as it was not intentionally damaged, the risk of explosion was negligible. However, this information had not been disclosed to Liu Kai. This implied that among the two individuals submerged, only Song Yuming was aware of the high-pressure tank's existence. Thus, the truth was as evident as a louse on a bald head. A fleeting pang of guilt crossed Qin Luofei's eyes. Yet she did not dwell excessively on her earlier suspicions of Liu Kai. After all, the unique position of the commander necessitated cautious decision-making, as every judgment bore significant consequences. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, the staff member who had just exited rushed back in. Secretary Qin, what is it? Could you not have announced your report first? Apologies, Secretary Qin, but Mr. Chiu's snowmobile has been located. Liu Kai, who had been lounging with legs crossed and absorbed in his phone, immediately perked up at the news. He hurriedly turned over and stood up. Where's my snowmobile? The staff member hesitated, stammering as he handed the tablet to Liu Kai. Mr. Chiu, perhaps you should take a look for yourself. The screen displayed a live feed captured by a drone. There, the snowmobile lay on its side, wheels in the air, having toppled over a modest cliff. The windshield was shattered, glass scattered across the ground. The vehicle was battered and twisted, resembling a contorted piece of dough, with a crackling sound. A significant hole in the upturned chassis revealed a battery that was sparking incessantly. In the next moment, boom, the battery erupted violently, engulfing the snowmobile in a fierce blaze. The two culprits responsible for the accident sat side by side at the edge of the cliff, observing the final fiery spectacle of the snowmobile below with keen interest, devoid of any remorse. Upon noticing the drone hovering above them, the foolish dog, Little Black, barked excitedly twice. Chapter 129, Lighthearted and Unburdened. Preparing for the journey to Bright Town, Qin Luofei stood beside the screen, observing the images displayed. Upon witnessing the shameless expressions of the two, Xiao Bai and Xiao Hong, she couldn't help but chuckle. These two racing champions from Aojin Mountain have truly met their match, ha ha ha. The vehicle contained no valuable items. Merely a box holding medals, certificates, and a laptop. This box, crafted from specialized materials, had remarkably survived the flames unscathed. At that moment, a drone extended its mechanical arm, retrieving the wreckage of the snow vehicle from the snowy ruins. Liu Kai, with a darkened expression, returned the tablet to the staff. I must have a serious talk with these two fools when we return. His storage space housed another four-wheeled snow vehicle and a tracked snowmobile. Yet, such items were exceedingly rare. Even the loss of one would be enough to cause him considerable distress. Noticing Liu Kai's grim demeanor, Qin Luofei promptly suppressed her laughter. Mr. Chiu, we are quite far from the urban area. Allow me to arrange transportation for you. Very well, thank you. Outside the command tent, the 13.5-ton machine had been loaded onto a truck. In this extreme cold climate, the risks associated with air transport were magnified. For safety, the authorities decided to utilize ground transportation. Surrounding the large truck were 4 armored vehicles equipped with rocket launchers, alongside 12 off-road military vehicles mounted with machine guns. Moreover, Liu Kai could even hear the distant rumble of engines overhead. It was not the sound of helicopters, but rather that of fighter jets engaged in surveillance. However, the planes were obscured by dense clouds, rendering their positions indistinguishable. Clearly, the authorities were taking this matter very seriously. Liu Kai glanced at Qin Luofei beside him, his mind indulging in mischievous speculation. Is it possible that this mere lieutenant is orchestrating such an operation because she is the daughter of some high-ranking official? Perhaps upon our next encounter, she will have ascended to the rank of major. A major before the age of 27, how intriguing. Of course, this was merely a whimsical conjecture born of boredom. Liu Kai held little genuine interest in Qin Luofei's fate. He had finally completed all tasks commissioned by the authorities. Akin to a student on the brink of graduation, filled with anticipation for the future. His aspirations were directed towards the alluring platinum or in Bright Town. Unbeknownst to Qin Luofei, Liu Kai harbored such thoughts about her. Otherwise, she would have surely protested vehemently. A military off-road vehicle was dispatched from the escort team to transport Liu Kai back. Just before boarding, he recalled the paralyzed octopus. Secretary Qin, do not forget about the commission for the octopus. It remains unpaid. Qin Luofei found herself at a loss for words regarding Liu Kai's obsession with money. She had also estimated that the 25-meter-long octopus weighed nearly a ton. According to Zhu Xiaoming's promised price, it could be exchanged for 60 kilograms of gold. Although the octopus had lost much of its research value due to Liu Kai's antics, given his exceptional performance today, she believed that the higher-ups would not reduce the price because of it. This small sum should pose no issue. Rest assured, I will notify you once the gold is prepared. Not only is this man a rogue, but he is also exceedingly calculating. Liu Kai remained unfazed by Qin Luofei's disparaging remarks as long as the money was secured. By the way, I might be a bit preoccupied lately. If you cannot reach me, please safeguard the gold for me. Qin Luofei chuckled. You trust me to keep it? Aren't you afraid of a meat bun being thrown to a dog? Are you the dog then? Bah, you are the dog, you mangy cur. The convoy set off northward in grand procession, while the vehicle escorting Liu Kai sped westward. Soon they reached the edge of a cliff, retrieved the black box, and picked up Xiao He and Xiao Bai before turning south towards the city. Throughout the journey, the soldiers in the vehicle maintained a tense silence, daunted by Liu Kai's fierce demeanor as he dealt mercilessly with the dog and cat. Smack. That LL teach you to keep me waiting. Howl. And you. Have you learned to press the gas pedal? Meow. Smack. How could you steer like that? And it's my snow vehicle. Woof. Howl. The cabin echoed with the harrowing cries of the cat and dog. After a torturous journey, the off-road vehicle finally arrived near the multi-story parking garage in the northern part of the city. As Liu Kai unceremoniously kicked the cat and dog out of the vehicle, the driver of the vehicle smirked before flooring the accelerator, racing away, uncertain whether to catch up with the main force or flee from any potential disaster. Upon returning to the bunker, Liu Kai, having toiled throughout the day, had no time to rest. Grieving for the snow vehicle that had suffered at the hands of the adversaries, he opted to punish Xiao He and Xiao Bai by tossing them into the swimming pool on the third floor. He then proceeded to the shooting range on the first floor, which also served as a storeroom, to prepare supplies. After all, he was planning to head to Guangming town for mining soon. The external environment was harsh, a stark contrast to the warm and comfortable bunker. By June, Fohai City had already entered summer, with daytime temperatures rising. However, at night, it could plummet to over -60 degrees. Although the exoskeleton could withstand the cold, the radioactive battery had a limited lifespan. In the deep mountains and forests, there were no signs of civilization, nor would there be any combat. Adhering to a principle of frugality, Liu Kai did not intend to wear it often. Moreover, he was accustomed to sleeping in the nude at night. Prior to this, Liu Kai had devised a plan for the mining operation. He intended to personally construct a highly insulated dwelling in the forest atop the mineral vein, seeking to emulate the wilderness building feats often showcased in popular short videos featuring foreign adventurers. The tent, sleeping bag, and other tools left behind by the bunker's previous owner were not particularly practical. Fortunately, the storage space was filled with an entire warehouse of supplies, insulated clothing, a silent generator, outdoor power sources, solid fuel, cookware, fresh meat and vegetables, hammers, drills, and saws, everything one could need. He need not worry about the steel pipes, wooden boards, metal sheets, insulation, or welding equipment required for building the house, as they could easily be found at the nearby construction material market. After inventorying the supplies, Liu Kai once again expressed a poignant sentiment. It is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, but arduous to revert from extravagance to frugality. He had grown accustomed to the luxurious beddings worth millions. If he were to sleep on a hard wooden plank bed with a cheap mattress and blanket, he could hardly fathom achieving a restful slumber. Fortunately, the opulent villa atop the bunker also housed 2 identical grand beds. Wastefulness is the greatest shame. Thus, he swiftly emerged from the bunker and descended to the villa's first floor, where he promptly collected an entire set of bedding. Subsequently, he quietly departed from the Lashik garden community. He retrieved a long-neglected snowmobile and set forth toward the building materials market. The suburban market, similarly concealed beneath a layer of ice, lay in utter silence, devoid of any human presence. However, the materials within remained impeccably preserved. Liu Kai successfully procured the necessary items for construction. After this endeavor, he returned to the bunker just as the sun dipped below the horizon. He noticed the little black and little white, panting and nearly exhausted. His earlier frustrations dissipated, and he lifted them to the second floor for dinner. A sumptuous feast of fine wine and gourmet dishes was the perfect reward for a day of toil. With dreams of great fortune, Liu Kai retired early to wash up and sleep. In his dreams, he imagined himself as Smaug, the dragon from The Hobbit, nestled alone within the vast, empty halls of the lonely mountain fortress. Surrounding him were countless gold coins, and lazily, he buried his body within them, exhaling a searing breath of fire, and slumbered for 100 years. Chapter 130. Arrival at Bright Town, wilderness construction at 6 in the morning, the bunker's environmental simulation system sprang to life. The automated curtains drew back, allowing the bright simulated sunlight to cascade upon Liu Kai's face. The sound of the alarm clock rang out, and Liu Kai stretched languidly. stifling a yawn. Today was a splendid day, not suited for lingering in slumber. With a graceful leap, he kicked off the covers and rolled out of bed, heading to the bathroom to freshen up. In a buoyant mood, he even hummed a tune of uncertain origin. After a swift grooming session, his large hand swept away the toothpaste, toothbrush, and shower gel in one motion. He quickly boiled water and prepared 2 bags of frozen dumplings for breakfast. Thus, he hurriedly departed with his canine companions, Little Black and Little White. Little Black, the foolish dog, had noticeably grown in size, prompting Liu Kai to opt for the 4-wheeled snow vehicle. Despite having endured Liu Kai's harsh discipline the day before, the 2 animals bore no grudge. With the passenger window of the snow vehicle wide open, the biting wind and snow rushed into the cabin. A cat and a dog lay side by side on the passenger seat, their mouths agape, tongues dangling outside as if they were oblivious to the cold, allowing their saliva to freeze into icicles. Curiously, they gazed out at the frozen world, a picture of comical innocence. Liu Kai was not well acquainted with Bright Town, having only visited it once 2 years prior. Fortunately, the journey lay through farmlands, devoid of cliffs and precipices, allowing him to proceed in the general direction with ease. As the snow vehicle left the urban area, the towering steel and concrete structures vanished from sight, replaced by flat, icy expanses and the distant, ethereal white mountains. Gazing at the distant peaks, Liu Kai's heart surged with excitement. Bright Town had once been a national-level forest reserve, and now it stood as an endless treasure trove awaiting his exploration. The snow vehicle sped forth, traversing the flat terrain and ascending gentle slopes. At last, an extraordinary sight emerged upon the stark, unyielding ice surface. Towering trees, once reaching for the heavens, were now cloaked in several meters of ice, leaving only stumps and snow-laden canopies visible above the frozen ground. From afar, they resembled clusters of mushrooms. Remarkably, these trees exhibited a tenacious vitality, with black pines, purple spruces, boxwoods, and ligastroms, which theoretically could withstand temperatures only down to -20 or 30 degrees, still standing firm in the frigid environment of -50 or 60 degrees. The only toll taken was a slight wilting of their leaves. Liu Kai was unaware of the underlying reasons for this phenomenon, only speculating that perhaps the ice encasing the trunks provided some degree of insulation. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The emergence of these mushrooms signified that he had indeed entered the realm of the Bright Town Forest Reserve. Furthermore, due to the mountainous terrain and sloping land, the superstorm that had brought a cold front did not inundate this area as severely. Thus, the thickness of the ice here was far less exaggerated than in the city, implying that the difficulty of drilling through the ice with a mining machine would be relatively low. Following the guidance of the positioning software, Liu Kai felt akin to a resident of a fairy tale land, swiftly traversing beneath the mushroom-like canopies. Before long, the snowmobile arrived at its destination, a relatively flat natural expanse. Ahead loomed a cliff with a staggering height of 5 meters, its surface devoid of ice and snow, revealing the original gray rock beneath. According to the exploration report on platinum mineral reserves in Guangming Town, Xiling District, Fohai City, drilling into this cliff would lead to the most robust mineral vein of platinum just 15 meters below the surface. Consequently, the report suggested that the mine entrance could be established at this very location. Liu Kai, ever humble, readily embraced this recommendation. However, at this juncture, the primary concern was not mining, but rather the urgent construction of a shelter for his habitation. Fortunately, the ice layer below was remarkably solid, comparable to robust bedrock, eliminating the need to excavate down to the original soil. As Liu Kai leaped from the vehicle, his 2 companions, Little Black and Little White, seemed awestruck, promptly jumping out and circling around him a few times, mewing and yowling in delight before darting into the deeper woods. It was now 7:30 in the morning, and the light in the sky remained dim. The distant dense forest exuded an eerie aura. However, Liu Kai harbored no concerns for Little Black and Little White. Their intelligence was exceptional, even capable of operating the vehicle. If danger were to arise, their escape would be assured. Paying them no mind, he summoned a generator, welding machine, and various building materials from his storage space. In this era of efficiency, even the materials for constructing a temporary dwelling were standardized and modular. With the aid of a laser level, Liu Kai wielded a shovel and swiftly cleared a square area of 4 by 5 meters on the ice to serve as a foundation. He then drilled 4 holes, each 20 centimeters in diameter and 80 centimeters deep, into the corners. Relying on his robust physique, Liu Kai effortlessly inserted 4 hollow steel pipes, each 3 meters long and weighing 75 kilograms, into the holes. He filled the gaps between the pipes and the ice with a chemical expanding agent. Soon, the agent began to swell, securing the pipes firmly in place without the slightest wobble. Once the columns were erected, the subsequent tasks became straightforward. He kindled a campfire to ensure warmth and retrieved the welding machine and silent generator. Sequentially, he assembled the prefabricated walls made of double-layer steel laminate, welded the steel frame for the roof, and laid the prefabricated roofing. Next came the waterproof membrane, steel tiles, side windows, skylights, doors, and chimney. Inside, he affixed insulation material, fire-retardant layers, and installed heating pipes and electrical wiring. For aesthetic appeal, Liu Kai adorned the exterior walls with layers of carbonized birchwood. Inside, he laid fine beechwood planks on the walls and floors, concealing the unsightly electrical wires within the walls. Finally, he installed lights and outlets, placing a metal cabinet in the corner, lined with soundproofing material. After relocating the silent generator into the cabinet, the entire dwelling fell into a serene silence. With the hard furnishings completed, he turned to soft furnishings, a luxurious bed, dog bed, cat bed, prefabricated wardrobe, dining table, chairs, stove, and an array of pots and pans. A plethora of furniture was extracted from the storage space, and within a mere 20 square meter abode, the arrangement was swiftly completed, despite its modest size. The moment the electric light illuminated the room, an inviting warmth emanated from the wooden walls that enveloped the space, as the heating pipes throughout the house came to life. The indoor temperature gradually ascended, after Liu Kai had tidied away the dust and wood shavings. The room's temperature had risen to a comfortable 12 degrees Celsius and continued to climb. In just 1 hour, a diminutive yet fully equipped dwelling emerged, steadfast against the raging snowstorm outside. While the frigid winds howled and the landscape was blanketed in ice, the interior offered a delightful warmth akin to springtime. Aware of the fierce mountain winds, Liu Kai retrieved several steel cables and ventured outdoors. He secured the cables to the corners of the roof, anchoring the other ends firmly into the ice for added support. However, as he surveyed his handiwork with a satisfied stance, a sudden realization struck him. He had overlooked the most crucial detail. This house lacked a restroom. Chapter 131. Betrayed again by the foolish dog. The enraged python. The fundamental human needs encompass eating, drinking, excreting, and sleeping. Liu Kai lamented the detrimental effects of short videos, recalling that those outdoor vloggers are typically supported by a dedicated team. Thus, constructing a shelter in the wilderness often neglects the necessity of a restroom. In a moment of oversight, he too had forgotten this vital detail. Left with no choice, he continued to labor diligently, carving out a substantial pit on the icy surface beside his wooden cabin. Before long, a small restroom, equipped with adequate insulation, was completed. At last, this matter was resolved. As the clock struck 10 in the morning, the daylight had brightened considerably. Without further ado, Liu Kai resolved to hasten the setup of his mining equipment and commence his excavation. However, at that very moment, a rustling sound emanated from the forest behind him. Liu Kai instinctively halted his actions, alert and attentive to the noise. Who could fathom what lurked within the woods? Just as he was about to initiate a scan, he heard a low, mournful whimpering sound. It was unmistakably the voice of the foolish dog, Little Black. Sure enough, upon looking up, he beheld Little Black sprinting out of the dense thicket, carrying Little White on its back. The sight was somewhat peculiar, as the foolish dog had a large, leafy branch clamped tightly in its mouth. The branch was cumbersome, hindering its movement, forcing Little Black to run sideways. The earlier commotion was merely the sound of the branch scraping against the ice. Upon spotting Liu Kai, Little Black hastily quickened its pace, bounding forward to drop the hefty branch at his feet, its blue eyes darting around in curiosity. When its gaze fell upon the newly constructed wooden cabin, an expression of almost human-like astonishment appeared on the dog's face. With a series of excited whimpers, it darted inside with Little White. Then, astonishingly, it stood upright on its hind legs, grasped the key hanging on the door with its mouth, yanked it down, and slipped into the cabin, quickly slamming the door shut behind it. The fluidity of its movements left Liu Kai utterly bewildered. Why did their reactions seem so fearful? Liu Kai's senses heightened. What could they possibly be afraid of? Instinctively, he glanced down at the branches at his feet. To his astonishment, he discovered a multitude of milky white, round orbs nestled within eggs. There were at least 60. The eggs were similar in size to duck eggs, adorned with speckles of brown, and one had even cracked, its yolk and albumin spilling messily across the ground. What on earth were these? Curiosity piqued, Liu Kai crouched down to examine one of the eggs. Yet, once again, the familiar rustling sound echoed from the woods. Liu Kai sprang to his feet, and the scene that greeted his eyes made it all too clear what these eggs were. Enraged, he directed a stream of curses towards the wooden cabin. Damn it! You two ungrateful, cowardly wretches, have you sold me out again? Inside the cabin, Little Black let out a couple of whines in response to the commotion but did not open the door. At that moment, Liu Kai had no time to ponder their actions, for a massive python was emerging from the depths of the forest. At that moment, the grotesquely large serpent's head was flicking its crimson tongue, wildly writhing as it swiftly slithered towards him, emanating an overwhelming sense of menace. The creature's formidable dimensions were immediately apparent. Its girth measured no less than 40 centimeters, while its length reached a terrifying 13 meters. Liu Kai's complexion darkened further, and he felt an unsettling tremor in his legs, betraying his fear of serpents, those slippery, sinuous beings that made his skin crawl. The hairs on his body bristled, and goosebumps covered every inch of his skin, a primal instinct etched into his DNA. The exact species of the giant python remained unknown, but its exaggerated size likely rivaled world records. Though non-venomous, pythons possessed immense strength, capable of suffocating even smaller elephants, let alone a mere human like him. In the blink of an eye, the python was alarmingly close. Fortunately, Liu Kai's extensive combat experience allowed him to swiftly regain his composure and assess the situation. He was confident that, driven purely by instinct, he could easily dispatch the massive serpent. His exoskeleton armor was ready within his storage space, and an abundance of firearms and ammunition lay at his disposal. No creature, regardless of size, could withstand modern weaponry. Yet, truth be told, Liu Kai had no desire to kill the creature. After all, it was the foolish dog that had initially stolen its egg, and it was only natural for the giant python to react fiercely. Moreover, in a world frozen in time, where all life withered, the survival of a python, fond of warm climates, amidst such bitter cold was nothing short of miraculous. If the future world were to be revived, it would depend on the resilience of such creatures. With these thoughts in mind, Liu Kai resolutely decided to flee. Perhaps once the python retrieved its egg, it would calm down and depart. However, just as he prepared to teleport into the cabin, the serpent's massive body surged forward with an astonishing speed that defied its size. Disregarding the snake egg resting upon the branch, intent on eliminating the sole human before it, Liu Kai, who had been ready to escape, abruptly changed his mind upon witnessing the python's slit-like eyes suddenly fill with a menacing crimson hue. The once black pupils and the surrounding brown-spotted sclera were now a vivid red, far more sinister than before. This signaled an infection of some mysterious virus. Liu Kai swiftly abandoned his plan to teleport away. The python had become brutish and bloodthirsty, losing its rightful place in the ecosystem. It could not be spared. There was no time to don his powered exoskeleton. Instead, a gleaming steel machete materialized in his hand. With unwavering focus, he fixed his gaze on the serpent, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. With absolute mastery over his enhanced physique, he gripped the machete firmly, every muscle primed for action. With a whoosh, accompanied by a resounding rush of air, the blade struck decisively at the python's vital spot, the so-called 7 inches, a term denoting the location of its heart. Yet for a creature of such magnitude, 7 inches merely referred to a point near its neck. The heart's true location lies at 1/5 of the serpent's body. In an instant, Liu Kai pivoted to the side as he swung his blade, narrowly evading the massive creature. The back of the knife collided forcefully with the serpent's scales, producing a dull thud. Liu Kai's explosive strength was formidable. A single strike could cleave through solid stone. Yet, he intentionally chose to use the back of the blade, tempering his force. The colossal serpent weighed no less than 800 or 900 kilograms, and capturing it alive for sale to the authorities would be quite lucrative. Moreover, he wished to take the opportunity to assess his hand-to-hand combat skills without the aid of a powered exoskeleton. Nevertheless, even though Liu Kai held back, several scales were instantly dented and shed upon impact, a trickle of blood seeping from the gaps. However, the virus-infected python entirely disregarded the sensation of pain. It was merely struck aside by the tremendous force, emitting not a single cry of anguish. Swiftly regaining its stance, it twisted its body and charged once more. Chapter 132. Capturing the Giant Python. Post-battle summary. Upon witnessing that the giant python had endured his strike without significant harm, Liu Kai felt a wave of relief wash over him. This time, he resolved to unleash his full strength without restraint. Once more, he brandished his blade, meticulously aiming for the precise location of the wound, and struck with the back of his knife. At that moment, however, the scanner abruptly detected that the python was employing a feint. Utilizing its length advantage, the python's robust tail remained hidden from Liu Kai's line of sight. Suddenly, it lashed out like a steel whip toward his back. Liu Kai understood that if that tail landed squarely against him, the consequences would be dire. He decisively abandoned his offensive maneuver, sweeping his elongated blade in a sweeping arc to cleave at the incoming tail. Yet, he had underestimated the python's formidable strength. A resounding clang echoed as their forces collided. Liu Kai's expression shifted as he felt an overwhelming force surging through his hand. The steel blade visibly bent at a right angle. Under the shockwave of such immense power, he could no longer maintain his grip, and the twisted blade slipped from his grasp, hurtling towards his face. The sudden impact destabilized Liu Kai, propelling him backward through the air. Instinctively, he turned his head to evade the incoming edge of the blade, narrowly avoiding a grievous injury. Meanwhile, the giant python, not idle in its pursuit, lunged forward with its upper body already primed for attack. As it gaped its cavernous mouth, Liu Kai could almost detect the nauseating stench emanating from it. With a snap, the python clamped down on the flying steel blade, its jaws forcefully closing, severing the blade into two pieces. Liu Kai, acutely aware of the python's movements behind him, recognized its intention to employ its classic technique of constricting its prey. Suspended in midair, he found himself unable to leverage any support. Having already experienced the python's unreasonable strength, he knew that even his enhanced physique would stand no chance. He could not allow himself to be ensnared. Reluctantly, he activated his ability, instant teleportation. In an instant, his form vanished before the giant python, causing its powerful strike to miss entirely. Liu Kai reappeared above the python, and this time he had no intention of relying on the remaining fragment of the steel blade. Instead, a massive hollow steel rod, measuring a full 3 meters in length, materialized in his hands, leftover construction material from earlier endeavors. Liu Kai transformed, embodying the spirit of the legendary Sun Wukong. With both arms wrapped around the 20-centimeter diameter steel rod, he summoned all his strength and struck downwards towards the heart of the python with the ferocity of the Rui Jingu Bang. The rod accelerated with relentless force, and Liu Kai's body was propelled upward by the recoil. The duo, man and rod, traced a graceful arc through the air. A thunderous boom resonated throughout the forest, sending an invisible shockwave rippling outward, causing the accumulated snow atop the surrounding treetops to cascade down. Simultaneously, a sharp cracking sound pierced the air. It was not the python's spine that had fractured. Rather, the giant serpent succumbed to the overwhelming might of Liu Kai's strike, collapsing heavily upon the icy ground. The sound was, in fact, that of Liu Kai's wrist fracturing under the strain. He retracted the hefty steel rod and landed steadily on the ground. His left hand instinctively pressed against his right wrist. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and the excruciating pain caused him to grimace. Damn it. He had exerted too much force. In his determination to ensure the rod's impact, he had not loosened his grip until the very last moment. That incredibly sturdy steel bar had bent like a blade upon impact, and his right hand, which bore the brunt of his strength, had suffered a direct recoil, resulting in a fracture. The good news was that the giant python was not dead. It had merely succumbed to unconsciousness from the shock to its heart. The now unconscious serpent offered no resistance as he swiftly stowed it along with the remaining 60-odd snake eggs into his storage space. At that moment, Liu Kai let out a long sigh of relief, clutching his still throbbing right hand as he made his way toward the wooden cabin. Earlier, the foolish dog had taken the door key, leaving Liu Kai no choice but to kick the door in frustration. Bang, bang, bang. Foolish dog, open the door. I'm back. The lamenting cries of Little Black echoed within, yet it refused to open the door. Liu Kai shivered from the cold wind outside, his expression darkening further. So you're not going to open the door, huh? Fine, just wait. He teleported inside the cabin, startling Little Black, who promptly tucked its tail between its legs and cowered in the corner, avoiding Liu Kai's gaze. Meanwhile, the black cat, Little White, appeared indifferent, lounging atop a high beam, lazily grooming its paws. The sight of their insolent behavior ignited Liu Kai's fury. This was the second time they had betrayed him, after enduring a beating yesterday. They still hadn't learned their lesson. Thus, a flexible copper wire materialized in his left hand, and with a menacing grin, he approached the cornered Little Black. His dislocated wrist could wait, but administering punishment could not be delayed. Little Black seemed to sense its impending doom, glancing left and right before suddenly fixing its gaze on the black cat perched on the beam. With a clever glint in its eyes, it sprang into action, propelling itself forward with all its might. Simultaneously, Little White leapt down with remarkable agility and landed on the foolish dog's back. Together, cat and dog crashed through the unlocked window, leaping into the storm and disappearing into the woods. Liu Kai, holding the wire, was momentarily dumbfounded. What mischief were these two planning now? But the pain radiating from his right hand brought him back to reality, and he vowed to deal with them later. He plopped down beside the warm hearth, retrieving a few medicated patches and 2 cans of Yunnan Bio spray. Gripping his right wrist tightly, he clenched his teeth and summoned his strength. Crack. Hiss. Damn it. As the sharp pain surged, his right hand was realigned. He sprayed the medicine and applied the patches. Fortunately, Liu Kai possessed remarkable physical resilience. Within just a couple of minutes, the pain in his right hand began to fade. The movement remained somewhat stiff. He would likely need a couple of days to fully recover. Reflecting on the battle he had just endured, he fell into deep contemplation. His physical prowess had been honed to perfection, far surpassing that of the so-called strongmen. Yet, his combat skills were woefully inadequate, acting as a hindrance. Had a seasoned soldier with battle experience possessed his physique, he would likely have subdued the massive python swiftly and without injury. Ultimately, it was his unwarranted confidence that led to this predicament, prompting Liu Kai to engage in self-reflection. In the early days of his reincarnation, he had approached every situation with caution, adhering to a principle of survival. Although he remained vigilant over time, he could not pinpoint the moment when he began to feel an unshakable sense of invulnerability. Upon meticulously sifting through his memories, Liu Kai suddenly realized that this feeling did not stem from the discovery of his spatial abilities, but rather, it emerged after acquiring 2 sets of powered exoskeleton armor. The simultaneous possession of spatial capabilities and formidable exoskeletons inevitably led to a subtle shift in his mindset. Even just moments ago, without the exoskeleton adorning him, he had retained this haughty demeanor. Chapter 133, Dogs Truly Understand Traditional Medicine. The marvelous snake egg reflecting on the recent battle, Liu Kai felt a pang of regret. There were certainly more effective strategies he could have employed, ones that would have swiftly dealt with the giant python while ensuring his own safety. Traps, obstacles, or even a feigned retreat could have sufficed. At the very least, he could have deployed a flashbang. Instead, he chose to engage in a direct confrontation with a colossal beast far superior in size and strength, a decision that was undeniably irrational. Mistakes are not to be feared. As long as one survives, they do not equate to defeat. Rapidly concluding his assessment of the skirmish, Liu Kai reminded himself to be more cautious, to embrace a degree of timidity without shame. He did not dwell on the day's minor mishap, rising to stretch his wrists. His dislocated joint had returned to its rightful place, yet the radius bore a faint crack, and the bruising within his skin and muscles was too minute for even his extraordinary spatial abilities to extract. It appeared he would need several days of rest. Fortunately, such minor injuries would not hinder his mining operations. Having recuperated sufficiently, Liu Kai picked up the key from the ground and was about to step outside when a commotion erupted from beyond the door. Accompanied by the distinct whimpering of his foolish dog, Xiaohei, Liu Kai involuntarily twitched the corner of his mouth and quickly initiated a scan, sensing that the two had not attracted any further trouble this time. With that reassurance, he grasped the copper wire and approached the door to open it. A gust of cold wind swept into the room, yet Xiaohei and Xiaobai did not enter. Instead, they sat side by side at the threshold, exuding a guilty demeanor that suggested they were up to no good. Before Liu Kai could utter a word, Xiaohei suddenly opened his mouth and expelled several saliva-coated black objects, then scampered off to retrieve a branch resembling a sensitive plant. Upon closer inspection of the branch and the black spheres on the ground, Liu Kai's eyes brightened and his expression softened. The saliva-laden black spheres were insects, oval in shape, covered with segments of black exoskeleton and adorned with golden edges. They were none other than golden-bordered earth beetles. Despite the frigid conditions, Liu Kai marveled at where this foolish dog had unearthed them. The branch, resembling a sensitive plant, was unmistakably from the sappy wood tree. Both items were quintessential in traditional medicine, known for treating traumas, reducing swelling, alleviating pain, and promoting blood circulation. Faced with these discoveries, Liu Kai felt an amusing blend of exasperation and amusement. Xiaohei and Xiaobai may be adept at causing trouble, but they possessed a remarkable talent for endearing themselves. Resigned, he stepped aside with a feigned annoyance and said, "Come in." With Liu Kai's permission granted, Xiaobai gracefully entered the room, while Xiaohei, having narrowly escaped a thorough reprimanding, resumed his mischievous demeanor, following closely behind Xiaobai. It is often said that dogs possess an innate understanding of traditional medicine, and today, Liu Kai witnessed this firsthand. However, considering that the Siberian husky hails from faraway lands, it was uncertain from which local mutt Xiaohei had learned his tricks. Healing should indeed be pursued promptly. Liu Kai temporarily dismissed the thought of venturing outside and instead set up his iron wok. After thoroughly cleaning the earthworm, he tossed it into the pan for a vigorous stir-fry, which soon resulted in a fine, dark powder. He then chopped up some twigs and boiled them down into a potion. Pinching his nose, he consumed the concoction mixed with the powder. He was unsure if it was merely a figment of his imagination, but shortly thereafter, he felt a subtle warmth coursing through his right wrist. Upon scanning, he discovered that the bruises within his muscles and skin were indeed dissolving at an accelerated rate. He couldn't help but sincerely marvel at the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine, which he had previously overlooked. Although Liu Kai's anger had subsided, his curiosity was piqued. Xiaohei and Xiaobai, typically timid, had fled in terror upon sensing the giant octopus's approach the day before. What had prompted them to provoke the massive python today? Raising an eyebrow, he pondered if it was the eggs. His gaze fell upon the tranquil 65 snake eggs within his storage space. The python was known for its prolific nature, laying approximately 50 eggs at a time, and sometimes even exceeding 100. Indeed, when Liu Kai retrieved one egg and held it in his hand, the once cowering Xiaohei and Xiaobai suddenly perked up, their eyes gleaming with excitement. It seemed the allure of the cabinet had dissipated, their intense focus now directed towards the snake egg. Did they wish to partake? The foolish dogs remained silent, mouths agape, drooling onto the floor, oblivious to their own behavior. Xiaobai, the black cat, was even more direct, scampering forward and mewing as it rubbed against Liu Kai's pant leg, shedding its previous aloof demeanor. Liu Kai understood their intentions. They undeniably craved the egg. Had it not been for the python's relentless pursuit moments ago, these two timid creatures would have likely devoured the egg entirely. This thought stirred an inexplicable ire within him. These two cowards seemed solely preoccupied with their own gluttony. Fortunately, the python's frenzied chase had ensured the egg remained in his possession. Yet, a sense of curiosity also lingered. The python had been infected by a mysterious virus. Surely, these eggs were no longer ordinary. Why did these infected entities hold such allure for Xiaohei and Xiaobai, considering that the virus posed no threat to humans, and might, in fact, confer benefits akin to those experienced by Xiaohei and Xiaobai? Liu Kai resolutely decided to boil one for a taste. He set a pot of water to boil, and as the egg dropped into the rolling liquid, the eager gazes of Xiaohei and Xiaobai were fixed upon it. Soon, an inexplicable and enticing aroma wafted from the pot. Liu Kai's expression shifted. He couldn't resist the urge to sniff repeatedly, perplexed by the unexpected fragrance. Wasn't it said that snake eggs were notoriously pungent? Xiaohei and Xiaobai had taken their places beside the pot, still displaying their insatiable desire. Liu Kai, unfazed by the heat, swiftly retrieved the snake egg, skillfully peeling away the shell to reveal the pristine, white flesh within. An even richer fragrance instantly permeated the entire room. At that moment, Xiaohei could no longer contain itself, rising up and whimpering impatiently, embodying a sense of urgency. Liu Kai, however, chose to ignore the eager eyes of Xiaohei and Xiaobai. He directly tossed the pristine white snake egg into his mouth. As he chewed, Liu Kai's eyes gradually widened in astonishment. Finally swallowing the delicacy, he could hardly believe his senses. Is this really a snake egg? Liu Kai suddenly felt a pang of inadequacy regarding his limited vocabulary, struggling to find the precise words to describe the exquisite sensation unfolding within him. Delicious? Soft and glutinous? Delicate? Richly aromatic? None of these quite captured the essence. His mind was filled with just two exclamations. Wow, this is delectable. Moreover, after consuming the snake gall, Liu Kai soon felt a gentle warmth radiating from his right hand. Filled with uncertainty and disbelief, he swiftly scanned his wrist. This time, his expression of astonishment deepened. The fissures in his bones had diminished. Furthermore, the previously negligible enhancement effect of precious metals on Liu Kai's physical constitution seemed to be breaking free from an invisible shackle. Now, it appeared that the shackle was beginning to loosen. Chapter 134. A frenzied feast and drowsiness. This sensation brought a broad smile to Liu Kai's face. He quickly exchanged the iron frying pan for a large steel pot, filling it with water once more. He retrieved the remaining 64 snake eggs from his storage space, tossing them into the pot all at once. Casting a glance at the forlorn expressions of Xiaohei and Xiaobai, he chuckled. Fear not. There is a portion for you as well. To ensure fairness, we shall distribute according to our weight. Xiaobai, weighing 8 jin, will receive 2 eggs. Xiaohei, at 55 jin, will have 16 eggs, and I, at 160 jin, shall take 46 eggs. I have spoken. Who is in favor, and who against? Xiaohei and Xiaobai, comprehending Liu Kai's scheme, leaped up in agitation. Do you two have differing opinions? Speak up, Liu Kai urged. If you remain silent, how am I to know? Amidst their playful banter, once the snake eggs were boiled to perfection, Liu Kai found himself unable to adhere strictly to the weight-based distribution. Xiaobai ended up with 8 eggs, Xiaohei with 18, while Liu Kai claimed 38 for himself. The morning's feast had not diminished his current appetite. The trio, 1 man, 1 cat, and 1 dog, sat at the table, relishing the meal, and soon the 64 snake eggs were devoured with great delight. Liu Kai patted his belly, while Xiaohei and Xiaobai licked their lips, all appearing unsated. Then, with a spark of inspiration, Liu Kai decided to retrieve the corpses of the 2 tigers from his storage space. With a flicker of thought, he sliced off a chunk of pure hind leg meat and tossed it into the boiling pot. After all, the mine was not going anywhere, and he was eager to test his hypothesis. He remained by the pot's side, yet this time, the tiger meat seemed to evoke a different response compared to the snake eggs. Although Xiaohei and Xiaobai still exhibited a keen desire to eat, their enthusiasm was noticeably subdued. The aroma wafting from the pot was distinctly meaty, even carrying a subtle sour note. When the tiger meat was served, Xiaohei and Xiaobai devoured it with gusto. However, after merely a few bites, Liu Kai silently set down his chopsticks. Alas, he had overestimated his expectations. The tiger meat, with its sour scent and taste, lacked the rich and savory quality of the snake eggs. Moreover, the critical issue remained. After waiting so long, he felt no resurgence of the invigorating warmth coursing through his limbs. Uncertain of the exact cause, he could only accept the reality. Simultaneously, as he consumed the 46 snake eggs, The healing properties of the Tu Yuan and Su Mu had intensified. The fissure in his right forearm had rapidly sealed, leaving no trace of its former state. Furthermore, it seemed that an invisible barrier hindering his physical advancement had been dismantled. Liu Kai swiftly clenched his right fist. Although he could not conjure an explosive punch that shattered the air, a mere fantasy, it was undeniable that his strength had increased and continued to grow slowly. After all, physical transformation is not an instantaneous affair. Liu Kai sensed that it would take several more days to fully assimilate the benefits bestowed by the snake eggs. Moreover, he discerned the distinctions between snake eggs and precious metals. The snake eggs solely benefited his physical constitution, having no effect whatsoever on his enigmatic spatial abilities. Nonetheless, they remained undeniably valuable. He pondered what transformations might transpire with Little Black and Little White. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Little Black and Little White had already devoured the tiger hind leg meat before them. Yet, they exhibited an expression of insatiable hunger, their gaze intensely fixed upon Liu Kai and the steel pot. Liu Kai was perplexed. Only a few hours had elapsed since breakfast. They had just consumed eggs and meat. And yet they were hungry again? However, in the next moment, understanding dawned upon him, as his own stomach emitted a series of gurgling sounds. Suddenly, an overwhelming sensation of low blood sugar enveloped him. His complexion paled, and his legs felt weak, while beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Upon scanning his body, Liu Kai was astonished to discover his stomach was entirely empty. Not only had the frozen dumplings from the morning disappeared, but even the snake eggs had been completely digested. Well, it seemed that mining would have to wait until the following morning. Liu Kai shrugged his shoulders in resignation. Naturally, he had no desire to consume the sour-tasting tiger meat again. He retrieved a copious amount of pork, beef, vegetables, and fruits from his storage space, filling the table to the brim. Grabbing the cutting board and knife, he transformed into a culinary virtuoso, fervently chopping vegetables. Due to the fierce pangs of hunger, his preparations were rather unadorned. He simply added salt and hot pot seasoning to the water, boiling a pot of mixed spicy hot pot. The chimney atop the wooden cabin puffed smoke that danced away with the cold wind. For the next several hours, Liu Kai, along with Little Black and Little White, indulged in a frenzied feast. He remained vigilant, counting as they ate. Little Black and Little White consumed an entire tiger leg, which, excluding the bones, amounted to no less than 20 pounds of meat. Liu Kai's haul was even more staggering. 16 pounds of pork, 4 pounds of beef, 5 pounds of frozen meatballs, 8 large heads of cabbage, 13 apples, 1 bunch of bananas, and 3 2-liter bottles of Sprite. In truth, given their digestive capacities, they could not possibly consume such an abundance of food. However, the relentless cycle of eating and excreting proved overwhelming. Their digestive speed was remarkably swift, necessitating frequent trips to the restroom after mere minutes of eating. Little White, being an elegant feline, maintained a semblance of cleanliness, always dutifully retreating to the litter box to relieve herself. In stark contrast, the clumsy dog Little Black was far more uncouth, squatting at the dining table, voraciously devouring food while emitting a repugnant odor from behind. It was as if he were putting on a live show. Fortunately, Liu Kai, quick of reflex, dashed over and kicked him outside, thus averting the tragic fate of the cabin becoming a restroom. As the clock gradually approached 3 p.m., Liu Kai finally felt that bone-deep hunger dissipate. Reclining on the bed, he patted his stomach with satisfaction, releasing a long, contented belch. What a relief! At that moment, Little Black and Little White, having concluded their own battles, lay motionless in their warm nests. Liu Kai glanced at the time and reluctantly struggled to sit up. Today, an unforeseen circumstance has consumed an inordinate amount of time. Procrastination can no longer be afforded soon. One must hasten to resume mining. Yet, he remained somewhat overly optimistic. Upon rising from the soft, comfortable bed, an overwhelming sense of dizziness intertwined with profound drowsiness assailed him. Oh dear. It was evident that this fatigue was far from ordinary. Not only did it arrive with remarkable swiftness, but its intensity was also striking. Who knows how long this slumber would last? A sense of foreboding washed over Liu Kai. With the last vestige of his fading rationality, he struggled to rise. He quickly inspected the doors and windows, confirming they were securely locked. To avoid any risk of poisoning, he extinguished the charcoal fire in the stove. Finally, he filled the fuel tank of the silent generator, ensuring the heating system would continue to function. Only then did he turn off the lights, disrobe, and collapse onto the soft bed, succumbing to darkness and slumber. Xiaohei and Xiaobai found themselves in a similar predicament, each stifling a lengthy yawn, their eyelids heavy as they drifted into the realm of dreams, accompanied by steady breaths. Chapter 135. Awakening from a deep slumber, unparalleled physical resilience. The moon waxed and waned, and Liu Kai had underestimated the duration of his slumber. He had anticipated a mere day and night of rest. Yet 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this profound sleep, he felt an unparalleled sense of tranquility, reminiscent of his carefree childhood. With his mind entirely devoid of thoughts, no dreams, be they joyful or sorrowful, disturbed his peace. In fact, by the afternoon of the second day, the fuel in the silent generator had been entirely consumed. It struggled for a few moments before it mercilessly ceased its operation. The electric heating apparatus embedded in the walls subsequently halted, and the indoor temperature began to plummet. By the third day, the temperature within the wooden cabin had descended to a chilling -55 degrees. Unbeknownst to him, Little Black and Little White had nestled into his bedding. The interior was now adorned with a thick layer of frost, yet Liu Kai, along with his feline and canine companions, remained oblivious to the cold, breathing steadily and sleeping soundly. The only peculiarity was that their body temperature had soared far above the norm, reaching a staggering 45 degrees. The clash between their elevated warmth and the frigid air was striking. Liu Kai's forehead, exposed to the cold, glowed a vivid red, as fine beads of sweat transformed into a mist of white vapor. Finally, at some moment on the third morning, he slowly opened his eyes. In a sudden burst of energy, he threw off the covers and sat up. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as the warmth dissipated from his body. In the instant his skin met the frigid air, he shivered violently, goosebumps erupting across his skin. His instinct urged him to retreat beneath the blankets, but upon reaching out, he was met with an unexpected chill. The sheets and thick down comforter had become soaked with his perspiration. Not only was it uncomfortable to lie back down, but his body also felt sticky and damp, the air tinged with an acrid scent. Now was not the time for a bath. Noticing that the generator had gone silent, Liu Kai reluctantly approached the fireplace to kindle a fire. At this moment, he remained unaware that standing naked in a room at -55 degrees, he felt merely a sense of cold, devoid of any stiffness in his limbs or fogginess in his mind. At the very least, he had mastered the art of enduring the chill. It is only now that he finds the time to reflect on the changes that have transpired during his slumber. His mobile phone, long frozen and powerless, renders the passage of time invisible. Fortunately, within the confines of his storage space lies the official tablet provided to him. Upon retrieving the device, it automatically connects to a satellite to calibrate the time. As he gazes at the displayed hour, Liu Kai's eyes widen in astonishment. Has he truly slept for 3 days? Yet, when his gaze finally falls upon the two companions, his surprise deepens. His mouth agape as if it could accommodate several eggs, he exclaims, "What on earth happened to you both? You have grown so robust." The black cat, Xiaobai, has inexplicably doubled in size. This is not merely an increase in weight. Rather, his entire physique has proportionately expanded, resembling a lynx. However, the appearance is somewhat tragic. As if malnourished, with bones protruding through the skin. Liu Kai, curious, lifts him for a moment, noting his considerable heft, at least 25 pounds. Thankfully, Xiaobai seems to be in good health, likely having burned excess fat during this growth spurt. A couple of hearty meals should suffice for replenishment, and it is likely that his weight will increase by at least another 10 pounds. Even more astonishing is the foolish husky. At less than half a year old, its size rivals that of a wild wolf. When it stands on its hind legs, it nearly matches Liu Kai's height. Such a form makes the relatively spacious wooden cabin feel constricted. Yet, it remains distinct from a wolf, the most notable difference being its adorably foolish yet wise gaze. Like Xiaobai, it too appears to be skin and bones, with a face as sharp as a fox's. Liu Kai sighs inwardly, contemplating the burgeoning appetite of these two creatures, wondering if he will be able to sustain them in the future. Soon, the silent generator thaws in the warmth of the stove. Fueled with diesel, it hums to life, illuminating the entire cabin once more. Liu Kai, unwilling to linger, retrieves an induction cooker and a large pot, connecting the power to boil water. He slices a robust tiger leg weighing over 30 pounds, removing the skin and bones before tossing it into the pot to simmer. During this interval of waiting, he takes a moment to observe his own transformation. Liu Kai feels fortunate that he has not morphed into a towering giant of 8 feet. His physique remains unchanged, avoiding the ghastly appearance of skin stretched over bones. However, he can distinctly sense that his bones have become more compact, with a significant increase in muscle density, as well as enhanced skin thickness and resilience. His mind, too, feels sharper. Stepping onto the scale, he is astonished to find his weight has surged to 180 pounds, an increase of a full 20 pounds since his ascent into the mountains. Such a transformation has undoubtedly augmented his strength, explosive power, and reaction speed, rendering him more resilient. Liu Kai is also intrigued to ascertain what level his current physique embodies and feels the urge to conduct a simple test. Reaction speed is easily assessed without the need for scanning. Simply by focusing his gaze, he accurately extends his hand to capture a fine dog hair fluttering in the air. This discovery delights him immensely, as identifying a single strand of dog hair is hardly remarkable. Yet, The dog hair is so light that even a slight breeze causes it to float chaotically. When Liu Kai made his move, the gust he generated was far from feeble. Nevertheless, he instinctively reacted with remarkable swiftness, promptly adjusting the force and angle of his arm. Impressive. Speed is easily measurable, yet strength remains elusive. Regardless of the type of grip strengthener Liu Kai employed, it utterly failed to gauge his gripping power. The electronic grip meter, which boasts a maximum range of 200 pounds, 90 kilograms, was effortlessly crushed by him. With no other option, he resorted to a steel pipe for measurement. By correlating the depth of the indentations he created, the yield strength of the steel, and the surface area of his fingers, he arrived at a startling conclusion. His right hand's grip strength is approximately 550 kilograms, while his left hand registers around 480 kilograms. Although this seems incredulous, he confirmed that his calculations were accurate. After all, prior to this moment, he could never have imagined compressing such hard steel to this extent. The grip strength of an average adult male hovers around 50 kilograms. Even the X-01 Power exoskeleton boasts a mere 700 kilograms of grip strength. Moreover, in regard to the exoskeleton, Liu Kai uncovered a rather grave issue. The reaction speed of the powered exoskeleton appeared to lag behind his movements. He was taken aback. Merely a few snake eggs, yet the effects were astonishingly formidable. Chapter 136, Breaking the Shackles, Frantic Mining in a Moment of Astonishment. Liu Kai found himself yearning to acquire more extraordinary items akin to the snake eggs. Gradually, whimsical thoughts began to take root in his mind. He contemplated the possibility of ceasing to sell the large pythons to the authorities and instead raising them in captivity, much like chickens. After all, snakes and chickens share similarities. They can lay eggs without the need for male companionship, albeit with a slightly longer egg-laying cycle. However, a sudden jolt of clarity struck him, as he recalled the state of indulgence he experienced before his slumber, having consumed a total of 38 eggs. By the time he reached the 23rd egg, the extraordinary sensation had already faded, and he continued eating solely for the delightful taste, coupled with the resistance acquired from previously devouring precious metals. A disheartening realization began to dawn upon him, leading him to reluctantly abandon the notion of raising pythons. Seizing the moment while the meat in the pot had yet to be fully cooked, Liu Kai replaced the sweat-soaked sheets, blankets, and pillows with fresh ones. He then accompanied his feline companions, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, to the adjacent restroom for a refreshing cold shower. Upon leaving the bathroom, he suddenly recognized the remarkable frost resistance possessed by himself and his pets. The residual water from their bath crystallized into ice shards upon contact with the chilly outdoor air. Yet both Xiao He and Xiao Bai simply shook off the icy remnants without exhibiting any discomfort. Witnessing this spectacle, Liu Kai entertained a fascinating hypothesis. Perhaps the transformations experienced by himself, as well as by Xiao He and Xiao Bai, were not merely enhancements, but rather a form of evolutionary adaptation to their environment. It was undeniable that the mysterious virus had likely accelerated this evolutionary process. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of optimism, realizing that living beings always find their own paths in the face of harsh conditions. His faith that humanity would ultimately endure this arduous period seemed to strengthen. Returning to the wooden cabin, he discovered that both the pork and tiger meat were thoroughly cooked. With no outsiders present, he felt unencumbered by concerns of appearance. Drawn by the enticing aroma, Liu Kai plunged his hands into the steaming pot, retrieving pieces of meat. He devoured the morsels while attentively observing Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Indeed, they too had shown significant improvement in their physical condition. The sharp claws of Xiao Bai, capable of effortlessly slicing through tiger meat, were a testament to this transformation. The once ineffectual creature had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Liu Kai felt a tightening sensation, realizing that a mere scratch from Xiao Bai could spell peril for an ordinary person. Furthermore, it seemed that Xiao Bai's intelligence had also advanced. Given the increased capacity of her brain, Xiao He's strength was equally formidable. During their meal, an inadvertent swing of her tail collided with the table, producing a sharp crack as the hardwood leg splintered. The unexpected noise startled the foolish dog, causing it to look around in confusion, utterly oblivious to what had transpired. After satisfying their hunger and taking a moment to rest, Liu Kai found himself free from the usual drowsiness that typically followed. Liu Kai rose to his feet, stretching his body as a series of crisp cracking sounds emanated from his joints. It was time to get moving and commence mining. Any delay would result in a 3-day setback. While it was indeed vital to strengthen his physique, the enhancement of his spatial abilities was equally indispensable. He swung open the door to confront the howling cold wind, feeling invigorated and refreshed. Little Black and Little White seemed equally eager, darting out of the doorway in a flash. However, this time, Little White did not indulge in laziness by riding on Little Black's back. Instead, it surged ahead like a streak of black lightning, vanishing into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Watching their disappearing figures, a smile crept onto Liu Kai's lips. I hope you two bring me back some trouble. With the assistance of the ultrasonic thawing device, the mining machine operated swiftly. Although it did not reach the theoretical maximum speed of 85 meters per day, excavating 60 meters in a single day was still quite manageable. The cliff behind the wooden cabin was indeed in close proximity to the ore vein, merely about 15 meters away, within just half a day of digging. Liu Kai could distinctly perceive the rich presence of platinum and iridium within the extracted soil. He, of course, did not hesitate to collect all the ore and soil into his storage space, without the need for complex chemical processes to refine it. The storage space indiscriminately consumed both elements. The remaining ore held no value for Liu Kai, yet it still contained abundant rhodium and palladium, two rare elements. Adhering to the principle of benefiting oneself while allowing others to partake, he dutifully piled the remaining ore outside the cave, knowing that one day, when the world reopened, these would be crucial strategic resources. Thanks to the underground positioning, the mining machine proceeded accurately within the mountain. It extracted over 8,000 tons of raw ore each day, translating to more than 200 kilograms of platinum and iridium consumed daily. This endeavor was far more lucrative than trading for supplies outside. With benefits came enthusiasm and motivation. Liu Kai completely forgot his grand objective of working only half a day, instead filling nearly 12 hours with labor and indulging in a hearty feast. As the morning dew faded, he returned under the stars, washed off the fatigue, and settled into his wooden cabin, where he activated a pre-saved movie on his phone, kindled a fire, and savored skewers while sipping chilled beer. Life was undeniably pleasant. Time slipped by, and before he realized it, 10 days had elapsed. Those snake eggs had indeed shattered the shackles limiting his physical capabilities, or perhaps mitigated his tolerance to enhancements of precious metals. Over these 10 days of indulgence, Liu Kai felt a gradual strengthening of both his spatial abilities and physical constitution. As was customary, he continued to enhance himself in a microscopic direction. To illustrate, he could now discern the subtle variations in the texture of objects with remarkable precision. For instance, during his first encounter with Qin Luofei, he scanned her military identification but could only deduce her rank from the unevenness of the embossed seal on the document. Now, however, he could effortlessly distinguish the thickness of the ink printed on a piece of paper. As a book lay before him, he marveled at this newfound capability. Without the need to turn the pages, one could effortlessly discern the content through the raised texture of the ink. Moreover, Liu Kai was enveloped by an indescribable sense of profundity. He was acutely aware that, in the near future, the microscopic aspects of spatial abilities would be elevated to an extraordinary pinnacle. The forthcoming enhancements would once again transition to a macroscopic scale. For instance, the ultimate limits of teleportation distance, the maximum reach for retrieving objects from the air, and the greatest momentum achievable when collecting moving entities, bulletproof abilities, would all experience a remarkable augmentation. Contemplating this, he felt an invigorating surge of motivation. After all, what man would decline the opportunity to transform into a superhero donned in red shorts? At the very least, one should aspire to embody the spirit of their homeland. Liu Kai relished this continuous ascent in power, savoring the blissful tranquility of the moment. However, as the saying goes, the trees may long for calm, but the winds do not cease. It was on this very day that he unexpectedly received news potent enough to shatter his serene existence. Chapter 137, Qin Luofei's Cryptic Message. The mysterious USB drive in recent days, no significant events had transpired. The only thrill for Liu Kai was the capture of another rabid giant panda infected with the virus, weighing over 500 pounds, a considerable bounty in gold. With his mobile phone functioning normally, there was no need to rely on the military's tablet to check the time. It was not until the evening of the 10th day, after mining and preparing for dinner in his cabin, that he realized he had watched all the films he had downloaded on his phone. At that moment, Liu Kai resolved to descend the mountain the following day. His intentions were twofold: to sell the large python and the giant panda to the authorities, and to download more films and television series to alleviate the monotony of life in the mountains where signals were non-existent. Fortunately, the military-issued tablet could connect to satellite communications. He planned to contact Qin Luofei to facilitate the handover of his catch the next morning. Just as he retrieved the tablet from his storage space, the screen flickered before swiftly connecting to the satellite signal. However, before Liu Kai could navigate the device, it erupted with a series of notification chimes. The screen displayed 6 messages densely packed together, with the sender identified as Major Qin Luofei, secretary to the provincial military district commander. The messages were dated 2 days prior. Liu Kai was somewhat taken aback. Oh, she has indeed been promoted to major, but what could she want with me? Where have you been these past few days? Yu Haven T replied to my messages. Mr. G from the Mutual Assistance Association asked me to contact you. He wishes to express his heartfelt gratitude for the life-saving assistance you provided last time. There are too many matters in Fohai, and the internal decision has been made to transfer me to the provincial capital, where Colonel Zhang Linyu will take over. By the way, do not divulge my secret of being afraid of ghosts to anyone. Old Zhu has offered 60 kilograms of gold for the giant octopus. I've arranged for it to be placed in the corner of the lower level of the parking garage. Be cautious of theft and retrieve it as soon as possible. Colonel Zhang Linyu's contact information has been sent to your WeChat. Liu Kai was left in a state of bewilderment. The messages seemed disjointed and nonsensical. Qin Luofei had been performing her duties well. It was unclear why she had suddenly been reassigned to the provincial capital. As for Mr. G from the Mutual Assistance Association wanting to meet, Liu Kai was indifferent to the gratitude being expressed and dismissed the matter from his mind. His primary concern was the 60 kilograms of gold, along with the sale of the python and panda. Frugality is a traditional virtue, and even the smallest mosquito is worth a meal. Yet, he wondered what temperament the newly appointed Colonel Zhang Linyu possessed. As he reviewed the contents of the messages once more, an inexplicable premonition stirred within him. It seemed there was more to Qin Luofei's words than met the eye. Speculation was futile. Directness was the hallmark of his character. Thus, he opened the internal messaging application on the tablet and sent a reply to Qin Luofei. Where are you now? However, 10 minutes passed, then 20. And after half an hour, the messaging application remained eerily silent, devoid of any response. Liu Kai's brow furrowed deeper, and the sense of foreboding within him intensified. With a decisive clap against his thigh, he rose to his feet. Little black, little white, let us depart. An unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Waiting for the dawn was not an option, so he resolved to descend the mountain under the veil of night. A white tarpaulin concealed the mine and the small cabin thoroughly. The snow vehicle roared to life, its headlights slicing through the inky darkness and biting cold. Heading towards the city below. Nightfall was not within the city's power supply hours. Even after Liu Kai returned to the urban sprawl, his phone remained devoid of any signal, preventing him from receiving the WeChat messages sent by Qin Luofei. Soon, Liu Kai drove to the underground parking garage north of the Lishakuiwan community. He instructed Little Black and Little White to remain vigilant in the snow vehicle while he ventured alone to the lowest level of the garage. Scanning the area, he soon discovered a camping backpack hidden in a dark corner. The backpack lay beneath a sedan, containing 61-kilogram gold bars. It appeared to be the commission left for him by Qin Luofei, the octopus. However, Liu Kai's expression morphed into one of perplexity, for he sensed that the surface of these gold bars was exceptionally smooth, devoid of the engravings typical of banked gold bars. Only one bar stood apart. It was an unremarkable gold bar, yet on its side was inscribed a series of minuscule numbers. In haste, he extracted the backpack from beneath the vehicle, securing the remaining gold bars in his storage space, leaving only the inscribed one to scrutinize closely. 11101101, 1110, 101, 1011, 100. Staring at the lengthy string of numbers, Liu Kai felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What was this? Binary? The digits, composed solely of ones and zeros, instinctively evoked thoughts of binary code. Yet, it could also be ternary. Liu Kai was momentarily at a loss. Indeed, he realized Qin Luofei was being cryptic. Why resort to such veiled language? It was rather presumptuous. Deciphering this peculiar language was not his forte, but it was a specialty of the intelligent glasses of his powered exoskeleton. In no time, a string of decoded numbers materialized before him. 112, 1516, 2123, 391021. With the enhancement of his physical abilities, his mind had also become remarkably clearer. This time, Liu Kai was not engulfed in confusion. A sudden insight sparked within him. He discerned a pattern. There were 6 strings of numbers, perfectly corresponding to the 6 sentences Qin Luofei had sent him. A glimmer of realization struck him. Could it be the 12th, 15th, and 16th characters of the first sentence? The first, second, and third characters of the second sentence? He swiftly retrieved his tablet, opening the messages from Qin Luofei. Following the train of thought, he indeed extracted a series of Chinese characters from the text. There is news. The Mutual Aid Association. There are secrets. Be cautious in the garage corner. Zhang Linyu. Rearranging the sentences and adding punctuation, he deciphered the message. There is news. The Mutual Aid Association has secrets. Be wary of Zhang Linyu in the garage corner. As Liu Kai gazed at the statement, a sense of incredulity enveloped him. He even questioned whether he had truly comprehended Qin Luofei's covert message. However, it now appeared that this interpretation was indeed the most logical. Coupled with the fact that Qin Luofei had yet to respond, Liu Kai furrowed his brow once more, feeling as though he had unwittingly become entangled in a formidable conspiracy. In his understanding, the term ghost certainly did not refer to the traditional specter. It was perhaps more akin to an insider, or the Japanese invaders, harboring ulterior motives. But why should he exercise caution regarding the newly appointed Colonel Zhang Linyu who was to take command of Fohai City? Ah, the secret lies in the corner of the garage. Suddenly, this thought struck him, prompting him to resume his scanning. Earlier, he had focused on the gold, thus neglecting the disorderly garage. However, this time, he discovered a camouflaged USB drive hidden in another corner of the garage. He swiftly approached the corner and retrieved the USB drive from the IC void. Liu Kai weighed the device in his hand, scrutinizing it for a considerable time, ultimately concluding that it was undoubtedly a military artifact. After all, which civilian USB drive would be encased in aerospace-grade titanium alloy? Chapter 138, Drunken Dreams and the Gold Mine of Secrets. At this juncture, the mystery game had essentially reached its conclusion. All that remained was to return home, connect to the computer, and uncover the intricacies of the entire affair. Yet, Liu Kai found himself hesitating, for he yearned to be a languid sloth, indifferent to the world. Even his impulses to vanquish the enemy or punish the addicted were merely manifestations of a flicker of justice within him. From the hints dropped by Qin Luofei, it appeared that the situation was far more complex than it seemed, potentially entwined with factional strife. To become embroiled in such turmoil would be an unwise choice. However, that insatiable curiosity began to stir within him, setting his nerves alight as if ants were crawling over his skin. The secret lay tantalizingly close. He could not simply pretend that nothing had transpired. Surely, a mere glance could not be deemed unlawful, and viewing it did not obligate him to assist. Yes, just a glimpse. Thus, Liu Kai rationalized to himself. Yet he remained oblivious to a persistent image that lingered in the depths of his mind, the day spent on the drilling platform alongside Qin Luofei, leaning against the railing, gazing out at the frozen sea. The biting cold wind tousled Qin Luofei's flushed cheeks, unveiling a radiant smile amidst her flowing hair. They had stowed away the snowmobiles and returned to the bunker that had been their sanctuary for many days. The bunker lay buried deep, and even after a few days of rest for the air conditioning and heating, the temperature remained comfortably warm, given their current size. The once cozy nook could no longer accommodate them. They stood pitifully in front of their respective spaces, gazing at Liu Kai, who, engrossed in thoughts of the contents within that USB drive, paid them no mind. He hurried into his study and powered on the computer. Uncertain if the USB might harbor any viruses, he opted to use the entertainment computer, which lacked any hacking software. Disconnecting the network cable from the back of the main unit, he cautiously inserted the USB drive. Fortunately, there were no viruses, only a video and a folder brimming with photographs. As he played the video, Qin Luofei appeared on the screen. The recording was dimly lit, resembling an abandoned dwelling. In the footage, her brow was furrowed, a picture of deep contemplation. Liu Kai, by the time you see this video, I should have already been reassigned from Fohai City. Please forgive my audacity, but I find myself at a loss as to whom to trust. Your identity straddles the line between official and civilian, rendering it rather unique. Thus, I have decided to confide certain matters to you. Of course, I would not impose upon you to undertake what you dislike. However, if you choose not to assist, I ask that you keep my secrets. For the next several minutes, Liu Kai remained transfixed by the screen, quietly absorbing every word Qin Luofei had to impart. Yet, as the narrative unfolded, a growing headache plagued him, confirming his suspicions that this was indeed a convoluted affair. The origins of it all traced back to his encounter with the enemy in the northern part of the city. At that time, he had not only extracted information regarding individuals and goods from the lips of an addict, but had also dismantled the enemy's stronghold and captured an enemy officer in the process. Following this lead, Qin Luofei relentlessly pursued her investigation. Soon, she directed her suspicions towards the flourishing mutual aid society. The obstinate Japanese officer proved impenetrable. In desperation, Qin Luofei breached protocol, employing drugs and electroconvulsive therapy. Ultimately, she managed to extract fragmented information from the dazed officer, including a name, Ma Yangxing. This individual, a friend of Mr. G, is one of the founders of the Mutual Aid Society and currently holds the position of vice president, being the third in command. Subsequently, she dispatched a soldier to infiltrate the Mutual Aid Society disguised as an ordinary survivor. However, merely 3 days later, that soldier perished. The only information relayed back through internal channels was a shaky, blurred, and noisy video. The location remained ambiguous, but it appeared to be an indoor sports arena. The vast expanse of this arena was no less than 100,000 square meters, an area even more grandiose than the Bird's Nest Stadium in the capital. In the video, Ma Yangxing's silhouette was faintly visible, situated within the control room high above the arena. Through the glass of the control room, it was apparent that he was not clad in the Mutual Aid Society's emblematic attire adorned with the shield logo, but rather donned a tightly fitted black leather jacket. The footage also revealed other armed individuals, similarly clad in black leather, exuding an aura of formidable menace, likely dispatched by the Japanese. The factory was brightly lit, yet the scenes inside were utterly harrowing. The expansive area below was divided into 3 distinct sections. The central area, the largest, occupied 2/3 of the entire arena. Surrounding it were high-powered electric heaters, creating an oppressive heat, as the individuals inside wore short sleeves, drenched in sweat. The ground was blanketed with exceptionally rare fertile soil amidst the apocalyptic chill. One half was cultivated with a new generation of high-yield wheat, though the taste was poor. Its high yield and short growth cycle were promising, seemingly nearing harvest. In stark contrast, the other half was astonishingly planted with sprawling fields of poppies. At this moment, they were in full bloom, their toxic fruits poised to blossom. A closer examination of those laboring in short sleeves revealed gaunt faces, caked in dirt, embodying the characteristics of weary survivors. These laborers toiled while casting eager glances towards the adjacent second area, separated by towering glass walls. Inside were numerous bottles, jars, and chemical apparatus. Several individuals in fully enclosed lab coats were busily manufacturing drugs. The final third area was divided into opulent private rooms, lavishly adorned, with exquisite wines, gourmet meals, and an array of cigarettes displayed enticingly on the tables. Within each room, well-dressed survivors indulged in revelry. This was the true source of Qin Luofei's outrage. The merriment was not solely confined to food and drink. It involved women, young boys, and girls, all mercilessly stripped bare, subjected to the vile whims of these brutes. The desperate wails intertwined with the raucous laughter of these beasts painted a grotesque tableau of a living hell. The scene of drunken revelry and dreamlike existence starkly contrasts with a world that should not exist amidst the frigid winds of doom. These women, along with the boys and girls, are indeed the very souls who have been abducted. Until the video's conclusion, the covert actions of the infiltrating soldier were detected by a vigilant gunman clad in black. Without a moment's warning and devoid of any interrogation, the sharp crack of gunfire erupted. The screen faded to white. At this juncture, Qin Luofei could no longer contain her overwhelming fury. Just as she prepared to report this perilous footage to her superiors, it inexplicably vanished from her military tablet. Despite the technician's relentless searching, it was as if it had never existed, leaving not a single trace behind. Chapter 139. A torrent of thoughts and profitable ventures. The disappearance of the video did not hinder Qin Luofei's investigation. She promptly arranged for satellites to conduct a comprehensive search of Fohai City. However, a peculiar phenomenon re-emerged. Logically, the area, designated for opium poppy and grain cultivation, should have been heated to extreme temperatures by numerous electric heaters. Under satellite thermal detection, the location ought to have been as conspicuous as a wildfire in the night. Moreover, such vast architectural structures were scarce throughout Fohai City. Regrettably, despite the satellites scouring every inch of Fohai, not a single trace was uncovered. This situation could only imply 3 possibilities. First, the location was not within Fohai City. Second, it was situated underground, shielded by layers of soil and ice. Third, an internal protection umbrella was deliberately concealing the satellite's findings. Initially, Qin Luofei favored the second possibility. However, 2 subsequent events compelled her to entertain the third. Firstly, after reporting the incident at the gold mine to her superiors, they made an astonishing decision. Despite her orders resulting in the sacrifice of a soldier, and considering the successful completion of the mission to clear the Binhai No. 2 platform and retrieve the weapons, her superiors still promoted her to the rank of major, albeit with a demotion in responsibilities. A military district staff officer, Colonel Zhang Linyu, was parachuted in to take full command of Fohai City, while she was relegated to the role of deputy, assisting Zhang Linyu in familiarizing himself with the situation. Days later, she received orders to transfer to the provincial capital to oversee the construction of shelters there. Secondly, just before her transfer from Fohai City, she fortuitously encountered a tragic scene reminiscent of one Liu Kai had previously witnessed. 2 members of the Mutual Aid Association, under the guise of distributing supplies, had assaulted a pair of young female survivors. Infuriated, she immediately summoned Mr. G to address the situation. To her surprise, Yang Linyu arrived at the scene alongside Mr. G. Mr. G displayed an unwavering demeanor, drawing his weapon to restore order. Qin Luofei was taken aback. She intended to prevent Mr. G from resorting to lethal force. Yet Zhang Linyu restrained her, shaking his head to signal her to stand down. A wave of profound confusion washed over her. Was this an act of cleansing, or a means of silencing witnesses? What role did Zhang Linyu play in this unfolding drama? During this tumultuous period, she repeatedly petitioned her superiors to investigate the Mutual Aid Association, even seeking assistance from the provincial military district commander, a stern-faced major general. Yet, the response was that all matters were under Zhong Linyu's purview, and without his approval, no actions could be taken. Left with no choice, Qin Luofei approached Zhong Linyu once more, exhausting her persuasive efforts to no avail. He merely replied, "I have followed the proper channels for approval, without the nod from above. I am powerless." Infuriated, Qin Luofei perceived this as blatant evasion of responsibility. The following day, she noticed Zhong Linyu had vanished for an entire day. Upon his return, his hair was disheveled, and his steps unsteady, accompanied by a pungent odor of smoke. A chilling conjecture began to form in her mind. Coincidentally, 2 days after this incident transpired, her transfer order arrived. Qin Luofei did not harbor any aversion towards being reassigned to the provincial capital. She had discerned, through various subtle clues, that the circumstances in Fohai City were not isolated. The more prosperous provincial capital exhibited similar occurrences. She even speculated that Fohai City was merely a fade. At this juncture, the video on the USB drive was nearing its conclusion. Qin Luofei ceased to be evasive and candidly expressed her desire for Liu Kai's assistance. However, she soon followed with a wry smile. "Little Liu, please do not feel burdened. These matters are entangled with too many complexities. I understand I am in no position to demand anything. Therefore, if you choose to remain a bystander, I will comprehend." She had laid everything bare, concluding with, "I shall not relent. But, alas, you are an intriguing individual. I hope we may cross paths again in the future." Liu Kai silently closed the video, seated at his computer, rendered speechless. Yet, an inexplicable emotion flickered in his eyes. Qin Luofei's words were exceedingly astonishing, and the crucial evidence video had vanished. This implied that the footage on the USB was solely her account. However, recalling the incident involving the ferocious tiger and the coincidental discovery of a potential assault case, he could not help but harbor numerous doubts about the Mutual Aid Society. Simultaneously, he reflected upon certain individuals, Su Qingfeng and his wife, Wang Ning, and the survivors from her community. These individuals had also joined the Mutual Aid Society. Were they privy to some insider information? He promptly shook his head in self-deprecation, dismissing this notion. Liu Kai still held faith in their character. The Su couple had endured inhumane torment. How could they conspire with beasts, or worse, traitors? Furthermore, they were not core members of the Mutual Aid Society and were unlikely to possess extensive knowledge. Lost in thought, Liu Kai suddenly slapped his thigh and rose. Enough of this. Action speaks louder. He ultimately resolved to invest some time to understand the situation. Even if the circumstances proved unfavorable, with his spatial abilities, escaping was undoubtedly feasible. Should anyone observe Liu Kai's demeanor at that moment, they might assume he had suddenly awakened to the responsibilities of being a superpower wielder. The adage "with great power comes great responsibility" resonated. He could not abide the oppression inflicted by the powerful upon the weak, nor could he overlook his disdain for narcotics. Thus, intervention seemed imperative. Yet, Liu Kai was devoid of any sense of obligation. This predicament ought to be resolved by the authorities themselves. He had no inclination to work for them without recompense. Every decision was driven by the allure of profit. Within that video lay a trove of gold and jewels. If it were merely a handful of scattered gold, he would not even spare it a glance. Yet, there were gold bars as thick as an adult's arm, each weighing several dozen pounds. The mine in Guangming town was right here. It would not sprout legs and flee. Moreover, once the mining machine was set to automatic mode, it could operate for 2 days. However, the fortune within the gold mine was not guaranteed. If the authorities discovered its location first, those gold bars would vanish without a trace. Resolute in his decision, Liu Kai shifted his gaze toward the large black dog in the living room, reminiscent of a wolf, and a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Those who have toiled in hardship, despite wearing black hoods throughout, remain utterly unaware of the location of that gymnasium. Yet, the scent does not deceive. The canine's sense of smell is remarkably adept. Regrettably, the frigid environment has nearly incapacitated the police dogs. It is no wonder that Qin Luofei finds herself at a loss. Thus, this task is exceptionally suited for the black dog. As for where to find laborers, Liu Kai could not help but recall a certain individual, an addict he had once ensnared in the northern part of the city, from whom he had forcefully acquired several bags of rice. However, it is not yet an opportune moment to venture out, for Qin Luofei had advised caution regarding Zhong Linyu. Should this individual indeed pose a threat, one cannot guarantee that the promise of no further surveillance from authorities remains intact. Furthermore, the last person Qin Luofei contacted was Liu Kai himself. To embark on a nocturnal journey to the northern district would undoubtedly raise suspicions. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly resolved to use the pretense of selling ferocious animals to first gauge the true nature of this Colonel Zhong Linyu. Chapter 140, Mr. G's Invitation. A reunion at Long Dragon. Although I could not venture to the northern part of the city to seek out individuals, there were still matters to attend to this evening. I arrived at the garage outside the community, where I worked tirelessly through the night to weld together two remarkably sturdy and colossal iron cages, intended for the confinement of a python and a panda. The following morning at 9 o'clock, power was restored to the Liu UN community, and mere minutes later, the signal base station was successfully rebooted. Ding dong, ding dong. At the instant the signal was re-established, Liu Kai's phone erupted with notifications. Being a solitary individual with few friends, there was no one to extend greetings or inquire about his well-being. All the messages originated from two individuals. Luo Feiyu sent 12 messages, consisting of inconsequential small talk that bore no discernible significance. Only the final message indicated her impending transfer to the provincial capital, accompanied by the contact details of Colonel Zhang Linyu. In contrast, the man atop the Iron Tower sent but a single message: Brother Chiu, Secretary Qin has been unable to reach you. I have been overwhelmed with trivial matters and regrettably have not had the chance to express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance. I am sincerely ashamed. May I inquire when you might be free? If you do not mind, I would like to invite you to my home for a drink, so we may strengthen our bond. Liu Kai regarded these messages with a sense of surprise. He replied to Luo Feiyu, the gold has been received. Congratulations on your promotion. And do take care. He then turned his attention to Mr. G's message, his brow furrowing slightly. The message had been sent 6 days prior. According to the description provided by Qin Luofei in the USB video, this time frame seemed to coincide precisely with the day after Mr. G had cleared his affairs. Liu Kai's initial impression of Mr. G had been satisfactory, yet it was merely a fleeting encounter, so there was no basis for trust or distrust. However, the timing felt rather coincidental. Nevertheless, upon reconsideration, he was already planning to investigate the situation today, so he might as well arrange to meet this individual at noon. Thus, he hastily composed a message: Apologies, Mr. G. I have been out of town visiting a friend and missed your messages. However, I would be delighted to make the acquaintance of an elite friend like yourself. Might you be available this noon? The message was sent, and before he could lower his phone, a response arrived almost instantaneously. Wonderful, Brother Chiu. Let us meet at noon. Here's my address. Do you require me to send someone to collect you? Following this, another message appeared, containing a location. Upon reading these messages, Liu Kai felt a renewed sense of astonishment. First and foremost, the location was situated a mere 4 kilometers in the northern suburbs of the city, in Qingyan Township. From satellite images prior to the cold front, it appeared to be an opulently decorated countryside villa. His mind immediately recalled the notes of designer Chen Jian. Beneath this very villa lay a doomsday survival bunker. He realized that his previous conjectures were indeed accurate. To his further astonishment, Mr. G had openly disclosed the location of his lair. Yet, it was likely that only the villa's existence had been revealed. The existence of the underground bunker would not be so easily divulged. Was this candor? Or was there an ulterior motive? Moreover, he found it perplexing that the other party had responded within seconds. Was he fortuitously situated in a location with signal? Liu Kai could not fathom the situation for the time being, so he chose to set aside his thoughts. Once again, Mr. G, there is no need for such formality. I can come over on my own when the time comes. Very well, I eagerly await the esteemed visit of Brother Chiu. Subsequently, Liu Kai utilized the message left by Qin Luofei to contact the previously unacquainted Colonel Zhang Linyu. The call was quickly connected, and a voice that was somewhat youthful yet remarkably composed emanated from the other end, imbued with a hint of surprise. Hello, Consultant Liu. I was just pondering when to arrange a meeting with you, and here you are, reaching out to me first. Liu Kai was not taken aback by Colonel Zhang's awareness of his identity. He chuckled amiably and exchanged pleasantries. Greetings, Colonel Zhang. I hear from Secretary Qin that you are taking charge of Fohai City. I hope for your guidance in the future. Guidance is hardly the case. Let us assist one another. So, the reason for your call today is, well, I recently traveled to a few places and, along the way, managed to capture 2 large infected animals, as required by expert Zhu Xiaoman. Indeed, old Zhu does require live specimens. May I inquire as to what type of animals they are? I shall prepare the cages in advance. A 13-meter-long python and a panda weighing over 500 pounds. No need to prepare cages. I have some readily available. Upon hearing Liu Kai's description, there was a brief pause on the other end. Soon after, a tone of astonishment and admiration permeated the conversation. Consultant Liu's skills are indeed as renowned as rumored. To capture such ferocious beasts alive is no small feat. With little time for idle chatter, Colonel Zhang promptly dispatched 2 helicopters to transport the animals and invited Liu Kai to meet and discuss matters further. Liu Kai gleaned little from this brief exchange, save for the fact that Colonel Zhang exhibited a commendable demeanor, being both polite and cultured. True understanding would only come with direct interaction. After concluding the call, Liu Kai made his way to the garage outside the community to secure the iron cages, carefully placing the unconscious python and panda within. Shortly thereafter, the sky reverberated with the roar of engines as 2 transport helicopters descended, stirring up a tempest of wind and ice shards. The doors opened, and a squad of armed soldiers disembarked in succession. The leader among them was a familiar face, Captain Yu Dalong. His identity had become transparent to the authorities, and thus, although he was still clad in powered exoskeleton gear, he wore no helmet to obscure his features. Upon seeing Captain Yu descend from the aircraft, Liu Kai approached with a smile. Captain Yu, it has been a while. I did not expect it to be you handling the transport. A fleeting glance at the 2 enormous iron cages and the slumbering beasts within sparked a flicker of astonishment in Captain Yu's eyes. Reclaiming his composure, he turned his gaze back to Liu Kai, forcing a smile onto his face. It has indeed been a long time, Consultant Liu. You may dispense with the title consultant. It sounds rather peculiar. Quite so, little Liu. You have been quite the elusive one lately. Secretary Qin was unable to find you before leaving. Liu Kai waved his hand dismissively. There is little to discuss. We shall inevitably cross paths again. Captain Yu narrowed his eyes at this, lowering his voice to utter a cryptic remark. In the future, I fear opportunities may be scarce. Oh, what do you mean by that? Binary. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai's eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of insight. He regarded Yu Dalong with a scrutinizing gaze, unconsciously lowering his voice. The numbers on the gold bar were engraved by you, and the USB drive was also placed here by you? The numbers were indeed engraved by me, and I am the one who placed the gold bar here. However, what is the USB drive? Nothing significant, Liu Kai hastily interjected, shifting the topic. You are aware of the investigation conducted by Secretary Qin, correct? Yu Dalong's expression turned serious. I know a little, but I do not believe there is an issue with Advisor Zhang. How so? You have access. Examining Advisor Zhang's file will clarify everything. He merely possesses a more conservative and steady disposition, rather than being inactive, and certainly not what Secretary Qin perceives as a hindrance. So, you believe the problem lies above? Have you discussed this with Secretary Qin? Yu Dalong nodded, yet then shook his head. Chapter 141. Temporary Residence. First encounter with Zhong Linyu. Observing his reaction, Liu Kai instinctively understood the implications. Yu Dalong also suspected that something was amiss. However, it was evident that Qin Luofei remained unconvinced, steadfastly doubting Zhong Linyu. Liu Kai found himself in a state of confusion. Did she mention anything to you before she left? Secretary Qin indicated that your identity is unique, straddling the line between official and unofficial. Moreover, I owe you my life for facilitating the drilling platform. Hence I must assist you and ensure your safety, Yu Dalong remarked. Pausing briefly, he then cast a self-deprecating glance at the iron cage within the garage and chuckled. It seems Brother Liu does not require my protection after all. Liu Kai couldn't help but smile wryly. She is quite confident. What if I refuse the mission? Yu Dalong laughed, albeit in a rather peculiar manner. You will undoubtedly accept. As the two intended to discuss further, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from within the garage. Roar. Bang. Bang. A massive panda was the first to awaken from its stupor. Upon seeing the crowd outside, it instantly descended into a frenzy. Its face, which should have appeared adorable, was now twisted with rage. Its bloodshot eyes widened, baring its enormous jaws as it charged at the iron cage, undeterred by pain. This striking display seemed to declare its identity to the world. It was a bear, not a cat. This abrupt transformation sent waves of tension through the surrounding soldiers, who raised their rifles, aiming at the rampaging panda. Perhaps spurred by the commotion, a much more terrifying python also stirred from its slumber. Though it remained still for the moment, its tongue flickered ominously, poised as if waiting for the right moment to strike. Captain, what should we do now? One soldier could no longer contain his curiosity and asked. Yu Dalong furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss. He knew that with both creatures alert, they would struggle incessantly. The risks of employing a helicopter for extraction would be too great. The virologist Zhu Xiaomin had explicitly stated that electric shocks and anesthetics were prohibited. The only viable option left was to transport them by truck. However, using roadways would expose them to numerous survivors. If any information leaked, inciting public panic, it would lead to significant complications. As he grappled with indecision, Liu Kai stepped forward. To the astonishment of the soldiers, he dashed to the iron cage containing the python, and, with a decisive clang, unlatched the cage and slipped inside. The python, quick to react, began to twist its massive body, ready to strike. Yet, Liu Kai was swifter. He delivered a forceful blow to the python's vital heart region. Bang! Hisses! With a resounding impact, the python emitted two fierce hisses of defiance before its head, which had just risen, crashed heavily onto the floor, rendering it unconscious. This audacious maneuver left everyone present utterly speechless. Is such a feat even possible? The enraged panda continued to roar, and Liu Kai showed no signs of restraint. Once again, he slipped into the cage, his agile form evading the heavy paw of the bear. A resounding thud echoed as it struck the top of the giant panda's head. Mission accomplished. The two beasts were momentarily incapacitated, allowing Captain Yu to initiate the hoisting. Yu Delong stood in stunned silence until Liu Kai called his name, snapping him back to reality. Right, everyone, time is of the essence. Commence the hoisting. Though the colossal creatures had succumbed to unconsciousness, a palpable sense of menace lingered in the air. The soldiers, their eyes filled with vigilance and reverence, moved cautiously as they secured the ropes to the cage, striving to minimize their noise for fear of disturbing the slumbering giants. Fortunately, Liu Kai's grip was expertly calibrated, ensuring the two titans remained oblivious. Two helicopters ascended in succession, swiftly soaring towards the coastline. Before long, the helicopters touched down on an expansive plaza. In the distance, the icebound sea was illuminated by the flames of the coastal No. 3 drilling platform. This was an oil refinery by the sea, now fully operational. The crude oil extracted from the drilling platform was being refined on-site, and the whole facility buzzed with activity amidst the rising steam. Numerous workers diligently attended to their tasks, bustling back and forth. As Yu Dalong explained, this location had also been transformed into an official temporary base, awaiting the completion of the shelter for relocation. With the helicopters having landed, a throng of soldiers quickly gathered to assist with the unloading. Virology expert Zhu Jimin hurriedly approached, accompanied by two scientists who bore the appearance of eager apprentices. Liu Kai was taken aback by Zhu's disheveled look, complete with dark circles under his eyes. Had he truly gone days without rest? Zhu's gaze remained fixated on the two large iron cages, his eyes alight with fervor and obsession, seemingly oblivious to Liu Kai's presence. The Burmese python. The giant panda, what exquisite subjects for research. Zhu, it's good to see you, Liu Kai called out, prompting Zhu to finally redirect his intense focus. Ah, Consultant Liu, so good to see you. I apologize, but I am quite occupied and cannot linger. Thank you for the samples you provided. Officer Zhong will ensure you receive your commission. With that, he hastily directed the nearby soldiers. Bring a few men over quickly. Transport these to workshop number 5. And be careful not to awaken them. Zhu Jimin swiftly departed, leading the two large cages away. However, as he left, Liu Kai distinctly heard him muttering softly. How could it infect humans? How peculiar. No, I must work late tonight to complete the model analysis. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai's expression shifted to one of gravity. Infection in humans? This certainly did not bode well. While he pondered this unsettling thought, Yu Dalong patted him on the shoulder. Brother Liu, Officer Zhang is here. Oh? Liu Kai lifted his gaze to see 5 individuals emerging from the modest office building ahead. The leader was clad in a warm military coat, his physique balanced and robust, crowned with a head of thick black hair, followed closely by 4 armed guards. The man, with a composed visage and few wrinkles, appeared to be under 40 years of age. The insignia on his collar, featuring 2 bars and 2 stars, indicated that he was the newly appointed officer in charge of Fohai, Major Zhang Linyu, striding purposefully towards the helicopter. A fleeting smile of politeness graced his face before he resumed his stern expression. Zhang Linyu seemed to place great importance on decorum, despite the biting cold. He removed his thick thermal gloves after offering a respectful salute. Extending his right hand, he greeted, Hello, Consultant Liu. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Liu Kai mirrored his actions, a smile adorning his face as he clasped Zhang Linyu's right hand. Major Zhang, it is an honor to meet you. Let us proceed inside to discuss matters. Captain Yu, you may return to your duties. Yes, Captain Yu Dalong replied promptly, then subtly cast a glance at Liu Kai, seemingly signaling him to refrain from uttering anything inappropriate. Chapter 142, Verbal Trials and Sudden Changes. Zhang Linyu did not possess an office in the conventional sense. Rather, the conference hall served as his workspace. He dismissed the bodyguard trailing behind him and escorted Liu Kai to the conference room located on the top floor of the building. As the door swung open, a pungent smell of smoke assaulted Liu Kai's nostrils, causing him to furrow his brow. Although he indulged in smoking himself, he found the intensity of the aroma quite unbearable. Yet, the scent was the sole drawback. The room was impeccably organized. Despite the large central table being strewn with various paper maps, pens, rulers, and magnifying glasses, there was no hint of disarray. All cigarette butts were disposed of in a large metal bin, leaving no trace of ash around. Liu Kai also noted the neat annotations and writings sketched upon the maps. Further indicating a singular truth, Zhang Linyu appeared to suffer from a severe case of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Please, take a seat, Consultant Liu. The conditions here are rather simple. I hope you don't mind, Zhang Linyu stated while tidying the maps on the table, gesturing for Liu Kai to sit. Liu Kai, feeling no need for formality, pulled out a chair and settled in. He surveyed the surroundings and chuckled. Heh, it seems that you, Chief Zhong, have quite the penchant for smoking. His remark not only addressed Zhong's smoking habits but carried an undertone of inquiry. In these times, cigarettes were a rare commodity. Yet, the overflowing metal bin indicated at least 2 packs had been consumed, quite extravagant and reckless, one might say. Zhang Linyu soon finished organizing the maps and pulled out a chair for himself, sitting upright across from Liu Kai. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, offered one to Liu Kai, and lit it, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Truth be told, I was never fond of smoking. However, the burdens of work here are quite exasperating. With countless late nights, I've resorted to this vice to stay alert, he confessed. It remained uncertain whether Zhong Linyu grasped the underlying implications of his words. Liu Kai, of course, would not directly inquire. Instead, he played along. Indeed, governing a territory is inherently complex. Your efforts, Chief Zhang, are commendable. Zhang Linyu waved his hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on that. Rather, I've been hearing Secretary Qin speak of you consistently these past few days. I feel as though my ears might develop calluses. Oh, she has spoken ill of me, has she? Liu Kai replied with a laugh. How could she? Secretary Qin holds you in high regard, constantly praising your remarkable skills and sharp intellect. At this juncture, Zhang Linyu gave a thumbs up. I heard from the soldiers about your remarkable feat of single-handedly subduing 2 ferocious beasts. Your reputation indeed precedes you. As their conversation meandered through mutual flattery, it lacked substantial depth. Liu Kai merely smiled, preferring not to prolong the exchange. Seemingly attuned to Liu Kai's subtle intentions, Zhang Linyu decisively shifted the topic. Brother Liu, I am not one for beating around the bush, thus, I shall speak plainly. Please, proceed, Chief Zhang. Well, as you may know, the position of consultant was non-existent in times past. It is the acknowledgement from above that has led to this exceptional arrangement, born from your reluctance to enlist. I believe that such a peculiar status, neither entirely civilian nor fully official, is rather undesirable. Therefore, I extend my sincere invitation once more for you to join us. And I hope you will contemplate it thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai straightened his posture, leaning away from the back of his chair. Is this the intention from above? Or, Zhang Linyu shook his head. No, this is my own perspective. I have always adhered to the rules and hold them in high regard. Yet the title of consultant exists outside the realm of established regulations. Zhang Linyu's meaning was unmistakable. It was almost overt. Liu Kai must either enlist and embrace the official role or relinquish his consultant title and return to civilian life. Within the jurisdiction of Fohai City, such a delicately positioned individual is not permitted to exist. At this moment, Liu Kai recalled Yu Dalong's words, which indicated that this advisor, Zhang, possessed a conservative disposition. Indeed, it proved to be true. Advisor Zhang, is this the purpose of your invitation today? Almost. Yet there is no rush for your response. I can grant you 3 days to deliberate. Noticing Liu Kai's silence, he added, rest assured, the exemption privileges remain intact. Nothing from your past will be held against you. But henceforth, Liu Kai felt a surge of irritation at this point. Initially, I had no desire for the consultant title. It was the authorities who insisted upon it. Now, with this abrupt change of stance, it feels rather disingenuous. His impression of Zhong Linyu diminished significantly. He then forced a smile, tinged with sarcasm, and remarked, Advisor Zhong, you truly are a paragon of integrity. By the way, did Secretary Qin do something inappropriate that warranted her reassignment from Fohai City? Surprisingly, Zhang Linyu did not take offense at this remark. He candidly admitted, she indeed acted inappropriately. But it was not I who transferred her. He spoke with remarkable composure, his demeanor seemingly unperturbed by the notion that Qin Lefei may have disclosed anything to Liu Kai. Of course, it is also possible that he simply does not care about what Qin Luofei might have revealed. Simultaneously, his gaze towards Liu Kai bore an inexplicable significance, tinged with disappointment, as if he had anticipated Liu Kai's unruly and rule-defying nature. Just as Liu Kai was about to express further thoughts, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Enter. A young second lieutenant entered, carrying a red folder. Advisor Zhang, the expert has confirmed that the living specimen is satisfactory. The reward can be dispersed. A total of 87 kilograms of gold has been prepared. Zhang Linyu turned to Liu Kai and, upon seeing no objections, nodded slightly. Understood. Place it in the helicopter. However, the lieutenant did not leave after delivering his report. He cast a furtive glance at Liu Kai, as if there were some urgent matter to discuss in secret. Speak freely, Consultant Liu is not a stranger. Yes. The lieutenant, having received permission, hastily handed the folder to Zhang Linyu. Advisor Zhang, a riot incited by foreign forces has erupted in our neighboring city, Hanpu. Captain Xiao is short-handed and has sent a request for military assistance. What? Upon hearing this, Liu Kai was taken aback. However, Zhong Linyu merely furrowed his brow, appearing far from anxious. What is the current situation? Even Liu Kai raised an eyebrow at this. Foreign forces, could it be the Japanese again? These outsiders have grown exceedingly bold, wreaking havoc without a care for the nation of Hua. The young lieutenant succinctly reported the information. The rioters have taken numerous survivors hostage and are engaged in urban combat in Hanpu. Captain Xiao did not elaborate further. Zhong Linyu's brow tightened. Convey my orders, immediately request instructions from the military district. Simultaneously, assemble the Special Operations Company and the Armored Company. They shall depart as soon as we receive approval from higher command. The young lieutenant stood frozen, seemingly in disbelief. What are you waiting for? Zhong Linyu snapped, irritation flashing across his face. I am aware of the urgency. There is no need for your incessant chatter. Yet, even in urgency, we must adhere to protocol. Go report immediately. The lieutenant, with no choice, hurriedly exited the conference room. Chapter 143. Advice. The background of Zhong Linyu. This turn of events left Liu Kai utterly speechless, even causing him to question the capabilities of the advisor, Zhong. The adage a commander in the field may disregard the orders of his superiors seemed particularly relevant. While the Allied forces were engaged in fierce combat, Zhong appeared more concerned with reporting than providing immediate assistance. Had Li Yunlong been alive, he would surely have taken charge and led his troops into action by now. In the face of sudden turmoil, Zhong Linyu remained surprisingly unperturbed. However, he no longer had the leisure for further conversation. Rising to his feet, he addressed Liu Kai, saying, Advisor Liu, it appears that time is not on our side, and I must excuse myself. I shall have you Dalong show you around. Perhaps you could have lunch before leaving? Liu Kai gently shook his head. No. I have a meeting with Mr. G this afternoon, so I shall take my leave now. He spoke candidly, intentionally mentioning Mr. G to gauge Zhong Linyu's reaction. As anticipated, upon hearing the name, Zhong's brows furrowed slightly before he quickly regained his composure. He refrained from further commentary and escorted Liu Kai out of the office building. Due to an unexpected uprising in a neighboring city, the oil refinery was now in chaos, with numerous armed personnel hastily assembling. At this juncture, Yu Dalong and his team passed by the front of the building, prompting Zhong Linyu to call out to him. Captain Yu, your special operations team is not required for this mission. Maintain the security of our base. Also, please send someone to escort Advisor Liu back. Advisor Liu, I shall not detain you further. Do remember to provide me with a response within 3 days. Liu Kai nodded non-committally and turned to follow Yu Dalong toward the nearby helicopter. Advisor Liu. At that moment, Zhong Linyu spoke up once more. Liu Kai turned in confusion. Is there something else you wish to discuss, Advisor Zhong? To give instructions would be presumptuous, Zhong Linyu said, stepping closer and lowering his voice. I am uncertain if you wish to continue in your line of work as a roaming merchant, but I must impart a word of caution. No matter what endeavors you undertake, regardless of how thoroughly you deliberate, always adhere to the rules. There are certain matters that should remain untouched and unsold, such as drugs. Rest assured, Advisor Zhong, I understand. Liu Kai replied. With that, Zhong Linyu departed, leaving Liu Kai to contemplate in solitude. He realized that his visit today had seemingly been in vain, as he had failed to discern Zhong Linyu's intentions. Why had he so readily acknowledged Qin Luofei's indiscretions? He had just mentioned that the complexities of Fohai City necessitated a smoke to clear his mind. Yet, what could possibly be so complicated in a city like Fohai? Especially when Qin Luofei had seemingly arranged everything? Was the excessive smoking an attempt to mask another scent? However, the earlier warning against drug trafficking appeared pointed, seemingly aimed at Mr. G and even the Mutual Aid Society. Was Zhong Linyu truly a protective shield? Having arranged for Liu Kai's return flight, Yu Dalong turned back to find him lost in thought. He waved his hand for the rest of the team to proceed ahead before approaching Liu Kai, whispering, What are you pondering? Oh, nothing of consequence. My thoughts are simply a bit disordered. You didn't ask any indiscreet questions while we were upstairs, did you? Liu Kai shook his head in response. You need not ponder excessively. As I mentioned earlier, I believe that Advisor Zheng poses no issue. How can you be so certain? You possess intermediate rights to information. A mere glance at Advisor Zheng's file will elucidate everything. Liu Kai temporarily refrained from inquiring about the file. Yet he was somewhat intrigued. Qin Luofei has persistently held suspicions. Has she not perused the file? She has, yet being a woman, her doubts are rather pronounced. And she is reluctant to relinquish this lead. Is that so? Very well, my brother Liu. Today I truly find myself remiss in hospitality. I must attend to pressing matters. Should you require my assistance in any endeavor, do not hesitate to speak up. I have previously stated that I owe you a debt of life. Why speak of such matters? Liu Kai suddenly chuckled. However, I do have a favor to ask of you. Speak on. Please assist me in investigating the data related to the AI automated power supply of the Fohai City Electric Group. It need not be extensive. Merely the past month will suffice. Are you suspecting, though the likelihood of such is rather slim? Let us give it a try. One never knows what might be uncovered. Yu Dalong nodded and departed. The helicopter roared to life, preparing to return Liu Kai. In truth, Qin Luofei had contemplated this aspect previously. The enigmatic sports arena housed a multitude of electric heating devices, consuming an astronomical amount of power. As Yu Dalong articulated, the likelihood was indeed minimal. After all, this was during a natural disaster. If a location exhibited excessive electricity consumption, it would blatantly violate the primary principle of ensuring the survival of the majority. Thus, the AI of the power group would thwart such occurrences. She inclined towards the notion that the arena might be utilizing alternative power generation methods. Yet Liu Kai still wished to investigate for any traces. After all, the ability to infiltrate Qin Luofei's military equipment and erase videos indicated that the opponent surely possessed computer expertise. While it was improbable to crack the AI program, deceiving it might be feasible. As the helicopter ascended, Liu Kai recalled Yu Dalong's reminder. In truth, he had considered querying Zhong Linyu's file the previous night. However, such an inquiry would leave a record. If there were indeed malevolent forces above, then this query record would pose a risk of exposure. Following their recent encounter, Liu Kai merely harbored a negative impression of Zhong Linyu, but he could not discern any significant issues. Coupled with Yu Dalong's assurance, he retrieved the military-grade tablet. After verifying his identity, he conducted the data search. Soon, Zhong Linyu's file appeared densely populated on the screen. He was still relatively young, merely 37 years of age. However, his resume was quite extensive, enlisting during university, earning merit, advancing in rank, participating in peacekeeping missions, special forces, and undertaking mysterious assignments. Some information was even redacted, classified as top secret, beyond Liu Kai's access. Naturally, Liu Kai was indifferent to this individual's illustrious achievements. His gaze fixated on the familial information section. Gradually, Liu Kai's expression grew complex. His prior suspicions regarding Zhong Linyu began to wane. His father was a drug enforcement officer, who perished when his undercover identity within a trafficking group was exposed, leaving Zhong Linyu only 9 years old. His mother was a university professor, murdered by a hitman bribed by drug traffickers. Upon reaching this point, Liu Kai understood the implication of Zhong Linyu's earlier reminder. It was merely a cautionary note. Furthermore, he firmly believed that Zhong Linyu could never let go of the hatred stemming from the loss of his parents, nor would he conspire with those who had wronged him. Yu Dalong shared a similar perspective. However, it was evident that Qin Luofei remained unconvinced. Her skeptical demeanor led her to trust only in reality and tangible evidence. She perceived human nature as something that could not withstand the trials of time, and she believed that one's thoughts are not immutable. The notion of unwavering loyalty, in her eyes, was merely a reflection of the insufficient incentives offered by adversaries. Liu Kai found himself chuckling silently at this thought. He and Yu Dalong, despite being men, exhibited a certain emotionality, while Qin Luofei, a woman, appeared strikingly rational. Chapter 144, Frantic Speculation. Mr. G's identity. Liu Kai had obtained the answer he sought. He reclined in his seat, setting aside his tablet, and gazed out at the world beyond the window. At this juncture, their return journey was already halfway completed, and the helicopter was flying at a modest altitude. Below him lay a densely packed array of buildings, and in the distance, gentle hills rose softly. Suddenly, a well-known verse sprang to mind. To stand atop the peak and survey all mountains as mere hills. Yet it was precisely this line that ignited a flash of inspiration within him, as if a crucial piece of information was hovering just out of reach. Liu Kai hastily concentrated, attempting to recall that fleeting sensation, murmuring the lines of the poem repeatedly. Unbeknownst to him, the helicopter pilot, whose headset remained active, overheard Liu Kai's soft recitation. Sensing a connection, the pilot chuckled and replied, "Ah, Mr. Consultant, what a refined sentiment. Indeed, the higher one ascends, the further one can see. To stand atop the peak encapsulates this idea perfectly. Oh, the higher one ascends, the further one can see." Liu Kai's eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. He had grasped that elusive thought. It brought to mind an incident from his university days. One day, a classmate, let us call him classmate A, was out shopping when he chanced upon another student, classmate B, a financially struggling individual, dining at an upscale private restaurant. Classmate A was incensed and promptly reported classmate B to their counselor, demanding the revocation of his financial aid. However, the counselor continuously found excuses to suppress the matter, even insisting that classmate A keep it to himself. Unfortunately, the story leaked, inciting outrage among many onlookers who suspected foul play, particularly doubting whether the counselor had accepted bribes. Eventually, the truth emerged, simple yet dramatic. Classmate B had been working part-time at the restaurant, and that day, the owner, moved by his earnestness and plight, had personally prepared a gourmet meal for him in celebration of his birthday. The counselor's reluctance to disclose this was rooted in a consideration for classmate B's strong sense of pride. Thus, sometimes, decisions made from above, seemingly perplexing, may not stem from any ulterior motives. Instead, they might indeed reflect a broader perspective, wielding more secretive and pivotal information that leads to choices beyond the comprehension of the majority. Upon reaching this realization, Liu Kai felt a wave of relief wash over him. He did not doubt Qin Luofei's determination, nor did he question his own judgment of Yu Daolong. If the reality aligned with his speculations, then the interests of the authorities extended far beyond the mere mutual aid association of Fohai City. Regrettably, he had lost contact with Qin Luofei, uncertain of her current activities, and thus could not relay any new information in a timely manner. While his suspicions regarding Zhong Linyu had temporarily subsided, Mr. G from the Mutual Aid Association still warranted investigation. After all, could one truly believe that Mr. G was entirely unaware of the actions taken by Vice President Ma Yongxing? Liu Kai clearly held a significant degree of skepticism. How could one remain oblivious to the chickens in their own backyard? By the time the helicopter returned Liu Kai to his destination, it was already 11 a.m., drawing near to the appointment he had arranged with Mr. G. Manipulating the storage space, he devoured the newly acquired gold, showing some progress, albeit not markedly so. Liu Kai, however, was not in haste. He released the snowmobile from the storage space and, after a moment's contemplation, let out Xiao He and Xiao Bai, although time stood still within the storage. The two dogs felt as if they had merely blinked before emerging from the bunker into the outside world. Their playful and energetic instincts ignited immediately. Xiao He sprang into action, tongue lolling, ready to chase after a flurry of snowflakes, only to be firmly grasped by Liu Kai by the scruff of his neck. "Come back, you're driving. Head north," Liu Kai commanded. Xiao He understood, and with a drooping tail, reluctantly hopped into the driver's seat. The snowmobile sped northward, while Liu Kai reclined in the passenger seat, not out of laziness, but to peruse information on a military-grade tablet, specifically details about Mr. G. Although they had known each other for quite some time, Liu Kai had only ever known the man's surname. Other details remained a mystery. Due to the existence of a mutual aid society, Mr. G's identity was classified. However, this classification was among the lowest tiers of confidential information. Before long, the man's identity information appeared on the tablet. Ji Zihan, a native of Fohai, born in 2001, 42 years old, president of the Fohai Civic Mutual Aid Society, took over the family group Pippi Shrimp Real Estate from his father Song Wenqi at the age of 25, displaying exceptional business acumen and remarkable capabilities. With a peak net worth exceeding 10 billion, colloquially known as Mr. G, at 40, he liquidated his shares and exited the business world. Particularly passionate about outdoor exploration and extreme sports. As Liu Kai meticulously reviewed the densely packed profile, he couldn't help but muse. Indeed, the lives of the wealthy are starkly simple and monotonous. He casually clicked on the information about Ji's parents. As expected, Ji Zihan took his mother's surname. However, both of his parents had already passed away. His mother had died a year before he assumed control of the family business. Yet, when Liu Kai noted the date of his father Song Wenqi's death, his eyebrows shot up in astonishment. What a coincidence! May 2nd, 2043, just 3 days before the onset of the cold wave apocalypse. The reason he deemed it a coincidence was that it reminded him of a certain individual, a marine biologist who had descended into the depths with him during a salvage operation, only to be devoured by a raging giant octopus. Song Yuming. Just prior to the cold wave, Song Yuming had fortuitously taken bereavement leave due to his father's death, narrowly escaping a catastrophe, thus avoiding entrapment within the submerged research facility. Not only did this man share the same surname as Ji Zihan's father, but the timings of their father's deaths were also strikingly aligned. The most critical aspect, upon further reflection, was that Liu Kai inexplicably felt a resemblance between the faces of Song Yuming and Ji Zihan. Coincidence? Liu Kai clearly did not believe in mere coincidences. He employed the tablet once more to search for Song Yuming's information, but a peculiar anomaly emerged. There was no information filled out regarding Song Yuming's father. The records indicated that he was raised solely by his mother in a single-parent household. Similarly, the records for Song Wenqi revealed that he had only one son, Ji Zihan. This is indeed perplexing. Could it truly be a mere coincidence? Liu Kai mused to himself, stroking his chin. However, as he revisited the information regarding Song Yuming, he astutely uncovered a significant detail. Song Yuming was raised by his mother under modest circumstances. Consequently, during his undergraduate and postgraduate years. He not only relied on scholarships but also sought assistance from charitable contributions. The sponsoring organization was the Aishin Shomi Foundation. Liu's suspicions were well-founded. This foundation was indeed affiliated with the Pippi Shrimp Real Estate Group. Upon this revelation, his spirits soared. Just then, the snowmobile entered a zone with power supply, and a signal became available. He took out his phone to search for news about the late Mr. Song Wenqi, the former chairman of Pippi Shrimp Real Estate in Fohai City. Although the 3G network was somewhat sluggish, it was functional. Moreover, Song Wenqi was a figure of some renown in Fohai City. A string of search results quickly appeared. After a swift perusal, Liu Kai indeed found a photograph from the funeral. Chapter 145, The Discovery of Secrets. Ma Yangxing is also here. From the photographs taken at the funeral, the setting was a grand and spacious hall. In the center lay the remains of Song Wenqi. Surrounding him were white banners, white chrysanthemums, and wreaths, casting a solemn and silent atmosphere. Ji Zihan, clad in black, led the gathering in a moment of silence before the body. Liu Kai, however, was not preoccupied with these mourners. His gaze darted across the scene, searching intently. At last, a vaguely familiar silhouette caught his eye. It was a man partially obscured behind a stout marble pillar in the corner of the hall. Only half of his body was visible, his head adorned with a black cap that concealed much of his face. Despite the limited resolution of the image, Liu Kai felt an immediate sense of recognition upon seeing this figure. The mysterious spatial scanning ability allowed him to perceive the man's posture and movements with clarity. Hence, he was quite certain that this was none other than Song Yuming, the individual he had encountered previously. Of course, there existed one final possibility regarding Song Yuming's presence here. Perhaps Song Wenqi was not actually his father. It could be that he came to pay his respects out of gratitude for the Foundation's support. Yet, the furtive demeanor he exhibited hardly reflected the attitude one would expect from a true benefactor. Liu Kai had already solidified a bold hypothesis in his mind. This made things quite intriguing. It appeared that the Mutual Aid Society might be entangled in a myriad of unsavory dealings. A fortnight prior, for reasons unknown, Song Yuming had attempted to sabotage the weapon retrieval mission. Regardless of the circumstances, it seemed that all of this was inextricably linked to Ji Zihan. Exhaling deeply, Liu Kai stowed away his tablet, a mysterious smile gracing his features. How fascinating. He sent the small black vehicle back to the trunk and took the wheel of the snowmobile himself, accelerating northward. Along the way, he observed numerous members of the Mutual Aid Society. Perhaps due to Ji Zihan's decisive actions during the last incident, the members he passed were behaving themselves, diligently distributing supplies without complaint. Time passed, and the snowmobile approached its destination. Upon raising his eyes, he beheld a magnificent villa, partially buried beneath a layer of ice, with another level still exposed to the elements. To his surprise, armed guards surrounded the villa, having even carved out trench-like defenses in the frost. A quick count revealed that over 20 security personnel were stationed around the premises. Liu Kai did not expect such a substantial display from Ji Zihan. The strength of the Mutual Aid Society had evidently grown since the harrowing encounter at the government building over a few firearms. At that moment, four individuals clad in thick winter gear stood at the entrance of the villa, bracing against the biting wind as they gazed towards the approaching snowmobile, extending an air of high-standard hospitality. At the center stood Ji Zihan. The time was now 11:45, and although Liu Kai had not informed Ji Zihan of his departure, he was nonetheless waiting at the door, precisely on time. A sense of danger flickered within Liu Kai. The Mutual Aid Society had too many eyes and ears. However, he did not reveal any trepidation, instead scrutinizing his surroundings with utmost seriousness. At the entrance of the villa, on the left of Ji Zihan stood a middle-aged man with an unfamiliar face, someone Liu Kai had never encountered before. However, to his right were two very familiar figures, the Su Qingfeng couple. Liu Kai felt a twinge of surprise. To his knowledge, the Su Qingfeng couple were merely ordinary members of the Mutual Aid Association. Logically, they should be outside distributing supplies with others at this time. How could they possibly be here? The snow-laden vehicle gradually came to a halt in front of the villa. Just as Liu Kai was about to open the door to alight, Ji Zihan was already approaching with a broad smile, eagerly grasping Liu Kai's hand. "Brother Chiu, what an honor it is to have you here," he exclaimed, then turned to the armed guards surrounding them, raising his voice. "Listen up. This young brother Chiu is my lifesaver. From now on, treat him with the utmost respect, just as you would treat me. Am I clear?" Instantly, a chorus of greetings erupted from the guards. "Understood. Hello, Mr. Chiu." This display was undeniably impressive. However, one must acknowledge that a life-saving grace indeed warrants such treatment. Liu Kai also wore a smile, though he appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Mr. Ji, you are far too gracious. There is no need for such grandiosity." "Oh, not at all. It's merely a small gesture," Ji Zihan replied. At that moment, the Su Qingfeng couple approached, their faces radiating gratitude. The woman remained reticent. And it was Su Qingfeng who spoke. Mr. Chiu, it's good to see you again. Stop. Liu Kai interjected hastily. There's no need for thanks. If you continue to be so polite, I might hesitate to partake in this lunch. Ha ha ha, Brother Chiu is quite the open-minded person, so you two needn't be so formal. Ji Zihan interjected aptly. He then patted the quiet middle-aged man beside him. By the way, Brother Chiu, allow me to introduce this gentleman. He is our vice president of the Mutual Aid Association, Ma Yongxing, and also my close friend. The middle-aged man's expression was rather reserved, merely nodding slightly at Liu Kai and offering a faint smile. Brother Chiu, I shall refrain from excessive expressions of gratitude, as you are an ally of old Ji. You are also my brother. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. In that moment, as Ji Zihan made the introduction, Liu Kai felt his heart lurch. Ma Yongxing. He was the very person Qin Luofei had mentioned, encountered within that enigmatic sports arena. Had this been yesterday, upon seeing Ma Yongxing before him, Liu Kai would have undoubtedly confronted him, even if it meant clashing with Ji Zihan on the spot, or risking harm to Su Qingfeng and his wife. He would have seized the man immediately for an interrogation akin to the ruthless methods of the past. However, today was different. He had suddenly realized in the morning that the higher-ups were hesitant to take action, perhaps due to insufficient evidence. It was also quite likely they wished to play the long game and reel in a bigger catch. He was confident that the kind of reckless drama, like a female traffic officer disregarding orders to chase down a drug dealer, thereby forcing the narcotics police to prematurely close in, would not unfold in his circumstances. Striving to master his emotions, Liu Kai suppressed the frantic beating of his heart and the impulse to strike. Ultimately, no distinct emotion manifested upon his face. He maintained a cordial smile while exchanging pleasantries with Ma Yongxing. He was oblivious to the reason behind Ji Zihan's decision to invite Ma Yongxing today. Was it an unintentional act born of ignorance, a deliberate provocation, or perhaps a test? He remained completely in the dark. Ji Zihan had fulfilled the necessary formalities and promptly beckoned Liu Kai, saying, "Come on, my dear Chiu brother, it's frigid outside. Let us retreat indoors for a warm cup of tea." Liu Kai remained stationary. By the way, Mr. Ji, I have 2 little companions in my car who also require a meal at your place today. Oh, there are others in the vehicle? Liu Kai smiled and opened the trunk of his snow vehicle. With a jolt, a large black dog leapt out first, howling loudly, followed closely by a smaller white dog. The imposing presence of the large dog, resembling a wolf king, brought an undeniable aura of intimidation, as if the already frigid air had plummeted even further. This scene instantly heightened the vigilance of the surrounding security personnel, their gazes fixated on the formidable black dog, as well as on Liu Kai. Their hands instinctively tightened around their firearms, displaying a resolute demeanor as if prepared to eliminate Liu Kai should the situation escalate. Chapter 146, Pretense and Eavesdropping. Liu Kai caught a glimpse of the crowd's reactions out of the corner of his eye, and a cold smile crept across his face. Just moments ago, Ji Zihan had informed everyone that encountering Mr. Chiu was akin to encountering himself. Yet now, without any provocation, they wore expressions as if facing an imminent threat. Their performance was lacking in authenticity. Among them, one individual's reaction caught Liu Kai's attention, Ma Yongxing. Unlike the others, he did not exhibit wariness, nor did he share Su Qingfeng's confusion, nor did he adopt Ji Zihan's nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the situation. Instead, a fleeting look of concern crossed his face, quickly replaced by a facade of calm, as he mimicked Ji Zihan's composed attitude. Little did he know that Liu Kai had already begun his scrutiny, capturing every detail of those present. Ji Zihan and Ma Yongxing were not as composed as they appeared. Their hearts raced beneath their impassive exteriors. Liu Kai was uncertain whether Ji Zihan's tension stemmed from fear of being harmed by the dog. But he clearly understood the source of Ma Yongxing's unease, the dog's keen sense of smell, which might detect something amiss. Stealing a glance at him, Liu Kai adopted an apologetic expression towards Ji Zihan, saying, "My apologies, Mr. Ji. While my dog is indeed robust, he is quite gentle." Ji Zihan diverted his gaze from the imposing black to the similarly sized white, akin to a lynx, and sincerely remarked, "Brother Chiu is truly remarkable. Even his pets are extraordinary." With a chuckle, he added, "Let us proceed inside together." With laughter and conversation, the group followed Ji Zihan into the expansive upper level of the villa. Black and white trailed closely behind, undeterred by the watchful eyes of the security personnel. The villa's opulence was beyond compare. Even the royal villas of Li Yuan could hardly rival it. The interior was exceptionally well heated, illuminated brightly, with the temperature already exceeding 20 degrees Celsius. The guests shed their heavy winter attire, hanging their garments on the racks, while black and white remained unfazed by the nearly 80-degree temperature difference. curiously surveying their surroundings before obediently lying down in a corner of the spacious upper level. Ji Zihan observed their behavior closely. The small details suggested that they were accustomed to such temperature variations, indicating that Liu Kai's living conditions were not inferior to his own. He maintained a cheerful demeanor, inviting everyone to take their seats around the grand circular dining table, while Liu Kai was deliberately positioned at the seat facing south, behind which stood an exquisite ancient screen painting of considerable value. Ji Zihan sat to Liu Kai's left, with Su Qingfeng and his wife to his right, and Ma Yongxing, as the third-in-command of the Mutual Aid Association, seated directly across from Liu Kai, a gesture of utmost respect. Before long, several attendants emerged from the lower levels of the villa, bringing forth steaming dishes, cabbage and meat soup, fragrant shredded pork, sweet and sour ribs, among a total of more than 10 delectable offerings. Such dishes, once considered mere home-cooked fare before the onset of the cold wave, now evoke a sense of opulence that rivals a state banquet. After all, meat is relatively easy to preserve. However, gazing at the remarkably fresh cabbage, asparagus, and greens, a flicker of intrigue passed through Liu Kai's eyes. It had been 55 days since the cold wave struck, and not even the most sophisticated refrigeration could maintain the freshness of vegetables for so long. His access to such fresh produce was purely a stroke of luck, courtesy of his spatial abilities. Other slightly more affluent survivors were limited to rehydrated, pre-packaged vegetables. Yet, the fact that Ji Zihan managed to procure such rare goods was astonishing. Liu Kai's mind wandered to the imagery described by Qin Luofei, the crops cultivated in the central area of that mysterious gymnasium. Ji Zihan, being astute and meticulous, instructed his attendants to bring forth 2 large steel basins filled with an array of premium canned meats, which were placed before Xiaohe and Xiaobai. Although these 2 food enthusiasts typically savored lavish meals alongside Liu Kai, they naturally regarded canned meat with disdain. However, upon meeting Liu Kai's warning gaze, they quickly grasped the situation and feigned enthusiasm, as if they had never tasted meat before, showcasing the offerings with fervor. As the guests took their seats and the dishes were served, Ji Zihan did not skimp on the libations. He retrieved 4 vintage white porcelain bottles of Maotai and a bottle of fine red wine from beneath the table, personally distributing them to the 5 attendees, 4 men and 1 woman. He commenced his opening remarks, stating, "As you all know, I, G, am inherently carefree and dislike unnecessary formalities. Thus, we shall forego the pretentious pouring vessels. We are among friends here. Let us be straightforward. Each person shall have a bottle, and we shall drink until it is finished." He then turned to Su Qingfeng's wife, He Xiaoxiao, offering a warm smile. "Of course, ladies first." He shifted his gaze to the guest of honor, Liu Kai, asking, "Is this arrangement suitable for you, Brother Qiu?" Observing Ji Zihan's affable demeanor, Liu Kai merely nodded with a smile, responding, "As the host wishes, Mr. Ji." "Ah, Brother Qiu, there is no need for such formality. If you don't mind, just call me Ji Zihan, or simply Ji Gu," he insisted. Liu Kai replied, "Very well, I shall not be formal then, Ji de Gu." "Excellent, excellent." Ji Zihan's smile broadened, even causing a few wrinkles to appear at the corners of his eyes, even without mentioning the life-saving grace. "Brother Qiu and I seem to share an instant camaraderie. Why not celebrate this bond today?" Even before the wine was consumed, the merriment had already begun. Thus, the banquet commenced in a remarkably harmonious atmosphere. However, Liu Kai, who had long harbored suspicions about certain matters, remained on high alert throughout the event. His cautious nature was on full display. Though he wore a cheerful fade, his vigilance was unwavering, constantly scanning his surroundings for the movements of security personnel. Even the food and drink consumed were discreetly stored away, untouched by his lips or stomach. His observations confirmed the extraordinary nature of this villa, with bulletproof glass and reinforced walls being standard features. Indeed, as chronicled in Xinjian's notebook, beneath the villa lies an exceptionally sturdy 2-level refuge. Although constructed in an earlier era, its specifications and quality rival those of the sanctuary in Liu Kai's possession. As Liu Kai meticulously scanned every inch of the villa and the bunker, a sense of doubt began to creep into his mind. The environment was unnaturally pristine, almost excessively so. Not a single inappropriate item could be found, whether in the villa above or the fortress below. There were no corpses, bloodstains, firearms, ammunition, or even a solitary cigarette. This overwhelming cleanliness rendered the situation strikingly conspicuous and seemingly contrived. Naturally, such observations alone could not be deemed conclusive evidence. Yet, at that moment, Ma Yongxing's subsequent actions heightened Liu Kai's alertness. Seizing the opportunity of a phone call, the individual excused himself and temporarily stepped away, draped in his clothing. He exited the warmth of the room and, after a few strides, vanished from the sight of the others. However, within Liu Kai's scanning perspective, He distinctly observed Ma Yongxing descend the stairs, retrieve a square black object, and affix it to the undercarriage of the snow vehicle. Chapter 147. Indirect Approaches. Little Black at work. Upon witnessing the scene, Liu Kai's heart raced with alarm, and he narrowed his eyes. He meticulously scanned every inch of the internal structure of the black device before him. There were no explosives, ruling out a bomb, no high-power electromagnetic wave structures, eliminating the possibility of an EMP, and no microphone apparatus, thus dismissing the notion of eavesdropping devices. The only plausible conclusion was that this must be a locator. However, he chose not to apprehend Ma Yongxing in the act. Instead, he continued to bide his time. Shortly thereafter, Ma Yongxing returned to the room, phone in hand, appearing as though he had just concluded a call. Noticing Liu Kai engrossed in his meal, he refrained from directing his gaze towards him. Instead, he subtly glanced at Ji Zihan, giving a slight nod. Ji Zihan's response was even more discreet. He did not move his head, but silently gestured for Ma Yongxing to take a seat. Little did they know that these seemingly flawless actions had been entirely observed by the perceptive Liu Kai. He noted even the momentary irregularity in the heartbeats of Ma Yongxing and Ji Zihan as they reported to one another. In that instant, he felt that all his suspicions had been validated. The strange behavior of Song Yuming and the dubious deeds of Ma Yongxing were undoubtedly connected to Ji Zihan. He held no doubts regarding the authenticity of the video mentioned by Qin Luofei. After all, Yu Dalong was also aware of the matter. Based on various indicators, Yu Dalong proved to be an upright and competent soldier, not one to wrongfully accuse others in such circumstances. Moreover, Liu Kai's suspicions concerning Ji Zihan did not originate solely from Qin Luofei's video. Their initial encounter in the municipal government building had left a significant impression. At that time, Ji Zihan was masked, much like Liu Kai, concealing his identity. It remained unclear whether his true identity was later uncovered by officials or if he chose to disclose it voluntarily. During that first meeting, Liu Kai's cognitive abilities had been enhanced along with his physical prowess, granting him an almost sixth sense. He sensed an unusual aura about Mr. Ji. Though he appeared wise, composed, cultured, and carefree, there was an underlying intensity that suggested a ruthless nature ingrained within him. After all, what benevolent individual would take over a family conglomerate at such a young age and thrive? While the others remained oblivious to Liu Kai's tumultuous thoughts, laughter and conversation filled the dining table. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, a rosy hue of intoxication graced everyone's faces. Liu Kai observed that although Ji Zihan's complexion was flushed and his speech somewhat halting, his eyes remained clear. His inebriation was feigned. Of course, Ji Zihan was not the only one pretending. Liu Kai had consumed not a drop of alcohol. The flush on his face was merely an illusion, facilitated by his enhanced physical control. He could easily direct blood to the capillaries in his face, creating the appearance of drunkenness. Subsequently, under Ji Zihan's veiled suggestions, Su Qifeng and his wife, inebriated, raised their glasses once more, slurring their words as they expressed their profound gratitude to Liu Kai. As Liu Kai gazed upon the faces of the two individuals, a flicker of enlightenment flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he grasped certain truths. He comprehended the reason why Su Qifeng and his wife had been invited by Ji Zihan to gather here. It was certainly not a mere expression of gratitude for a life-saving favor. Rather, it stemmed from a psychological phenomenon known as the Franklin effect. In essence, those who have aided you in the past are often more inclined to assist you again than those whom you have previously helped. Liu Kai had once extended his hand to Ji Zihan and had also supported Su Qifeng and his spouse. From a psychological standpoint, Liu Kai would likely be predisposed to assist or trust them once more. Thus, the presence of the three together subtly implanted a psychological suggestion within him, causing him to unconsciously dispel any doubts about the mutual assistance association. Naturally, Liu Kai believed that Su Qifeng and his wife were innocent of any nefarious dealings. They were simply expressing their gratitude, inadvertently manipulated by Ji Zihan. Upon contemplating this, a cold smirk crept into Liu Kai's heart. Fortunately, he had abstained from alcohol, coupled with his sharp and agile mind. Otherwise, he might have found himself wholeheartedly endorsing Ji Zihan as a commendable brother at that moment. With a radiant, drunken smile plastered on his face, he concealed any unusual sentiments and clinked glasses with Su Qifeng and his wife a few more times. Suddenly, he shifted his gaze toward Ji Zihan. By the way, Brother Ji, why are we the only ones dining today? What about your family? Before Liu Kai could complete his thought, he felt Su Qifeng discreetly tugging at his sleeve. He turned to see the drunkenness in his own eyes slightly dissipate, signaling him to refrain from further inquiries. Indeed, Ji Zihan's expression momentarily froze at that moment. Liu Kai was acutely aware that Ji Zihan's parents had passed away. He had intentionally steered the conversation toward this topic. However, the necessary superficialities had to be maintained, instantly adopting a look of realization. He then wore an expression of guilt. My apologies, Brother Ji. I did not mean to. It's nothing, young Chiu. Ji Zihan waved his hand dismissively. I, old Ji, am a man of misfortune. Though I possess wealth, my parents are gone. I have no one by my side, and no children to call my own. Alas. Liu Kai, seizing the moment, placed a hand on Ji Zihan's shoulder and sighed. I too have never seen what my parents look like. Oh. It appears that we share a common plight. All things must eventually come to an end, leaving only the living to mourn. When a branch is broken, neither heaven nor earth holds a soul to confide in. As he spoke, Ji Zihan raised his glass and downed its contents in one gulp, wearing a sorrowful expression. Liu Kai nodded in agreement, lifting his glass to follow suit. He then posed the most crucial question. Brother Ji, do you have any other relatives? Siblings, perhaps? No. My mother bore only me. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Liu Kai's eyes. He sensed that when Ji Zihan uttered this statement, his heart showed no signs of fluctuation. He was not lying. Although this assertion was truthful, it did not preclude the possibility of deeper issues. If Ji Zihan had simply replied with no, it would have been normal. However, the addition of my mother bore only one hinted at an attempt to obscure the truth. One can only comprehend this. Song Yuming is his half-brother. After a convoluted journey, Liu Kai finally obtained the answer he had long sought. Remaining here held no further significance. Subsequently, the crowd exchanged a series of trivial pleasantries. Liu Kai graciously refrained from mentioning the matter concerning the members of the Mutual Aid Society who had violated the survivors. The entire gathering, steeped in ulterior motives, gradually approached its conclusion. Liu Kai, appearing somewhat inebriated, insisted on departing. Meanwhile, Ji Zihan, equally intoxicated, insisted on persuading Liu Kai to stay for a day to sober up, even mentioning the adage about drinking and driving. Ultimately, Ji Zihan, unable to withstand Liu Kai's resolve, reluctantly agreed to send someone to drive the snow vehicle back. However, Liu Kai discreetly cast a glance at Ma Yongxing, a cold smirk forming within him. He promptly declared his intention to showcase a remarkable skill. Then, Xiao He leaped onto the snow vehicle, effortlessly starting the engine and gripping the steering wheel with determination. After Liu Kai entered the vehicle and bid farewell to the crowd, he affectionately patted Xiao He's head. The onlookers stood in astonishment as the large dog skillfully maneuvered the vehicle, swiftly disappearing from sight. Upon witnessing this scene, Ma Yongxing's smile vanished entirely, his face fluctuating between shades of green and red, lost in contemplation. Chapter 148. An unexpected meeting. Ma Yongxing is plagued by two particular concerns. The first is the remarkable intelligence of the large white dog, which is exceedingly unusual. He wonders whether the locator might be detected. More importantly, he fears that traces of his scent may linger, given that the system was forcibly breached to erase the video. He is acutely aware that Qin Luofei has been keeping him in her sights. He also knows that her last message was directed to Liu Kai. The authorities have yet to take action, perhaps due to Qin Luofei's lack of evidence. However, the typically solitary Liu Kai has surprisingly accepted an invitation to the banquet. This development unsettles Ma Yongxing. The exposure of Feng Hai's operations is minor, but if it leads to higher authorities, a chill runs down his spine. Thus, his proactive request to attend the banquet today was also a form of probing. Fortunately, his fears have not yet materialized. The locator continues to function normally as they speed towards the southern part of the city in the snow vehicle. Liu Kai, reporting back from his informants, shares a similar sense of relief. Meanwhile, Liu Kai appears flushed, leaning against the passenger seat with his eyes closed, feigning drunkenness. He has witnessed the prowess of the Mutual Aid Society's informants and wisely refrains from taking the wheel, allowing Xiao He to drive. Though pretending to sleep, Liu Kai has already gleaned crucial information from Xiao He. During a transaction in the northern part of the city, he encountered a drug addict who openly revealed his whereabouts. At that time, despite Xiao He being feverish and unconscious, he retained the memory of the unique scent of burnt drugs. Moments ago, Xiao He detected the same scent on Ma Yongxing. Moreover, it is quite fortuitous that, despite the biting cold winds outside, Xiao He remains acutely aware of the source of this odor, which aligns perfectly with the route Liu Kai is taking back home through Feng Hai's urban area. As Xiao He drives home, he keeps his nostrils flared, tracking the scent. Unfortunately, as they reach the Binhai Avenue, which divides the southern and northern portions of the city, the aroma suddenly veers eastward. Xiao He initially intends to follow the scent, but Liu Kai abruptly seizes the steering wheel, signaling him to disregard it and head straight home. Judging by Xiao He's slightly confused expression, it seems the scent has dissipated into the wind, growing fainter. Even if they were to pursue it further, the likelihood of yielding any substantial results seems bleak. Additionally, since there is a locator in the vehicle, they must avoid drawing undue attention. Liu Kai harbors no fear of assassination or direct confrontation. His only apprehension lies in the possibility that the other party might sense something amiss. thereby alerting them and causing unforeseen complications. As the snow vehicle continues southward along Bihai Avenue, Ma Yongxing exhales a sigh of relief, seemingly grateful that Liu Kai has not detected any anomalies. This, in fact, aligns with Liu Kai's objective, to provoke Ma Yongxing. Xiaohei's adept driving showcases its intelligence and exceptional capabilities. By not following the scent, Ma Yongxing momentarily finds solace. Yet the amalgamation of these elements creates an additional effect, instilling a sense of insecurity in him, as if his lair could be discovered at any moment. According to Qin Luofei, the video that vanished was recorded at 11 p.m. Ma Yongxing typically attends to his business during the night. Thus, Liu Kai surmised that Ma Yongxing would likely take action again this evening, perhaps even reviewing and fortifying his defenses to eliminate any potential risks of being discovered. Consequently, Liu Kai merely needed to wait patiently for Ma Yongxing to appear near Binhai Avenue. Xiaohei arrived at the garage in his vehicle, and Liu Kai did not rush to remove the tracking device from the bottom of the car. He secured the snow vehicle, allowing it to rest in a corner. Uncertain whether Ma Yongxing might dispatch someone to discreetly verify its location. Regardless, Liu Kai had no intention of driving again that night. The clock struck 4 p.m. as Liu Kai returned to the bunker, promptly heading to the kitchen. Although he had just participated in a lavish feast, not a morsel had entered his stomach. Coupled with the extensive scanning throughout the banquet, he felt utterly famished and lightheaded. Xiaohei and Xiaobai, having discerning palates, had barely touched the few cans of food available. Liu Kai prepared a simple meal of 2 plump chickens, accompanied by 2 meat dishes, a vegetable dish, and a fragrant bowl of steaming rice. After a whirlwind of consumption, his hunger was finally alleviated. Tidying up the dishes, he glanced at the time. It was now 6 p.m. The outside world was illuminated, and at that moment, his phone in the living room chimed with incoming messages. Hastily drying his hands, he went to check. Liu Kai initially expected a message from the missing Qin Luofei, yet the outcome was unexpected. Wang Ming sent 2 messages, subtly indicating that she wished to discuss matters with Mr. Chiu, the roaming merchant. Su Qifeng also messaged, similarly hinting at a desire to converse. Witnessing this exchange, Liu Kai's expression became peculiar. Could it be? He chose not to reply directly, instead creating a small group chat that included himself, Wang Ning, and Su Qifeng. Subsequently, he screenshot their messages and shared them in the group. Wang Ning, Su Qifeng. Could it be that both of you wish to address the same issue? To his surprise, both reacted with increasing excitement upon seeing the messages. Wang Ning, Su Qifeng. How could you deceive me, little Su? Su Qifeng. Wang Ning, didn't you also mislead me? We agreed to stay out of this matter. Wang Ning, sigh. Little Su, this situation is extraordinary. You must not involve yourself. Observing their back and forth, Liu Kai intervened. Enough of the quarrel. Let us meet at the west gate of Qinshan community at 8 p.m. Su Qifeng appeared puzzled. Brother Chiu. Do you know what Wang Jie and I wish to discuss? I was uncertain earlier, but I have a rough idea now. It is inconvenient to discuss this online. Let us speak in person. With that statement, Liu Kai did not wait for their responses and promptly disbanded the group. After a brief respite, at 7:30 p.m., Liu Kai took his drone and stealthily ventured out into the night. He left the snow vehicle in the multi-story garage for cover, opting instead to ride a snowmobile. Given the limited space on the snowmobile, he did not release Xiaohei and Xiaobai, navigating through the darkness with the headlights off. I remained vigilant for any watchful eyes of the Mutual Aid Society in the vicinity. At last, I arrived punctually near the Qinshan community before the clock struck 8. After securing the motorcycle, I cautiously approached the western gate of the community, keeping close to the wall. It was then that I noticed Wang Ning had been waiting downstairs all along. Even Su Qifeng had arrived early, albeit without his wife. Everyone seemed to be quite punctual. My voice, low and resonant, emerged from the shadows, startling the 2. Yet, they remained silent, turning to gaze at me as I appeared like a specter, their faces betraying urgency. Observing their expressions, I raised a hand to signal silence and proceeded directly to the point, if I am not mistaken. You wish to discuss some unsavory deeds committed by the Mutual Aid Society, correct? At my words, both were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, Brother Chiu. You are aware of this matter? Chapter 149, Confession of Identity, a night vigil upon witnessing the astonishment etched on the faces of the 2 individuals. Liu Kai promptly gestured for them to remain silent. Understanding the gravity of the task entrusted to him, he advised them not to interfere further. Yet, despite his words, he discerned their hesitance to express themselves. What is it? Do you have more to say? Wang Ming spoke first. Indeed, Brother Chiu. I initially intended to ask for your assistance in facilitating an introduction. I have some information to report to the newly appointed Chief Zhang Linyu. Su Qifeng, without uttering a word, merely nodded in agreement, indicating his shared sentiment. During lunch at G Zihan's, you were eager to speak but found no opportunity. Am I correct? Upon hearing Liu Kai address Mr. Ji by his full name, Su Qifeng exhibited no signs of discontent, only a bashful scratch of his head. Liu Kai had meticulously scanned the emotions of all present during the luncheon, and to his astonishment, Su Qifeng demonstrated remarkable control over his emotions. Neither his expressions nor his heartbeat betrayed a hint of anxiety, which earned him Liu Kai's newfound respect. However, Liu Kai did not acquiesce to their request. He stated candidly, "It may be somewhat challenging for you to meet Chief Zhang Linyu, given his rigid disposition. It is unrealistic for an ordinary person to gain an audience with him." Noting the slight disappointment on their faces, Liu Kai added, "If you trust me, I can relay your information to him." At this, the two exchanged glances. Su Qifeng hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Did this mean he doubted his life-saving benefactor? But Wang Ning was more forthright, her eyes tinged with regret. "I apologize, Mr. Chiu, but this matter is of great significance. I would prefer to report directly to Chief Zhang." "Ah, so you do not trust me," Liu Kai interjected, raising a hand to halt Wang Ning's anxious defense. After a moment of contemplation, he lowered his cold weather mask, allowing his voice to return to its natural timbre. "Sister Wang, do you not recognize me?" Upon hearing the familiar tone, a flicker of confusion crossed Wang Ning's countenance. As she lifted her phone to illuminate his face with the screen's glow, her mouth fell agape in astonishment, her eyes brimming with incredulity. She quickly clasped her hands over her mouth to stifle any sound. Observing this spectacle, Su Qifeng felt bewildered but refrained from inquiring further. After a prolonged silence, Wang Ning managed to regain her composure, slowly lowering her hands, though her voice remained laced with disbelief. "Liu Kai? How is it possible that it is you?" "No. I mean, how could you be a traveling merchant?" "Ah?" Seeing Wang Ning's excitement, Liu Kai shrugged, a gesture of feigned helplessness. To avoid being recognized, "Sister Wang, do you now trust me?" Naturally. Compared to a merchant she barely knew, Wang Ning placed her trust in the familiar Liu Kai without hesitation, nodding almost immediately. She retrieved a storage card from her inner pocket and handed it to him. "This matter cannot be easily articulated in a few words. This card contains detailed information." Wang Ning's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. "Little Liu, your secret sister does not pry, but the contents of this card are exchanged for a life. And I entrust it to you." Liu Kai took the memory card and nodded solemnly. "Understood." He then glanced at Su Qifeng, who appeared somewhat awkward. "Chiu. Brother Chiu, you also heard that I am surnamed Liu." "Brother Liu, rest assured, I will not spread this around." Liu Kai was indifferent. Having committed wrongdoings in the past, he had been cautious about concealing his identity for fear of official repercussions. Now, possessing a promise of amnesty from the authorities, there was no longer a need for pretense. He raised the storage card given by Wang Ning. "You intend to report this to Zhang Linyu as well, right?" Su Qifeng nodded. "Yes." A flicker of determination crossed his eyes. "If necessary, I can act as an informant within the Mutual Aid Association." Liu Kai patted his shoulder with a chuckle. "All right, I will convey your intentions to Zhang Linyu." The Qingshan community just happened to be on the south side of Bihai Avenue. After bidding farewell to the two, Liu Kai did not return home but headed to the location where Xiao He had detected the scent divergence. Quietly, he entered an unoccupied house and began his watch. The memory card given by Wang Ning could wait. He needed to observe Ma Yangxing's movements first. According to Su Qifeng, after the noontime banquet, the couple, Ji Zihan and Ma Yangxing, had been recovering from their intoxication in the villa. They did not awaken until 7 p.m., at which point they had a simple dinner. After the meal, Su Qifeng excused himself, taking his wife and leaving early. He then arrived alone at the Qingshan community for their appointment. Just before leaving, he noticed that Ma Yangxing was still in the villa, seemingly in discussion with Ji Zihan. Therefore, estimating the travel time, Liu Kai believed it was reasonable to take his position here early. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. He remained on watch from 8:30 p.m. until 2:30 a.m., and the entire Bihai Avenue was enveloped in silence. Not only was there no sign of Ma Yangxing, but he did not even encounter a single fly. Xiao He, lying on the ground, was utterly bored and failed to detect any unusual scents. Not only Xiao He, but the drone had silently floated in the air for 6 hours. With thermal imaging and phased array radar activated, it monitored a 2-kilometer radius. Yet, after exhausting 3 batteries, it yielded nothing. Liu Kai's mind raced with possibilities. There could be many reasons for this situation, such as Qin Luofei's intelligence being erroneous, Xiao He's daytime olfactory sense being flawed, or even Ma Yangxing sensing something amiss and canceling his plans for the night. Regardless of the cause, Liu Kai was resolute. Having already been on watch until 2 a.m., he decided to continue his vigil until 8 a.m. As the sun rose and some survivors began to descend for ice, Liu Kai was compelled to abandon his post to avoid detection by the Mutual Aid Association's spies. With his current physical condition, he could withstand 5 days and nights without sleep. Thus, after a night of vigilance, he remained spirited. He did not return to the bunker immediately, but prepared to check the garage where the snow vehicle was parked to see if anyone had indeed followed the locator to this location last night. When Liu Kai arrived at the garage, he was astonished to discover a snowmobile alongside the snow-covered vehicle. Seated upon the motorcycle was an individual clad in a heavy military overcoat. This person was not a member of the Mutual Aid Society, but rather a familiar-faced second lieutenant, most notably marked by the empty sleeve of his right arm. Upon noticing Liu Kai's presence, the lieutenant promptly rose to greet him. Advisor Liu. Liu Kai nodded. You are Chen Yu, correct? This individual was a subordinate of Yu Dalong, previously having operated the submarine alongside him during the drilling platform operations. It was during that excursion that they had encountered a ferocious great white shark, resulting in the loss of his right arm. Chen Yu discreetly handed Liu Kai a military USB drive he had been clutching. Advisor Liu, Captain, you said this was the data you requested. Oh, quite efficient. Liu Kai replied, his expression brightening. Just the previous day, he had tasked Yu Dalong with procuring the power supply data from Fohai Electric Power Group's AI. And he was pleasantly surprised to have it ready in just one night. Well then, Advisor Liu, I shall take my leave. All right, please convey my thanks to Captain Yu. Chapter 150, Compiling Intelligence. More questions. As Liu Kai watched Chen Yu depart, he began to scan the surrounding environment with meticulous attention. To his surprise, he uncovered certain traces. In addition to the footprints left by Chen Yu, there were also imprints from 2 other individuals around the snowmobile. These footprints had not been present when Liu Kai had left the previous day, although the newcomers had exercised considerable caution and had attempted to obscure their tracks. Liu Kai's scanning precision was now unparalleled, untouched by any interference. Indeed, someone had been there. These traces prompted Liu Kai to reassess Ma Yongxing's vigilance. His failure to capture the individual last night likely stemmed from the latter's heightened caution, remaining unaffected by Xiaohei's antics. Nevertheless, Liu Kai remained undeterred, for he still possessed 2 crucial pieces of intelligence. He made his way to the study and powered on his computer, importing the data from Wang Ning's memory card along with the power supply data provided by Yu Dalong for analysis. First, he examined the power supply data from the Fohai Electric Power Group. He found himself grateful for the extraordinary smart glasses of the powered exoskeleton, which far surpassed conventional AI analysis software. Following Liu Kai's commands, he connected to the local network and loaded the power supply data onto a map of Fohai City. Soon, a 3-dimensional VR map of Fohai City unfolded before him, with yellow highlights indicating power supply levels. By manipulating the timeline, he could clearly and intuitively observe the power consumption across various districts of the city over the past month. However, despite scrutinizing the map repeatedly, both through the smart glasses analysis and his own cognitive evaluation, Liu Kai could discern no anomalies. Frustrated, he temporarily set this aside and turned his attention to the materials provided by Wang Ning. The memory card contained a wealth of information, yet only one document amidst a plethora of photographs and videos taken from various covert angles. The document was succinct and failed to mention the enigmatic underground gymnasium, but did address the Mutual Aid Society's involvement in drug trafficking, compelling survivors into labor, and abducting them. Notably, it referenced a corporate entity, a biological group named Survival of the Fittest, located in the provincial capital of Rongqing. The intelligence suggested that the Mutual Aid Society was acting on behalf of this company. Disturbingly, a significant portion of the abducted survivors had become subjects of cruel human experimentation, particularly vulnerable children, whose rapid metabolism rendered them ideal candidates for such trials. Evidence of this was found in a brief yet chilling video segment, depicting a figure clad in a stark white lab coat injecting a substance into the arm of an unconscious boy. Moments later, the boy convulsed violently, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, yet he remained unresponsive, ultimately succumbing to his fate in a state of oblivion. Witnessing this brutal scene caused Liu Kai's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. His grip tightened around the mouse, which he crushed with a resounding snap. Damn it, a bunch of scoundrels. The violent rise and fall of his chest betrayed the boiling anger within him, teetering on the brink of eruption. Such methods, not to mention being witnessed, have only been heard of as the atrocious acts of the Japanese in history books. Liu Kai has always considered himself a villain. Yet, upon witnessing the actions of these brutes today, he realized he pales in comparison. He appeared almost as a savior, a compassionate bodhisattva. Ultimately, Liu Kai refrained from erupting in fury. He took a deep breath to quell the rage swelling within him and began to scrutinize the photographs in the dossier. There were numerous images, rich in chaotic information. However, they predominantly depicted scenes of unspeakable suffering. Among them, many boxes emblazoned with the logo of the Survival of the Fittest biological group were evident, along with various agents. Unsurprisingly, Ma Yongxing appeared in several of the photographs. Initially, Liu Kai had believed that the Mutual Aid Society's actions were aimed at seizing control of the entire Fohai city. Little did he know, they had formidable backing. Perhaps this was the reason the higher-ups had yet to take action. The entanglement was too complex, with countless undisclosed matters still to be clarified. Speaking of the survival of the fittest biological group, it is indeed renowned, and Liu Kai had some understanding of it. It encompasses numerous fields, including drug development, ecological protection, biochemical research, and genetic engineering. Its influence is formidable not only domestically but also internationally, having achieved remarkable results, such as the complete conquest of AIDS. However, rather than a conventional corporate entity, it is more akin to a coalition of interests. It is said that it lacks traditional major shareholders or a chairman, being jointly established and managed by multiple powerful and affluent individuals. Liu Kai was already aware of much, yet when he attempted to query the group using his tablet, he discovered that the official records classified it as the highest level of secrecy. His intermediate access level did not permit him to view it. With no choice, Liu Kai continued to meticulously examine the photographs. His perseverance bore fruit when one particular image suddenly captivated his full attention. The photograph depicted a team transporting black boxes. An unremarkable scene at first glance. However, in the corner of the background, an unexpectedly large and indistinct chimney emerged. The chimney's opening was exaggeratedly sized, and its height was equally staggering. Although cloaked in ice, it was continuously emitting white vapor. It was unmistakably a cooling tower from a nuclear power plant. Observing the surrounding scenery confirmed that it was indeed the coastal nuclear power station located 15 kilometers north of Fohai City. This revelation ignited a spark of insight in Liu Kai's mind. No wonder the AI power data from the electric power group revealed no anomalies. What if the mysterious gymnasium's electricity was not routed through the electric power group, but was instead drawn directly from the power plant? Yet, there remained peculiarities. He quickly had his smart glasses conduct an inspection and found no signs of photo manipulation. According to Liu Kai's knowledge, by this time, nearly all nuclear power plants across the nation should have depleted their fuel and gone cold. Why then was the cooling tower still emitting smoke? He once more attempted to search for information about this nuclear power plant on his tablet. The good news was that the information regarding this facility was classified only as confidential, allowing Liu Kai to access it. However, the information he uncovered left him utterly astounded. Since the onset of the cold wave, this nuclear power station has never ceased operation. It is under a strict mandate from the authorities to be preserved at all costs. A mere 15 of its electricity is allocated to Fohai City, while 35 is supplied to the provincial capital, Rongqing. The remainder is directed towards the government as high-tech factories, which are, in truth, research institutions nestled within the mountains west of Rongqing. Upon its completion, the facility was heralded with extensive publicity, becoming well-known both domestically and internationally. Its cutting-edge technology has allowed Huagua to gain considerable prestige on the global stage, as it houses the world's first fully automated military factory. The products manufactured here consist solely of missiles, satellites, space stations, and advanced weaponry. This place is inhabited solely by researchers and station security forces. Eliminating the need for any manual labor, all production is executed by various automated machines. Previously, Liu Kai speculated that the mysterious weapon he salvaged was likely delivered to this very location. Chapter 151. Urgent Distress Signal. Hanpu City. Some mysteries have been unraveled. Yet an array of new questions emerges. Given the critical importance of the nuclear power plant, is there truly no military presence to safeguard it? Why do images contain elements associated with the biological group, which thrives on survival of the fittest? If this organization is indeed pilfering electricity, how could the authorities remain oblivious? Regrettably, information regarding the military stationed at the nuclear facility is classified, leaving Liu Kai in a quandary. Initially, he believed he was merely confronting local drug lords and human traffickers in Fohai City. However, the deeper he delves, the more alarming the revelations become. His earlier enthusiasm has waned, and thoughts of retreat begin to surface. After all, the implications of this matter are vast. The official channels likely possess information equal to, if not exceeding, his own, and they may have established a clear course of action that does not require the involvement of a mere pawn like him. Yet, a sudden realization dawns upon Liu Kai. If the authorities truly had a firm grasp on the situation, they would not remain inactive for such an extended period. There must be undisclosed information or other reasons hindering their response. The image of the tragically deceased little boy resurfaces in his mind, rekindling his resolve. Regardless of the circumstances, he must investigate the nuclear power plant. It is not yet 10 a.m., while the timing is less than ideal for stealth. The Mutual Aid Society's informants are confined to the city. The nuclear power plant is situated on the outskirts of the city, along the northern coast. He could circumvent these individuals by taking a detour through the mountains to the west of the city. Unfortunately, the unfolding events often exceed expectations. Just as Liu Kai secures Little White and Little Black into his storage space and prepares to set off on his snowmobile, his tablet suddenly alerts him. Curious. He retrieves the tablet, only to find the screen flashing wildly, a large red exclamation mark dominating the center. SOS. An urgent distress message from Major Qin Luofei, Secretary to the Provincial Military District Commander. The location indicated by the pulsing red exclamation mark is, astonishingly, Hanpu City, 40 kilometers north of Fohai City. Liu Kai is taken aback. Isn't Qin Luofei stationed in the provincial capital? What brings her to Hanpu City, given her call for assistance? The possibility of her being captured by nefarious individuals cannot be dismissed. Thus, Liu Kai refrains from responding hastily. He cannot risk alerting any potential assailants with a notification sound. Moreover, he has no intention of embarking on a rescue mission. He recalls hearing of unrest in Hanpu City just yesterday morning, where assistance was requested from Zhang Linyu's forces. If all goes as expected, the troops will likely reach Hanpu City by nightfall. Qin Luofei evidently lacks faith in Zhang Linyu, prompting her to reach out to Liu Kai. However, based on the joint assessment made with Yu Dalong, Liu Kai believes Zhang Linyu is reliable. It would suffice to report the situation to the authorities and allow them to orchestrate the rescue. With this in mind, Liu Kai hastily contacts Zhang Linyu. Yet, he is met with a disheartening message. The number you have dialed is switched off. Liu Kai's expression darkens. It is not that he is unwilling to use the tablet. Rather, the military-grade tablet resembles a stripped-down version of WeChat. It permits messaging but not phone calls or video chats. Who knows if Zhang Linyu will see the message in time? In a moment of desperation, he dialed Yu Dalong's number once more. Fortunately, this time the call connected smoothly. Given the urgency of the situation, there was no time for pleasantries. Liu Kai hastily conveyed the circumstances. However, upon hearing the full account, Yu Dalong's response took Liu Kai by surprise again. Brother Liu, things have become rather complicated. What is the situation, Captain Yu? Could you please be more straightforward? Well, the truth is, we have not deployed troops to assist Hanpu City. What? Why? Liu Kai was taken aback. The situation had been so critical the previous morning. With time slipping away, although Zhang Linyu insisted on reporting to the higher-ups, Liu Kai never anticipated that no troops would be dispatched. Yu Dalong seemed equally perplexed. His tone tinged with frustration, because the higher-ups disapproved and even demanded that we bolster defenses in Fohai City. Damn it. Brother Liu, don't worry. I will report to Chief Zhang immediately and personally lead a rescue team. Forget it. If your Chief Zhang finds out, he'll probably report it again. I'll go on my own. That's not what I meant, Liu. Beep, beep, beep. Liu Kai, uninterested in further discussion, abruptly ended the call. He revved the throttle of his snowmobile and sped northward. Unbeknownst to him, his character typically wouldn't have made him so invested in Qin Luofei's plight. Yet now, his mind was consumed with a flickering red exclamation mark, as if any delay could lead to dire consequences. Traveling rapidly through the western suburbs, he occasionally had to ascend small hills to evade surveillance, significantly delaying his journey. Frustration brewed within him, and he directed his ire towards Ji Zihan and Ma Yongxing. He would settle the score with them later. After an hour of departure, Liu Kai finally arrived at Nirvana Mountain Park on the western outskirts of Hanpu City. The mountain itself was not particularly high but provided a vantage point over the flat urban landscape. The scenery bore no distinction from Fohai City, characterized merely by concrete skyscrapers encased in frigid ice. Fortunately, the location for the rescue, as indicated by Qin Luofei, was precisely at the foot of Nirvana Mountain in an upscale hotel. Liu Kai could easily spot the hotel from his vantage point atop the mountain. He chose not to descend immediately, opting instead to assess the situation first. Last night, a drone had flown for 6 hours, depleting its backup batteries. Now, he could only resort to his Zeiss binoculars for observation. This proved fruitful, revealing many unusual details. He could vaguely see the streets of Hanpu City marked with various charred remnants and prominent craters left by explosions. These were unmistakable signs of combat, suggesting that the station troops had indeed engaged in exceptionally fierce urban warfare. Strangely, however, the streets were deserted. Not a single rioter was in sight. Nor could he spot any station soldiers. His gaze drifted further towards the coastal area, where the refuge of Hanpu City was located, currently undergoing construction. Beyond the magnification of the telescope, Liu Kai's vision was somewhat obscured. However, his eyesight was exceptionally keen, and he could still faintly discern that the station troops had congregated in that particular area. This was rather puzzling. Hadn't the insurgents taken the survivors hostage? Even if they were covertly supported by foreign forces and boasted formidable firepower, it seemed improbable that they could cause the troops to cower, even in the absence of reinforcements. Wouldn't the hostages attempt some form of rescue? Yet, such matters were not Liu Kai's concern. He shifted the telescope's focus back to the hotel at the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, he noticed a fleeting figure in the window of the hotel's top floor. He quickly widened his eyes for a closer inspection, only to realize that it was not a single figure, but rather a group of figures. All were clad in black. Armed personnel, bustling through the hotel as if searching for something. Chapter 152, Rescuing People, another missile launch as Liu Kai continued to observe. He realized that the bustling scene was not limited to the top floor. The other levels were equally frenetic. Suddenly, it dawned on him that they might be searching for Qin Luofei. There was no time to lose. Although the situation was urgent, he decided to stow away his binoculars and snowmobile into his storage space to avoid alarming anyone. Using the tree canopy that had yet to be buried as cover, he raced down towards the hotel. Nirvana Mountain was not particularly high, and with Liu Kai's remarkable speed, he stealthily reached the hotel's backyard in just 2 minutes. The hotel's backyard resembled a landscaped garden, abundant with decorative palm trees, providing an ideal cover at that moment. Without further ado, Liu Kai concealed himself behind the trees and conducted a comprehensive scan of the vicinity. He enveloped an area with a radius of 400 meters in his sensory field. This time, the clarity of what he observed far surpassed that seen through the binoculars, yet the scene was all the more shocking. He spotted several scattered armed individuals outside the hotel, converging towards the interior. Additionally, he noted the weapons they were equipped with, indeed, overseas models not found in Huagua. The number of armed personnel within the hotel exceeded 200, a staggering figure considering that the stationed troops in Hanpu City comprised merely a single company. And even with the cooking unit, they totaled no more than 150. What on earth did these foreign forces intend to accomplish in the small Hanpu City? Moreover, Liu Kai discovered over 80 captives. Clad in tattered winter clothing, their faces were grimy, and they bore the marks of binding ropes. However, while they might deceive others, they could not deceive Liu Kai. The clothing, though ragged, was merely superficial. The insulation beneath remained intact, ensuring warmth. The ropes had not restrained their hands or feet. Instead, they were lounging in various rooms of the hotel, smoking, drinking, and playing cards. Were these individuals truly hostages? They seemed more like vacationers. It became evident that they were not captives at all, as Liu Kai noticed one of them enthusiastically greeting an armed searcher. Although the words were unintelligible, the shape of the mouth suggested that they were most likely speaking Japanese. Liu Kai's lips twitched in disbelief. Here, an entire building filled with nearly 300 individuals, all of mixed Sakura lineage, with not a single Huagua person among them. Were they merely engaging in a deceptive play of bondage cosplay to mislead the authorities? It then dawned on him why the higher-ups had declined to send reinforcements for Zhonglin. If the hostages were nothing but a ruse, what was the point of sending aid? Moreover, to prevent any diversionary tactics, fortifying Fenghai's defenses was undoubtedly the prudent course of action. However, Liu Kai suddenly realized that he had not seen any trace of Qin Luofei. The distress signal had unequivocally originated from this location. Had he missed her? This time, Liu Kai narrowed his scanning range for greater precision. Indeed, he uncovered something unusual. It was in the pitch-black first floor, completely shrouded by ice. Near the lobby's ornamental rockery, there lay a deep underground water well. The appearance of this well within the luxurious hotel did not surprise Liu Kai. After all, it was a well of spring water. And some pretentious individuals fancied emulating the ancients by brewing tea with well water. Due to its considerable depth, the temperature was not low, although a thin layer of ice floated atop the water's surface. Beneath that fragile ice, astonishingly, was a person adrift. It was apparent that she was a woman of commendable stature, with a soft tube held in her mouth. The other end of the tube emerged from the water's surface, enabling her to breathe. It was none other than Qin Luofei, signaling for help. Liu Kai was at a loss for words. A majesty, a major, no less, had found herself in such a predicament, alone in these waters, besieged by adversaries, and too frightened to surface. It was nothing short of an international farce. At that moment, Qin Luofei was in a dire state. From the moment she sent out her distress signal, she had been submerged in the frigid water for well over an hour. Her heavy winter gear was thoroughly soaked, clinging to her skin and sapping her body heat. She trembled uncontrollably, a pitiful sight on the verge of collapse. Despite his critiques, saving her took precedence. Unsure of the official intentions, he refrained from recklessly storming in. Instead, he swiftly darted to the corner of the hotel, locating a blind spot in the searchers' patrols and teleporting inside. Due to the ice cover, he materialized on the 3rd floor. Utilizing his foresight, he easily evaded the patrolling personnel and descended to the 1st floor. Using both hands and feet, he braced himself against the sides of the well and quickly climbed down. Upon reaching the water's surface, he bent down and extended his right hand into the water, grasping Qin Luofei by the collar with a firm grip. With a sudden surge of strength, he hoisted the unfortunate drenched figure up. The abrupt change jolted Qin Luofei from her dazed state. Instinctively, she opened her mouth to scream while her hand reached for the dagger at her waist. Liu Kai, quick as a flash, covered her mouth with his left hand and whispered urgently, "Don't scream. I'm here to save you." Hearing that familiar voice, Qin Luofei froze in her struggles. As clarity returned to her eyes, she barely made out Liu Kai's face in the shadows. An indescribable emotion surged within her. A ghastly smile, more grotesque than tears, flickered across her pale visage as she gasped, "Liu Kai, you finally came." Her strength had been depleted to its limits. Before she could finish her sentence, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted, her smile still frozen on her face. Without hesitation, Liu Kai stored the defenseless Qin Luofei in his spatial compartment and swiftly ascended the well's opening. Just as he prepared to escape, his smart glasses illuminated with a red warning. "Warning, Longsword 15 cruise missiles are incoming. Impact in 15 seconds. Please evacuate immediately." "Damn it," Liu Kai cursed, disregarding the possibility of drawing attention. It dawned on him why the authorities had refrained from action. They evidently aimed to ensnare all at once. However, the missiles arrived at the most inopportune moment, a true stroke of misfortune. He hastened to the hotel wall, teleporting directly from the first floor to the icy surface of the third floor outside. The strain of long-distance teleportation drained his energy, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. However, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. After all, the Longsword 15 missile had a blast radius of 150 meters. Enduring the discomfort within, he steeled himself and sprinted toward the distant Nirvana mountain. Fortunately, time was still on his side. After Liu Kai darted over 300 meters like a rabbit, a blinding light suddenly erupted behind him. Boom. Less than a second after the flash, the deafening roar of an explosion surged forward, accompanied by a violent shockwave. It sent a torrent of shattered ice, swirling snow, and concrete debris hurtling in all directions. Even though he was outside the blast zone, the ferocious winds from the explosion forced him off balance. A true man never looks back at an explosion. Liu Kai continued his ascent up the mountain, for there was nothing worth witnessing. The once resplendent hotel and the fate of the more than 200 souls within were the same. None were spared. The continuous sound of collapsing structures behind him served as testament to this grim reality. Simultaneously, Liu Kai understood that he had likely been detected. Satellites in the sky were undoubtedly focused on this area. Fortunately, he always carried an electromagnetic wave shield, ensuring that the shocking scene of his escape from the hotel would remain concealed. Chapter 153, The Mysterious Black Box. The patient, Liu Kai, hurriedly sprinted to a relatively gentle slope on the mountainside. The dense canopy of trees surrounded him. He retrieved a complete set of camping gear from his storage space and erected an airtight tent. On the ground, he laid a thick down blanket and kindled a small bonfire ahead. Once the temperature inside the tent began to rise, he planned to bring the unconscious Qin Luofei out. However, her thick clothing was already thoroughly soaked. If he were to release her and then remove her clothing, she might succumb to the cold. With a resolute thought, he swiftly stripped Qin Luofei of her outer garments. After all, they would meet again in the future, and Liu Kai found himself lacking the courage to completely undress her. He left on her most intimate undergarments, as well as an electronic watch hanging from her chest. Yet, despite his attempts at modesty, her alabaster form was laid bare before him, causing a tumult of blood to surge within him. The only blemish on this exquisite physique was a rather terrifying scar on her right shoulder, a bullet wound. Though curiosity stirred within him, Liu Kai was swift in his actions. He carefully placed Qin Luofei into the warm tent, covering her with a thick quilt to prevent further heat loss. He wrung out the majority of the moisture from her drenched clothing and set up a wooden frame to dry them. Uncertain of when she might awaken, Liu Kai could only idly gaze down the mountainside. The power of the missile was indisputable. The hotel had been reduced to a mere ruin. Simultaneously, the garrison, which had been huddled in the shelter of Hanpu City, sprang into action. They quickly arrived at the hotel ruins. Military drones took flight, meticulously surveying the remnants still emitting plumes of black smoke. It appeared they were aware of Liu Kai's presence, for the drones did not venture towards the direction of Nirvana Mountain but diligently scoured the vicinity of the hotel. Upon confirming the absence of survivors, the drones returned to base. Shortly thereafter, over 100 soldiers, equipped with metal detectors, shovels, and hammers, poured forth. A few excavators followed in their wake. Liu Kai watched with keen interest as they sifted through the rubble. Time passed unceremoniously, and the daylight gradually waned. Finally, the excavation reached its conclusion amidst the excited shouts of a soldier. The group worked together to extract a black metal box, perfectly square and measuring half a meter in size, from the debris. The black box was swiftly hoisted onto a transport vehicle. A convoy of troops, including 2 armored vehicles, escorted the transport as it made its way northward. The remaining forces sounded the retreat, assembling and counting off as they began to leave the hotel ruins in an orderly fashion. By this time, darkness had fully descended, and the bonfire at the front of the tent became distinctly visible. Through the shadows, Liu Kai discerned a middle-aged man with a captain's insignia casting a glance towards the mountainside. However, he said nothing further, turning back to lead his troops away. Liu Kai surmised that this middle-aged captain must be Captain Xiao, stationed in Hanpu City, yet he remained unaware of the contents of the black box. There were simply too many boxes and cabinets within the hotel, and he had not paid particular attention to this one during the scanning. However, it was able to survive the missile explosion, at least to the protective level of an aircraft's black box. It is certainly worthy of such extensive efforts from the authorities. It appeared to be quite remarkable. Just as he pondered this, a faint groan suddenly emanated from within the tent. Qin Luofei had awakened. Her condition remained dire. Her body burning with fever, her face as red as a boiled crab, and her lips devoid of color. She struggled to wrap herself tightly in the blanket and sit up. Gazing at the figures outside the tent, a profound sense of safety welled up within her. Yet, she was reminded that she was left with only her undergarments, causing her cheeks to flush even deeper. Liu Kai scrutinized Qin Luofei for a moment before tossing a pre-prepared packet of medicine and a thermos filled with hot water beside her. "Ah, so you're finally awake," he remarked. Extending her hand from the warm cocoon of blankets, Qin Luofei grasped the medicine packet and thermos. A smile flickered across her feverish face as she spoke in a weak, hoarse voice. "You really came. I thought I was dreaming. Hurry and take the medicine. The food will be ready soon." Liu Kai continued to tend to the potatoes and beef in the pot, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. As Qin Luofei caught a whiff, her nose twitched lightly, and her stomach let out a gurgle. She smiled awkwardly, unsure of what to say, her hands twisting the lid of the thermos. However, her weakness rendered her incapable. Her once strong hands, capable of breaking an enemy's neck, now trembled uncontrollably. Liu Kai, are you busy?" she called out. Hearing her, Liu Kai set down his spoon and bent to crawl into the tent. He had not anticipated how weak Qin Luofei truly was. The tent was quite cramped, and once inside, they were nearly pressed against each other. He opened the thermos lid and handed it over, but to his surprise, Qin Luofei's hands trembled as if afflicted by Parkinson's, nearly spilling the water. Liu Kai, with a sigh of resignation, took the cup back. "I say, Sister Qin, how can you take your medicine like this? Do you want me to feed you?" Qin Luofei's face flushed deeper, her hands fidgeting nervously. Lowering her head, she murmured, "Perhaps. Could you feed me just this once? What about when it's time to eat? Should I feed you then too?" Liu Kai teased as he opened the medicine packet, and Qin Luofei obediently parted her lips. The pill went in, and after a shaky sip of water, she struggled for a moment before managing to swallow it down. At that moment, her stomach gurgled again. Qin Luofei said nothing, merely gazing at Liu Kai with wide eyes. Liu Kai raised his hands in surrender and quickly exited the tent. All right, I concede. I'll feed you, okay?" The steaming tomato beef was ladled over a mound of white rice. After a thorough mixing, Liu Kai returned to the tent, bowl in hand. "Open up. Hot. Could you blow on it for me?" "Phew. Open wide, dear sister. It's no longer hot." One mouthful after another of rice disappeared. Yet, she felt the atmosphere growing increasingly intimate, her eyes daring not to meet Liu Kai's, instead darting around. Despite her illness, Qin Luofei exhibited a hearty appetite, hardly resembling a patient at all. Half a pot of beef brisket and a large bowl of rice quickly disappeared, and the pallor of Liu Kai's lips gradually regained a hint of color. Gazing at the empty porcelain bowl, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. "You didn't leave me any. I haven't eaten yet. I'm sorry." Liu Kai could only retreat from the tent, quietly retrieving a bag of small bread from his storage space to nibble on, just as he was simultaneously eating the bread and washing the dishes. A faint voice emerged from within the tent. "Liu Kai, I need to use the restroom." Upon hearing this, he nearly choked on the bread and hastily gulped down 2 mouthfuls of hot water. He produced a brand new chamber pot and handed it inside. "Why are you so troublesome? Just endure it." Qin Luofei did not accept it, burying her head under the blanket, too timid to lift it. From beneath the covers came muffled words. "I need to go number 2. Looking at the damp clothes by the fire pit and then glancing at the biting cold and darkness surrounding the hillside, Liu Kai couldn't help but reflect. Taking care of a patient is truly not a task for the faint-hearted. Once more, he retrieved a set of warm clothing in his size from his storage space, along with snow boots. Inside the tent, Qin Luofei hesitated while putting on the coat. After much deliberation, she mustered her courage again. "I don't have the strength to stand. Could you help me?" "Damn it." Liu Kai was utterly exasperated, his frantic cries echoing across the peaks of Nirvana Mountain. Chapter 154, Exchanging Intelligence, Installing Mirrors in Space. The significant matters of life ultimately resolved smoothly. The two sat side by side, each wrapped in a blanket, in silence before the warm campfire. Liu Kai was not a virtuous man. Ever since his encounter with Ewire, he had abstained from indulgences. Now, caring for an ailing individual, especially one as striking as Qin Luofei, was an opportunity that fate had seemingly bestowed upon him, particularly since he had recently saved her life. Yet, after witnessing 2 missile launches, Liu Kai was acutely aware that he was not yet a match for the authorities. Thus, an invisible boundary lingered in his mind, a line he was reluctant to cross. One must not harm those affiliated with the authorities, nor should one engage lightly with them, especially not a promising young major with a bright future ahead. The potential for complications loomed large. Even now, as they sat side by side, he consciously maintained a slight distance. Qin Luofei's physical condition was quite robust. After taking her medication, she gradually improved. Observing the clothes drying beside the fire, she realized that their parting was imminent. Lifting a cup of warm tea to her lips, she cleared her throat and turned to Liu Kai, saying, thank you. How courteous, Liu Kai replied, poking at the fire. After a moment of silence, his curiosity got the better of him. Did you only send your distress signal to me? Qin Luofei nodded. Only to you. Despite the absence of any rescuers thus far, Liu Kai had already deduced the answer, yet he felt a twinge of surprise upon hearing her confirmation. You were indeed quite daring. What if I had tea come to your aid? I believed you would come. Qin Luofei beamed brightly. Don't ask me why. Belief is a feeling that defies explanation. Indeed. Thank goodness that intuition proved correct, or you would have perished in the hotel from a missile strike. Missiles? Qin Luofei's movements froze in astonishment. Her brows furrowed slightly. So they indeed chose to launch the missiles. Liu Kai did not dwell on that matter and continued his inquiry. Why did you leave the provincial capital? Was it to find that black box? So the black box was preserved? I was quite surprised. It withstood missile fire. What exactly is it? Qin Luofei fell silent for a moment, seemingly wrestling with whether to divulge the truth. Ultimately, after a deep sigh, she resolved to share with Liu Kai. You guessed correctly. I came to retrieve the black box. It is the flight recorder of an aircraft. A black box? Isn't that usually orange? Qin Luofei shook her head. This is not an ordinary aircraft's black box, but that of a space plane. Liu Kai was taken aback by her revelation but remained silent, allowing Qin Luofei to continue. This is precisely why the higher-ups have been embroiled in heated debates regarding the missile launches. Some believe the data is too crucial to risk losing, while others contend that the materials within the black box are extraordinary enough to warrant an attempt. I never anticipated that it would take so long, and in the end, they still opted to launch. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai could not suppress his curiosity. Why not directly deploy troops to seize it? Why refuse the support from Fenghai City? Qin Luofei promptly dismissed Liu Kai's notion. It is not that simple. If we send troops and corner the enemy, they could easily employ an EMP pulse to destroy the black box data, rendering our efforts futile. Then if even the military cannot resolve this, why are you here? Liu Kai inquired. Because of this. Qin Luofei brandished the electronic watch hanging from her chest. This was no ordinary timepiece. The distress signal was transmitted through it. Moreover, as long as one approaches within 5 meters of the black box, it could read encrypted data, copying it while discreetly deleting it. I didn't anticipate their defenses to be so stringent. Before I could locate the black box, they had already discovered me. She sighed. Now that the black box has been found and taken by the station troops, I cannot ascertain whether it will reach its intended destination safely. Seeing Qin Luofei's demeanor, Liu Kai momentarily found himself at a loss for words, unable to imagine the trial she had endured that led her to distrust her own allies so profoundly. She would rather risk her life to act alone than seek assistance. The recent inability to contact her might have been a deliberate choice to avoid revealing her location. After some contemplation, Liu Kai resolved to counsel her gently. I believe you need not be overly wary of the authorities. Sometimes, one can become ensnared in their own doubts. Noticing Qin Luofei's non-committal response, he continued, take, for instance, Chief of Staff Zhang Linyu. He may be a bit rigid, but he is trustworthy. Upon hearing Zhang Linyu's name, a complex expression flickered across Qin Luofei's face, indicating her strong wariness towards him. You don't understand. Liu Kai persisted, striving to maintain a calming tone. He recounted his encounters with Zhang Linyu and Ji Zihan, even sharing his aspirations for greater heights. Qin Luofei listened quietly, her head bowed in contemplation, seemingly moved. However, it was evident that easing her excessive caution would not be an easy task. When she heard the intelligence provided by Wang Ning, she suddenly looked up, astonished, and asked Liu Kai, do you suspect the biological group of natural selection? Yes, I intended to visit the nuclear power plant today, but unexpectedly found myself embroiled in this matter. Liu Kai replied. Qin Luofei chuckled sheepishly. Apologies, but your thoughts align perfectly with mine. So you also wish to investigate the nuclear power plant discreetly? Seeing Qin Luofei nod, Liu Kai shot her a disapproving look. The defenses there are formidable. Are you seeking death by attempting to infiltrate alone? You ought to return to the provincial city and recuperate. If I uncover anything, I will inform you. Qin Luofei straightened, a asserting her capability. Yet the weakness coursing through her body caused her to slump once more, disheartened. Witnessing her state, Liu Kai finally nodded in satisfaction. That is more like it. By the way, I almost forgot to ask you, what significant data lies within that black box? A sly smile crept across Qin Luofei's face. Curious, are we? This information is classified as top secret, and your clearance is insufficient, Consultant Liu. Liu Kai rolled his eyes and turned away. If you want to talk, go ahead. If not, then forget it. Just a jest. Don't be so stingy. I could make an exception and share with you. No, since it is top secret. It is better for me to remain uninformed, and you should not violate protocol. Clearly, refusal bore no fruit, as Qin Luofei had already resolved to disclose the information. It isn't strictly a violation of protocol, considering this matter pertains to you. What connection could I possibly have with the aerospace vehicle? Qin Luofei spoke eloquently because the aerospace vehicle possesses formidable payload capacity, swift speed, and low costs. We intend to employ it to install numerous mirrors in space. At that moment, Liu Kai's mind became strikingly clear, and inspiration suddenly struck. Mirrors? Mirrors? Are you referring to one-way transparent mirrors? You seem quite knowledgeable indeed. Precisely. It is akin to the one-way transparent mirrors commonly found in police interrogation rooms. Chapter 155, The Earth's Thawing Initiative. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai could discern the implications without further elaboration from Qin Luofei. Indeed, this matter bore a significant connection to him. The concept of deploying semi-transparent mirrors as artificial satellites in vast numbers within the cosmos served two primary purposes. Firstly, it would amplify the reflection of sunlight within the Earth's atmosphere, thereby maximizing the release of solar energy for the purpose of warming the planet. The second function, similarly aligned, involved the enigmatic weapon that Liu Kai had salvaged. This ray weapon could be stationed on the ground and directed towards the mirrors in space. The intense rays would reflect back and forth, contributing to the heating of the Earth. While the energy of sunlight is formidable, its direction remains uncontrollable. Conversely, although the ray weapon produces relatively lesser energy, it can precisely target specific areas, potentially igniting a chain reaction to facilitate warming. The two methods complement each other, possibly presenting a viable solution to extricate the Earth from its icy confines expeditiously. However, it was evident that these mirrors were not mere commonplace glass. They must have integrated cutting-edge technologies from various fields. Furthermore, the quantity required was immense, which explained the necessity for spaceplanes to transport them. Given the substantial demand, the risk of failure was also considerable. Liu Kai now grasped the overarching concept of the Earth's thawing initiative and nodded in agreement. What an audacious proposal. Was this collaboratively devised by multiple nations? Qin Luofei nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it was a strategy deliberated among scientists from several major powers. Regrettably, during the inaugural fully loaded test flight, an unforeseen incident occurred. The spaceplane disintegrated upon re-entering the atmosphere, with debris plummeting into the forest west of Hanpu City. Do you know the cause of the disintegration? Qin Luofei shrugged. No, at that moment, the aircraft was precisely within a communication blackout zone. So we can only analyze the wreckage later. I have no idea how those damned invaders acquired their information and managed to locate the black box first. Were it not for the comprehensive lockdown, they would have already slipped away. Liu Kai suddenly sensed a logical inconsistency. Wait, this doesn't add up. The experimental data within the black box is crucial, but isn't the invader nation also a member of the collaborative research team? Once we recover the data, we would share it. Why are they so eager? Qin Luofei let out a cold laugh. Because we are not Na'vi. We would only share data pertinent to the installation of the mirrors, not any other flight data. With this, she slightly raised her chest, her tone imbued with a hint of pride. While I cannot speak to other matters, in terms of spaceplane technology, our nation is at the forefront globally. Hence, those scoundrels would certainly seek to pilfer our data. Liu Kai, enlightened, continued. Moreover, the test flight mission is not a one-time affair. Qin Luofei nodded. Precisely. Even if this data were compromised, there would be subsequent test flights, thus minimally impacting the entire thawing initiative. Now the logic was clear. The invader nation and its ally, the United States, had long clamored about developing space planes for over 2 decades. Yet, the critical scramjet engine remained in the prototype phase, let alone the high-performance specialized coatings. When the cold wave first descended, the traitor Hiwei attempted to steal a sample of the coating, only to be intercepted by Liu Kai, who swiftly accomplished his mission. In contrast, the first spaceplane of Huagua had completed its inaugural flight 5 years ago. A conversation revealed to Liu Kai many hidden truths. However, the black box incident seemed unrelated to the Mutual Aid Society, diminishing his interest in further inquiries. He reached out to touch the cold weather gear by the campfire, now thoroughly dry. With nightfall enveloping the surroundings in darkness, it was the perfect time to investigate the nuclear power plant. Liu Kai stood, stretching lazily and brushing off the ashes clinging to him, before turning to Qin Luofei and inquiring, "Did you drive here?" To his surprise, Qin Luofei shook her head. "I walked." "Seriously?" Liu Kai exclaimed incredulously, "You walked 90 kilometers from the provincial city to here." Seemingly irked by Liu Kai's reaction, Qin Luofei raised her brows indignantly and waved her fist. "Who do you look down upon? When I was in the special forces, traversing 100 kilometers through dense jungles was a trivial task." Taken aback by her fierce demeanor, Liu Kai did not doubt her words. He recalled the bullet wound scar on her right shoulder and remembered her decisive command in previous operations, which belied her appearance as a mere academic officer untouched by warfare. "All right, Divine Warrior Qin, I must take my leave. You don't appear to be in good condition. It would be wiser to have someone pick you up." "You're leaving?" Qin Luofei exclaimed, struggling to rise. "You're heading to the nuclear power plant, aren't you? Take me with you. I can manage alone. Especially since you're still recovering from your cold." "It's better for you to return to the provincial city," Liu Kai replied, moving towards the snowmobile park nearby. Yet, Qin Luofei stubbornly grasped the hem of his clothing, her eyes misting with a delicate vulnerability. "Little Liu, can you really bear to leave me here alone? What if I'm attacked by wolves? You are the divine warrior Qin. Would you really fear mere wolves?" Liu Kai slowly loosened her grip, but then reconsidered. Leaving her alone in such circumstances was indeed perilous, especially since he hadn't seen her sidearm when rescuing her from the hotel earlier. Liu Kai mentally berated. Is losing her sidearm part of her character design? Just like how Li Jing always seems to disarm opponents barehanded. Thus, he quietly retrieved a large backpack from his storage space behind the tent. Returning to the campfire, he opened the bag under Qin Luofei's curious gaze. Inside lay a Japanese SFP-9 handgun, a domestically produced CSLS-7 submachine gun, 2 M84 flashbangs, several fully loaded spare magazines, a set of body armor, and a bulletproof helmet, along with a few packs of compressed biscuits, jerky, and powerful cold medicine. "I know you have concerns about going back. If you truly wish to avoid calling for assistance, then you'll have to make your way back on your own. This equipment is for your protection," Liu Kai said, unfazed by the significance of the weapons he had acquired. Qin Luofei's mouth fell agape. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the myriad of items crammed within the backpack. Little did she know that Liu Kai was a wealthy individual, nor was she aware of the existence of storage spaces. She mistakenly believed that Liu Kai had bestowed upon her all his weaponry. A warm sensation surged within her. A fleeting moment of profound emotion washed over her. Yet, instinctively, she voiced her refusal. "No, Liu Kai, what will you do if you give me all your weapons? You really don't want them? Then I shall not accept them." Observing the bewildered expression on Qin Luofei's face, he could not help but chuckle. "I'm merely jesting. Feel free to take them. I have plenty more." With that, he did not linger any longer. He mounted the snowmobile and departed with effortless grace, leaving her with a parting remark. "Take care, and remember, you can reach out to me at any time if you need anything." Chapter 156. Infiltration. Are there monkeys in the nuclear power plant? As the biting wind howled, Liu Kai sped southward on his motorcycle. He suddenly felt that such vehicles were rarer than firearms. Previously, he had given a dilapidated motorcycle to Su Qifeng, and a four-wheeled snowmobile had been overturned and exploded by a foolish dog. The last snowmobile had been fitted with a tracking device and lay concealed in the garage. Otherwise, he would not have minded providing another one for Qin Luofei. Meanwhile, atop Nirvana Mountain, Qin Luofei silently watched Liu Kai's departing figure. She had no intention of contacting anyone for assistance, nor would she secretly follow Liu Kai to the nuclear power plant in her ailing state. There was still one vital destination she needed to reach. Clenching her trembling fists, a glimmer of determination shone in her eyes. Hampa City was nearly 30 kilometers from the nuclear power plant. Yet, it took Liu Kai almost 2 hours to reach the vicinity. He had thought he had a reasonable understanding of the plant's defenses, but he had gravely underestimated them. The nuclear power plant was constructed on a flat coastal alluvial plain, far removed from human habitation, with not a single tall building or even a few trees within a 10-kilometer radius. Beginning 5 kilometers from the plant, the area was densely populated with unmanned infrared sentry posts. Liu Kai had not anticipated such formidable defenses and intended to charge in on his snowmobile. Fortunately, his exoskeleton smart glasses issued an early warning, forcing him to dismount and proceed on foot. He had to leap, detour, and even teleport to evade the tightly packed sentries. Moreover, within a 1-kilometer radius of the plant, numerous towering watchtowers loomed, with armed soldiers vigilantly sweeping their searchlights back and forth. With almost no cover in sight, Liu Kai's infiltration efforts were severely hindered. The nuclear power plant itself was surrounded by a tightly secured barbed wire fence. The interior was brightly illuminated, and every few meters along the fence, there was a brilliant white light. More soldiers were armed and on patrol, with every 10 men forming a small unit, accompanied by military dogs, equally bundled up and on constant watch. Occasionally, vehicles of various sizes entered through the main gate, passing through X-ray scans without manual inspection. Even a fly hidden within a tire would be detected with clarity. This imposing display left Liu Kai astounded. Armored vehicles and helicopters were one thing, but the sheer number of rare military dogs was astonishing. Yet, a deeper curiosity welled up within him. Given the extensive military presence, what business did the biotic selection group have here? Moreover, if this group were indeed stealing electricity, how had they managed to evade the military scrutiny? The secret lay within. Liu Kai's gaze fixated on the nuclear power plant as he pondered how to infiltrate. Hiding in a vehicle was impractical, and he had no idea when the next one would arrive. The range of the white lights on the fence was vast, making teleportation from the ground unreliable. The surface was covered in a layer of icy frost, making the idea of tunneling utterly absurd. Ultimately, Liu Kai decided to adopt a strategy of diversion. Once the plan was established, there was no time to delay. He promptly retrieved a long-unused crossbow and an Mk3A2 grenade from the storage space. As he cranked the winch to draw the bowstring, he raised the crossbow with his right hand, aiming at a nearby illumination lamp perched upon the iron railings. Meanwhile, in his left hand, he held the grenade, biting down on the safety pin. With a swift motion, he hurled the grenade towards the distant gate. The strength of the exoskeleton was formidable. Even from a distance of approximately 200 meters, the grenade landed accurately about 5 meters in front of the gate. The sound of the grenade striking the ground was unmistakable. The dozen soldiers stationed at the gate reacted with remarkable speed, instantly raising their weapons towards the source of the sound. However, in the next moment, boom, a blinding flash illuminated the night sky, accompanied by a deafening explosion that echoed around the desolate nuclear power plant. This particular grenade lacked shrapnel, with a lethal radius of merely 2 meters. Yet the brilliance of the explosion was immense. Such a commotion captured the attention of the majority of patrolling soldiers, who began to converge towards the gate. The searchlights atop the surrounding watchtowers pivoted in unison towards the commotion. In that chaotic moment, Liu Kai, concealed in the shadows, decisively pulled the trigger of his crossbow. Whoosh! The bolt sliced through the air soundlessly, striking the illumination lamp on the railing in an instant. The area surrounding that section of railing plunged into darkness. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Kai stowed the crossbow and, after a brief moment of gathering strength, exploded into motion. The ice beneath his feet fractured into a web of cracks as he surged forward with the agility of a panther, racing towards the railing at a terrifying speed. In just 5 seconds, he covered the 200-meter distance to the base of the railing. In a blink, he ghosted through the railing, maintaining his momentum as he continued towards an unidentifiable low building ahead. Just then, the entire nuclear power plant erupted with a piercing alarm, red lights flashing in every corner. Soon after, the buzzing of rotor blades filled the air as dozens of drones ascended. Witnessing this, Liu Kai felt a surge of relief. The attention of the guards was entirely diverted to the vicinity of the gate. Seizing the moment of chaos, he once again vanished into the half-buried building before him. Cloaked in ice. Inside the dimly lit structure, the floor was lined with a series of stout iron pipes, seemingly part of a steam conduit. This space was perfect for concealment, and Liu Kai found a dark corner to crouch down. Focusing his mind, he unleashed the powerful scanning technique, revealing the spatial structure within a radius of 400 meters in his mind. This included the most critical area of the nuclear power plant, the reactor. However, this scan left Liu Kai stunned in place. He clearly observed that the thick lead shielding intended to contain the radiation around the reactor bore visible cracks. Without the need for testing, he knew that the vicinity of the reactor was surely saturated with radiation. What was worse, this apparatus was notoriously difficult to repair, and there were no signs of any previous repairs. It appears that the nuclear power plant has been operating under compromised conditions for an extended period. The reactor room, inundated with radiation, naturally lacks any personnel patrolling its interior. However, within the radiation control room positioned above the reactor, 5 individuals can be observed. Liu Kai immediately discerned that these 5 were not official personnel. Clad in identical black cold-weather attire, they bore a peculiar logo emblazoned on both their chests and backs. The logo depicted 2 creatures, one, a familiar giraffe, and the other, an extinct ancient chelan, the prehistoric ancestor of the giraffe. This unmistakably represented the emblem of the natural selection biological group. The presence of this enigmatic organization within the nuclear facility is not the most astonishing aspect. Rather, it is the reason for their presence that is truly remarkable, given the intricate operational procedures of the nuclear power plant. Even though the majority of functions are governed by artificial intelligence, a significant number of personnel are still required to ensure its seamless operation. The damaged reactor has resulted in elevated radiation levels in the vicinity, rendering it unsuitable for human labor. Even those donned in radiation suits cannot remain for extended durations. Yet, at this moment, it is not humans who are busily traversing the area around the reactor to maintain the plant's functionality, but rather, a troop of monkeys. Chapter 157. Discovery of Secrets. Server room. The species of monkeys present was quite common, and Liu Kai happened to be familiar with them. They were the most suitable type for scientific experimentation, the crab-eating macaque. Upon witnessing this absurd scene, Liu Kai gaped in astonishment. These monkeys exhibited remarkable coordination, remaining quiet and composed, perfectly fulfilling human tasks. The source of this phenomenon lay in the peculiar iron rings adorning each monkey's head, reminiscent of the tightening headband worn by the legendary Sun Wukong. The rings emitted a flickering light, connected to a metallic rod that was securely inserted into the monkey's occipital region. It was immediately evident what this contraption was designed to do: control the animal's movements. Inside the radiation control room, 5 individuals were meticulously operating tablets, seemingly orchestrating the monkey's actions with precision. Additionally, the 2 trucks that had previously entered the nuclear power plant were also holding many anesthetized monkeys wearing similar iron rings. They were likely intended to replace the monkeys near the reactor once they succumbed to radiation. Realizing this, Liu Kai suddenly understood much. He grasped why the authorities permitted the members of the survival of the fittest biological group to operate here. The capital city of Rong City could not afford a power outage. The high-tech research facility nestled within the mountains to the west of Rong City also required a constant power supply. Thus, the nuclear power plant, despite its ailments, had to remain operational. However, sacrificing human soldiers for electricity was out of the question. Hence, the controllable experimental monkeys became a viable and perhaps the only option. At present, the survival of the fittest biological group occupied the most critical area of the nuclear power plant. Stealing a portion of electricity to supply to other locations would be exceedingly simple. Just when Liu Kai believed he had unraveled the entire situation, he sensed something amiss once again. It was the monkeys' brains. There was an abnormal surplus of blood within them, far beyond normal levels. All the monkeys exhibited symptoms of excessive blood flow to their brains. Liu Kai's expression darkened. This could only indicate 2 possibilities. Either the monkeys had collectively developed hypertension, which was clearly not the case, or they were all infected with that mysterious and violent virus. As this realization struck him, Liu Kai felt a jolt of fear. He suddenly recalled the virus expert, Zhu Jimin, who had been burning the midnight oil just yesterday morning. He had inadvertently overheard Zhu mention that this virus seemed to have a tendency to infect humans. If these primates, being of the same order as humans, had already contracted it, how far could humanity be from the same fate? Could this truly escalate into a biological crisis? No, it couldn't be. What if this virus was indeed engineered by the survival of the fittest biological group? The more Liu Kai pondered, the more convinced he became. Thus, it appeared that the iron rings encircling the monkeys' heads not only served to issue commands, but also to suppress their violent impulses. Unbeknownst to Liu Kai, his conjecture was in stark contrast to the truth. A storm of thoughts raged within his mind. If the virus truly originated from this group, what could their ultimate goal be? To control all of humanity, and perhaps even dominate the global animal population? Damn it, a band of lunatics. It appears the authorities remain oblivious to these circumstances. The inference that the officials are unaware stems from the eyes of these monkeys. Their brains may be engorged, yet their eyeballs do not exhibit the reddened condition typical of other virus-infected animals. This undoubtedly possesses a potent deceptive quality. Were it not for the scanning technology, Liu Kai might have remained oblivious to the signs. The scanning process lasted but a fleeting moment, during which the entire nuclear power plant was under heightened alert. Liu Kai also noted that numerous soldiers were hastening towards the entrance of the radiation control room, presumably to bolster the level of protection. His earlier thoughts were merely conjectures. He required concrete evidence, the power supply data of the nuclear plant. A forcible breach was out of the question, yet fortunately, he possessed a remarkable pair of exoskeleton smart glasses. Much like the extraordinary electronic watch adorning Qin Luofei's chest, the glasses were capable of data theft. However, Liu Kai did not intend to provoke suspicion at the radiation-heavy reactor. Instead, he set his sights on the server room. The nuclear power station was replete with surveillance cameras. Yet his prior scanning had meticulously mapped the layout, revealing that blind spots were not entirely absent. This was particularly straightforward for the elusive Liu Kai. To prevent any scent from escaping his breath and alerting the military dogs, he donned the exoskeleton helmet and activated the fully sealed emergency oxygen mode. With a swish, a breeze suddenly stirred within the low building, and Liu Kai's figure vanished in an instant. Neither man nor canine could detect the spectral silhouette navigating swiftly through the shadows. This wraith rendered surveillance cameras, unmanned sentries, and walls inconsequential. With a few deft maneuvers, he slipped into the cargo hold of a large truck containing the monkeys. Without hesitation, Liu Kai seized two anesthetized monkeys and stuffed them into the storage compartment, also appropriating a semi-transparent control tablet imbued with a sci-fi allure. Once again, he vanished. Nearly 3 seconds later, he reappeared within the tightly secured server room. The room was not particularly spacious, yet there were still blind spots in the internal surveillance. At that moment, Liu Kai crouched low before a towering server rack, successfully evading the cameras. He lifted his helmet, removed the smart glasses, and extracted a connection cable from the compartment on the glass's arm. Carelessly, he found an interface on one of the server modules and plugged in the cable. His command to the smart glasses was to search for and copy the power supply data. However, Liu Kai did not anticipate the server's firewall to be so astute. Just as the glasses initiated the system breach, the previously silent server room erupted into a cacophony of alarms. Simultaneously, the control room above the reactor descended into chaos. The 5 members of the Biological Competition and Natural Selection Group, who had been controlling the monkeys, suddenly witnessed the computer screens before them flashing wildly with garbled text. Their attempts to rectify the situation bore no fruit, yet they understood the system was likely compromised, and data was in the process of being leaked. They hastily opened the control room door and called out for assistance to the soldiers outside. In truth, there was no need for these 5 individuals to panic. The nuclear power station's security level was exceedingly high. At the very moment the server emitted an alarm, a team of computer experts commenced a technical interception. Simultaneously, several patrol squads, each consisting of 10 members, hastened towards the server room from various directions. The time allotted for the operation of the smart glasses was scant, and within mere seconds, they had yet to breach even a single firewall. As scans revealed the patrol teams drawing ever closer, Liu Kai felt a surge of anxiety. Soon, the patrol squad arrived at the entrance of the server room, poised to force their way in. Liu Kai understood that hesitation was no longer an option. Resolutely, he summoned his spatial abilities to initiate a severance. In an astonishing display, the surveillance cameras, suspended in the 4 corners of the server room, emitted a blinding spark in unison, rendering them utterly inoperative. Following this, he retrieved 2 steel rods from his storage space and secured the server room door with unwavering strength. Just then, a distinct sound of the lock mechanism disengaging echoed from the door. Chapter 158, Departing with Composure. The location of the gold mine. As the lock cylinder clicked open, the door was suddenly thrust inward from the outside. Fortunately, the other end of the steel pipe was firmly wedged against the floor, causing the door to tremble but remain steadfast. Outside the control room, a cacophony of voices erupted, seemingly inquiring about the situation with the door. Bang! Bang! The noise did not last long before the sound of a more intense impact against the door reverberated. The entire control room quivered slightly, and dust from the ceiling began to drift down. Just in time, the smart glasses successfully bypassed the firewall and located the deeply hidden power supply data. The countdown for the data copy began. 10 seconds. Liu Kai let out a sigh of relief. 10 seconds would suffice. However, his moment of joy was short-lived as the scene outside took an unexpected turn. A piercing, grating sound suddenly echoed within the control room. It was the unmistakable noise of a chainsaw. The door, not particularly thick, was swiftly breached by a narrow incision. Blazing, bright sparks poured in through the gap, revealing the rapidly spinning teeth of the saw. Liu Kai realized he had to thwart the cutting immediately. An idea struck him. He employed his spatial abilities to counteract the saw's teeth. Crack! Clang! The saw blade shattered instantly, scattering fragments, while the remaining portion remained wedged firmly in the door, immovable. Outside, chaos erupted once more. This maneuver bought him sufficient time, and the smart glasses finally signaled that the data copy was complete. Liu Kai exhaled in relief and swiftly stowed away the 2 steel pipes that had blocked the door. He dashed back to the server module and removed the smart glasses. Whoosh! Bang! Just as his figure vanished from the control room, the door was suddenly slammed open with tremendous force. A group of robust warriors had launched a coordinated assault. However, this time, the door lacked the steel pipe's obstruction. The warriors lost their balance and tumbled to the ground. Yet, they quickly regained their footing, raising their weapons and turning the entire control room upside down. Aside from discovering friction marks left by the steel pipes and the inexplicable damage to the surveillance cameras, they found not a single soul, no one, not even an ant. Liu Kai had adhered to the principle of caution. Before departing, he harnessed his storage space to stir up a whirlwind, causing the dust on the control room floor to swirl and obliterate any residual footprints. This bizarre intrusion would later be recounted among the soldiers, transforming into an unsolved mystery of the supernatural. From the moment he arrived at the nuclear power station and created a diversion with grenades, to now successfully acquiring the data and retreating with poise, the entire ordeal spanned a mere 2 minutes. The alarms throughout the nuclear power station continued to blare, and chaos reigned supreme. Liu Kai retraced his steps to a safe distance, not once glancing back, and quickly mounted his snowmobile to make his escape. The tumult and clamor faded behind him, leaving only a vast expanse of darkness and silence ahead. To prevent detection, he refrained from turning on the snowmobile's headlights throughout his flight. The intelligent glasses remained industrious, continuously analyzing the recently copied data. Even though this data had undergone multiple layers of encryption, it became inert once it lost its firewall protection, rendered vulnerable to the meticulous scrutiny of the smart glasses. When Liu Kai once again set foot in the urban expanse of Fohai City, the data analysis finally reached its conclusion. The familiar electricity supply map reappeared before him in virtual reality. It was right here. In contrast to the previous data from the Fohai Electric Power Group, this time, the supply data indeed revealed a clandestine anomaly in a specific region. Fohai City was bisected by the Fong River, which boasted a notably wide estuary, home to a crescent-shaped island known as Falling Star Island. The power supply data from the nuclear power plant had exhibited irregularities over the past month at this very location. This island was not far from the Binhai No. 3 drilling platform and was also in close proximity to the military's currently stationed oil refinery. Such a nefarious site lay hidden beneath the very noses of the authorities. Liu Kai exclaimed in astonishment. Moreover, based on the analyzed power supply data, it closely aligned with the intelligence he had gathered regarding the military. 15% of the electricity was allocated to Fohai City, 35% to the provincial capital Rongqing, while the remaining 50% was directed towards a research facility nestled in the mountains. These figures were rounded estimates. The daily power volume experienced minute fluctuations at the decimal level. However, the electricity supplied to Falling Star Island remained consistently stable at approximately 0.2. Originally, this seemingly insignificant amount of power was reported as line losses in the daily reports submitted to the authorities. This falsified account was executed with remarkable finesse. Citing the influence of cold currents and reactor damage, certain parameters of the lines were altered, resulting in artificially inflated transmission losses. Astonishingly, this had not raised any suspicions over such an extended period. Fortunately, the intelligent glasses proved superior, swiftly identifying the loopholes and restoring the original data. Though it was merely 0.2 for a nuclear power plant capable of sustaining the consumption of a colossal metropolis, this quantity of electricity was undeniably alarming. It was more than sufficient to support the extravagant expenditure described by Qin Luofei regarding the sports arena. With the location now confirmed, Liu Kai recalled Qin Luofei's arrangement to deploy satellites, turning Fohai City upside down, only to propose 3 hypotheses after yielding no results. The first hypothesis dismissed the possibility that the arena's location was outside Fohai City. The second hypothesized that internal personnel had tampered with the satellite data, which could also be largely discounted. The final hypothesis posited that the arena was constructed underground, shielded by both ice and earth, thus preventing the dissipation of heat. With sufficient clues now in hand, Liu Kai was not one to let this opportunity slip by. Moreover, with the clock still shy of midnight, it was likely the opportune moment for the grand performance at the Cave of Treasures. Liu Kai, known for his decisiveness, swiftly altered the course of his snowmobile, heading northward. Although Falling Star Island lay to the southeast, even at night, the cautious Liu Kai preferred to avoid the northern district of the city. He resolved to make a wide detour, navigating around the eastern sea surface of the island. After a long journey, the snowmobile's battery was nearly depleted. After a series of detours, the vehicle finally came to rest on the ice surface not far from the eastern edge of Fallen Star Island. Unlike the undulating terrain of land, the frozen sea stretched out in a vast expanse. Liu Kai had no intention of charging directly onto Fallen Star Island aboard his vehicle, nor did he plan to stroll over boldly. Stowing away the snowmobile, he activated the fully enclosed mode of his exoskeleton once more. With a powerful burst of energy, he teleported through nearly 10 meters of ice into the sea, allowing gravity to draw him down to the ocean floor. Treading upon the soft silt of the seabed, he advanced step by step. Liu Kai's choice was undoubtedly astute. Such a perilous undertaking would not be without its defenses. The island's terrain was low-lying, almost completely submerged beneath the rising icy snow. However, at its highest point, a tower concealed in darkness stood sentinel. Equipped with a telescope, 3 guards took turns scanning the surroundings. Regrettably, no matter how vigilant the watchtower, it could not perceive the shadowy figure lurking beneath the water, swiftly approaching. Liu Kai had now reached the area where the ice met the seabed, marking his official entry onto the island. Chapter 159, Gathering Evidence. Has Zhong Linyu returned to the military district? As per usual protocol, Liu Kai initiated a scan to assess the terrain. This small island, with an area that scarcely exceeds 1 kilometer in length, presented itself as a mere canvas upon which the stark outlines of watchtowers and subterranean structures emerged vividly against the darkness, akin to torches illuminating the night. At that moment, Liu Kai was confronted with the harrowing images that had long lingered in his mind from Qin Luofei's videos. However, experiencing the visceral reality of the scene ignited a profound sense of indignation within him. The presence of poppies, narcotics, and forced laborers, the sight of naked boys, girls, and women. Observing the hedonistic revelry in which these individuals indulged, their faces adorned with brazen smiles as they ruthlessly oppressed their fellow beings, stirred a deep-seated rage within him. Among them, some faces bore an unsettling familiarity. Although he could not name them or ascertain their identities, it was evident they were prominent figures frequently in the public eye, either high-ranking officials or affluent magnates. Concealed beneath the water, Liu Kai silently bore witness to this abhorrent spectacle. Regardless of how the world may transform, there will always exist a faction that thrives atop another, exerting their dominance. Perhaps it was a reluctance to relinquish their past positions of power. It seemed that only through the wanton oppression and humiliation of others could they satiate their own arrogance and superiority. Despite the tumult of emotions swirling within him, Liu Kai chose to suppress his anger, observing with a detached demeanor. His inclination to intervene was minimal, as he understood that rash actions could precipitate further complications. The paramount objective at this juncture was to swiftly infiltrate the area, gather evidence, and subsequently relay his newly acquired information to the authorities, enabling them to orchestrate a decisive operation to dismantle the insidious network. Stealing his resolve, Liu Kai once again teleported to the surface of the ice. He was certainly not naive enough to approach through the main entrance of the pipeline beneath the watchtower. Instead, he opted for a circuitous route to the concealed ventilation ducts. Fortunately, the expansive subterranean structures necessitated ample fresh air, resulting in generously sized ventilation shafts. However, Liu Kai was acutely aware of their limited weight capacity. Thus, he prudently discarded his powered exoskeleton in favor of lighter thermal attire, leaving only his smart glasses securely affixed to his face. Nonetheless, a sense of trepidation lingered within him, as since consuming the snake eggs to enhance his physique, he had experienced a significant increase in weight. Yet, he recognized that no better alternative was available at present. Hunching his back, he navigated into the duct, alternating between walking and teleporting, artfully evading layers of dust nets and exhaust fans. Following the mental map he had scanned, he executed precise turns at each bifurcation. Thanks to his absolute command over his physical form, the entire crawling process, although swift, elicited minimal vibrations within the duct, producing not a whisper of excess noise. Upon reaching the cultivation area, he activated the magnification on his smart glasses, capturing images of the heaters, cultivated grains, and poppy plants, meticulously documenting every detail. Next, he proceeded to the production and leisure zones. The abhorrent scenes of drug manufacturing and the exploitation of innocent children were all meticulously captured on film. The final image, undeniably the most crucial, revealed that Ma Yongxing was indeed present. It seemed that his complacency stemmed from the snowmobile equipped with a tracker remaining idle in the garage. Liu Kai's spatial abilities surpassed the comprehension of ordinary humans. Even the most impenetrable defenses, where not even a fly could pass, posed no obstacle to him. The only drawback was that continuous teleportation and scanning drained his stamina significantly. Hunger gnawed at him once more. Fortunately, the entire process of covertly gathering evidence proceeded remarkably smoothly. After replenishing his strength, Liu Kai concentrated once again and activated his teleportation, arriving in a dimly lit corner, concealed from view. This time, he had procured vital intelligence for the authorities, and in return, he would claim his rightful reward, a staggering 6 tons of gold ingots. Meanwhile, the wealthy revelers outside remained blissfully unaware that the gold ingots, securely locked in a robust safe, had vanished without a trace. These ingots had originally been their reserves, intended for the aftermath of the cold wave. Now, they faced overnight bankruptcy. Liu Kai slipped in like a phantom, silent and unseen, and just as effortlessly vanished like a whisper in the wind. Upon his return to the outside world, he had attracted not a single suspicion. Even he could not help but reflect on how unfortunate it was that such skills were not utilized in espionage. Having learned from the previous incident with Qin Luofei's deleted video, Liu Kai refrained from transferring the footage captured by his smart glasses to the tablet provided by the military. Instead, he opted for the most secure method, retrieving a brand new USB drive from his storage space. No matter how skilled a hacker might be, it would be nearly impossible to breach a USB drive that could not connect to the internet. At this juncture, Liu Kai believed he had conducted his investigation to the fullest extent. He had not squandered Qin Luofei's inexplicable trust, nor had he betrayed the remnants of his own conscience. Now, he merely needed to deliver the findings to Zhong Linyu. after which he could return to Guangming town to mine without worry. With this thought, Liu Kai's spirits lifted considerably. As the substantial gold ingots were absorbed into his storage space, his body began to strengthen once again while his stamina swiftly recuperated. To be cautious, he donned his exoskeleton and teleported into the sea. After traversing the seabed for about 10 minutes, he finally set foot on the land of Fenghai City. Looking up, he spotted the brightly lit military oil refinery not far away. Consequently, the signal base station in the vicinity remained intact, ensuring a continuous connection. Liu Kai pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to reach out to Zhang Linyu. However, when he dialed the number, a system prompt echoed on the other end. Curious. Liu Kai frowned in confusion. It was not that the phone was turned off, but rather that it was out of service range. This indicated that Zhang Linyu was not near the refinery. In the dead of night, could it be that this officer was personally leading a mission? Liu Kai could only adopt a hopeful attitude and contact a second acquaintance. Fortunately, Yu Dalong was consistently reliable, always accessible regardless of the hour. Captain Yu, are you still awake? Upon connection, Yu Dalong's voice was remarkably alert. Brother Liu, I have yet to succumb to slumber. Are you near the oil refinery? Throughout the entirety of Fenghai City, power is not supplied at night, save for the vicinity of the refinery. Thus, he deduced that Liu Kai must be in close proximity. Indeed, I had initially intended to seek out Advisor Zhong, yet I was unable to establish contact. How unfortunate, for Advisor Zhong just boarded a flight half an hour ago. Apparently summoned back to the military district. Returning at such an hour? I have heard that there has been an incident at the nuclear power station in the northern suburbs, and a mission is to be arranged. Liu Kai was taken aback by this revelation. The nuclear power station? Could it be that the situation was precipitated by his infiltration? He had planned to hand over the materials personally to Zhong Linyu, only to find him absent. Nevertheless, having Yu Dalong relay the information is a commendable alternative. I see. Is Expert Zhu Xiaomin present? Yes, Expert Zhu is here. Do you wish to come over? That would be splendid. I kindly ask you to summon Expert Zhu and prepare a computer, as I possess something of great significance to share with you. Observing Liu Kai's urgency, Yu Dalong could not help but entertain a flicker of speculation. Could it be that he has uncovered new evidence? Speculation is futile. He promptly dispatched someone to fetch Zhu Xiaomin while he himself hurried to the entrance of the refinery, awaiting Liu Kai's arrival. Chapter 160. Action Review and Intelligence Transfer. Zhu Xiaomin's research appeared to be progressing poorly, his hair even more disheveled than before. Upon hearing that Liu Kai was on his way and had something for him, his eyes, reminiscent of a panda's, sparkled with anticipation. He genuinely required additional living specimens for his studies. Thus, he declined the arrangement to wait in the conference room and hurriedly made his way to the entrance of the oil refinery, standing alongside Yu Dalong. The cold wind howled outside. Yu Dalong, concerned, attempted to persuade Zhu Xiaomin to wait inside the office building. However, Zhu Xiaomin paid him no heed. His eager gaze fixated on the enveloping darkness beyond. Soon, the sound of rustling emerged from the shadows. Moments later, Liu Kai stepped forth, striding confidently towards the refinery. Two iron cages trailing behind him, their metallic surfaces scraping against the icy ground. Observing this, Yu Dalong promptly approached, eager to assist with the cages. Brother Liu, let me help you. Liu Kai waved his hand dismissively. No need, let us hurry inside. Upon arriving at the entrance of the refinery, Liu Kai was taken aback by Zhu Xiaomin's appearance. Expert Zhu, you look even more haggard than yesterday. Have you not slept for days? Alas, how could I possibly sleep? Zhu Xiaomin lamented, his face a picture of fatigue as he sighed, then turned his gaze to the cages Liu Kai had brought. Oh, where did you catch these two crab-eating macaques? Liu Kai lowered his voice. I suspect these monkeys may be infected with that virus. What? Zhu Xiaomin involuntarily raised his voice, but quickly regained his composure, his tone shifting to a low, trembling whisper of disbelief. Are you serious? His astonishment stemmed from the realization that the virus could now infect primates. Just yesterday, he had merely speculated about its potential to infect humans. If Liu Kai's suspicion proved correct, it would undoubtedly be alarming news. Liu Kai nodded. Let us find a quiet place to discuss this in detail. Yu Dalong, recognizing the gravity of the situation, instructed the other team members to disperse, leading only Liu Kai and Zhu Xiaomin to a secluded workshop. The heavy door was securely shut, muffling the howling wind outside. The two monkeys remained unconscious. Liu Kai wasted no time, retrieving a translucent tablet used to control the monkeys. However, before he could speak, Zhu Xiaomin was the first to notice the logo on the tablet. Xiao Lu, isn't this the property of Natural Selection Bio Group? Where did you acquire this? Hesitant, Liu Kai pondered whether he should disclose this information. Initially, he had only intended to inform Zhu Xiaomin about the monkey's apparent infection and their control via this special device. He was uncertain if Zhu Xiaomin had the clearance to know about the natural selection bio group and other related matters. Yu Dalong, perceptive of Liu Kai's hesitation, quickly interjected, "Brother Liu, feel free to speak openly. Zhu Lao has come down on a special mission and holds high clearance." Reassured by this explanation, Liu Kai finally felt at ease. He promptly retrieved the USB drive from his pocket and connected it to the laptop brought by Yu Dalong. "Initially, I intended to convey this directly to Advisor Zhong, but in his absence, I would appreciate it if you two could relay the message upon his return." Yu Dalong nodded confidently. "No problem. Well, this matter actually traces back to Secretary Qin." Liu Kai, integrating the data from the computer, eloquently presented the pre-prepared narrative. He commenced with a startling hypothesis. Ji Zihan and the marine expert Song Yuming, who appeared during the salvage of the ray weapon, might very well be half-brothers. Ignoring the astonishment of the two, Liu Kai continued his exposition. Next, he addressed the issue of the undercover operation arranged by Qin Luofei, which had its video mysteriously deleted, along with the power supply data collected by Yu Dalong. Both were already aware of these two matters and thus exhibited no signs of surprise. However, as Liu Kai gradually transitioned to the intelligence provided by the informants, Wang Ning and Su Qifeng, their expressions began to shift noticeably. They had just heard the term nuclear power station. Subsequently, Liu Kai bypassed the events surrounding the rescue of Qin Luofei in Hanpu City and proceeded to the next segment. He briefly recounted his observations at the nuclear power station and mentioned that the monkey had been smuggled out from there. Yu Dalong and Zhu Xiaomin exchanged a horrified glance. And in unison, they whispered, "Indeed, it is you." At this moment, they finally comprehended why Zhong Linyu had been summoned in the middle of the night. The true culprit was right before their eyes. "Shoo, don't shout. The matter isn't over yet," Yu Dalong said, his lips twitching. "All right, continue." Liu Kai gestured towards the monkey, still anesthetized in the cage, and turned his gaze to Zhu Xiaomin. "Old Zhu, I now have reason to believe that the mysterious virus was concocted by the survival of the fittest biological group." Zhu Xiaomin furrowed his brow. "Understood. I will investigate the virus and report this matter to higher authorities." Liu Kai nodded slightly, maneuvering the mouse to open the final folder on the USB drive. This time, he refrained from speaking, allowing the photographs and videos on the computer to automatically transition and play. Yu Dalong and his companion needed no introduction. They were instantly captivated by the content. Even upon a second viewing, Liu Kai still felt a profound rage towards certain images, let alone Yu Dalong and Zhu Xiaomin, who were witnessing it for the first time. They had only heard about it from Qin Luofei. Now, seeing it firsthand, the impact was undeniably profound. As the final frame of the last video concluded, the already silent factory became even more subdued. Both Yu Dalong and Zhu Xiaomin, seasoned veterans who had encountered various brutal scenes of life and death, did not erupt into furious exclamations. Instead, the clenched fists and slightly twitching eyelids revealed the turmoil within their hearts. The atmosphere around them gradually became oppressive. After a moment, Liu Kai observed that the two had absorbed the information sufficiently. He gently patted Yu Dalong's shoulder, the first to shatter the heavy silence. "Captain Yu, I could only investigate to this extent, thus fulfilling Secretary Qin's commission. Zhu Lao, you may need to toil a little longer in your research. Consider these two monkeys as my gift to you, no gold required." Both men suppressed their simmering anger, each letting out a deep sigh and nodding resolutely at Liu Kai. Meanwhile, Yu Dalong found himself feeling somewhat bashful. "Brother Liu, Secretary Qin initially asked me to assist you, but it seems I was of little help. Look at the situation we found ourselves in. No need for such formality. What matters is that the matter can be resolved," Liu Kai replied. At that moment, a previously unexplainable weight lifted from his heart. He promptly bid farewell to the two and prepared to depart. Yet, at that instant, the distant sky erupted with the thunderous roar of a helicopter engine. Chapter 161. Interrogation and dispute upon hearing the sound of a helicopter. Liu Kai felt no sense of alarm. However, Yu Dalong and Zhu Xiaomin wore expressions of curiosity. Today, only one helicopter had departed. The one that had transported Zhang Linyu back to the military district. Could it be that the advisor Zhong had returned so early? Yu Dalong was the first to exit the factory, hastening toward the square just as the helicopter was landing. Indeed, it was Zhong Linyu, who was bending slightly as he swiftly descended from the aircraft. His brow was furrowed, and his countenance was clouded, suggesting he was in a foul mood. Upon noticing Yu Dalong approaching, he promptly commanded, "Captain Yu, please contact Liu Kai and instruct him to come by tomorrow." The fact that Zhang Linyu addressed Liu Kai by name rather than using his title caught Yu Dalong off guard. And he was about to respond when Liu Kai's voice interjected from behind. "No need for tomorrow. I am free now." As Liu Kai approached, Zhu Xiaomin followed closely behind. Zhang Linyu appeared somewhat taken aback, yet his frown deepened. Striding forward, He met Liu Kai's gaze directly, asking, "Advisor Liu, where were you this afternoon?" Liu Kai understood the implication of Zhong Linyu's inquiry and did not wish to conceal the truth. However, the adversarial tone irritated him. Casting a sidelong glance, he replied coolly, "I was at Nirvana Mountain in Hanpu City. Does Advisor Zhong have any specific guidance for me?" "Today at noon, there was a military operation at Nirvana Mountain. Might I inquire why, as a civilian, you chose to be there instead of remaining in Fohai City?" Zhong Linyu's demeanor incensed Liu Kai. He had no desire to offend the authorities, yet he was equally unwilling to be treated like a subordinate. "Humph. As a citizen of Huagua, I am entitled to my personal freedom. My whereabouts are of no concern to Advisor Zhong. Regarding the military operation, may I ask if you issued a public announcement? Did you establish a blockade or a warning zone? Since none of that was done, how was I to know of your activities? As if I were particularly eager to be involved in your operations." Zhong Linyu had uttered a single remark. Yet Liu Kai countered with 3. This left Zhong in a furious state, nearly apoplectic. "You, Liu Kai," evidently not satisfied with his retort, interjected, "Moreover, Secretary Qin was also at the hotel at that time. Had I not rescued her from under the enemy's nose, your missiles would have mistakenly struck friendly forces." He then shrugged, adopting a modest gesture. "No need for thanks." Liu Kai had refrained from informing Yu Dalong and Zhu Xiaomin about the incident at Nirvana Mountain. Upon hearing this revelation, both men were visibly astonished. Zhu Xiaomin, in particular, held a favorable impression of Qin Luofei. Learning that she had nearly been killed by their own missiles altered his gaze toward Zhong Linyu, which grew somewhat peculiar. However, Zhong Linyu was unaware of this context. He was taken aback by Liu Kai's words, but did not dismiss them as mere fabrications. A hint of embarrassment flashed across his face before he opted to change the subject to alleviate the tension. "Very well, let us set aside the matter of Nirvana Mountain. How do you explain the intrusion at the nuclear power plant tonight?" "It was my doing," Liu Kai replied candidly, no longer feigning ignorance. Yet he was acutely aware that the act of invading the nuclear power station could never be justified. He would inevitably be branded as a spy. Thus, he decided to use Qin Luofei as a shield. "I was authorized by Secretary Qin to conduct this investigation, and I have uncovered certain intelligence that your officials are unaware of." This assertion was not entirely unfounded, strictly speaking. It was indeed Qin Luofei who had enlisted his assistance in the inquiry. Upon hearing Liu Kai's admission, Zhong Linyu's expression darkened, and he was about to voice his thoughts when a timely intervention came from Yu Dalong, who leaned in to whisper a summary of the intelligence Liu Kai had discovered. Zhong Linyu's countenance shifted once more, ultimately turning in astonishment towards Zhu Xiaomin, who merely nodded in response. Observing this, Liu Kai adopted a modest demeanor, saying, "No need for thanks." Zhong Linyu ignored Liu Kai's taunt, bowing his head in contemplation for a moment before finally concealing all expressions from his face. In a flat tone devoid of emotion, he stated, "Take me to see the monkeys." Inside the facility, Zhong Linyu meticulously reviewed all the intelligence provided by Liu Kai and glanced at the 2 monkeys that remained unconscious. He then turned to Liu Kai and uttered a statement that left everyone in shock. "I apologize, Advisor Liu. It was my failure to grasp the situation earlier." Liu Kai raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting this long unyielding person to finally show some semblance of understanding. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Forget it. I was merely acting on someone else's behalf and did not inform Advisor Zhong in advance." Little did Liu Kai know that his perception of Zhong Linyu was about to shift. He thought the latter was somewhat reasonable. However, Zhong Linyu continued, his tone taking a different turn. "Nevertheless, the classified information regarding the nuclear power station is deemed top secret, and your identity, Advisor Liu, does not classify you as an official personnel. Therefore, Secretary Qin's authorization of you should be considered invalid." Liu Kai nearly doubled over from the sudden revelation, staring at Zhong Linyu in bewilderment, unsure of what he meant to convey. "Advisor Liu, we discussed the matter of identity yesterday morning. I initially intended to grant you 3 days to respond, but now it seems imperative that you provide me with an answer immediately. As the current administrator of Fohai City, I cannot tolerate the existence of such a special entity, disorganized and undisciplined, doing as it pleases. You understand, don't you?" Liu Kai realized that he had been waiting for this moment. Anger surged within him, and he sneered, Disorganized and undisciplined? According to your discipline, when will the truth of this matter be uncovered? By your standards, should Secretary Qin have been obliterated by a missile? By your standards, should the children and women in that den of iniquity be left to suffer? By your standards, are we to stand idly by as the virus wreaks havoc and ultimately infects humanity? Advisor Zhong, tell me, is that what you mean? Liu Kai did not genuinely care about uncovering the so-called truth. He was simply vexed by Zhong Linyu and used these arguments as a pretext to berate him. Yet, It was evident that Zhong Linyu was equally incensed. Unconsciously raising his voice, he declared, "I have never suggested that we should condone evil. I merely wish to convey that discipline is the fundamental boundary." Liu Kai, undeterred, unleashed a torrent of invective. "To hell with your boundaries. If we adhere to your standards, reporting incessantly and awaiting orders at every turn, humanity would have long since perished. Advisor Liu, please mind your language." Zhong Linyu shouted in response. "Any procedures and disciplines that you deem redundant, cumbersome, or even detrimental to efficiency are the hard-earned lessons distilled from the blood and tears of our predecessors. Do you understand? Without these disciplines, the toll would be far greater." Each held their own standards, their confrontation razor-sharp, neither willing to yield. Meanwhile, Yu Dalong and Zhu Xiaomin remained silent, at a loss for words. The ideologies of Liu Kai and Zhong Linyu were neither wholly right nor wrong. Both possessed their own rationale. Yet each also exhibited a certain extreme bias. Rigidly adhering to so-called rules without flexibility can lead to grave consequences, just as allowing the boundaries to be continuously breached can equally result in dire outcomes. Chapter 162, Ji Zihan's Great Justice in Slaying His Kin? The rationale is indeed valid. However, both parties are presently engulfed in their tempers, rendering them incapable of reflecting calmly upon the matter. Very well, Advisor Zhong. I shall not engage in prolonged debate with you. This consultant title, which I initially did not desire, was imposed upon me by your insistence. And now you wish to retract it based on your personal whims. Such capriciousness is hardly conducive to garnering respect. You may petition the higher authorities for its withdrawal, but to expect me to relinquish it voluntarily is utterly out of the question. Liu Kai felt that the conversation was spiraling into unproductive territory, and thus he declared his intent to leave. The bluntness of his words incited a tempest of emotions within Zhong Linyu's chest. Observing Liu Kai turning to exit, he hastily suppressed his fury and called out, "Wait." Liu Kai turned back, his expression one of impatience. "Oh, is there more counsel from Advisor Zhong?" Zhong Linyu took a deep breath to steady his emotions. "Do you know how the video received by Secretary Qin was deleted?" He did not keep Liu Kai in suspense, but rather candidly revealed, "I was the one who assisted in its deletion." Liu Kai's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this. Before he could articulate a response, Yu Dalong, standing nearby, exclaimed in disbelief, "What?" Zhong Linyu glanced at him. "Do not be so shocked, Captain Yu. Did you think I was unaware of your agreement with Secretary Qin?" And turning back to Liu Kai, "Do you believe I was oblivious to Secretary Qin's use of binary code to leave you a USB drive? The video was deleted by hackers from the Mutual Aid Society, and I deliberately disabled the military firewall's interception feature in advance, allowing them to succeed." Although Liu Kai was quite incensed by Zhong Linyu, he had never doubted him. Now, upon hearing this confession, he seemed to grasp a deeper understanding. Is this the higher-up's intention? Zhong Linyu nodded. Advisor Liu, being so astute, should be able to infer the higher authorities' plan, no? Fishing. Precisely, a long line to catch a big fish. Secretary Qin is overly fixated on punishing the immediate evildoers, seeking to investigate incrementally from the bottom up. Yet, this approach merely treats the symptoms rather than the root cause. Only a thorough top-down approach can yield a lasting resolution. One cannot deny that, at times, adhering to the rules may result in lower efficiency, but it can greatly minimize the risk of missteps. Once the direction is erroneous, the more one strives, the further one strays. This time, Liu Kai refrained from countering, for he too leaned towards a top-down strategy. Recklessly targeting the Mutual Aid Society could indeed liberate many suffering survivors, but for the true puppet masters, it would amount to little more than a lizard shedding its tail, merely alarming the serpent without affecting any substantial change. Noticing Liu Kai's agreement, Zhong Linyu let out a slow sigh. "I harbor no ill intentions. I have always focused on issues rather than individuals. I apologize for my earlier demeanor. Yet I maintain reservations regarding your title and will report and request further consideration from my superiors." Liu Kai, in truth, cared little for the title. He merely wished not to be treated as a mere pawn. He shrugged nonchalantly, "Do as you see fit." As he was preparing to depart, Zhong Linyu once again called out, "Advisor Liu, you might want to consider joining us." Liu Kai, without turning his head, waved his hand and vanished into the night, leaving behind a light chuckle. Perhaps another time. The snowmobile's battery had run dry, yet Liu Kai's own speed rivaled that of the vehicle. He regarded it as a form of physical exercise. After sprinting for over 20 minutes, he finally arrived at the multi-story garage. Liu Kai immediately scanned his surroundings, finding no new footprints or traces nearby. It appeared that Ji Zihan and Ma Yongxing had dismissed their suspicions about him. Furthermore, the tracker installed beneath the snowmobile could not withstand the low temperatures for long and had ceased to function due to a depleted battery. He detached the tracker and casually found a vehicle to stow it away. After securing the snowmobile in the storage space, he returned to the long-forgotten bunker. Just as he had discussed with Yu Dalong earlier, Liu Kai believed he had done all he could. As for the biological group conducting human research, it was headquartered in the provincial city, far beyond his reach. Moreover, the authorities had already intervened, rendering his involvement unnecessary. Tonight, he would recharge both the snowmobile and motorcycle. For the next day would be dedicated to mining on the mountain. He had a premonition that his spatial abilities were on the verge of a qualitative change. However, the most pressing concern was satisfying his hunger. Having spent the entire day outside, Liu Kai had not indulged in a warm meal. He retrieved a table full of hot food and heartily feasted, washing away his fatigue before burrowing into a warm bed for a deep slumber. Recently, Liu Kai's dreams had become increasingly rare, corresponding with an improvement in his sleep quality. He slept soundly until 9 a.m., awakening refreshed for another day. Both vehicles were fully charged and ready for action. Just as Liu Kai was about to set off, his phone buzzed with another message from Yu Dalong. Could it be that trouble had arisen once more? He peered at his phone, murmuring to himself in confusion. Upon opening the message, the dense text caused his expression to shift to one of complexity. Indeed, something had gone awry. Time rewound to 7 a.m., while Liu Kai was still lost in slumber. At the entrance of the seaside oil refinery, an unexpected visitor arrived, Ji Zihan. Clad in a black coat, he drove alone, claiming to seek forgiveness from Zhang Linyu. Yet, within the vehicle lay a lifeless body, the corpse of Ma Yongxing. A gruesome bullet hole marred his temple, and the blood had long since congealed. This shocking revelation left Zhang Linyu bewildered. Subsequently, Ji Zihan was escorted to the office, where he, without hesitation, launched into an emotional accusation against Zhang Linyu. He began by berating himself for his poor judgment in choosing friends, having been deceived by Ma Yongxing. Then, he proceeded to unveil a litany of Ma Yongxing's misdeeds, including the embezzlement of official supplies and the exploitation of survivors under the guise of distributing aid. Ultimately, he unleashed two sensational revelations. The first matter pertains to the underground gold mine on Falling Star Island, which, according to reports, was entirely crafted by Ma Yongxing. Moreover, it was acquired by him well before the onset of the Cold Wave, specifically repurposed into an underground black market to conduct illicit activities. Following the Cold Wave, he further ensnared and corrupted several influential figures, preparing for a resurgence once the turmoil subsided. Ji Zihan only uncovered this secret in the early hours of yesterday. Without delay, he led a contingent to Falling Star Island, only to encounter fierce resistance from Ma Yongxing and his men. Ultimately, they were driven to a desperate end, leading Ma to take his own life. As for the gold bars stolen by Liu Kai, Ji Zihan refrained from mentioning them, perhaps still believing that Ma had relocated the gold. This situation, of course, cannot be disclosed to the authorities and must be investigated discreetly by him. The second matter is even more surreal. It concerns the aircraft that crashed in Hanpu City. Undoubtedly, this significant debacle will be attributed to the deceased Ma Yongxing. Ji Zihan, as a top-tier magnate, possesses a private satellite. Little did he expect that Ma Yongxing would accept illicit funds from the Japanese, orchestrating an expert to infiltrate his satellite. Just as the aircraft re-entered the atmosphere, the satellite was manipulated to collide with it. Chapter 163. A desperate struggle for change. These words are the confessions of Ji Zihan, representing a singular perspective. Moreover, the two incidents are fraught with anomalies. Firstly, Ji Zihan led a group to engage in a violent confrontation with Ma Yongxing on Falling Star Island. Zhang Linyu promptly dispatched personnel to the scene for verification. However, apart from the carnage and chaos, there wasn't a single survivor. Most crucially, all the computers containing surveillance footage were inexplicably damaged, either by bullets or engulfed in flames, rendering them irreparable. Secondly, experts from above have already analyzed the wreckage of the aerospace aircraft and the data from the black box. Reaching a conclusion in the early hours of yesterday, the crash was indeed caused by a small satellite. Collectively, these circumstances can no longer be dismissed as mere coincidence. Zhang Linyu felt a surge of frustration as Liu Kai had just provided intel, and the black box had been successfully located and removed. Amidst the impending exposure of numerous matters, Ji Zihan suddenly emerged like a cat catching the scent of blood, staging a theatrical display of righteous indignation against his kin. Throughout Ji Zihan's narrative, he conspicuously omitted any mention of the evolutionary biology group. When Zhang Linyu inquired about the source of electricity for the gold digger, Ji Zihan feigned ignorance, claiming he was completely unaware. From beginning to end, Ji Zihan framed the situation as a familial discord arising from differing ideals, crafting a tale of noble sacrifice. Yet, it is evident to any astute observer, even an ordinary individual, that this is nothing short of a blatant act of scapegoating. It remains uncertain whether Ma Yongxing willingly marched to his demise or was coerced into it. In any case, all blame was conveniently shifted onto the deceased. Finally, Ji Zihan, Adopting a tone of deep remorse, reiterated his inability to discern character and expressed his willingness to assume responsibility. However, his notion of accountability merely entailed resigning from the presidency of the Mutual Aid Association, a position that would be inherited by the seldom-seen deputy. He further implored Zhong Linyu to assign a political commissar to the Mutual Aid Association, tasked with guiding the organization to wholeheartedly assist survivors while simultaneously supervising its actions. His fervent arrangements were articulated with great passion and moral righteousness, particularly his request for a commissar, which seemed to reflect a clear conscience. To this, Liu Kai could only mutter, "I trust you not at all. The Mutual Aid Association is entirely your domain. Even if the military were to dispatch a commissar, even 10 would prove futile. The unseen remains imperceptible, bound by the lack of evidence and the need to avoid arousing the enemy's suspicion." Zhang Linyu refrained from taking action against Ji Zihan, merely acquiescing to his request. He agreed to station personnel within the Mutual Aid Association for guidance or surveillance, while also instructing Yu Dalong to covertly connect with Liu Kai's informants, Su Qifeng and Wang Ning. The intent was to comprehensively investigate the operations of the Mutual Aid Association from various perspectives. This encapsulated all the information conveyed by Yu Dalong, which was also shared with Qin Luofei. Qin Luofei did not respond, leaving uncertainty as to whether she had even seen the message. His decision to confide in Liu Kai stemmed from a desire for him to be informed of more circumstances, should the need arise. He hoped Liu Kai would lend his assistance once again. However, Liu Kai had resolved to distance himself from the situation. After all, in Zhong Linyu's eyes, he was merely an undisciplined anomaly. Rather than impose himself upon someone indifferent, he found solace in the prospect of mining on the mountain. Moreover, Liu Kai held no interest in the newly appointed vice president of the Mutual Aid Society, who was merely another affluent individual, a close friend of the society's founder, Ji Zihan. Any issues plaguing the society surely implicated this vice president, who was merely a figurehead, with Ji Zihan ultimately pulling the strings. Naturally, should the society engage in any nefarious activities in the future, they would undoubtedly shroud their actions in even greater secrecy. Nevertheless, Liu Kai believed these maneuvers were desperate last gasps. When the enigmatic organisms of Natural Selection Group was thoroughly investigated, it would herald the downfall of its affiliated Mutual Aid Society. Returning to the quaint wooden cottage nestled within the forests of Guangming Town, Liu Kai resumed a life governed by the rhythm of sunrise and sunset. He had always revered freedom, once detesting the monotony of a predictable existence. He often fantasized about winning the lottery, tossing his resignation in his boss's face, and setting forth on an adventure to uncover the hidden wonders of the world. Yet, circumstances had shifted slightly. Each day was consumed by over 10 hours of monotonous mining, devoid of breathtaking landscapes, entertainment, or companionship. Even his two pets, Xiaohei and Xiaobai, were both male. All that surrounded him were the tiresome sights of snow and ice. Yet, in comparison to the unyielding monotony, the continuous yield of precious metals became inconsequential. Liu Kai found himself immersed in the joy of his spatial abilities steadily advancing, filled with hope. This existence passed in the blink of an eye, stretching over a month. On the 5th day of his return to the mountains, the final ton of precious metals completed the enhancement of his spatial abilities. Although his physical strength and spatial prowess had not visibly increased, his control over these abilities had reached an unprecedented level. For instance, his precision scanning could detect at the nanoscale, allowing him to discern the basic etched circuits of a chip. Furthermore, his mastery over other capabilities enabled him to manipulate cutting abilities to sharpen tools out of thin air and precisely control the trajectory of bullets within a defined range. He even sensed the existence of muscles that had nearly atrophied, such as the rare auricular muscles found in humans, which instinctively directed his ears toward the source of sound, granting him access to information previously beyond his reach. The auricular muscles were but one example of a myriad of subtle enhancements that culminated in Liu Kai acquiring an extraordinary new ability, the sixth sense. However, this was not to be confused with the ethereal sixth sense of legend. Liu Kai's sixth sense, in truth, was a synthesis of information gathered from various organs. With a keen intellect intertwined with innate memory and experience, he draws insights regarding danger, predictions, and intuition. Even in moments of indecision, he is capable of offering relatively sound and far-reaching advice. After acquiring his sixth sense, Liu Kai suddenly felt an increasing distance from the X-01-powered exoskeleton. While he possessed some of the strength of the exoskeleton, its speed gradually fell behind his own. Its ballistic protection, sealed oxygen supply, radiation shielding, and pressure resistance were capabilities he could replicate through his spatial abilities. He could even substitute the functionalities of the smart glasses, such as night vision, early warning systems, and firearms proficiency. The only aspect he could not mimic was the precise computational power of the smart glasses computer. Remarkably, these advancements were merely the fruits of his fifth day. The subsequent focus of his enhancements would again shift to the macro level, and Liu Kai grew increasingly impatient. Ultimately, he retrieved the remaining 4 otter mining machines from his storage space. With 5 mining machines operating in unison, the daily mining yield surged to over 40,000 tons. In terms of conversion, this meant he needed to consume nearly 1 ton of platinum and iridium each day. Furthermore, even more dramatic changes began to manifest. Chapter 164. 1 month of seclusion in the mountains. Strength surge on the 20th day of his return to the mountains. After consuming 3 tons of gold bricks from the gold refining cave and voraciously devouring raw ore, Liu Kai's physical prowess had reached an extraordinary level. Even his relatively weaker left hand could exert a grip exceeding 700 kilograms, surpassing the capabilities of powered exoskeletons. Correspondingly, his reaction speed had seen a significant enhancement, and his resilience to physical impacts had improved remarkably. With a single punch, he effortlessly shattered a pine tree trunk with a diameter of 30 centimeters, his skin remaining unscathed. Nonetheless, he remained a carbon-based life form, unable to withstand even a .22 caliber bullet through sheer physicality. Yet, he could acutely perceive the flames from a gun's muzzle, analyze the trajectory of bullets, and instinctively evade their path. The augmentation of his physical attributes, however, came with side effects. The density of his muscles and bones had surged once more. With his now well-proportioned physique and a height of 1.8 meters, his weight had skyrocketed to 200 gen. The sustenance he had consumed over these 20 days could have sustained him for half a year under his previous frugal habits. Fortunately, his mastery over his body was meticulous, preventing any mishaps such as unintentionally jumping 3 meters high or crushing a mobile phone with casual ease. On the 30th day of his return to the mountains, the rate of physical enhancement began to exhibit familiar signs of diminishing returns, ultimately yielding only marginal improvements. Yet, as Liu Kai had surmised, the increase in physical strength was merely a byproduct of his spatial abilities. The true source of his elation lay in the advancements of his spatial capabilities. Liu Kai's spatial abilities possessed 4 fundamental functions: storage, teleportation, scanning, and cutting. Whether it was levitating objects, controlling trajectories, accelerating items, imprisoning foes, or deflecting bullets, these were merely extensions of the storage function. This latest enhancement had significantly amplified these 4 core functions. The already vast storage space expanded even further, rendering the previously ample supplies within it seemingly insignificant. Moreover, he could manipulate the flow of time within the storage space. While objects typically remained in a state of suspended time upon entering, he could now allow time to flow normally within certain areas of the storage space, and even accelerate the passage of time through additional exertion. Additionally, the extended applications of the storage function received simultaneous enhancements, enabling him to forcibly contain or restrain a ferocious tiger, or intercept a barrage of incoming bullets, even a small missile. He could control and scan the trajectories and velocities of bullets within a 3,000-meter range without regard for factors such as wind speed, humidity, or gravity, achieving an astonishing effect of enhanced power and perfect accuracy. As for teleportation, Liu Kai had once struggled to teleport even half a meter, gasping for breath afterward. Now, distances of 5 meters were considered short-range teleportation. His maximum teleportation range had expanded to an impressive 300 meters, truly allowing him to come and go like the wind. The cutting ability extended further and wider, allowing him to multitask and execute cuts simultaneously at multiple locations. In comparison to these enhancements, the scanning function appeared somewhat less remarkable. Aside from enhanced precision and a broader range, there were no other notable changes. If these 4 fundamental functions were to be placed within a game, Liu Kai would merely be considered a nimble berserker. However, as macro aspects were further refined to their utmost potential, the 5th significant function of spatial ability quietly emerged. This novel capability dramatically transformed Liu Kai's character, evolving him from a berserker into a genuine, ethereal assassin. He named this new ability folding. As the name implies, this power allows a portion of space to be folded into a higher dimension, extricating everything within that space from the current world. This segment of space could encompass Liu Kai himself or other objects. Once entering the folded space, one is shielded from any influences of the 3-dimensional realm, such as touch, impact, light, radiation, and other electromagnetic waves. In simple terms, it grants invisibility and invincibility. One cannot suffer any harm, nor can they be detected by means such as thermal imaging, infrared, or radar. Moreover, the position of the folded space can be continuously altered, enabling rapid movement. Nevertheless, the drawbacks are glaringly apparent. The air within the folded space is limited, a shortcoming that could be mitigated through a storage space. However, the ability to perceive objects relies on light reflecting off them and entering the eyes. Once within the folded space, no light from the three-dimensional world can penetrate. Thus, anyone concealed within becomes, temporarily, a veritable blind person. Yet, for Liu Kai, this is not a significant issue. With scanning capabilities, he can discern movements in the three-dimensional world without the need for sight. The true dilemma lies in the consumption of energy. Even with enhanced physical attributes, increased stamina, and accelerated recovery, the four foundational functions, coupled with the newly emerged fifth function of folding, each demand an exorbitant amount of energy. If overused too intensely or too frequently, even a resilient body cannot withstand it. There is a consumption of energy. Should one deplete that energy, they will suffer from physical exhaustion. Forcing oneself to use these abilities when fatigued can lead to irreversible bodily harm. In deep contemplation, Liu Kai devised a rather rudimentary solution. It ultimately comes down to consuming food. In extreme situations, he could directly transfer food from his storage space into his stomach for digestion. Practical application of this method proved indeed effective. Although the absence of tasting the food through his mouth rendered it somewhat devoid of ritualistic significance, the sensation of becoming stronger is exquisite. Yet, all enhancements abruptly ceased on the 30th day. Liu Kai distinctly felt the effects of precious metals on his spatial abilities vanish entirely. It was not merely a case of diminished resistance, but a complete cessation of efficacy. Even the fervent urge that had been suppressed deep within him, the insatiable craving for precious metals, dissipated completely. This disheartening revelation left him in a state of disarray. Had he truly reached his limits, destined to progress no further? In truth, even if he were to halt here, there would be no cause for dismay. With his current abilities, it would not be an exaggeration to declare him superhuman in the realm of ordinary individuals. Moreover, the vast mineral vein of Bright Town has barely been mined to 1/10 of its potential. It could be said that one has indulged in a modest share while leaving the substantial bounty for the authorities. Yet, Liu Kai remained somewhat discontented, resolute in his defiance. He embarked once more on a frenzied mining expedition. After 4 more days elapsed, Liu Kai finally came to terms with his predicament. The ore he had unearthed was no longer consumable. The iridium and platinum, which had once captivated him like exquisite chariots and stunning beauties, had now transformed into mere burdens. Ultimately, a sigh of resignation echoed through the snowy woods of Bright Town. So be it. Liu Kai resolved to descend the mountain. He swiftly stowed away all his belongings in his storage space, choosing only to retain the meticulously crafted wooden cabin he had built by hand. In the future, if boredom struck him in the city, he could retreat here for a holiday. Hearing his call, Little Black and Little White emerged from the dense forest, one after the other. Observing their physiques, Liu Kai felt as though he had traversed through time. After more than a month of isolation, the cat and dog had once again undergone a remarkable growth spurt. Chapter 165, The Discovery of New Lands, Devouring Radiation. The diminutive creature, now comparable in size to an adult Labrador, boasts a sleek and glossy black coat, its robust and resilient form woven together as the first line of formidable defense. The powerful musculature, characteristic of felines, harbors an innate potential for explosive strength. The claws, concealed beneath thick pads, glimmer ominously, exuding an air of intimidation. Presently, this agile feline engages in combat with an adult male with apparent ease. The absurdity escalates with the canine, Little Black. Who could have predicted that the once trembling pup, shivering in the cold winds, would grow to the size of a wild wolf king? Now, it has further expanded, surpassing even the largest North American gray wolf. Standing on all fours, its height aligns with Liu Kai's chest. Even while bearing the weight of 200 pounds, it can still sprint effortlessly across the snowy expanse. Were it not for its wise gaze, which retains its astuteness, it would indeed present a commanding presence. As the cat and dog nestled into the rear cargo space of the snow vehicle, the broad tires visibly sagged under their weight. What was once a spacious vehicle now appeared rather cramped. Observing them, Liu Kai found himself in a quandary. While the underground fortress is certainly expansive, it is designed with human dimensions in mind. Little White, the black cat, is manageable, but accommodating Little Black on the second living level would clearly prove impractical. Furthermore, with their growth in size, their energy levels have surged. Each day spent frolicking in the forest expends their vigor well. Yet what to do upon returning to the fortress? Liu Kai suddenly recalled the previous scene of disarray and shook his head vigorously, akin to a clattering tambourine. He could not allow them to wreak havoc in the living quarters. The first level of the fortress serves as a shooting range while also accommodating parking and charging. Although Liu Kai can rely on his spatial abilities for precision, shooting, an activity cherished by many men, also serves as an excellent pastime in the midst of a post-apocalyptic chill. Neither this level nor the fourth, designated for equipment, can be altered. Thus, only one option remains. Now that his physical prowess has been enhanced, ordinary exercises yield no benefits. The third level, previously transformed into a swimming pool, has lost its purpose and can now be repurposed into an activity area. Tossing in some discarded tires, furniture, and metal frames would provide ample opportunity for the mischievous cat and dog to indulge in their playful antics. Liu Kai quickly resolved to descend the mountain. After some contemplation, he decided to don the X-01 powered exoskeleton. Although many of his capabilities have surpassed those of the exoskeleton, actions such as singing, dancing, rapping, or playing basketball still require a degree of personal energy expenditure. Having this high-tech prosthetic to aid in conserving energy would afford him greater stability in unforeseen circumstances. This seemingly casual decision unexpectedly opened a gateway to a new realm for Liu Kai. As he focused his attention on the exoskeleton within his storage space, a familiar impulse surged through his mind. What is this? Liu Kai's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of astonishment. After a moment of intense contemplation regarding the exoskeleton, he finally confirmed that it was not merely an illusion. It was an overwhelming impulse, a consuming urge, much like the initial desire he felt to devour a pen tip. However, this time, his craving was not directed towards the metallic exterior of the exoskeleton, but rather towards the compact plutonium-238 radioactive isotope generator. This generator incessantly emitted alpha radiation, which was captured and converted into electrical energy to power the exoskeleton. Once he absorbed the object into his storage space, the flow of time for that object ceased. The radioactive particles, moving at nearly the speed of light, also became suspended in that space. Yet, when he manipulated the temporal flow within that segment of space back to its natural pace, he astonishingly discovered that the storage space could consume these radioactive particles. By the same token, when he accelerated the time within the storage space, the decay of plutonium-238 intensified, releasing even more high-energy alpha particles. Liu Kai became enraptured by the sensation of devouring particles every second, while time slipped by. To the outside world, only 3 brief minutes had elapsed, yet for the isotope generator powering the exoskeleton, a full 3 days had passed. A plethora of radiation particles had been consumed, and Liu Kai felt a tingling sensation coursing through his entire body, akin to ants crawling upon him, or someone teasing him with a feather. Startled, he abruptly awakened from this primal urge, quickly halting his reckless actions, drenched in cold sweat. He could not help but curse himself for allowing his mind to become clouded. After all, that was nuclear radiation, something everyone sought to avoid. Who could predict the ramifications of having been devoured by the storage space? If he were to suffer from severe radiation sickness, even divine intervention would not suffice to save him. Quickly suppressing his unease, he conducted a highly precise scan of his entire body. Only after a thorough examination at the nanoscale did Liu Kai finally exhale with relief, his initial worries transforming into a glimmer of joy. His body exhibited no abnormalities, and there were no signs of DNA chain rupture within his cells. Furthermore, he acutely sensed that his body and spatial abilities, which had seemingly ceased to strengthen, appeared to have regained some flexibility. Indeed, the enhancement of his physical and spatial capabilities had not yet reached its zenith. Could it be that the next phase of enhancement involved the absorption of radiation? This absurd yet plausible thought crossed Liu Kai's mind, igniting a tempest of ideas within him. Drawing from his scant knowledge of physics, he recalled that radiation was categorized into 2 types, ionizing and non-ionizing. Non-ionizing radiation encompassed light, microwaves, and electromagnetic waves used for communication, none of which sparked his desire for consumption. Thus, they could be eliminated. Ionizing radiation, however, comprised a broader spectrum. Gamma radiation and X-rays belonged to the high-energy electromagnetic wave category of ionizing radiation. Occasionally, stray gamma radiation from the cosmos would rain down upon the Earth's surface. Yet, despite standing in an open area for some time, Liu Kai felt no urge to consume this type either. This category was also dismissed. Thus, the only remaining type of ionizing radiation was the particle category: alpha radiation, beta radiation, and neutron radiation. After much contemplation, Liu Kai finally arrived at the most plausible conclusion. He was also contemplating where to acquire some radioactive materials next. The dream was splendid, yet the reality was stark. Ionizing radiation from particles is certainly not as common as cabbages sold on the streets. Whether in peaceful times or during the present apocalyptic chill, it remains far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Even those within official circles, wishing to access these strictly controlled substances, face an exceedingly complex array of procedures. Continuing mining seemed a reasonable choice, as there are indeed several uranium mines within the borders of Huagua. However, this thought was fleeting, quickly dismissed by Liu Kai. Not to mention that there are no uranium mines in the vicinity of Fohai City. Even if there were, venturing to extract them would be out of the question. Recently, He had been pilfering a bit of iridium and platinum. If caught, it would merely suggest greed. However, illicitly extracting uranium would be a far graver offense, an outright act of rebellion. Just as Liu Kai found himself in a quandary, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Why must he confine his search for radioactive elements to his homeland? Stealing from abroad could also be an option. Chapter 166. The completion of the sanctuary. The harrowing path of escape. This marked the second occasion on which Liu Kai appreciated the advantages of his advisory position. The first instance had been when he received his immunity. Now, what he sought was a degree of intermediate awareness. Each nation holds its own secrets in the highest regard. Conversely, the confidentiality surrounding secrets from other nations tends to be significantly lax. For instance, regarding nuclear power plants. The detailed information pertaining to those within Hua country is classified as confidential, if not top secret. In stark contrast, the nuclear facilities abroad are often only deemed secret, with some not classified at all. Utilizing the military-issued tablet, he bypassed the usual identity verification process and directly accessed the information. A smile crept onto Liu Kai's lips as his objectives crystallized. He entered keywords such as Japan and nuclear fuel into the tablet. Moments later, a multitude of information entries sprawled across the screen. Each entry contained details about the storage of nuclear power plant fuel in Japan, with many updates reflecting recent developments. Satellites had meticulously tracked the movement of Japan's nuclear fuel rod transfers. However, accessing this information did not imply that acquiring the fuel would be straightforward. Prior to the oncoming cold wave, Japan boasted 69 nuclear power plants. Even the nearest facility, the Sendai nuclear power plant, was still a daunting one. 360 kilometers away from Fohai City. Even with the aid of an electric snow vehicle and a silent generator, traversing such a distance was no trivial endeavor. The uncertainties of the journey necessitated meticulous planning. Several minutes had slipped by since Liu Kai discovered that nuclear radiation could be consumed. Xiao He and Xiao Bai, resting within the vehicle, seemed to be growing impatient. Hearing their soft whines, Liu Kai finally snapped back to reality. He donned his exoskeleton and climbed aboard the snow vehicle, steering it toward the city center. As he hurried back, an epiphany struck him. Today marked the 90th day since the onset of the cold wave. It had been 2 months since his initial meeting with Yu Dalong. According to prior official announcements, the sanctuary in Fohai City should have been completed by now. Perhaps due to the perilous encounter with Qin Luofei, Liu Kai had neglected to stow the tablet in his storage space during his mining endeavors. Unlike a mobile phone, the tablet would not send unsolicited notifications. Thus, immersed in his mining activities, he had remained oblivious to developments regarding the sanctuary. Reflecting on this, he retrieved the tablet and began searching for updates. Soon, a few brief messages appeared on the screen. On July 20th, 2043, the western district of the Fohai City shelter was completed and began accepting a portion of survivors. By July 25th, following a rescue campaign by the station military, the shelter welcomed over 20,000 survivors. By July 31st, the eastern and southern districts of the shelter were fully completed, allowing a total accommodation for 180,000 individuals. On August 1st, the construction team and the majority of the station troops withdrew northward, leaving a heavy mixed battalion under the command of Chief of Staff Zhang Linyu to guard Fohai. An official announcement stated that, due to the complete occupancy of certain areas, electricity supply would be halted in those sectors, while the remaining areas would see an increase in daily power supply from 2 hours to 3. The most recent update was from yesterday. On August 3rd, including survivors from the northern Hanpu City, over 80,000 individuals had taken refuge in the Fohai City shelter. The authorities issued a statement indicating that there were ample beds available and urged survivors to arrive promptly. These updates were reminiscent of the official announcements Liu Kai had heard in his previous life, with the only distinction being a nearly 4-month advancement in time. Given the less than 10% survival probability for humanity, it was estimated that approximately 800,000 individuals still remained in Fohai City amidst the frigid conditions. The survivor count within the urban area was likely around 350,000. The shelter's capacity was insufficient to accommodate such a vast number of individuals. However, the urban expanse of Fohai City was considerable. Most survivors, lacking assistance, would find it nearly impossible to reach the distant shelter. As the snow vehicles entered the urban area, Liu Kai once again witnessed the harrowing scenes he had encountered in his previous life. Despite the arduous journey, many desperate survivors, having exhausted their supplies, clung to a glimmer of hope. Groups of individuals, far from the shelter, set out in droves. Regrettably, prolonged hunger had rendered them physically weak, compounded by the near -60-degree temperatures and the absence of adequate cold weather gear. The overwhelming majority of survivors could not even endure half the distance. The streets of the city, once covered in ice, now lay barren. Scattered across the landscape were countless lifeless bodies. Some lay isolated in the middle of the street, while others, a group of like-minded individuals congregated in secrecy, lurking in the shadows. They fixated on the vulnerable survivors, commencing a ruthless campaign of plunder. They seized the meager provisions carried by these individuals and stripped away their clothing. Once they amassed a sufficient supply of food and warm garments, they cocooned themselves and continued their arduous journey toward the sanctuary. Yet, these very individuals might soon find themselves targets of the next wave of marauders. In their desperate quest for survival, they unwittingly extinguished the hopes of others. However, there existed another breed of individuals who appeared to revel in malevolence. They persisted in their assaults on survivors, yet did not seek refuge themselves. Their methods were even more brutal, committing acts of debauchery, enslaving others, and even resorting to cannibalism, leaving no depravity unattempted. What was once prohibited by societal order, morality, and law now transpired without restraint, even bringing them a twisted sense of joy. These harrowing scenes served as a constant reminder to other survivors, as if to declare, this is the consequence of your recklessness in venturing out. In a previous life, Liu Kai had also been horrified by such brutality. Coupled with the scant provisions remaining in his household, he managed to survive in a furtive manner for a while longer, only to succumb to the butcher's steel blade after a few additional weeks. What astonished Liu Kai the most, however, was the conduct of the Mutual Aid Society. The members boasted ample warm clothing and numerous vehicles, yet they did not hasten to the refuge. Instead, they organized themselves with precision, exerting every effort to assist the weary survivors journeying along the road. Each vehicle was grossly overloaded, crammed with a dozen or more individuals, tirelessly shuttling between the sanctuary and the distant urban areas, consistently infusing the refuge with new vitality. Chapter 167. The Imperial Villa occupied. The Mutual Aid Society not only assisted survivors in reaching the sanctuary, but occasionally took up arms to confront numerous marauders who reveled in robbery. It was only when Liu Kai intercepted a member of the society to inquire that he learned these actions were decreed by the new president, the former second-in-command. Naturally, the political commissar dispatched by the military also played a role in these developments. Though the scene of fleeing was still harrowing, it was undoubtedly an improvement compared to Liu Kai's previous experiences in another life. However, his perception was far more profound. Having personally endured it all, he was acutely aware of the true nature of the Mutual Aid Society's leadership. The noble deeds of aiding survivors were undoubtedly a ruse to placate both the authorities and the survivors themselves, a fade for a far greater conspiracy. The authorities were certainly aware of this, yet constrained by manpower, they could not extend effective assistance to every survivor. Presently, there were those who sought to obscure the truth, stepping forth as free laborers. The officials, thus, chose to turn a blind eye, relishing the situation. Observing the stark contrasts before him, Liu Kai found himself embroiled in a conflict of emotions, simultaneously wishing for the longevity of the Mutual Aid Society while desiring its swift demise. Surely, at this moment, Zhang Linyu harbored similar sentiments. However, these were not Liu Kai's primary concerns. What truly preoccupied him was the Lishirtsu Yuan community in the Imperial Villa atop the bunker, which had been overtaken. As Liu Kai approached the vicinity of the community, securing his snow vehicle and pets in preparation for his return to the bunker, his keen senses detected an unusual scene from afar. It appeared that figures were moving within the Imperial Villa. He halted, concealing himself outside the community, and activated a wide-range scan to capture the entirety of the situation. Indeed, he discovered that there were 15 individuals inside the villa, 8 of whom were armed. The chaotic arrangement within the villa suggested that this group had been there for over a week. The silver lining was that they remained oblivious to the fact that the entrance to the bunker lay directly beneath the storage room. The remote charger for the drone stationed atop the villa had also remained intact. Liu Kai found this spectacle profoundly perplexing. While the Imperial Villa was lavishly decorated, Fanghai City was a southern locale where the villa's walls had not been specially treated for cold weather. Moreover, after a prolonged period of vacancy, there was not a morsel of food to be found. Previously, no one had dared to occupy it, yet now, following the establishment of the sanctuary, it had become a target. What was the meaning of this? Driven by curiosity, he stealthily approached the villa while enhancing the scanning precision. The imagery in his mind became increasingly vivid. He observed that a warm flame danced in the villa's fireplace, and several generators adorned the first floor. The entire villa was aglow, exuding warmth and comfort. Even the ice covering the third floor was beginning to melt. One room was even brimming with an assortment of food and supplies. Liu Kai also recognized several familiar faces among the occupants. Of the 15 individuals within the villa, 8 wielded foreign-made rifles, and the leader of these armed men was a young man whom Liu Kai recognized as Xiaobin. As the cold wave descended for 2 weeks, Liu Kai transformed into a wandering merchant, peddling his wares. He soon encountered a group of elderly residents from Liu community who attempted to morally bind him. To preserve his reputation, he refrained from resorting to violence, merely proclaiming his interest in precious metals, indifferent to their origins. That very night, this cohort of moral enforcers fell victim to a brutal robbery at the hands of the community's residents. Among them was a young man named Xiaobin, notorious for having broken into the home of the ringleader, where he fatally struck her with an ashtray. Additionally, there were 7 unarmed individuals within the villa, all of whom were young female homeowners from Liu. Some appeared disheveled and filthy, bound and struggling in a third-floor room. Others sat in a state of numbness, their expressions devoid of hope. Meanwhile, 2 women, resplendent in their beauty, nestled close to Xiaobin, allowing his restless hands to wander across sensitive areas. It was evident what transpired in that place. Coupled with the foreign firearms in their possession, Liu Kai furrowed his brow. He suddenly recalled a previous encounter with a destructive squad. Could Xiaobin and his associates be pawns of foreign forces? Liu Kai chose to remain cautious, resolving to observe the situation further. Soon, his elusive figure slipped into the villa, concealing himself within a pitch-black tea room to listen intently to the sounds outside. In the villa's second-floor living room, Xiaobin lounged on a plush sofa by the fireplace, legs crossed. Each arm enveloped a young, beautiful woman, his hands wandering unabashedly over their soft forms. On the coffee table before him, an electric grill sizzled with meat, tended by 2 of his subordinates who cast envious glances at the women, their throats working as they swallowed, unsure whether their desire was for the grilled meat or the alluring company. While the 2 women wore smiles of submission, their gazes towards the grilling meat betrayed their own hunger, suggesting they had been starved for days. Apart from them, 5 armed individuals gathered on the 3rd floor, where the windows and doors were encased in frost, the skylight serving as the villa's sole point of entry. Xiaobin ensured his subordinates did not remain idle, providing them with the grill, meat, and drink. They reveled in laughter, feasting, and playing cards, the enticing aroma wafting through the windows and permeating the air above the community. Nearby, the surviving homeowners detected the delicious scent, their eyes gleaming with a greenish light. Yet, upon gazing at the imposing villa, they felt as though confronted by a monstrous flood, shivering as their yearning for meat swiftly dissipated. At that moment, the meat in the living room was perfectly cooked. As seasonings were sprinkled over the sizzling pieces, the fragrance intensified. Xiaobin stood, pushing the women aside, and, savoring a thick slice of grilled meat, waved it tantalizingly before them. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the meat onto the distant floor and, with a playful smirk, declared, "You too. Crawl and pick it up with your mouths. Whoever retrieves it first, it shall be theirs. Remember what I taught you. Crawl while you call." The 2 women exchanged a glance, each displaying a fierce determination not to yield. In an instant, they fell to the ground with a thud. In a sultry tone, they simultaneously addressed Xiaobin. "Yes, master." Woof woof. The sight of them mimicking dog barks while swiftly crawling on all 4s towards a piece of meat not far away was quite amusing. Their speeds were nearly identical as they simultaneously bit into the meat. Soon, a fierce tug-of-war ensued, each devouring half of the morsel. After voraciously swallowing the meat, they remained prostrate on the ground, gazing up at Xiaobin with eyes full of longing. "Master, we want more." "Yes, master, toss us another piece." "Ha ha ha, all right, all right. You shall have it all." Chapter 168. Eavesdropping. In the Mutual Aid Society, observing the scene unfold, a wild and unrestrained laughter surfaced on Xiaobin's face. He tossed a piece of roasted meat onto the ground, watching with a sense of satisfaction as these 2 once proud and beautiful women, who would have never deigned to look at him before, now stripped of all dignity, sought merely a morsel to eat. He felt an overwhelming sense of gratification in his increasingly twisted psyche. An instinctual urge surged within him, and disregarding the presence of his 2 lackeys, he succumbed to his primal instincts. With hands like iron clamps, he seized one of the women, dragging her to a nearby sofa. Amidst her startled gasp, he commenced his vile work. Xiaobin's face contorted with a perverse delight as he mockingly taunted, "Weren't you once so proud? Weren't you unyielding in the face of death? Where is that pride gone?" The woman suppressed her humiliation and rage, swiftly picking up the piece of roasted meat that had fallen to the ground and chewing it vigorously. In that moment, it felt as though she was not merely consuming meat, but rather crushing the very essence of this demon, Xiaobin, to release her pin-up fury. Witnessing this, rather than feeling anger, Xiaobin's laughter grew even more derisive. Before the impending cold wave, although he resided in this upscale community, the house was not his own. It was merely a refuge provided by his elder brother, who had intended to assist him in seeking asylum abroad, but fate had left him trapped here. For a long time, the glamorous female residents of the neighborhood had recoiled at the sight of his ruffian demeanor, avoiding him as if he were a fly. their disdain unmistakable. What opportunity did he have to indulge in such thrilling exploits now? In prosperous times, women are as precious as gold. In chaotic times, they are worth but a measure of rice. No matter how pure or virtuous one may be, when faced with the choice between submission and starvation, most will inevitably choose the former. Xiaobin's pathological lack of self-esteem had been magnified in this lawless world, all thanks to the enigmatic figure who had supplied him with weapons. As their leader reveled in his depravity, the two lackeys, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, each took a few pieces of roasted meat for themselves. With sycophantic smiles, they suggested, "Boss, those women have been hungry for days. We would like to check on them." Xiaobin waved them off irritably. "Get lost. Don't disturb me." Their faces brightened with delight as they nodded eagerly and scuttled off towards the room containing the other 5 women. Unbeknownst to Xiaobin, who was wholly absorbed in his own amusement, a harbinger of death lurked within the villa's tea room. Watching all of this unfold, Liu Kai's expression darkened. His face as grimy as the bottom of a pot. Internally, he cursed this depraved gathering, disgusted by their audacity to occupy the villa and engage in such revolting antics. Though he had already sentenced this individual to death, many matters remained unclear, prompting him to continue observing with a cold detachment. 45.3 seconds later, Xiaobin felt a peculiar clarity wash over him. The fervor in his eyes dissipated, leaving only a sense of ennui. He kicked the woman at his side disdainfully, instructing her to get lost, before returning to the sofa to light a cigarette. As he puffed clouds of smoke, he savored the barbecue before him. At that moment, 2 more figures approached across the icy expanse outside the villa. Through the skylight, he entered the villa and exchanged greetings with a few guards before descending the staircase to the living room on the 2nd floor. "Brother Ben, we've completed the 3 hard labor slots for today." It seemed that he was not fond of the loud voice of his subordinate. Xiaobin frowned, admonishing in a hushed tone. "What are you shouting for?" "I already know." Instantly, the 2 fell silent, their voices quelled. Cautiously, one of them spoke again. "But Brother Ben, while today's tasks are completed, that stubborn old man in the D-Ling community is uncooperative. What should we do tomorrow?" "Uncooperative? Humph. That old fool is asking for trouble." Xiaobin, visibly angered, slammed his chopsticks down with a cold snort. The 2 subordinates trembled slightly, hastily trying to flatter. "Exactly. How dare he refuse us? It's just a matter of having him do a bit of hard work. We are trading supplies. It's not like we're asking for it for free." "Right. Those neighbors are not even his relatives. Why put on airs? If Brother Ben agrees, I can go teach him a lesson tonight." Upon hearing this suggestion, Xiaobin shook his head. "No way. That old man is impervious to threats, and the D-Ling community is tightly knit. Even if we were to dispose of him, it would be futile. Then, shall we capture someone from the Li Chu community? That won't do either. The people here are our last reserve. We must avoid any unnecessary actions unless absolutely essential." The living room fell into silence for a moment. Suddenly, a sinister idea crossed Xiaobin's mind, and a ruthless smile graced his face. "Tomorrow, we shall revert to our original business. Let's intercept those heading to the refuge and use them as decoys, being discreet about it. As for that old stubborn man, I recall he has a young grandson, right?" Upon hearing this plan, the 2 subordinates wore cruel smiles. "Yes, he has a precious grandson. That little darling is his Achilles heel. If we lock him away in a small dark room for 2 or 3 days, I doubt that old man won't panic." Xiaobin nodded, exuding an air of strategic prowess. "If the old man remains defiant, we can easily fabricate a charge against him to ruin his reputation. We can then support a spokesperson in the D-Ling community." "Clever, truly clever. Boss, your scheme is admirable." "Enough flattery. Quickly devise a plan to abduct his grandson tonight." After a moment of thought, Xiaobin added, "Also, don't forget to develop the surrounding communities. We must not allow them to unite like the D-Ling community. It's best to create divisions from within." The 2 promptly responded, "Understood." However, one of them could not suppress his curiosity. "But Brother Ben, what does the Mutual Aid Society really mean? They appear to be rescuing people on the surface. Yet secretly they require so many hard laborers for what purpose? I've heard that other districts are also capturing people like us." "Shut up. Keep your questions to a minimum. Be wary of trouble arising from your tongue." Seeing Xiaobin's anger, the other quickly tugged at his comrade's sleeve, signaling him to apologize hastily. Yes, I'm sorry. Brother Ben, please don't be angry. We'll get back to work now." With their tails tucked between their legs, the 2 left the living room in a hurry. Until they reached the corner of the staircase, they finally conspired in hushed tones. "Bingo? Hammer brother. Look at him. He truly believes himself to be the boss." Noticing his companion's displeasure, another swiftly reassured, "Sho, let us keep our voices down. Haven't you seen the tactics employed by the Mutual Aid Society? Humph. If it weren't for his uncle's standing within the society, this impotent fellow would have no power to wield. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. We shall endure this fool for a while longer. Indeed, once the society gathers sufficient laborers, everything will improve. Our brighter days lie ahead. The two conversed in muted tones. Xiaobin did not overhear this exchange, yet it was captured in its entirety by the exceptionally perceptive Liu Kai. He had also gleaned many crucial insights. Initially believing that foreign forces were at play, he was surprised to discover that the Mutual Aid Society was behind these machinations. This group certainly operated with far greater secrecy. Ostensibly, they exerted tremendous effort to assist survivors in reaching the shelters, while covertly continuing their abduction schemes. The gold mining caverns beneath Falling Star Island had been obliterated. Yet they still required a steady influx of laborers. It appeared that the Mutual Aid Society had other bases as well. Chapter 169. Kill and Release. In contrast to Xiaobin and his associates, Liu Kai was privy to far more information. Behind the Mutual Aid Society loomed the enigmatic and ruthless biological group, which thrived on the principle of survival of the fittest. Thus, the plight of these laborers likely held fates far grimmer than mere toil. Heinous human experiments. It remained uncertain how far the authorities had advanced their sinister plans. Over a month had elapsed since Liu Kai ascended the mountain, yet no action had been taken to eradicate this malignant presence. Regardless, Liu Kai had resolved to eliminate this group. The bunker beneath the villa remained concealed. He could easily feign ignorance and allow these individuals to occupy the villa, perhaps even gleaning more insider information. Yet, memories of the Sky Tower and the missile strikes on the hotel at the foot of Nirvana Mountain resurfaced in his mind. Should he permit these individuals to linger, they might one day attract the authorities' attention and provoke another missile strike. The underground fortress would then be at risk. The decision was made in an instant. Liu Kai teleported to the staircase, suddenly appearing before the whispering duo. Before the astonished pair could utter a sound, a pair of iron fists, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, struck their chests. Crack. In an instant, the sound of breaking bones echoed simultaneously. Their hearts shattered. The two henchmen writhed in agony, mouths agape yet unable to emit a sound, collapsing at the staircase's turn. Before their bodies could hit the ground and alert others, Liu Kai drew his pistol. He sidled around the corner of the staircase and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The resounding gunfire reverberated throughout the villa, piercing through the walls and resonating across the neighborhood. Xiaobin, still engulfed in smoke, had no time to react before a bullet found its mark precisely between his brows, splattering blood across the sofa. Those on the third floor, indulging in drink and meat, were startled by the gunfire, leaping up to investigate. However, Liu Kai offered them no opportunity. He teleported directly before them. Bang, bang, bang. Another flurry of gunshots rang out, and they all succumbed, falling into a pool of blood. Lastly, in the room where women were confined, two unfortunate souls had just disrobed, preparing to teach the ungrateful women a lesson. The sudden gunfire rendered them weak-kneed. Before they could don their clothes or grasp their weapons, the door burst open with a resounding kick. The last sight they beheld was a towering figure emanating an aura of death. In the next moment, their ribs shattered, and their hearts were crushed by overwhelming force, inducing an excruciating pain that overwhelmed them as they slowly collapsed, incredulous. The entire confrontation could only be described as a one-sided massacre. In mere seconds, all 10 armed men, led by Xiaobin, had met their end, leaving only a few trembling women in the living room and bedroom, desperately covering their mouths to stifle their cries. Liu Kai was no bloodthirsty maniac. Moreover, he had not revealed his spatial abilities before these women. There was no need for him to eliminate witnesses. Swiftly, he severed the ropes binding them. Without uttering a word, he turned and dragged the lifeless bodies out of the villa. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of many residents in the neighborhood. Some, mustering their courage, approached the windows to peer outside. They beheld Liu Kai as he hoisted the bodies of Xiaobin and others, one by one, from the imperial villa, callously discarding them onto the vacant ground beside him. This spectacle left the survivors utterly stunned. Upon recognizing Liu Kai's attire, realization dawned upon them. It was the wandering merchant who had vanquished this gang of bullies. Suddenly, someone flung open a window and shouted, "Neighbors, those bullies are dead. It's the wandering merchant. The wandering merchant has arrived." This outcry drew even more onlookers, as all eyes fell upon the corpses of Xiaobin and the others, and recognized Liu Kai's familiar garb. They could no longer contain their elation. Joyous shouts resonated throughout the community. It's truly the wandering merchant. He has come to save us. Good riddance. They deserved it. Ha ha ha. By golly, they met a fate too lenient. I must go and desecrate the corpses. It was evident that these survivors had endured torment at the hands of Xiaobin and his ilk for far too long. Only after Liu Kai had removed all the bodies did the 7 women remaining in the villa regain their senses. They huddled together in the warm living room, wailing inconsolably. Strangely, The most heartbroken were not the 5 women who refused to yield, but rather the 2 who had succumbed to Xiao Bin, scrambling for scraps on the floor. Hearing their anguished cries, Liu Kai felt overwhelmed by the cacophony. With an exasperated shout, he barked, "Silence!" The sound startled several of them, causing them to shudder and cease their weeping, casting fearful glances at the grim-faced Liu Kai. They were survivors of the Li Yuan community and were familiar with the attire of the wandering merchant, though they had escaped the clutches of Xiao Bin. Who could say whether this wandering merchant might be the next demon? Their concerns were unwarranted. One would think that after 2 months without meat, even a mere glimpse of a dog would seem appealing. Yet, witnessing this group of malnourished, filthy, and 1 woman weeping bitterly, Liu Kai found himself devoid of any interest. "You have 3 minutes to leave. From this moment forth, this villa belongs to me." Upon hearing these words, the women felt as if a great weight had been lifted. Their eyes sparkled with profound joy, and they expressed their gratitude as they rushed toward the exit on the 3rd floor. However, the 2 women who had wept the most pitifully did not depart. Their tear-streaked eyes met, and they discerned a shared understanding in one another's gaze. Rising to their feet, they brushed off the dust from their clothes and swayed toward Liu Kai, eager to speak. The wandering merchant was powerful and affluent. To follow him would mean a sanctuary of warmth and an abundance of fine wine and food, a life coveted by all in this apocalyptic chill. Even if they were to become mere playthings for another, what of it? Liu Kai, astute as ever, was well aware of their intentions. His principle was always clear. Picking wildflowers was permissible, but keeping them at home was not. Moreover, the 2 individuals had just been in the company of that unsightly Xiao Bin, which caused Liu Kai to lose all interest. Before they could utter a word, his expression turned cold. "Get lost." The chilling command caused the 2 women to deflate, casting a wary glance at the firearm resting on Liu Kai's thigh. At this juncture, they dared not harbor any further hopes, fully aware that the bullet would not discriminate. Internally, they cursed Liu Kai for his lack of manliness. Swiftly wrapping themselves in their clothing, they averted their gazes and brushed past Liu Kai, hastily joining the group of women who had departed ahead. Once everyone had left, Liu Kai waved his hand to gather the scattered firearms and ammunition strewn throughout the room. He then retrieved several blocks of solid alcohol fuel from his storage space and hurried outside the villa, casting the fuel upon the bodies of Xiao Bin and his companions. Soon, a roaring blaze erupted upon the icy surface outside the villa, the flames twisting and consuming the remains scattered across the ground. Chapter 170. Boldly displaying military aircraft. The women who had departed from the villa had not yet left. At this moment, they huddled together, casting cold glances at the blazing bonfire. Moreover, several survivors emerged from the nearby residential buildings, stepping forward with reverence and gratitude towards Liu Kai. Their eyes also fixed on the burning pile of corpses. A crowd had gathered, yet none dared to approach and speak. From the few women, the onlookers learned that Liu Kai would reside here in the future. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd, but they quickly accepted this fact, even feeling a sense of relief, given the merchant's prior reputation coupled with his decision to liberate those women. The people were inclined to believe he was a man of integrity. Furthermore, he was a formidable expert, and the memory of his prowess in dealing with the enemy squad was vivid in their minds. With such a principled and powerful individual residing in their midst, even if they could not reach the official shelters, they felt reassured, as they would at least have a safeguard in their community. As expected, it was now the time for power supply. Just as Liu Kai anticipated, news of the incident spread through Fohai City like wildfire in a matter of hours. Unsurprisingly, it reached Ji Zihan's ears, which was precisely his intention. With his capabilities, eliminating Xiao Bin and his associates would be effortless. Yet, he deliberately chose a conspicuous method by firing a gun and brazenly occupying the imperial villa. Even if he were to vanish from the community later, it was unlikely anyone would dare to challenge his presence here. This strategy also mitigated the risk of an official assault on the location, maximizing the chances of keeping the bunker concealed. As for the Mutual Aid Society, Liu Kai held them in disdain. Given the current circumstances, should they dare to retaliate in any form, it would be tantamount to revealing their own guilt before the authorities, effectively digging their own graves. The bonfire continued to blaze, and the murmurs of the survivors grew louder, as though they were deliberating something significant. Soon, amidst the clamor, a stubborn middle-aged man was pushed forward by the crowd. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his courage and approached Liu Kai. Casting a glance back at the expectant faces of the crowd, he timidly called out, Mr. Merchant. Liu Kai glanced at him and inquired, "What is it?" The man hesitated. "These bullies have taken much food from us, and his voice trailed off, growing increasingly feeble, revealing his reluctance to meet Liu Kai's gaze. Liu Kai understood. The supplies piled within the villa had likely been extorted from these survivors by Xiao Bin and his gang. Now, these individuals sought to reclaim their belongings. Technically, Those items were spoils of war. Although he was not in need of supplies, surrendering them was out of the question. However, these survivors are merely wretched souls struggling to make ends meet, rendering their plight rather disheartening. Moreover, a substantial portion of the supplies was procured by them with their hard-earned money from Liu Kai. Now, reclaiming these items from Xiaobin and the others and returning them to the survivors could be viewed as a rather unconventional after-sales service by the roaming merchant. Nevertheless, Liu Kai wished to avoid giving anyone the impression that he could be easily swayed, lest it lead to future complications. Thus, he remained silent, feigning contemplation. Yet, this silence weighed heavily on the hearts of the crowd, who feared that his displeasure might provoke the merchant into a murderous rage, threatening their very existence. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, filling their chests with an unbearable heaviness. Even though the biting cold wind blew, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. Some of the more timid individuals trembled in their legs, contemplating a hasty retreat from the supplies. Just then, Liu Kai nodded affirmatively. "I can provide you with these supplies, but not without conditions." The middle-aged man's face lit up with delight, and he eagerly responded, "Thank you, esteemed merchant. Please, state your demands." The crowd felt a mix of relief and apprehension, fearing that he might require precious metals as payment. They had already been drained of their resources and could scarcely muster even half a gram of gold. Fortunately, Liu Kai no longer needed such valuables. First, the villa is in disarray. I expect you to clean it thoroughly. Second, once the bodies of the scoundrels are properly incinerated, dispose of them outside. Third, ensure the security of this villa. No one is permitted to approach it without my consent, even in my absence. Not a problem. The middle-aged man, seemingly afraid of Liu Kai retracting his offer, immediately agreed to these straightforward terms with no hesitation, his face brimming with joy. The other survivors shared in the delight, their gazes toward Liu Kai filled with gratitude. Soon, under Liu Kai's approval, they commenced the cleaning of the villa, with many hands at work. The task was completed swiftly. However, no one noticed that Liu Kai had quietly vanished. Taking advantage of their distraction, he discreetly teleported back to the bunker. The third-floor swimming pool, long unused, had become murky and overgrown with moss. With a sweeping gesture, Liu Kai summoned his storage space, which eagerly absorbed the filth in moments. Next, he deftly tore down the waterproof coverings and dismantled the water-blocking walls, restoring the third floor to its original spaciousness. He then fashioned 2 makeshift nests from cotton pads and blankets, tailored for the diminutive forms of Xiaobai and Xiaohong, and constructed a rudimentary toilet beside the drainage outlet. Given their current capacities, they no longer required litter. Flushing the toilet became a standard procedure. Finally, he secured discarded furniture, iron barrels, wooden stakes, and other obstacles across the expansive area. Although the third floor appeared chaotic, resembling a neglected storage room, it provided an ideal venue for the cats and dogs to expend their energy. Having completed all of this, he finally released Xiaohei and Xiaobai, allowing them to frolic freely. He then teleported back to the villa situated above the fortress. By this time, the entire villa had been thoroughly cleaned, with even the bloodstains on the living room sofa and floor meticulously wiped away. The others, displaying commendable restraint, did not engage in moving supplies. Instead, they wielded shovels and burlap sacks, laboriously shoveling the charred remains of Xiao Bin and others into the bags, preparing to dispose of them outside. Liu Kai nodded in satisfaction. Compared to the haughty demeanor of those individuals when the cold wave first descended, they had learned significantly from their experiences. At that moment, an unexpected sensation stirred within him. As if he sensed something amiss, he lifted his gaze towards the northern horizon. Moments later, a cacophony of thunderous roars emanated from the sky, capturing the attention of the surviving individuals. A transport helicopter, accompanied by 2 armed helicopters, descended through the clouds, heading towards the direction of the Lishurtu UN community. Chapter 171, The Legend of the Mysterious Identity, the first encounter with the military district commander observing the trajectory of the 3 helicopters. Liu Kai was resolutely convinced that their destination was this very location. A strong premonition surged within him. They had come to seek him out. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. The assassination of Xiao Bin and others had been conducted without any attempt at concealment, so it was hardly surprising that the authorities were aware of his whereabouts. However, having remained in the mountains without incident until now, he wondered why, mere hours after descending, military aircraft had arrived. What could possibly necessitate a face-to-face discussion rather than communication through tablets? In that moment, Liu Kai found himself uncertain whether the officials would transport him elsewhere. With this thought lingering, he summoned the middle-aged man from earlier, instructing him to finish disposing of the bodies while he and his team gathered supplies from the room. He also requested that the skylight be secured tightly to prevent any unauthorized entry into the villa. Once these instructions were issued, He ventured with a profound sense of curiosity toward the open area, patiently awaiting the helicopter's descent. As anticipated, the 3 aircraft gradually landed in the designated space. The survivors engaged in the grim task of body removal were left in stunned silence. A contingent of armed soldiers, clad in thick uniforms, disembarked from the transport plane. To Liu Kai's astonishment, the leader among them was a colonel, dressed in a heavy military coat and obscured by a thick winter mask, rendering his age indiscernible. He briskly approached Liu Kai, offering a salute before quietly uttering a few urgent words. Liu Kai was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected urgency. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded and followed the group onto the transport plane. The 3 aircraft lingered for only a short while before ascending into the clouds, vanishing from sight. It was not until the roar of the engines faded completely that the onlookers regained their composure, exchanging whispers and curious glances. While transport planes were not uncommon, the presence of 2 advanced armed helicopters from Huagua was indeed a rarity. The military had dispatched a full colonel to escort a wandering merchant, accompanied by 2 armed helicopters. What extraordinary identity did he possess? Was he a high-tech talent fallen into obscurity, a modern-day warrior from a sensational tale, or perhaps a covert operative conducting an investigation? Regardless of their speculations, Liu Kai was ultimately branded with an unmistakable label of someone not to be trifled with. Even the gazes directed toward the emperor's villa were tinged with a hint of reverence. In truth, Liu Kai remained unaware of the official's intentions until he boarded the aircraft. The colonel had merely introduced himself as a member of the Provincial Military District Command. He revealed that they had come at the behest of Major General Yang Hongchang, the military district commander, who urgently needed to speak with Liu Kai. The specifics would be elaborated upon arrival at the command center. This revelation took Liu Kai by surprise. He had assumed the envoy would be sent by Zhang Linyu, never anticipating a direct approach from the Provincial Military District. Despite this unexpected turn of events, he maintained his caution. A thorough scan confirmed that these individuals displayed no signs of deceit. With a burgeoning sense of curiosity, he stepped onto the aircraft, his mind racing with speculation. His encounters with the military had been limited, and he believed that the matter of his clandestine mining operations had remained undisclosed. The only plausible explanation lies with the evolutionary biology group. However, he has accomplished everything he needed to, and the intelligence has long been shared. What else could he find for himself now? Throughout the journey, Liu Kai paid no heed to the inquisitive and curious gazes of the others in the cabin. He simply fixated on the thick clouds outside the window, his thoughts drifting aimlessly. After an indeterminate period, the helicopter finally descended once more. Upon catching sight of the scene outside, Liu Kai was taken aback. They were situated on the slope of an unknown mountain. Ahead of them loomed a vast and towering cave. The space outside the cave was exceptionally expansive, as it forcibly carved out into a platform. Numerous helicopters, armored vehicles, anti-aircraft missile systems, and ammunition crates were parked there. A multitude of heavily armed soldiers patrolled back and forth or stood guard at the entrance of the cave. The colonel, observing Liu Kai's rustic demeanor, did not display any mockery. Instead, he led the group off the helicopter and began to introduce Liu Kai to the surroundings. This area had once served as an armaments factory, now repurposed as the Provincial Military District's office. When Liu Kai heard they were to enter the cave, he panicked. The inevitable security check upon entering the cave was unavoidable, and he was still clad in his powered exoskeleton. Should he pass through security, the metal detector would surely register alarmingly high readings. He couldn't possibly claim that it was his ironclad will that triggered the alarm. Thus, he hastily concocted an excuse. Informing the colonel of his urgent need to use the restroom, he darted into a nearby portable toilet, closed the door, and swiftly removed the powered exoskeleton, donning a thermal suit instead. He then draped on his self-made iconic gray cloak. Upon his quick emergence, the colonel and several soldiers expressed their surprise. How did it seem that this consultant, Liu, appeared to have lost weight after a brief visit to the restroom? It was hardly plausible to shed so much weight in just 2 minutes. Naturally, they refrained from questioning further. The group proceeded towards the security checkpoint at the cave entrance. The security personnel were diligent, conducting a thorough inspection to ensure Liu Kai bore no weapons. All he possessed was a mobile phone and a military tablet. Only then were they granted passage. The soldiers dispersed to rest, while the colonel accompanied Liu Kai deeper into the cave. The interior of the cave opened Liu Kai's eyes to a whole new world. It was far from the oppressive atmosphere he had envisioned. The mountain's interior had been largely hollowed out, with extensive constructions, compartments, and defensive installations. Electric forklifts traversed the space, continuously transporting tightly sealed packages. The area was brightly lit, with staff bustling about, their tasks unknown to him. As he took in the sights, he followed the colonel through the labyrinthine passages. Before long, the pair halted before a massive steel door. Flanking the entrance were several guards. After verifying the identities of Liu Kai and the colonel once more, they entered a code to unlock the door. At this juncture, however, the colonel did not intend to enter. "Consultant Liu," he said, "Commander Yang is waiting for you inside. You may proceed alone." Liu Kai refrained from asking further questions, nodding as he stepped through the door. Since entering the cave, he had activated his scanning device, quickly discerning that within lay an office. There was no one else present, save for a middle-aged major general with a square face, appearing to be in his 50s. Despite his own extraordinary abilities, Liu Kai felt an inexplicable twinge of anxiety. Perhaps it was due to the novelty of encountering someone of such high rank. Prior to the Cold Wave, individuals like this were realms beyond his reach. Thus, upon turning a corner and encountering the middle-aged man seated at the desk, diligently writing and sketching, Liu Kai endeavored to embody the humility expected of youth. He courteously greeted Commander Yang. Contrary to Liu Kai's expectations of a commanding presence or a stern demeanor, the major general lifted his gaze, a gentle smile gracing his features. Chapter 172. The meeting Qin Luofei has been missing for a month? Yang Hongchang's smile radiated warmth and familiarity, as if, were he not dressed in military attire, he would resemble a humble farmer from the fields. As he capped his pen and set it aside, he gestured toward the chair before his desk. "Liu Kai, you're here. Please, take a seat." Seeing this, Liu Kai felt the initial tension dissipate. He approached the chair at the desk with confidence and sat down without hesitation. Yang Hongchang maintained his amiable demeanor, appraising Liu Kai with a discerning gaze before nodding appreciatively. "Haha, splendid. The vigor of youth is truly evident in you, far surpassing my own youthful days." Caught off guard by this unexpected praise, Liu Kai momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Reminiscent of his student days when faced with a teacher's commendation. Observing Liu Kai's flustered reaction, Yang Hongchang waved his hand, encouraging him to relax. He understood Liu Kai's temperament well. He responded better to gentleness than to authority. Thus, he refrained from adopting a commanding presence, eschewing sternness and intimidation. This congenial approach, while fostering rapport, also subtly established the distinction in their standings, an unequivocal difference between elder and junior. Those who have risen to the rank of general possess not only formidable capabilities, but also astute interpersonal skills. Yang Hongchang aimed to allay Liu Kai's wariness while laying the groundwork for the conversation ahead. "Liu, I've heard that you and that lad Zhonglin have had some disagreements?" Liu Kai was taken aback by Yang Hongchang's direct inquiry. He found himself puzzled. He would not categorize his interactions with Zhonglin as conflicts. Was it truly necessary for a general to mediate over such trivial matters regarding a mere advisory role? Although uncertain of Yang's intentions, Liu Kai recognized that the general likely already possessed complete knowledge of the situation and deemed it prudent to avoid falsehoods. He shook his head, stating, "It wouldn't be accurate to call it a disagreement. It's merely a difference in perspectives between myself and advisor Zhong. I bear him no ill will. He is quite prudent." After a moment's contemplation, Liu Kai managed to articulate the word prudent. Yang Hongchang chuckled at this. "Prudent? You mean to say he is somewhat rigid?" Liu Kai felt his thoughts laid bare, scratching his head awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Yang Hongchang shook his head in response. "Young Zhong can indeed be a bit inflexible at times, yet he remains reliable. He recently reported to me about the cancellation of your advisory role, but I did not concur." "Oh?" Liu Kai was surprised by Yang Hongchang's forthrightness. "Do not be so astonished. Although you and young Zhong may differ in ideology, your intentions align in the pursuit of good. Our principle is to foster close ties with the community and to collaborate harmoniously, allowing for diverse opinions." "Thank you, Commander Yang, for your understanding." Yang Hongchang waved his hand dismissively. "All right, let us put this matter behind us and discuss something else." Liu Kai felt a surge of anticipation. He understood that the general was about to address the primary purpose of their meeting. "Liu, I have a question for you. You may choose not to answer, but please refrain from deceit, if you would." "Please, ask away, Commander Yang." "All right. My inquiry pertains to whether you have recently encountered Major Qin Luofei." After posing his question, Yang Hongchang cast a scrutinizing glance at Liu Kai. However, Liu Kai found himself bewildered by the inquiry. Encounter Qin Luofei? For over a month, he had been mining in the mountains without having seen a single soul. Thus, he resolutely shook his head. "I have not seen Secretary Qin in quite some time." "Really? This? Commander Yang, has something occurred?" Noting that Liu Kai's expression did not betray deception, a flicker of disappointment and concern crossed Yang Hongchang's face. "I must thank you for your assistance during our last encounter in Hanpu City." He then shifted the topic. "Yet since that occasion, Major Qin has not made an appearance, and we have been unable to locate her." Liu Kai was taken aback. "She hasn't returned to the provincial capital?" He inwardly pondered whether that foolish woman had succumbed to illness on her journey back. Seeing Yang Hongchang shake his head, he bowed his head in contemplation for a moment. "Commander Yang, I truly have not seen her, but I am curious as to why you believe I have. Yang Hongchang's tone was unembellished and frank. Our technical personnel discovered that she designated you as her emergency contact. Moreover, you are her sole point of contact, having blocked all of us. Liu Kai was even more perplexed. Is that so? But how does she possess the capability to block you? She certainly has the means. You are aware of the electronic pocket watch she carries, correct? Upon Liu Kai's nod of acknowledgement, Yang Hongchang began to recount events in detail. First, there was the video transmitted by an undercover operative sent by Qin Luofei regarding the gold mine, which Yang Hongchang had instructed Zhong Linyu to delete. Subsequently, it was also he who issued the order to transfer Qin Luofei back to the provincial capital, ensuring she remained under his watchful eye. It was due to this incident that Qin Luofei began to harbor suspicions, losing trust in the military as a whole. She even suspected that Yang Hongchang was the shadowy protector of the biological group behind the ruthless competition. Yang Hongchang's motives were straightforward, to fish for a larger prize over a longer term. Furthermore, he deemed Qin Luofei's character too stubborn, not wishing for her to become excessively involved in these matters. The underlying reason, however, was somewhat dramatic. Several individuals investigating this issue had mysteriously met their demise. Suspected to be the work of that enigmatic group, Qin Luofei's father and Yang Hongchang shared a bond akin to brothers. Following her father's death on the battlefield, Yang Hongchang took Qin Luofei under his wing. The pocket watch was her father's possession, holding significant authority. In consideration of the martyr's descendants and recognizing that Qin Luofei was entering the military academy, destined to become an officer upon graduation, the authorities refrained from reclaiming the watch or revoking its privileges. Such privileges were bestowed by the Central Command to distinguished senior officers, encompassing functions that allowed access to highly classified information, privileges that only the Central Command could rescind. Thus, Qin Luofei was able to block the provincial military district where Yang Hongchang resided, effectively vanishing from sight. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai grasped the general situation. Yet, with Qin Luofei now missing, he found himself at a loss for what to do. One can only strive to provide the information he is aware of. I am only cognizant of her persistent desire to investigate the human experimentation conducted by the Natural Selection Bio Group, but beyond that, I am truly in the dark. Yang Hongchang nodded. I am aware of what you mentioned. Although Qin Luofei has gone missing, she occasionally manages to relay critical intelligence to us through unconventional channels. What? Liu Kai appeared somewhat bewildered. Doesn't she distrust you? How could she still send information back? Yang Hongchang seemed to find the situation both amusing and exasperating. This child is quite contradictory at times. Despite her suspicions of me, she sometimes cannot fathom that I would engage in such morally reprehensible acts. Liu Kai felt a deep resonance. Indeed, her character is quite paradoxical, reminiscent of a child. Little Liu, do you understand why I am so anxious to locate her? Liu Kai was about to reply that he did not know, but suddenly sensed an inexplicable significance in Yang Hongchang's gaze directed toward him. Chapter 173. A call for aid. Yu Dalong had been captured, and Yang Hongchang's expression resembled a test of Liu Kai's intellect. He swallowed the 3 words that remained unspoken, analyzing the information at hand. Soon, a singular possibility emerged in his mind. Could it be that? Commander Yang, are you preparing to cast the net? Indeed. A look of approval graced Yang Hongchang's face. We have comprehended the positions of both big fish and small. We are ready to ensnare them. However, she remains unaccounted for, and I wish to avoid a repeat of the harrowing incident in Hanpu City. Liu Kai nodded in understanding. Yet, with Qin Luofei deliberately absent, he found himself at an impasse. He then produced a tablet from his pocket. Commander Yang, you mentioned that she designated me as her sole emergency contact. Does that mean I can reach her? Certainly, but should she choose to ignore your messages, you would be powerless. Then, could the higher-ups assist in temporarily revoking her elevated permissions? Yang Hongchang shook his head once more. It is not that simple. Such matters require the collective authorization of several high-ranking officials. At this juncture, his tone grew somber. Recently, an esteemed elder has passed. The incident was abrupt, and he had yet to transfer the necessary permissions. The higher-ups are currently devising a solution. Liu Kai was taken aback by this revelation, having never heard of any prominent figure's demise. With all pertinent inquiries addressed, Yang Hongchang felt a profound disappointment, relinquishing any hope of breaking through Liu Kai. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, their conversation drew to a close. As Liu Kai was about to depart, curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to ask one more question. Commander Yang, I have a lingering query. Does the survival of the fittest biological group have a protective umbrella? Yang Hongchang chose not to elaborate, instead responding with a mysterious smile. I trust you have already deduced the answer, have you not? Liu Kai nodded silently, bidding farewell and turning to leave. Coincidentally, events often unfold at the most opportune moments. Just then, the tablet nestled in Liu Kai's arms emitted a series of urgent alarm sounds. Beep, beep. Not only was Liu Kai startled, but even the steadfast Yang Hongchang was taken aback. He swiftly rose from his seat and hastened toward Liu Kai at the door, calling out urgently, "Hurry. That's a distress signal. Let us see what it says." Without needing further prompting, Liu Kai deftly retrieved the tablet. Standing side by side, they gazed at the screen where a large red exclamation mark flashed frantically. SOS. An urgent distress message from Major Qin Luofei, secretary to the provincial military district commander. Liu Kai stood in stunned disbelief. No way, dear lady. Have you been surrounded again? This is truly a case of speaking of the devil. With the rescue signal arriving most fortuitously, Yang Hongchang cast a quick glance at the coordinates displayed on the tablet. They were situated not far from the provincial city's coastline. Immediately, his brow furrowed as he pulled out his walkie-talkie and shouted, "Emergency mission, assemble immediately." Yang Hongchang, speaking at a rapid pace, issued the command to strike to each unit before finally setting down the intercom to glance at Liu Kai. "Xiao Lu, are you going?" "I think I will sit this one out," Liu Kai replied earnestly. After all, with the main forces involved, it should be fine. Though he felt that abstaining might betray Qin Luofei's trust, the matter at hand was, on a grand scale, a military operation to rescue missing comrades. On a smaller scale, it was an uncle rescuing a foolish niece who did not trust him. He felt it unwise to interfere in their family affairs. "All right, I will have." Just then, a sudden ring interrupted Yang Hongchang as he intended to arrange for Liu Kai's return. "Oh, there is signal in this cave?" Liu Kai mused, pulling out his phone. However, upon seeing the caller ID, he was momentarily taken aback, then turned the screen towards Yang Hongchang. The caller was Ji Zihan. Yang Hongchang's brow furrowed upon seeing the name. He was well aware of who Ji Zihan was, as one of the major targets soon to be apprehended. What could he possibly want with Liu Kai at such a delicate time? After Yang Hongchang nodded, Liu Kai answered the call on speakerphone. "Brother Ji, what made you think to call me? Are you inviting me out for drinks again?" Liu Kai jested lightly. Yet, the voice on the other end held no hint of warmth. "Little Chiu, or should I call you Liu Kai?" Ji Zihan's tone was icy. Liu Kai dropped the pretense. "What do you need from me, Mr. Ji?" "Huh, Liu Kai, I considered you a brother, yet you choose to play games with me? Spare me, Mr. Ji. Your act of installing a tracker on my snowmobile hardly earns you the right to use the term brother. Fine, let me ask you, in the Lishiquan community, Xiaobin, was it you who killed him?" Liu Kai candidly acknowledged. "You mean that scoundrel who aided you in trafficking laborers?" "Yes, I killed him." Meanwhile, Yang Hongchang discreetly arranged for technicians to begin tracking Ji Zihan's location. "You were also the one who captured the monkeys at the Fenghai nuclear power plant? Did you expose the location of Falling Star Island?" "Indeed. Very well. You've proven yourself to be a lapdog of the military. Since that is the case, I shall not waste further breath." Ji Zihan's voice grew even colder. Suddenly, Liu Kai received several photos via WeChat. The images revealed a scene drenched in blood and bodies, including both soldiers and individuals clad in black standard cold weather gear, figures Liu Kai recognized from the intelligence photos provided by Wang Ning. They were members of the biotic competition and survival group. From the visuals, it was evident that the black-clad individuals had emerged victorious. The soldiers were disarmed and bound, with most imprisoned in an outdoor cage surrounded by barbed wire, while a few lay on the ground, being ruthlessly beaten by several black-clad assailants, blood streaming down their faces. Among the victims were Liu Kai's acquaintances, Yu Dalong and his team. The location depicted in the photographs was one Liu Kai knew all too well, Fenghai City North Nuclear Power Plant. "Your brother is in my grasp. I now grant you 1 hour. Come to the nuclear power plant alone, or else." The call was abruptly terminated by Ji Zihan, leaving Liu Kai no opportunity for further discourse. Upon receiving such a menacing ultimatum, Liu Kai yearned to retort, "In truth, I am not affiliated with the military. Your threats involving the lives of those soldiers hold no weight with me." However, with Yang Hongchang standing nearby, uttering such words was clearly inadvisable. At that moment, the technicians also relayed information to Yang Hongchang, confirming that Ji Zihan's mobile signal was indeed traced to the nuclear power plant. This hypocrite reveals his impatience, displaying a surprisingly keen instinct. Yang Hongchang snorted coldly, his irritation mounting due to the unexpected turn of events. "Commander Yang, what is the situation? How could team leader you be at the nuclear power plant?" Yang Hongchang sighed softly, endeavoring to convey a portion of the intelligence to Liu Kai in as concise a manner as possible. Chapter 174, More Secrets. I am going to Japan to steal. As Liu Kai was well aware, the Fenghai nuclear power plant, due to a reactor breach, had reluctantly entrusted the operation to the evolutionary biology group, utilizing monkeys for maintenance. This decision was influenced by the protective umbrella behind the group. However, as a consequence, the control systems of the nuclear facility had fallen firmly into enemy hands. Any hasty action could lead to minor urban power outages, but could result in significant disruptions at the official research and arms factory nestled deep within the mountains. During this period, the authorities were not idle. They had already sought alternative energy sources for the arms factory. Thus, even if the nuclear power plant were to experience a blackout, the impact would be minimal. Nevertheless, should the adversary feel cornered, they could easily sabotage the nuclear facility, recklessly spreading radioactive contamination across land and sea. The ramifications would be catastrophic, reminiscent of the pollution caused by the Japanese 20 years prior. Consequently, the government was determined to devise strategies to avert such a disaster. Under the guise of troop rotation, all forces originally guarding the nuclear power plant were reassigned, replaced by personnel drawn from various regions to form a new contingent, which included Yu Dalong's Special Operations Team. This measure was not born from a lack of trust in the original garrison's integrity, but rather due to the gravity of the situation. No risk, however minute, could be tolerated. The intention was to encourage them to seize an opportune moment to quietly reclaim control of the nuclear facility, thereby allowing the authorities to act more decisively. However, the current circumstances revealed a troubling development. The enemy had reinforced their presence at the nuclear power plant and had defeated and captured the regular army. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai was left with a myriad of questions. The combat capability of the regular army was indisputable. Their defeat was evidently due to the numerical superiority of their adversaries. This raised a critical question. Where had the evolutionary biology group acquired such a vast number of personnel? Liu Kai was certain that this group had colluded with foreign forces. Yet it seemed implausible that all these figures clad in black were solely supported by external entities. Yang Hongqiang's subsequent revelations left him utterly astonished. Official investigations had confirmed that the majority of these individuals were indeed foreign operatives, specifically dispatched by the United States and their allies, criminals from various nations sent to China to atone for their sins. Yang Hongqiang quickly conveyed this information, his face etched with concern as he regarded Liu Kai. After all, Ji Zihan had explicitly summoned him alone, seemingly aware that the authorities were about to tighten their net. There was no escaping the situation. Thus, Ji Zihan appeared unconcerned about revealing his true nature or location. Similarly, any resistance would not inflict substantial damage on the authorities. This was a desperate final struggle, venting all their fury upon Liu Kai, the individual deemed pivotal to their plans. Liu Kai understood Yang Hongqiang's implications, inwardly lamenting, "I am not one of your officials." Noticing his fleeting expressions, Yang Hongqiang seemed to grasp his thoughts, saying, "Little Liu, this matter is not significantly related to you. If you are willing to assist, we would be truly grateful. However, if you choose not to, we shall not impose. The Special Operations Team will handle it." Despite this assurance, there is an unmistakable undertone of anxiety in Yang Hongqiang's voice. If this matter were indeed so easily resolvable, it would not have lingered in such a passive state. Conversely, with Liu Kai's current capabilities, resolving the issue would be a mere trifle. Possessing the newly acquired ability to fold space, he would remain unscathed even in the face of aircraft or tanks. Ji Zihan's ambition to drag him down with him is nothing more than a delusion. Moreover, Liu Kai holds a relatively favorable impression of Dalong. He believes in extending a helping hand when necessary to cultivate goodwill with the authorities for future endeavors. Yet, to the average person, the peril of attending a meeting alone is self-evident. Added to this is Liu Kai's inherent nature of seeking personal gain. Should he straightforwardly agree to attend, it would raise undue suspicion. Thus, he cleverly seizes the opportunity to negotiate for some form of recompense. With a smile, he turns to Yang Hongqiang. "Commander Yang, I can go to the nuclear power plant and conveniently deal with the scoundrels there." Seeing Liu Kai exude such confidence, Yang Hongqiang harbors no doubts. For Liu Kai's commendable track record speaks volumes. Without delving into excessive details, his audacious infiltration of the nuclear power plant to procure intelligence alone would baffle anyone attempting to decipher his motives. Investigations into Liu Kai have been ongoing behind the scenes, yet have yielded no results. Inquiring directly would likely result in vague claims of possessing internal skills. Yang Hongqiang shakes off these distractions. What matters most now is that Liu Kai has agreed. Before the elated Yang Hongqiang can utter a word, Liu Kai, beaming with delight, extends his right hand, rubbing his 3 fingers together. "However, I do not draw a salary from the authorities, so what about some form of benefit?" Yang Hongqiang chuckles, generously inviting him to state his terms. He suspects Liu Kai may desire something akin to gold, while strategic materials, a small portion, could be allocated without issue. To his astonishment, Liu Kai's subsequent request takes him by surprise. "To be frank, Commander Yang, I plan to visit Japan soon, so I require transportation. Liu Kai understands that the authorities' promise not to monitor him hinges on his compliance. However, attempting to exit the country, despite possessing the ability to fold space, would undoubtedly draw the scrutiny of the officials. Rather than inciting misunderstandings later, it is wiser to be forthright about certain matters now. What? You intend to go to Japan? Upon hearing this, Yang Hongchang's demeanor shifts to one of heightened vigilance, regarding Liu Kai with a more scrutinizing gaze. His caution is warranted, as the relationship between China and Japan has recently become exceedingly delicate. The central government is currently planning to utilize the authority of the Permanent Five to expel Japan from the Technical Sharing Organization of the Earth's Thawing Initiative. There are even plans to establish the location for the inaugural thawing experiment within Japan, allowing them to experience the extremes of ice and fire, and to learn a valuable lesson. At this juncture, Liu Kai announced his intention to travel to Japan. There, he possesses neither family nor enemies, nor any official mandate. What purpose could he possibly have in that forsaken land? Naturally, any fleeting suspicion of Liu Kai's betrayal dissipated. After all, no defector would so brazenly confess to the authorities, let alone request transportation from them. Such audacity is rather excessive. After a moment of silence, Yang Hongchang furrowed his brow and inquired, "Xiao Lu, may I ask what your purpose in Japan is?" Liu Kai replied, "I intend to steal something." "What do you intend to steal?" "Nuclear fuel rods." Chapter 175, Sealing the Deal. I can pilot a plane what? Yang Hongchang could hardly believe his ears, even stuttering momentarily, a rare occurrence for him. The astonishment was fleeting, and he quickly regained a semblance of composure. "Why would you steal something like that? Are you intending to craft a nuclear bomb by hand?" Commander Yang jested. "Even if I wished to, I lack the large centrifuges necessary." Liu Kai chuckled awkwardly. Noticing that Yang Hongchang continued to scrutinize him, he felt a pang of helplessness. Such matters could not remain concealed indefinitely, which is why he had chosen to come clean. However, it was not the right moment to disclose the enhancement of spatial capabilities. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to employ his ace in the hole, sincerity. "Commander Yang, I must apologize for not being able to divulge the specific purpose, but I have a promise and a proposal." Yang Hongchang nodded slightly, indicating for him to proceed. "I can assure you that the fuel rods will not be brought back to our homeland. Any contamination will occur solely on enemy territory. I understand your concerns, which is why I propose that the officials send someone to accompany me to Japan." Liu Kai's words struck a chord with Yang Hongchang. His apprehensions indeed revolved around these two issues: the potential for nuclear contamination affecting China or even the international waters, and the fear of Liu Kai engaging in treasonous acts. Such an arrangement demonstrated considerable sincerity, especially the voluntary offer to have someone accompany him, effectively submitting to oversight. Yang Hongchang was aware that the person dispatched would hardly be Liu Kai's match, but that was of little consequence. What mattered was that if Liu Kai were to engage in any outrageous conduct, this individual could signal for help at the cost of their life. Of course, Yang Hongchang had other options. He could reject Liu Kai's proposal and dispatch a special operations team to address the nuclear power plant issue. Yet was he truly confident in that decision? The stakes were exceedingly high, not only concerning the lives of numerous soldiers, but also the fate of the nuclear power plant, which would determine the success or failure of the entire operation. Although the high-tech arms factory had found a backup power source, this electricity was sourced from various locations. Once utilized, it was uncertain how many ordinary people might perish from the cold due to the lack of power. Moreover, the power was limited, sufficient only to maintain basic operations at the arms factory, and many critical research projects would come to a halt. The cost, indeed, was substantial. Many matters in life involve choices of sacrifice and gain. After a brief contemplation, Yang Hongchang arrived at the most prudent decision. Sighing deeply, he nodded. "Very well. I shall provide you with a small civilian electric propeller aircraft, capable of a range of 5,000 kilometers on a full charge." Liu Kai's expression brightened. The speed of the aircraft far exceeded that of a snowmobile, and a range of 5,000 kilometers was certainly ample. Yet, the next moment, he recalled the aircraft's potential drawbacks. Would a conventional plane withstand the frigid temperatures? Furthermore, flying openly to Japan would surely attract the attention of their radar systems. Yang Hongchang, fully aware of the implications Liu Kai pondered, continued, "Rest assured, I will arrange for engineers to modify the aircraft, utilizing materials resistant to cold. Moreover, it can assist in identifying the optimal flight path to evade Japanese radar, allowing you to depart without a trace." Upon hearing this, Liu Kai let out a sigh of relief. "That's wonderful. Thank you, Commander Yang. Do not thank me just yet. The modification of the aircraft may take up to 5 days, and..." A mischievous grin reappeared on Yang Hongchang's face. "Do you know how to pilot an airplane?" He assumed Liu Kai would be incapable of flying and intended to send a pilot to accompany him to Japan. However, Liu Kai also wore a broad smile, confidently stating, "Rest assured, Commander Yang, I can." Liu Kai was not actually skilled in flying. The intelligent glasses of the powered exoskeleton did not possess any piloting techniques. Yet, he was confident that within these few days, he could learn and master it swiftly. This confidence stemmed from a flight simulation game installed on the bunker-esque computer, which offered a remarkably realistic experience, perfectly replicating the operation of most aircraft. His enhanced physique allowed him to control every muscle with precision, making the accurate manipulation of the joystick a routine task. Additionally, along with his physical enhancements, his cognitive abilities had also improved, enabling him to quickly memorize and learn the various operations of the aircraft. Liu Kai's response completely took Yang Hanchang by surprise, momentarily leaving him at a loss for words. After a long, scrutinizing glance at Liu Kai, he remarked, "I didn't see that coming, young Liu. You truly keep your talents hidden." This was indeed good news for Yang Hanchang, as pilots were exceptionally rare and valuable assets. Sending a pilot to monitor Liu Kai would not only squander specialized talent, but also pose significant risks in infiltrating enemy territory. Given that Liu Kai could fly, he could instead dispatch a seasoned veteran with ample combat and infiltration experience, undoubtedly the best choice. With matters settled, both parties were in high spirits. Yang Hanchang promised that the aircraft modifications would be completed in 5 days and delivered to Fohai City, no matter when Liu Kai intended to depart. He only needed to make contact in advance, and the authorities would promptly send personnel to meet him. Liu Kai, having received the benefits, did not linger and immediately stood up to head to the nuclear power plant. Just as he was about to exit the office, Yang Hanchang called out to him once more, "Young Liu, is there anything else, Commander Yang?" "Nothing much. Just a reminder to consider the international implications of certain actions. There are things the Japanese can do, but we cannot, at least not openly, understand?" Liu Kai, quick-witted, immediately grasped the meaning of this statement. He nodded with a smile. "Understood. If I am captured in Japan, I will not implicate you." "Haha, you are quite blunt. Some matters are better left unsaid. Rest assured, Commander Yang, no one has been born who can capture me." Upon leaving the cave, Liu Kai made his customary visit to the restroom to change his attire before boarding the helicopter. This time, there were noticeably fewer troops outside the cave, likely having been deployed to search for Qin Luofei while simultaneously commencing a net recovery operation. Moreover, the colonel who initially accompanied him had not returned. He journeyed southward. Liu Kai suddenly sensed that the helicopter pilot was regarding him with an unusual gaze, one imbued with a peculiar respect akin to that reserved for a daredevil. He couldn't help but inwardly scoff, thinking, "I am not here to court death." The discomfort stemming from such scrutiny was palpable. In a fit of defiance, Liu Kai instructed the pilot to lower the altitude beside the grove located 5 kilometers west of the nuclear power station, hovering the aircraft. Without delay, and amid the pilot's astonished gaze, he swung open the cabin door and leaped from nearly 20 meters high. As he plunged into the snow, a flurry of flakes erupted, creating a profound snow pit. The helicopter pilot was left dumbfounded, just as he began to question whether Liu Kai had met with a fatal fate. A figure abruptly sprang from the depths of the hole. With astonishing swiftness, Liu Kai rose and darted away, deftly maneuvering before vanishing into the pristine, white forest. Chapter 176, Seizing Control. The call from Yu Daolong in comparison to a month ago when Liu Kai infiltrated, the nuclear power station had undergone little change. The only difference lay in the guards stationed atop the towering watchtower, who had been replaced by a group of masked individuals clad in dark attire. The patrolling sentinels were also notably more vigilant than before. Moreover, with the glaring daylight surrounding them and the landscape devoid of cover, Liu Kai could not employ his previous method of sneaking in under the cloak of darkness. However, this challenge posed no obstacle to him. In an instant, as he manipulated the space-folding technique, Liu Kai's form vanished without a trace. Concurrently, the external illumination was severed, plunging him into a realm of utter darkness. With dual focus, he scanned his surroundings while continuously adjusting the orientation of the folded space. Like a cube detached from the three-dimensional world, he sped towards the nuclear power station at an astonishing pace. In a mere half-minute, he traversed the final 2 kilometers. Finding a concealed corner, he materialized, his legs weakening as he leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Though the space-folding technique was remarkably effective, the energy expenditure was equally considerable. He quickly tore open a pouch of glucose solution and consumed it, taking deep breaths until the dizzying sensation finally subsided. Upon infiltrating the nuclear power station, Liu Kai had discerned a troubling issue. His extensive scanning had enveloped the entire facility, even delving deep into the subterranean spaces. He observed soldiers confined within a central prison, bodies stacked in secluded corners, and he also spotted Yu Dalong. Yet, the absence of Ji Han was conspicuous. The military technician had already conducted triangulation, confirming that the mobile signal emanated from this very location. Satellites monitored the area, ensuring that no individuals or vehicles departed. Only one possibility remained. The call had been relayed from another location, transmitted through the signal base station here. Liu Kai could not help but curse inwardly. This old fox was truly cunning, presenting a facade of dragging him down into mutual destruction while simultaneously playing it safe with a backup plan. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence now. The most pressing matters at hand were twofold: reclaim control of the nuclear power station's AI and rescue the captives. Moreover, it was imperative to avoid cutting off the power supply, implying that the server room could not be compromised. Thus, Liu Kai naturally set his sights on the central control room. Currently, the control room was heavily guarded. Not only were there several armed figures in black outside the door, but even within the control room, aside from a few technicians, there were black-clad sentinels on watch. This formidable setup might seem insurmountable to others, but unfortunately for them, they had crossed paths with Liu Kai, an extraordinary presence. Sensing that his energy had nearly replenished, Liu Kai took a deep breath and re-entered the folded space. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying velocity of the folded space had silently transported him to the control room. At that moment, he hovered like a specter in midair, revealing not a whisper of his presence. He did not rush to reveal himself. Instead, he composed himself for a moment, suddenly opening his captivating eyes. Cutting. In an instant, 8 spatial dislocations appeared within the minds of the individuals in the control room. The 8 people present froze in a bizarre manner, as if struck by a paralysis spell, unable to utter a single sound. Their brains were instantaneously severed in two, consciousness dissipating, and these individuals were swiftly slain by Liu Kai. Only the spinal nerves remained, reflexively controlling their limbs in slight spasms. Following that, all of them simultaneously softened. On the verge of collapsing to the ground, Liu Kai would not allow the corpses to make a sound. Revealing his form, he waved his hand, instantly transferring all the bodies into a storage space. Observing through the scan, he noted that the black-clad figures outside the control room remained oblivious, while the group of monkeys near the reactor continued their diligent work. Liu Kai breathed a sigh of relief, hastily removing his exoskeleton smart glasses. He pulled out the connection cable and turned to plug it into the main control computer's interface. In a hushed voice, he commanded the glasses, "Seize control of the nuclear power station." The smart glasses were equipped with a miniature quantum computer. Though compact, its computational power surpassed that of traditional computers of immense size. As the command was issued, a torrent of complex information surged into the control room's computer. A string of prompts illuminated the glasses. Current progress 0.83. Estimated completion time 2 minutes. Liu Kai understood that such matters were best not remembered, and he prepared to wait patiently. Once control was successfully seized, he could continue to employ his cutting ability to assassinate the nearly 300 black-clad individuals within the nuclear power station, one by one from the inside out. As long as he eliminated any enemies that could potentially damage the reactor, those guarding outside would be mere trifles, insignificant threats. Time flowed slowly, and the progress bar on the smart glasses gradually approached 100. However, at that moment, his phone suddenly vibrated. Fortunately, he had previously set his phone to vibrate mode, so it made no sound. Liu Kai pulled out his phone, and upon seeing the caller ID, he was utterly astonished. He had anticipated a call from Ji Han urging him to hasten to the meeting. To his surprise, the caller was Yu Dalong. As he answered the call, all scans were activated. A vivid image materialized in Liu Kai's mind. In the cell where the soldiers were detained, Yu Dalong had somehow broken free from his restraints. He was crouching among the crowd, quietly holding a phone to his ear. However, Yu Dalong was unaware that his actions of escaping and making the call had already been noticed by 3 black-clad figures approaching him from a distance, guns in hand. Liu Kai's brow furrowed. This call from Yu Dalong had completely disrupted his plans. If he did not rescue him, Yu Dalong would surely perish. Yet, if he ventured out to save him, the black-clad individuals would undoubtedly be alerted. Particularly, those within the building could potentially jeopardize the nuclear reactor. Control has been seized. The smart glasses sent a prompt, leaving him little time to ponder. With his thoughts racing, Liu Kai ultimately decided to prioritize the rescue. He swiftly removed the glasses and donned them again. Clutching his phone, he instantaneously teleported 50 meters away, positioning himself beneath the towering cooling towers of the nuclear power plant. At this moment, Yu Dalong felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Initially, he dialed Liu Kai's number with a mindset of mere experimentation, never expecting to find a signal that would connect. Yet the crux of the matter lay in Liu's failure to answer. It seemed as though his fervent prayers had borne fruit, for the call was finally connected. Before Liu Kai could utter a single word, Yu Dalong seized the initiative, exclaiming, "Little Liu, listen to me. Did Jizihan send you to the nuclear power plant? For heaven's sake, do not come here. It's a trap. Jizihan is not here at all. Please, do not approach." His words tumbled out in a frantic rush. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when several men in black swiftly arrived outside. With a jarring clatter, they violently rattled the iron bars of the cage, barking incomprehensible commands in a foreign tongue. Their demeanor suggested a stern warning for Yu Dalong to immediately relinquish his phone. Simultaneously, the black-clad figures raised their rifles, aiming them menacingly at Yu Dalong, vociferously issuing final warnings and ultimatums. Chapter 177, The Great Compassion of Gatlin, One Breath. 3,600 turns. Yu Dalong was startled by the sudden, thunderous roar. Upon turning to see the figure clad in black, he instantly realized his predicament. There was no escape. A flicker of determination crossed his eyes, accompanied by a visage twisted with rage. He shouted once more into his phone, "Brother Xiao Lu, heed my words, do not come. I, Lao Yu, can no longer repay the debt of your life, perhaps in another life." With a fierce expression, he hurled his phone towards the black-clad assailant, shattering it against the iron bars. Bending down, he seized a bent steel rebar from the ground. His eyes blazed with unquenchable fury as he charged towards the iron bars. He was acutely aware that this was a suicidal act. He knew that with only a steel rod in hand, he could inflict no harm upon his adversaries. They would not hesitate to shoot before he could even approach. At that moment, he had nothing left, only a fervent spirit. He refused to become a captive of his enemies, nor would he serve as bait to lure his comrades into a futile rescue, leading them to their demise. If he were to perish, he would ensure that the enemy could no longer exploit him. This singular thought consumed Yu Dalong's mind. He was prepared to embrace death. Bang! In the next instant, a deafening gunshot reverberated through the air above the nuclear power station. Yu Dalong instinctively halted, but upon inspecting himself, he found no bullet wounds. To his astonishment, he witnessed three black-clad figures outside the cage suddenly have their heads exploded by an unknown force, blood spraying high into the air. Following the direction of the gunfire in disbelief, he glanced upward to the left. There, atop the towering cooling tower of the nuclear power station, thick white vapor continued to rise, while a familiar silhouette crouched at its pinnacle, wielding a long black sniper rifle. Liu Kai. Not only Yu Dalong, but all the captured soldiers beheld this miraculous scene, their mouths agape in astonishment. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, a barrage of gunfire erupted. Liu Kai, perched on the tower's summit with the Russian-made V-94 anti-material sniper rifle, unleashed a relentless stream of terrifying 12.7mm rounds in every direction. Each shot finding its mark with precision and cunning angles. Each bullet could pierce through the bodies of 3 enemies simultaneously. He first eliminated all adversaries surrounding the prisoner camp, and then 2 shots shattered the thick iron chains of the enclosure. Utilizing the rapid reloading feature of his storage space, the sniper rifle, with its mere 5-round capacity, felt akin to a machine gun in his capable hands. At that moment, the alarms throughout the nuclear power station blared, red lights flashing ominously. However, the alarm ceased after a mere half-second, as Liu Kai seized control and forcibly silenced the sirens using his smart glasses. The captured soldiers within the camp erupted into cheers, their voices echoing to the heavens. With Liu Kai's miraculous arrival, coupled with the elimination of the enemies outside the camp, hope surged anew. Courage surged once more within the hearts of the warriors. "Brothers, charge! Kill!" They roared, breaking their shackles one by one to liberate their comrades. Swiftly, they seized anything within reach that could serve as a weapon and surged toward the iron-fenced wall. Boom! Accompanied by a cloud of dust and ice shards. The already precarious iron chains were shattered by their collective force. The captured soldiers poured out like a flood, rushing through the gates. They picked up the firearms dropped by the fallen enemies and began their counterattack. Rat-tat-tat. In an instant, the air within the nuclear power plant was filled with a cacophony of gunfire. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Liu Kai had vanished from the top of the cooling tower. He remained uneasy about the control room and reactor, fearing potential destruction. After rescuing the captured soldiers, he swiftly returned to the building, stowing away his long sniper rifle. Utilizing the formidable defense of his powered exoskeleton, he braved the relentless barrage of bullets from the black-clad assailants. Sparks ignited upon contact with the bullets, illuminating his form as he darted through the corridors like a bolt of lightning. With a pistol in each hand, he unleashed flames of wrath. Bang, bang, bang. The explosive sounds of gunfire reverberated throughout the building, growing increasingly deafening. Undoubtedly, this was yet another one-sided massacre. Wherever Liu Kai passed, A precise bullet hole appeared in the forehead of each black-clad foe, their bodies convulsing before collapsing lifelessly. The ground was strewn with enemy corpses, blood spilling freely, offering no semblance of resistance. In just half a minute, the 300 black-clad adversaries within the reactor building were eradicated. Meanwhile, outside, countless gun barrels were already trained on the main entrance. To make matters worse, the sky rumbled ominously. Several black-clad figures piloted the captured helicopters, hovering menacingly. Their heavy cannons also aimed with intent. They awaited Liu Kai's appearance to unleash a torrent of fire without hesitation. It was evident that these individuals harbored a semblance of trepidation. Until the final moment, none wished to truly jeopardize the nuclear reactor, opting instead for a more calculated approach. Yet their emotions were complex, for they had heard their comrades' final words. The intruder was but a single individual, a superhuman, impervious to harm, with unmatched speed and impeccable marksmanship. Regardless of the veracity of their comrades' claims, their singular thought was to eliminate the invader. The next moment, with a resounding crash, the tightly shut door of the reactor building was sent flying. Through the swirling dust emerged a blurred silhouette. All the black-clad figures jolted to attention, ready to pull the trigger. However, what unfolded next left them all in stunned silence. The figure darted through the haze at a breathtaking speed, emerging boldly beneath the guns of all present. Liu Kai, clad in tattered garments riddled with bullet holes, was drenched in a horrific crimson, resembling a deity of death itself. Even more terrifying was his appearance. With an ammunition box slung over his back, a Gatling gun gripped in his right hand, and an RPG resting on his left shoulder, Liu Kai commanded an instant pause among all onlookers. Yet, he would not afford them a moment's distraction. A cruel smile curled upon his lips as he intoned, "Enjoy the slaughter." Buzz. The electric hum resonated as the Gatling gun's motor whirred into rapid motion. The terrifying tongues of fire ignited instantaneously. The benevolent yet fearsome guardian of destruction, the Gatling Bodhisattva, spun at an astonishing 3,600 revolutions per breath to vanquish evildoers. Accompanied by an absurdly dense barrage of rat-a-tat sounds, a deluge of bullets cascaded from the barrel, surging towards the throngs of enemies before Liu Kai. The air was filled with the piercing cacophony of bullets piercing flesh, mingled with the crisp echoes of shell casings and links falling to the ground, composing a battle hymn of massacre. In but a fleeting moment, the surrounding figures clad in black collapsed en masse, as if mown down like wheat, with blood and severed limbs flying through the air. Chapter 178. The Resurrection of Rambo. Cleansing the battlefield, a barrage of bullets pierced through the bodies of the enemies, their force unrelenting as they struck the thick layer of ice below. Ice shards flew in all directions, showcasing the terrifying suppressive power of the Gatling gun once more. The figures clad in black finally reacted, emitting incomprehensible cries of fear as they scattered in search of cover, instinctively raising their rifles to fire wildly in Liu Kai's direction. Yet, no sanctuary could save them. Hand grenades traced parabolic arcs, landing with precision beside the black-clad adversaries hiding behind makeshift barriers, erupting in blinding light and shockwaves. No one could fathom how Liu Kai, with weapons in both hands, managed to throw grenades. But in the face of death, such details became inconsequential. The expansive square of the nuclear power station echoed with the lamentations of the fallen, flames reaching skyward, and the cacophony of battle resounding. Concurrently, 3 armed helicopters in the sky opened fire. Liu Kai was acutely aware of the destructive power of the large-caliber cannons. Even powered exoskeletons could not withstand such force. With swift movements, he retreated to evade the cannon fire, simultaneously raising his left hand to pull the trigger, sending an RPG round, enveloped in dense white smoke, soaring towards the helicopter. The pilot, draped in black, reacted quickly, decisively abandoning the attack and ascending the helicopter while deploying a multitude of dazzling flares. Unfortunately, the flares were only effective against guided missiles. For the unguided RPG, they were merely a futile gesture. Under Liu Kai's control, the RPG ignored the raging winds produced by the helicopter's rotors, striking the fuel tank with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! A blinding explosion erupted in the sky, casting a harsh light that rendered the daylight pale in comparison. The helicopter, struck in its fuel tank by the RPG, had no hope of survival. The ignited fuel detonated violently, and a massive fireball expanded instantaneously, reducing the aircraft to a shower of debris that rained down. With 1 helicopter down, 2 remained. Liu Kai summoned another RPG from his storage space without hesitation, aiming at the second helicopter and launching another round. Simultaneously, the Gatling gun in his right hand continued its relentless barrage. The horrifying firepower required no deliberate aiming. One simply shot where the enemies were most concentrated. Furthermore, In the frigid temperatures surrounding them, there was no concern over overheating the weapon. As he witnessed limbs and bodies being torn apart in a visceral display, Liu Kai felt a surge of exhilaration flood his senses. His eyes gradually reddened, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became increasingly wild. This was unmistakably the sign of a bloodlust awakened within him. He was consumed by an insatiable craving for carnage, releasing his most primal instincts without restraint. Anyone clad in black was met with a singular, unyielding command: kill. Even those distant figures in black at the watchtower outside the power station could not escape their fate, each meeting their end with a few bullets destined for the underworld. Meanwhile, in the distance at the prisoner camp, Yu Dalong and his comrades, having vanquished the remaining foes along their path, hurried toward the source of the explosions, ready to support Liu Kai. However, they were met with the sight of Liu Kai, a figure seemingly risen from the depths of hell. In a whirlwind of movement, evading the hail of gunfire with almost supernatural speed, the assault was merciless. Lives were ruthlessly harvested as aircraft were brought down one after another. The chaotic scene persisted for an indeterminate duration until the Gatling gun gradually ceased its ominous whirring, and the RPGs fell silent as well. The world returned to an eerie stillness, perhaps too quiet for comfort, with only the crackling flames of smoldering wreckage remaining. All three helicopters erupted into violent explosions, leaving no survivor among the cloaked figures present. The pristine ice was irrevocably stained a chilling crimson, littered with dismembered limbs and grotesque remnants of what once were human forms. The air surrounding the nuclear power plant was thick with the iron tang of blood. Yu Dalong found himself at a loss for words to describe the horrific tableau before him, though he did not tally them. It was evident that at least 800 of the black-clad men had perished. All of it was the singular handiwork of Liu Kai. The events unfolding had been captured in stark clarity by satellites. Inside the military command center, an oppressive silence engulfed the room. Yang Hongchang and several technicians were left dumbfounded. Despite having heard tales of Liu Kai's extraordinary combat prowess, they were unprepared for such a display. In his presence, even First Blood seemed overly restrained. Yang Hongchang stroked his chin, perplexed. Liu Kai's background was unremarkable, devoid of any notable achievements throughout his life. A veritable ordinary man. Yet, where did such formidable combat skills originate? Was he a clandestine asset of the higher-ups? His musings on this enigma were abruptly interrupted when he recalled the urgent report from the rescue team. The location where Qin Luofei had called for help was devoid of life. With urgency, he shouted into the communication device, "Quick! Send someone to the nuclear power plant to retrieve Liu Kai, immediately." The slaughter had ceased. Gazing upon the devastation, Liu Kai inhaled the nauseating scent of blood deeply and let out a triumphant roar, releasing all pent-up emotions. Only then did he turn his attention to Yu Dalong and the cadre of soldiers nearby. Their blood-soaked, bullet-riddled appearance was terrifying enough to make several of them instinctively step back, fearing that Liu Kai's bloodlust might extend to them as well. Yet as they observed the crimson hue in his eyes fade, a sense of relief washed over them. Yu Dalong approached, treading carefully through the sanguine remnants. His expression a tapestry of emotions: excitement at having survived, gratitude, guilt, and concern. Noticing the hesitation etched upon his face, Liu Kai smiled. "Captain Yu, your warning came a bit late. I arrived here quite some time ago." Yu Dalong refrained from expressing thanks, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "Brother Liu, let's not dwell on pleasantries. I now owe you 2 lives." Liu Kai waved his hand dismissively. "Let us skip such formalities. However, since I violated the Geneva Convention by using an anti-material sniper rifle on your behalf, you must treat me to a meal." At this jest, Yu Dalong's heavy heart lightened considerably. He clapped Liu Kai on the shoulder with a grin. "Haha, all right. Once we finish dealing with this mess, I will certainly take you out for dinner." After the initial pleasantries, there was no need for deliberate arrangements. The soldiers instinctively began to tidy the battlefield. They scavenged weapons and ammunition from the fallen and gathered the bodies of their comrades. The technicians, undeterred by the lingering scent of blood within the building, hurried inside to assess the reactor's operational status. Once the meticulous cleanup was completed, a loader arrived, scraping away a layer of blood-red ice. In a rather brutal manner, it pushed the mingled remains of the black-clad figures and helicopter debris towards the outskirts of the power station. Soon, the area was restored to an immaculate state, devoid of any traces of the fierce battle that had transpired. Seizing the opportunity while others were engaged in the cleanup, Liu Kai discreetly found a spot to stow away his weaponry in a storage space, tallying the resources he had just expended: 3 RPG warheads, 12 grenades, and various calibers of ammunition. The greatest expenditure had come from the Gatling gun, whose terrifying firepower was matched only by its alarming consumption of ammunition. In a mere 2 minutes of combat, over 12,000 rounds of 7.62 mm bullets had been expended. Yet, Even after such reckless usage, Liu Kai's firepower remained ample. Furthermore, given the current ambiguous stance of the authorities regarding civilian firearm possession, he refrained from claiming the weapons and ammunition of the fallen black-clad men as his own. Chapter 179. All in search of Liu Kai. Jizihan's trail. Liu Kai's mission was solely to effect a rescue. He had discreetly commanded the smart glasses to issue a remote directive, relinquishing control of the nuclear power station. His task could be deemed successfully accomplished, with the subsequent cleanup entrusted to the authorities. Just as he was preparing to withdraw, a message from Yang Hongchang appeared on his tablet, causing Liu Kai to pause momentarily. According to the distress coordinates sent by Qin Luofei, the troops had surged forth. Despite the presence of personnel from the biological group, who conducted thorough sweep and apprehension operations, Qin Luofei was notably absent. Yang Hongchang sought to summon Liu Kai back to the command center, imploring him, as the sole emergency contact, to assist the technicians in locating Qin Luofei's latest whereabouts. At that moment, the roar of helicopter engines echoed once more across the northern sky. Liu Kai donned a fresh cloak before stepping into the open space. The helicopter had landed and stabilized. A weary second lieutenant promptly disembarked and approached with urgency, diving straight into the matter at hand. Apologies, Consultant Liu. Commander Yang requests your return. Liu Kai nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Let us proceed. As fate would have it, another helicopter swiftly approached from the south. This aircraft, too, exhibited a sense of haste. It executed a swift tailspin landing before it had fully come to a halt. Zhang Linyu impatiently flung open the cabin door and leapt out, his expression betraying an unusual degree of urgency, starkly contrasting his usual calm demeanor. Upon spotting the second lieutenant beside Liu Kai, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Oh, little Wang, you were quite swift. Second Lieutenant Wang immediately saluted. Chief Zhang, I have been dispatched by Commander Yang to fetch Consultant Liu. Zhang Linyu's expression turned peculiar at this revelation. I am also here to escort Consultant Liu. Little Wang's face reflected his discomfort, but Chief Zhang, Commander Yang, I am aware of Commander Yang's intentions, Zhang Linyu interjected, waving his hand dismissively. He turned to Liu Kai. Consultant Liu, you need not return to the military district, for I have located Secretary Qin as the individual directly involved. Liu Kai was filled with questions. Why were both of them seeking him? Moreover, it seemed neither was privy to the other's information. Curiously, he inquired of Zhang Linyu. Since you have found Qin Luofei, why did you not report to Commander Yang? I reported not long ago, but the military district did not respond. It appears we are experiencing electronic interference. Second Lieutenant Wang was taken aback by the revelation. What? I cannot believe the enemy would be so audacious. That is the stronghold of the authorities. Even in their desperate struggles, they would resort to such tactics amidst their weakened forces? Zhang Linyu glanced at the second lieutenant. I have already dispatched personnel to assess the situation. Little Wang, you should return swiftly to investigate. Understood. I shall depart immediately. With the situation unclear, Second Lieutenant Wang dared not linger, hastily boarding the helicopter without even a formal farewell salute. Zhang Linyu too was in a state of urgency. Without further ado, they hastily boarded Liu Kai's aircraft, swiftly heading northward. Comrade Zhang, now that you have located Qin Luofei's whereabouts, what do you need me for? Zhang Linyu withdrew his gaze from the window, his tone tinged with resignation. Secretary Qin has been captured by Jizihan and is currently in Hanpu City. Liu Kai was taken aback. That is quite remarkable intelligence. How did you come by such information, something even the military district is unaware of? It was Wang Ning who informed me. Sister Wang. Rest assured, she is quite safe, Zhang Linyu reassured Liu Kai before succinctly summarizing the situation. Just moments ago, Jizihan had learned of Liu Kai's rampage at the nuclear power station, infuriated and humiliated. He attempted to call Liu Kai again, but failed to connect, as Liu Kai had stowed his phone in a storage space during the battle. Consequently, Jizihan turned to Zhang Linyu, demanding that he locate Liu Kai immediately and ensure he arrived in the provincial capital, Rongqing, within an hour. Otherwise, he threatened to execute over 100 hostages he had taken. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai could not contain his outrage. That despicable hypocrite. Is he treating me like a fool? Just moments ago, he summoned me to the nuclear power station, which turned out to be a ruse. And now he wants me in Rongqing. Yet Zhang Linyu revealed that Jizihan was actually in Hanpu City. Isn't this just a game? Just as Zhang Linyu received this information, a message from Wang Ning arrived. According to her informants from the Mutual Aid Association, Jizihan was indeed in Hanpu City and had a female officer in his custody. A photo corroborated this claim, an illicitly taken snapshot featuring the officer, who was none other than Qin Luofei, surrounded by what appeared to be numerous hostages. Zhang Linyu remained vigilant, selecting several hostages at random and verifying through facial recognition that they were all citizens of Huagua. He promptly reported to the military district, but due to electromagnetic interference, the communication was unsuccessful. This time, he exhibited the decisive nature expected of a commander, resolutely deciding to dispatch troops to Hanpu City while personally retrieving Liu Kai to accompany him. Clearly, Ji Zihan harbored a deep-seated grudge against Liu Kai. Since he wished to play games, Zhang Linyu opted to bring Liu Kai along to ascertain Ji Zihan's intentions. With limited information at his disposal, Liu Kai was left with more questions. Comrade Zhong, why don't you directly send a strike team to eliminate Ji Zihan and rescue the hostages? Ji Zihan cannot be killed yet. He possesses secrets unknown to us. So you intend for me to persuade Ji Zihan to surrender? Precisely. Liu Kai could not help but roll his eyes. You hold me in far too high regard. That hypocrite would love nothing more than to eliminate me. Though Ji Zihan is indeed a hypocrite, he values loyalty. You once saved his life, so it may be worth a try. This statement left Liu Kai in stunned silence. With death looming, who still clung to notions of loyalty, one could only wonder whether Zhong Linyu was overly naive or simply unwilling to relinquish any glimmer of hope. However, is the net not being cast above? If there are any issues, why not directly inquire with the upper echelons of the natural selection biological group? Zhong Linyu shook his head in resignation. Ji Zihan was engaged in personal matters, unbeknownst to his superior. Personal matters? Liu Kai raised an eyebrow in surprise, suddenly struck by a thought. This morning, upon returning to Li Shizhuan, he discovered that Xiao Bin and others were still laboring under harsh conditions. At that moment, Liu Kai suspected that, apart from supplying the group for human experimentation, Ji Zihan might have established a second clandestine operation akin to the infamous Falling Star Island. Could it be that this so-called personal matter pertains to such activities? After hearing Liu Kai's analysis, Zhong Linyu felt a measure of astonishment at his deductive reasoning and subsequently nodded in affirmation of this reality. Chapter 180. Will you curse again? The actions of Ji Zihan, including his role as a collaborator, stem from a pathological mindset. Once affluent, he found wealth alone insufficient in the face of certain powerful entities, where even bribery required a subservient demeanor. As the cold wave struck, he established a mutual aid association, reveling in the exhilarating realization that a mere thought could dictate life and death, savoring the intoxicating allure of power. This marked the beginning of an uncontrollable spiral, to the extent that he subtly wished for the cold wave's end to be postponed. Upon discovering that his half-brother, Song Yuming, had leaked crucial information, his mind ignited with possibilities. Through unknown means, he successfully persuaded Song Yuming to assassinate Liu Kai and sabotage weapon recovery efforts. Liu Kai, however, was fully aware of the subsequent events. Despite Ji Zihan's contempt for certain authorities and his belief that he would ultimately trample them, he still relied on their influence. Whether it was the Starfall Island or the enigmatic second gold mine, both served as the foundation for his grand ambitions. The authorities had long since acquired leads regarding the second gold mine but struggled to pinpoint its location. It was during Liu Kai's meeting with Yang Hongchang this morning that Zhong Linyu discreetly organized the military stationed in Fenghai City to purge the Mutual Aid Association. Several core members, including the current president, were apprehended and swiftly taken for interrogation. The interrogation process was intensely gratifying, however. These individuals revealed nothing about the second gold mine's whereabouts, seemingly unaware of its existence. Simultaneously, Ji Zihan's villa and even the dual-layered underground fortress were thoroughly searched, yielding no results. The only remaining hope lay in capturing Ji Zihan alive. As the two conversed, a helicopter swiftly approached the skies above Hanpu City, but did not descend within the urban area. Instead, it landed gracefully outside a spacious resort-style establishment in the northern suburbs. The lively atmosphere surrounding the expansive resort was palpable, with the vanguard forces dispatched by Zhang Linyu already having arrived and joined forces with the station commander Xiao of Hanpu City. A dozen armored vehicles, tanks, and over 200 soldiers encircled the building, while an aircraft hovered above, broadcasting repeated surrender messages. The scene outside the resort appeared relatively normal, yet the interior conveyed an unsettling atmosphere. A group of masked individuals clad in black openly stood in the courtyard, brazenly defying the soldiers. No shots were exchanged, resulting in a bizarre standoff. Upon seeing Zhong Linyu swiftly descend from the helicopter, he approached the furrowed-browed commander Xiao. Old Xiao, what is the situation? Xiao, lacking the time for pleasantries, offered a succinct response. Chief of Staff Zhong, Ji Zihan, Secretary Qin, and 114 hostages are inside. But Ji Zihan has rigged the entire building with explosives. Remote-controlled bombs? Is electronic interference possible? Captain Xiao shook his head with a bitter smile. The bomb's detonator was quite peculiar. It emitted a continuous signal to prevent detonation, and any electronic interference would trigger an immediate explosion. Moreover, Ji Zihan was exceedingly arrogant. Aside from the manual detonation, the bomb was remotely connected to the life detector attached to him, should he be killed. The bomb would explode instantly. Upon hearing this, Zhong Linyu displayed little reaction, as he had no intention of killing Ji Zihan on the spot. He then cast a glance at Liu Kai beside him. Advisor Liu, why don't you give it a try? Captain Xiao also noticed Liu Kai, a glint of inscrutable meaning flashing in his eyes. Hearing this arrangement, Liu Kai remained noncommittal. First, he needed to deflect responsibility. I can give it a go, but I can't guarantee the outcome. It's fine, just go ahead. I have a backup plan. All right. Liu Kai was reluctant to squander too much time on this group of desperate individuals. Resolutely, he took a loudspeaker and stepped out of the crowd, approaching the building of the leisure villa. Since Liu Kai had disembarked from the plane, Ji Zihan, hidden in the shadows above, had already spotted him. At this moment, seeing Liu Kai approach alone with the loudspeaker, a flicker of resentment crossed his face. Liu Kai reached the front of the building, imitating the brazen behavior of the men in black, and stood before them, testing the loudspeaker. Hello. Brother Ji, are you inside? You wanted to see me. Didn't you? Well, here I am. Shouldn't you show yourself? Creak. The window above was pushed open. Ji Zihan appeared, grinning, leaning on the windowsill. His demeanor resembled that of old friends reuniting. Brother Liu, who would have thought that our next meeting after that banquet would unfold in such a manner? Quite ironic. I assent it. Enough with the reminiscing. Brother Ji, you should surrender quickly. Perhaps you'll receive leniency. Ji Zihan let out a cold laugh. Leniency? Do you truly believe that after all I've done, there could be any leniency? So, you refuse to surrender? Very well, may you fend for yourself. Liu Kai raised an eyebrow. Without waiting for Ji Zihan's response, he turned and walked away, calling out to Zhong Linyu in the distance. Advisor Zhong, I tried. He refuses to surrender. His approach was decidedly perfunctory, for he understood that no amount of persuasion would yield results. Regardless of Ji Zihan's past merits, death was ultimately inescapable. Witnessing Liu Kai's demeanor not only infuriated Zhong Linyu and the others, but also left Ji Zihan momentarily stunned. Was this his attitude? Stop, before Zhong Linyu could reprimand him. Ji Zihan could no longer contain himself and bellowed furiously. Is there something else, Brother Ji? Time is of the essence. If you have anything to say, perhaps we can chat when I visit your grave later? Upon hearing this taunt, Ji Zihan dropped his facade. The smile on his face morphed into a fierce snarl of anger. You, Liu Kai, what are you pretending for? Did I give you permission to leave? Liu Kai, known for his volatile temper, especially despised being insulted with such words, having grown up without parents. Instantly, his expression darkened as he withdrew a handgun from his bosom, aiming it towards the upper floor. Click! Liu Kai cocked the pistol's hammer, exuding a resolute demeanor as if prepared to fire at any moment. His gaze, icy and penetrating, fixated on Ji Zihan. From between gritted teeth, he slowly uttered, "Dare you say that again?" This audacious act nearly sent the onlookers, including Zhong Linyu, into a state of panic. Brother, I implore you to remain calm. There are hostages inside, and explosives. Even the figures clad in black were taken aback. Their previous bravado stemmed from the belief that the military would not act recklessly, not from an absence of fear for their lives. Yet now this young man, cloaked in mystery, was deviating from the expected script. To their astonishment, Ji Zihan, witnessing Liu Kai's furious demeanor, responded with a disdainful laugh. Do you truly dare to kill me? With that, Ji Zihan drew his own handgun, aiming it downwards at Liu Kai with an air of superiority. Chapter 181. 4 shots fired. Zhong Linyu's backup, the smile on his face gradually faded. Liu Kai, I genuinely wish to regard you as a brother. However, you are showing me no respect. Liu Kai unleashed a torrent of invective without mercy. Silence, you hypocrite. Who was it that was chased like a dog by the Japanese devils, nearly meeting their end in the government building? Who saved your wretched life? Now you have the audacity to act as a lackey for the enemy, and you dare to call me brother? Ji Zihan, unwilling to yield, retorted, Humph. Do not assume that one act of rescue will render me eternally grateful. For me to acknowledge you as a brother is a privilege for you. Today, you will recognize this bond, whether you wish to or not. Otherwise, your beloved Qin girl may face dire consequences. Ji Zihan had seized Qin Luofei from behind, binding her hands and feet, gagging her as she struggled desperately. Upon seeing her again, Qin Luofei bore no expression of grievance, but her gaze was filled with hatred directed at Ji Zihan. She then turned to Liu Kai, her eyes betraying a hint of remorse. Yet she gestured frantically for him to flee. This scene instantly heightened the tension among the troops outside. Ji Zihan did not continue to exploit Qin Luofei, discarding her behind him, out of sight from the others. At times, Liu Kai felt utterly helpless. Ji Zihan's greatest flaw was his arrogance and unfounded assumptions. Previously, he had speculated that Liu Kai was affiliated with the military, and now he was suggesting that Liu Kai had feelings for Qin Luofei. Liu Kai's impatience surged as he coldly regarded Ji Zihan, laced with mockery. I must say, Ji Zihan, while it is commendable to engage in critical thinking, I suspect your mental faculties are questionable, leading to baseless conjectures. If you enjoy guessing so much, why not set up a stall at the bridge and practice fortune-telling? Before the enraged Ji Zihan could respond, Liu Kai continued, your antics stem from my interference in your schemes, and you wish to use me as your scapegoat for vengeance. Here I stand, ready to indulge your morbid inclinations. If you dare, pull the trigger. Struck at his core, Ji Zihan's composure faltered. You. Yet he swiftly suppressed his murderous impulse, for he needed Liu Kai to capitulate, he had to. Otherwise, he would never find peace, even in death. He shook his head resolutely. Liu Kai, you have yet to answer my question. Will you acknowledge me as a bro the Ji Zihan? Are you a post-90s child? Did you ever watch an animated series called Black Cat Detective during your childhood? Strangely enough, you bear a striking resemblance to the character One Ear, though now you might as well be called Zero Ear. Liu Kai. Ji Zihan trembled violently, exclaiming, I want you dead. I want you dead. Damn you. Bang. Bang. Advisor Liu, stop. Zhang Linyu, who was observing from outside, could not help but interject urgently. Yet, it was ultimately too late. 2 more shots rang out, striking Ji Zihan's arms. To be frank, I am not affiliated with the military and have no fear of you detonating the bomb. Go on, keep cursing. I wonder where else on your wretched body I can aim. While Liu Kai was indeed furious, he was not devoid of reason. He certainly did not wish for the bomb to explode. Killing the hostages would complicate matters, and the information regarding the second target would be lost. His audacity to fire recklessly stemmed from his extraordinary abilities, having already determined the bomb's location through scanning upon arrival. It was not far, just on the 2nd floor. When he had been shouting into the megaphone earlier, he had quietly activated his spatial abilities to sever the connection between the bomb's signal receiver and the detonation mechanism. Even if he shot Ji Zihan dead now, the bomb would not detonate. Had the building's windows not been reinforced, he would have teleported upstairs to give Ji Zihan a thorough beating, rather than wasting words. Faced with Liu Kai's demeanor, Ji Zihan felt fear creeping in. He swallowed his pride, refraining from further insults. The reason was simple. He did not wish to perish along with the hostages and the military. He wanted to negotiate terms. As long as he could leave with the hostages, help would come from the Japanese. Little did he know that the target he was so intent on tormenting, Liu Kai, was an audacious madman. Not only did he feel fear, but he also regretted his reckless desire for revenge. Would it not have been wiser to negotiate terms with the military instead? Now, having been outmaneuvered by Liu Kai, he found himself trapped. Seeing Ji Zihan silent, Liu Kai was disinclined to waste more breath. Tucking his pistol away, he strolled back to the crowd while holding the megaphone. Before Zhang Linyu could say anything to ease the tension, Liu Kai spoke directly. Advisor Zhang, I believe it is time for a strong assault. What kind of joke is this? I'm not joking. Ji Zihan does not wish to die, so even with a strong assault, he would not detonate the bomb. Zhang Linyu replied curtly. Of course, I can see that Ji Zihan does not want to die, but we cannot force him. What about the hostages and Secretary Qin inside? Liu Kai shrugged helplessly. Aside from Qin Luofei, the hostages, and Ji Zihan, there were no other black-clad individuals within the building. In his view, Ji Zihan's act of taunting from outside was foolish. If the special forces were to climb the building from the back and coordinate with the soldiers below. As the special forces eliminated the outer assailants with gunfire, they tossed flashbangs into the building. Capturing Ji Zihan should be a matter of jest, one would think. However, for Zhang Linyu, the situation was far from straightforward. He remained unaware that the bomb had been tampered with by Liu Kai, rendering it ineffective. Thus, any potential threat to the hostage warranted utmost caution. Liu Kai, too, refrained from disclosing the bomb's ineffectiveness, instead letting out a resigned sigh. Very well, Advisor Zhang. My task is complete. Do you not have contingency plans in place? Upon hearing the mention of a backup plan, the anger on Zhang Linyu's face faded, replaced by a complex expression of hesitation. Both Liu Kai and the nearby commander, Xiao, couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. Advisor Zhang, what do you mean by a contingency plan? You needn't concern yourselves with that, Zhang Linyu replied, steeling himself with determination. Commander Xiao, I must ask you to withdraw the team by 300 meters. No one is to return without my command. Chapter 182, The Deceptive Zhang Linyu Withdraw the Troops? Captain Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Why would the highest-ranking Zhong Linyu delegate this task to a mere company commander? The only plausible explanation was that Zhong Linyu intended to remain behind alone. Liu Kai, too, grasped this possibility. Both men exchanged glances filled with confusion. Zhong, what exactly is your plan? Execute the orders, came Zhong Linyu's command, which brooked no dissent. He then turned to Liu Kai, who was ready to depart. Advisor Liu, please wait a moment. Your assistance may be required shortly. Liu Kai had indeed intended to leave, but with his name explicitly mentioned, he found it impolite to slip away unnoticed. Ultimately, Captain Xiao led the majority of the troops to withdraw 300 meters in all directions. However, the encirclement remained intact, allowing for a rapid response should unforeseen circumstances arise. As Liu Kai retreated with the others, he continued to scan the area. He distinctly observed Zhong Linyu returning toward the helicopter, surreptitiously retrieving a small, sealed steel vial from his sleeve. Remarkably, the vial contained a small quantity of an unknown liquid that had not frozen solid in the frigid temperatures. Having secured the vial, Zhong Linyu approached the building. He discarded 2 military sidearms and raised his hands to converse with Ji Zihan on the upper floor. Below, the black-clad individuals surrounded him, a throng that eagerly opened the tightly shut windows to enter. As Zhong Linyu stepped into the building, Captain Xiao and the soldiers tensed, instinctively gripping their weapons, poised for an imminent charge. Liu Kai, however, surveyed the unfolding scene with an unsettling premonition that something significant was about to transpire. He did not believe this was a mere negotiation. The third floor, level with the icy exterior, stood desolate. Zhong Linyu, amidst the throngs of black-clad figures, ascended to the 4th floor and entered a narrow room. Inside were Ji Zihan and a more securely bound Qin Luofei. Fearing Zhong Linyu's hand-to-hand combat prowess, 4 black-clad individuals remained in the room, while others efficiently closed the door and stationed themselves outside. The remaining personnel proceeded to the 5th floor to guard the captured hostages, preventing any military ambush. Upon entering the room, Zhong Linyu discreetly retrieved the steel vial from his sleeve and gently twisted the cap off. The liquid within found an outlet and rapidly vaporized, dissipating into the air. A colorless, odorless gas filled the cramped space. Observing this, Liu Kai felt a wave of confusion. Could the contents of the vial be akin to a tranquilizer? Yet, something felt amiss. If it were indeed a sedative, such a small container could only incapacitate a few individuals in the room. What about the guards at the door and those above? As events unfolded, Liu Kai's suspicions were confirmed. This was no tranquilizer. Zhong Linyu bore an expression of grave seriousness, while Ji Zihan appeared self-assured. The two engaged in conversation for some time, seemingly negotiating terms. Minutes passed, yet the individuals in the room exhibited no signs of being incapacitated. At that moment, Zhong Linyu suddenly raised his right hand to check the time. He then exchanged a few words with Ji Zihan. Ultimately, Ji Zihan nodded and opened the door, leading several men in black to escort Qin Luofei to the 5th floor where the hostages were held. Zhong Linyu conducted a brief inspection among the crowd, relieved to find that the survivors appeared to be unharmed for the time being. He then turned his gaze back to Ji Zihan, commencing yet another round of negotiations. Liu Kai speculated that their discourse had reached a critical juncture regarding the fate of the hostages. Nevertheless, he sensed that Zhong Linyu seemed less eager to resolve the matter, resembling someone who was merely stalling for time. After a prolonged pause, he again raised his right hand to check the time. Suddenly, Liu Kai noticed a subtle smile curling at the corner of Zhong Linyu's mouth. Thud! Abruptly, one of the black-clad men, who had been in the room first, crumpled to the floor. This unforeseen event caused Ji Zihan's expression to shift, and he glared at Zhong Linyu. The other men in black also cast furious looks in Zhong Linyu's direction, just as they prepared to raise their weapons and demand answers. A series of thuds echoed through the room. Not only Qin Luofei and the black-clad men, but even the survivors on the 5th floor seemed to lose all strength, collapsing one after another. However, despite their falls, none of them lost consciousness. Zhong Linyu was the last to succumb, though he did so only partially. Bracing himself on one knee and both hands, sweat beaded on his forehead, and his expression contorted in agony, as if he were battling the encroaching dizziness. Liu Kai watched in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Zhong Linyu would so boldly disregard the safety of the hostages by employing such a narcotic. Yet the substance seemed different from standard anesthetics. Why had it not taken effect on the 4th floor, nor immediately upon reaching the 5th? Why did it only manifest its effects after such a delay? His questions lingered unanswered as Zhong Linyu retrieved a walkie-talkie. Simultaneously, the walkie-talkie in the hands of Captain Xiao beside him crackled to life, relaying Zhong Linyu's voice, tinged with pain and weakness. Captain Xiao, quickly, send a small team over. Please have Consultant Liu join as well. Upon hearing this directive, Captain Xiao said nothing further. He promptly selected a 10-man squad, casting a curious glance at Liu Kai. "Consultant Liu, I apologize for the trouble." "Very well," Liu Kai replied, somewhat exasperated, uncertain of Zhang Linyu's intentions. Nevertheless, he held a measure of admiration for the man. This tactic, though perilous, proved effective. Zhang Linyu had not required the soldiers to don gas masks, suggesting that the poison within the building had dissipated. Liu Kai, wishing to keep his exoskeleton concealed, also refrained from wearing a sealed helmet. As he was the first to enter the building, he found the interior strewn with bodies, all sprawled across the floor, save for Zhang Linyu, who remained crouched, struggling to maintain his composure. Hearing footsteps on the staircase, he lifted his heavy gaze. As Zhang Linyu exhaled in relief upon the arrival of Liu Kai, he hurriedly gestured for him to come closer. However, as Liu Kai approached, he was taken aback when Zhang Linyu abruptly wrapped his arms around his neck and whispered a few words into his ear. Upon hearing these hushed utterances, an expression of disbelief gradually emerged on Liu Kai's face, which swiftly transformed into a profound fury. He retaliated by gripping Zhang Linyu's head and drawing his pistol to press against his chin, his countenance seething with rage as he thundered, "Are you trying to betray me?" Coughing slightly due to the constriction, Zhang Linyu struggled for breath before managing a feeble smile. "Liu, given the circumstances, even if you were to kill me, it would change nothing. Put the gun away. The soldiers will be here shortly." Chapter 183. The virus that annihilates clans. Sensing the approach of a squad of soldiers outside the building, Liu Kai's expression fluctuated between anxiety and resolve. Ultimately, he relinquished his handgun. "Zhang, I will remember this matter. We shall settle accounts later." "Huh. Regardless, we will be together for a while now." With a disdainful snort, Liu Kai raised his weapon once more and decisively pulled the trigger at the motionless figures of the black-clad men sprawled on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a 10-man team had also arrived. They cautiously inspected the bodies of the black-clad men, confirming their demise, before feeling relieved enough to dismantle the already defunct explosives and proceed to untie the more than 100 hostages on the 5th floor. With Liu Kai's assistance, they carried each individual down and placed them into 2 military transport vehicles. In the end, only Zhang Linyu, who was still barely holding on, and the utterly defenseless Ji Zihan remained inside the building. It was now time for interrogation. Inside the transport vehicle, Qin Luofei leaned against Liu Kai's shoulder, her face etched with pain as she fought a final battle against fatigue. The soldiers around them wore expressions as grim as if they had just lost their mothers. This was due to Zhang Linyu's insistence that Liu Kai reveal the truth to everyone, including the distant Captain Xiao. His contingency plan lay in a small steel canister, which did not contain the so-called anesthetic, but rather a mysterious virus capable of driving living beings into madness. In fact, it was a mutated strain of that enigmatic virus, an advanced variant capable of infecting humans. Zhu Xiaomin had unwittingly discovered and cultivated this strain during his research on the monkeys Liu Kai had previously captured. The peculiar effects of this virus were precisely why Zhang Linyu chose to employ it here. This virus fundamentally differed from the zombie virus Liu Kai had envisioned. Firstly, it was almost impossible to transmit through bites. For large animals, especially carnivorous ones, infection would lead to a loss of rationality and subsequent frenzy. In smaller animals, perhaps due to their insufficient physical constitution, there were no noticeable symptoms. However, for humans and primates, medium-sized omnivores, the manifestation of this virus was quite peculiar. It would not incite violent behavior in the host, but instead induce a profound sense of despair and lethargy. The brain would relax entirely, rendering the individual defenseless, answering any inquiry without reservation. Both mental acuity and physical vigor would dissipate, succinctly encapsulated in 2 words, lying flat. Additionally, there was a pronounced side effect of overwhelming drowsiness. Zhu Zhimin had previously mentioned the reasons for the onset of the virus, but Zhang Linyu found it somewhat incomprehensible, only recalling terms like hippocampus, amygdala, and the suppression of dopamine secretion. The iron rings worn by the monkeys in the nuclear power plant did not serve to restrain their madness, but rather to stimulate the brain's secretion of dopamine to enhance their motivation. Some individuals with exceptionally strong willpower could forcibly muster the energy to resist the virus's onslaught. Zhu Zhimin further stated that if one successfully resisted this mental invasion, it was indeed possible to produce viral antibodies within the body. Zhang Linyu had long anticipated Ji Zihan's refusal to surrender. Thus, he resorted to his so-called contingency plan, carrying with him a sealed steel canister containing the virus. A seasoned warrior, he considered himself a person of unwavering willpower, and indeed, this was the case. Releasing the virus and awaiting its effects, he forced his weary body to continue moving. Without shedding a drop of blood, he captured Ji Zihan and effortlessly extracted secrets through interrogation. He was also aware that the squad dispatched by Captain Xiao comprised elite members, whose resolve was undoubtedly formidable. After assisting in the rescue of hostages, they would inevitably be infected by the virus. Should anyone manage to withstand the viral onslaught and develop antibodies, it would greatly benefit vaccine research. As for the scheme against Liu Kai, it stemmed from Zhong Linyu's habitual way of thinking. He believed Liu Kai possessed abilities far surpassing those of an ordinary human. Resembling a battle-hardened warrior, likely harboring some hidden identity and an extraordinary will, such an exceptional experimental subject was not to be overlooked. Although orchestrating the infection of many was somewhat unscrupulous, this virus posed no lethal threat. It was merely a stopgap measure. Notably, the virus already existed in nature and was trending towards increased virulence. With the implementation of the Earth-thawing plan, regardless of the outcome, even a slight rise in temperature would provide the virus with an excellent opportunity for proliferation. Should it lead to widespread infection among humanity, the consequences would be dire. At first glance, this non-lethal virus seemed to pose limited danger. However, upon deeper contemplation, its potential for horror far exceeded that of the legendary zombie virus. After all, prior to the onslaught of the cold wave, many young people had been advocating for a laid-back approach, yet the outcome was a perpetual cycle of struggle without resolution. Society managed to maintain a semblance of normalcy, but if the virus were to extinguish everyone's fighting spirit, it would lead to utter devastation. Individuals like Liu Kai, even in a state of lethargy, would not starve. Yet if survivors collectively succumbed to apathy, their fate would be one of freezing or starvation. Should the authorities also adopt this passive stance, the prospects for vaccine development would be utterly obliterated. If one day the Earth were to warm again, a complacent humanity would face the wrath of monstrous beasts. Merely contemplating such a scenario sends shivers down the spine. This represents a catastrophic crisis of extinction, even more perilous than the Earth's freezing. The gravest issue remains that the very group that engineered this virus, the survival of the fittest corporation, has no vaccine, and conventional antiviral medications are utterly ineffective. According to Zhang Linyu's perspective, whether it be himself, Liu Kai, Qin Luofei, their 10-member team, or the over 100 survivors, all must be isolated in a designated area for research and observation. Upon hearing this, the soldiers in the transport vehicle fell silent. Their faces a mixture of uncertainty and discontent. Some harbored resentment towards Zhong Linyu for leading them into this predicament, while others felt helpless in the face of reality. With complaints now futile, their only recourse was to muster all their strength to resist the virus's encroachment. If, as experts predicted, antibodies were indeed produced, they could save countless more lives. The group exchanged solemn glances, their expressions resolute. In his eyes shone a steadfast light of unwavering faith. In the distance, Captain Xiao, who remained to lead the troops, felt an unsettling flutter in his eyelids. He was entirely oblivious to Zhang Linyu's intentions. It was only after hearing Liu Kai's revelations that he felt a wave of dread wash over him. The higher-ups were aware of the viral mutation, yet they were completely uninformed about today's operational plans. Captain Xiao had known Zhang Linyu for many years, always perceiving him as cautious and pedantic, meticulously reporting every detail for fear of assuming even the slightest responsibility. To his astonishment, today Zhong had transformed into someone so bold and cunning. However, there was a silver lining. The two trucks carrying the squad and survivors were equipped with autonomous driving capabilities, eliminating the need to send two unfortunate souls to drive. Zhang Linyu assigned him the task of spraying disinfectant along the route, ensuring the two transport vehicles reached the seaside refinery base, safeguarding against any potential viral spread among the occupants. Chapter 184. Innate Antibodies? As the crowd harbored various thoughts, a commotion erupted within the leisure villa. Suddenly, the window on the 5th floor swung open with a loud clang. In the next instant, the figure of Ji Zihan appeared, leaping headfirst from the window in a most reckless manner. Thud! With a resounding crash, Ji Zihan's head struck the ground, and he fell rigidly onto the unforgiving ice below. Blood splattered, and a fleeting glimmer of relief seemed to linger in his eyes. The man, known on WeChat as Iron Tower, had ultimately met his demise from the lofty heights. At that moment, Zhang Linyu had just reached the edge of the window, his expression one of deep frustration as he gazed upon Ji Zihan's lifeless body below. Swiftly, he turned back, dragging his weary form down the stairs. He crouched beside Ji Zihan's corpse, searching and examining for signs of life, only to confirm that he had indeed breathed his last. Standing in the biting wind, he let out a heavy sigh. With great difficulty, he began to haul Ji Zihan's body toward the transport vehicle. Despite Ji Zihan's death, the virus within him could not be allowed to remain exposed to the elements. Zhong Linyu had acquired the intelligence he sought and believed Ji Zihan deserved his fate. His frustration stemmed from the conviction that Ji Zihan should have faced judgment, with the law stripping him of his life. This was a principle he had steadfastly upheld. Dragging Ji Zihan's lifeless form onto the vehicle where Liu Kai was stationed, Zhang Linyu secured the cargo door. Commander Xiao promptly dispatched personnel to don gas masks and proceeded to disinfect the area for potential viral contamination. The main force regrouped, escorting 2 self-driving transport vehicles southward. Inside the vehicle, several soldiers cast complex glances at Zhang Linyu. Though their resolve had solidified, they remained somewhat displeased with his reckless actions. Unperturbed, Zhang Linyu found a spot and sat down, seemingly oblivious to their gazes. Observing Qin Luofei and the other soldiers, he felt a sense of satisfaction. According to the timeline, they should have all succumbed to the virus by now. Yet, unlike ordinary survivors, they continued to resist, battling against their own bodies. Previously, all the human subjects chosen by Zhu Xiaomin had met with failure. Now, it appeared that the emergence of antibodies was indeed a plausible outcome. With this thought, Zhang Linyu felt a surge of hope swell within him, subduing his earlier feelings of lethargy and lightening his mind. However, the soldiers were enduring considerable discomfort. They sensed the virus gradually encroaching upon their bodies and wills. An overwhelming urge to surrender, to lay down their arms, abandon orders, and do nothing but lie on the ground consumed their thoughts. Zhang Linyu observed all of this, a fleeting shadow of compassion flickering in his eyes. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. When he finally managed to turn his head toward Liu Kai, he was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. Liu Kai, appearing utterly unconcerned, had a cigarette dangling from his lips while engrossed in a mobile game on his phone. Zhang Linyu was left in shock. With a sudden burst of energy, he turned to Liu Kai and inquired, "Advisor Liu, why do you show no reaction at all?" Liu Kai exhaled a puff of smoke. Shrugging indifferently, "I have no idea." Upon hearing this response, Zhang Linyu was momentarily speechless. However, a spark of intense curiosity ignited in his eyes. Could it be? Could you possess a natural immunity? This warrants thorough investigation by Elder Zhu. Liu Kai rolled his eyes, too apathetic to engage. He genuinely had no understanding of the situation. As the soldiers began to show reactions one by one, Liu Kai awaited the virus's intrusion, yet, after a prolonged wait, his body remained unresponsive and agile. Unfortunately, the virus was too minuscule, rendering even spatial abilities incapable of revealing internal conditions. The only conjecture was that his robust physical constitution allowed his immune cells to swiftly eradicate the virus. As for the possibility of possessing natural antibodies, it was not entirely implausible. Prolonged contact with the infected individuals, Xiaohe and Xiaobai, might have indeed fostered the development of antibodies. Regardless, it was a fortuitous circumstance. If he had not contracted the virus, it meant he could return home, no longer confined with Zhang Linyu and the other gentlemen. Should he truly possess antibodies, it would significantly expedite vaccine development, perhaps even yielding personal benefits. Noticing Liu Kai's demeanor, Zhang Linyu abandoned further inquiries. The truck's cabin fell into silence, filled only with the lingering scent of smoke and the sounds of mobile games. Time passed, and the truck eventually came to a halt. Liu Kai resumed his scanning, discovering that the convoy had arrived at the familiar seaside refinery. Although a shelter had been established, accommodations needed to be reserved for survivors. Thus the site remained the military's headquarters in Fenghai City, also serving as a hub for refining and research. A group of individuals clad in heavy yellow protective suits awaited their arrival. As the vehicle came to a steady stop at the entrance of a factory building, they were greeted with the highest courtesy of disinfectant washes. Subsequently, Zhang Linyu, Liu Kai, and a cadre of soldier survivors were quarantined within this independent factory. The interior of the facility was spacious, furnished with numerous prepared beds, yet sealed as a vast glass enclosure. It possessed but a single exit, necessitating disinfection for all entries and exits. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Zhimin, also donned in protective gear, hurriedly approached, peering through the glass at those inside the quarantine. Liu Kai was about to speak, but was preempted by the feeble Zhang Linyu, who struggled to rise and pressed against the glass, calling out, "Elder Zhu, please test Advisor Liu. He exhibits no symptoms." Without needing a reminder, Zhu Xiaomin noted the vibrant Liu Kai, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. Liu Kai felt uncomfortable under that gaze, yet, in the interest of returning home promptly, he nodded in agreement. Zhu Zhimin, filled with anticipation, meticulously checked his protective suit before eagerly entering the glass enclosure with a syringe in hand. He had anticipated the need for a blood draw. Seizing the moment while the others succumbed to drowsiness, he discreetly stowed away the exoskeleton into his storage space. He was acutely aware of the remarkable resilience of his skin. To avert the awkwardness of the syringe failing to penetrate, he even surreptitiously controlled the blade to make an incision just ahead of the needle. Blood was drawn as desired. Zhu Qiaomin glanced at the others with a hint of guilt, seemingly already privy to Zhang Linyu's plan. Thus, he merely patted Liu Kai's shoulder without uttering further words. The agony of waiting was palpable as Liu Kai lay idly on a wire bed, yearning for the test results to be expedited. Another hour passed with no results forthcoming. Yet mealtime arrived. Although afflicted by the virus, particularly the ordinary survivors who had long since lost the desire to move or speak, their instinct to eat had not been forgotten. The meals provided by the authorities were a vast improvement over the meager rations they had subsisted on for the past 3 months. Upon catching the aroma of the dishes delivered by the staff into the glass enclosure, they struggled to rise as if resurrected. They devoured their boxed meals with ravenous haste. Once satiated, lethargy reclaimed dominion over reason, and one by one, they collapsed onto their beds, motionless, like harvested grain. Chapter 185, The Arrival of Yang Hongchang and the Side Effects of an Extraordinary Constitution. This ludicrous scene left Liu Kai utterly astonished. While a genuine chill crept into his heart, he had previously grasped the terrifying nature of the virus, albeit only in a hypothetical sense. Now, it felt as if he were witnessing the future unfold before his very eyes, a vision of the virus's relentless infection sweeping through humanity. People, akin to domesticated swine, consumed, slumbered, and slumbered again, reduced to mere shells of their former selves. What follows when the resources are depleted? They would likely succumb to starvation amidst an abyss of despair. Evidently, Zhang Linyu shared this realization. During mealtime, he appeared somewhat distracted, his eyes brimming with concern. However, Liu Kai, with his lack of emotional depth, soon dismissed such worries. The burdens of the nation and its people swiftly faded from his mind as he focused on the dinner at hand. At that moment, the factory's entrance swung open once more. The visitor was not the longed-for Zhu Jiamin, but a figure of considerable stature that astonished all the soldiers present, Major General Yang Hongchang, the commander of the provincial military district. Upon the leader's arrival, Zhang Linyu set aside his unfinished meal, mustering his energy to greet everyone and salute. Yang Hongchang, however, promptly waved his hand, signaling for them to forego formalities. His square face bore unmistakable concern as his gaze swept over the soldiers, who appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. When his eyes fell upon the half-awake Qin Luofei, a profound pain and guilt were evident on his countenance. Despite his heartache, Yang Hongchang's primary focus was not Qin Luofei. His attention ultimately settled on Liu Kai. With a prominent figure observing him, Liu Kai felt compelled to rise from his reclining position. Reluctantly, he stood and approached. Meeting Yang Hongchang's gaze through a glass partition, there was much he wished to convey, yet even a seasoned veteran like Yang Hongchang found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he managed to utter, "Xiao Lu, you have worked hard." Liu Kai felt this deeply. Indeed, he had endured much. In the brief span of a single day, he had met with Yang Hongchang, navigated the perilous nuclear power plant, and participated in the capture of Jizihan, only to be ensnared by Zhang Linyu's schemes. He had intended to seize the opportunity to request some benefits while Yang Hongchang was present but opted instead for restraint. Affecting a nonchalant demeanor, he replied, "Commander Yang, you are too kind. It suffices to eliminate that tumor. Haha, this successful operation is largely owing to your efforts." "Xiao Lu," Yang Hongchang remarked, offering a courteous acknowledgement before shifting the subject. "I have only just learned of Advisor Zhang's decision. It is regrettable that you were drawn into this without cause. The military owes you an apology. Nonetheless, given the current circumstances, I hope you will assist Teacher Zhu in expediting the vaccine's development. And, of course, should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them." The implications of this statement were clear. Firstly, Yang Hongchang sought to deflect responsibility, indicating he had no part in Liu Kai's predicament. Secondly, he aimed to secure Liu Kai's cooperation in the research effort. Lastly, he tossed the matter of potential rewards back to Liu Kai, avoiding any proactive offer. If Liu Kai were to receive less than expected, no one could be blamed but himself. However, Liu Kai was not one to take the bait. Feigning ignorance, he smiled humbly. "Oh, what demands? Commander Yang would only need to provide a little overtime pay. However, I suspect that the reason I have not exhibited symptoms of the virus is not as Commander Zhang conjectured. Therefore, if the test results confirm the absence of antibodies, I hope Commander Yang will allow me to return home." Liu Kai's words were quite clear. Firstly, having risked his life to resolve numerous issues for the military, how could one not reward him handsomely? Secondly, he did not wish to be confined here, serving as a mere guinea pig. Yang Hongchang was taken aback by his words, and after a moment of contemplation, nodded. Since Liu Kai was so forthright, even with Yang Hongchang's thick skin, he felt it inappropriate to push further. "Rest assured, Liu, we will not let your efforts go unrewarded. The higher-ups will certainly provide you with a satisfactory response after their research. If Teacher Zhu's examination results are clear, you will be able to return home." But, with this assurance, Liu Kai breathed a sigh of relief. "I understand, Commander Yang. If I truly carry antibodies, I can discern what is of greater importance. Both men had received the answers they sought. The ensuing conversation shifted away from serious matters. Yang Hongchang gazed anxiously at Qin Luofei, his genuine concern evident, and engaged Liu Kai in familial banter, as though he were no longer a high-ranking general, but a worried elder regarding his daughter. This atmosphere did not linger for long, as Zhu Xiaomin soon rushed back with a report in hand. Liu Kai and Yang Hongchang turned to him in unison. Even Zhang Linyu, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, struggled to open them, eager to verify his suspicions. Ultimately, it was Yang Hongchang who spoke first. Teacher Zhu, what are the results? Zhu Xiaomin glanced at Liu Kai within the glass chamber before turning to Yang Hongchang. Oh, it can be said that Consultant Liu has antibodies within his body. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai sighed inwardly. It seemed he would have to remain here for the foreseeable future. Yang Hongchang and Zhong Linyu's eyes suddenly sparkled with joy. Yet, Zhu Xiaomin continued speaking as if he were gasping for breath, slowly adding, but it could also be said that he does not have antibodies. The abrupt shift rendered Yang Hongchang's smile frozen. Teacher Zhu, please complete your statement all at once. Patience, I wish to convey that Consultant Liu's body is remarkably unique. His vitality is unlike anything I have ever witnessed. Liu Kai remained unfazed, while Yang Hongchang and Zhong Linyu displayed palpable curiosity. I examined the blood sample and discovered that the rampant virus is proliferating rapidly. However, the white blood cells within the sample acted even quicker, swiftly engulfing all the viruses. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered across Yang Hongchang's face, and even Zhang Linyu, filled with anticipation, closed his eyes in disappointment and lay silently on the bed. Indeed, as Zhu Xiaomin had stated, Liu Kai possessed no antibodies against this virus. However, he had an even more formidable defense, white blood cells. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Liu Kai's physical prowess cannot be replicated on a large scale. Even if one were to disregard ethical considerations and clone Liu Kai a myriad of times, it would yield no beneficial effects. This implies that Liu Kai offers no assistance in the production of viral vaccines. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiaomin, seemingly oblivious to Yang Hongchang's disapproving demeanor, appeared increasingly animated as he elaborated. For instance, Liu Kai's immune system is not only capable of vanquishing this ferocious virus, but can also eradicate HIV, rabies, and the Ebola virus. Furthermore, it possesses the remarkable ability to identify and engulf cancerous cells, rendering him akin to a veritable embodiment of invulnerability. However, this seemingly indomitable constitution harbors a rather unfortunate drawback. Liu Kai's genetic material also contains white blood cells, although typically present in minimal quantities. There exists a significant probability that they could destroy a woman's ova or even fertilized eggs. At this juncture, Zhu Xiaomin cast a sympathetic glance at Liu Kai. This, in essence, means that if Consultant Liu aspires to have children. All right, Teacher Zhu, you may return to your tasks. Chapter 186, Resolving Misunderstandings. Ultimately unable to escape the ravages of the virus, Yang Hongchang, feeling utterly speechless, interrupted Zhu Xiaomin's words by pressing his forehead and turned to offer comfort to Liu Kai. Well, Advisor Liu, Teacher Zhu has mentioned that it is merely a probability, not an absolute certainty. Besides, there is also artificial insemination to consider. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai's expression darkened. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Although he had no immediate plans for offspring, he felt it was essential to have the option. After a brief silence enveloped the atmosphere, Liu Kai sighed and looked toward Yang Hongchang. Commander Yang, since the test results are in and I can be of no further assistance, I shall take my leave. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Hongchang nodded in agreement. He stood upright before Liu Kai, his demeanor solemn and respectful, raising his hand in salute. His voice was steady and authoritative, his address now formal. Advisor Liu, we shall never forget your contributions. On behalf of the military district, I once again extend our gratitude to you. Though Yang Hongchang had lowered his stance, Liu Kai understood the importance of maintaining proper etiquette. He quickly responded, Commander Yang, you are too kind. It is my duty. By the way, Liu, the aircraft you requested will be ready for modification in a few days and will be stored in the military district hangar until needed, he added. These two remarks were merely indicative of an official stance. Liu Kai nodded in acknowledgement and turned to walk toward a nearby partition. An automatic spray machine doused him with disinfectant, ensuring he was thoroughly sterilized. The double glass doors opened sequentially. Liu Kai approached Yang Hongchang once more. Commander Yang, I shall take my leave now. Before Yang Hongchang could respond, Zhang Linyu managed to muster the strength to sit up in bed. Through the glass, he called out. Advisor Liu, is there anything else, Officer Zhang? Looking at Liu Kai's inscrutable expression, Zhang Linyu rarely displayed a hint of remorse. I merely wanted to express my apologies once again for dragging you into this predicament. I understand. A sincere smile suddenly graced Liu Kai's face. Officer Zhang, your actions were devoid of selfish intent, and I truly admire your willingness to step into the fray personally. This statement came from the heart. Following this incident, his rigid impression of Zhang Linyu had transformed significantly. He genuinely respected the man's courage, as he had not sent soldiers to face danger, but had instead led by example into the mire. Most importantly, he had not contracted the virus himself. It was merely a matter of delaying time, not worth becoming upset over. Upon hearing Liu Kai's genuine demeanor, Zhang Linyu sighed in relief. Thank you, Advisor Liu. In truth, if the opportunity arises, we could become friends. Of course, once you are finished with your tasks, let us invite Captain Yu and have a proper drink together. Liu Kai readily accepted. After all, the more friends one has, the more pathways one can navigate, especially with a senior officer as a friend. Zhang Linyu smiled contentedly at this response. Meanwhile, Yang Hongchang seemed to have never witnessed such a side of Zhang Linyu and could not resist teasing them. I say, Liu and Zhang, are you planning to drink without inviting me? Zhang Linyu's face turned awkward. Liu Kai hurriedly spoke. It is not that I fear Commander Yang is too preoccupied with official duties. Rather, it would be an immense honor if you could attend. Haha. If I were to participate, you would undoubtedly feel constrained in your enjoyment. All right, little Liu, I shall arrange for someone to escort you home. Very well, Commander Yang. And you too, Chief Zhang, take care. As he departed the factory, Liu Kai boarded the helicopter that Yang Hongchang had arranged for him. As the aircraft soared westward, he gazed at the sky ahead. The thick layers of clouds could not entirely obscure the sunlight, which was tinged with a faint golden hue from the setting sun. He greedily inhaled a breath of the crisp, cold air. Although Liu Kai had mentally prepared himself for a degree of self-sacrifice, being confined within that glass chamber had felt overwhelmingly oppressive. At this moment, regaining his freedom filled him with a sense of exhilaration akin to birds soaring freely in the vast sky. Once the military completed the modifications on the helicopter, he intended to set off for Japan to clandestinely acquire nuclear fuel. For now, however, he planned to remain at home, utilizing flight simulation games to swiftly learn the piloting techniques of small fixed-wing propeller aircraft. Unbeknownst to Liu Kai, as he departed on the aircraft, the half-asleep Qin Luofei in the glass chamber seemed to sense something amiss. She abruptly sat up in bed, glancing around, not seeing Liu Kai's figure. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. Ultimately, her gaze settled on Yang Hongchang outside the glass chamber, and her expression darkened unexpectedly. Yang Hongchang, observing this scene, let out a soft sigh. He was aware that his niece's stubborn nature had led to deep misunderstandings regarding him. Now that the root of the issue had been decisively dealt with, and with the remaining stronghold of Fo Hai's second gold mine under his control, it was time to clear the misconceptions. When the helicopter once again touched down at the Lisher Tsiyuan community, it was already 7:30 in the evening. The sky had darkened, yet thanks to the government's extension of power supply to remote areas by 1 hour, the community still glowed with lights. Hearing the thrum of the helicopter, many survivors peered through the glass to observe the situation below. In their eyes, the itinerant merchant had been graciously escorted away by the military in the morning and equally graciously returned in the evening. Little did they know, an astonishing series of events had transpired within that single day, far more thrilling than the experiences of most in a lifetime. The speculation regarding Liu Kai's identity had initially quieted, but with his return, the residence group chat buzzed with activity once more. However, the phrase must not provoke had become inextricably linked to his mysterious identity. The efficiency of the residence was commendable. The ashes of the bodies burned on the ice had already been cleared away, and the supplies in the penthouse had been completely divided. Perhaps there had been some incidents or conflicts during the distribution of resources, but Liu Kai was indifferent to such matters. Prior to the resurgence of the cold wave, he had anticipated that his foresight and spatial abilities would allow him to ease into retirement. Little did he expect that each day would prove busier than his previous work life. Fortunately, after transforming the bunker's third-floor swimming pool into a recreational room in the morning, he provided ample sustenance for the two pets, Xiaohei and Xiaobai, thereby averting another round of their destructive antics. Upon returning to the bunker, Liu Kai did not neglect his duties. A warm shower washed away his fatigue, and he retreated to his study, immersing himself in a flight simulation game, diligently learning the intricacies of piloting fixed-wing aircraft until the late hours of the night. After enjoying a midnight snack, he finally burrowed into his long-neglected bed, surrendering to a deep slumber. However, unbeknownst to Liu Kai, while he drifted into sleep, his body was quietly undergoing tumultuous changes. Sleep represents the time when both body and mind are at their most relaxed, coinciding with a significant slowdown in metabolic activity. The flow of blood diminishes, leading to a corresponding decline in the transport of nutrients. Coupled with the bunker's gentle and comfortable environment, the nearly dormant ferocious virus began to proliferate wildly within Liu Kai's body once more. Chapter 187. Sharpening the Will, the third distress signal this time. The bloodthirsty white blood cells within him had finally ceased their tumult. It was not until nearly 11 o'clock the following morning that Liu Kai opened his eyes from slumber. After lying in bed for quite some time, he eventually recognized something was amiss within his body. His head felt heavy and devoid of vitality. A sensation utterly alien and distinct from mere fatigue after overexertion. He could distinctly perceive that his mind was alert and capable of thought, yet subconsciously. He resisted engaging in any cerebral activity. He could feel his limbs were strong and capable of movement, but again, his subconscious refused to comply. Upon this realization, Liu Kai abruptly sat up in bed, a sudden clarity enveloping him. Even the dimmest of minds would grasp the gravity of the situation. He had indeed fallen victim to the virus. Just as he was preparing to contact the military and confess, something peculiar transpired. As he rose and began to move, his mind gradually cleared, especially after having breakfast to replenish his strength. The lethargy that had gripped both his thoughts and body began to dissipate, almost as if it were a natural process requiring no conscious effort to combat. Had he been able to scan his body with greater clarity, he would have observed that his immune system had embarked on a new rampage. Contemplating this strange occurrence, Liu Kai furrowed his brow while seated on the sofa. Though he could not witness the internal battle unfolding, he surmised the essence of it. It appeared that the virus he had contracted the previous day had not been eradicated completely and had re-emerged to wreak havoc during the night. With this realization, Liu Kai chose not to contact the military immediately. Instead, he resolved to stay awake throughout the night. Maintaining his body in an active state might enable his immune system to obliterate the troublesome viruses once and for all. However, reality proved Liu Kai's hopes were overly optimistic. He spent the entire day in the bunker, alternating between meals and playing flight simulation games on the computer. Yet, as the clock struck 6, a wave of drowsiness washed over him once more. Given his current physical condition, he could withstand sleeplessness for 3 days and nights without significant consequence. Hence, Liu Kai remained vigilant, summoning every ounce of energy to combat this encroaching lethargy. His perseverance yielded some results, albeit minimal, even as his mind exerted control to resist slumber. Years of habitual routines coaxed his immune system into a customary dormancy. By 2 in the morning, he was drenched in cold sweat, and despite gritting his teeth in defiance, his muscles trembled uncontrollably. This was the culmination of his body-as struggle against the insidious urge to surrender to fatigue. At that moment, he finally comprehended the anguish experienced by Zhong Linyu and the soldiers. Unlike those who had faced life and death, Liu Kai was merely an ordinary individual, and his willpower was naturally inferior. The most he had ever exerted himself was during his senior year, when he endured sleepless nights studying with relentless determination. To resist this profound impulse arising from the depths of his being solely through willpower felt rather forced. Fortunately, thanks to Liu Kai's profound mastery over his body following rigorous training, he gradually discovered techniques to divert his attention and ignite his desire for perseverance. He could even sense that, in the face of viral onslaught, his immune cells were recklessly dividing at an alarming rate. Correspondingly, his body was consuming energy at a frenzied pace. Thus, he tore open bag after bag of high-calorie food, hastily devouring their contents. The first night slipped away amid this agonizing struggle. By 9 a.m. the following day, he sat in his study, sporting dark circles under his eyes. As he felt the urge to succumb gradually dissipate, he exhaled deeply, slumping weakly in his chair. Damn, this sensation is truly bittersweet. Though he cursed, Liu Kai had clarified certain matters in his mind. He resolved not to contact the authorities again. He distinctly felt that after a night of resistance, the virus's assault on his body seemed significantly diminished. He had slept fitfully until nearly noon the previous day before noticing a reduction in symptoms, and today, he had endured until just past 9 a.m. If this trend continued, he believed he would soon completely subdue the virus. He decided to remain at home for a few days to avoid infecting others and would notify the authorities for a medical examination later. If his body indeed produced antibodies or similar entities, it would be a significant achievement. Furthermore, Liu Kai had witnessed the resilience of mere mortals, warriors who resisted viral symptoms solely through ironclad willpower. His current strength relied heavily on spatial abilities, leaving much to be desired in terms of willpower. A bit of honing in that regard would not be amiss. The day swiftly passed, and night fell once again. At 8 p.m., the familiar sensation of dizziness overtook him once more. Today, Liu Kai had no intention of enduring another sleepless night. After all, persistent late nights would undermine his immune system and could yield entirely contrary effects in the battle against the virus. He steeled himself and descended to the 3rd floor to ensure that his pets, Xiaohei and Xiaobai, had ample food. Just as he prepared to rest in his room, a sudden and urgent alarm blared from his study computer. This jolt banished any remnants of drowsiness, and he hurried to the study. Ever since his return, he had reconfigured the drone on the rooftop of Building 1 to automatic surveillance mode. Any living creature approaching within 20 meters of the Imperial Villa would trigger the alarm, with the military's backing augmenting his mysterious status and his own warnings. None of the survivors in the Lishiquiwan community would dare to venture to the villa. Soon enough, a perplexed Liu Kai spotted an intruder's silhouette on the monitor. It was a figure clad entirely in a sealed protective suit, rendering their features indistinguishable. They appeared exceedingly frail, stumbling toward the villa. Unfortunately, the tightly shut skylight thwarted their attempts to enter. No matter how hard they pushed, it would not budge. However, it was evident that the individual was in a hurry, raising their fists to strike the skylight. Alas, their weakened physique rendered their efforts futile. After a few vigorous strikes, he found himself utterly exhausted. Slumping against the window and gasping for breath, Liu Kai's face was as cold as frost. He could scarcely believe that someone dared to provoke him at this moment. Just as he was about to scan for the identity of this intruder, the military tablet on his desk blared an alarm once more. The screen was ablaze with the familiar red exclamation mark, flashing erratically. SOS. An urgent distress signal from Major Qin Luofei, secretary to the commander of the provincial military district. Upon reading this message, Liu Kai's anger dissipated entirely, replaced by sheer astonishment. The location marked by the exclamation point was none other than the Lashik Garden community. Good heavens, could it be that foolish woman clad in a hazmat suit? Chapter 188. Bringing back the bunker, an absurd dream. As this thought emerged, Liu Kai steeled himself and began his scan. The scene outside the villa, cloaked in ice, unfolded before his eyes. Upon spotting the familiar visage beneath the protective suit, Liu Kai was utterly astounded. It was indeed Qin Luofei. A myriad of questions flooded his mind. Was she supposed to be quarantined? How had she escaped? What was her intention? Regardless, even if she were a stranger, Liu Kai could not allow her to lie there outside the villa, at risk of freezing to death. He quickly made a decision, mustering what little energy he had left. With focus and calm, he teleported to a point nearly 20 meters above the icy surface. His enhanced physique allowed for such a leap with ease, yet in his current disoriented state, this distance nearly cost him his life. There was no time for rest. Liu Kai was determined to ascertain the situation and resolve the trouble at hand. Having fled to this location, Qin Luofei was already utterly exhausted. Leaning against the skylight, she succumbed to the chilling night breeze, her spirit waning. Gradually, she drifted into a dazed state between wakefulness and slumber. Just then, she heard a faint yet piercing sound of air, as though something had suddenly materialized. Forcing her eyes open, she turned to the side and beheld a familiar figure. This presence seemed to envelop her in a sense of safety, and a feeble smile crept across her lips. Salvation had arrived. Almost immediately, her head drooped, and she fell into a deep sleep. Hey, Secretary Qin, wake up. What are you doing here? As Liu Kai arrived on the ice, he witnessed her head tilted to the side. He hurried over, shaking her shoulders and softly inquiring. After a moment, the slumbering Qin Luofei was roused. With heavy eyelids, she gazed at Liu Kai, struggling to utter a word. Secretary Qin, are you all right? Never mind. I'll contact Commander Yang to take you back. Upon hearing this, the previously drowsy Qin Luofei abruptly sat upright. I'm not going back. Liu Kai rolled his eyes in exasperation. You startled me. What on earth has happened? After uttering this, her spirit once again faltered. Yet she mustered the strength to utter her final words. Liu Kai, don't send me back. They want to harm you? Who wishes to harm you? Please, stay awake. Liu Kai called out, but no matter how he pleaded, Qin Luofei offered no response. It seemed she had once again sneaked out. Moreover, aside from the intact protective suit, she wore only a white sterile outfit underneath, which provided little in terms of warmth. Likely intended for human experimentation, it was nothing short of a miracle that she hadn't perished in the snow. Liu Kai furrowed his brow. After a long moment, he still couldn't comprehend what she meant by harm me. Was it Commander Yang Hanchang who wished to do her harm? Or was she merely speaking incoherently due to her disorientation? Yet if it were mere nonsense, why would she go to such lengths to escape and seek him out? For now, however, these questions remained unanswered. Moreover, the situation remains unclear, and for the time being, contact with the military is not possible. Liu Kai ultimately decided to shelter Qin Luofei at his place, intending to clarify matters once she regained consciousness. He had no desire to expose the existence of the underground bunker. Initially, he planned to tidy up the Imperial Villa and temporarily reside there for the night. However, at that moment, the previously suppressed dizziness struck him once more. Perhaps due to his all-nighter the previous evening, no matter how hard Liu Kai resisted, he found it increasingly difficult to summon any energy. He felt his legs weaken, nearly unable to support his heavy body. His sole thought was to fall asleep quickly. Damn it, he could not afford to delay any longer. The power outage was imminent, and the villa was dreadfully cold. Even if Liu Kai could endure it, He could not guarantee that the lightly clad Qin Luofei would survive the night without freezing. Thus, he resolved to take her into the bunker for the night. Even if she awoke the next day, he could always render her unconscious again and transport her within his storage space, ensuring the bunker remained concealed. With this thought, Liu Kai hesitated no longer. He directly placed Qin Luofei into the storage space and summoned the last vestiges of his strength to teleport back to the warmth of the bunker. He discarded the cumbersome protective suit and laid the pristine, sterile-clad Qin Luofei upon the living room sofa. He lit the fireplace and retrieved a thick down quilt to cover her. After completing these tasks, Liu Kai felt the world spinning around him. Ultimately, he could no longer sustain his body and collapsed onto the floor, sinking into a deep slumber. "Your Majesty, come catch me. Where are you, my beloved concubine? I cannot see you. I am right here. I've caught you, my love. Come, let me kiss you, hee hee. Oh dear, how vexing." That night, Liu Kai experienced a splendid dream. In this dream, he appeared as a hedonistic monarch, chasing his beloved and beautiful concubine through the sunlit imperial garden, blindfolded. Ultimately, the enchanting beauty fell into his embrace, and he recited a poem. Hand in hand, we enter the curtain of silk, bashfully smiling as we extinguish the light. The latter half of this line may be explored by interested readers. He felt himself transcending into a realm of pure energy, enveloped in a wondrous and familiar atmosphere. This illusion persisted for an indeterminate duration before erupting into fragments that scattered into the void. After the vision shattered, he found himself gazing at the familiar ceiling. Liu Kai remained in a daze for a while before realizing he had awakened. Strangely, the drowsiness had vanished, leaving only a severe dryness in his throat. Just as he thought to quench his thirst, he suddenly felt something resting upon his right arm. When Liu Kai turned his head, the sight before him nearly sent him into a state of shock. There lay a woman with alabaster skin, entirely bare, nestled in his embrace. A blush lingered on her face, and she appeared to still be immersed in a delightful sense of satisfaction. This woman was none other than Qin Luofei, whom he had brought back. Upon glancing down at himself, he realized he too was devoid of clothing. The two individuals lay upon the plush suede carpet of the living room, surrounded by a chaotic array of personal garments scattered about. Liu Kai felt as though his mind had crashed, momentarily at a loss for words. That dream, was it not merely a dream? As he shifted, Qin Luofei's body stirred slightly, emitting a languorous moan, her eyes fluttering as if she might awaken at any moment. The sensation of her silky skin pressed against him, coupled with that alluring sigh, ignited a surge of inexplicable anger within Liu Kai. His vision blurred, and the scene before him threatened to distort once more. With a sharp slap, he struck his own face, regaining a semblance of clarity. Still bewildered by the events that had unfolded, he narrowly avoided succumbing to primal instincts. Yet, this sudden, vigorous movement roused Qin Luofei fully, their gazes locking in mutual surprise. After a brief pause, the anticipated scream from Liu Kai never materialized. Instead, Qin Luofei's cheeks, still flushed, deepened into a vibrant crimson. Chapter 189, The Unexpected Girlfriend to Him. The atmosphere was awkward to the point of being unbearable. Liu Kai cleared his throat. Secretary Qin, we. Qin Luofei's eyes reflected a perplexing turmoil. Noticing Liu Kai's gaze gradually descending from her face, she shot him an indignant glare. Swiftly, she seized a nearby down comforter to envelop her alluring figure. She was indeed a person who could readily adapt to circumstances. Calming her flustered and bashful heart, she gazed intently into Liu Kai's eyes. Indeed, we have crossed a line. As a man, he was not the one at a disadvantage in this situation. Furthermore, Liu Kai had no aversion to flirting. However, his intentions had always been fleeting. He had never genuinely cared for anyone nor contemplated a lasting connection with any woman. Moreover, he had long established a mental barrier. One must never engage with official personnel in such a manner. Yet here he was, having not only crossed that boundary, but having done so with a promising major of exceptional background. What to do? Should he simply walk away without accountability? Naturally, the resolution of this matter hinged on Qin Luofei's stance. Thus, Liu Kai became increasingly hesitant, revealing a hint of unwarranted nervousness and naivety. Seeing his demeanor, Qin Luofei's expression turned cold. She extended her delicate arm and lightly tapped Liu Kai on the head, exclaiming, "What are you trying to do? Are you planning to shirk this romantic entanglement?" Before Liu Kai could respond, the sudden movement caused Qin Luofei to feel a faint discomfort in her lower body, eliciting a sharp intake of breath and a slight furrow of her brow. "Secretary Qin, are you all right?" Qin Luofei shot him another glare, retreating her neck into the comforter. "Mind your own business." Taken aback, Liu Kai found himself at a loss for words. With a quick shift of his gaze, he attempted to change the subject. "Haven't we already? You know." However, Qin Luofei was unfazed, merely letting out a soft sigh. It's all thanks to that wretched virus." "What? Does that virus have aphrodisiac effects?" "Don't be ridiculous. Where did that come from?" The explanation was simple. This virus induced a state of lethargy in humans. As Zhao Min had described, it suppresses dopamine secretion, making it difficult to experience pleasure and satisfaction. To combat the virus, the host not only activates the immune system but also seeks stimulation from other avenues. For instance, through engaging in delightful activities or extreme sports. Or, perhaps, through the intimate experiences they had shared that night. It was precisely due to their recent pleasure that the virus's effects had been temporarily subdued, allowing them to engage in a coherent conversation. Having articulated this, Qin Luofei seemed to grasp Liu Kai's intent to divert the topic. Before he could speak, she interjected. Liu Kai, I need to ask you seriously, what are your thoughts on this? I can only say it's a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Qin Luofei's brows furrowed in indignation, ready to erupt. However, Liu Kai added, though it is a misunderstanding, if you need me, I shall take responsibility. Oh, is your sense of duty solely born from guilt? Or do you harbor no feelings for me whatsoever? Upon seeing Qin Luofei gazing at him with her large, expressive eyes, Liu Kai could only steal a glance before awkwardly diverting his gaze. A moment of silence ensued. Even with his sharpened intellect and quick thinking, he found himself unable to swiftly ascertain his true feelings for this woman in the face of such a question. In contrast, Qin Luofei discerned something from Liu Kai's eyes. A radiant smile blossomed on her face as she tossed aside the blanket enveloping her and leaped into Liu Kai's embrace, whispering sweetly in his ear, I understand. In that case, let us visit Uncle Yang tomorrow and get married. The sudden declaration nearly caused Liu Kai to double over in disbelief. He exclaimed incredulously, married? After just one night? Are you joking? Who are you calling big sister? Don't you think it's time for a change in address? I apologize, Secretary Qin. But I just feel it's too fast. Call me Fei Fei. You. Qin Luofei tightened her grip around Liu Kai's waist and insisted, call me quickly. Ouch. Fine, Fei Fei. I've said it. That's more like it. You must take full responsibility. If you waver, you'll be in serious trouble. I never said I wouldn't be responsible, but about this marriage, perhaps we could take it slow? At the sight of Liu Kai's flustered expression, Qin Luofei burst into laughter. All right, I see I've frightened you. Let us just start as ordinary friends for now. Liu Kai sighed in relief at her words. He had no intentions of being a scoundrel. His hesitation stemmed from his apprehension regarding Qin Luofei's status. However, marriage was no trivial matter. Such a hasty decision would be far too reckless. It required careful consideration of numerous factors to embody a responsible mindset. Suddenly finding himself with an inexplicable girlfriend left Liu Kai momentarily bewildered. As he pondered his future, he noticed a peculiar detail and turned to scrutinize Qin Luofei. Why are you looking at me like that? What were you doing at my house late at night? And who did you say wanted to harm you? Qin Luofei, caught off guard by his abrupt inquiries, appeared somewhat dazed. Tilting her head, she ruminated for a long while, seemingly searching her memory. However, something suddenly came to mind, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Why are you blushing? What on earth is going on? Seeing Qin Luofei stammer and evade the question, Liu Kai employed his relentless questioning skills. Ultimately, he received a response that left him utterly astonished. She and Zhang Linyu had initially been conducting research at the oil refinery in Fenghai City. However, the conditions there were ultimately limited. Moreover, after the establishment of the Fenghai City shelter, many military personnel had withdrawn. As a top-tier expert, Zhu Xiaomin was no longer suited to remain there for research. The military had long devised a plan to transfer him to a research ordnance factory situated in the mountains west of the provincial capital, Rongqing. After 2 days of intensive work, a more advanced facility for viral isolation research was erected there. Yesterday afternoon, a convoy was officially dispatched to relocate over 100 individuals infected with the virus. Regrettably, on the day of the apprehension of Ji Zihan, prior to Liu Kai's revelation of Zhang Linyu's scheme, Qin Luofei had already been rendered dazed and disoriented by the virus, utterly bewildered as to why she was being quarantined. Even when Yang Hanchang arrived that day in an attempt to clarify the misunderstanding, the fog in her mind rendered her unable to comprehend much. Although she managed to grasp a fragment of the conversation, her belief remained tenuous. Upon witnessing the array of instruments surrounding her, and the presence of individuals clad in protective gear preparing to draw her blood, she was instantly reminded of the horrifying human experiments she had encountered within the biotic survival group. A profound fear enveloped her, as she felt an impending dread of inhumane dissection. Thus, when the convoy reached the outskirts of Fenghai City, her instinct for survival momentarily allowed her to break free from the shackles of the virus. In an instant, she flung open the doors of the transport vehicle and leapt out. Chapter 190, just escaped from the tiger's den and into the wolf's lair. The sudden act of jumping from the vehicle naturally alerted the escort team. A group of soldiers immediately armed with tranquilizer guns sought to apprehend her. However, Qin Luofei was clearly not one to underestimate. Seasoned by countless battles, her skills were exceptional. Furthermore, the soldiers were constrained by their orders not to harm her, rendering them ineffective. Like a warrior possessed, Qin Luofei swiftly incapacitated several of them, seized a tranquilizer gun, and took down more before commandeering a snowmobile, vanishing into the dense forest. Exhaustion began to take its toll, causing her to sway precariously. Ultimately, a moment of distraction led to the snowmobile colliding with a large tree, rendering it utterly inoperable. Qin Luofei was flung far from the wreckage. Yet, it was this very misfortune that inadvertently enabled her to evade pursuit. Perhaps due to her earlier rescue in Hanpu City, she found herself placing her utmost trust in Liu Kai, this outsider. Navigating through the forest with difficulty, she miraculously emerged, arriving at the Lashik garden community. Little did she expect that just as she had escaped the horrors of human experimentation, she would tumble into yet another den of wolves. With the die already cast, further discussion seemed futile. Nevertheless, Qin Luofei's feelings toward Liu Kai had subtly evolved beyond mere fondness. Being caught in his grasp hardly felt like a loss. Liu Kai, upon hearing her tale, could only exclaim in astonishment. Not only had she evaded the military's extensive search, but she had also survived the wilderness clad in scant attire without succumbing to the cold, ultimately finding her way here, a true testament to her resilience. However, the entire affair had spiraled into a colossal misunderstanding, entirely due to Qin Luofei's disoriented state, which had led her to perceive persecution where there was none. Yet, another pressing concern emerged. With Qin Luofei's escape, the military was likely thrown into disarray. Her unique identity, coupled with the special attention she received from Commander Yang Hongchang, only heightened the stakes. More critically, an infected individual was now at large. Even if clad in protective gear, what if it were to fail? The ramifications of a widespread viral outbreak were unfathomable. Both individuals, still relatively clear-headed, recognized this potential disaster, their expressions growing grave. Liu Kai was particularly anxious, fearing that the military would search relentlessly, unearthing his hidden sanctuary. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Perhaps I should escort you back? To his surprise, Qin Luofei shot him an indignant glare. I refuse to return. Why not? It was merely a misunderstanding. You should hurry back before Commander Yang grows anxious. I feel embarrassed to go back. Seeing the flush on Qin Luofei's face and her hesitant demeanor, Liu Kai was rendered speechless. This woman actually knew the concept of shyness? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Luofei suddenly lifted her head, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she regarded Liu Kai. Wait a minute, didn't you also contract the virus? How come you haven't been quarantined? This detail did not require concealment, and Liu Kai succinctly clarified the situation. Yet, upon hearing his explanation, Qin Luofei seemed to seize upon it as an excuse, breaking into a grin. Liu Kai, if you can withstand the virus through sheer willpower, I believe I can too. Therefore, you must not take me back. However, regarding Commander Yang, rest assured, I will take care of it. With that, Qin Luofei suddenly knelt down and began to rummage through the clutter. Her pristine form was unabashedly displayed before Liu Kai, stirring an overwhelming heat within him. Soon, she unearthed a pocket watch from the disarray of garments. Placing the watch on the ground, she pressed a button, projecting a virtual keyboard onto the surface. As her slender fingers danced across the air, a string of characters materialized on the diminutive screen. Uncle Yang, I am quarantined at my boyfriend's house. He is also infected with the virus. The protective suit is intact. I am quite safe. Do not worry. Is this truly acceptable? After sending the message, Qin Luofei tucked the watch away, her expression brimming with confidence. There is nothing wrong. Consider it a vacation. With that, she disregarded Liu Kai's turmoil, sprawling across the floor without a care for her image. Her exposure stirred within Liu Kai an impulse to avert his gaze, yet at that moment, a notification chimed from the military tablet on the coffee table. Liu Kai sensed something amiss, his heart sinking. Upon opening the tablet, Qin Luofei curiously leaned over. Who is messaging you? Consultant Liu, is Secretary Qin at your home? A foreboding feeling materialized, and Liu Kai found himself both amused and exasperated. It's your Uncle Yang. How does he know? Qin Luofei was equally startled, unable to fathom how Yang Hongchang had so effortlessly deduced the truth. Immediately, she wrapped her arms around Liu Kai's, gently shaking him. Her large eyes beseeched him not to confess, shaking her head in a pitiful manner. Liu Kai, however, felt utterly helpless. Not confess. He had already been discovered. Denial would be futile. Ultimately, he had no choice but to reply with the truth. One must bear the responsibilities they have incurred, thus he altered his address slightly. Yes, Commander Yang, Fei is at my home. The ceiling here is quite good, and we plan to try to withstand the virus. As the message was sent, Qin Luofei bit her lip, fiercely clutching Liu Kai's waist. She refrained from further comment, recognizing that their relationship would inevitably come to light. Yet, there was silence from the tablet. Just as Liu Kai began to wonder if Yang Hongchang would send troops to retrieve them, a response finally arrived. Good lad. It is indeed you. You're finished. Upon reading this message, Liu Kai's expression darkened. This was truly dire. To unwittingly disrupt someone's cherished daughter after nurturing her for over 20 years, any father would be incensed. One could almost feel Yang Hongchang's wrath radiating through the screen. At that moment, another message popped up. Forget it. Considering your courage to face the consequences, I'll let you off the hook for now. Take good care of Fei Fei. Or if a single hair is harmed, I won't hesitate to act. Phew. Thankfully. Liu Kai exhaled deeply, hastily replying. Rest assured, Commander Yang. I understand. Another 2 minutes of silence ensued. Please, don't be so formal. Just call me Uncle Yang. Liu Kai never anticipated that his first interaction with his girlfriend's parents would unfold in such an awkward manner. After sending a reassuring message multiple times, Yang Hongchang finally settled down. At that moment, Qin Luofei, who was beside him, suddenly burst into laughter. Hee, little Liu, aren't you usually quite confident? Why are you so frightened now? Liu Kai shot her a disgruntled glance. Who was the one too scared to let me respond earlier? Caught off guard. Qin Luofei quickly covered her ears and exclaimed, Ah, you mustn't say that. Forget it, I didn't. All right, I won't mention it anymore. By the way, are you hungry? I am. Is there anything to eat at home? What do you want? Order away, and I shall prepare it. I want to eat. Never mind, just make something simple. Let us save a bit. Liu Kai smiled and patted Qin Luofei's head. Have you forgotten that I'm a traveling merchant? There may not be much else at home, but we have plenty of food. Chapter 191. Confession in the Underground Fortress, continuous battle soon. A table laden with exquisitely fragrant dishes was set before them. It was unclear how long the two had indulged in their fervor, but the clock now read 2 a.m. After the expenditure of their internal immune systems and the recent extravagance, both were utterly fatigued and ravenous. Qin Luofei sat at the table, casually wrapping herself in a blanket, and without a hint of restraint, seized a sauced pig trotter and began to gnaw at it. Her pair of long, fair legs swayed enticingly before Liu Kai, leaving him momentarily entranced. Sensing Liu Kai's unabashed gaze, a blush crept onto her cheeks once more. In a fluster, she thrust the half-eaten pig trotter into his mouth, indignantly exclaiming, What are you staring at? Feeling somewhat guilty, Liu Kai quickly averted his eyes. I didn't see anything. Didn't see anything? Qin Luofei pressed, leaning forward to scrutinize him. Little Liu, you seemed quite adept just now. Tell me, how many girlfriends do you have besides me? Liu Kai had not anticipated such a rapid shift in their conversation. A fleeting glance at the deep curves beneath the blanket made him avert his gaze again. Stammering, he replied, Is that really important? Of course it is. Qin Luofei set down her food, her expression turning serious. You are my boyfriend now. I must know you thoroughly. Speak up. How many have there been? With a resigned sigh, Liu Kai confessed candidly, 3. At the sight of Qin Luofei's astonished expression, Liu Kai could only feel helpless. After all, he was no longer a youth. Everyone has a past. Does it warrant such surprise? Humph, I simply feel as if I've been wronged. How could I have been outdone by you, the fickle-hearted one? With indignation etched on her face, Qin Luofei resumed her assault on the pig trotter. I may overlook your past, but the number 3 must not increase. At her words, Liu Kai could only lament silently within. He mourned the carefree life he ought to have led, unexpectedly ensnared in this complicated entanglement. Indeed, sometimes one must tread carefully. In the silence that enveloped them, the sumptuous late-night feast was consumed entirely. Just as Liu Kai prepared to tidy up, Qin Luofei pressed him down. You've worked hard cooking. Let me wash the dishes. Is that wise? Your health. Liu Kai murmured, sneaking a glance at her foot. To his surprise, his doubtful gaze elicited her displeasure. Blushing, Qin Luofei retorted, Don't look. I'm not a pampered rich girl. Well, all right, it's settled then. Without waiting for Liu Kai's response, she gathered the dishes and made her way to the kitchen. In truth, Liu Kai wished to mention that their home boasted a fully automatic dishwasher, rendering manual labor unnecessary. Before long, a multitude of dishes was organized meticulously. Stretching languidly, Qin Luofei's eyes caught sight of something outside the kitchen window. Curiosity piqued, she peered out. The starlight is so beautiful tonight. Huh? Where are the clouds? Why isn't it snowing? Startled by her exclamation, Liu Kai, who had been lounging on the sofa, sat upright in alarm. Before he could intervene, Qin Luofei had already opened the window. Outside, there was no biting cold wind. With a look of astonishment on her face, she extended her hand to discern the situation. However, her fingers met a solid wall. It was then that she realized the resplendent starry sky outside was merely a projected illusion. Curiously, she turned her head. Liu Kai. What is this? Liu Kai was momentarily at a loss for words. Observing his conflicted expression, Qin Luofei narrowed her eyes and adopted an inquisitive demeanor. Where exactly are we? No lies allowed. As she recalled the series of events from that evening, Liu Kai felt an overwhelming headache. Yet, given the current predicament, further concealment seemed pointless. He resolved to confess the truth about the underground fortress. Quietly, he picked up the thermal suit from the floor and retrieved designer Chen Jian's notebook from within. Flipping to the last page, he presented it to Qin Luofei, followed by a fabricated tale that recounted his accidental discovery of the underground fortress and the identity of its former owner, conveniently omitting the details regarding spatial abilities. After all, the matter of spatial capabilities was of great significance, revealing it could invite unnecessary trouble, even peril. Of course, one could only hide the truth temporarily. Liu Kai was determined to eventually disclose everything to Qin Luofei at an appropriate time. As he spoke, he guided her through the upper and lower levels of the fortress. Upon seeing the large black and white creatures, she could hardly believe her eyes. She had previously heard Liu Kai mention having pets, but was this truly a pet? What kind of legitimate husky or tabby cat grows to such a size? After completing the tour of the fortress and hearing his narrative, many of Qin Luofei's initial questions dissipated. However, she keenly sensed the inconsistencies in Liu Kai's words. Nevertheless, since he was unwilling to elaborate, she chose not to press further. After all, time was on their side. Some truths would reveal themselves gradually. Following their meal, it was time to rest. The exertions from earlier had left them both drenched in sweat, and the lingering scents from cooking only added to their discomfort. They entered the bathroom together, where the soothing warmth of the shower cascaded down from the nozzle. It seemed that their dopamine reserves had been entirely depleted, as a familiar drowsiness enveloped their minds simultaneously. Qin Luofei stumbled momentarily but quickly regained her balance. Suddenly, she turned around, her damp hair cascading over her chest, concealing what needed to be hidden. Her eyes appeared slightly dazed, fixed intently on Liu Kai. I don't want to experience that feeling again. Can you help me? Seeing the vulnerable expression on Qin Luofei's face, Liu Kai felt a pang of concern. Can your body handle it? Qin Luofei remained silent, merely rising onto her toes, her eyes glistening as her eyelashes fluttered gently. A sudden explosion echoed in Liu Kai's mind, instinct overwhelming reason. All he could hear was a faint whisper, "Don't be too forceful." Amidst the warm droplets falling from the shower, the two figures danced gracefully together. In the previous encounter, faced with the treachery of Yi Wei'er, the other party merely fulfilled the task of self-preservation, their actions betraying a distinct sense of nonchalance. The experience felt limited. In the last instance, Liu Kai achieved a remarkable feat while lost in slumber, yet again, the sensation felt constrained. This time, however, both individuals retained a fragment of lucidity, fully engaged and sincerely cooperative. The synaptic neurons in their minds fervently transmitted signals, and hormones surged rapidly, flooding their systems. The drowsy feeling ebbed away like a receding tide. Yet, the two, now completely awake, did not cease their actions until 6 o'clock in the morning. It was only then that Liu Kai cradled Qin Luofei into the bedroom and succumbed to slumber, not due to the side effects of a virus, but simply from exhaustion. Unbeknownst to them, the ensuing days would reveal no signs of improvement whatsoever. Chapter 192. The dream comes to an end. Indulging in impertinence before the elders, it seemed that one night of reckless abandon had left them utterly exhausted. Astonishingly, their immune systems decided to stage a revolt even during the daylight hours. The immediate consequence of this was Liu Kai's disinterest in everything upon waking. He lay in bed, refusing to rise. Qin Luofei also stirred groggily, their eyes meeting momentarily, igniting the primal impulse once more within their minds. Thus, amidst the trifles of eating, sleeping, and caring for their pets, a rather embarrassing new task was added to their daily routine, a passionate bout of unrestrained intimacy. Fortunately, the luxurious hazeting bed was of exquisite quality, well equipped to withstand their fervor. The true victims, however, were the two pets, Little Black and Little White. They had been saddled with a baffling mistress, and after their first encounter, several days passed with nothing but brief exchanges for meals, leaving them confined and neglected. Though the decor of the third floor was somewhat amusing, the prolonged solitude weighed heavily on their spirits, leading to nightly bouts of desperate yowling. One day, Liu Kai suddenly became aware of their discontent. Resolutely, he mustered his energy to tidy up the villa atop the bunker and invited the two ancestors upstairs. With their robust constitutions, they feared not the chill. Under the cloak of night, they would stealthily escape the premises, reveling in the wilderness to the west. On one occasion, they even ventured as far as the forest in Guangming town, where Liu Kai had previously mined. Only when the dawn's light began to break did they return, reluctant yet fulfilled, to the villa. The alliance of cat and dog proved invincible. Their excursions were filled with joy, and the scant wildlife and fruits of the wild suffered dearly. Liu Kai, witnessing their happiness, found joy himself, choosing to remain ensconced in the warmth of the bunker. Day after day, he and Qin Luofei entwined themselves in a life devoid of shame or restraint. Yet, such a life bore its drawbacks. His once robust frame of 200 pounds could hardly withstand the continuous exertions, and he found himself shedding 10 pounds in a matter of days. Each time he awoke, he clutched a thermos filled with vibrant goji berries and dark schisandra, the two herbal remedies becoming his constant companions. Meals were a necessity, featuring stir-fried kidney and oysters. Catering to his newfound appetite, this elderly gentleman persona elicited amused laughter from Qin Luofei. During this period, she too savored the exquisite blend of their intimacy, swiftly shedding the modesty of her youth. Frequently, she would cast flirtatious glances and sway her slender waist towards him, embracing Liu Kai's aching back. The ensuing scenes were, as one might imagine, indecorous in nature. The adage rings true. Wine is a poison that courses through the veins, and desire is a knife that cuts to the bone. For the sake of health, moderation must be observed. Yet, Liu Kai, with his steadfast resolve, chose to abstain from alcohol. He often mused, how wonderful it would be if life could continue in such a manner. This heartfelt sentiment echoed within him one day as he regained consciousness. Upon hearing these words, Qin Luofei was momentarily taken aback. It seemed she recalled the environment outside, and her expression gradually became solemn. With a wistful sigh, she remarked, if only everyone could live their lives as we do. Despite the extravagant revelry of this period, she remained acutely aware of the responsibilities she bore as an officer of the Huagua. Both she and Liu Kai sensed that such absurd days were not destined to last. Each day, their moments of clarity grew longer, and they could distinctly feel the virus's insidious assault on their minds rapidly waning. As days passed, the oppressive lethargy that had plagued them for so long mysteriously vanished. It had been a full 15 days since Qin Luofei's escape, and the state of the outside world remained uncertain. Their prolonged companionship had fostered a swift deepening of their bond. Liu Kai, initially bewildered by his passive acceptance, gradually embraced the warmth of having someone by his side. It seemed that from this moment forward, he, an orphan without kin, was no longer a drifting leaf in the vast expanse of life. With someone to care for, he had found a sense of belonging, a place he could call home. At the break of dawn, at 7 a.m., the two donned their protective gear and stood hand in hand, exchanging a glance that conveyed their unspoken thoughts. The long-sealed door of the underground bunker creaked open, and as they ascended the stairs to the villa, they emerged once more into the biting cold of reality. In the Lisher Tsushuan community, a military transport helicopter was stationed. Upon seeing a figure descend from the helicopter, Liu Kai and Qin Luofei were taken aback. It was none other than the formidable Zhong Linyu, who had thrown himself into the fray. Most astonishingly, he appeared invigorated and was not clad in protective gear. The helicopter took off towards a military research facility located in the western part of the provincial city. Zhong Linyu recounted how he had, astonishingly, suppressed the virus with an indomitable will 5 days prior, successfully generating antibodies within his body. This remarkable feat left Liu Kai in awe. Even he and Qin Luofei had resorted to unorthodox methods, artificially stimulating dopamine secretion to barely manage their current state. Indeed, Zhong Linyu was a paragon of resilience, likely driven by a fervent belief that bordered on the extraordinary. Yet, he was the sole individual to achieve such a remarkable accomplishment. The other 10 soldiers caught in this predicament exhibited varying conditions, with the fastest recovery occurring over the past couple of days. The plight of the remaining 100 survivors, however, remained bleak, as they languished in a state of stupor, alternating between eating and sleeping. Although Zhong Linyu had generated antibodies, the success of a single individual was insufficient for vaccine development. Thus, the achievements of Liu Kai and Qin Luofei also constituted exhilarating news. As Liu Kai observed Zhong Linyu, the latter scrutinized the duo, shaking his head and emitting a series of tooting sounds. Liu Kai, undeterred, met Zhong Linyu's bemused gaze with an air of nonchalance. In contrast, Qin Luofei appeared much more bashful, her face flushed a shade akin to a ripe peach. The awkward atmosphere within the cabin nearly compelled her to seize a parachute and make a hasty escape. At last, the helicopter gently descended into a flat expanse nestled among the mountains. Liu Kai, who had been under scrutiny throughout the journey, felt a surge of irritation. He shot a glare at Zhong Linyu and snapped, "What are you staring at? Are you envious and resentful?" With that, he abruptly removed the protective helmets of both individuals. He then cupped the face of Qin Luofei beside him and planted a kiss on her alluring lips. However, the self-satisfied Liu Kai was oblivious to a perilous reality. Commander Yang Hongchang was awaiting their arrival on the helipad. As the helicopter touched down, he had intended to check on his beloved niece's well-being, but through the window, he witnessed Liu Kai's lewd antics, causing his expression to darken abruptly. His fists clenched, hard as stone, Chapter 193 Farewell to Yang Hongchang. A punch from the father-in-law. As the group disembarked from the aircraft, Liu Kai caught sight of a middle-aged man with a grim countenance, his fists clenched, causing him to momentarily halt in his tracks. Qin Luofei, startled, swiftly retreated behind Liu Kai, her neck instinctively shrinking. Clearing his throat, Liu Kai, uncharacteristically at a loss, attempted to alleviate the awkwardness. Uncle Yang, about that. However, Yang Hongchang paid him no heed, instead directing his gaze towards the cowering figure behind him. Oh, who do we have here? Grown wings, have we? Forgotten this old man. Have you? Upon hearing this, Qin Luofei peeked out, her face adorned with a smile more distressing than tears. Heh, Uncle Yang, please don't be angry. With a stern demeanor, Yang Hongchang retorted, be serious. Who is your Uncle Yang? How many times must I remind you to address me by my title during work? Liu Kai could not suppress a roll of his eyes, internally mocking, greetings, Yang the plant. After chastising Qin Luofei, Yang Hongchang finally shifted his attention to Liu Kai, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Comrade Zhong, escort Secretary Qin for a blood test. Consultant Liu, please accompany me. With that, he turned and strode away, disregarding the varied expressions of the others. Liu Kai, filled with questions, wondered if he was exempt from the blood test. A peculiar smile suddenly graced the otherwise expressionless face of Zhong Linyu, who cast Liu Kai a look that seemed to say, good luck, before leading the reluctant Qin Luofei away. With a resigned shrug, Liu Kai hurried to keep pace with Yang Hongchang. It was then that he beheld the enigmatic research military factory for the first time. Undoubtedly, significant facilities were either buried underground or carved into the mountainside. This military factory, nestled within dense, primordial jungle, possessed both features. Ahead lay a cavernous space, hollowed out within the mountain. It resembled the military district office where he first met Yang Hongchang. This location was not for research purposes, but served as the stationed area for defense troops, offices, and resting quarters. Inside, an array of combat vehicles was stationed, including the most advanced vertical takeoff aircraft from Huagua. Not far from the cave entrance, an elevator led directly underground, revealing the true essence of the research institute and factory. Its magnitude was so vast that even with Liu Kai's scanning capabilities fully deployed, he could not grasp its entirety. The structure bore a striking resemblance to the hive-like bases depicted in the Resident Evil films. As he marveled and followed Yang Hongchang through security into the expansive cavern, soldiers came to a halt, saluting him. Yet, amidst this, their gazes towards Liu Kai held an inexplicable nuance. The women's eyes sparkled with curiosity, appraising this legendary consultant, some failing to conceal their admiration. Conversely, the men regarded Liu Kai as if he were an implacable enemy, their expressions tinged with anger and a hint of jealousy. Liu Kai sensed that had it not been for Yang Hongchang's presence, these individuals would have surged forth, men to assault him, women to defend him. In the midst of this bizarre atmosphere, the two entered a dimly lit room, one following the other. With a click, the switch was pressed, and the lights flickered to life, revealing an unexpected sight, a boxing ring. Before Liu Kai could take in the scene, a circular object hurtled towards him. Instinctively, he caught it, only to discover it was a pair of boxing gloves. Without uttering a word, Yang Hongchang swiftly removed his coat, preparing himself by stretching his limbs and donning the other glove. They exchanged a few playful punches, and with a stoic expression, Yang pointed towards the boxing ring, instructing Liu Kai to enter. Liu Kai's lips twitched in realization of his predicament. Commander Yang, I'm still in my protective gear. If I say get in there, then get in. Take off that gear. I'm not afraid of any darn virus. Liu Kai internally grumbled, surprised that Yang was indeed holding a grudge. Instead of taking him for blood tests, he had brought him here, given Liu Kai's capabilities. Even if Yang were to wield an anti-tank missile, it would be futile. Yet, Liu Kai dared not retaliate. Being both the uncle and guardian of his girlfriend and a distinguished major general, it seemed he was fated to endure a thorough beating today. The door to the boxing room remained tightly shut, yet the resounding thuds echoed from within. The soldiers passing by winced at the cacophony, hastening their steps to distance themselves from this troublesome scene. Half an hour later, the noise subsided. Liu Kai emerged without a single bruise or trace of blood, while Yang Hongchang sat beside him, visibly frustrated, continually applying ointment to his wrists. Oh, I'm getting old. If this were 20 years ago, I could have taken you down with one hand. Well, I was 5 years old then. Watch your tongue. Yang shot Liu a glare, then donned a contemplative expression. What are you made of? After all that, not even a scratch? Scars are the metals of manhood. Your delicate looks are too refined. Liu Kai shrugged helplessly. I really don't know. Perhaps if you stab me a couple of times, I might earn a scar. Huh? Stab you? Wouldn't Ti Fei Fei come after me? After delivering a good thrashing, Yang's anger had significantly dissipated. Once he finished applying the ointment, he straightened his clothes and stood up, a smile breaking across his face as he patted Liu Kai on the shoulder. You somewhat meet old Qin's criteria for his son-in-law. Now, I hand Fei Fei over to you. Cherish her. With those words, Yang let out a deep sigh, as if a heavy burden he had carried for years had finally been lifted, granting him relief. Rest assured. Uncle Yang, I understand. Don't thank me just yet. A peculiar smile appeared on Yang's face. You've passed my and old Qin's test. But those young men outside are all arrogant. I can't control them. Best of luck to you. Liu Kai recalled the looks he had received from those individuals along the way, and his smile faltered. How can a dignified major general fail to manage those young officers? Is this merely a farce? Nevertheless, he does not fear the so-called challenges. Although he cannot employ overly severe measures, subduing these individuals is certainly within his capabilities. Yang Hanchang has other matters to attend to, so he assigns a captain in his 30s to escort Liu Kai to the research facility for testing. Liu Kai obediently dons his protective gear and follows closely behind the captain. Without Yang Hongchang's presence, the gazes of the passing crowd are even more audacious. The captain, maintaining a stern expression, remains silent throughout. Along the way, he nods slightly at the ill-intentioned stares, as if concocting some nefarious scheme. Thus, several individuals abandon their tasks to trail behind them. The distance from the boxing room to the cave is not extensive, yet by the time they reach the cave entrance, a considerable number of people have gathered behind them. Not only are they encircled from the rear, but a throng has also amassed outside the cave, effectively trapping Liu Kai. Chapter 194, The Competitor, successfully posturing among the assembly, only a handful consisted of young male officers seeking to stir trouble. The majority were merely spectators, whispering amongst themselves. Liu Kai's exceptional hearing captured their murmurs with clarity. Isn't that the external consultant, so pale and seemingly dim-witted? He is not even particularly handsome. What gives him the right? You, a married man, should keep your mouth shut and focus on the spectacle. Goodness, with so many gathered. This Liu consultant is about to be humiliated. Humiliated? Have you not seen that video of him at the nuclear power plant, wielding a Gatling gun against hundreds? Of course not. As a mere lieutenant, I lack the clearance to view such things. What business do you have mingling here as a lieutenant? Even without Liu Kai. There are still Niu Kai and Ma Kai. This is hardly your place. Wait, he really took on hundreds? Is he truly that formidable? He seemed to be thoroughly beaten by Commander Yang in the boxing room just moments ago. Well, would you dare lay a hand on your father-in-law? Why do you think Commander Yang announced Secretary Qin has a boyfriend? Was it deliberate? I have my doubts. What a pity for such a pure and pristine flower to be planted amidst this. Secretary Qin has seen battle and faced death. Could she truly find herself entangled with a mere civilian in research? Can you even manage a 10-kilometer armed cross-country? Shoo, quiet. It seems a fight is about to break out. Liu Kai truly did not anticipate the situation escalating in this manner. He was equally unprepared for the cunning Yang Hongchang to purposefully reveal that Qin Luofei had found a boyfriend. Undoubtedly, Qin Luofei possessed striking beauty. Yet it was hardly to the extent that the masses would clamor for a glimpse. The more plausible reason lay in her unique status. After all, those present could be deemed the cream of the crop among their peers. With their exceptional abilities, if one were to gain a major general as a father-in-law, the future would be limitless. Yet, the dish they had long coveted was suddenly snatched away by an outsider. Seeing the crowd gathered in silence, their expressions laden with ill intent, Liu Kai felt a surge of frustration. He inwardly cursed, "Damn it. How dare you compete with me for a woman? You're truly overstepping." He maintained two firm principles: never harm official personnel, and never engage with them intimately. Having already transgressed the first, he was determined to uphold the second at all costs. With his current capabilities, even exercising utmost caution could not guarantee the safety of those present. Should the conflict escalate, it would spell trouble. Having witnessed Liu Kai's combat prowess, Yang Hongchang's actions were no longer merely a test of fighting skill, but rather a challenge to his ability to navigate complex situations. Resolving this peacefully would necessitate either eloquence or astute diplomacy. Alternatively, he could even remove his protective suit and leverage the threat of a virus against the gathered crowd. Certainly, none of these methods are the most effective, nor do they truly resolve the issue. The military is inherently martial, and the most effective deterrent remains the show of force. Liu Kai surveyed his surroundings before his gaze finally settled on a bundle of rebar in the corner. "Let me show you something." Amidst the puzzled expressions of the onlookers, Liu Kai strode confidently towards the pile of steel. He grasped a 1-meter-long piece of rebar, leaving everyone bewildered, uncertain of his intentions. Was he planning to use this as a weapon for self-defense? However, in the next moment, Liu Kai bent the rebar in half right before their eyes. The 1-meter rod was effortlessly transformed into a half-meter length, as though he were bending a piece of cotton candy. Astonishing. How could this be possible? Gasps of disbelief erupted from the crowd. This was no ordinary iron rod. It was a 40mm diameter HRB 630E rebar, a top-tier construction material, more than sufficient for building military fortifications. Even the bending machines at ordinary construction sites were powerless against it. To bend it by hand, was that even humanly possible? Yet, Liu Kai was not finished. With a sudden burst of strength, he hurled the rebar out of the opening. It whistled past a few people's heads, creating a gust of wind. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Liu Kai transformed into a flash of lightning, darting past two individuals. A gentle nudge from his shoulder sent them stumbling backward, yet the force was such that they sustained no injuries. The scene unfolded too swiftly. A few sharp-eyed onlookers caught on, mistakenly believing he was about to strike. Their eyes brightened in anticipation of the spectacle. However, to their astonishment, Liu Kai suddenly produced two handguns seemingly out of thin air. Those belonged to the two individuals he had just knocked down. Not to mention the speed at which he had disarmed them was utterly incomprehensible. But the pressing question remained. Why did he seize the guns? The onlookers grew anxious. If he truly intended to act, it could escalate into a grave incident. Instinctively, they reached for their own firearms, bracing for what might come next. Bang, bang, bang. Before anyone could react, Liu Kai fired his weapon, not at people, but aimed at the sky outside. In a fleeting moment, over 10 bullets screamed forth, striking the piece of rebar that was still airborne. A dazzling display of sparks erupted in the air as bullets collided with steel. This maneuver left everyone in awe. Even the two individuals who had been knocked down stood up, mouths agape as they gazed skyward, momentarily forgetting their intent to confront Liu Kai. The effective range of a handgun is approximately 50 meters, yet that piece of rebar had flown at least 100 meters away. The cold wind held outside, with shifting gusts. How could he possibly hit such a target with unerring accuracy? Meanwhile, in the office, Yang Hongchong watched the scene unfold through the surveillance feed, unable to suppress a smile. What a show of intimidation. He could only hope the young ones wouldn't be too disheartened. Soon, the magazine was empty, and he casually tossed the handguns aside. Two handguns traced a graceful arc before seamlessly returning to the holsters strapped to the thighs of the two unfortunate individuals. Liu Kai, displaying an impassive demeanor, casually revealed his prowess, oblivious to the astonished onlookers whose mouths hung agape. He strode forward, lost in his own thoughts. He harbored no animosity towards these spectators. After all, a refined lady is well suited to a gentleman. The rivalry among the youth mirrored the courtship rituals of animals, merely instinctual. Like those creatures, he had demonstrated his strength, successfully intimidating his competitors. Strangely, those who initially obstructed Liu Kai's path found themselves retreating, almost as if compelled by an unseen force, creating a passage for him. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, with not a single word spoken. Observing the dazed expressions lingering on the faces of the crowd, Liu Kai felt invigorated. This display of bravado truly deserved a perfect score. Chapter 195. Good news and bad news. Only after his figure had receded did those who had made way begin to react, their faces transforming with a myriad of expressions. Had they truly been frightened? Yet upon reflection, bending steel rebar was an extraordinary feat beyond that of an ordinary individual, even with the aid of a standard-powered exoskeleton. Moreover, his remarkable marksmanship had dealt a significant blow to those who fancied themselves as the reincarnations of Zhang Tiaofeng. This defeat was indeed well-deserved. Following this display, those who had previously harbored grievances fell silent. The young lieutenant, assigned a guide by Yang Hongchong, hastily pursued Liu Kai's footsteps. Their exchange was minimal, with the lieutenant occasionally casting a glance of awe and confusion towards Liu Kai. Upon exiting the cave and entering the underground factory, they underwent iris scanning for identity verification, after which the elevator began its rapid descent. It continued until the display froze at the 45th underground level, at which point the doors slowly opened. This floor appeared to be dedicated to biochemical research, its layout reminiscent of the research facility beneath Fohai Lake, lacking any remarkable novelty. The only aspect that could be deemed spectacular was the multitude of transparent enclosures stacked high like cages, each housing an individual clad in sterile attire. Liu Kai recognized some of these faces. They were ordinary survivors rescued from Hanpu City. Now, they lay lifelessly on beds surrounded by various medical monitoring equipment. Under the lieutenant's guidance, Liu Kai finally arrived at a more spacious area akin to an office. Qin Luofei had already shed her protective gear and, after having her blood drawn, awaited the test results. Seated comfortably on a sofa in the adjoining lounge, she was engrossed in a red-covered document. Upon seeing Liu Kai, she looked up and offered a sweet smile through the glass. The affectionate exchange between them elicited a pang of envy in the guiding lieutenant, who chose to avert his gaze and gestured for Liu Kai to enter the office before hurriedly departing. Upon entering this expansive office, Liu Kai discovered Zhu Xiaomin hidden behind a cluster of instruments, wearing a peculiar mask resembling a gas mask. He was intently focused on a machine screen, seemingly absorbed in its display. Accompanying him were two similarly masked young individuals, equally engrossed in the screen, presumably his students. Liu Kai refrained from interrupting their concentration, quietly waiting at the side. Although his hair appeared unkempt, Zhu Xiaomin's demeanor had significantly improved since their last encounter, a hint of a smile gracing his face, indicating substantial progress in his research. After a while, the trio finally diverted their attention from the screen. Zhu Xiaomin nodded in acknowledgement upon seeing Liu Kai and gestured for him to remove his protective gear, indicating that it was time for a blood draw. As Liu Kai complied, he curiously inquired, "It seems that Professor Zhu's research is progressing well. Is the vaccine imminent?" Zhu Xiaomin, preparing the syringe, responded casually, "Almost. The main point is that this batch of equipment is exceptionally useful." Zhuang Xiaomin swiftly completed his preparations but hesitated to draw blood. Instead, he scrutinized Liu Kai for a while before suddenly asking with a puzzled expression, "I heard you were beaten up by old Yang. How come you bear no injuries at all?" Gossip travels fast. It seems Commander Yang showed restraint and did not truly inflict harm. That makes sense, after all. He was capable of subduing 10 robust men single-handedly in his youth. Liu Kai remained silent, inwardly lamenting, "That old man truly went all out. Fortunately, my skin is tough." Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that even enduring a beating is a small price to pay for securing a girlfriend like Xiaoqin. Indeed, what a tremendous gain. Liu Kai wore a smug expression that elicited eye rolls from the two young students. Zhuang Xiaomin, without hesitation, filled a large syringe with blood and pointed towards the lounge. Dismissing Liu Kai, "Wait for the results. By the way, your girlfriend has some good news to share." Upon hearing this and seeing Zhuang Xiaomin's enigmatic smile, Liu Kai's heart suddenly skipped a beat. No way. Could it be that Qin Luofei is pregnant? Wasn't the probability supposed to be very low? With a mix of apprehension, he pushed open the glass door to the lounge. Qin Luofei beamed with happiness, waving at Liu Kai. "Liu Kai, come here quickly. I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" Liu Kai's suspicions were further confirmed as he awkwardly took a seat on the opposite end of the sofa. Why sit so far away? He should move closer. Hearing Qin Luofei's playful complaint, Liu Kai steeled himself. Damn it, if it's fate, it cannot be avoided. Resolutely shifting closer to Qin Luofei, he forced a smile that resembled a grimace. Fei, you should tell me the bad news first." "All right." Although she claimed it was bad news, her smile remained unwavering. She pulled a piece of paper from a red folder and handed it to Liu Kai. "The bad news is, our love report has been approved. In 6 months, we can submit the marriage report." How could that possibly be bad news? Of course it is bad news. A delicate young lady like her is about to be tied to a fickle man like you. Liu Kai feigned innocence. Am I really that fickle? Back in the day, I was known as the disciplined one. He was well aware that marrying a military officer comes with strict regulations, requiring the submission of a love report 6 months in advance, along with a series of stringent rules. For instance, no hasty marriages within 9 months of acquaintance, bi-monthly relationship status reports, and a strict prohibition on cohabitation before marriage, among others. He simply did not expect Qin Luofei to act so swiftly. It was likely that during their isolation in the bunker, they had quietly submitted the report. Moreover, they technically did not meet those requirements. It was likely that Yang Hongchang had made an exception. After all, even if they were to marry in 6 months, they had known each other for less than 9 months. As for cohabitation before marriage, better left unsaid. The mere thought of this matter sends a jolt of discomfort through my lower back. At this moment, an unsettling idea resurfaced in Liu Kai's mind. Taking a deep breath, as if awaiting a verdict, he inquired, "And what of the good news?" Qin Luofei's eyes sparkled with a gentle smile as she presented a second sheet of paper. "The good news is that I have been reassigned to Fohai City." "Ah, indeed, it is splendid news." Liu Kai felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and a radiant, sincere smile blossomed upon his face. After all, being responsible to Qin Luofei is one matter, but becoming a father is entirely another. He certainly was not yet prepared for that. "So, you are returning to Fohai City. But what of advisor Zhang?" Qin Luofei shook her head. "No, he will continue to oversee the military stationed in Fohai, while I will serve as the director of the shelter, managing daily affairs. It is quite agreeable, although the management of the shelter entails a myriad of complexities. At least it does not pose any imminent danger." Chapter 196, The Mysterious Gift, First-Class Merit. Upon hearing Liu Kai's words, Qin Luofei affectionately wrapped her arms around his neck. "Are you worried about me?" she inquired. Liu Kai, unperturbed by the gazes of those around them, encircled her slender waist with his strong arm and settled her comfortably onto his thigh. "Of course, my dear Director Qin, the outside world is fraught with danger." Their eyes met, and the intimate posture caused Qin Luofei's cheeks to flush with warmth. She attempted to push him away but found his grip immovable. Resigned, She gently patted his shoulder and murmured, "Please let go of me. There are so many people watching." In response to her struggle, Liu Kai tightened his embrace. With a mischievous grin, he pointed to his cheek and teased, "Give me a kiss, and I shall reward you with a gift upon your promotion." A gift? Qin Luofei's expression shifted to one of suspicion. What kind of gift? It wouldn't happen to be your ancestral chromosome, would it? With a playful slap to her rear, Liu Kai maintained his grin. The ancestral chromosome is merely routine. It hardly counts as a gift. You are insufferable, always teasing me. What exactly are you planning to give me? I can't tell you just yet. Humph, miser. If you won't say, then I shan't press further. Qin Luofei's bravado waned quickly, for her insatiable curiosity was piqued by Liu Kai's enigmatic demeanor, leaving her restless. Liu Kai, dear, I implore you. Begging me is futile. You shall find out once we return to Folk High. Please, brother. If you don't tell me, I surely won't sleep tonight. I'd rather die than reveal it. Their playful banter echoed through the glass of the underground 45th floor, drawing the attention of onlookers who regarded them with a mix of pity and dismay. Lamenting the decline of decorum in broad daylight. Unbeknownst to them, over an hour slipped by, their tender display interrupted by the exuberant Zhuzhmin, who burst through the glass door of the lounge, his eyes alight with joy. You both are free of the virus. You may leave. His mind was consumed with research, barely sparing them a glance. After his announcement, he turned on his heel, muttering to himself, I didn't expect such robust vitality, with a few more samples. It will be secure. Oh, by the way, Zhu Xiaomin pivoted back. Old Yang said to have you both visit him once the test results are in. As they departed Zhu Xiaomin's office, freed from the cumbersome protective gear, the couple strolled hand in hand, unrestrained. This scene ignited envy among the younger crowd, who clenched their fists, casting glances that could cut. Liu Kai, however, paid no heed to their stares, a triumphant smile gracing his lips, his heart brimming with anticipation. After all, Yang Hongchang had previously mentioned that a reward would be forthcoming based on the research outcomes. What reward might it be? I hope it does not disappoint. Upon hearing Liu Kai's musings, Qin Luofei's lips curled into a sly smile. Rest assured, you shall not be let down. Oh, Fei, do you know what it is? Of course, I am aware, but I prefer not to disclose it to you. It is evident that Qin Luofei is still brooding over Liu Kai's earlier teasing. Seizing this opportunity, she is determined to express her frustration. Initially, she anticipated that Liu Kai would be exceedingly curious, begging her to reveal the information. However, to her surprise, Liu Kai has already seen through her ploy. He merely gazes at her with a faint smile and says, Fine, if you choose not to speak, then so be it. Qin Luofei, exasperated, retorts, Why aren't you following the script? Aren't you supposed to ask me right away? When he remains silent, she adds, eventually. You will find out once we reach Commander Yang's office. No, you must ask me. Please, just ask, and I will tell you. Seeing Liu Kai unfazed, Qin Luofei's irritation intensifies. Hurry up, Liu Kai. I beg you, just ask me. She cannot contain herself any longer, even if he does not inquire. She feels compelled to speak. Hearing her incessant chatter, Liu Kai simply covers his ears and declares, I am not listening, not listening. How annoying. Qin Luofei is provoked to the point of jumping up and, in a playful gesture, grabs Liu Kai's arm and playfully bites him. After a moment, she realizes it feels akin to biting into a piece of overcooked leather. Frustrated, she releases her grip and turns her face away, sulking. In Yang Hongchang's office, the two sit across from the desk, with Qin Luofei still pouting and sulking. Observing her demeanor, Yang Hongchang shoots Liu Kai a disapproving glance. What is going on? Is there discord already? It seems that your plans for marriage in 6 months might be challenging. Upon hearing this, before Liu Kai can respond, Qin Luofei immediately retorts, No. 6 months is not a time to be extended. Goodness, you aren't even married yet, and you're already turning your elbows outward, Yang Hongchang chides, leaving Liu Kai feeling awkward as he nervously taps his foot against the floor. He quickly attempts to steer the conversation back to the main topic. Uncle Yang, perhaps we should discuss the matter at hand. You summoned us for a reason. With this, Yang Hongchang lost any desire to jest. He withdrew a bright red certificate and a small box from his desk, his expression turning solemn. Standing, he performed a respectful salute towards Liu Kai. Recognizing the gravity of the moment, both Liu Kai and Qin Luofei stood up, pushing their chairs aside. Liu Kai, in light of your exemplary performance and outstanding contributions, and with the approval of the Central Military Commission, I hereby award you the first-class Meritorious Service Medal. With that, Yang Hongchang solemnly presented the certificate and the box to Liu Kai. Liu Kai, not daring to be remiss, accepted the items with both hands. Upon opening the box, he found a medal resembling one he had previously received, though this one was adorned with gold instead of silver. This was the first-class medal for major non-war military operations. Liu Kai gazed at the medal with a calm expression. He was well aware of the challenges associated with obtaining such an honor. Yet he felt that something of more tangible value would be preferable. Beside him, Qin Luofei, though already privy to this news, remained silent. Yet, as a soldier, she gazed at the medal with an expression of pure rapture and envy. Once the handover was complete, Yang Hanchang set aside his solemn demeanor and returned to his chair. He gestured for the two to sit down. Observing Liu Kai's expression, Yang Hanchang chuckled. You don't seem the least bit pleased. Are you perhaps thinking, what use is this? Won't he fill my stomach? Liu Kai silently applauded his insight, but dared not acknowledge it. He quickly denied it, exclaiming with exaggerated enthusiasm. How could I? This is a tremendous honor. Such words, however, were evidently unconvincing to Yang Hanchang. After sipping his warm tea, he replied thoughtfully. A first-class merit for being alive is commendable. While it may not compare to the grandeur of the Republic medal, you, your wife, and your future descendants will certainly benefit from it.